The man was kissing a voluptuous, fair-skinned young woman in bed. Just as he was about to take things further, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. The beautiful young woman, who was entangled with Chu Fan, heard the knock on the door. Her expression changed instantly. She immediately pushed him away, hurriedly straightened her clothes, and said in a low and urgent voice, "Oh no, my husband is back. You'd better hide on the balcony." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan jumped out of bed. He never expected that this beautiful young woman who claimed to be single was actually married, and this was the 38th floor. If she went to the balcony, she could easily fall from that height. The knocking on the door grew more urgent. Chu Fan cursed his bad luck under his breath, gritted his teeth, and climbed onto the balcony, standing on the air conditioner unit. The howling wind on the 38th floor made his heart pound. However, Chu Fan couldn't care less about any of that at the moment. He only heard the beautiful young woman's voice, which she tried to keep calm, coming from inside the house. "Husband, why are you back so early today?" Immediately afterwards, a gruff male voice rang out. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? What were you doing in there? You look so nervous and your face is flushed. Have you been cheating on me? Where are you hiding? Are you on the balcony?" The young woman was clearly flustered and quickly denied it. "Nothing of the sort. Honey, don't think like that." Before she finished speaking, the curtains were suddenly pulled open by a burly man with a dark face. Chu Fan's line of sight was suddenly filled with the sight of a burly, dark-faced man with a furious expression. The tattoo on his arm was particularly eye-catching. The man angrily reached out to grab him. Chu Fan instinctively dodged, but his foot slipped, and he lost his balance on the air conditioner unit, plummeting from the sky. In the instant of his rapid fall, he was filled with immense fear, and his consciousness gradually faded. After an unknown amount of time, when Chu Fan regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a simple raft made of logs. Although he had no idea what had happened, the fact that he was still alive filled him with a sense of relief at surviving a disaster. Just then, a cold voice echoed in his mind. All 6.5 billion people in the world have been transported to a global ocean survival world. This is a planet dozens of times larger than Earth, with 90% of its area covered by oceans. You will use this as your stage for a survival challenge. Once the game officially begins, teams will be randomly formed, with an initial team size of 2. Resources, food, and fresh water can be found on the sea, but deadly risks lurk beneath the surface. The first 3 days are a beginner protection period. After 3 days, the real crisis will begin. The moment the cold voice disappeared, Chu Fan's mood plummeted from the joy of escaping death to despair. This ocean world is poor in resources and has a harsh environment, and it is also home to all kinds of terrifying sea monsters. He is just an ordinary person and has no way to survive. Just as Chu Fan was filled with despair, a clear notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! The host's living environment has been detected to be extremely harsh. The All Heavens blind box system has been activated. You will receive 1 blind box for each day you survive. The number of blind boxes increases by 1 for each female teammate you successfully romance. Blind boxes can randomly contain survival supplies, powerful superpowers, god-level martial arts techniques, mythical ships, and various special equipment. Immediately afterwards, the ethereal voice continued. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 portable infinite space. System binding successful. Blind boxes X3 are given as a gift. Please collect them in time." Upon hearing the series of prompts in his mind, Chu Fan's emotions instantly shifted from despair to ecstasy. He understood that his chance to survive had arrived. He must rely on the blind boxes given by the system to obtain resources for survival and survive in this perilous ocean world. You also need to constantly recruit female teammates and complete their conquests in exchange for stronger system rewards, rapidly improve your own strength, and ultimately uncover the secrets of this world to become the overlord of this ocean. Just as Chu Fan was about to retrieve the 3 blind boxes, the ethereal system notification sounded in his ear again. The game has now officially begun, and team matchmaking is in progress. Teams are now complete. Please begin your voyage. The moment the voice faded, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared before Chu Fan. When the light dissipated, he could see that it was a human figure. Upon recognizing the person's face, Chu Fan was completely stunned. He never expected that his teammate would be a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman. Not only did she have delicate and defined features and fair, smooth skin, but she also had a hot figure, making her a true super beauty. She was wearing a black leather jacket, her cheeks flushed, as if she had fainted. Chu Fan couldn't help but swallow. and the system's rules suddenly came to mind. This was clearly a teammate. Just then, he felt a tightness on his wrist. Looking down, he saw a futuristic-looking bracelet on his wrist. Team formation complete. All team members receive instant bracelets, which can be used to view all information in place of the stone tablet. As soon as the system's voice finished speaking, the huge stone tablet in the middle of the raft slowly disappeared. He glanced at the woman still unconscious beside him and noticed that she also had an identical bracelet on her wrist. At that moment, the regional channel button on the bracelet suddenly lit up. Chu Fan opened the regional channel, and the page displayed the current number of users, 10,000 to 10,000. The channel was instantly flooded with messages. It had completely exploded. Damn it. Why did I get matched with a big fat guy with a full beard? Chu Fan secretly rejoiced that he was lucky to have been matched with such a stunning beauty. Chu Fan's gaze returned to the still sleeping foreign woman, and without further ado, he took out the 3 blind boxes he had just acquired. The blind box is square with a metallic sheen, and it's impossible to tell what material it's made of. It doesn't look particularly impressive. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the first blind box. Beep, blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received 999 cases of mineral water. Upon seeing the notification, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Bottled water, and 999 cases at once. In this environment, this was practically a guarantee of survival. After the blind box vanished in a flash of light, Chu Fan composed himself and opened the second blind box. Beep, blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Aquaman-style Harpoon X1. A flash of golden light appeared, and a beautifully crafted golden harpoon materialized before Chu Fan's eyes. The harpoon was ornately designed, with a 3-pronged structure that exuded a menacing aura. Holding it in his hand, Chu Fan felt an immediate increase in security. It could be used not only for fishing but also as a weapon for self-defense. After setting down the harpoon, he opened the last blind box without hesitation. Beep, blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 box of condoms. Upon hearing this prompt, Chu Fan was completely stunned. What the hell? How could he get something like this? And a whole box of it. Just then, the foreign woman, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. She sat up with the help of the raft, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a scene in front of her, an Eastern man holding a box of safety supplies and staring at her. What do you want? Her voice was slightly cold. Chu Fan, on a whim, reflexively replied, I want. She paused, then chuckled. You're my teammate? You're quite good looking. Barbara then introduced herself. My name is Barbara, and I'm a doctor. Hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. In this environment filled with unknown dangers, doctors were undoubtedly the rarest resource. He quickly replied, Hello, my name is Chu Fan. I'm a fish pond owner. As he spoke, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. A wooden box was floating in the distance. This must be the resource box mentioned in the system rules. As Chu Fan hesitated about whether to go into the water to retrieve the box, Barbara seemed to see his concerns and said seriously, Chu Fan, we are teammates now. At this time, survival is the most important thing. Nothing else matters. Barbara took off her leather jacket, revealing her clothes underneath. She naturally noticed Chu Fan's reaction and giggled. Chu Fan, actually I did this because it's too hot. Haven't you noticed the sun is getting stronger and stronger? Hearing her say that, Chu Fan realized that the sun was indeed much more intense than before. If Barbara were still wearing that leather jacket, she would probably suffer from heat stroke very soon. Barbara continued, Besides, we're all about gender equality these days. And besides, I'm wearing clothes underneath. I'm not completely naked. Chu Fan was taken aback by her words, but upon reflection, they seemed to make a lot of sense. As they were talking, the crate had already floated to the side of the raft. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan stood up, used his harpoon to pull the crate closer, and then picked it up. Barbara also came closer. This was the first time either of them had encountered a supply crate, and they were both naturally curious about what they would find inside. They were so close that Chu Fan could even smell her fragrance, and for a moment his mind was slightly flustered. Quick, see what's inside, Barbara urged from the side. Chu Fan quickly calmed himself and opened the wooden crate. Supply crate successfully used, yielding 1 fishing net, 5 pieces of wood, 2 rye bread rolls, and 200 milliliters of drinking water. At this moment, the bracelet issued a notification. Vessel information has been updated. Please check. Upon hearing the notification, Chu Fan immediately opened the vessel information on the bracelet. Vessel, ordinary wooden raft, size, for meters x 2 meters. Upgrade options. Increase area. Requires 10 wood and 10 iron per square meter. Add awning. Requires 10 wood and 10 leather. Upgrade to a regular small wooden boat. Requires 200 wood. He then opened the warehouse, where all the resources he had just acquired were stored. As for the supplies Chu Fan had originally obtained, apart from the box of small umbrellas placed on the raft, the rest were stored in his system space. These were his trump cards, and he naturally couldn't easily reveal them before he fully trusted Barbara. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly remembered that there was a crafting table function on the panel. He checked the bracelet and saw that the crafting table had two main functions. The first was crafting. As long as the corresponding materials were provided, a specific item could be created, but a blueprint was required. It seemed that this was a function he wouldn't need in the short term. The second option is disassembly, which allows you to break down unwanted items into materials. That's not bad. Chu Fan glanced at the wooden crate left after opening it, and decisively chose disassembly. Wooden crate 1 detected. Disassembling it will yield 1 piece of wood. Disassemble? His eyes lit up, and he immediately selected yes. A flash of white light. The wooden crate disappeared, and the amount of wood in the warehouse changed from 5 to 6. Barbara, the boat is big enough now. Let's see if we can get some leather to make a roof. Otherwise, the sun is really too strong. Barbara immediately nodded in agreement. So, Chu Fan picked up a wooden paddle and started paddling. Waiting for the resource box to float by was far too inefficient. Sure enough, it worked. 10 minutes later, the two retrieved another resource box. The supply box was successfully opened, yielding 5 pieces of wood, 1 piece of iron, and 5 pieces of hemp rope. The wooden box was successfully dismantled, yielding 1 piece of wood. However, as time went on, the weather became increasingly hot and humid. Just when Chu Fan was so hot that he wanted to jump into the water, he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness. Looking up, Chu Fan saw that Barbara had used her leather jacket and pants, along with a wooden stick, to make a makeshift umbrella to shield them from the rain. Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara sat on the raft, watching Chu Fan sweat profusely. His powerful arms captivated her, and she found herself somewhat mesmerized. This man truly had a certain charm. Chu Fan was handsome to begin with. Otherwise, that beautiful young woman wouldn't have taken a liking to him in the first place. Chu Fan, let me row. Barbara volunteered. Chu Fan continued rowing, asking, "Oh, can you do it? Don't underestimate me. I'm a regular at the gym." Chu Fan was also feeling a bit tired, so he nodded. "Okay, you go ahead. Call me if you get tired." The two switched places, with Chu Fan sitting behind her to shield her from the sun. "Chu Fan, there's a wooden crate up ahead. It looks like it's on an island." Hearing this, Chu Fan stood up and looked. Sure enough, about 50 meters ahead, a deserted island appeared on the water. The island wasn't large, only about 30 or 40 square meters, and was a bluish-gray color. In the center of the island sat a wooden crate. "Let's go take a look," Barbara said, steering the raft closer. Chu Fan picked up a harpoon and leaped onto the deserted island. To prevent the raft from drifting away, Barbara stayed on the boat. Stepping onto solid ground again felt incredibly strange. Chu Fan walked to the wooden crate and opened it without hesitation. Huh, it's empty. This time, the bracelet gave no indication. It turned out the crate contained no supplies. Chu Fan was slightly disappointed, but his eyes soon lit up. Wait, there's something else in here. He saw a semi-transparent bead lying at the bottom of the box. He picked it up and examined it for a long time, but couldn't identify it. The bracelet didn't give any indication, so it seemed unusable and couldn't be disassembled for the time being. He broke the wooden crate into 1 piece of wood, preparing to leave the deserted island. Just then, Chu Fan suddenly collapsed to the ground. The deserted island moved. Barbara cried out in alarm, also noticing the anomaly. The entire island shook violently, as if in an earthquake. Then, the entire deserted island sank, and Chu Fan was instantly submerged. Fortunately, the next second, he was grabbed by a small hand. "Come on up." It was Barbara's voice. Chu Fan immediately used the leverage to climb onto the raft, and just as he was about to speak, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. "My God!" Barbara exclaimed, staring intently behind him. Chu Fan tensed, whirled around, and froze instantly. Chapter 4. You smell so good. Chu Fan then realized that the desert island beneath his feet was actually a massive whale, its back rising above the water like a moving island. The whale seemed unhappy about being disturbed, leaping out of the sea and crashing back down, creating a tremendous wave. Chu Fan reacted swiftly, immediately storing all the supplies in the warehouse. He then leaped up, tackling Barbara to the ground to protect her. The two clung tightly to the edge of the raft to avoid being thrown off balance. Fortunately, the whale didn't continue its attack. Perhaps due to a protective mechanism, it circled the surface of the sea once before gradually swimming away. The two only breathed a sigh of relief after the whale had completely left, but soon fell into an awkward silence. Chu Fan was still naked, and Barbara was barely wearing anything except her underwear. Their current posture looked rather improper. Chu Fan felt Barbara's soft body, and his heart raced, his mind reeling. Barbara noticed something was wrong and teased him with a laugh. "Hey, Chu Fan, isn't your reaction a little too real?" Chu Fan didn't bother to hide it and whispered, "You smell really good. So you're planning to stay lying there without moving?" Chu Fan chuckled, deliberately taking a deep breath before slowly climbing off her. Barbara sat up, looking at his muscular physique, and couldn't help but swallow. "Did you stick your tongue out just now?" Chu Fan asked innocently, then took out the bead from the box earlier. "Look, this is a treasure I just found." Barbara's attention was indeed diverted, and she immediately took the bead, examining its dazzling reflection in the sunlight. "It's so beautiful. If you like it, I'll give it to you." "Really? You're so kind. It's nothing. If you really want to thank me, how about I touch your breasts?" Barbara actually puffed out her chest seriously. "Come on, touch as much as you want." Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. He had only meant it as a joke, but she had taken it seriously, making him feel embarrassed to go for it. Barbara laughed, easily easing the tension. "That really startled me. Luckily, you reacted quickly." Chu Fan nodded, also feeling fortunate. "We really need to upgrade the boat as soon as possible. This little raft is too unstable." Barbara agreed, but quickly frowned. "Chu Fan, I'm thirsty and hungry, but we only have 2 bottles of water, so we need to drink sparingly." Chu Fan was also a little thirsty, so he took out the 2 small bread rolls and 2 bottles of water from the warehouse. "Let's eat something first, and we can talk about the rest later." After rowing for several hours, Chu Fan was already starving. He finished the bread rolls in a few bites and gulped down the bottle of water. Barbara had only taken a few bites of her bread when she saw him finish so quickly. She hesitated for a moment, then tore off half of her own bread and handed it to him. "I can't finish it, so I'll share some with you." Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, a warm feeling rising in his heart. He then waved his hand and smiled as he declined. "I'm full. You can have it next time." Barbara was taken aback, then chuckled. "Do you really like me, or are you just lusting after my body?" Chu Fan shrugged. "It's all the same. Lusting after you is also because I like you." Barbara was speechless, unable to respond, and instead somewhat admired Chu Fan's frankness. "You're so straightforward, I quite like it." Chu Fan chuckled inwardly. "Straightforward, yes, but whether you're truly innocent is another matter." After finishing his meal, Chu Fan took out a wooden paddle from the warehouse and continued paddling the small raft. He noticed that Barbara had only drunk a little over half a bottle of water, so he carefully put the rest away. "You only drank this much? Aren't you thirsty?" Barbara asked seriously. "We don't have enough water. We have to be careful." Chu Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can take care of the water problem." Barbara, however, still stored the water in the warehouse, then pointed to the sea ahead. "There's a box over there." Chu Fan looked in that direction, and sure enough, a box was floating 30 meters away. He immediately rowed over and retrieved it onto the boat. Supply box successfully used. 10 wood, 2 leather. Evening arrived quickly. Throughout the afternoon, they had salvaged 4 more supply crates. Chu Fan inventoried the warehouse's resources: 30 pieces of wood, 2 loaves of bread, 5 pieces of rope, 1 fishing net, 2 pieces of leather, 5 pieces of iron, and half a bottle of mineral water. That half bottle of water was what Barbara had left over from lunch. No new water source had been found since. Chu Fan frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If it was this difficult even during the newbie protection period, resource acquisition would likely be even harder once the protection ended. He knew he had to upgrade the raft as soon as possible, otherwise it would be difficult to cope with future weather changes. Building a roof was essential. He had enough wood, but leather was clearly still far from sufficient. After clearing their supplies, the two simultaneously activated their bracelets and browsed the regional chat channel. The other players in the channel were in similar situations, sharing the same common concern: a lack of water. "Is there any kind soul willing to give me a bottle of water? I'll repay you in person. Who will give me water?" Barbara looked at the messages with a worried expression. They only had half a bottle of water left. Should she give it to Chu Fan if he asked her for more? Chu Fan, however, was completely oblivious to her thoughts. He was currently searching for the leather on the trading platform. The platform was deserted. Clearly, no one had any spare resources to trade on the first day. He didn't have high hopes either, but still posted a buyout message. Buying leather, fresh water accepted in exchange. Private message me if interested. After dealing with those, he took out the last 2 small bread rolls. Eat something. Barbara sat down silently and whispered, "We're almost out of food, especially water. We only have half a bottle left." But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, her expression one of shock, as if she had seen a ghost. What? Chapter 5. Conquering Barbara. Chu Fan suddenly waved his hand, and a neat pile of mineral water appeared on the raft in front of him, leaving Barbara stunned. Before she could react, Chu Fan waved again, and the water instantly disappeared as if it had never existed. Barbara initially thought she was hallucinating, until Chu Fan conjured up a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and drank from it, at which point she finally believed it was all real. She stared at Chu Fan with wide eyes, exclaiming incredulously, "How do you have so much water?" Chu Fan just smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about where it came from. I don't lack water anyway." Barbara's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. "I know. This is magic from your dragon kingdom, isn't it?" Chu Fan smiled even more happily, neither confirming nor denying. To him, it was easier if Barbara thought so. Barbara breathed a huge sigh of relief, tilted her head back, and gulped down the entire bottle of water, as if she had just escaped death from the desert. After finishing, she patted her chest and exclaimed, "I was so thirsty. You should have told me you had plenty of water." Chu Fan was both amused and exasperated by this. What did he mean by, "I have a lot of water"? It sounded so awkward. Make it clear, I do have a lot of water, but it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Chu Fan put on a serious face, which made Barbara pause for a moment. She asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Aren't we teammates?" Chu Fan spread his hands and said, "We are teammates, but I didn't scoop this water out of the box, so I have no obligation to share it with you." Barbara was speechless for a moment. Although she was unwilling, she knew that Chu Fan was right. She regretted drinking all the water in one go. She should have left some to negotiate. Chu Fan wasn't actually trying to make things difficult for her. He had his own plans. After all, the system rules clearly stated that he needed to win over women to obtain rewards, and Barbara was a perfect target. Besides, this wasn't Earth anymore. Survival was paramount, and etiquette was no longer important. Barbara was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at Chu Fan and said, "You're right. You can indeed not share the water with me, but you can make conditions." Chu Fan smiled and said, "I do have a solution. As long as you become my woman, I can naturally share these resources with you." Barbara paused for a few seconds, her mouth agape, and asked, "Is this for real?" To be honest, she didn't dislike Chu Fan. On the contrary, she thought he was quite reliable. Besides, in the current situation, she would have to rely on him sooner or later, and might even be on the same boat for the rest of her life. However, things happened so suddenly that she could only say, "Let me think about it." Chu Fan nodded, not in a hurry, and placed a bottle of water in front of her. "Okay, think it over and tell me. If you agree, this bottle of water is yours." After saying this, Chu Fan lay down to rest, his hands behind his head as he gazed at the starry night sky, lost in thought. He couldn't help but wonder if anyone in his original world would still care about his departure. Amidst the sound of the waves, Chu Fan's thoughts wandered, and he soon drifted off to sleep. After finishing the dry little bread, Barbara was unbearably thirsty, her gaze drifting to the bottle of water. She hesitated for a long time, gazing at Chu Fan's quiet profile, caught in a dilemma. Although she came from the beautiful country, she wasn't a casual girl. She was 19 years old and still single. If she hadn't fallen off her motorcycle on her way to work one day and woke up in this strange world, she knew she couldn't go back for the time being, and right now, the only person she could rely on was Chu Fan. Thinking of this, she bit her lip and finally reached out and picked up the bottle of water. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up and was stunned by the scene before him. In the darkness, Barbara's last 2 pieces of clothing were gone, leaving them completely naked. Her skin glowed softly in the moonlight, making her look like a goddess from mythology. Chu Fan felt his throat tighten and swallowed hard. He said in a low voice, "Barbara, you." Barbara glanced at him and asked softly, "Am I pretty?" Chu Fan nodded and managed to say with difficulty, "Pretty, so pretty." Before he finished speaking, he pulled Barbara into his arms. An hour later, Chu Fan held Barbara in his arms, a satisfied look on his face. "Darling, you're really amazing." Barbara blinked and chuckled. Of course, don't worry, you won't regret following me. Chu Fan couldn't help but feel grateful that the system had sent him a box of small umbrellas so early on. It was truly thoughtful. Barbara turned to the side. Honey, I'm all sweaty and want to take a shower. Do you want to come? Chu Fan chuckled. Sure, I'll scrub your back. Barbara tilted her head and smiled. Scrub your back? What's that? Just as Chu Fan was about to explain, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Beep detected that the host has successfully survived for 1 day and successfully won over a female teammate. Blind box plus 1. Congratulations on obtaining 2 blind boxes, which have been stored in the system space. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Blind boxes were currently the only way to quickly become stronger. He immediately opened a blind box in his mind. Beep, the blind box was successfully opened, and he received 10 Hextech waterproof suits. Seeing the name, Chu Fan was stunned. It sounded very high-end. He quickly clicked on the details. This suit, crafted by Hextech, automatically adapts to the body shape and boasts multiple functions including waterproofing, breathability, cold protection, and heat resistance. Special note, wearing it significantly enhances mobility in water and reduces the probability of being attacked by aquatic creatures. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. This equipment had come at just the right time. He immediately retrieved a suit from the system and put it on in front of Barbara. The next second, the high-tech suit clung to his body, perfectly outlining his muscle lines, making him look incredibly dashing. It was indeed high-end. Chu Fan couldn't help but wonder what it would look like on Barbara. Barbara's eyes widened, completely stunned, even stopping her bathing. Honey, where did you get these clothes? Are you a magician? Or have you always had clothes but deliberately not wearing them? Chapter 6 Fully Automated Resource Collector. Chu Fan smiled and took out another piece of clothing from his system space, handing it to Barbara. Didn't you say that leather jacket was too hot? Here, change into this. Barbara took the clothes and put them on without much hesitation. The moment she put them on, the clothes began to automatically conform to her body's shape, as if they were custom-made. The new light green dress shimmered in the moonlight, like it was covered in dragon scales, both cold and alluring, creating a striking visual impact. Her long, straight legs had a clear, defined silhouette, and her every step exuded a captivating charm that drew everyone's attention, making Chu Fan unable to resist taking a second look. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly her smoothly curved hips, flawless like a work of art. Her golden curls shimmered softly in the moonlight, highlighting her fair skin, making her look like a sea goddess straight out of mythology. This dress is amazing. It's not stuffy at all, and it's so comfortable. Barbara excitedly touched her new clothes, her eyes sparkling. Then she looked down at the zipper on the chest and couldn't help but complain. Wait, isn't the zipper in a really weird spot? The two tried it on for a while and found that the clothes were not only breathable, but also had excellent heat insulation, making them far more practical than expected. Chu Fan looked at Barbara in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. I'm very pleased that you made this decision. Here, I'll reward you with a blind box. He waved his hand, and a faintly glowing blind box appeared out of thin air in front of them, hovering in midair. Barbara looked at the blind box in surprise and asked curiously, "What's inside?" Chu Fan shrugged. I don't know either, but whatever it is, it'll definitely be useful to us. This surprise is yours today. Actually, he also wanted to see if someone else could open the blind box, and also to see if Barbara was lucky enough. Sure enough, girls from all countries are powerless against the allure of opening blind boxes. Barbara's eyes lit up as she carefully took out the blind box. Encouraged by Chu Fan's gaze, Barbara gently pressed a button. Blind box successfully used. Item obtained. Fully automatic resource collector. The notification sound had barely faded when the two exchanged a glance. Chu Fan immediately opened the system instructions to check the collector's functions, and his face lit up with surprise. The collector could automatically search for and lock onto resources within a 100-meter radius, and automatically retrieve resources within 10 meters. It can be installed at the bow of a ship. If it has an autopilot function, the collector will generate navigation and assist with steering. The device supports solar power and can be used for 10 days with 4 hours of sunlight per day. Amazing! This thing is simply a resource harvesting artifact. Chu Fan exclaimed excitedly, unable to resist praising Barbara. Darling, you're such a lucky person. Barbara blushed slightly at the praise and revealed a proud smile. Chu Fan immediately retrieved the collector from his spatial storage, went to the front of the raft, and installed it in the designated position. Once activated, a silver-gray device over a meter tall stood steadily at the bow. The LCD screen on top began operating, scanning the sea area in real time, creating a highly futuristic visual effect. As Chu Fan operated the device, he asked, "What if this thing runs out of power?" The system immediately replied, "The device is solar-powered. It can be recharged by sunlight. Normal use is unaffected." Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the collector issued a notification. Supply box detected 50 meters ahead on the left. Travel route generated. The two immediately looked up at the screen and saw a dot of light in the upper left corner moving slowly, its direction clear. Chu Fan immediately grabbed the wooden paddle and paddled at full speed toward the target. When they were about 10 meters away, a grappling hook automatically extended from the front of the collector, firmly gripping the box on the sea surface and easily dragging it onto the raft. "This is amazing. This thing is so convenient." The two were overjoyed. It meant they would never have to search for resources by sight again. Supply box successfully opened, obtained 2 pieces of leather and a special item, Seawater Separator Blueprint 1. Upon seeing this result, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to find blueprints. He immediately unfolded the blueprints and studied the instructions with Barbara. The seawater separator, capable of converting 1 liter of seawater into 500 milliliters of fresh water and 30 grams of salt. This function directly addressed their most pressing need, water. The appearance of the blueprints also activated a new crafting option on the crafting table of the bracelet. Level 1 seawater separator, required materials: iron 10, copper 5, charcoal 10, plastic 10. Chu Fan looked at the material list and felt a headache coming on. He currently only had 5 units of iron and hadn't seen copper or plastic yet. It seemed he couldn't make it anytime soon and could only wait for luck to slowly accumulate the materials. He currently had 4 units of leather, still 6 short. He'd have to continue searching tomorrow. After a long night, both of them felt quite tired. Chu Fan lay down on the raft and said to Barbara, "Get some rest. Let's keep trying tomorrow." Barbara nodded. "Okay, darling, I'll listen to you." They fell asleep in each other's arms, the temperature gradually rising. 5 minutes later, Barbara's cheeks flushed and she complained softly, "Didn't you say you were going to sleep?" Chu Fan chuckled, "I just wanted to examine the position of the zipper on your clothes." Chapter 7. Barbara, charge. At dawn, as the sun rose, Chu Fan gently woke Barbara in his arms. To his surprise, this woman's stamina was incredible. Despite expending so much energy last night, she was completely unharmed today. Chu Fan jokingly mentioned a game in their Dragon Kingdom where a hero shared her name and had a particularly funny line, "Barbara, charge." Barbara heard it twice and imitated it quite well, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Chu Fan whispered something in her ear with a grin, and Barbara slapped him on the shoulder. "You rascal, you're so naughty." Last night, the automatic collector caught 2 more chests, containing 10 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, and 1 unit of copper. Chu Fan opened the warehouse and recounted the resources: 42 wood, 5 hemp rope, 1 fishing net, 6 leather, 5 iron, and 1 copper. He then opened his bracelet, and as soon as he entered the interface, he was stunned by the dense stream of private messages. "Please, big boss, share some water." "Bro, I'll trade my black stockings for water. What do you think?" "Chu Fan, are you my wife's gigolo? Come out here." This message was from Brother Long. Chu Fan's face darkened as he scrolled through the messages, searching for any reliable trade requests. Barbara, standing beside him, chuckled and reminded him, "Chu Fan, check the world chat. We're trending." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly opened the channel and, sure enough, saw the name Neptune causing a stir in the chat. Chu Fan was startled. "Sea King? Who came up with that name?" Barbara said with a grin, "I did. You look like the Sea King, and your gear is cool too. Isn't it super imposing?" Chu Fan was both amused and exasperated. This girl clearly didn't know that Sea King in China didn't just mean handsome. But the name did sound pretty cool. Since he was going to make a living at sea, being a Sea King wasn't so bad. The chat was flooded with discussions. Who's the ruthless guy on the Neptune? He can actually trade water. Is this some kind of cheat from the system? I'm dying of thirst and haven't gotten a single drop. We strongly request the captain of the Neptune to come out and share his experience. Only then did Chu Fan notice that the world chat only showed the team name, not the member information. However, the regional chat showed the specific players' names, including his and Barbara's. Just then, his system email flashed again. A friend request from Brother Long. Chu Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted. Soon after, the other party sent a message. "Bro, are you the pretty boy who fell from the 38th floor?" Chu Fan was about to deny it when the other party sent another message. I'm not looking for trouble. Actually, I really didn't expect you to get into trouble that day. My wife has cheated on me more than once or twice. Seeing that he sounded quite sincere, Chu Fan didn't hide anything and replied, Brother Long, I'm sorry. She said she was single that day. I really didn't know you two weren't divorced yet. Wow, it really was you, brother, haha. You don't need to explain. I know what she's like. Anyway, it's all in the past. I wonder which boat she's on now. Chu Fan looked at the chat, feeling a mix of emotions. He casually ordered a few bottles of water, packed them up, and sent them over. Brother Long, consider this a small apology. The other party immediately replied, Oh, my brother, so loyal. You really are the kind of man I admire. Just as Chu Fan was feeling awkward, Brother Long added, I have a few pieces of leather here that I don't need for the time being, so I'll give them to you. Soon, a confirmation window popped up. Brother Long is trading you 5 pieces of leather for none. Chu Fan was stunned and quickly sent a message. You gave them all to me? Is that enough for yourself? Brother Long laughed. I was lucky and matched with a fishing guy who has more fish skin than he can use. I don't need this. Hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. This was another new route. Killing fish could yield leather. He'd learned something new. He immediately confirmed, and 5 units of leather arrived in his account. Now, combined with what he'd gotten before, he had exactly 10 units, enough to upgrade his raft. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. The sun rose higher, and the sunlight grew increasingly intense. The two knew that if they didn't build a roof soon, they'd get sunburned. Chu Fan opened his bracelet and selected Upgrade Ship, Add Awning. Consume 10 wood and 10 leather to build the awning. Upgrade. Accompanied by the notification sound, the resources in the warehouse decreased simultaneously. The next second, a white light flashed across the hull, and a brand new wooden canopy stood at the other end of the raft, providing excellent sun protection. Barbara immediately crawled into the canopy and sat down as if she had found a treasure, her face full of satisfaction. Chu Fan was also about to sit down and rest when his gaze suddenly sharpened. On the distant sea, a raft was rapidly approaching, heading straight for their location. Someone's coming, he whispered a warning. Barbara immediately tensed up, standing up and looking in that direction. In situations of scarce resources and chaotic rules, humanity is often the most dangerous enemy. As the raft drew closer, the two men finally saw who it was. One was short and bow-legged, the other of medium height with a center-parted hairstyle and small eyes. Their eyes lit up when they saw Barbara. Pretty girl, the bow-legged man exclaimed with a lewd grin, giving her a thumbs up. The man with the center-parted hair rubbed his hands together and chuckled. She really is beautiful. Chapter 8 Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guchong. Barbara noticed the two men's fixed gazes and felt a chill run down her spine, her eyes filled with disgust. She moved closer to Chu Fan and whispered, They've been staring at me. It makes me very uncomfortable. Chu Fan shielded her behind him, his gaze sharp as he looked at the newcomers. What do you want with us? The short Japanese man smiled and introduced himself. My name is Mei Chuan Kuzi. It's a pleasure to meet you, especially this beautiful lady. His words were polite, but his eyes roamed over Barbara without any attempt to conceal it, in a blatantly repulsive manner. The Korean man beside him also joined in, tossing his hair in what he thought was a cool gesture. My name is Park Guk-chong, from Korea. His gaze was completely uninhibited, showing utter disregard for Chu Fan. Chu Fan sneered and turned to Barbara, saying, Darling, these two are your country's lackeys. Now they're like dogs worshipping their master. Barbara instantly understood what Chu Fan meant and couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing hysterically. She looked at the two with feigned disgust. Too bad. Dogs are too ugly. I don't like them. Barbara blinked, her face full of disgust, as if she'd seen something filthy. Mei Chuan Kuzi wasn't annoyed. Instead, he shamelessly pressed closer, saying, Beautiful lady, we're actually on the same side. You should stay away from that Chinese. Barbara rolled her eyes dismissively, then simply wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck and gave him a quick kiss on tiptoe, saying, What does this have to do with me? Her provocative action instantly ignited the anger of the two men opposite her. Mei Chuan Kuzi's face turned cold, and he pointed at Chu Fan, shouting, Kid, know what's good for you. Don't block our way. Park Guchong looked down and fiddled with his bracelet, then said coldly, We found out. They are the Sea King. The woman's name is Barbara, and the man's name is Chu Fan. Chu Fan also simultaneously read the other party's information. Their team was called Yamato. Mei Chuan Kuzi's gaze fell on the canopy of the Neptune, his eyes growing increasingly greedy. Only the second day, and they already have a canopy? If we could seize this ship and get Barbara over here, he began to fantasize. His gaze towards Barbara was like a desire to strip her naked, his lust undisguised. Unfortunately, they were still in the newbie protection period and couldn't attack directly. Park Guk-chang raised his fist and threatened, Chu Fan, you can't beat us all by yourself. Hand over Barbara, and maybe we'll spare your life. Mei Chuan Kuzi also sneered. Otherwise, we'll let you die in the sea to feed the sharks. Their eyes burned with fervor, as if they had already laid out the fates of Chu Fan and Barbara perfectly. Chu Fan stared at them coldly, his face unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. The two of you? You dare threaten me? The air seemed to freeze instantly, the only sound the pounding of heartbeats echoing around them. Standing behind Chu Fan, Barbara felt a surge of security and pride emanating from him. This was the man she wanted to rely on. The two enemies, caught off guard by Chu Fan's counterattack, watched as Mei Chuan's smile turned sinister. Fine, Chu Fan, remember what I said today. Park Guo-chang raised his fist again, looking unwilling to give up. Once the protection period is over, let's see how arrogant you are. Chu Fan ignored them and took Barbara back to the awning, where at least they could hide their faces. However, he had underestimated the two men's shamelessness. All morning, no matter how the Neptune moved, their raft followed relentlessly, like two pieces of chewing gum stuck to them at sea. Chu Fan endured it for a long time before finally sighing. Ignore them. Let's focus on gathering resources first. He knew the real trouble wouldn't come until the protection period ended. There was no doubt that someone like Mei Chuan Kuzi had already put him on his kill list. And while Park Guk-chang wasn't a blood feud, South Korea was notorious for its cunning and manipulative nature. Chu Fan was already used to it. These two are now targeting him and Barbara, which is a classic case of settling old and new scores at once. But Chu Fan also understands that with his current strength, he doesn't have much of a chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Barbara frowned and said, Darling, how about we give them some water in exchange for them leaving? Chu Fan shook his head. Barbara, you don't understand. The people from these two countries are best at taking advantage of others. If you back down, they will only think you are weak. What should we do? I don't want anything to happen to you, Barbara said, her eyes filled with worry. Looking at her earnest expression, Chu Fan gently pulled her into his arms. Don't worry, I'm not someone to be trifled with either. I'll fight to the death if necessary. Barbara leaned against him and whispered, If anything happens to you, I don't want to live either. These words struck Chu Fan deeply, and his gaze hardened. He gently stroked Barbara's face. Don't be afraid, we still have time. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. Just then, the supply collector suddenly beeped. Beep. Supply box detected. Location, 12 meters underwater. Chu Fan was startled. It was the first time he'd encountered underwater resources, and his eyes lit up instantly. However, it's a bit troublesome because the collector's detection range is beyond the automatic retrieval distance. In other words, to get the box, he has to dive down himself. If it were yesterday's Chu Fan, he might have hesitated. But now it's different. With enemies watching him, he realizes he must grow stronger quickly. Collecting resources on the surface isn't enough. We have to take everything underwater too. Perhaps the boxes underwater hold a hidden treasure. Thinking this, Chu Fan's eyes turned cold, and a thought surged into his mind. The timid starve, the bold thrive. He was determined to get these boxes. Chapter 9 Underwater Treasure Chest. Upon hearing that Chu Fan was going into the water, Barbara immediately shook her head in opposition, looking tense. No, it's too dangerous in the water, you can't go down. Chu Fan, however, didn't seem to care, and smiled as he kissed her forehead. Don't worry, it's still the protection period. It's not that easy for anything to happen. Barbara wanted to persuade him further, but Chu Fan had already taken out 2 ropes, interrupting her. I'll tie these 2 ropes together and put them around my waist. If anything happens, I'll pull them, and you can pull me up from the boat. Seeing the determination in Chu Fan's eyes, Barbara could only nod and personally tied the ropes securely around his waist. Before entering the water, she gave Chu Fan a tender kiss. Be careful, my dragon knight. Chu Fan smiled and waved, then plunged into the water, his figure quickly disappearing into the shimmering waves. Barbara, on the other hand, anxiously clung to the side of the boat, her eyes glued to the water for not a second. On the other side, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guk-chang also noticed Chu Fan's movements and immediately focused their attention on him. Where did Chu Fan go? Park Guk-chang asked, puzzled, but his eyes were more concerned about Barbara's figure. Mei Chuan Kuzi frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It's hard to say. Let's wait and see. Park Gukchang's guess was wildly inaccurate. Mr. Mei Chuan, do you think he's trying to escape? Mei Chuan cursed inwardly, thinking this Korean guy's brain must have gone mad. Don't worry, he can't survive without this ship. His eyes lit up. If he really escapes, wouldn't that be perfect? We can take over the Sea King and Barbara directly. Park Gukchang was overjoyed. Hee, this woman is amazing. Mei Chuan Kuzi's face darkened. I was the one who set my sights on Barbara first. Park Gukchang pleaded with a bitter expression. Then what am I supposed to do? Mei Chuan Kuzi pulled out a magical artifact from his pocket and waved it in front of him. I'll give you this tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Park Gukchang recognized it at a glance and immediately beamed. Great. Chu Fan, who was underwater, had already dived to a depth of 3 or 4 meters, but did not feel much pressure. He quickly realized that this was probably thanks to the Sea King's suit, which enhanced his underwater abilities. He checked the rope binding him and continued his descent straight towards the seabed. The underwater world was surprisingly bright, and the surrounding schools of fish emitted iridescent colors, as if he had entered a mysterious otherworld. Holding his breath, Chu Fan swam downwards. The deeper he went, the stronger the water pressure became, and the larger the fish grew. Suddenly, his vision went dark. A massive black shadow lay motionless in the deeper water. The shadow was so huge that Chu Fan couldn't make out its outline, but it somehow resembled an ancient behemoth. A primal fear crept into Chu Fan's heart, sending chills down his spine. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of metallic gleam. There was a metal treasure chest, lying quietly beside the giant beast's paw. Chu Fan was instantly conflicted. Was this luck a bit too good? Did it have to be this thrilling? But then he thought, if even ordinary wooden boxes could yield good items, this metal box would only be more valuable. He gritted his teeth. How will I know if I don't try? Anyway, there's still the protection period. Let's take a gamble. At this point, he was almost bursting with rage. There was no turning back, so he gritted his teeth and swam directly towards the treasure chest. The moment his hand grasped the box, he felt as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Slowly turning his head, the enormous black shadow opened its eyes, its massive dragon pupils staring intently at him. Chu Fan's scalp tingled, his breath almost stopped, and he froze on the spot. He screamed inwardly, "You don't need this box, can't I just borrow it?" But the dragon didn't move, only staring at Chu Fan, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. He forced himself to calm down, hugged the box tightly to his chest, pulled on the rope, and struggled to swim upwards. But the next second, the dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force swept over, causing seawater to rush in. Chu Fan couldn't swim up at all, and he was sucked straight into the dragon's mouth. Even with the protection period, if he were swallowed, he would probably be stuck in his stomach and never come out. Chu Fan cursed inwardly. Brother, are you serious? You're not lacking in this piece of junk. The dragon's fangs drew ever closer, but Chu Fan couldn't break free from its immense force. Just as he was about to be sucked into that terrifying, gaping maw, the rope around his waist tightened suddenly. A force came from above, pulling him back a bit, and he paused for a moment. In that precious second, the dragon's suction reached its limit, and it held its breath to breathe. Chu Fan exerted all his strength, using Barbara's pull to push off and swim upwards with all his might. Barbara, you're truly my savior. He tensed up, clutching the treasure chest tightly, and frantically sprinted towards the surface. Meanwhile, the giant dragon below, seeing its target escape, roared and flipped over, its tail sweeping across the water. Chapter 10. Protection period ends early. Despite Barbara's best efforts, she couldn't pull Chu Fan up. The giant dragon writhed, opening its blood-red maw once more, instantly turning the seawater into a cage, trapping Chu Fan tightly. Chu Fan was now suffocating. Even wearing the Sea King's suit, he was barely holding on. The depth and pressure had exceeded his limits. His consciousness began to fade, and the image of Barbara flashed through his mind. So this was what it felt like to be cared for and deeply loved. He was an orphan, destitute and alone since childhood, yet he couldn't bear to die like this. Just then, at this critical moment, a rope suddenly emerged from the sea and precisely seized the metal treasure chest in his arms. Chu Fan was stunned. The next second, a powerful pull dragged him towards the surface. The automatic collector had activated. It turned out that Barbara's strong pull had propelled Chu Fan 2 meters upwards, putting him right into the collection range. A system-made product, it never fails. The automatic collector completely ignored the enormous suction force, leaving even the raft unaffected. Chu Fan instantly felt his body lighten. The pressure in the water suddenly disappeared, and he was pulled directly to the surface. With a splash, Chu Fan finally broke through the sea surface, panting heavily, kneeling on the raft, frantically sucking in air. The metal box in his arms also fell into the middle of the raft, making a heavy impact sound. Barbara, ignoring the box, rushed forward and hugged Chu Fan, her voice trembling with tears. "You scared me to death. If you hadn't come up, I wouldn't have lived either." She had sensed the abnormality underwater long ago, and her heart sank the moment she saw the rope snap. If the system hadn't intervened automatically, she would have even jumped into the sea to save him. Chu Fan took a few breaths, his eyes never leaving the sea. He knew the giant dragon wouldn't give up. It would definitely catch up. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guchong, watching from afar, had also been closely observing the situation. When they saw Chu Fan approach, carrying the glittering golden treasure chest, their eyes widened in astonishment. "That's a metal box. It's definitely top-tier resources." The two immediately rowed the Yamato, quickly approaching the Sea King, shouting as they rowed. "Hey, kid, hand over the box, and we might let you go." Chu Fan ignored them, quickly picking up the broken rope and tightly tying himself and Barbara to the raft. Barbara asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Chu Fan didn't answer, but continued what he was doing, his eyes fixed warily on the water. Meichuan Kuzi snapped, "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you pretending to be mute for? You bastard, how dare you ignore us?" Chu Fan sneered, and the dark figure in his sight finally emerged from the sea. He uttered 2 words in a low voice, "Idiot." The next moment, the sea exploded. Boom! The Yamato was overturned, and the entire raft was lifted into the air. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gukchong were caught off guard and were thrown hard into the sea, swallowing several mouthfuls of salt water before surfacing. Chu Fan and Barbara, having been properly secured, were only soaked but didn't fall into the water. Just as they caught their breath, everyone witnessed a horrifying sight. A gigantic, jet-black dragon emerged from the sea, half its body positioned between the 2 ships, like a mountain peak. Its yellow eyes, like lanterns, stared intently at the Sea King and the treasure chest. "Dragon." Meichuan Kuzi's voice trembled with fear. Chu Fan also frowned, not expecting this guy to actually catch up. The giant dragon opened its blood-red maw without hesitation and pounced straight at Chu Fan. Barbara screamed, clinging tightly to Chu Fan's arm, her face deathly pale. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guchong, after their initial shock, grinned maliciously. They were betting that the dragon would devour Chu Fan. That way, they could rightfully take over the Sea King and Barbara. Chu Fan, however, did not retreat. He waited, gambling on the system's rules. Sure enough, as the dragon charged close, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! The beam of light struck the dragon precisely, and the dragon let out a deafening roar, crashing heavily back into the sea and creating a 100-meter-high wave. It roared unwillingly, glared fiercely at Chu Fan, glanced at the treasure chest, and then slowly sank into the deep sea. Chu Fan finally let out a long breath, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed, but Barbara caught him. He had won his gamble. The system rules of the 3-day protection period were something even dragons had to abide by. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guchong's faces were extremely grim. Chu Fan had actually survived such a situation. Their eyes locked onto the treasure chest again. There must be an incredible secret hidden inside. Just then, a system notification came from the sky. Player has triggered a cross-level rule event. The current area protection period will be terminated early. Time remaining until the end of the protection period. 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 29 seconds. The sound was like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned. Chu Fan's first reaction was, "Is that even possible?" Barbara, on the other hand, looked at Chu Fan with admiration, her eyes practically shining. "You actually managed to shake the rules. You truly are worthy of being my man, Barbara's man." Meanwhile, the two on the Yamato had gone from shock to rage. "Chu Fan, what have you done? You've put everyone on the countdown to death ahead of time. You're a sinner. You should commit seppuku to atone for your sins." Chu Fan sneered. "Seppuku is your tradition. In our Dragon Kingdom, we believe that living is more important than anything else." He paused, then looked at them and said, word by word, "This is a survival world. I'm only responsible for myself and my woman. As for the others, what do I care?" Chapter 11. Bite me if you dare. When Chu Fan said, I'm only responsible for myself and my woman. What do I care about anyone else? Barbara was completely stunned. Her blue eyes sparkled like little stars, and the way she looked at Chu Fan was so sweet it could practically drip honey. That's the spirit. That's the protectiveness. So manly. Honey, you're so handsome. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guk-chong, after a few seconds of stunned silence, immediately turned grim. You're finished. I'm going to expose your crimes on the regional channel and let everyone condemn you. The two immediately activated their bracelets and began condemning the incident on the channel. Hello everyone. This is Meichuan Kuzi from the Yamato. We have found the culprit, Chu Fan. He triggered the rules, causing everyone to enter a life or death situation prematurely. I am Park Guk-chong, and I testify. It was Chu Fan from the Sea King who did it. The channel was initially silent, then erupted in a torrent of anger. What? How could he do this? We just started searching for resources. Isn't this a scam? It's so selfish. Come out and apologize. You're the enemy of the entire server. However, not everyone blindly followed suit. Some voices were much more rational. Brother Long said, don't be fooled. One of the two people who reported this is a Japanese soldier, and the other is a Korean soldier. The problem lies with this lousy game, not Chu Fan. Snow from winter. One more thing. If you really want to curse someone, you should curse the one who started the trouble first. Filanina. The Minotaur was furious. Stop talking nonsense. My wife is on the next ship. Hurry up and end the protection period. I'm going to take down that black guy. However, these rational opinions were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming wave of public opinion. Barbara saw the public opinion on the channel, gripped Chu Fan's hand tightly, and looked determined. Without saying a word, Chu Fan understood what she meant. You are my man, and I support you. Chu Fan gently patted her hand and said softly, don't be afraid. He couldn't be bothered to argue with those people in the channel. He didn't care what they said, so he just told them to come and bite him. Now he's more concerned about the golden treasure chest he desperately fished out of the sea. Chu Fan carried the treasure chest into the cabin, with Barbara following closely behind. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guk-chong became anxious and shouted desperately, trying to see what was inside. Chu Fan, we've both survived the dragon's attack, so we deserve a share of this treasure chest. Chu Fan ignored them completely, calmed himself down, and opened the box without hesitation. In an instant, a golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sea area, and even the sky itself shone. What? This golden light is ridiculously strong. Meichuan Kuzi's face changed. Park Guk-chong was stunned. Holy crap. He definitely had a super gadget hidden in there. Chu Fan and Barbara, who were inside the cabin, were also startled by the golden light. As the light gradually faded, the two were able to see what was inside clearly. A map, 3 gold coins, and a beautifully designed sword. That's all. Chu Fan was a little confused. This was a golden treasure chest? It didn't seem worth it. He first picked up the 3 gold coins to examine them. They were engraved with dragon patterns, like ancient coins. In the real world, these 3 gold coins would definitely be worth a lot of money. But in this survival world, it's hard to say. Chu Fan threw the gold coins into the warehouse, then picked up the sword. The sword looked imposing and carried a certain sense of oppression, but the system did not display its attributes, so he did not know what it was used for. He simply handed the sword to Barbara. Here, you've got a weapon you need. He, however, focused his attention on the map. The map shows a route that ends at an island, with a large red cross drawn in the center. It looks exactly like a treasure map, but there are no coordinates, no north marker, and no compass. Chu Fan frowned immediately. This thing was of no use for the time being. He was frustrated. He had almost lost his life, and all he got in return was this little bit of stuff? The Yamato was still swaying outside. Those two guys were like leeches that just wouldn't budge. Chu Fan didn't have time to complain and continued to focus on salvaging the supply boxes. Just then, a wooden box floated on the sea about 30 meters away, and Meichuan Kuzi immediately became excited. Quickly, that's ours, he ordered immediately. This crate was indeed closer to the Yamato, and they were rushing faster, so it seemed like they had it in the bag. A few minutes later, Park Guk-chong had already paddled to a position less than 2 meters away from the supply box. At this moment, Chu Fan and Barbara's Neptune were still 10 meters away. Meichuan Kuzi burst into laughter. Ha! Chu Fan, you can't steal it this time. But his laughter was abruptly interrupted the next second. A mechanical rope with claws extended from the Neptune and grabbed the wooden crate in the blink of an eye. What? Meichuan Kuzi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The wooden crate was pulled and landed steadily on the Neptune. The collector had once again proven its worth. Park Gukchang stomped his foot in anger. Chu Fan, are you cheating? Chu Fan smiled and casually remarked, if you're not convinced, come and bite me. Supply box successfully used. 10 wood, 2 iron. The wooden crate was successfully dismantled, yielding 1 piece of wood. Next, Chu Fan and Barbara collected supplies almost simultaneously, displaying their affection for each other with astonishing efficiency. In contrast, the Yamato, after following it for so long, didn't even manage to get a single piece of cargo, let alone any boxes. Meichuan Kuzi was so angry that his face turned purple. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Chu Fan, once the protection period is over, you're dead. Chu Fan ignored him and was leisurely giving Barbara a French kiss. This action almost made Meichuan faint from anger. Looking back, Park Gukchang's bitter face gave him an even bigger heart attack. What kind of luck is this? Chu Fan got paired with a beauty right from the start, while they actually got a Korean guy from South Korea. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 rafts were rapidly approaching from a distance of 2 kilometers away in this sea area. Chapter 12 The Liu Siblings. On a raft, 2 strong men, shirtless, were rowing hard, chasing after the Sea King and the Yamato. They weren't far from here to begin with, and when they saw the pillar of light appear in the sky, they knew something was happening. Hoping to gain some advantage, they were rushing over. Both men had fierce-looking faces, and one of them had a scar on his right cheek that extended to the corner of his eye, making him look even more menacing. His muscular physique also reveals that he is indeed a fierce and courageous person. Brother, we'll catch up with that ship in a little while. Do you think they really have anything good? Scarface licked his lips and sneered. 6th brother, remember this. No matter what, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Retrieving boxes from the vast ocean is nowhere near as fast as robbing something that's already there. The 6th brother nodded and said, the eldest brother is right. Scarface continued. Besides, the protection period ended not long after that light appeared. If you say the 2 aren't related, I'll never believe it. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the Neptune. The 6th brother gave a thumbs up and said, Big brother is brilliant. Suddenly, Lao Lu's eyes lit up, he swallowed hard, and gestured with his mouth to the side. Brother, that girl is hot. Upon hearing this, Scarface turned his head and saw a raft less than 20 meters away on the sea, also heading in the same direction as them. There was a man and a woman on the raft. The man was dark-skinned and muscular, and he was rowing the raft with all his might. The woman was wearing a bright red, form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure. The cheongsam had a slit on the right side, extending from her black high heels all the way up to her thigh, making her long, slender, white legs appear and disappear. With a delicate and petite face and perfectly sculpted features, she was indeed a rare and stunningly beautiful woman. Even Scarface, who was used to seeing things, couldn't help but sigh. Not bad at all, 6th brother. Give it a try. How about I make her your sister-in-law? On the other boat, Lu Rian also saw Scarface in his companion's boat, but she didn't linger on it for long, keeping her eyes fixed ahead. The man rowing the boat in front said, Sister, I don't think those 2 people on that boat are good people. Should we stay away from them? This is Lu Ruyan's younger brother, Lu Shangfei. Coincidentally, the 2 of them were teleported here together and are even on the same ship. Lu Ruyan said in a cold tone. Ignore them. Keep chasing those 2 ships ahead. Lu Shangfei whispered. You make it sound so easy. If you're so capable, why don't you row the boat yourself? Lu Ruyan's gaze turned cold as she asked, What are you muttering about? Lu Shangfei immediately said, It's nothing. I meant I'll row harder. At the same time, she sighed, thinking that her older sister was clearly a beauty of unparalleled grace, a school beauty in her own right, with countless suitors. But she's an ice queen, indifferent to everyone and everything, which is why she's always been single. Most importantly, she also learned some martial arts, and when it came to disciplining her younger brother, she never held back. Therefore, when he saw his sister frown, he immediately became as obedient as a kitten. No, I have to find a man to marry her off, otherwise I'll keep getting bullied. Lu Rian was also filled with worry at this time. She knew her younger brother too well. He was impulsive and easily agitated, but also kind-hearted. He was just a child who hadn't grown up. This isn't a harmonious society anymore. It's a real struggle for survival. With his personality, it would be very difficult for him to survive. But in the end, I am just a woman, and in some ways I am no match for men. Therefore, if the siblings are to live well in this world, They must find a reliable partner. The siblings had also seen the beam of light in the sky, so they wanted to see who had caused such a commotion. Lu Rian also noticed Scarface's boat and the two men's unrestrained gazes towards her. However, she didn't react much, because she had seen that kind of look far too many times and was no longer surprised. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared on the horizon, Lu Rian and Scarface's two ships finally caught up with the Sea King and the Yamato. They also witnessed the Neptune launch a rope, which retrieved a supply box 10 meters away. Lu Rian and her brother were both stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, Scarface and Lao Lu's eyes showed even more greed. Chu Fan also noticed the two extra boats. Apart from Lu Rian, who caught his eye, he selectively ignored the others. Meichuan Kuzi watched helplessly as the supply boxes right under his nose were taken away one by one, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. At that moment, he heard Park Gukchang exclaim, "This woman is really beautiful." Upon hearing this, Meichuan Kuzi immediately turned his head and saw Lu Rian standing at the bow of the ship, as beautiful as a statue. Meichuan Kuzi's eyes lit up immediately. This woman was indeed beautiful, in no way inferior to Barbara. Moreover, the queenly and aloof aura emanating from this woman made him want to kneel down involuntarily. "Hey there, another beauty. They're all mine." However, he soon spotted Scarface and Lao Lu on the other side and realized that the two men were up to no good. Meichuan Kuzi's mind raced, and he immediately addressed Scarface. "Brother, I am Meichuan Kuzi, captain of the Yamato." Scarface frowned slightly and whispered, "Japanese devils." Meichuan Kuzi acted as if he hadn't heard. "Brothers, you've come at the right time. This is Chu Fan, who caused the protection period to end prematurely. We should join forces to get rid of such selfish people as soon as possible. As for the things on his ship, apart from this woman, you can choose the rest first. How about it?" After saying that, Meichuan Kuzi looked at Scarface with a smile, but in her heart she had already made a plan. Once she succeeded, she would kill the two men. "Both women belong to me, and everything on the Sea King belongs to me." Scarface glanced at Barbara on the Neptune and was also amazed. No wonder this little devil wanted this woman even if he didn't want anything else. However, he wasn't one to back down easily, so he raised his voice and said, "Cooperating with you isn't out of the question, but I also want to have a taste of this woman. I've never ridden a foreign horse before." Meichuan Kuzi was taken aback at first, then revealed an extremely lewd smile. "So this brother has the same hobby as me. I agree, and maybe we can even have a group activity with the lady next to us." These words stunned everyone. As expected of the Japanese, their ideas are always so perverse. Lu Rian clearly understood the meaning behind the words and said coldly, "You're courting death." Just then, a sound finally rang out from the horizon. "Beep, the protection period has ended. Please officially begin your journey." Chapter 13 Rewards for All. The sound from the sky had barely faded when a chorus of curses erupted in the regional channel. "That Chu Fan is a complete scoundrel. Don't let me run into him, or I'll make him pay." Then, the sound from the sky rang out again. "Congratulations to Zone 10087 for becoming the first zone in the entire server to end its protection period. All ships in this zone will be upgraded to level 2. As soon as the voice fell, countless rafts in the area where Chu Fan was located flashed with light. Chu Fan's bracelet also lit up. The current ship can be upgraded by 1 level. Please select the upgrade direction. 1. Increase the area to twice the current size of the ship. 2. Change the boat type, keeping the size the same. The current boat changes from a raft to a small fishing boat. Chu Fan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the voice. With Barbara's affirming gaze, Chu Fan stated his choice. 2. I choose 2. Even the biggest raft is still just a raft. There are only 2 of them now, and the place is big enough. It would be more practical to change the type of boat. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed across the boat beneath Chu Fan and Barbara's feet. After the white light disappeared, what I was standing on was no longer the original raft, but a fishing boat made of wood. More importantly, because the canopy of his small boat had been upgraded before, the boat automatically turned into a covered boat after the upgrade. Chu Fan was overjoyed. He had really made a huge profit. If he wanted to upgrade himself, he would probably need a lot more leather and wood. The other 3 ships next to it have also been upgraded, and as expected, they all chose to upgrade their ship types. After all, rafts always give people a feeling of insecurity, while small fishing boats are much better. Lu Rian looked at the Neptune with a complicated expression, as if she was thinking about something. "Wow, Brother Fan is amazing. I was just worried about not finding the materials to upgrade my ship." "Yeah, I didn't expect to get a free ship upgrade the first time the protection period ended. Brother Long, what did I say? Where are the people who were cursing Chu Fan just now? Have they been proven wrong yet? Winter snow, exactly. Even if you useless trash had one more day of protection, you probably still wouldn't be able to upgrade. You've hit the jackpot. Felinina, I had given up hope, but thankfully there's Chu Fan. I love him. At this moment, in C area number 10087, countless people felt their faces stinging. That's a huge slap in the face. Just a moment ago, they were cursing Chu Fan, but the next second everyone was actually benefiting from Chu Fan. After a few seconds of silence, someone finally spoke again on the regional channel. That's right, I won't stand for anyone who insults my brother Fan. From now on, Chu Jiufan is my older brother. Chu Fan is my godfather. Dad, you're awesome. From now on, I'll take on anyone who dares to defy you. Upstairs, have you no shame? I'm the good son of my father. At this moment, a man who identified himself as Harmony Little Flying Man spoke up. What are you doing? Chu Fan is my brother-in-law, and I'm going to marry my sister to him. Upstairs, is your sister some kind of dinosaur? Haha, that's right. Peter Pan gets a little anxious. No way. My sister is so pretty. Ouch, that hurts, sis. Let go of me. Lu Ruyan released her grip on her brother's ear in an annoyed manner. She doesn't like chatting in regional channels, but that doesn't mean she won't watch them. Lu Shangfei, what nonsense are you spouting? That's right. Her ship is called Harmony, and this Peter Pan is her younger brother Lu Shangfei. Lu Shangfei chuckled and was about to say something when the voice from the sky rang out again. Congratulations to Neptune for ranking first in resource acquisition during the protection period. Neptune will be awarded an additional level. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fan and Barbara's bracelets rang again. Congratulations. You have the opportunity to upgrade your ship. Please select the upgrade direction. 1. Upgrade the boat size to a medium-sized fishing boat for greater comfort and safety. 2. Upgrade the ship's propulsion system and add sails. Chu Fan made his choice in less than 3 seconds. Choose option 2. 1. That sounds good, but with such a large boat, rowing by hand is obviously no longer suitable. Therefore, prioritizing the upgrading of the powertrain is the best course of action. As Chu Fan made his choice, a tall mast appeared in the middle of the Neptune ship. There's no wind right now. If there were, we could set sail immediately. All rewards have been distributed. From now on, the danger level of the supply boxes you encounter will be greatly increased. Small islands and ships may appear on the sea, presenting both opportunities and dangers. Destroying the ship's owner will grant you their resources and a large amount of experience. Experience points can be used directly to upgrade your ship. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This game was encouraging everyone to attack each other. It was definitely not as benevolent as he thought. Suddenly, Barbara said, Chu Fan, they're here. Chu Fan turned his head and saw that the Yamato, which had been following them, and Scarface's 2 ships had surrounded them. Chu Fan, thank you for your efforts. Now your ship and your woman are mine. Mei Chuan Kuzi licked his lips, looking at the sexy Barbara next to Chu Fan with an excited expression. Scarface and Old Six also came over. With no obstacles in their way, the 4 of them quickly jumped aboard the Neptune and surrounded Chu Fan and Barbara. Scarface glanced at the automated supply collector at the bow of the ship and the tall mast, and immediately felt incredibly envious. At this moment, Lu Shangfei shouted from the side, What are you doing? Chu Fan helped everyone so much. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Mei Chuan Kuzi revealed a cruel smile. Chu Fan has robbed me of countless supplies along the way, and doesn't your Chinese have an old saying? A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Chu Fan is simply not worthy of such a fine ship, much less such a beautiful lady. Lu Shangfei was furious. The Japanese devils have always been ruthless beasts with no bottom line, and their people cannot even be classified as human. Then he turned to Scarface and shouted, What about you? We are all Chinese. How can you team up with the Japanese to bully your own people? Scarface grinned maliciously as he pulled out a sharp dagger and said disdainfully, Murder and arson bring wealth and honor. Little brother, don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Ruyan, who was standing to the side, with his scarlet eyes. Lu Ruyan remained calm and looked over there without changing her expression. Chu Fan took out the Neptune's halberd, and Barbara also took out her sword, confronting the 4 of them. Mei Chuan Kuzi laughed and said, It's no use. All your struggles are in vain. In fact, no one knew that Mei Chuan Kuzi's true identity was a world karate champion, which was the main reason why Park Gukchang followed his lead. In his view, Chu Fan in front of him was no match for him at all. If he wasn't afraid of causing trouble, he would never have bothered to partner with Scarface. This ship, all the supplies, and these two beautiful women all belonged to him. Meichuan Kuzi. Chapter 14 The Vessel for Equalizing All Beings. Meichuan Kuzi glanced at the weapon in Chu Fan's hand, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. You always boast about how amazing Chinese martial arts are, but in my opinion, it's all just empty boasting. The strongest martial art in the world is none other than the karate of our great Sakura Empire. Scarface said impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and finish him off. Chu Fan's gaze turned cold. He had never learned any martial arts, but he knew that he couldn't back down at this moment. At the same time, Park Gukchang and Lao Lu approached Barbara in perfect unison, their faces contorted with savage smiles. Although Barbara had a sword, she was no match for the two burly men. After only a few rounds, the sword in his hand was knocked off onto the deck. Park Gukchang and Lao Lu grinned lewdly and were about to grab Barbara. Barbara turned pale instantly and let out a gasp. Chu Fan was in a great hurry and was about to come over when he found that Meichuan Kuzi was blocking his way. Chu Fan, don't rush, your opponent is me. Chu Fan was furious. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. You little devil. Just as Barbara was about to fall into the hands of the two men, an arrow suddenly shot out from nowhere and pierced straight into the sixth brother's eye socket. The sixth brother let out a scream. His whole body flew backward, and then he stopped moving. Park Gukchang was startled by the sudden arrow and flew backward. Scarface turned red as soon as he saw his underlings killed. Turning around, I saw Lu Ruyin with a calm expression, holding a bow in her hand, still in a shooting posture. Little vixen, it turns out it was you. This arrow was shot by Lu Ruyin, an archery enthusiast who was once a member of the Jiangqing Archery Club. She was lucky. When she was teleported here, she was maintaining her bow and arrows, so they were teleported with her. The only regret was that she only had one arrow, and after that, her bow would be temporarily useless. This was completely unexpected by everyone. Chu Fan, who was fighting with Meichuan Kuzi, was also taken aback. He didn't expect that this woman in a Chong Sam would actually help him. Barbara, still shaken, patted her pale chest and said to Lu Ruyin, "Thank you." Lu Ruyin said calmly, "No need to thank me. Helping you is helping myself. Let's think about how to deal with them first." Chu Fan was taken aback. He was truly impressed that this woman could remain so calm under such circumstances. But Lu Ruyin is right. Now is not the time to think about these things. We need to find a way to deal with the two people in front of us. Just then, Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then he was thrown backward. Boom. Chu Fan crashed into the cabin and fell to the ground. Barbara rushed over to him. "Chu Fan, how are you?" Chu Fan shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Meichuan Kuzi retracted his right foot, revealing a sinister smile. "All right, that's the end of the game. Scarface, his life is in your hands now. How about it?" Scarface, whose face was flushed from the death of Lao Lu, immediately said upon hearing this, "Very well, you actually dared to kill my man. I'm furious right now." After saying that, he picked up the knife in his hand and stabbed at Chu Fan. Lu Ruyin pulled back Lu Shangfei, who was about to rush over, her heart heavy. "Looks like we need to prepare to escape." Barbara also looked utterly desperate. Beep. The host has successfully survived for one day. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Reward successfully issued. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 blind boxes. Chu Fan was overjoyed. He had been stalling for time, waiting for this very moment. Whether it's life or death, we'll see what happens next. Without a second thought, he immediately extracted the 2 blind boxes. The 2 boxes that suddenly appeared blocked the short knife in Scarface's hand, making a crisp sound. Scarface was also taken aback by this sudden scene. What is this? Meichuan Kuzi frowned upon seeing this scene. For some reason, when he saw the 2 boxes, he had a bad feeling. Chu Fan then simply took a blind box and threw it into Barbara's hand. "Open the box, Barbara." Barbara quickly understood Chu Fan's meaning, and without any hesitation, she and Chu Fan opened the blind box at the same time. Ding. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Martial Arts Mastery X1. Ding. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Equality Shotgun X1, plus 10,000 bullets. As expected, when it really matters, we still have to rely on our leader. The reward you desire may be late, but it will never be absent. Chu Fan knew the system would give him a surprise, but he didn't expect it to be 2 such big surprises. Barbara's eyes lit up when she saw the shotgun she had fired. She's very familiar with this stuff. In the free United States, handling guns is basically an essential skill for everyone. She grabbed the shotgun with lightning speed and pulled the trigger before Scar could react. Bang bang bang. A burst of flames erupted, and Scarface immediately started dancing disco. Even Park Guk-chong, who was following behind, was not spared. It truly is a divine weapon that grants equality to all beings. After a few shots, everyone has become obedient. Scarface looked at his body, which was riddled with holes like a sieve, and blood was gushing out. He didn't even have time to utter a word before he was dead beyond dead. Park Guk-chong was in an even worse state. His entire head was smashed open, and it was as if his skull had been ripped off. Meichuan Kuzi reacted quickly and hid behind Park Guk-chong, thus escaping Barbara's punishment. When Barbara came to her senses, she was disgusted by the bloody scene before her and was about to vomit on the spot. But she still stared intently at Meichuan Kuzi in front of her, ready to kill him the moment he dared to show his face. Not far away, Sister Lu was also shocked, and Lu Xiangfei was completely stunned. What? That's too violent. That's too brutal. Even Lu Ruyan, who had always been calm and collected, showed a hint of surprise on her face. This Chu Fan is indeed extraordinary. Meichuan Kuzi was almost scared to death. How did a shotgun suddenly appear? That woman is too ruthless. She's holding onto the bolt and hasn't let go. Poor Park Guk-chong. He never got to eat kimchi again before he died. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, Baka, Chu Fan, you have no sportsmanship. If you're so capable, fight me fair and square. Lu Xiangfei shouted from the side. When the four of you surrounded two people, where was your martial ethics? Meichuan Kuzi ignored Lu Xiangfei and hid behind Park Guk-chong's corpse. There's an old saying in your dragon kingdom. It is called, Shishi Wu Zhui Jinjia. Chu Fan, do you dare to have a fair duel with me? If I win, I'll let you go, how about it? Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Barbara pulled the trigger on her gun. That constant nagging is so annoying. Chapter 15, You Don't Need This. Chu Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected Barbara to be so decisive. But then he laughed. Well done, Barbara. Chu Fan gave a heartfelt thumbs up. Barbara tossed her golden hair, a haughty look on her face. You shouldn't waste your breath on people like this. Meichuan Kuzi looked at his chest, which was becoming like a sieve, with resentment in his eyes, feeling his strength constantly disappearing. You all. Finally, he opened his mouth wide, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed onto the deck with a thud, dead beyond any doubt. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the Yamato and obtaining all of its resources, earning plus 100 points. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating Scarface and obtaining all of Scarface's resources, earning plus 100 points. As Chu Fan threw the four corpses into the sea, 2 messages were pushed to the regional channel on his bracelet. The regional channel immediately exploded. What? As expected of my brother Fan, he's amazing. Little flying man, I was there. Fan Gu is really amazing. He killed Xiao Rizi and that little stick. Fan Gu is awesome. Brother Fan, do you need any more underlings? I'm really good at sucking up. Upstairs, get in line. I'll go first if I'm going to lick it. Chu Fan didn't care about other people's opinions of him, because he keenly noticed that the number of people in the regional channel had increased to 9,878. In other words, in just a short period of time, more than 100 people have died in the entire area. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Chu Fan sighed and began to check the resources on the 2 ships. There are 2 bottles of water, 2 fish, and a dagger on the Yamato. What the hell is that? Chu Fan stared blankly at the rubber-like thing in his hand. Barbara saw the thing too, and immediately blushed, saying, How disgusting. Throw it away, you don't need it. This was the first time Chu Fan had ever seen this thing, and he asked in confusion, What is this? Oh dear, you have me, you don't need this thing. Chu Fan was even more confused until he turned the thing around and saw the details on the other side, and then he realized what was going on. Damn, so that's what it is. This nation is really a pervert. Realizing what was happening, he immediately threw away what he was holding. This is the Fiji cup. The thought that this thing might have been used by that despicable man made him feel nauseous. I washed my hands 3 times before I felt a little better. Little did he know that this was a priceless treasure that Park Guk-chong of South Korea never managed to obtain before his death. Suddenly, as if he had just thought of something, he turned to look at Barbara with a mischievous grin. Honey, what did you just say? Tell me honestly, how did you come to know about this thing? If you don't tell the truth, I'll spank you. Barbara puffed out her chest and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think I wouldn't recognize something I own? You're not going to regret it, are you? Then go and pick it up again. Chu Fan laughed and flicked her nose, saying, "You really know a lot." Just as the two were playfully fighting, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me, Senior Chu. Do you have a few minutes to say a few words?" Chu Fan was stunned. He looked up and saw a pair of incredibly long legs appear before him. "What did you call me, Senior?" Chapter 16 Team Formation. Chu Fan looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him and asked in surprise. Barbara stood up and said solemnly to Lu Ruyan, "Thank you for saving us just now. You are really beautiful." Lu Ruyan smiled faintly and said, "No need to be polite. I've said it before, helping you is helping myself. I can't fight those people on my own." He paused for a moment and then continued, "And I also want to ask you for a favor." After speaking, he looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan did not express his opinion, but continued to ask the previous question. "Wait a minute, Miss Lu Ruyan, you just called me Senior. What's going on?" What he didn't say was that if he had such a beautiful junior, it was impossible for him to have no recollection of her at all. Lu Ruyan nodded and asked, "Did you graduate from Jiangxing University?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "That's right, Jiangxing University, Computer Science Department, class of 2016. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "Then that's right. I also graduated from Jiangxing University, majoring in law, class of 2020. Chu Fan then realized that this was indeed his junior, but she had just entered the school when he graduated, which explained why he didn't remember her. But how could Lu Ruyan know him? Although he was quite handsome, he didn't think he had that much charm. As if sensing Chu Fan's question, Lu Ruyan continued, "Last year at the school anniversary celebration, I watched you give a speech on stage from the audience." Chu Fan then remembered that there was indeed such a thing. "So you really are a junior from school. What a coincidence to run into you here." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, which was taken as acquiescence. Only then did Chu Fan truly see Lu Ruyan's appearance clearly. She did resemble the fairy sister somewhat, but with a touch more aloofness. Lu Ruyan didn't hide anything and directly stated her purpose. "Senior Chu Fan, I need your help with something." Chu Fan had a good impression of this junior, especially since she had just helped him out. "If you need anything, just say so. Do you need water? I can give you some." As he spoke, Chu Fan took out several bottles of water from the warehouse and handed them over. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so generous as to give her the most precious water source. "Senior, who is it?" Chu Fan smiled and said, "It's all right, you can take it. Just because others are short of water doesn't mean I am. You can take this little bit." Lu Ruyan didn't stand on ceremony, because she and her brother had only drunk one bottle of water in the past 2 days, and this little bit of water was exactly what she needed. "Thank you very much, Senior, but that's not what I wanted to talk about." "What is that?" Lu Ruyan let out a soft breath and whispered, "I want to team up with my senior." Chu Fan was taken aback. Was there really such a good thing? Seeing that Chu Fan and Barbara remained silent, Lu Ruyan quickly explained, "My younger brother is still too young. It's difficult for me to take care of him on my own. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. I just hope you can allow us to stay by your side." Barbara's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said, "Great. It's good to have more people. That way I'll have company. Darling, please agree." A strange feeling rose in Chu Fan's heart. "Barbara, I hope you won't regret what you said today." How could he not be willing? He'd be overjoyed. He's a man determined to become a sea king. At that moment, it was even harder for him to suppress the corners of his mouth than for AK. Fortunately, it was already dark, so it was not noticeable unless you looked closely. So he pretended to be reluctant and nodded, saying, "Okay, then you can follow behind us." Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Then thank you very much, Brother Chu. I won't bother you any longer. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he jumped back onto his own boat. Chu Fan was staring blankly at Lu Ruyan's back, when suddenly his ears snapped shut as he heard Barbara's voice. "Still watching? Everyone's gone." Chu Fan chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? I was thinking about how to arrange things for these siblings in the future." Barbara said, "Oh," and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Chu Fan coughed twice and said, Let's talk about that later. Let's not talk about that now. Did that stick hurt you today? Let me check you over to see if you're injured." "No, that's not true. Take your hand away, it tickles." Lu Ruyan returned to the boat and handed a bottle of water to her younger brother. "Chu Fan has agreed to let us follow. You can tie the boat to the bow of their boat." Upon seeing the water bottle, Lu Shangfei was overjoyed. "Wow, there's water to drink. It must be from Brother Chu Fan, right?" Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "Drink sparingly. We can't always trouble others." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Shangfei had already drunk most of the bottle of water and wiped his mouth. "Sis, what did you just say?" Lu Rian was speechless for a moment, then shook her head and said, "It's nothing. You should go to sleep early." "Okay, sis." As he spoke, Lu Shangfei had already tied the Harmony and the Sea King together with a rope. After doing all this, he called out, "Sis, I'm going to sleep now." After saying that, he ran to the bow of the boat, lay down and fell asleep. In less than 5 minutes, he was snoring. Lu Rian looked at her heartless younger brother and shook her head helplessly. Luckily, they were assigned to the same boat as me. Otherwise, with my personality, I wouldn't even know if I was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lu Rian drank a few sips of water, sat at the stern of the boat thinking about something, and suddenly her face turned red. These two are really something. She glanced at the Neptune with a hint of resentment, and Barbara's voice reached her ears intermittently. Although she had never been in a relationship, she knew a little about matters between men and women, and upon hearing the sounds, she knew exactly what kind of game they were playing. Is this really that interesting? Lu Rian wanted to cover her ears, but she couldn't help wanting to listen. How come Chu Fan is still continuing after so long? How is he so amazing? It wasn't until an hour later that things gradually quieted down on the boat next door. Lu Rian stuck out her tongue, feeling her mouth was dry, and before she knew it, she had finished the whole bottle of water in her hand. Seeing the empty bottle in her hand, she gave a wry smile. I had reminded my younger brother before, but I didn't expect that I couldn't do it myself. Suddenly, she felt a rush of urge to urinate. Come to think of it, she hadn't been draining the water during the day because it wasn't convenient. I drank a bottle of water, and now I can't stop the urge to urinate. Looking at the bow of the boat, Lu Shangfei was still snoring. Looking at the Neptune again, it was now completely silent. Only then did she feel relieved and went to the stern of the boat to deal with the matter of the 5-grain cycle. Meanwhile, on the Neptune's side, Chu Fan also felt a surge of urge to urinate. Without much thought, he stepped out of the cabin, stood at the bow, and began to open the sluice gate to release water. Suddenly, she saw a dark figure crouching on the opposite boat. A sudden realization dawned on me, and I immediately understood. What? It seems like I came at the wrong time. Chapter 17, Falling into the Water. Under the pale moonlight, Chu Fan looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. Turns out, goddesses are no different from everyone else. Because it was an unconscious exclamation, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Lu Rian, who was draining the water, heard the voice and, startled, shouted, "Who is it?" Chu Fan then came to his senses and realized that he should probably pretend he hadn't seen anything. But it was too late by then. Lu Rian recognized the voice as belonging to Chu Fan. Chu Fan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "What a coincidence. You're relieving yourself too." Lu Rian's face flushed red to the roots of her neck. She had only just started to laugh and couldn't stop herself. She could only complain, "You're still looking. Turn around." Chu Fan then said, "Oh," covered his eyes with both hands, leaving a gap between his thumb and eye, and said, "Don't worry, I won't look." Lu Rian was so angry she was speechless. After quickly finishing her business, she stood up to straighten her clothes. Just then, a wave crashed in, causing the boat to rock violently. Lu Rian lost her balance and cried out in surprise as she fell into the sea with a splash. Chu Fan was stunned when he heard the thud. He looked through his fingers and found that Lu Rian had disappeared. Strange, where are they? Chu Fan looked around but couldn't find Lu Rian, so he quickly jumped over and found only a puddle of water where he had been standing. What? Did she fall into the water? What's this? Chu Fan picked up something that had fallen onto the deck and, by the moonlight, could see it clearly. It turned out to be a pink pair of panties. I didn't expect to get equipment. The drop rate is really high. While Chu Fan sighed inwardly, he didn't stop walking. He looked around and sure enough, he found Lu Rian splashing around in the water not far away. Suddenly, a wind picked up at sea, and the waves grew larger and larger. Lu Rian tried to swim this way again and again, but was pushed further away by the waves each time. Not good. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan jumped into the water and swam towards Lu Rian. His Neptune suit finally showed its advantage at this moment. He was barely affected by the undulating waves and quickly swam to Lu Rian's side. At this moment, Lu Rian had exhausted her strength and was about to sink. Am I going to die here like this? What should I do, little brother? At this moment, Lu Rian suddenly remembered Chu Fan's appearance. 2 years ago, when she first saw Chu Fan in the audience, she was deeply impressed by him. Not only was Chu Fan handsome and the undisputed campus heartthrob of Jiangxing University, but most importantly, his humorous and witty remarks left a very deep impression on Lu Rian. If I die, will he be sad? Will he take care of his underlings out of respect for me? That's it. These things are beyond my control now. Just as she was about to give up struggling, she suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist. Then, I heard that pleasant voice in my ear, anxiously asking, "How are you? Can you still swim?" Lu Rian took a deep breath and barely managed to lift her head, saying, "I'm all right." No sooner had she finished speaking than a wave crashed over her, engulfing her completely. Fortunately, Chu Fan held her tightly, which prevented her from being swept away. "Stop being stubborn. Hold on to me." Lu Rian knew this was not the time to be reckless, so she could only nod and let Chu Fan hold her. After swimming 3 or 4 meters with Lu Rian, Chu Fan sensed something was wrong. "No, your clothes are soaked. You need to take them off." Lu Rian's face immediately turned red. This was too embarrassing. But she was always a calm woman and knew that Chu Fan was right. But she had no strength left in her body, so she whispered, "Help me take off." Sizzle. The next second, Lu Rian's cheongsam was torn to shreds, turning into strips of cloth that disappeared into the waves. Lu Rian was speechless. She only had this one set of clothes, and now that it was torn to shreds, what was she supposed to wear? Chu Fan swallowed hard and explained, "It's too inconvenient to take off my clothes in the water, so I had no choice but to resort to this." He thought to himself, "Wow, this girl's figure is amazing. Her bust size is only slightly smaller than Barbara's. To be honest, this scale is already considered top-notch in China. It just happened to encounter the exceptionally talented Barbara." Lu Rian knew there was nothing she could do, so she nodded and said, "Thank you, I don't blame you." The waves at sea were getting bigger and bigger. Although he was wearing the Sea King's suit, Chu Fan, who was carrying one person, was still unable to bring Lu Rian to the ship. Instead, he watched the ship get further and further away. Fortunately, a wooden box floated by, and the two were able to grab onto it, preventing them from sinking. "Oh no, this is terrible. Without a boat, the two of us are going to die at sea." Lu Rian sighed. "It's all my fault. I've dragged you into this." Chu Fan replied, "What nonsense are you talking about at a time like this? Let go of me. Go to the boat yourself. You'll definitely make it." As if she had made a major decision, Lu Rian remained calm as she spoke to Chu Fan. Chu Fan shook his head and said, "Let's not even talk about whether I can catch up by myself. I would feel uneasy leaving you here alone. Don't worry, Barbara and the others will definitely come to rescue us when they see us." This is also one of the advantages of the game. Players on the same team can use wristbands to locate each other, so there's no need to worry about them not being able to find each other. The only question is whether the two of them can hold out until then. But Lu Rian stubbornly believed that she had implicated Chu Fan and shook her head, saying, "You don't need to." At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly noticed a small rocky reef not far ahead, and he was overjoyed. There's hope. So, without waiting for Lu Rian's reaction, he grabbed her and swam towards the rocky reef. The reef wasn't far, but due to the strong winds and waves, Chu Fan still had to exert a lot of effort to swim to the reef with Lu Rian, and they rubbed the rocks, panting heavily. Suddenly, he froze. Lu Rian's clothes are already gone, so what am I grabbing? Thinking of this, he quickly turned his head and saw that he was holding a ribbon-like object in his hand, while Lu Rian's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Just now, Chu Fan grabbed her bra strap, and before she could resist, he forcefully dragged her here. But she knew that Chu Fan did this to save her, so she didn't blame him. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm having trouble breathing because of the tightness." Chu Fan awkwardly let go, and the belt bounced back, hitting Lu Rian's smooth back with a thud. "This is awkward." To cover his tracks, Chu Fan quickly climbed onto the rocks. "Come on up." Lu Rian blushed, nodded gently, and climbed up through the crack in the rock. Chu Fan turned his head and reached out his hand, ready to help her up, but he was stunned at first glance. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have picked up a piece of equipment on the ship earlier. Chapter 18 Desert Island. Chu Fan was stunned. Lu Rian naturally took Chu Fan's outstretched hand and, with a burst of strength, climbed onto the reef. She tidied her hair, but then noticed Chu Fan staring at her, so she instinctively lowered her head. Even the usually calm and composed Lu Rian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The situation was so dangerous that she forgot some things. "Damn it, doesn't that mean I'm talking about myself? Oh, you're still watching." Realizing what had happened, Lu Rian hurriedly bent down and squatted down. Chu Fan wiped his drool and quickly said, "Look at my memory." As he spoke, to Lu Rian's surprise, he took something out of his pocket and handed it to her. "Here, I found this on the bow of the boat. It should be yours." Lu Rian was taken aback, took the paper and looked at it. Her face immediately turned red again. Was Chu Fan doing this on purpose? Who puts a woman's underwear in their clothes? But there's no point in worrying about that now. After a rustling sound, Lu Rian finally straightened her clothes. Only then did she realize that the clothes were not wet at all. What kind of clothes are these? How come they're so waterproof? Oh, this is my Aquaman suit. It's very waterproof. The two fell silent for a moment. Chu Fan deliberately turned his head away, forcing himself not to look at the beauty beside him. Lu Rian had regained her composure and resumed her aloof goddess demeanor. Thank you. Chu Fan was taken aback and subconsciously asked, What? Thank you for coming to save me. Chu Fan waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Aren't we alumni? We're teammates now, aren't we? Lu Rian smiled faintly and said, That's true. But anyway, thank you. Without you, I would probably be dead. I don't know how to repay you. Then repay me with your body. Chu Fan blurted out, finally unable to resist turning his head back. These words stunned Lu Rian. She gave a cold snort, but it didn't sound like she was angry. It sounded more like she was complaining. Wow, it's huge. Chu Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lu Rian frowned slightly and asked, What did you say? I must say this island is quite big. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Lu Rian also noticed. When we were in the sea, we only saw a corner of this small island from afar and thought it was just a large reef. But once their eyes had fully adjusted to the surrounding darkness, they realized that it was actually a small island. The island was so lush and green that it blended into the surrounding night, which is why it wasn't distinguishable. This was the first time the two of them had seen an island in this world, and they were both curious and nervous. I wonder if there are any indigenous people in this world, what they look like, and whether they eat people. Just then, Lu Rian suddenly pointed to the beach and said, Chu Fan, look over there. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly turned his head and saw a small boat moored on a beach not far from them. Judging from their appearance, they should be survivors who were transported from Earth, just like them. And they should also be survivors from Area 10087. At that moment, the ship was completely empty, without a single person in sight. The two slowly approached the small boat, and then discovered that there was a lot of blood on the bow and countless footprints on the ground. Judging from the situation, the survivors on this ship are likely in grave danger. Just then, Chu Fan's ears twitched, and he suddenly turned to look behind him. In the woods not far away, something seemed to be moving about. Judging from the situation, the number should be quite large. Lu Rian also noticed this situation and immediately became nervous. After a brief moment of panic, Chu Fan quickly calmed down. He quickly took out a set of Neptune's clothes from his spatial storage and handed them to Lu Rian, who was still naked. Wear this. Lu Rian was taken aback, but after realizing it was a piece of clothing, she immediately took it. As soon as she got her hands on it, she noticed that the fabric of the clothes was very peculiar, completely different from the fabric of the clothes she usually wore. It looks like it's made of the same material as the clothes Chu Fan and Barbara are wearing. Lu Rian put on her clothes as quickly as possible, and the next second, the clothes automatically began to take shape. The color of the clothes changed from the initial yellowish green to bright red. The process was incredibly fast, and when the modifications were completed, Chu Fan was completely stunned. Before me stood Lu Rian, wearing a red halter-neck dress that revealed a large expanse of her smooth, white back. The hem of the skirt is somewhat similar to that of a cheongsam, which is very similar to her previous outfits. Even more outrageous, she was now wearing a pair of black stockings and black high heels. Damn, isn't this Ada Wong's look? That's right, if she had 2 more guns, Lu Rian would definitely be Ada Wong. This also perfectly matches her naturally aloof temperament. Lu Rian was very satisfied. She glanced at Chu Fan beside her and suddenly said, So you had clothes. Why didn't you give them to me earlier? Chu Fan chuckled and said, Didn't I just remember? Lu Rian rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. This guy clearly just wanted to see her body. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly said, Be careful, something is coming out of the woods. Lu Rian's heart tightened, and she looked towards the direction of the woods. In the darkness, countless shadowy figures rushed out of the woods and headed straight for the two of them. Seeing the dense mass of dark figures, Chu Fan knew he couldn't just stand there and wait to die. He quickly grabbed Lu Rian's hand and said, Run. Lu Rian did not refuse and followed behind Chu Fan, running parallel to the forest towards one side of the island. The dark shadow behind them emitted a series of gurgling sounds and chased after the direction the two had fled. The two dared not stop for a moment and kept running forward. But something was chasing them relentlessly, and just by the sound, You could tell that there were quite a few of them coming from behind. The two were panting heavily and on the verge of exhaustion when Lu Ruyan suddenly pointed to the side. Chu Fan, there's a tree hollow over there. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan indeed saw a large hole, big enough to fit a person, under a towering tree in front of him. Quick, let's go inside and hide for a while. The two of them tacitly ran towards the tree hole, and as soon as they entered, they heard a rumbling sound coming from outside. A truly minuscule difference. Fortunately, these things outside didn't seem to be very intelligent, and they actually managed to run past them. This gave the two a slight sense of relief, but they still dared not be careless. The tree hollow was very small, and the two people were standing almost face to face, pressed together. Chu Fan didn't know where to put his hands. Feeling the fragrance emanating from Lu Ruyan, Chu Fan felt a little dazed. As expected of the president of Jiangxing University, this feels amazing. Lu Ruyan naturally sensed Chu Fan's unusual behavior, glared at him, and spoke. Chu Fan, there's something I want to ask you. What? Is that kind of thing really that interesting? Chapter 19, Why don't you repay me with your body? Chu Fan was stunned. He never expected that such words would come from the mouth of Lu Ruyan, a fairy who seemed to be untouched by worldly affairs. Listen to this. What outrageous and rabid words. Chu Fan coughed awkwardly twice and said, Let's not discuss this issue anymore. Why does it sound like someone is about to die? Chu Fan was speechless for a moment. This little vixen was too good at describing things. Lu Ruyan continued. I kept hearing her say, oh no, 1 minute, and oh yes the next. I really couldn't figure out whether she wanted it or not. Chu Fan was stunned. This little vixen really didn't hold back when it came to lewd talk. Who would have thought that she was a school beauty goddess who was usually so aloof that she made others despair? No matter how much I tell you, you won't understand. You'll know once you try it yourself. Just then, the sound of running came from outside again, and the two of them immediately fell silent in fright. And so, the two of them lay drowsy against each other for what seemed like an eternity before Chu Fan suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize that it was already broad daylight outside. He turned on his bracelet and found that Barbara was not far from his location, so he guessed that she should have already discovered that Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan were missing. We need to figure out the situation here as soon as possible and find a safe place to wait for Barbara and the others to rescue us. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous for Barbara to go directly to the island. Seeing that there was no more movement outside, Chu Fan gently woke up Lu Ruyan, who was leaning against him. Like smoke, wake up, it's dawn. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes and found that it was already broad daylight. Then, she realized that she was lying completely in Chu Fan's arms, and there were even drool marks on Chu Fan's chest. This made her heart race. In all her life, this was the first time she had ever spent so much time in such an intimate position with a man. After Chu Fan expressed his concerns, Lu Ruyan immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Barbara wasn't sure, but she was certain that her simple-minded and impulsive younger brother would rush onto the island without a second thought. It would be dangerous if we ran into those guys from last night. With that in mind, the two of them peered through the crack for a while, and after confirming that there was no movement outside, they quietly crawled out of the tree hole. Chu Fan took out 2 bottles of water from his spatial storage. After the two of them drank some water and replenished their energy, they began to explore their surroundings. It was a grove of low trees, not particularly dense, but the trees were all very thick and looked quite old. After observing for a while, Lu Ruyan said softly, These trees are not species from Earth. At least I have never seen or heard of them before. Chu Fan nodded. Lu Ruyan was absolutely right. There's an eerie atmosphere permeating this island. And what exactly were those things that appeared last night? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, Ruyan, this island is quite large, and we don't know the specific situation on it. So I think we should find a higher place to figure out the situation. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, That's right, that's what I think too. What do you think of that mountain? Following the direction Lu Ruyan was pointing, Chu Fan looked up. To their right front, a mountain stood tall, which appeared to be the highest point on the island. All right, let's not delay, let's set off right away. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ruyan raised her arm and wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. The journey was not easy, but fortunately, we did not encounter any danger. The two drank some water at the foot of the mountain, rested for a while, and then continued climbing. The mountain is not high, only about 100 or 200 meters high. Moreover, there is a mountain path, which saves a lot of effort. Great, Chu Fan, we'll be at the summit soon. Chu Fan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them were extremely nervous the whole way and didn't dare to waste a single moment. Fortunately, they arrived safely, and the two of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Fan, I really have to thank you for helping me escape this time. Lu Rian sincerely thanked Chu Fan. Hee, what's the use of just saying thank you? Let's get down to business. What do you want? Didn't I tell you? You might as well just repay me with your body. Lu Rian glared at him and said, Don't you already have Barbara? You still want to make a move on me? I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Chu Fan said dismissively. This isn't on Earth, it's at sea. How can you call me a scumbag? Call me the king of the sea. Lu Rian was speechless for a moment. It was the first time she had ever seen someone call someone a scumbag so righteously. Aren't you afraid of hurting Barbara by doing this? You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Lu Rian stopped and looked up, saying, Are you serious? Chu Fan also stopped and said solemnly, Of course. You are the most special one among all the people I fall in love with. Actually, the first time. Suddenly, Chu Fan lunged forward and tackled Lu Rian to the ground. Before Lu Rian could react, Chu Fan pinned her down. In her haste, she quickly said, Chu Fan, you don't need to be in such a hurry. I promise you, but now. Chu Fan quickly said, Be careful, those things are coming. Lu Rian then noticed that there was a small arrow emitting a blue light stuck in the spot where she had just been standing. If Chu Fan hadn't tackled him to the ground, he might have been hit by an arrow by now. Since accepting the martial arts mastery, Chu Fan's senses have become extremely sharp. Therefore, although the small arrow came suddenly, he still managed to catch it with keen insight, which led to his actions just now. After helping Lu Rian up, Chu Fan took the trident out of his spatial storage. Rian, you're standing behind me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of strange little people rushed out of the woods opposite. These people were very short, all green, with two large ears on their small heads. His mouth was wide open, revealing serrated teeth. To be honest, Chu Fan felt that this thing was extremely similar to the goblins in his previous life's games. There were a great many goblins, roughly 100 at a glance. They charged out, shouting and yelling, carrying all sorts of weapons. Wow, so many. Lu Rian's face paled slightly. She never expected that the thing that had chased her all night yesterday would be such an ugly creature. Upon seeing Lu Rian's appearance, the goblins became even more excited, howling and swarming around her. Chu Fan knew he was in trouble and shouted, Run! Chapter 20 Fierce Battle on the Mountaintop. After shouting, Run! Chu Fan didn't hesitate at all and pulled Lu Rian up the mountain. Chu Fan, what are these things? They look disgusting. Lu Rian asked breathlessly as she ran. Chu Fan said with a serious expression, Although I'm not sure, judging from its appearance, it's most likely a goblin. Goblin? When Lu Rian heard this name, her expression tensed up. She wasn't completely ignorant. She had heard of goblins, monsters that only existed in myths and games. According to legend, this is an extremely ugly, greedy, lustful, and cruel monster. Seeing it today, I can confirm it's true. I've heard that if a woman unfortunately falls into the hands of this monster, she will suffer a fate worse than death. Thinking of this, Lu Rian noticeably quickened her pace. She didn't want to be caught by that monster. The two ran uphill, with the goblin army in hot pursuit. It's daytime now, so finding a place to hide like we did last night is almost impossible. The two had no choice but to run up the mountain step by step. More than 10 minutes later, the two finally reached the top of the mountain. Chu Fan's body had been strengthened, so he was fine, but Lu Rian was a girl after all, and after sprinting at full speed for this short distance, she was so tired that she couldn't straighten her back. How are you? Lu Rian took a deep breath. It's all right, I won't hold you back. Chu Fan nodded and said to the front. They're catching up quickly, let's go a little further. The two walked a few dozen meters further and suddenly froze. Lu Rian was utterly horrified. The mountaintop was a near vertical cliff, with the surging sea below. But if you jump from that height, there's probably no chance of survival. On the cliff, more than a dozen wooden stakes stand upright, and on the stakes are desiccated corpses. Not all of them were dried up. 2 of them were still very fresh, and judging from their appearance, they were probably of the same kind that had been transported from Earth. That must be the owner of the ship we saw last night. Lu Rian glanced at it, barely managing to hold back her vomit, and said in a trembling voice, Chu Fan, look at that. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed a woman tied to one of the wooden stakes. The woman was not completely dead yet, but her breath was barely a whisper. Her clothes were nowhere to be seen, and her body was covered in wounds. The most horrifying thing was that her chest had already been cut off, leaving 2 bowl-sized scars that were still oozing blood. Her lower body was utterly ravaged. Chu Fan thought he had seen all kinds of pictures on various websites, but he was still shocked by the bloody scene in front of him. The woman seemed to sense someone's presence and forcefully opened her eyes. When he realized that the person standing in front of him was one of his own kind, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. "Kill me, please, please." Even Lu Ruyan, who is usually as cold as an iceberg, was stunned when she saw this scene. What kind of torment must one have endured to want to die? Chu Fan felt a pang of sadness. He knew that this woman could not be saved, and even if she were, she would live in terror for the rest of her life. The woman continued, speaking haltingly. "The treasure chest on the cliff was a trap that killed me." Hearing the goblin's voice getting closer and closer behind him, Chu Fan didn't have time to understand the meaning behind her words. Taking out the dagger he had obtained from Scarface, Chu Fan raised the blade and said softly, "Go in peace." Just as he was about to make a move, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "Wait, Chu Fan." Chu Fan's eyes reddened as he said, "I'm doing this for her own good. We can't be overly compassionate at a time like this." Lu Ruyan was stunned, then shook her head painfully and whispered, "I mean, she is dead." Chu Fan was startled and quickly turned his head, only to find that the woman's eyes were wide open, staring at another corpse beside her. "The color in my eyes is slowly fading, gradually turning into an empty void." Chu Fan closed his eyes, a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He didn't know this woman at all, but at that moment, as a fellow human being, he felt a pang of pity. At this moment, Lu Ruyan reminded him, "Chu Fan, they're surrounding us." Chu Fan suddenly turned his head and took out the Sea King's halberd from his spatial storage. "Ruyan, step back. Today I'll let these bastards taste the wrath of humanity." Lu Ruyan nodded, took a step back, and said solemnly, "Be careful." Chu Fan suddenly took a step forward, and a tremendous aura suddenly rose from his body. The leading goblin was so intimidated by his imposing presence that he involuntarily stopped in his tracks. Chu Fan swung the Sea King's halberd in his hand and roared, "Come on." The goblin leader seemed to be enraged. He yelled a few times, swung his green claws forward, and more than a dozen small goblins surrounded him, raising all sorts of weapons in their hands. Chu Fan was not afraid at all. His martial arts skills were so proficient that he also understood the ancient spear and staff techniques of the Dragon Kingdom. The Sea King halberd was also a long weapon, and there was no difference in how it was used. With a sudden thrust forward, it pierced right through the goblin at the very front. Then, with a flick of the entire Neptune trident, the goblin's corpse was thrown into the goblin pile behind it like a rag. Before the other goblins could react, Chu Fan changed his thrust into a sweeping motion, instantly sending 4 or 5 charging goblins flying. And so, wielding the Neptune's halberd, Chu Fan, like a god of war, charged in and out of the goblin horde 7 times, quickly scaring the surrounding goblins into retreating in fear. Just as Chu Fan thrust out his halberd, a goblin suddenly jumped up from the pile of goblin corpses behind him and swung his club at the back of Chu Fan's head. It's actually a goblin that's playing dead. Chu Fan had just exhausted his strength and didn't have time to change his move. He was about to take the brunt of the blow. Although goblins are short in stature, they are quite strong. If they were to take this blow head on, they would probably be crippled, if not killed. Just then, an arrow suddenly shot through the air, piercing the jumping goblin right through the heart, and it screamed in midair. The arrow was swift and accurate, directly altering the goblin's trajectory in the air. The club deflected a few centimeters and struck Chu Fan's shoulder. Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and almost lost his balance. When he turned around, he saw Lu Ruyan holding a short bow. After she shot and killed the 6th brother last time, she retrieved the arrow. Unexpectedly, it saved Chu Fan's life at a critical moment. Chu Fan nodded his thanks, and Lu Ruyan's lips curled up slightly. However, their joy vanished the next second. An endless horde of goblins surged out of the woods below, closing in on the hilltop. Chu Fan was stunned. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't kill all these tens of thousands of goblins. Am I really going to fail here today? Lu Ruyan's expression also became extremely tense. It seemed that she really couldn't escape this time. Thinking of this, she glanced at Chu Fan, who was blocking her way, and the iceberg in her heart finally melted. This man was in danger because he was trying to save himself. Faced with so many enemies, he still didn't abandon himself and run away. This must be what the ancient generals meant by immovable as a mountain. Chu Fan sighed and said, "Ruyan, it seems we're going to die here today. It's a pity I won't have the chance to let you experience that kind of feeling." Lu Rian's pretty face flushed slightly. This rascal, why is he saying such things at a time like this? The next moment, Lu Rian's face lit up with joy, and she said softly, "No, perhaps there is still a chance." Chapter 21. I don't want an afterlife. I only want this life. Following Lu Rian's direction, Chu Fan looked around. On the sea, two ships were seen sailing towards them, one after the other. Through the bracelet, Chu Fan finally confirmed that these were indeed Barbara and Lu Shangfei, whom he had been searching for. This shows that their strategy was correct. Only from this high vantage point could they see the situation at sea immediately. But the next second, a new problem arose. This cliff is at least 100 meters above the ground and sea level. It's too high for them to go down. Jumping down directly would be no different from committing suicide. Once Lu Rian understood the situation, she quickly realized this as well, and immediately fell into despair once again. At that moment, both of their bracelets rang simultaneously. It turned out that Barbara had sent a private message. "Chu Fan, is that you on the mountain? What are you doing here? I was so worried." Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart and immediately replied, "It's me. I'll tell you the details when I get back. Then I'll come to the island to find you. Don't come up here, it's very dangerous on this island. You should first sail the boat to the sea below me." "Oh, you're not going to jump down, are you?" "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'll figure something out." "Okay, please don't jump. I don't want to be a widow." Over there, Lu Rian also gave Lu Shangfei some instructions. Although she did not explain the current predicament, she made it clear to him that he was not allowed to come up the mountain under any circumstances and that he should stop Barbara from coming to the island. After replying to the private message, Lu Rian put away the bracelet and said softly, "Okay, I've explained everything. Chu Fan, can I ask you for a favor?" "What's up?" "They'll kill me first. I don't want to fall into their hands." Chu Fan was taken aback, then smiled slightly, and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to die? We haven't reached that point yet." Lu Rian shook her head and said, "You don't need to comfort me. I'm not afraid of death. In this situation, what other methods do you have? Unless you can conjure up 2 more boxes like you did yesterday?" Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Blind boxes were impossible to have now, but Lu Rian's words reminded him. "Wait, do you remember what that woman said earlier, that the box on the cliff was a trap?" Lu Rian thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I did say that, but so what?" Seeing the approaching goblin army, Chu Fan quickly stood up and said, "Quickly, find the box." Seeing Chu Fan's appearance, Lu Rian was puzzled, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she stood up and helped him search. "There isn't one on this side of the cliff. There aren't any here either." The two searched the cliff for a while, without success. Just as Chu Fan was about to give up, Lu Rian suddenly pointed down and said, "Look, there it is." Upon hearing the voice, Chu Fan quickly turned his head and saw a small stone platform to the lower right, with a golden treasure chest on it. It seems that the woman and her partner came to the island because they saw this box, so in their eyes, this box is a trap that leads them to their deaths. "Great. Quick, let's jump over." After saying that, the two of them jumped onto the stone platform below, one after the other. The platform wasn't far from the top of the cliff, so the two of them jumped up easily. Just then, the goblin army charged in. Apparently, upon discovering that the two had disappeared on the mountaintop, the goblins angrily knocked down all the wooden frames on the mountaintop. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Rian and Chu Fan, the woman's body quickly fell off the cliff and into the sea. Seeing this, Lu Rian looked dejected. "Chu Fan, so what if we find the box? Are you going to gamble that we can get what we want from it?" The goblins finally discovered Chu Fan and his companions' whereabouts and started yelling at the platform. The goblin leader gave the two a vicious look, then suddenly pointed his claws at the rocks on the cliff and gave a command. Chu Fan's heart tightened. It seemed these guys were planning to throw stones at the two of them. Lu Rian also realized this, but she felt there was nothing she could do. "Well, being able to die with him means I have no regrets." At this moment, Barbara and Lu Shangfei's boat finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Chu Fan suddenly laughed and said, "Lu Rian, do you believe me?" Lu Rian was taken aback and asked, "What?" "If you trust me, do whatever I tell you to do in a moment, and we'll have a chance to leave here alive." Lu Rian stared blankly at Chu Fan, subconsciously thinking that Chu Fan was comforting her. Then, she smiled, which was very rare for her. "Okay, whatever you say." Chu Fan took out the Sea King's halberd and said softly, "In a moment, you will hold on to my Sea King's halberd tightly and not let go, understand?" Lu Rian blushed. "Okay. No, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on tight. Here's what you need to do. Hold on to this treasure chest, and don't let go. no matter what. Can you do that? Seeing the seriousness in Chu Fan's words, Lu Rian calmed herself down and nodded, saying, "Okay, I promise you." After saying that, she hugged the treasure chest tightly to her chest. At this moment, Chu Fan hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Next, I will take you flying." At this moment, the goblins above them surrounded them again, but this time, all of them were holding stones in their hands. Seeing that the time was right, Chu Fan grabbed Lu Rian and leaped away, the two of them leaving the stone platform and falling vertically into the sea below. At that moment, Lu Rian seemed to stop breathing. "I never expected it to come to this. Fine, I'll just return to the sea. That way, at least I can preserve my purity and not have to worry about being tortured by those goblins." At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly whispered in her ear, "I remember you promised to be my woman. Do you still honor that promise?" Lu Rian smiled calmly and said, "All right, since I'm going to die anyway, I promise you, if there is an afterlife, I will definitely be your woman." Chu Fan laughed loudly. "No need to wait for the next life. In this life, you are mine." Lu Rian felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. I guess this counts as being confessed to. So this is what being in love feels like. It's a pity he's about to die. At this moment, Lu Xiangfei also saw the two people jumping off the cliff and couldn't help but shout, "Sister!" Just when he thought the two were about to fall into the sea and be smashed to pieces, an electronic speaker rang out. "Treasure chest detected, distance to target, 10 m, 9 m, 8 m, 7 m. A rope suddenly shot out from the Sea King, hurtling straight towards the sea surface. Chapter 22 Brainwashing Master. Lu Rian. Just as Chu Fan was about to fall into the sea with Lu Rian in his arms, the rope of the automatic resource collector finally managed to grab the treasure chest in Lu Rian's arms. The tomato law, that anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality, has proven true once again. The immense pulling force completely ignored the impact of the two falling from a height of over 100 meters, forcibly pulling them onto the Neptune. Chu Fan made the right bet. From the moment he saw the treasure chest, he had already devised a plan, but there was still a large element of gambling involved. But he guessed right once again. "Tong's father, you are the third person I love most." As for first and second place, those would naturally be Barbara and Lu Rian. One of them was his lucky charm, who brought him a chance at a crucial moment. The second woman was someone who had shared life and death with him, so ranking her second shouldn't be an exaggeration. System, Pa, you scumbag, you really do love those two little bitches more. At that moment, the golden treasure chest slipped from Lu Rian's still shaken arms and fell onto the deck. Barbara dashed forward and jumped directly into Chu Fan's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. "Honey, you scare me to death." Chu Fan patted her dilapidated hut and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm fine now." Next, Chu Fan told Barbara and Lu Xiangfei about what had happened yesterday. Of course, the fact that Lu Rian fell into the sea before she could even pull up her pants was naturally omitted. The next second, Chu Fan suddenly realized that he seemed unable to handle the relationship between Barbara and Lu Rian. Although he talked a big game, he still felt overwhelmed when he actually encountered the situation. Lu Rian seemed to see through Chu Fan's thoughts, rolled her eyes at him, and sighed. He stepped forward and said, "Xiaofei, you go back to the ship first. Barbara, can I talk to you?" Barbara nodded and said, "Okay." She had always had a very good impression of Lu Rian, which was also related to the fact that she had been saved by Lu Rian before. Barbara pointed to the cabin and said, "Come in and let's talk." After saying that, he walked towards the cabin. As he passed by Chu Fan, he casually patted him and hooked his arm around Chu Fan's shoulder. Chu Fan was speechless. This beauty was truly a temptress. Seeing Barbara enter the cabin, Chu Fan whispered, "What do you want to say to Barbara?" Lu Rian glared at him irritably. "What I, Lu Rian, say is what I mean. What I'm going to talk to her about is of course related to you." After saying that, she ignored Chu Fan and bent down to enter the cabin, leaving Chu Fan completely bewildered. At this moment, Lu Rian poked her head out again. "You go up to the Harmony Express first, and don't you dare eavesdrop on our secret." Barbara also poked her head out and said, "Yes, you're not allowed to eavesdrop on Our Lady's secrets." Chu Fan sighed helplessly. This was a complete reversal of the Heavenly Gang. They couldn't even distinguish between the major and minor kings anymore, could they? But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He could guess that the topic they were talking about must be related to him. Helpless, he had no choice but to slink onto the Neptune. When Lu Xiangfei saw Chu Fan coming over, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother-in-law Chu Fan, You are really amazing. Tell me how you fought the goblin just now. When goblins were mentioned, Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly again. I was caught off guard when I arrived on the island yesterday, because I was in such a rush. Now that I have the power to equalize all beings, shouldn't I turn the tables and take what I can? Legend has it that goblins, due to their greedy nature, often have large amounts of treasure in their lair. If we wipe out the goblin's lair, we'll be rich. However, we need to consult everyone's opinions on this matter, since there are still some risks involved. At this moment, the two women on the Neptune finally stopped talking. The next second, Barbara, with tears streaming down her face, rushed out, jumped onto the Harmony Express, and hugged Chu Fan tightly. Oh, darling, I had no idea you had sacrificed so much for me. Chu Fan was completely bewildered. What exactly did Lu Rian say to Barbara? Seeing that Chu Fan remained silent, Barbara continued. So in your dragon kingdom, capable men all have 3 wives and 4 concubines, while only incompetent men only have 1 spouse. And you, my dragon knight, you were afraid of hurting my heart, so you would rather be laughed at by others than find another woman. I am so touched. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangfei, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but cover his mouth and burst out laughing. Barbara pointed and said, Look, sure enough, darling, you really are being laughed at. Lu Shangfei was stunned. Madam, is this what I was laughing at? But the next second, Lu Shangfei felt a murderous gaze directed at him, and he immediately realized what was happening. Yes, someone like Chu Fan would be laughed out of the house in our hometown. As he spoke, he glanced at his older sister with a fawning look, and only after seeing Lu Rian's satisfied expression did he feel that his life was saved. Even if Chu Fan was stupid, he would understand that Barbara had been successfully controlled by Lu Rian. Goodness, now I don't even need to use my brain. I can take care of my own woman. And judging from the situation, the solution was actually quite nice. However, as a successful player, he naturally has to play along at this point. Oh, my dear Barbara, I never thought you'd find out after all, but you're the only one in my heart. As he spoke, Chu Fan affectionately took Barbara's right hand and gently kissed it. Barbara's eyes were practically brimming with tears. No, darling, I'm glad you're thinking of me, but I can't be selfish. So, then, Barbara pulled Lu Rian over and placed Lu Rian's hand in Chu Fan's palm. I really like Rian, so let her be one of your wives or concubines. Chu Fan was completely convinced. He never expected Lu Rian to have this trick up her sleeve. She was definitely a master. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give Lu Rian a thumbs up in his heart. With Lu Rian around, I don't have to worry about trouble at home anymore. That's brilliant. Next, Chu Fan showed various signs of reluctance, which moved Barbara to tears, causing her to lean on Chu Fan's shoulder, and the little pearl wet Chu Fan's right shoulder. Lu Rian watched for a while, then said softly, It seems I came at the wrong time. Chu Fan had a change of heart at this point, laughed heartily, and stretched out his hand, saying, No, you've come at just the right time. The next second, Chu Fan reached out and pulled Lu Rian in front of him. So, with Lu Rian on his left shoulder and Barbara on his right, Chu Fan held one in each arm in his arms. Lu Shangfei watched in stunned silence. What? This is unbelievable. As expected of his sister and brother-in-law, this move was absolutely amazing. Chapter 23 The Bow of the Moon Goddess. Chu Fan revealed his idea of launching a counterattack on Goblin Island. Barbara did not object, because she always listened to Chu Fan's words. Lu Rian also remembered the woman tied to the wooden frame, and a strange anger welled up in her heart. But she is known for her calm and collected personality, so she gave her opinion directly. Chu Fan, I know how you feel, but we need to be prepared and not act impulsively. Chu Fan took out the artifact that grants equality to all beings and asked, What do you think of this? Lu Rian shook her head and said, I don't think this is enough. Oh, tell me your thoughts. Lu Rian analyzed. First of all, our bullets are limited, but you don't know how many goblins are on this island. Chu Fan didn't deny it. They had just seen tens of thousands of goblins, but they really didn't know how many goblins there were on the island. Lu Rian continued. Besides goblins, we don't know if there are other races on this island, right? Chu Fan nodded again and said, That's right, second wife. Your analysis is correct. Lu Rian didn't care about his change in address, which made Lu Shangfei, who was holding his breath, so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. Is this still the same older sister I used to know? How could she tolerate Chu Fan addressing her like that? Oh well, whatever. At least she's married off now. She probably won't be so controlling anymore. Lu Rian continued. The third point, and the most important point, is that we haven't figured out the rules of this game yet. Barbara asked in confusion. What do you mean by Rin? For example, if this island suddenly appears, could it also suddenly disappear? If it disappears, will we disappear with it? These words made Chu Fan break out in a cold sweat. Lu Rian's analysis was absolutely right. I was indeed too impulsive. Fortunately, I have such a calm and capable wife by my side. Barbara quickly added, That's right, darling, I think Rian is right, and we don't have much food left. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, The two ladies have successfully persuaded me. Let these goblins live a few more days. Let's mark this coordinate and take revenge when we are strong enough to understand the rules of this world. Lu Rian breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Chu Fan would go to the island regardless of the consequences, and if that happened, she would have no choice but to go with him. Just then, Barbara suddenly said, By the way, you haven't opened this treasure chest yet. I wonder what's inside. Barbara's reminder made everyone realize that there was still a treasure chest they hadn't opened. This was yet another golden treasure chest, but Chu Fan didn't have high hopes. Since the woman said it was a trap, there's a good chance the treasure chest is fake. Since I've already brought it on board, I might as well open it and take a look. Chu Fan first raised the sails, and with the help of the sea breeze, the ship slowly sailed away from the island and began to sail freely in the sea. The four then sat around on the deck, preparing to open the golden treasure chest. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Chu Fan opened the treasure chest. Inside the box were 3 gold coins, a parchment scroll, and a bow and arrow. Chu Fan picked up the 3 somewhat familiar gold coins and found that the material was the same as the 3 he had obtained from the seabed before. The only difference is that the pattern on it is no longer a dragon, but a goblin pattern. The bow and arrow looked to be of very fine craftsmanship. Lu Rian, who loved bows and arrows, picked it up and examined it for a while before becoming enamored with it. It seems that the most valuable item this time is this parchment scroll. Hopefully, it contains some valuable information. Chu Fan opened the parchment scroll and saw several lines of text written on it. Legend of the Moon Goddess's Bow. Legend has it that this divine bow was created using the power of the Moon Goddess. If the user can master the power of the Moon Goddess, she can shoot powerful arrows without arrow feathers. And then, that was it. Chu Fan and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had already taken off the blankets, and this was what they were shown? This bow and arrow looks incredibly powerful, especially after mastering the power of the Moon Goddess, allowing it to fire without arrows. But the key is to find the critical problem. So, what is the power of the Moon Goddess? Where do you get it? Chu Fan examined the parchment scroll several times, but could no longer find any valuable information. Damn, would it kill you to say it all in one breath? However, seeing how much Lu Rian liked the bow, it wasn't a wasted trip. Another piece of good news is that after Lu Shangfei used a knife to carve 2 arrows, the crafting table can now use wood to craft arrows. Although the power is not great, at least the Sea King now has another source of firepower. After tidying up a bit, the group continued their search for supplies. Only then did Lu Rian and her brother realize why Chu Fan had developed so quickly. This automatic resource collector is simply incredible. The day's earnings were quite substantial. By evening, the 4 of them had salvaged a total of 32 supply crates. Chu Fan took stock of the current supplies. 300 pieces of wood, iron x 100, copper x 10, leather x 30, plastic x 50, 5 loaves of bread. What delighted Chu Fan the most was that they actually managed to salvage something good today. Ship functional module, toilet. Should we use 100 wood, 10 iron, and 10 plastic to extend the bathroom module onto the Neptune? Note, after the expansion, the Neptune's area will be larger. Yes, expand. With more people on the boat, the problem of finding a toilet became particularly prominent. It's one thing for a man like me to be alone, but for Chu Fan to have his 2 young women sticking out their big white butts in broad daylight is something he really can't accept. After all, some things are best enjoyed in private. However, due to the lack of a freshwater conversion module, this bathroom can only be used for toileting for the time being. Showering is not yet possible. Nevertheless, this delighted Barbara and Lu Rian. Especially Lu Rian. If she hadn't gone to the toilet, she would never have fallen into the sea and had her body seen by that scoundrel Chu Fan. In the evening, the group gathered together to eat and replenish their energy. After stuffing the last piece of bread into his mouth, Chu Fan sighed. Eating this stuff all the time is making my mouth feel so bland. When will you give me a stove? Then I can go catch fish in the sea and eat them. The Neptune is safe for now, but it's still a bit uncomfortable. Hopefully, the ruler will be more sensible. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while before getting ready to rest. Chu Fan grabbed Lu Ruyan, who was trying to slip away, and chuckled. Second wife. Where are you going? Chapter 24, I'm the unlucky one. Lu Ruyan whispered. Where can I go? Of course, I'll go back to sleep. Lu Shangfei said, Sister, don't come over. You should sleep with your brother-in-law. Otherwise, you always complain about my snoring at night. Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and said, Are you asking for a beating? Lu Shangfei shrank back and fled back to the Harmony Express. Chu Fan laughed and said, I think my brother-in-law is right. You're mine now. Where else would you go if you don't sleep with me? Lu Ruyan glanced into the cabin and saw Barbara smiling at her. Suddenly, her face turned red. Chu Fan, don't you already have Barbara? Let's talk about our relationship another day, okay? Chu Fan chuckled and said, You said it yourself, so let's talk about it another day. After saying that, he pulled Lu Ruyan directly into the cabin. No, that's not what I meant. Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained. Despite her usual cold, aloof, and indifferent demeanor, she can't really let loose at this moment. However, she also knew that since she had made this decision, there were some things she couldn't escape. So, under Chu Fan's pull, she reluctantly entered the cabin. The cabin wasn't very big, but it was big enough for 3 people. Chu Fan said with a smile, From now on, don't call me Chu Fan, call me husband. My old husband. Yes, that's a good girl. On the Harmony Express, Lu Shangfei rolled over, snoring, and talked in his sleep. Chu Fan looked at Lu Ruyan beside him and said, Ruyan, welcome to the team. I have a gift for you. This piqued Lu Ruyan's curiosity, and despite the pain in her body, she struggled to sit up. What gift? Chu Fan smiled. Just now, the system reward notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully survived for 1 day. Reward, 1 blind box. Ding. Host has successfully won over 2 teammates. Reward, 2 blind boxes. Chu Fan took out all 3 blind boxes and placed them in the center of the ship. Barbara had already driven it once, so she naturally knew what it was and immediately became interested. Chu Fan explained to Lu Ruyan, This is a blind box. We each get 1, and we can open 1 every day. Barbara keenly noticed the difference. Honey, there were 2 yesterday, but there are 3 today. Is it because Ruyan became our teammate? Chu Fan laughed and flicked Barbara's nose with his finger, saying, You're a promising student. Barbara gave Chu Fan a coquettish look, her eyes full of spring. Next, it's time to open the blind boxes. Chu Fan took the lead and opened one of the blind boxes. Ding. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 tons of various seasonings. What? 1,000 tons of seasoning? That's outrageous. Well, this reward isn't great, but it's not bad either. I'll need the seasoning sooner or later. In particular, it contains salt, which is essential for the human body. Next up was Barbara, who also opened the blind box in front of her. Ding. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a freshwater purification device, X1. What? Chu Fan was completely stunned. Barbara is truly blessed with good luck. She's pulled out another incredibly powerful item. This is a freshwater purification device. Chu Fan quickly checked the instructions for the device. Freshwater purification device can be installed in any location, and the number and location of the water outlets can be changed at any time according to the host's wishes. Note 1. This device uses solar power and can work continuously for 10 days after being exposed to sunlight for 4 hours each time. Note 2. This device has a rainwater collection function, which will automatically collect rainwater and convert it into potable fresh water. Note 3. This device has a seawater collection function, which can automatically collect seawater and convert it into fresh water. Note 4. This device is equipped with a 5-ton capacity water storage tank, which will automatically stop working when the tank is full. After reading the instructions for the device, the 3 of them had only one thought in their minds. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. This thing is amazing. The most important thing is that it can be directly combined with the bathroom module we got today. A capacity of 5 tons of water is more than enough for them no matter how they use it. Moreover, as long as there is electricity, this device will keep working, so theoretically, the water will never run out. Chu Fan gave Barbara a thumbs up. Comparisons are truly infuriating. This is what you call being incredibly lucky. Chu Fan suddenly recalled the scene when he drew the little zombie and Kamisato Haruka in 80 draws, and sighed to himself that the world was really unfair. Next, only Lu Ruyan is left. Lu Ruyan was completely numb at this point. She never expected that Chu Fan's true trump card was this. And it happens every day? She suddenly felt grateful for her choice. It seemed that the probability of her and her brother surviving in this world had been greatly increased. Seeing the way Chu Fan and Baba were looking at her, Lu Ruyan nodded. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan opened the blind box in front of her. Ding! Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Neptune-themed custom water heater X1. The Neptune-made water heater uses solar power and can be used continuously for 10 days if it is exposed to the sun for 4 hours a day. Note, this water heater can be connected to a freshwater purification device. As soon as the words fell, Chu Fan was completely stunned. It turns out it wasn't Barbara who was incredibly lucky, but rather that I was just incredibly unlucky. How come those two women got such amazing items, while mine were just ordinary? Thankfully, both women are now mine. Thinking about it, I guess I'm the most amazing one. Chu Fan could only console himself with the spirit of AQ. Next, under the watchful eyes of the two women, Chu Fan assembled the two newly acquired modules onto the Sea King. A flash of white light appeared, and the Neptune's waterline deepened even further. Above the newly added bathroom, two new items were clearly visible. One was a freshwater purification device, and the other was a hot water device. So, on the fourth night of their survival attempt, Chu Fan and his two wives successfully took a hot bath. What they didn't know was that at that moment, the sea beneath their feet suddenly seemed to boil, gradually churning up one giant wave after another. Chapter 25 The Great Wind Rises. I drank a little while I was writing this, and I drove too recklessly, so I got locked up in a dark room for 2 whole days. This proves once again the saying, don't drink and drive, and don't drink and drive. Barbara, the first mate of the Neptune, Sea King, in Sea Area 10087, kindly reminds you. A glass of wine while coding, 2 lines of tears while reflecting. On the Neptune, Lu Ruyan was the first to react. Why is the boat rocking so violently? Chu Fan and Barbara also clearly sensed something was wrong. The 3 men's expressions changed, and they quickly stepped out of the cabin, only to find that the sea, which had previously only had a slight breeze, had suddenly been swept by gale-force winds of level 8. On the other boat, Lu Shangfei was also awakened. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Chu Fan's expression also became tense. With such a large storm, he couldn't help but worry whether his 2 boats could withstand the wind and waves. Luckily, we lowered the sails just now, otherwise the boat might have capsized. The regional channel erupted in chaos once again, indicating that the area affected by this storm was quite large. What's going on? Why is the wind suddenly so strong? Good heavens, help. This shaking is making me want to throw up my dinner. What should I do? My boat is so small. Can it withstand this wind and waves? Oh no, my thalassophobia is acting up. I feel like there's a monster in these waves. These words seemed to remind Chu Fan and the others that there were too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and it was possible that, as this guy said, some unknown terror was hidden in the waves. Chu Fan took out the Sea King's halberd and said seriously, Xiao Fei, come over here too. Everyone be careful. Upon hearing this, Barbara also drew her sword, her expression tense as she watched the movements on the sea. One huge wave after another crashed in, seemingly about to destroy and swallow everything on the sea. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, Chu Fan, quickly check the regional channel. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan immediately opened the regional channel. Then, a person named Gao Shuiqi spoke in the channel. Everyone, the waves are huge this time. Ordinary small boats simply cannot withstand them. I have a suggestion. Those ships that are close together can merge them to quickly increase their size and weight, which will increase their chances of making it through. Gao Shuiqi's words were like a stone thrown into an ancient well. A moment later, someone responded from below. The person upstairs is right. My coordinates are 117, 256. Is anyone nearby? I'm at 126, 369, so I shouldn't be too far away. On a ship that wasn't too far from Chu Fan, there were more than a dozen people standing on what looked like a very large ship. The leader held the bracelet, a smug look on his face. He is Gao Shuiqi, the captain of the Ark, who just spoke in the channel. Using this method, he has successfully merged 7 or 8 nearby ships together. He was confident enough that he was now the most powerful being on this ocean. In reality, I was always at the very bottom of society. However, because he grew up by the sea, his presence in this place has given him more advantages than others. Therefore, after becoming familiar with the environment, he quickly began to develop. This allowed him to collect a great deal of resources in a short period of time. If Chu Fan hadn't had the automatic resource collector, it would be hard to say who would have been number one. A long-suppressed nobody suddenly finds himself standing above everyone else overnight, and Gao Shuaiqi feels an unprecedented ambition growing wildly in his heart. I want to be the king of this world, Gao Shuaiqi roared inwardly. Then, as if remembering something, he said softly, Chu Fan, I'd like to see who you really are. Just then, another wave crashed over us. Gao Shuaiqi frowned and said, the ship is still not big enough. Everyone, be alert and try to merge with any ships that come to join us. Then, Gao Shuaiqi sent his coordinates to the regional channel. 138, 169, welcome everyone to join us. I believe that as long as we unite, we can definitely overcome anything. It must be said that Gao Shuaiqi's words were very persuasive, especially when many people felt most helpless. Upon seeing this, a strange thought flashed through Chu Fan's mind. Gao Shuaiqi's method is indeed a good one. It's true that no matter where you are, humans like to stick together. Moreover, once they successfully form a united front, they often create even more miracles. But with more people, there will naturally be more problems. Chu Fan didn't care about any of that. He wasn't strong enough yet and didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, this tall and handsome guy did remind him. Rian, how about we combine your harmony and my Sea King into one ship? Without much thought, Lu Rian nodded and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. Her Harmony Express is still too weak. Merging with Chu Fan will greatly increase its chances of surviving such a storm. Moreover, she is now Chu Fan's woman, so their union is a natural progression. Captain Lu Rian of the Harmony requests to merge with your Sea King. Do you agree? Chu Fan's bracelet received a notification. Chu Fan immediately chose yes. As he made his choice, a flash of white light appeared on the Harmony Express before it vanished from the spot. The Neptune flashed a white light, which disappeared 30 seconds later. At this point, the Neptune's hull was a full third larger than before, and its height was also much greater. At first glance, it does resemble a small medieval warship, only lacking a weapon system. What pleased Lu Shangfei the most was that after the merger, the Neptune had an extra cabin below deck. That's great, I won't have to sleep outdoors anymore. At the bow, the automatic material collector also automatically adjusted to its position. The newly added freshwater collector and water heater also automatically completed the reset. From this moment on, the Neptune truly began to resemble a ship destined to conquer the sea. Looking at the team information on the bracelet, it has changed from 2 people to 4. However, the crisis was not over. Perhaps sensing that these tiny humans were trying to conquer it, the sea became even more turbulent. Everyone be careful, hold on tight to the deck, or you'll be thrown out. Chu Fan roared. Boom. A giant wave crashed in, and the Neptune was tossed up to the crest of the wave like a roller coaster. A moment later, it fell back down. At this, the expressions on the faces of all 4 people changed drastically. If a few more of these giant waves come, it's really hard to say whether the Sea King can survive. Just then, a flash of light slashed through the air. The sea, which was originally as black as an ink bottle, was illuminated. To the astonishment of the 4, countless dark shadows seemed to have appeared on the surrounding sea surface. Oh no, it's a sea monster. Chu Fan gripped the Neptune's halberd tightly, and Barbara raised her sword as well. Lu Rian suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Everyone be careful, the storm is coming again. At that moment, a wave twice as high as the previous one crashed straight towards the Sea King. Chapter 26 The Mermaid. Everyone was stunned as the giant wave, as high as a 5-story building, crashed down upon them. Human beings are still too small in the face of nature. The 4 of them were already soaked by the waves. Chu Fan stood in front of everyone, gazing at the towering waves. Barbara couldn't help but mutter, oh my God. Lu Rian's face also turned pale, and she couldn't help but gently grasp Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan felt the softness in his hand, turned his head, and nodded slightly to everyone. Just then, the giant wave finally crashed down. The Neptune was once again thrust into the limelight. Even Chu Fan, whose body had been modified, felt like he was about to vomit. The other 3, of course, felt even more nauseous. Fortunately, we finally made it through. But if they were to do it again, no one could say for sure whether they could hold on. Chu Fan wiped the seawater off his face with difficulty, glanced back, and saw that everyone looked exhausted. Whoosh! Another bolt of lightning flashed. Chu Fan keenly noticed that countless dark figures were now surrounding the Sea King. Oh no, those monsters seem to have their eyes on us. Chu Fan was greatly alarmed. This is at sea. If you can't win, there's nowhere to run. For humans, this is a natural death trap. At this moment, a huge black shadow leaped high from the sea, opened its blood-red maw, and lunged directly at Lu Xiangfei, who was standing frozen on the deck. If it bites, Lu Xiangfei will probably be decapitated. It happened so fast and suddenly that no one had time to react. By the time everyone realized it, it was too late. Lu Rian shouted, "No, Xiaofei." Chu Fan also raised the Sea King's halberd and threw it at the monster, but he was still a beat too late. Just when everyone thought Lu Xiangfei couldn't escape, a small, thin black figure leaped up from the sea and crashed headfirst into the huge black figure from before. Although the shadowy figure was small, it was quite powerful. Although it failed to completely knock the giant monster away, it still caused its attack to miss its target. Click! The monster's upper and lower teeth snapped together, making a sound like steel. The attack missed its mark, and the monster fell back into the sea, creating a splash. The thin, dark figure seemed to have exhausted all its strength and collapsed onto the deck. Run! The dark figure let out a sound. Chu Fan was taken aback. He never expected that the person who jumped onto the boat would be a woman. To be precise, he simply couldn't believe that anyone could survive such a huge storm and even defeat that behemoth. At this moment, the waves on the sea finally subsided considerably. Lu Ruyan and the others finally realized what was happening and quickly gathered around. Another bolt of lightning flashed, and Chu Fan and the others were finally able to make out the general outline of the newcomer. But then, they were completely stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes and wondered if they were seeing things. Just then, a flash of light appeared. It turned out that Lu Xiangfei had lit a piece of wood. Fortunately, the timber was stored in a warehouse, so it didn't get wet. But timber is rare at sea, and unless it's an emergency, no one would be so extravagant as to use it for lighting. By the light of the fire, everyone could see clearly that the newcomer actually had a fish tail. But her upper body was completely that of a young girl, and extremely beautiful at that. With her looks, she is in no way inferior to Lu Ruyan and Barbara, and even has a unique charm because of her fishtail. Mermaid. One word flashed through the minds of the four of them. You're injured. Barbara, being a doctor, was the first to notice the mermaid's unusual behavior. On her tail, there was a very obvious wound, from which blood was gushing out. Run. That monster was a shark man, and it's coming after us. Just then, another huge wave surged up on the sea. The mermaid pointed at the giant wave and said, "He's here, Sharkman knock." At that moment, a monster leaped out of the wave and landed directly on the deck of the Sea King. The monster was grayish-white all over, tall and with a body roughly the same size as a human, but its head was a ferocious shark head, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Hee hee. Shirahoshi, where do you think you're going? Wow, I didn't expect to find such a beautiful woman here. Then, Nock got a clear look at Lu Ruyan and Barbara's faces, and his excitement became even more obvious. These two women are very nice, I like them. Chu Fan coldly said, I don't care who you are, daring to covet my woman, then die. After saying that, Chu Fan thrust the Neptune trident directly at Nock's chest. This shark man is clearly not someone to be trifled with, so there's no point in saying anything more, just get to work. Nock sneered. Mere humans dare to oppose me? How presumptuous. After saying that, he didn't dodge at all, letting Chu Fan's Sea King halberd pierce through him. Chu Fan cheered inwardly. It seemed this shark man wasn't very bright. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. The shark man's skin looked as if it were coated with oil. When the Neptune's trident struck it, it not only failed to harm it in the slightest, but even slid to the side. What? It's so slippery, how am I supposed to fight? Hee hee. Nock pulled out a large knife from somewhere and slashed it directly at Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan quickly raised the Sea King halberd in his hand. Choke! A crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out on the Sea King. Chu Fan felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on his arms, making them feel incredibly heavy. High attack, high defense, and high HP. Chu Fan couldn't help but complain. How come I've already encountered a boss right after leaving the beginner village? Isn't this just making a fool of myself? But admitting defeat is not in Chu Fan's nature. Since that's the case, he has no choice but to fight head-on. Lu Rian looked anxious as she watched the two fighting in the arena, and took out her moon goddess bow. Barbara also gripped her sword tightly, wondering if she could help Chu Fan. Chu Fan was agile, so he wouldn't be defeated so quickly, but due to the huge difference in their physical abilities, his chances of winning were almost zero. This is still on a boat. If it were in the water, Who knows how powerful this knock would be? Da-da-da-da. A burst of blue light appeared. It turned out that Barbara had taken out the equality shotgun. But to everyone's surprise, the bullets were in vain. Everyone was now in despair. Even shotguns couldn't penetrate it. How could ordinary people possibly handle it? Just as everyone was solemnly considering their options, the mermaid suddenly shouted, "Stop." Then, she took a step forward, and her fishtail automatically transformed into a pair of smooth legs, except for a conspicuous wound on her foot. "Knock, they're just passing humans. If you let them go, I'll go with you." Knock burst into another fit of maniacal laughter upon hearing this, a green light flashing in his lewd little eyes. "Haha, so you're saying you're willing to be my bride?" Upon hearing this, a hint of despair flashed across the mermaid's face. She unconsciously turned her head and caught a glimpse of Barbara, who had just put away her shotgun and was now holding her sword in a reverse grip. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she became visibly excited. The mermaid raised her head and said, "Knock, you're dead." Chapter 27 Dragon Slaying Sword. "Knock, you're dead." When the mermaid said those words, everyone was taken aback. I don't know how this mermaid, who was just showing weakness, suddenly changed her tone and became so tough. Knock was also taken aback, then said with a mocking expression, "Oh, Shirahoshi, you actually said I'm doomed? You don't actually think that these few humans in front of you can defeat me, do you?" After saying that, he glanced at Chu Fan in front of him with disdain and said, "This man does have some skill, but unfortunately, you can't hurt me at all." Chu Fan also looked frustrated. This big guy wasn't without weaknesses either. That is, its reaction speed on land is significantly slower, and it often just stands there and lets itself be hit. But this skin is too thick. I can't break through its armor at all. Knock's words made Chu Fan look at the mermaid, named Shirahoshi, with suspicion. A glint of light flashed in Lu Rian's eyes as she looked at Bai Xing. Bai Xing suddenly called out to Barbara, "Sister, could I take a look at the sword in your hand?" Barbara was clearly taken aback by these words and glanced at Chu Fan. Although Chu Fan didn't understand why, he still nodded to Baba. Barbara then stepped forward and handed over the sword she was holding. Bai Xing did not take the sword, but instead leaned closer to examine it carefully. A moment later, her face showed a hint of excitement, but even more so, awe. "Big brother, you can use this sword to break through his defenses." Chu Fan was taken aback and took the sword from Baba's hand. He found this sword in a treasure chest he had snatched from the giant dragon at the bottom of the sea. "I always thought it was just an ordinary sword of decent quality." After hearing what Bai Xing said, could it be that this sword is far more than it appears on the surface? With some doubt, Chu Fan took the sword from Barbara's hand. An OC on the opposite side noticed as well, and snorted coldly. "Humph, what a crappy sword, actually trying to." Suddenly, Knock was shocked and said in disbelief, "What? It's impossible. How could you have this sword?" Chu Fan's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know what kind of sword it was, judging from the Sharkman's reaction, he was clearly terrified of it. Bai Xing seemed to notice everyone's confusion, so she explained from behind. "Brother Chu, the sword in your hand should be the legendary sword that can slay dragons, called the Dragon Slayer Sword. If this really is a dragon-slaying sword, then if the user has enough power, she can even slay a giant dragon. Although, Brother Chu, you are still immortal, Knock is just an ordinary Sharkman. Killing him with the Dragon Slayer Sword is a piece of cake." Knock's expression changed drastically, and he stammered, "Impossible. This sword only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. How could these humans have it?" But Chu Fan recognized the key word, dragon. Since this sword was taken from the dragon, the probability that it is a dragon-slaying sword is very high. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, Knock gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe this is some kind of damned dragon slayer sword. I want all of you to die." After saying that, he swung the knife in his hand fiercely at Chu Fan's neck. This strike was powerful and heavy, as if it could cleave the surrounding air in two, accompanied by a whistling sound, heading straight for Chu Fan's vital points. "Careful!" Barbara screamed in fright. Chu Fan was not afraid at all. He bent down and lunged forward, rolling on the ground to avoid the knife. When he looked up again, he was already standing in front of Knock. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Knock. The next moment, something strange happened. Just moments ago, when he tried with all his might, he couldn't pierce Knock's skin. Now he sliced through Knock's skin as easily as cutting tofu. By the time Knock realized what was happening, one of its arms had already fallen onto the deck. The process was so smooth that Chu Fan even felt a little unreal. "Ah!" Knock let out a scream, and his great sword fell to the ground. It really is the Dragon Slayer's sword. On the sea monsters surrounding the Neptune scattered and fled as soon as they saw that the Dragon Slayer's sword had really appeared. They were afraid that if they were even a step too late, Chu Fan would use them as a drinking snack. As soon as the sea monsters dispersed, the sea immediately returned to calm, and the dark clouds overhead gradually dispersed. The moon climbed overhead again, illuminating the deck of the Neptune. Nock was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he looked terrified. "No, you can't kill me. Spare me. I know a nearby island with lots of treasure. I'll take you there." Bai Xing sneered and said, "You shark people are the most despicable and shameless race in the ocean, Brother Chu. Don't believe it's nonsense." Chu Fan didn't speak, but he knew that in this dangerous world, if he couldn't eliminate the threat completely, there would likely be endless trouble. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and plunged the dragon piercer directly into Nock's chest, amidst Nock's terrified and vicious gaze. "Ah!" Nock let out another scream, then said in the most vicious tone, "The dragon god is about to return. My people will avenge me." After saying this, Nock's head lolled to the side, and he lost all life. Chu Fan sheathed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and examined it carefully. "I never imagined that the sword I risked so much to snatch back would have such an extraordinary origin. But this sword is so sharp, why didn't I sense it before?" Bai Xing seemed to see Chu Fan's confusion and explained, "Many years ago, the dragon race was the ruler of this sea, and no race could rival them. Therefore, they became increasingly arrogant and began to slaughter other races. Until about 1,000 years ago, countless humans suddenly appeared in this world, just like you, and no one knows where they came from. A warrior of the human race, after many hardships, finally killed the leader of the evil dragons and used its bones to make this dragon-slaying sword. This sword is designed to slay dragons, but because the dragons are so powerful, it is also deadly to other creatures in the ocean. On the contrary, under normal circumstances, it looks like an ordinary sword." Everyone then understood, but at the same time, they found these rumors very novel. Lu Rian keenly grasped a useful piece of information and quickly asked, "What did that shark man mean when he said the dragon god was about to return?" Bai Xing's face darkened, and he lowered his head, saying, "He's right. According to legend, the human warriors made a pact with the dragons that they would not cause trouble for 1,000 years. Now that the 1,000 years are about to come, the dragons are about to awaken. The millennium has come to an end. The Dragon King has returned." Lu Rian frowned and said, "So, is this the reason we were summoned here?" Chapter 28 Freshwater Trade. Bai Xing shook her head and said, "I don't know about that." A brief silence fell over the ship. After a moment, Chu Fan smiled and said, "All right, let's talk about this later. Tell me about yourself. Your name is Bai Xing." Bai Xing nodded and said, "That's right, my name is Bai Xing, and as you can see, I am a merman." Barbara exclaimed, "I never imagined that mermaids actually existed in this world." Bai Xing continued, "Our mermaid race has lived here since the beginning of this planet's existence. We are also the closest race to humans among all marine creatures. However, recently, for some unknown reason, a group led by the Shark clan suddenly launched an attack on our mermaid clan. Countless loved ones have perished. If I hadn't met you, I might have been captured by Nock too." Lu Rian said, "Speaking of which, I should thank you for saving my brother's life." Lu Shangfei nodded vigorously and said, "That's right. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead long ago." Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the terrifying scene from just now. If Bai Xing hadn't discovered the Dragon Slayer's sword, they would probably have all been swallowed up by these sea monsters. Chu Fan turned on his bracelet and found that in just one night, the number of people in the regional channel had dropped to less than 8,000. In other words, more than 1,000 people died in just a few hours. This world is far more dangerous than I imagined. Fortunately, Shirahoshi came. Perhaps I can learn more about the secrets of this world from her. By the way, Shirahoshi, do you know where this is?" Thinking of this, Chu Fan took out the treasure map, pointed to the cross mark, and asked. Bai Xing looked at it for a while, then shook his head and said, "I don't know where this is either, and judging from this map, it shouldn't be close to here." Chu Fan nodded and carefully put the treasure map away again. At this moment, Shirahoshi stood up. "Thank you so much. I'm going back now, my friends. It was a pleasure meeting you all, and I hope to have the chance to see you again sometime." After saying that, Bai Xing stood up and jumped into the sea, disappearing into the vast ocean moments later. After watching for a while, the four of them couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of this world. Chu Fan threw the shark man's corpse into the sea, then splashed some water on the deck before returning to the cabin. After all that, everyone was a bit tired. Lu Xiangfei consciously went to the lower deck, where there was a sailor's room, and from that moment on, it became his room. Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Rian moved into the captain's cabin. The next day, when Chu Fan came out of his room, he saw Lu Xiangfei sitting on the deck fiddling with a fishing net. "Xiaofei, what are you doing?" Lu Xiangfei sighed. "Brother-in-law, I've been eating nothing but bread rolls for the past few days. I'm almost sick of them. Today I'm finally going to get a couple of fish to eat." Chu Fan deeply agreed with this, but then he asked, "But we don't have a pot. So how are we going to cook the fish?" Lu Xiangfei chuckled and said, "You can bake them. Anyway, I don't want to eat bread rolls anymore." Just then, Lu Rian's voice came from behind. "I almost forgot that you used to work at the grilled fish restaurant, so today's grilled fish is in your hands." "No problem, brother-in-law. Give me a hand. Let's go fishing." Barbara, being a white woman, was used to eating bread, so she didn't find anything wrong with eating bread every day. But she was also very interested in the grilled fish that Lu Xiangfei mentioned. So the four of them quickly divided up the tasks. Lu Rian observed the situation on the sea. Barbara, on the other hand, was focused on the resource collector. After tidying up the fishing net, Lu Xiangfei began to catch fish from the sea. Chu Fan then opened his bracelet, wanting to see if there were any supplies he could trade. "I have fresh water and want to exchange it for useful items. Please message me if interested." Chu Fan sent a message. Soon, several messages were posted on the regional channel. "Look, the great Chu Fan has appeared. Hey bro, I found a Fiji cup, and it looks like the same one worn by Always Sora. Can I trade it for fresh water?" "Chu Fan, I'm Lu Rian, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. I have a pair of used stockings. How about I trade you 20 bottles or 10 bottles of water?" "What? Is that really Lu Rian upstairs?" "Goddess, I don't have fresh water, but I have something else I can exchange with you." Chu Fan was speechless for a moment, then turned around and glanced at Lu Rian, who was looking at the sea, and found it amusing. This person impersonating Lu Rian is probably just some random burly man. On a ship about 20 or 30 miles from the Neptune, a woman weighing at least 200 pounds sent out a message. "No fresh water? What do you have then?" "My stockings, Lu Rian's stockings, aren't something you can trade for just anything." Chu Fan ignored these messages and instead opened his email, where he found countless private messages. However, most of these private messages are just spam messages like trying to build a relationship, asking for consideration for the bigger picture, or seeking a sugar daddy/sugar baby relationship. Just as he was about to turn off the bracelet, a private message suddenly caught his attention. From Philanina. Content: Chu Fan, I have a blueprint here. Can I exchange it for some fresh water? Upon seeing this name, Chu Fan immediately remembered that this seemed to be one of the few people who had spoken up for him before. So he immediately sent a message back. "What drawings?" "Philanina, I don't have enough materials for the kitchen module's construction blueprints, and I'm also short on fresh water. I saw your message in the area, so I..." Chu Fan was overjoyed. It was like a pillow being delivered just when he was sleepy. "I'm also struggling with the daily struggle of eating small bread rolls." "Yes. How much water do you need?" "Philanina, 10 bottles or 5 bottles?" Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you 20 bottles as a thank you for speaking up for me back then." "Philanina, really? You're so kind. I'll contact you again if I have any more blueprints." "Okay, it's settled then." Then, Chu Fan listed 20 bottles of water on the trading platform, and Philanina traded a kitchen blueprint for the 20 bottles of water. On a boat, two beautiful girls who looked almost identical were overjoyed to see 20 bottles of mineral water appear. "Sister, that's great. Finally, we have water to drink." "Yes, this Chu Fan is really good. The previous guy called Bald Chung only offered 2 bottles of water, which is a whole 10 times less. Yes, with water, we can finally survive." Meanwhile, on Chu Fan's ship, after a flash of white light, a new module, the kitchen, finally appeared. Everyone was overjoyed. The Neptune now had virtually all the necessary living facilities. "Finally, I don't have to eat mini bread anymore. Come, come, today I, the king of the sea, will personally cook you a seafood feast. Xiaofei, have you caught any fish yet?" Chapter 29, The Windless Sea. The group looked at the extra kitchen and couldn't help but sigh. The kitchen even had a simple stove. Although it lacked modern cooking utensils, at least there was a place to cook. No wonder this Philanina can upgrade. Upgrading the kitchen actually costs 10 points, 200 wood, and 50 iron. Now, even the iron stored by the wealthy Chu Fan was completely depleted. As for points, most people probably don't have any. Chu Fan had exactly 100 points left, and after spending 10 points, he had 90 points left. However, the effort and reward are proportional, and I can finally say goodbye to the days of eating small bread rolls every day. Before transmigrating, Chu Fan often cooked, so his cooking skills were passable. He was busy in the kitchen for a long time, making several dishes and placing them in front of everyone. Pan-fried ribbon fish, sardines and kelp soup, braised yellow croaker. I've always been the one eating your seafood, but today I'll let you try mine. Lu Shangfei asked with a puzzled look. Seafood? What seafood? Did you guys eat seafood behind my back? Lu Rian's face darkened. She glared at Chu Fan, her face slightly flushed, and scolded Lu Shangfei. Eat your food. Why are you making so many questions? Lu Shangfei scratched his head, forced by his sister's bloodline to remain silent, and simply focused on eating. This was the first time Barbara had ever seen food cooked like this, and it smelled quite delicious. Honey, did you do all of this? I didn't know you were so good at this. Chu Fan laughed and said, Go ahead and eat, and don't make a sound once you start. The four of them sat on the deck and began to eat their first big meal in this strange world. Barbara had only taken 2 bites when her mouth opened wide. Oh my God, darling, this is so delicious. Chu Fan chuckled and asked, What delicious food are you talking about? Barbara glared at him, her eyes filled with affection, and said, Now I know just how awful white food really is. I've made up my mind. I'm never eating white food again. Lu Rian, on the other hand, ate slowly and deliberately, maintaining her goddess-like demeanor as always. It tastes pretty good. I didn't expect you to have this skill, Chu Fan. Chu Fan sighed. What a pity. The ingredients are limited, and there's no fine wine to enhance the atmosphere. Lu Rian rolled her eyes at Chu Fan when she heard this. It was already good enough that other people's boats had food and drink, but Chu Fan actually wanted to drink alcohol. At the same time, I was secretly glad I made that choice. Otherwise, relying solely on the two of them, let alone eating seafood, they might not even be able to get water. After taking a couple more bites, Lu Rian stood up and went to the edge of the deck to look into the distance. A short while later, she suddenly noticed many small black dots appearing on the surface of the sea. Look, everyone. It looks like there are a lot of boats. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan walked over to Lu Rian and looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, countless ships suddenly appeared ahead, more and more, slowly approaching them. Chu Fan frowned. He knew that there shouldn't be many ships with propulsion systems these days, but if these ships were all gathering in one direction, there could only be one possibility. Ocean currents. Is it possible that the dog game is deliberately trying to gather everyone together? Sure enough, more and more people discovered that their ships seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, slowly converging in one place. Half an hour later, there were hundreds of boats here. What's going on? How did we end up working together? Hey, isn't this Manager Wu? I didn't expect you to be here too. Yes, it's me. Do you have any food? Hurry up and share some with me. I haven't eaten all day. I have a club here. Do you want some? Hey kid, how dare you talk to your boss like that? Damn it, you still think I'm the same old beast of burden? I've wanted to fuck you to death for ages. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. This is help. There were many similar situations, and the entire sea was in complete chaos. Some people also noticed what was happening to Chu Fan. What? Whose ship is that? It's so big. Those 2 women on the boat are so beautiful. And she's a foreign woman. This guy is so lucky. Yeah, this foreign girl is amazing. If I could spend one night with her, I'd die happy. Damn it. I can't even get a drink of water, and they're eating seafood? Stop arguing. That should be the Neptune. Chu Fan looked at the sudden appearance of so many ships, and his doubts grew. These ships are all tier 2. Come to think of it, besides myself, who else could upgrade to tier 3 so quickly? However, everyone's attention was soon drawn to a large ship that suddenly appeared. The ship was much larger than the other ships around it. Even Chu Fan's Sea King was a whole size smaller. This is Gao Shuaiqi's ark. After the storm that raged last night, he successfully expanded his ark to an astonishing extent. In terms of classification, the ark and the Neptune are the same, both being class 3. However, because the ark has integrated more than a dozen second-class ships, it is now twice the size of the Sea King. Standing at the bow of the ship, Gao Shuaiqi felt a surge of pride as he sensed the shocked looks on everyone's faces. That's exactly the feeling he wanted. At that moment, he also saw the Neptune not far from him and thought to himself, this must be the Neptune. The next second, he saw the figures of 2 stunningly beautiful women, Lu Rian and Barbara, on the deck of the Neptune, and he was stunned. He has taken in several women in the past few days, 2 of whom are quite good-looking. This made him sigh with admiration. This is the life of an immortal. But compared to Lu Ruyan and Barbara, what kind of junk did I collect? No, we must take these two women. It seems this man is Chu Fan. Great. It's time to prove to everyone who is the true king of this sea. Just then, the voice from the void rang out again. Congratulations on surviving to day 5. Current number of survivors in the area, 7,500. Now you will move on to the next game segment. Congratulations. You have now officially entered the windless sea. The sea without wind, as the name suggests, has no wind and no ocean currents. Therefore, there will be no more supply crates here. There will be about 20 minutes of rain each day, which is your only chance to collect fresh water. The calm sea is approximately 500 miles in size. You can try fishing in the sea, but this area is also home to dangerous marine creatures. Defeating sea monsters or other ships will earn you points. Try your best to survive and find a way to leave the windless sea. After the voice faded, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. A moment later, everyone was in an uproar. It was indeed a conspiracy. They managed to gather everyone in this windless sea, and there will be no more resource boxes. The only way to get food is to fish in the sea. But with thousands of people gathered here, there will naturally be disputes, and there will also be those who want to reap without sowing. This points ranking system, in particular, seems to encourage infighting among humans. Chu Fan and the others naturally thought of this, and their expressions changed slightly. The real test has only just begun. Chapter 30. The conflict begins. After a brief period of commotion, the crowd fell silent once more. Obviously, everyone knows that such noise won't solve anything. For now, they can still rely on 20 minutes of rainfall every day for fresh water, but for food, they can only rely on fishing in the sea. But the voice also said that there were sea monsters in the sea, so no one dared to be the first to try. Lu Shangfei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily we have fishing nets, so we can catch fish without going into the sea." Chu Fan couldn't help but smile. He had gotten this fishing net from the first treasure chest, but hadn't used it much. Unexpectedly, it has become a magical artifact today. Many others, like Chu Fan, had also obtained fishing nets, and they couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Shangfei cast the fishing net back into the sea. Chu Fan glanced around at the surrounding ships and saw many ill-intentioned glances. No wonder, given that his ship was already quite conspicuous, and with goddess-level figures like Lu Ruyan and Barbara present, it was hard not to attract attention. If these people knew that their ship had its own freshwater collection equipment and hot water system, who knows how envious they would be. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly froze, because he actually spotted an acquaintance. It was Bai Jia, the beautiful young woman with whom he had once been close friends. Chu Fan had indescribable feelings towards Bai Jia. This woman is beautiful and well-maintained. We had an intimate encounter once. But more importantly, it was because of this rich woman that he came to this strange game. Logically, Chu Fan should hate her, but then he thought about it and realized that he was a complete mess before, and compared to now, he didn't seem to be much better off. Moreover, here he has gained 2 goddess-level wives, Barbara and Lu Ruyan. In the original world, he would never have dared to dream of this. Thinking about it this way, I guess I should thank her. But I did do it 3 times after all, so I'll just pretend I didn't see it. A thought suddenly crossed Chu Fan's mind, and he remembered Brother Long. So he opened his bracelet, found Brother Long's profile picture, and sent him a message. "Brother Long, are you in the Sea of Calm?" A few minutes later, Brother Long replied, "Brother Chu Fan, I'm here. Are you here too?" Chu Fan, "Yes, I'm here too. There's something I'd like to tell you." "Brother Long, what's up? Tell me." Chu Fan, "I saw your wife." "Brother Long, what? Where's that little bitch?" Chu Fan, "She's on a boat not far from me." "Brother Long, who else is on her boat?" Chu Fan looked for a while and replied, "There was another girl on her boat, but that girl." "Brother Long, what happened to that girl?" Chu Fan, "That girl looks like she weighs at least 200 pounds. Brother Long, "Never mind, Brother Chu. Keep an eye on her for me. Make sure she doesn't seduce other men. I'll come find you later." Chu Fan put away the bracelet and suddenly heard Barbara's voice. Chu Fan quickly checked the ship information. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly opened his bracelet and accessed the ship information. Sure enough, there was a lot of new information in the ship information. Ship name, Neptune. Captain, Chu Fan. Crew, Barbara, Lu Ruyan, Lu Shangfei. Number of ships, 1. Ship class, Class 3. Displacement, 50 tons. Speed, 10 knots. Current score, 80 points. Communication module, unlocked. can be unlocked for 1,000 points. Radar module, unlocked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points. Weapon module, not yet unlocked, can be unlocked at level 4 or above for 1,000 points. Engine module, sail, can be upgraded to an electric engine for 1,000 points. Armor module, standard armor, upgradable at level 4 and above. Living facilities. 1. A regular fishing net can be upgraded to an automatic fishing system for 1,000 points. 2. Primary freshwater collection system, drawings required, already possessed. 3. Primary water source heating system, drawings required, already possessed. 4. Level 1 kitchen module, requires blueprints, already possessed. 5. Level 1 bathroom module, drawings required, already available. The prerequisites for upgrading to a Tier 4 tanker have not been met. The communication module, radar module, and electric engine need to be unlocked, and the number of team members needs to reach 6. Chu Fan was stunned. Now he finally understood that the hard currency in this game was the so-called points. Moreover, Chu Fan keenly noticed that the panel now showed the number of ships, which might mean that a fleet could be formed in the future. Even a super fleet integrating nuclear submarines, cruisers, aircraft carriers, and other multifaceted components. Thinking about it this way, Chu Fan was somewhat excited. What makes someone a Sea King? This is what a Sea King is all about. Needless to say, ship classification and displacement should represent the size of the ship. For example, Gao Shuiqi's arc is level 3, just like Chu Fan's. However, because he absorbed too many other ships, his displacement should be much higher than Chu Fan's. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh when he saw that all the living facilities required blueprints to activate. It has to be Tong Daddy. He saved me from taking so many detours. Like Chu Fan, many people noticed the changes in the ship information, and some were happy while others were worried. The good news is that you can get everything, provided you have enough points. The worry is naturally the points. Now, except for a few people, almost everyone has 0 points. The first way to earn points is by killing sea monsters, and the second way is by attacking other people's ships. The risks associated with sea monsters are unknown, so it seems that choosing one of their own kind is a better option. Those who understood this point had subtle changes in their expressions. It seems this game really is encouraging humans to kill each other. Just then, a shout came from the crowd. Hey Kai, what are you doing? Hey Ma, I heard you're the head of some Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi Chuan school? I, Kungquan, am the first to disagree. Come and fight me. Chu Fan looked around and saw an old man dressed in a Tang suit glaring angrily at a ship next to him. On that boat stood a young man with a middle parting, wearing overalls, and holding a basketball in his hand. Hello everyone. I am Kuan, the captain of the Little Blackie, and a trainee who has been practicing Kuan Fist for 2.5 years. The old man in the Tang suit sneered and said, arrogant. Let me show you my lightning 5-strike whip. Behind the elderly man in the Tang suit stood a young woman with dyed yellow hair, wearing ripped jeans and blowing bubble gum. The young punk girl scoffed. What Kungquan? I've never heard of it. Kuan roared in fury. How dare you insult my Kuan Fist? Be careful. I'll send you a lawyer's letter. The young delinquent girl exclaimed. Oh dear. I'm so scared. Kuan couldn't hold back any longer and jumped onto the Hunyuan, launching an elbow strike at the delinquent girl. I'll beat you up, you little punk. Chapter 31 today is a good day. Similar struggles spread among the crowd, and more people turn their attention to their fellow human beings. Those whose ships are full of the elderly, the infirm, the disabled, or all women become the preferred targets. Chu Fan looked around warily, because he realized that more than one group of people were eyeing his ship. On a ship behind the Neptune, a bald man with sinister eyes stared at the Neptune. The captain of that ship looked strange, and it had a lot more stuff than other ships. He didn't know exactly what it was for, but it must have been very useful stuff. Most importantly, the 2 women on that ship were absolutely stunning. Look at that voluptuous foreign woman. She's so beautiful. Another beautiful woman with a mature and sophisticated aura made him unable to take his eyes off her. Damn, how come this pretty boy is so lucky? He actually got 2 top-tier items, all by himself. If I, Wu Laowai, could sleep in this for one night, I would definitely feel incredibly happy. Thinking this, Wu Laowai's heart beat even faster. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if he had made up his mind. Damn it, forget it, let's get this guy. He was a death row inmate imprisoned for a deranged murder, and while awaiting execution, he was drawn into this game. For the first 2 days, he thought this was a chance for him to turn over a new leaf. But after 2 days, his true nature was completely revealed. This place, free from legal and moral constraints, was practically his paradise. So, as soon as the beginner period ended, he seized 2 ships in succession, doubling the size of his own fleet. His teammates were his fellow inmates in prison. Because he was ruthless, everyone called him Big Brother Prisoner. Wu Laowai was indeed ruthless. He stole 2 boats, killed the men and threw them into the sea, and the women, as long as they weren't ugly, were basically used as tools for his venting. Just as he was making his decision, a thin, dark-skinned man behind him whispered, "Boss, are you sure you want to make a move?" Wu Laowai said coldly, "Of course, these 2 top-quality items are just too good. If I don't get my hands on them, I won't be able to calm down." The dark-skinned, thin man was named Yudaitsi. Because he was the 3rd oldest in his family, everyone called him Yusan. He was Wu Laowai's most loyal henchman. "Big Brother is awesome." After giving a compliment, Yusan rolled his eyes and asked, "Brother, can I have these 2 women?" As he spoke, he stared intently at the 2 women in the cabin, their bodies covered in wounds and their eyes filled with fear. He knew that the 2 women on the Neptune were exceptional, but he also knew that it was impossible for him to have such a chance. So he settled for second best, what his 2 older brothers didn't want. He figured they could give him. Wu Laowai chuckled and patted Yusan on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, your brother won't treat you badly, but I'm really angry right now." As he spoke, he staggered into the cabin, and after a burst of shouting, cursing and crying, a strange sound came out. Yusan swallowed hard, and thinking that he would be able to do the same later, he couldn't help but chuckle. Today is a good day. 3 minutes later, Wu Laowai pulled up his pants, looking refreshed. "All right, Yusan, go ask Ma Ren. I'm worried that pretty boy might have some tricks up his sleeve. It's safer to have someone else help us." Yusan hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, what if Ma Ren also wants those 2 women?" Wu Laowai laughed and said, "Don't worry, Ma Ren doesn't like women. I only chose him because I know his temperament." Yusan asked in confusion, "Is he from Sichuan province?" Old Wu chuckled, and although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. Yusan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now." A moment later, a boat about the same size as Wu Laowai's boat approached. A square-faced man of medium build and slightly overweight with a full beard boarded Wu Laowai's boat. "Hey Laowai, why are you suddenly contacting me? Did you miss me?" Old Wu grinned and said, "Hey Ma Ren, I've got a good business opportunity. Want to try it?" "What kind of business?" Wu Laowai pointed to the Sea King and said, "That ship looks good. I'm afraid I can't finish it by myself. I was thinking of asking you for help. What do you say?" Ma Ren looked at the Sea King and saw Barbara and Lu Ruyan standing on the ship, revealing an expression of "I see." "These 2 women are indeed quite nice, but why should I partner with you?" Wu Laowai said, "After it's done, you can have 70% of what's on that boat, but I can have these 2 women. How about that?" Ma Ren glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "I don't want to take that risk. This ship looks to be of a higher class than ours. It's definitely not." Just as Wu Laowai's brows furrowed deeper as he listened, Ma Ren suddenly stopped talking. Just as he was wondering, he heard Ma Ren suddenly change the subject and say, Okay, I'll do it." Wu Laowai was taken aback. Following Ma Ren's gaze, he saw a young man standing on the Neptune, who was quite handsome. He immediately understood why the hemp seeds had changed so quickly. If I had known about this young man, should I not have given him 70%? However, since he had already said it, he couldn't change his mind. The thought of getting those 2 beauties made Wu Laowai feel a surge of excitement. This job was definitely worth it. After the 2 decided on their target, Wu Laowai revealed his idea of launching a surprise attack at night. Ma Ren laughed and said, "Old Y, I think you're getting more and more timid. What's there to be afraid of with just 2 pretty boys? There are 4 of us. Are we afraid we can't handle them?" Old Wu said, "We must be careful and watch the boat carefully. What if we accidentally prick something?" Although Ma Ren felt that Wu Laowai was being overly cautious, he did not refute it. So the 2 of them gathered together to discuss the details of taking action at night. Although Chu Fan was unaware that someone had already made a plan, he still warned everyone. "Be careful, I'm afraid someone might cause trouble tonight." Barbara pulled out her weapon of equality and said, "What are you afraid of? My bullets are not to be trifled with." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and said, "It's better to be careful. I keep feeling like someone is watching us." Lu Shangfei whispered, "Sister, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a tightness in my anus." Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "Let's all take turns resting tonight to prevent some scoundrels from taking advantage of the chaos." After agreeing on the details, the 4 of them gathered together and ate something. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Ruyan and her brother went to rest first, while Chu Fan and Barbara sat in front of the cabin door. Barbara nestled in Chu Fan's arms, drawing circles on Chu Fan's chest with her right index finger. Honey, do you like Ruyan more or me more? Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, I like them all. After saying that, Chu Fan laughed heartily, but suddenly his face turned cold, and he shouted angrily. Who? Chapter 32 Establishing Authority. In the darkness, the two ships silently approached the Sea King. The two boats that arrived were those of Wu Laowai and Ma Run. The two thought they had gotten away with it, but they were discovered the moment they stepped onto the deck of the Sea King. However, the two were only trying to play it safe. They weren't afraid, even if they were discovered. After all, in their eyes, Chu Fan and his companions were no different from lambs to the slaughter. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly, old Wu sneered. Behind them, Yu San turned on a flashlight, and the beam shone directly on Chu Fan and Barbara. Wow. Wu Laowai let out a sigh, clearly amazed by Barbara's beauty. From afar, it was already so alluring it almost made his soul fly away. Upon closer inspection, it was even more incredible. Ma Rin then saw Chu Fan's appearance clearly and said in a strange tone, Handsome boy, I'm not a bad person, I just want to talk to you about life. Wu Laowai's eyes never left Barbara, and he said lecherously, Hello, beautiful lady, come with me. Look, I've trained, I have a strong waist, and I'm big. Barbara gave him a disdainful look and said dismissively, Big? What's big? Is the tumor big? Wu Laowai was clearly taken aback, but he quickly smiled and licked his lips. As expected of a foreign woman, she has a wild personality. I like it. After saying that, he turned directly to Chu Fan and said, Kid, be smart and hand over this woman to me. There's another girl too, give her both, and I'll make your life easier. Otherwise. At this moment, Ma Rin interrupted, What are you doing? How can you talk to such a handsome young man like that? Then, turning to Chu Fan, he said, Little brother, don't be afraid. As long as you follow me, I'll give you whatever you want. Chu Fan realized that the person in front of him was gay, and he immediately felt a chill. Get the hell out of here, you damn gay, you're disgusting me. Chu Fan cursed and continued. All right, who exactly are you from? And what do you want to do on our ship? Yu San chimed in from behind. Can't you see it? They're robbing you of your money and your virtue. If you know what's good for you, just surrender obediently. Otherwise, my big brother will show you what the #1 swordsman of Jiangsheng is all about. Wu Laowai suppressed the upward curve of his lips, coughed twice, and said, Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Chu Fan deliberately gave an oh, what if I don't know what's good for me? Wu Laowai revealed a cruel expression. 8 years ago, there was a couple just like you. And guess what happened next? I slept with that man's woman in front of him, and then killed them both. A cold glint flashed in Chu Fan's eyes, and he nodded, saying, So he's a scumbag. Then there's no problem. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of Wu Laowai and the others, Chu Fan turned around. Honey, these scumbags are in your hands now. At this moment, Barbara pulled her hair up high, looking every bit the goddess. But the goddess was holding a cylinder in her hand, facing Wu Laowai and his group of 4. After hearing Chu Fan's words, he made an okay sign with his left hand and suddenly pulled the trigger on the gun at the 4 people. Robbery. Bang. Ma Rin's underlings were the first to fall to the ground. He's raping me. Bang. Ma Rin let out a scream, and then looked at his lower body, which was a bloody mess. You dare to lay a finger on my man. Bang. One of Yu San's legs simply disappeared. Oh, sister, I didn't have any designs on your man. Yu San let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Wu Laowai was completely stunned. No, brother/sister, you can't do this. We've only been here for a few days. We're still using cold weapons. Where did you get a gun from? At that moment, gunshots rang out again. The #1 knife in Jiangxing. Bang. Ah. Wu Laowai let out a scream, followed by a sharp pain in his lower body. He assured that even if Barbara and Lu Ruyan were standing naked in front of him, he wouldn't have any impure thoughts. At this point, Wu Laowai was terrified. He had never felt this fear even when he was sentenced to death. Young man, we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. We're all compatriots. We'll never do it again. Chu Fan sneered. Compatriots? You didn't seem like you'd hold back just now. I was just kidding you. Really, little brother, I'm a good person. At this moment, Ma Run was filled with regret. This woman was too ruthless. He could no longer be the top. He could only be the bottom. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Young man, don't believe him, he's a devil. Chu Fan followed the sound and saw two disheveled women with numerous wounds on their faces standing on Wu Laowai's boat, their eyes filled with anger as they glared at Wu Laowai. "Who are you?" Chu Fan asked, puzzled. One of the women, wearing a mask, said, "We're just ordinary people, captured by this heartless bastard." Then, at this point, she broke down in tears. Another woman continued, "These two demons killed our family members right in front of us, and they torture us every day in all sorts of ways. He can't even be called a human being. He's a complete demon. My sister and I wish we could tear him to pieces." Wu Laowai's face changed, and he cursed, "You bitch, shut up." Da-da-da. A flash of blue light appeared, and 4 more wicked corpses appeared on the deck of the Sea King. This time, Barbara didn't give them a chance to talk nonsense. Ugh, what a scumbag. This was also a strategy that Chu Fan and his group had agreed upon. If they wanted to avoid trouble, they had to establish their authority. Wu Laowai and his 3 companions gave Chu Fan the perfect opportunity to establish his authority. He wanted everyone to know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Sure enough, gunshots pierced the night sky, putting nearby ships on high alert. What? There are gunshots? No, where did the gun come from? How can we play like this? Holy crap, it looks like they're from that ship. I was saying those 2 women were really hot during the day. On the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi suddenly sat up in bed. Where did the gunshots come from? Boss, it sounds like the noise coming from the Neptune. A glint of light flashed in Gao Shuaiqi's eyes. Is it Chu Fan again? Looks like it's time to meet him. Chu Fan was unaware of the unusual movements from all sides. He called Lu Shangfei out of the cabin, intending for the 2 of them to clean up the 4 clumps of meat paste on the deck together. Barbara needs to be more careful next time, since a shotgun without bullets is no different from a fire poker. This series of actions turned it into a large-scale dismemberment scene. Congratulations on defeating the ship Sea Wolf. You have earned 10 points. Congratulations on defeating the ship Sea Chrysanthemum. You have earned 10 points. The sudden notification startled Chu Fan, who then couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Do you get 10 points for defeating a ship? There's a 1,000-point gap just to unlock a new module. If I want to build an invincible fleet, it'll be ages before I can do that. The 2 women remained silent and helped clean the deck with buckets of water. After considering for a moment, Chu Fan asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Chapter 33, Opening the Blind Box Again. The 2 women's expressions darkened upon hearing Chu Fan's question. Both of them were teleported here with their husbands, but they didn't expect to run into such a pervert as Wu Laowai right at the beginning. Now both of them are widows. Although they were fortunate enough to be rescued by Chu Fan and his group, everything that has happened in the past few days still made them burst into tears. Lu Shangfei burst into tears. "It's so touching." Lu Ri sighed softly and looked at Chu Fan. Barbara's eyes also reddened, and she said to Chu Fan, "Darling, they are so pitiful. Should we help them?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "Not being a saint doesn't mean being inhuman. Ask them what they think." At this moment, the 2 girls also heard Chu Fan and the others' conversation and immediately stopped crying. "We are grateful to Brother Chu for saving our lives. We also have other relatives who have been brought to this world, and we want to find them." Chu Fan nodded again, knowing that the 2 of them didn't want to cause him any trouble. He didn't force himself. Although he still needed 2 teammates to reach level 4, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, getting enough people to join is much easier than activating the other modules. With that in mind, he gave the Sea Wolf, which was Wu Laowai's ship, to the 2 women, and left them all the supplies as well. He didn't even care about these supplies. The 2 women knelt down with a thud. "Thank you so much for saving our lives today. If we have the chance in the future, we sisters will definitely repay you." Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." The 2 women then helped each other to their feet and returned to the Sea Wolf, slowly rowing the ship to the side. Chu Fan then merged the Haiju ship, which was made by Ma Run, into the Haiwang ship, increasing the size of the Haiwang ship by 1/3. Looking at the ship information on the panel, the displacement has changed from 10 tons to 13 tons. The most noticeable difference is that the deck is almost a meter wider than before, and the cabin is also much larger. At that moment, the system's voice also rang out. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully survived for 1 day. The blind box reward has been credited to your account. Please check your account. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Tomato had once said, "The system is the most powerful." Therefore, the blind boxes given by the system have now become Chu Fan's greatest reliance. After closing the hatch, Chu Fan smiled and said to the 2 women, who were looking at him with suspicion, "Come on, let's get started." Barbara was taken aback and said, "Oh, darling, again? Aren't you tired? Lu Rian also looked at Chu Fan with a hint of resentment, thinking he really can't miss a single meal. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned, but then he realized that the two women had misunderstood. You two little perverts, what are you thinking? I meant opening blind boxes. Barbara exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so that's what you mean. I thought you meant. What did you think I was talking about? Oh, you mean that. Don't worry, we'll discuss biology later. Chu Fan spoke, but his hands did not stop moving at all. With a wave of his hand, 3 blind boxes were neatly placed in front of the 3 people. Same rules as always, 1 for each person. I refuse to believe I'll be the unluckiest one again this time. You guys can go first this time. Having learned from his previous 2 experiences, Chu Fan refused to be the first to open the door this time, no matter what. Barbara took a box and opened it immediately. Beep, blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special module, medical room. The medical room contains basic hospital facilities and some medicines. Note, medicines are consumable items and the host needs to obtain them themselves. Wow, as expected of Barbara. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Barbara's luck is as incredible as ever. In such an environment, having a medical room is such a wonderful thing. Moreover, Barbara happens to be a doctor, so this medical room seems to have been tailor-made for her. As Chu Fan looked at Barbara, the image of Barbara wearing a tight-fitting nurse's uniform suddenly flashed into his mind. Thinking this, Barbara's Neptune suit suddenly changed on its own. The color changed directly from yellowish-green to white, and the white tight-fitting top outlined her perfect figure. Inside was a black bra, practically spilling out. Below, she wore a super short skirt and black stockings, making her look incredibly sexy and alluring. Chu Fan's eyes widened immediately upon seeing it. He's coming at me like a shot. He knows this guy too well. Lu Ruyan sneered from the side. You're practically drooling. Look at you, you lecherous bastard. Chu Fan then remembered that his second wife was sitting next to him, and he quickly laughed. Rian, it's your turn. Hurry up and open it to see what you can get. Lu Rian regained her composure, filled with curiosity as well. Although she didn't know where the blind box came from, she knew that the benefits it brought were immeasurable. As she thought about it, she slowly opened the blind box in her hand. Beep, blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item, the alert system. Warning system description. After use, it will automatically monitor all locations on the ship. Any attempt to sneak onto the ship will trigger an alarm, providing 360-degree coverage. Chu Fan was completely dumbfounded. These 2 young women were as lucky as ever. This is so timely. Now we don't need to arrange for someone to keep watch at night. However, after that burst of gunfire, I doubt anyone will dare to approach for a while. Okay, now it's my turn. I think I'm sure I'll get a great treasure this time. As he spoke, Chu Fan opened the blind box in front of him. Ding! Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 packs of Hua Z cigarettes and 100 zero windproof lighters. Although Hua Z is soft, you, host, must be as hard as steel. Chu Fan was now truly bewildered. It was just like the wind that blew when he was standing casually on the balcony of the 38th floor. This blind box isn't entirely useless, but compared to the 2 girls, it's really trash. System, am I the host, or are they the hosts? No, I have to get back on track. In the dead of night, Chu Fan finally understood why the system had given him Hua Z. He leaned against the cabin, looking at the moonlight above and feeling the gentle breeze on the sea. Snap! The windproof lighter emitted a dim yellow light in the darkness. Chu Fan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. It's just SOSO. Chapter 34 Brother Long's Visit. After taking a shower, Chu Fan slept soundly with his wives until dawn. It seems that yesterday's show of authority was quite effective, as no one dared to bother us in the latter half of the night. What? Brother-in-law, where did you get Hua Z? Chu Fan laughed and tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Lu Shangfei, then tossed him a lighter. Brother-in-law, feel free to smoke. Your brother-in-law has plenty. Lu Shangfei was overjoyed and quickly took it. He opened a box and was about to start smoking when he felt a tightness in his ear. Ouch, ouch, sis, let go. Your ear's going to fall off. When did you learn to smoke? Lu Rian spoke harshly and released her delicate, slender hand. Lu Shangfei rubbed his earphones and took a step back, whispering, Sis, I'm an adult now. Can you stop treating me like a child? Lu Rian frowned and said, What did you say? You haven't even grown your hair yet, and you dare to call yourself an adult? Lu Shangfei blushed and said, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? It would be so embarrassing if Sister Barbara heard this. As she spoke, She glanced at Chu Fan with pleading eyes. Chu Fan secretly gave an okay sign and stepped forward, saying, Ruyan, Xiaofei is indeed an adult now and should have his own life. Speaking of which, we should find him a girlfriend. Lu Ruyan was taken aback when she heard this. Chu Fan's words reminded her that Xiaofei had indeed grown up and should have his own independent space. But she also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, so she said coldly, He's a big jerk, he's careless and unreliable. However, she ultimately acquiesced to Chu Fan's words and said sternly, Smoke less. Lu Xiaofei was overjoyed. Yes, I'll listen to you, sister. I'll definitely smoke less. Although he is only a sophomore in college, he actually learned to smoke in his senior year of high school, but he never dared to let his family know. Although he wasn't particularly addicted, seeing Chu Fan smoking made him unable to resist. Seeing Lu Ruyan turn and enter the cabin, Lu Xiaofei quickly lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, closed his eyes, and looked on with a look of enjoyment. Chu Fan laughed and was about to speak when he suddenly saw a small boat approaching. Under Chu Fan's watchful gaze, the small boat pressed itself tightly against the Sea King and came to a stop. A target is approaching, please be vigilant. As soon as the small boat docked at the Shanghai King, the newly acquired warning system issued a warning. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Ruyan and Barbara quickly came out to greet them. Barbara took out her shotgun and pointed it at the newcomer. Just then, a slightly familiar voice came over. Brother Chu Fan, don't shoot, it's me. A figure appeared on the small boat. Chu Fan looked over, and after a brief moment of surprise, he finally remembered who it was. Are you Brother Long? Haha, that's right, it's me. The person who arrived was Bai Jie's husband, Brother Long. Brother Long jumped onto the Neptune, and upon seeing the shotgun in Barbara's hand, he raised his hand with a slightly embarrassed expression and said, We're all on the same side. Chu Fan nodded and said, Barbara, put the gun away. Barbara put away her gun after hearing this. Brother Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of having a gun pointed at him was truly terrifying. Brother Long stepped forward and gently patted Chu Fan's chest, giving him a meaningful look. You little punk, you've got some nerve. If this weren't Earth, I'd definitely chop off your arm. The meaning is quite clear. He actually dares to hit on my Brother Long's woman. Chu Fan blushed upon hearing this. Although he hadn't done it on purpose, he knew he was in the wrong. Upon seeing the wary expressions on Barbara and Lu Ruyan's faces, Brother Long burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Chu Fan and I were in the same business. We're on the same side. Chu Fan's face darkened, and he subconsciously glanced in the direction of Bai Jie's boat, but he didn't see the sexy young woman. Brother Long, what brings you here? Are you looking for your wife? Chu Fan handed over a cigarette and lit it for Brother Long, who looked on in surprise. What? Dude, you're amazing. You even have cigarettes. Brother Long didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cigarette, lit it, and took a greedy puff before slowly explaining his purpose. Let's not talk about that woman for now. I'm here to talk to you about something, brother. Brother Long, what are you saying? Brother Long invited Brother Long to sit on the deck, and the three grown men huddled together, smoking cigarettes and chatting. Hey bro, do you know about the Ark? Chu Fan frowned slightly and asked, The Ark? Is it that guy named Gao Shuaiqi? Brother Long nodded and said, That's right, it's him. Let me tell you, he's quite a character. In the past few days, he has taken in a total of 13 ships, and now there are nearly 30 people on his ships. In addition, the Ark already has a freshwater converter. Although the amount converted each day is limited, it can still save lives. Brother Long took another deep drag on his cigarette and said, To be honest, brother, if I hadn't run into him, I might have died the night before last. Chu Fan nodded slightly and asked, Brother Long, what is your relationship with this Gao Shuaiqi? Brother Long approached and said, Well, Gao Shuaiqi wants to team up with you. When I heard that he was looking for you, I volunteered to come over. I also wanted to see my old woman. Chu Fan smiled faintly after hearing this. Unexpectedly, Gao Shuaiqi still showed up. Brother Long, that might disappoint you. I don't have that idea. Brother Long nodded and said, Before you came, I would have definitely advised you to come with me. Let's join forces and make our business bigger and stronger. Then he changed the subject. But now, I definitely won't try to persuade you. Chu Fan asked in confusion. Oh, why is that? Brother Long grinned and said, Just because of these two beauties, I don't approve of you going over there. Brother, you've got some luck. Aren't you afraid you're one of my old acquaintances? As he spoke, Brother Long gave a thumbs up. Lu Ruyan keenly grasped the meaning behind Brother Long's words, and her eyes were fixed on Chu Fan like two swords. Chu Fan coughed awkwardly twice and quickly asked, Brother Long, what do you mean by that? Brother Long glanced at the other person on his small boat and lowered his voice. That Gao Shuaiqi is all right in other aspects, but he's too lecherous. Basically, no woman with a bit of looks can escape him. Your two girls are so hot, they're bound to attract attention if they go there. That's also why I don't want my wife to come with me. Chu Fan then realized. Oh, right. There's something else you need to tell me, bro. What's up? What was the cause of yesterday's gunshots? The Ark is quite far from here, so we don't know the details. This was the only thing He Feng Ming was wary of. Chu Fan didn't deny it. That's right, it's on my side. Brother, you're amazing, Brother Long said, giving a thumbs up. At this moment, Brother Long finished his cigarette, stood up, patted his butt, and said, All right, I know what you mean. I'm going back now. Keep an eye on my old woman for me. Chu Fan took out 2 packs of cigarettes and stuffed them into Brother Long's arms. Brother Long took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and hid the cigarettes. Thanks, bro. Be careful of Gao Shuaiqi. I'll let you know if anything happens. Going now. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and whispered, Brother Chu Fan, what do you think my wife will do if I die? Chu Fan laughed and said, Don't worry, I will take care of your wife. Brother Long raised his fist and said, You brat, you actually want to be a traitor like Chow Chow? Remember what you said today. After saying that, he gracefully jumped onto the small boat and slowly sailed away. Chu Fan watched as Brother Long's shadow slowly disappeared and narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom. A thunderbolt struck from the clouds. Chu Fan looked up and saw that dark clouds were gathering rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the world turned dark. Hurry and get into the cabin. It's going to rain. It seems this is the time of day when it rains, and everyone at sea immediately brought out their collected containers. The freshwater collector on the Neptune automatically collects rainwater, so they don't need to do anything at all. Another bolt of lightning struck, and the rain finally began to fall. Chapter 35 Sea Monster Attack. Points ranking opens. Let the rain fall all at once. Fan. Chu Fan stared at Barbara, who was humming a little tune, with a dark expression on his face. He had no idea where this foreign girl had gotten the reference to Shiro. On the windless sea, everyone was ready to welcome the first rain. But soon everyone discovered a very cruel truth. This rain is just too damn light. That's it. It doesn't even give me as many drops as I did with the little devil. What? Such a light rain? Can it fill a bottle in 20 minutes? Langlima, quickly prepare a few more bottles. Third brother, bring me my chamber pot too. Damn it. I was hoping to take a shower while I was at it. I even took my pants off, and this is it? These are handmade wooden buckets, guaranteed to be leak-proof. Feel free to message me if you're interested. What, buddy? Give me one. I want one too. The regional channels were flooded with comments again, everyone complaining that the rain was like peeing. It seems that this sole source of fresh water is also a huge challenge. At this moment, Brother Long also braved the rain to return to the Ark and met Gao Shuaiqi. Along, how was it? What did Chu Fan say? Brother Long said with a forced smile. Brother Long, Chu Fan said he has a family to support and doesn't want to trouble others, so? As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over ingratiatingly. This was given to me by Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi smiled, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Brother Long pursed his lips and took out another pack of cigarettes. That's all, Brother Gao. Gao Shuaiqi then took it and nodded, saying, I didn't expect Chu Fan to have quite a lot of goods. Upon hearing this, Brother Long's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Brother Gao, Chu Fan is my brother, you see. Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand and said, Sigh, don't overthink it. I, Gao Shuaiqi, am not that kind of person. Since Chu Fan has concerns, let's just let this matter go. Brother Long breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then I'll thank Brother Gao on behalf of Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi laughed and said, Don't be so formal. We're all brothers. By the way, what was that gunshot last night? Brother Long quickly replied, That's right, it came from the Sea King. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi remained silent for a moment before saying, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Long. You should go and rest now. Brother Long nodded and said, Okay, I'll go get busy now. After Brother Long left the cabin, a person suddenly appeared behind Gao Shuaiqi. This was none other than his trusted younger brother, He Feng Ming. Boss, are we really just going to let this go? Gao Shuaiqi's smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Forget it. I sent someone to invite Chu Fan, which was a favor to him. Since he's being ungrateful, I naturally have no reason to show him any mercy. He Feng Ming asked, puzzled, Then what about Long just now? Gao Shuaiqi sneered and looked at He Feng Ming, saying, Ming, you must remember, Long is not one of us. Before, When I asked him to bring his wife over, he just laughed it off. This time, when I asked him to go find Chu Fan, the result was the same. Gao Shuaiqi didn't say anything more, but he Fengming already understood what he meant. That brother, do I need to go and give him? He then made a throat-slitting gesture. Gao Shuaiqi quickly replied, no rush, he still has a use. He paused, then added, here's what you'll do. You personally lead a group to scout out the area near the Sea King, but be careful not to let Ah Long see you. He Fengming lowered his head and asked, brother, what about Chu Fan's gun? Gao Shuaiqi said, tell Monkey to get ready. He Fengming gave a thumbs up and said, it has to be the boss. If we let Monkey handle this, there will definitely be no problem. Just then, one of his underlings ran in. Big brother, something bad has happened. He Fengming cursed, what nonsense are you talking about? And didn't I tell you to knock before coming in next time? The younger brother was taken aback and quickly retreated. Brother, are you ready? May I come in? Gao Shuaiqi was speechless. Anyone who heard this would think they were making some kind of deal. So he said with a displeased look, stop with the formalities and come in. The younger brother then carefully pushed open the door and entered the cabin. Speak, what is it? Brother, countless giant fish have suddenly appeared outside and are attacking the ship. Go and take a look. A big fish? Gao Shuaiqi looked suspicious when he heard this. He Fengming asked the question his elder brother had. It's just fish, food delivered to our door. What's the big deal? The younger brother shrank back and said, brother, that fish is way too big. He Fengming scoffed. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. The bigger the fish, the better. Besides, how big can this fish be? Look at your ignorant attitude. With that, He Fengming pushed his underling aside and walked out of the cabin. A moment later, He Fengming's voice came in. My goodness, this fish is huge. Gao Shuaiqi could no longer hold back and practically rushed out of the cabin. You guys, just because you're a little older. Suddenly, he froze. Then, pointing to the 2-story tall, octopus-like thing in front of him, he asked, trembling. You call this thing a fish? The younger brother scratched his head. Isn't an octopus a fish? You're a fucking genius. At this point, the sea was in complete chaos. Countless enormous fish emerged from the sea and began attacking the ships on the surface. The giant octopus monster in front of the ark began attacking the humans on board with its powerful tentacles. Help! One of the underlings was grabbed by the octopus's tentacles and lifted into the air. Immediately afterwards, the octopus monster opened its blood-red maw and threw the underling directly into its black hole-like mouth. Click! Click! The sound of chewing sent chills down everyone's spines. A similar situation occurred on Chu Fan's side. A gigantic creature, resembling a crab, appeared in front of the Sea King. The crab monster raised its enormous pincers and clamped them directly onto the mast of the Sea King. If it gets caught, the entire mast will probably break. You beast, cease your insolence. Chu Fan roared and leaped high into the air. With a single swing of his dragon slayer sword at the crab monster, the seemingly sturdy crab monster was instantly cleaved in two. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for becoming the first player to kill the sea monster. You have earned 10 points and received a reward of 100 points. The leaderboard is now officially open. A points ranking will be held in 7 days, and the first place winner will receive a special reward. The current rankings are as follows. First place, Neptune, with 210 points. Second place, Ark, with 200 points. Third place, Thunder, with 100 points. Fourth place, Xiaohaizi points, 80. A sound rang out from midair, startling everyone. Someone actually managed to kill this sea monster. Gao Shuaiqi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly shouted, Everyone, get your weapons out and take down this guy. At this moment, the people on the deck came to their senses and picked up their weapons to launch a counterattack against the octopus monster. Gao Shuaiqi then pulled out a large knife that emitted a blue light. He had previously stolen this knife from an island inhabited by several dwarfs. Taking advantage of his superior numbers, he plundered the island and obtained the knife. This knife was extremely sharp. It seemed that nothing could withstand Gao Shuaiqi's full-force slash. This is one of his trump cards. With this knife, he is not afraid of anyone. Fortunately, this octopus monster seemed to have no other means of attack besides its enormous size. Gao Shuaiqi swung his knife fiercely and cut off the octopus monster's head. Kill the sea monster and gain plus 10 points. Current score, 210 points. Now, Gao Shuaiqi's points have successfully caught up with Chu Fan's. But this made Gao Shuaiqi very unhappy. Just one step too late, and you lose 100 points of the reward. This first place should have been his all along. Chapter 36. I've wanted to be a tank driver since I was a child. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is awesome. Gao Shuaiqi, enjoying the flattery of his underlings, couldn't help but feel smug. Big brother, I want to have your babies. The one who shouted was a fat man with a square face and a thick beard. Gao Shuaiqi couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. Get the hell out of here, you dead gay. Gao Shuaiqi cursed and then pondered. This Chu Fan is just a step ahead of me because he has a gun. I don't believe he can't run out of bullets. He Feng Ming, who was standing to the side, muttered to himself. I don't think I heard any gunshots just now. However, his older brother was in high spirits right now, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke his boss. Seeing all his underlings looking at him with such reverence, Gao Shuaiqi felt even more smug. Alright, now let me take the top spot on this leaderboard. Big brother is awesome. Big brother will win. Big brother, I want to give you. Smack. Before the guy could finish yelling, Gao Shuaiqi kicked him away. Damn it, if you dare utter another word, I'll throw you down to feed the octopuses. After spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Gao Shuaiqi glanced at Brother Long, who looked worried, and his eyes darted around. Long, what's wrong? Are you worried about your wife? Brother Long sighed and said, Yeah, boss. Even though this woman is cheating on me, we've been together for so many years, and I'm actually a little worried about her now. Gao Shuaiqi quickly said, You've seen my strength. Bring her here, and I'll protect you. Just as Brother Long was about to say something, he suddenly heard a voice. Honey, help me. Brother Long was stunned when he heard that voice. He recognized the voice all too well. It was none other than his wife, Bai Jie. Brother Long turned around in disbelief and saw that less than 20 meters away from the ark, a ship was being firmly gripped by an octopus monster and being dragged into the sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. What? Wife? Brother Long couldn't hold back any longer and shouted it out. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Shuaiqi and He Fengming unconsciously looked over. With just one glance, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed hard. This woman is so incredibly beautiful. I'd heard long ago that Long's wife was incredibly beautiful, but seeing her today, I finally understand what a stunning young woman looks like. So he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Oh, it's Long's wife. Don't worry, Long and I are brothers. I'm here to save you. Bai Jie was too preoccupied with other matters to care about anything else at that moment. Upon hearing that someone could save her, and believing that it was indeed Brother Long's brother, she was overjoyed. Knowing that he couldn't worry about anything else at this moment, Brother Long quickly said, Thank you for your help, Brother Gao. Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand and said, My brother's business is my business. Quick, bring the boat over here. At Gao Shuaiqi's command, the ark quickly approached the small boat where Bai Jie was. At this point, the small boat had broken in several places, and seawater had begun to flood the deck. The situation was critical. Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi kept his word and jumped over at top speed, finishing off the octopus with 2 slashes. This brought his score to +10, successfully placing him at the top of the leaderboard. But he couldn't care less about any of that at the moment. He rushed forward to help Bai Jie, who was about to fall. Suddenly, an arm thicker than Gao Shuaiqi's thigh reached out and grabbed Gao Shuaiqi's outstretched hand. Oops! Bai Jie, without anyone to help her, fell weakly onto the deck, causing Gao Shuaiqi's heart to tremble. Only then did they realize that there was another fairy weighing over 200 pounds on Bai Jie's boat. And this arm belongs to this fairy. The fairy looked stern. Why are you so slow? We almost got swallowed by this giant octopus. Gao Shuaiqi thought he had misheard and stood there stunned, subconsciously asking, What did you say? The fairy continued, Humph, seeing that I was in danger, you didn't even come to save me sooner. I know you wanted to play the hero and save the beauty, hoping to make me look at you in a new light, right? What a coward. Gao Shuaiqi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What a weirdo. At this moment, Brother Long also jumped onto the boat and helped his wife up. Honey, are you alright? Are you hurt? Bai Jie grabbed Long Ji's arm and said, Honey, I'm so scared. Whether this coquettish gesture touched Brother Long's heart or not, Gao Shuaiqi didn't know, but it certainly touched his heart. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With me, Gao Shuaiqi, here, no one can hurt you. The fairy next to her snorted and said, Although that's too arrogant, at least you have some sense. Quickly help me onto that big ship. Gao Shuaiqi couldn't hold back any longer and kicked him. Unfortunately, the fairy was too heavy, and the kick failed to send her flying. Instead, it felt like kicking a ball of cotton. Damn it, you fat pig. What are you pretending for in front of me? If you say another word, I'll throw you into the sea. The fairy clutched her stomach in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me. I'm going to expose you. As he spoke, he removed the bracelet. Family, I encountered a jerk. I ignored him, and he actually hit me. I've never seen such an awful man before. Ladies, beware. When Gao Shuaiqi saw the fairy's ID, he couldn't help but laugh. So it was you pretending to be the school beauty Lu Rian. The guy who bought your stockings probably wants to throw up when he finds out. Before the fairy could speak again, Gao Shuaiqi casually swung his sword, cleaving the ship's hull and leaving a deep crack in the deck. Try saying one more word. After saying that, he waved his hand behind him, ignoring the little fairy whose face had turned pale with fright. I can't stand this fat pig anymore. He Fengming, come here and throw her into the sea. Bai Jie quickly said. Brother Gao, could you please let Xiao Dai off the hook? I've been so grateful for Xiao Dai's care these past few days. As soon as Gao Shuaiqi heard Bai Jie speak, his attitude immediately changed completely. Fine, for your sake, I'll let her off this time. Give her a boat, and let her fend for herself. At this moment, He Fengming rubbed his hands together and said, Brother, don't waste it. How about I get this as a reward? Gao Shuaiqi was stunned. No, you like this? He Fengming chuckled and said, I've wanted to be a tank driver since I was a child. Gao Shuaiqi suppressed the urge to vomit and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're awesome. Back on the ark, Gao Shuaiqi looked at Bai Jie, who was being helped off by Brother Long, and could no longer hide the burning passion in his eyes. However, he knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he turned around and gave He Fengming a few instructions. A moment later, a thin man with shrewd eyes walked over. Brother, you were looking for me? Monkey, there's something I need your help with. The skinny man, nicknamed Monkey, grinned slyly. Big brother, what do you want to steal? Just say the word. Gao Shuaiqi pointed to the large ship about 200 meters away from him and said softly, Neptune. Chapter 37 Barbecue at Sea. The monkey, standing on the ark, glanced at the Neptune in the distance and nodded, asking, Big brother, do you have a specific target? He has a gun on his boat. If you can, steal it. If you can't, destroy it. Gao Shuaiqi's voice was deep and calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. After a slight surprise, the monkey nodded and said, Okay, brother, I understand. I'll go prepare. Gao Shuaiqi nodded, watching the monkey's back. He was a prodigy. Despite his short stature, he was extremely agile and particularly skilled at theft. I went to great lengths to win him over, and seeing that he was a talented person, I kept him by my side. Chu Fan, you're too green to mess with me. After saying that, he confidently opened the leaderboard, but his face quickly turned green. Wang Defa, how come Chu Fan's points are increasing so fast? The leaderboard clearly showed that the Neptune had reached 270 points, putting it in first place. In other words, in this short period of time, Chu Fan has killed at least 7 sea monsters. Damn it, we have to take his gun. Gao Shuaiqi slammed his fist on the deck and shouted, Everyone, rock the ship. I'm going to kill the sea monster. I want everyone to know who the true king of this ocean is. Gao Shuaiqi raised his broadsword and shouted loudly, exuding an air of superiority. Big brother, I want to cry. Just then, the rain suddenly stopped. It turned out that the 20 minutes had passed. A miraculous scene unfolded. As if receiving some kind of signal, the sea monsters on the surface of the ocean sank into the sea one after another. Even the sea monsters that were originally clinging to the ships suddenly abandoned their target. Now anyone can see that the appearance of this sea monster is related to the rain. It's even said that sea monsters only actively attack humans when it rains. This will make it even more difficult to collect fresh water. But at this moment, Gao Shuaiqi suddenly realized that as soon as he shouted the slogan, there was no sea monster for him to cut down. This pose is just pointless. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, Chu Fan and the others also noticed the anomaly on the sea surface. Lu Shangfei grinned as he collected some of the meat from the sea monster he had just killed. Brother-in-law, is this thing really edible? Don't worry, Barbara has already had some tested, and it's safe, non-toxic, and very nutritious. After receiving a look of approval from Barbara, Lu Shangfei nodded happily. Then let's try the meat of this sea monster. So, while other ships on the sea were still in shock and cleaning up the mess, the smell of barbecue wafted from the Neptune. Holy crap, who is this guy? He's so bold as to eat a sea monster. It smells pretty good, but are you sure this is really edible? Chu Fan took out all sorts of seasonings from his spatial storage, which he had obtained from a blind box a few days ago. I never imagined I'd be eating barbecue under these circumstances. Barbara took a bite of the octopus leg, her eyes squinting happily. This octopus meat is absolutely delicious. Chu Fan also took a bite of the meat and found that the texture of the meat was indeed very unique. It was firmer and more bouncy than any octopus meat he had ever eaten before. And he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that his strength, which he had lost before, was rapidly recovering after eating the octopus. After taking a bite, Lu Xiangfei stood up and scooped up all the sea monster corpses still floating in the sea, piling them into a small mountain on the deck. Lu Rian was eating octopus meat in small bites when she suddenly asked, Chu Fan, should we remind everyone that this sea monster meat is edible? Chu Fan shrugged and said, no problem. Even if we don't say anything, they will find out sooner or later. Lu Rian nodded, opened her bracelet, and sent one of her few messages. Sea monster meat is edible. His tone remained as cold as ever. It's clear that this Ice Queen, despite her seemingly ethereal appearance, still possesses a compassionate heart. However, Chu Fan didn't think it was a big problem. After all, this is how a real person with flesh and blood should be. In the chat channel, someone raised their question. You think you can just say you can eat it? Who do you think you are? This is Lu Da's campus belle. I'm right next to her boat, and she's really eating sea monster meat. What? She's the campus belle of Lu University? Then who was the one who sold me the used stockings last time? Hee, that's a fake. It's on our ship now, and it weighs at least 250 pounds. Seriously? You're in luck, bro upstairs. Damn it. Seeing the conversation in the chat room, Chu Fan couldn't help but ask, Rian, aren't you angry when someone impersonates you? Lu Rian shrugged and said, whether you get angry or not, it won't change the established facts, so what's the point? Chu Fan was speechless for a moment. This girl was just too cool. No wonder he's so popular. But now that this goddess belongs to me, thinking about it this way, I seem to be the most amazing one. Thinking of this, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Second wife, you're right. Just then, Lu Rian's bracelet suddenly rang. She opened it and saw that it was a private message. Felinina, Rian, is that you? I am Ruoyan. Lu Rian was taken aback and immediately replied, it's me, Ruoyan. I didn't expect to see you here. Yes, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen the news on the public channel. Lu Rian then asked, how are you doing now? Felinina, the situation isn't great. My ship was attacked by a sea monster, and it's slightly damaged. Lu Rian sighed. Li Ruoyan was her only good friend during her university years. As if afraid that Lu Rian would worry, another message came from the other end. Don't worry about me, I'm fine for now. By the way, Rian, is it true that sea monster meat is edible? Lu Rian quickly replied, it's true, and the taste is quite good. It can also quickly restore physical strength. Felinina, what a pity, my sister and I were so busy hiding that we didn't manage to get any meat. As if she had just thought of something, Lu Rian quickly said, Ruoyan, wait for me. After saying that, she raised her head and said, Chu Fan, there's something I'd like to ask for your opinion on. Chu Fan asked in surprise, second wife, why are you suddenly so serious? Just say what's wrong, there's no one else here. Lu Rian glanced at the mountain of sea monster meat piled on the deck and said softly, Chu Fan, my only friend from school, is also on this sea. She's not doing well right now. We have so much sea monster meat, could I send her some? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, not good. Lu Rian was stunned. She hadn't expected Chu Fan to reject her and blurted out, why? Chu Fan suddenly chuckled and said, you have to call me husband. Chapter 38 Li Ruoyan, Li Ruashi. Lu Rian was stunned again upon hearing this. A moment later, as if she couldn't believe her ears, she tentatively asked, is this why you disagree? Chu Fan chuckled and said, from now on, you're not allowed to call me Chu Fan anymore. You have to call me husband. Come on, Rian, call me husband. Although Lu Rian thought Chu Fan was a bit nonsensical, especially in front of her younger brother, she was somewhat speechless. But then I thought, it wouldn't be inappropriate to call Chu Fan and me husband and wife now. So she whispered, okay, my dear husband. Chu Fan laughed heartily before continuing. That's more like it. By the way, what did you just say, your best friend? Lu Rian nodded and said, yes, my only best friend when I was studying at Jiangxing University, Li Ruoyan. At this moment, Lu Xiangfei interjected, Sister Ruoyan? She's here too? Lu Rian nodded again and said, yes, it seems she was with her sister. Wow, I've heard for a long time that Sister Ruoyan has a twin sister who looks almost exactly alike. I've always wanted to see just how similar they are. Chu Fan asked in confusion, Xiaofei, do you also know this Li Ruoyan? Lu Xiangfei nodded and said, of course, brother-in-law, you don't know, do you? Back then, Sister Ruoyan and my sister were known as the two beauties of Jiangga University. Just think, She also has a younger sister who looks exactly like her. Chu Fan said with an, "Oh, I see." Lu Rian continued, "I just got in touch with her. Her ship was a little damaged, and because she was scared, she didn't manage to kill the sea monster, let alone collect its meat. Seeing that there was so much meat, I thought I'd share a little with her." As she continued, Lu Rian's voice grew softer and softer. She herself felt that her request seemed a bit excessive. Chu Fan shrugged and said, "I'm fine with this. There's so much meat, we can't possibly finish it all. Let her have some." Lu Rian was also stunned. She thought Chu Fan would blame her for meddling, but she didn't expect Chu Fan to not care at all. Seeing her like this, Chu Fan continued, "You are also a part of this ship, and you have the right to distribute these things. As long as they are not core items, you don't need to worry so much." Barbara stepped forward and said, "Rian, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. It shows you're a loyal and devoted sister. Don't worry about sending him off. If Chu Fan dares to say anything, we won't let him into bed tonight." Chu Fan's face darkened. This foreign woman was so outspoken, she dared to say anything. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Rian, what's Li Ruoyan's ID here? I'll know in advance next time we run into each other." Lu Rian opened her bracelet and glanced at it again before saying, "Her name is Fu Linina. That's right, she's an original." Chu Fan was stunned. Could it be such a coincidence? As she said this, she opened her bracelet and found her previous transaction records. "Is this it?" Lu Rian stepped forward and was also taken aback. What a small world. "Yes, it's her." Chu Fan laughed and said, "Then there's no problem at all. Even if she's not your best friend, just because she spoke up for me before, this little favor is no problem at all." Then, as if he had thought of something, Chu Fan took out a windproof lighter from his spatial storage and handed it over. "I guess she doesn't have any kind of fire starter either. You can give this to her as a way of thanking her for taking care of you all these years." Lu Rian felt a warmth in her heart and, without being coy, took the lighter and turned on the bracelet again. "Ruoyan, I have some extra sea monster meat here. You can grill it and eat it to replenish your energy. Also, this is something my husband asked me to give you." On a ship about 200 meters away from the Neptune, a beautiful woman with black hair and wearing black stockings and an online outfit stared wide-eyed. What did I just hear? The aloof and cold Miss Lu Rian actually has a husband? Lu Rian blushed, but being the independent person she was, she replied casually, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. If you need help, come find me. I'm on the Sea King." Now, Li Ruoyan was no longer calm. She finally understood that her best friend's man was actually Chu Fan, who had been making waves recently. However, she quickly came to terms with it, laughing and muttering to herself, "As expected of my best friend Li Ruoyan, the man she found is no ordinary person." At this moment, a girl with pigtails who looked 9/10 like Li Ruoyan poked her head out from the cabin. "Sis, what are you saying?" This is Li Ruoyan's twin sister, Li Ruoshi. Because they grew up together, wore the same clothes, and dressed the same way, they were often mistaken for each other. So when they went to university, the two sisters deliberately went to different universities. After graduation, the two took completely different paths. Judging from her attire, Li Ruoyan is a typical career woman. Li Ruoshi, on the other hand, studied film and was a relatively new star. The two had a holiday and decided to get together. As a result, they had barely met when they were transported to this ghostly game. Fortunately, the two sisters were not separated, which made them feel a little more at ease. However, even under these circumstances, the two still tried to keep a low profile. After all, in such an environment, if you encounter someone with bad intentions, there are no laws that can protect you. Li Ruoyan raised her head, smiled slightly, revealing a pair of pretty dimples. "Ruoshi, we have food." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshi couldn't help but laugh, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. "Really? Where did it come from? Do you remember me mentioning my best friend, Lu Rian?" After a brief recollection, Li Ruoshi remembered this familiar name. "Is it Lu Rian, who was known as one of the two beauties of Jiangdai University along with you?" Li Ruoyan smiled wryly. "Ruoshi, can we please stop using such a childish nickname? That's all in the past." Li Ruoshi chuckled and said, "I'm quite curious. What kind of person would be able to be compared to you, sister?" Li Ruoyan shook her head and said, "I really can't do anything with you. Come on, let's grill some meat." Rian said that the meat of this sea monster tastes amazing and can quickly replenish your energy. "Really? That's great." Suddenly, she remembered something, frowned and said, "But, sister, we don't have any tools to start a fire. What do you think this is? A lighter? Where did it come from?" "It was also given to me by Rian." Li Ruoshi was no longer calm. "No, Sis, I won't say anything about how good your best friend is to you. But why is she so amazing and has so many good things? Li Ruoyan smiled like an ant and said softly, because she met a powerful man. Meanwhile, aboard the Neptune, Chu Fan and his 3 companions were eating barbecue and discussing their next move. At this moment, on the seemingly calm sea, a small boat was silently rowing, heading straight for the Sea King. Chapter 39. Chu Fan facing 4 mountains alone. The small boat stopped less than 10 meters away from the Neptune. 3 men huddled in the cramped cabin, coldly observing the situation aboard the Neptune. This was precisely because the monkeys had come ahead to scout the location. So, have you found anything? The monkey asked in a deep voice. Brother Monkey, there are 4 people on the Sea King, 2 men and 2 women. I have to say, those 2 women are really good looking. Yeah, Monkey King. What's even more amazing is that there's a huge foreign woman up there. Wow, look at that size. If I could touch her, it would be so awesome. The 2 underlings described the intelligence they had gathered, their eyes filled with envy. The monkey scolded. Look at you 2, so useless. Is that what I asked? One of the underlings, scratched the back of his head and said, that's all I saw. The main thing was that foreign girl was walking around in front of me, making me dizzy. The monkey glared at him and said, get to the point. Did you see a gun? Brother B chuckled and said, I didn't see any guns on the ship, but we've been holding our guns up the whole time. Enraged, the monkey kicked the crouching dragon and the young phoenix aside, while secretly plotting his next move. It seems that relying on these 2 idiots won't get us anywhere anytime soon. I'll just have to go myself when it gets dark. Thinking of this, he turned around and stomped his feet twice more. Keep an eye on things. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when it gets dark. Okay, Monkey King. 2 Barbara fans responded, clutching their stomachs. This awful weather. Why is it suddenly so hot again? Lu Shangfei muttered something under his breath as he tried on the new clothes Chu Fan had given him. Lu Rian looked up at the sun in the sky, her brows furrowed. It felt like spring when it was raining just now, but in the blink of an eye it feels like summer. Even with the Neptune suit, the sun was still unbearable to be in. Left with no other option, the group had to hide in the cabin. Lu Shangfei, who couldn't stay idle, simply jumped into the sea and started swimming. In this heat, the sea monster meat will probably spoil if left on the deck. Let's put it away. Barbara shook her head and said, Honey, I've tried, but this meat can't be put into the warehouse. Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. He tried it and found that he couldn't put the meat into the warehouse. It seems this is also a limitation of this world, forcing humanity to constantly fight against sea monsters. Having figured these points out, Chu Fan smiled slightly. Others can't do it, but he can. That's because he's a cheat code. The warehouse can't accept the data, but I have my own system space. Moreover, it seems that my own system space can keep things fresh. So, with a wave of his hand, he collected all the sea monster meat on the deck into the warehouse. The group was used to this and secretly rejoiced. Lu Ruyan suddenly asked, Chu Fan, if I let Ruoyan and her sister come here for help, would you take them in? Chu Fan was overjoyed. This was a school beauty who was on par with Lu Ruyan. They're twins. If he refused, he wouldn't be a proper player. However, he pretended to be indifferent and said, Ruyan, you can make your own decision. No matter what you decide, I will support you silently. Lu Ruyan blushed and spat lightly. At least you still have some conscience. Never mind. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Upon hearing this, Barbara immediately said, I'm going too. Ruyan, wait for me. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood up and said, I want to join too. After saying that, he didn't even care about the 2 women's reactions. He grabbed their hands and rushed into the bathroom like a whirlwind. After a moment, Chu Fan sighed. The late Qing dynasty only had 3 mountains above its head, but I, Chu Fan, now I have to face 4 mountains alone. I will ride my great horse and overthrow these 4 mountains. You can't imagine how hard Aquaman works. While Chu Fan was happily playing in the water, the others on the high seas were suffering. This sun is so hot, it's making me dehydrated. But after all that commotion, many people even accidentally spilled the water they had just collected. As a result, the regional channels were filled with messages asking for water. If they knew that Chu Fan was actually taking a bath with his wife right now, they would probably be spitting blood. The area around the Neptune was littered with numerous scattered sea monster fragments, attracting a considerable number of people. Hey old man, I saw that crab leg first. Bullshit. I got it first. Are you looking for trouble? Damn it, who are you trying to scare? So these people, who were powerless against the sea monster, began to fight their own compatriots, determined to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, Li Ruoyan and her sister sighed again, thankful for Lu Ruyan's timely help. Otherwise, they certainly wouldn't have been able to survive this. But what should we do tomorrow? Should we continue to rely on Lu Ruyan's help? On the ark, Gao Shuaiqi watched by Jie's busy figure on the deck, and his heart was filled with excitement. Looking at Along now, he finds him a real eyesore. As long as he is still alive, I cannot directly harm Bai Jie. It seems I need to find an excuse to get rid of him. Killing Along is easy, but it requires gaining the support of the masses. Otherwise, there's no guarantee that the people below won't have other ideas. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, Chu Fan and his two companions stepped out of the cabin. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time since he transmigrated here, and this bath made him feel refreshed. So, Xiaofei, is there anything unusual? Lu Shangfei waved his bracelet and said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. Everything is normal. It's just that a lot of people are asking us to buy water." Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that water shortage had become everyone's primary problem. Lu Ruyan picked up her bracelet and started sending messages to her best friend. "Ruoyan, things are really bad right now. If you can't hold on, come find me. This is my location." After sending the message, Lu Ruyan was about to say something to Chu Fan when she suddenly froze. Then, she pointed ahead and said, "Look, what's that?" Everyone who heard this voice looked in the direction Lu Ruyan was pointing. In the distance, a huge black shadow appeared on the surface of the sea as if it had suddenly emerged from the water and was approaching the crowd at a moderate pace. Gradually, more and more people noticed this strange thing. As time went on, Chu Fan finally saw clearly that it was actually a huge, jet-black ship. I wonder what kind of propulsion system such a large ship uses to navigate so freely on this windless sea. The size of this ship far exceeds people's imagination. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a castle. Moreover, the ship seemed to be shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see what was happening on board. Some timid people were so frightened by this behemoth that they sat down on the deck, unable to utter a word for a long time. The sense of oppression is just too strong. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the ship suddenly stopped. Then, an incredibly alluring female voice came from the ship. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Captain Jack Sparrow's ghost ship." Chapter 40, The Mysterious Ghost Ship. Her voice didn't sound very loud, but strangely, everyone in that area of the sea heard her clearly. Cluck cluck. The woman's silvery laughter echoed in the air. It seems that even without seeing her face, one can tell that this woman must be quite beautiful. Gao Shuaiqi's eyes widened instantly upon hearing the laughter. She must be a great beauty. Chu Fan frowned slightly as he looked up at the mysterious ghost ship that exuded an eeriness. The woman continued speaking. "I'm sure you're worried about supplies and water, so I'm here to help you. We have everything you need: water, food, even martial arts techniques, supernatural abilities, or special modules from your ship. Do you want it?" As she spoke, the woman revealed her face, which was indeed an absolutely stunning beauty. Her looks are in no way inferior to Lu Ruyan and Barbara. Moreover, her every move exudes charm, making it impossible to look away. Lu Ruyan herself is a beauty, yet she was captivated and couldn't take her eyes off her. One can only imagine how others were drawn to her. However, compared to her stunning beauty, her words were clearly more captivating. "What? Food, water, and even superpowers and upgrade modules? Did I hear that right? Was this sent by God to save us? Angel sister, I want it, I want it." Hee hee. The woman's laughter rang out again. "I forgot to tell you all, my name is Liener, and I'm not an angel." A burly man was drooling non-stop, his face a picture of lechery. "My beauty, I don't want anything. I just want you, okay?" Liener covered her mouth and giggled. "Do you really want me?" "Ah, yes." The man's eyes looked unfocused. "Then come here." "Ah, okay. I'm coming right now." Strangely enough, as the woman's voice faded, a beam of light extended from the ghost ship, stretching like a bridge to the man's feet. The man had no eyes for the beauty at that moment, and had no other concerns. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the bridge of light. "Hee hee, little sister, I will definitely take good care of you." As they were talking, the man walked along the bridge of light toward the boat. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the man, as if they had forgotten to breathe. Fortunately, the man boarded the ghost ship without incident and stood steadily on the deck. "Hey girl, I'm here." Liener giggled and took a step back, asking, "Sir, do you have enough points?" The man was taken aback. "Yes, I have 20 points. I'll give them all to you." Liener waved her hand and said, 20 points are not enough." The man was taken aback again and subconsciously asked, "Then what do you want?" Leonor covered her mouth and laughed. If you want me, you'll need to prepare 100,000 points. But you've already confirmed you want me. What am I going to do? The man was already completely captivated by her every smile and gesture and echoed her words. Yes. What should we do then? Leonor shook her head and said, Then there's no other way but to pay with your life. After he finished speaking, a pure black claw suddenly emerged from the black mist behind him and dragged the man inside before anyone could see it clearly. In the black fog, the man only had time to let out a scream before he fell silent. This stunned everyone. Unexpectedly, Leonor ended the life of a strong man with a few words and a laugh, but it seemed as if nothing had happened. This ship is absolutely terrifying. Leonor sighed. As you all see, our ghost ship is a legitimate business. As long as you have points, you can buy anything you want. But the premise is, don't make promises lightly if you don't have enough points. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Now, is anyone still willing to come up and give it a try? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Was this guy trying to kill himself? Leonor wasn't in a hurry. She just stood by the boat, looking at everyone with a smile that could charm the world. There will always be people in this world who are not afraid of death. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer. Miss Leonor, I have 30 points. I would like to ask if there is any effective medicine for treating cancer. A middle-aged man raised his hand and asked the question towards the large ship. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in quite poor condition. As if talking to himself, the man murmured, I have late-stage lung cancer now, and I don't have many days left to live anyway. So what do I have to be afraid of? Leonor glanced at the man and said softly, Yes. And it only costs 20 points. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, there really is. Although 20 points isn't a small amount, it's a very cheap price compared to losing your life. The man, as if grasping at a straw, hurriedly said, I want to buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, a bridge of light appeared beneath his feet. Without any hesitation, the man practically ran onto the ghost ship. 20 points have been deducted. Now let's begin the treatment. Leonor clapped her hands, and another sharp claw emerged from the thick fog. But unlike before, this claw was blue. Amid everyone's gasps, the claw reached directly at the man and plunged into his chest cavity. What? It was all a lie. Thankfully, I didn't act impulsively. But to everyone's surprise, the man did not die, but instead showed a strange expression. A moment later, the blue claw withdrew from his chest, bringing with it a clump of charred material. As the charred material was removed, the man felt a strange sense of relief. Leonor smiled and said, All right, the cancer cells in your body have been completely cleared out. Thank you for your patronage. After standing there trying for a while, the man finally realized that his damned lung disease was finally cured. That's amazing. That's amazing. The man happily followed the bridge of light back to his boat. This scene made everyone feel unbalanced. Once the first one appeared, a second one followed, and more people began to seek out supplies. The most frequently purchased items were, naturally, fresh water and food. This has made more and more people uneasy. After all, there are special items on that ship. If you have something you can use, your chances of survival will increase infinitely. At this moment, Leonor said softly, This ship also has VIP rooms, which are specially prepared for the top 10 on the leaderboard. Welcome, esteemed guests. Chu Fan exchanged glances with his three companions. Honey, do you want to go up and take a look? Barbara saw through Chu Fan's thoughts. Chu Fan nodded and said, Yes, I want to go up and take a look. It would be best if they had the upgrade modules we need. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll have to stay here. He paused, then added, Moreover, I always feel like we're being watched. Even if we don't go, our enemies might. So even if this is a trap, I, Chu Fan, will still go and try. Chapter 41 Boarding the Ship. As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, Lu Rian nodded in agreement. Yes, do you see that small boat over there? As she spoke, Lu Rian gestured to a small boat nearby, where two men on the deck kept glancing over. This was the very boat the monkey was on. Although they tried to keep a low profile, the observant Lu Rian still noticed something amiss. Barbara asked doubtfully, Rian, is there something wrong with that boat? Lu Rian shook her head and said, I can't explain it. It's a woman's intuition. Chu Fan looked at the boat, and the way the two men quickly avoided his gaze made Chu Fan realize that the boat was not friendly. Thinking of this, Chu Fan said, It's right to be careful. How about this? You all stay on the ship, and I'll go up alone. Barbara laughed and said, Are you eyeing that beautiful woman and trying to get close to her? Chu Fan quickly waved his hand and said, No way, the two of you are enough. I don't have time to look at anyone else. Is it true? Why do you always seem to have energy left when I look at you? Chu Fan quickly shook off his non-existent bangs, looking smug. Isn't it good that I'm a little stronger? Barbara nodded and said, that makes sense. Go ahead, I'll reward you tonight. Oh, what reward? Barbara whispered, I'll tell you when I get back. Seeing Chu Fan's wide eyes, he quietly added, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Suddenly, an incredibly erotic scene flashed into Chu Fan's mind. Then, Chu Fan glanced at Lu Rian again, and only after seeing her nod slightly did he raise his hand. Miss Lianer, I am Chu Fan, currently ranked first on the leaderboard. I want to board the ship. Lianer smiled and said, so you're the number one. Please come in. After he finished speaking, a light screen automatically extended to Chu Fan's feet. Chu Fan steadied himself and stepped onto the bridge of light. The light bridge looked illusory, but it was extremely solid underfoot, just like ordinary land. Under the watchful eyes of Barbara and the others, Chu Fan walked step by step onto the ghost ship. Mr. Chu Fan, since you are currently ranked first on the leaderboard, please come with me to the VIP room. Chu Fan nodded naturally and said, thank you for your trouble. This startled Lianer. He was the first man to see her remain so calm. The key point is that Chu Fan is also handsome, which is much better than the previous ones. Lianer smiled slightly and led the way, arriving at a black hole that looked like the mouth of a monster. This is the entrance, Mr. Chu Fan, please come in. Chu Fan saw Lianer with a bright smile, and then he saw the entrance that looked like a door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, I stepped inside. As soon as Chu Fan stepped through this magical door, he suddenly felt a bright light before his eyes. What greeted the eye was a scene of dazzling gold and splendor, a stark contrast to what was seen from the outside. A flash of white light appeared behind him, and a fragrant breeze wafted into Chu Fan's nose. Then, Lianer, who had a face that looked like she could bring ruin to a country, gracefully followed in. Mr. Chu Fan, you have great courage. You are the first person to dare to enter this room without me leading the way. Chu Fan nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze to the room. There were already several people in the room. It seemed they were all in the top 10 of the leaderboard. One of them, a man with a center-parted hairstyle and overalls, looked somewhat familiar to Chu Fan. After a moment of recollection, he remembered that he was the one who had fought with the old man surnamed Ma that night. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed that someone was watching him. He turned around and saw a man in his 30s staring intently at him. Seeing Chu Fan looking over, the man didn't hide his laughter and said, this must be Chu Fan. I didn't expect him to be so young. Chu Fan was slightly surprised and politely asked, I'm Chu Fan. May I ask who you are? My name is Gao Shuiqi. Nice to meet you. Chu Fan was shocked. So this was Gao Shuiqi. Although this was our first meeting, the name is now known to everyone. It was even more famous than Chu Fan, who was at the top of the list. Who told him to accept the most customers. So you must be Mr. Gao. It's a pleasure to meet you. The two nodded politely to each other, which would appear to outsiders as a sign of a very harmonious relationship between them. Chu Fan didn't want to get entangled with this person any further, so he said, I just came in and am just looking around. Mr. Gao, please make yourself at home. Gao Shuiqi laughed and said, of course, please. After saying that, he stepped over Chu Fan and went to meet Lianer behind him, looking impatient. Chu Fan shook his head slightly, not thinking too much about it, and began to look around at the so-called VIP room. The entire room was decorated with great care and had an antique feel. Incense was burning in an incense burner, emitting an enticing aroma. Elegant. Absolutely elegant. In the middle of the room stood a rectangular table, which looked somewhat like a display case in a shopping mall, except that it was made of an unknown type of wood that looked extremely expensive. On the table were several items, and next to them were wooden signs with product descriptions and prices. Chu Fan quickly glanced at the items on the shelf. Diesel generator, priced at 100 points, includes 2L of diesel fuel. Advanced freshwater conversion device, capable of converting 2 liters of seawater into freshwater per day, priced at 100 points. AK-47 fully automatic rifle, priced at 80 points, includes 500 rounds of ammunition. Fully automatic fishing machine, priced at 100 points. These items are all very useful, but they are quite expensive. Chu Fan recalled that the man's life was only worth 20 points, while a random item here could cost tens or even hundreds of points. Indeed, human life was the least valuable thing. The top 10 on the leaderboard all shared similar thoughts with Chu Fan, since it was only the first day and everyone had very limited points. Chu Fan is currently ranked first, but he only has 270 points. Gao Shuiqi, who came in second, had 210 points. Kuan, ranked 3rd, has 150 points. Most of the others had around 100 points, while the guy in 10th place only had 90 points, enough to buy a gun. Leonard seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and was not annoyed. Please don't worry, we will stay here for 10 days, you have plenty of time. In addition, there are several particularly precious treasures that you can visit. As she spoke, she gracefully clapped her hands. 2 veiled girls lifted a curtain, revealing another display stand. There are very few items on this display stand, only 5. Everyone couldn't help but look over, and in just one glance, their eyes became fervent. 4 of them, which looked like some kind of fruit, were placed there. There was a wooden sign next to it with a message written on it. The fruit of God has unknown effects, but consuming it grants a random superpower. The price listed below is 10,000 points. And for the last one, Chu Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Moon Goddess fruit. Consuming it grants the power of the Moon Goddess. Price, 50,000 points. Chapter 42. Treasures you can exchange for points. Chu Fan felt his breath catch in his throat. I never imagined that superpowers actually existed. Every man has fantasized about one day being able to manipulate the elements and be invincible between heaven and earth. Chu Fan was no exception. What surprised him even more was that the Moon Goddess bow he obtained from Goblin Island and the Moon Goddess power mentioned in the parchment scroll actually appeared here. Moreover, the price has reached an astonishing 50,000 points. It would be almost impossible to achieve this within 10 days by simply slaying sea monsters or attacking other captains. Even if he kept hacking away day and night until the Dragon Slayer's sword was dulled, he still wouldn't reach 50,000 points. Leaving aside the power of the Moon Goddess, even the other 2 superpowers cannot be achieved in a short time. If Chu Fan is like this, the others aren't much better off. When Gao Shuaiqi saw those divine fruits, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Imagine if you could control lightning with one hand and fireballs with the other. Who in this world could rival you? It seems I need to get as many points as possible. As if she could see what everyone was thinking, Leonard suddenly chuckled softly, as if she were stirring things up. Since you are all VIPs, I have some free information to share with you. Defeating your opponent will earn you all of their points. This news caught everyone's attention, but they quickly distanced themselves from it. Gao Shuaiqi narrowed his eyes and sized up the crowd. So there's such a feature? Well, getting 10,000 points in 10 days doesn't seem impossible. However, there were also calm people in the crowd who knew that this superpower was not for them, so they began to consider how to maximize the benefits of the points they had. After all, the voices in the air say that only the person ranked first will receive a special reward. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place will definitely be between Chu Fan and Gao Shuaiqi. Miss Leonard, I'd like to buy this freshwater purification device. Kuan, who ranked 3rd, broke the silence by raising his hands. Leonard smiled and replied, Thank you for your patronage. Here is what you ordered. With a ding, Kunkin's points were reduced by 100, leaving him with 50 points. And now he has a freshwater purification device in his hand. Chu Fan discovered that the items purchased here did not require any resources to synthesize, which in a sense was somewhat similar to his blind box system. Kuan glanced at the item in his hand with satisfaction, then looked warily at the people around him. Miss Leonard, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he hurriedly walked out of the room and disappeared from everyone's sight, all under their watchful eyes. The man ranked 10th, after careful consideration, believes that safety should be the top priority now. So he spent all his points to buy that AK, and then hurriedly said goodbye. Chu Fan glanced at the items and realized he didn't need the ordinary ones, and couldn't afford the ones he did need, so he decided to go back first and discuss it with his teammates. At this moment, the only woman in the crowd suddenly asked, Miss Leonard, besides points, are there any other things that can be exchanged for goods? Leonard shook her head and said, We only accept points. Everyone was disappointed, but then Leonard continued. However, if you have any special items, you can bring them to our ship. We will exchange them for points based on their rarity. This statement jolted everyone awake, prompting them to recall if they possessed any special items. Chu Fan also began to recall what special items had arrived on his ship. I wonder how many points the Neptune outfit is worth, or the little umbrella outfit. Thinking that he still had hundreds of small umbrellas, even if each one was worth 1 point, he could still exchange them for hundreds of points. But it's still far from 10,000 points. Chu Fan thought for a while, and was about to give up when he suddenly realized that almost everyone in the room had left, leaving only the woman from before standing there. The woman glanced at Chu Fan, but in the end, she couldn't resist taking something out. Miss Leonor, how many points can I exchange this for? Chu Fan glanced at it unconsciously and was immediately stunned. What the woman was holding was a silver coin. The woman became alert the moment she saw Chu Fan staring at her silver coins. At this moment, Leonor glanced at the silver coin in the woman's hand, and her expression became more serious. These are ancient silver coins. Let me see which race they belong to. Leonor took the silver coin from the woman's hand and examined it for a moment. The silver coins of the Minotaur race are indeed quite good. This one is worth 1,000 points. The woman was overjoyed upon hearing this. She had only obtained the silver coin by chance, and she never expected it to be so valuable. Although it's still not enough to exchange for the fruit of God, it's enough for her to exchange for a lot of resources. She took the silver coin, thanked him, and hurriedly left, clearly wanting to discuss it with her teammates. Now, everyone in the room had left, leaving only Chu Fan standing there, dumbfounded. Leonor noticed Chu Fan's unusual behavior and stepped forward to ask softly, "Mr. Chu Fan, is there anything else you need?" Chu Fan then came to his senses and immediately said, "Miss Leonor, how many points do you think this is worth?" As he spoke, Chu Fan took out a gold coin directly from the warehouse. This was obtained from a treasure chest on Goblin Island, the same chest that contains the moon goddess's bow. From the day he acquired the gold coin, it had been lying in a corner of his space. If he hadn't seen the woman take out the silver coin, Chu Fan would have almost forgotten that he had this thing on him. Leonor's eyes lit up, and she blurted out, "I didn't expect it to be an ancient gold coin. Mr. Chu Fan, you really are a surprise." As she spoke, she took the gold coins from Chu Fan's hand and examined them carefully. "It's a pity, it belongs to the goblin race." Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is this worthless?" Leonor quickly replied, "No, it's not. After all, it's a gold coin from an ancient clan. Your gold coin is worth 10,000 points." Chu Fan was overjoyed. He never expected that the gold coins he thought were worthless would actually be so valuable. In other words, this one gold coin can buy a god fruit. However, Chu Fan quickly remembered something and asked, "Then why did you say it was a pity, Miss Leonor?" Leonor smiled and said, "This is a long story. You just need to know that countless races live in this world. Each race that survived the Great War 1,000 years ago possesses special gold and silver coins engraved with their own race's symbol. The most precious of these are the gold coins of the 4 divine beasts. Each of these gold coins is worth 100,000 points." Chu Fan suppressed his excitement. It was actually 100,000 points. He considered one possibility. "Miss Leonor, which 4 mythical beasts are they?" Leonor glanced at Chu Fan and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so curious. Fine. If you want to know, then I'll tell you. Listen carefully. The 4 divine beasts are none other than the black tortoise of the northern sea, the white tiger of the western mountains, the vermilion bird of the southern rainforest, and the azure dragon of the eastern continent." Chapter 43, The Master of Jubiozai. Chu Fan's eyes lit up immediately after hearing the last sentence. After finishing speaking, Leonor continued, "However, these 4 types of gold coins are extremely rare. I've never seen them before, and it's impossible for ordinary people to obtain them." Suddenly, she froze, only to see Chu Fan's right hand produce another gold coin, which he placed in front of her. "Is this what you see?" This is exactly what Chu Fan found in the treasure chest he snatched from the claws of the underwater dragon. After listening to Leonor's words, Chu Fan had a vague premonition that this should be the dragon-patterned gold coin that Leonor mentioned. Leonor took the gold coins that Chu Fan placed in front of her in disbelief. "No, impossible. How could this be? Dragon patterns. It really is dragon patterns. How did you get it?" Chu Fan asked with a smile. "Miss Leonor, you haven't told me yet. Is this correct?" Leonor then came to her senses and exclaimed excitedly, "Open the door. It's such a big opening." Chu Fan was also delighted and quickly asked, "Is this one really worth 100,000 points?" "That's right. That's the rule on our ship." Chu Fan's lips could no longer be contained, and he could no longer suppress the upward curve of his mouth, which was even harder to control than an AK. As expected, none of the treasure chests snatched from the indigenous people contained anything simple. It now appears that only the location marked by the treasure icon remains unexplored. But since it's hidden so deep, it's probably more valuable than what's been unearthed so far. What makes Chu Fan happiest is that he can now take all 5 divine fruits back with him for just 1 dragon-patterned gold coin. Now it'll take off right from the spot. "Miss Leonor, could you please exchange this for points? And I'll take all of these items." Chu Fan took back the goblin gold coin and placed the dragon coin in Leonor's small hand. Leonor said with beaming eyes. Okay, Mr. Chu Fan, congratulations. From this moment on, you are a VIP member of our Jubiozai. You can get a 20% discount on all the items you purchase. Chu Fan was taken aback. Jubiozai? Wasn't it supposed to be called Captain Jack's ghost ship? Hee, that's the name of the ship. Actually, our Jubiozai is all over the world. I'm just in charge of this area. Chu Fan understood. He hadn't expected Jubiozai to be so powerful. And the fact that they can sell such a magical fruit shows that Jubiozai has considerable power behind it. By the way, Miss Leonor, why is this one more expensive than the others, even though they are all divine fruits? Leonor smiled and said, it's because the fruit ability of this one has been discovered, while the specific abilities of the others are unknown. That's why it's sold cheaply. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and said, could it be that fruits also have different strengths? Leonor nodded and said, that's natural. And usually, humans can only eat one fruit, and once they get it, they can never change it. If you're unlucky and end up with a worthless fruit, you'll be at a huge loss. Chu Fan nodded. This was similar to opening blind boxes. After receiving the gold coins, Leonor quickly got to work. A moment later, Leonor pointed to the 5 fruits and said, now they all belong to you. Whether it was his imagination or not, Chu Fan felt that Leonor's tone of voice was much gentler than before. Is this the benefit of spending money on in-game purchases? Additionally, since you are our valued VIP user, your spending will be reduced by 8 gene, so you have a total of 2,800 points left. Would you like to have them directly credited to your account? Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. If he had those 2,800 points, then the first place would be a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, Chu Fan asked, what if we don't want it returned? You can also store it with us temporarily and return it to your account whenever you need it. Chu Fan nodded and said, let's talk about it in a few days. Maybe I'll buy some other things. Okay, Mr. Chu Fan. Just then, a super screen in the room suddenly lit up. A figure whose face is obscured appears on the screen. Leonor immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, I didn't expect that even the master of the hall would be alarmed. Chu Fanxin frowned slightly. So this was the owner of Jubiozai. It's been a long time since I've seen a dragon-patterned gold coin. You're pretty good, young man. Can you tell me where this came from? A clearly altered voice rang out, emanating from the figure. After thinking for a moment, Chu Fan said, I obtained it by chance from a treasure chest. The monk seemed a little excited and quickly asked, where is it? Is there anything else in the box? Chu Fan immediately became alert and said, I don't remember that place either. Besides this gold coin, there was only some wood and the like in the box, nothing else. The figure on the screen fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Is that so? That's a real shame. Chu Fan remained silent. Although they were separated by a screen, he could still feel the pressure emanating from the other party. Meanwhile, Leonor, who had been so carefree just moments before, stood beside Chu Fan with her head slightly bowed. As if sensing the unusual atmosphere, Leonor quickly said, Master, Chu Fan was probably just lucky. He still had a goblin coin. There are no landmarks in this vast ocean, so it's normal that he forgot. Chu Fan was surprised, not expecting this woman to speak up for him. It seems that's indeed the case. What a pity. After pondering for a moment, the temple master suddenly said, Chu Fan, can I make a deal with you? Chu Fan asked in surprise, what kind of deal? If one day you remember where you got this gold coin, or if you remember anything else besides this gold coin, please remember to tell me. Chu Fan frowned slightly. It seemed that the temple master did not completely believe his story. What will I get in return? How about I give you a chance to go to the land forsaken by God? Chu Fan was taken aback. What the hell was this forsaken land of gods? When Leonor heard these 4 words, her expression suddenly changed. She quickly gave Chu Fan a wink, but dared not speak, which made the girl blush with anxiety. Chu Fan found it amusing to himself, but he understood Leonor's meaning. Clearly, this forsaken land was no ordinary place. So he raised his question, aren't you afraid that I won't remember anything? Haha, that's fine too. I'll just consider it making you my friend. How about it? After thinking carefully for a moment, Chu Fan glanced at Leonor beside him and made up his mind. Okay, I agree, but I have one condition. No one has mentioned conditions to me for many years. You're really something. Okay, tell me what you want to say. Chu Fan smiled slightly, pointed to Leonor behind him, and softly stated his conditions. I want her. Chapter 44 The Forsaken Land. Leonor, who was behind him, was startled by Chu Fan's words. On the screen, the owner of Jubiozai was also visibly taken aback. Haha, it's rare that you've fallen for someone from our Jubiozai, but you have good taste, She's the most beautiful one in our Jubiozai. However, I cannot agree to this condition. Please choose another one. Leonor's face flushed red and then turned pale. It was hard to tell whether she was angry or excited. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, I think you have all misunderstood me. I don't want Miss Leonor. Oh, so what you mean is? Chu Fan glanced at Leonor and explained, it's very simple. I know nothing about this forsaken land you mentioned, and I've never heard of it before. So I hope Miss Leonor can take me there and be my guide. As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, Leonor, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head and looked at Chu Fan with shock in her eyes, and even a trace of gratitude. On the screen, the owner of Jubiozai was deep in thought. Do you want her to come with you to the Forsaken Land? Chu Fan continued, otherwise, forget it. Who knows what this Forsaken Land you're talking about is for? As he spoke, he made a gesture as if he was about to turn and leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait a moment. Behind me, the voice of the owner of Jubiozai came. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed the contents of that treasure chest were extremely valuable. What exactly does the owner of Jubiozai want? That dragon-slaying sword, or that treasure map? Although he was making plans in his mind, Chu Fan pretended that nothing had happened and turned around to ask, is there anything else? The owner of Jubiozai sighed softly and said, Leonor, are you willing? Leonor bit her lip, seemingly struggling internally, and then seemed to have made an important decision. The decision rests entirely with the host. After a moment of silence, the owner of Jubiozai spoke with a hint of helplessness. I promise you, Leonor, take good care of Brother Chu Fan. Brother Chu Fan, we'll meet again someday. After he finished speaking, the screen went dark and the connection was lost. Chu Fan shrugged, turned around, and saw Leonor's eyes seemed a little red, and was immediately puzzled. Why does this girl look like she's about to cry? Does she not want to go in? But that doesn't make sense. When I told her I'd take her in, she seemed really eager to go. At this moment, Leonor realized her lapse in composure and quickly said, Mr. Chu Fan, please come this way with me. Chu Fan seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, should I tell my teammates first? Otherwise, they might worry. Leonor replied, don't worry, I've already sent someone to tell them. Chu Fan nodded, opened his bracelet, and sent another message to Lu Ruyan and the others, then followed Leonor toward a large black door. As if receiving a command, the black door opened automatically as soon as the two approached. The inside was shrouded in a gray haze, making it impossible to see what was happening there. Chu Fan stood at the door and asked the question that had been on his mind. Miss Leonor, what exactly is this Forsaken Land, or what benefits would I gain from going in? Leonor said solemnly, in the land forsaken by God, there is a place called the Eye of God. It is a magical place. It will tell you which of these divine fruits is best for you. Hearing this, Chu Fan was overjoyed. Thinking about the abysmal drop rate of his blind boxes, he had no confidence in this divine fruit. That's perfect. Just when you're feeling sleepy, a pillow has been delivered to you. In that case, let's go in quickly. Leonor seemed even more anxious than him at this moment, and nodded, saying, all right, please come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fan suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. It turned out that it was Leonor's little hand that had held his. Hold my hand, or we might be sent to different places by legend. Chu Fan nodded and said, I see. But wouldn't holding hands be too unstable? How about I hold your waist instead? Leonor blushed and said, bah, you lecherous scoundrel. The two were talking, but they didn't stop walking. A flash of white light appeared, and the two people seemed to be sucked in, disappearing directly into the gate. Chu Fan only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The area was covered in lush green grass and tall trees, a scene brimming with life. No matter how you look at it, you can't connect this place with the land abandoned by God. At that moment, he saw Leonor beside him and suddenly froze. Suddenly, Leonor had a pair of fluffy animal ears on her head. Far from being unsightly, they made her look even more lively. A fluffy white tail has appeared behind it. Holy crap, a fox wolf with animal ears? Upon seeing Chu Fan's appearance, Leonor collapsed to the ground with a thud. I am deeply grateful for young Master Chu Fan's great kindness. I can never repay it in this lifetime. Chu Fan was startled and quickly helped her up. What are you doing? With red eyes, Leonor began to recount her life story. Young Master Chu, as you can see, I am not actually human, but a fox demon. What you see now is my true form. More than 1,000 years ago, after a great war, countless races were wiped out, and my fox demon clan gradually disappeared into the long river of history. Like humans, we fox spirits also need to live on land. However, In today's world, the ocean occupies most of the land, so the living space of our fox demon clan is under serious threat. But our clan elders once said that the hope for the revitalization of our fox demon clan lies in the land forsaken by the gods. But I am just an ordinary deacon, and I have no right to enter the land of the forsaken gods. Without you, I don't know when I would have had the chance to come here in my life. After hearing Lianer's words, Chu Fan finally understood the reason. No wonder she was so surprised when he said he would bring her in. But why did she hesitate when the owner of Jubiozai asked her? Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it for now if I can't figure it out. Chu Fan then said, you don't need to be so polite. I do need your guidance. Lianer said somewhat awkwardly, young master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This is my first time here too. Chu Fan was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot about that. But it doesn't matter anymore. Let's look around. Lianer smiled and nodded, saying, I'll listen to you. Also, my real name is Hui. You can call me Yi from now on. Lianer is just a nickname, something outsiders call her. Chu Fan sighed. So, only I can call him that. Yi nodded shyly and said, yes. Haha, great. Great name. Yi, let's go. Chapter 45 The Legacy of the Fox Demon Clan. On the Neptune, Lu Ruyan watched the departing figure of the messenger and fell into deep thought. After Barbara saw that everyone had gone far away, she came up and asked, Ruyan, what do you think Chu Fan went to do? I saw that everyone else came back. Why didn't he come back? Lu Ruyan frowned and shook her head, saying, Chu Fan just sent a message on the bracelet, saying that he had something to take care of, and told us not to worry, but he didn't say what it was. Barbara whispered, do you think he might have taken a liking to that woman? Lu Ruyan said softly, that woman? It doesn't seem impossible. Upon hearing Barbara's words, Lu Ruyan also felt that this possibility was very high. After all, everyone had witnessed that woman's seductive charm. Does he think he doesn't have enough with two beauties like himself and Barbara? But thinking back, it seems that the two of them did beg for mercy every time, but Chu Fan still looked like he wasn't satisfied. No, we need to find a way to stop him from messing around with women he doesn't know. Barbara pouted and said, no, he has to hand in his homework when he gets back. If he can't, it means there's something wrong with him. That's right, let's do it. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan thought, rather than letting Chu Fan get involved with women of questionable background, wouldn't it be better to find him someone she knew well? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan opened her bracelet and tapped on Li Ruoyan's profile picture. Ruoyan, are you there? In the land forsaken by the gods, Chu Fan suddenly shuddered. Strange, why do I suddenly feel like someone is chirping at me? At this moment, Chu Fan realized that the bracelet had completely lost its signal. Yi stepped forward and said, young master, all external signals will be blocked here. Chu Fan nodded and continued forward. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, the two stopped. Before them stood an incredibly tall and thick towering tree. That tree is huge. This tree was taller and thicker than any tree Chu Fan had ever seen. Just by looking at it, Chu Fan felt that it was at least 30 or 40 meters thick. Chu Fan looked up for a long time but couldn't find the treetop. It was so dense that it blocked out the sun. Yi, are you familiar with this place? Hui quickly said, young master, although this is my first time here, our clan has records that this should be the tree of creation. The tree of creation? That sounds amazing. It is said that this tree existed at the beginning of creation, and the eye of God we are looking for should be on this tree. Oh, really? Then let's look for it quickly. After listening to Yi's introduction, Chu Fan immediately perked up and began searching around the big tree. Yi, what does that eye of God you mentioned look like? Yi frowned and said, actually, I don't know either. It's just that the ancient books record that on the tree of creation, there is a divine eye that can see the truth of everything in the universe. Chu Fan nodded, then remembered that this was also Yi's first time in this place, and she wasn't much better off than him. The two circled the tree, but still found nothing. Strange, it should be right here, how come I can't find it? Just then, a weathered and ancient voice rang out. Who is it that disturbed my sweet dream? That smell? Is it from a fox demon? And there's even a human among them. Suddenly, a green crack appeared on the tree trunk. The crack slowly opened and turned into a giant eye. The eye of God. They both realized it at the same time. Yi exclaimed excitedly, found it. Finally found it. How should I address you? The aged voice rang out. Haha, some people like to call me the tree of creation, and some people like to call me the eye of God. Actually, it doesn't matter what I'm called. I know why you've come. Yi said, then I will call you God. God, our fox demon clan is facing an unprecedented calamity, so I want to find the inheritance of our ancestors here. Please help me, God. After a moment of silence, the tree of creation thought, I never imagined that another 1,000 years would pass, and the world would change so much. Yi said, Please, your majesty, grant my request. Very well, 1,000 years ago, one of your ancestors came here. I told her about the future calamity of the Fox clan, and she did indeed leave a part of her legacy with me. Yi exclaimed with delight. I never imagined that the clan's records were all true. Well, this originally belonged to your Fox Demon clan, so it's perfectly reasonable for you to take it back. However, Yi quickly replied, But what? Receiving the inheritance takes at least 4 hours, and during this time, unusual phenomena will occur in the heavens and earth, and may even disturb the monsters sleeping here. Yi gritted her teeth and said, This junior is not afraid. This is not something that can be solved by being brave. The key is that you cannot be disturbed when you are receiving the inheritance, otherwise you will perish together with your body and soul. After a slight surprise, Yi immediately said, Please, your majesty, tell me the way to break this. The tree of creation suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, the solution is right beside you. Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she remembered something, she suddenly looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was also stunned, pointing incredulously at himself. Me? An ancient voice. Young man, did you think you would appear here for no reason? This is the call of fate. However, whether or not you help her is entirely up to you. Chu Fan scratched his head and said, Helping her is no problem, but what do you need me to do? Upon hearing this, Yi's face lit up with joy, and she looked at Chu Fan with eyes full of gratitude. The ancient voice rang out once more. It's very simple. If you wish, countless enemies may appear over the next 4 hours. All you have to do is defeat them. The longer time goes on, the stronger the enemies will become. They might be stronger than you can imagine. After those words fell, Yi's eyes dimmed. She had only known Chu Fan for half a day, and she was already indebted to him for being able to come here. How could she let Chu Fan take risks for her? Thinking of this, she looked regretful and said, My lord, since that's the case, then I'll come back next time when I'm better prepared. That being said, she knew that she was lucky to get in this time, and she didn't know if she would be able to get in next time. But no matter what, it at least proves that the legends passed down in the clan are true, which is already very important. Just as she was comforting herself, she suddenly heard Chu Fan's laughter. Chu Fan was also caught in a dilemma. Emotionally, he still really wanted to help Yi. But rationally speaking, he knew he shouldn't have gotten involved with the team. But suddenly, Chu Fan seemed to see a hint of probing, a hint of encouragement, and a strange meaning in that giant eye. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he reached out to stop Yi from retreating. Since we're already here, why wait for next time? Let me protect you. Chapter 46, Don't underestimate the bond between us. What? Yi was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected Chu Fan to make such a choice. Chu Fan smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you too touched? It's all right. You can just give yourself to save me. Chu Fan's decision was not an impulsive one driven by lust, but rather based on what the tree of creation had said. His arrival here was ordained by fate. Recalling the reason for his arrival in this world and the various adventures that occurred after his transmigration, he couldn't help but believe that perhaps his arrival here was all due to fate. In his previous life, he was an ordinary servant in society. From birth to school, and then to work, looking back, he realized that he had almost no say in anything he did. Even though I accidentally traveled to this world after death, I still feel an invisible hand pushing me forward. Thinking about it this way, was the emergence of this system accidental or inevitable? He didn't know, but at this moment, he wanted to take control of his own destiny. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Don't be afraid. If you trust me, go ahead and I'll be here to protect you. Said, moved. Chu Fan, you don't have to do this. After all, we're friends, aren't we? Don't underestimate the bond between us. Chu Fan revealed an extremely handsome smile, showing off a mouthful of white teeth. A friend? Was stunned. It was the first time she had ever heard those two words from a human man. In an instant, a strange feeling welled up in my heart. But, Chu Fan laughed and said, Don't hesitate. This is a rare opportunity. Your people are waiting for you to go back and save her, aren't they? These words finally broke down the last shred of defense in Yi's heart. She seemed to recall the scene of her tribe being invaded and her people dying before her eyes. She seemed to recall the helplessness and expectation of the clan elders when they entrusted their hopes to the girls. So, she finally made her decision. Chu Fan, thank you. If I succeed, I, Hu-yi, swear that from this day forward, you, Chu Fan, will be my master. You will be the greatest benefactor of my fox demon clan. Even if we fail, I'd be willing to die with you." After saying that, he suddenly knelt down in front of the tree of creation, bowed his head, and said, "My Lord God, please begin." Once the tradition begins, there is no stopping it. Are you sure you want to start? Yi raised her head, glanced at Chu Fan beside her, and after feeling the encouragement in his eyes, resolutely uttered 2 words. "Sure. Okay, I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, countless branches suddenly stretched out from the big tree, spreading in from all directions. The branches, like threads, completely surrounded Yi, eventually forming a green net that swallowed her whole. Human youth, listen carefully. This shield can only withstand a maximum of 3 attacks, so you must protect it. Also, there's something I need to tell you. According to the rules of the Fox Demon clan, if an unmarried Fox Demon girl is seen in her beast form by a human man, she can only kill him or marry him. Therefore, in a sense, she was already yours. Keep it up, young man. After the tree of creation finished speaking, it closed its giant eye, and the large net that was wrapped around Yi was now emitting bursts of dazzling light. Chu Fan was stunned. He was still pondering what the big tree had just said. Does this mean that he suddenly has a female fox girl with animal ears? Thinking about it, it sounds pretty exciting. Meanwhile, the sky over the sea gradually darkened. On the Neptune, Lu Rian and the other 2 were still waiting anxiously. "Xiao Fei, keep an eye on that ship over there to prevent them from launching a sneak attack." Lu Xiangfei nodded in agreement. The Kodo boat they were talking about was the small boat where the monkey and his 2 henchmen hid. Meanwhile, the monkey was also hiding in the shadows, watching the Neptune. "Damn, this little wench is pretty alert. She's been watching us the whole time." Monkey muttered to himself, his eyes darting around before he pulled out his bracelet. "Big brother, are you there?" Gao Shuaiqi was also waiting for Monkey's message. As soon as he saw Monkey's message, he immediately replied, "How is it, Monkey?" "Brother, I've been observing them for a while now, and these people are quite alert, especially one of the long-legged women. Moreover, it seems they didn't take out their guns, making it impossible to attack." Gao Shuaiqi frowned and said, "Isn't there any other way?" "Monkey, I do have a solution, brother. If you send someone to launch a feint attack on them from the front, they will definitely take out their guns, and then I will have a way to strike." Gao Shuaiqi's eyes lit up when he heard this. This son is really talented. This method is indeed feasible. Moreover, as Miss Lianer just mentioned, defeating another ship will earn you all of their points. The Neptune currently has a whopping 270 points. If I can pass off the fake Neptune as real and seize the opportunity to take it over, I can not only get those 2 women, but also get so many points for free. Thinking of this, he sent another message. "Monkey, tell me what the current situation is with the Neptune." The monkey then described what it had observed, and the more Gao Shuaiqi talked, the brighter his eyes became. "Damn, is Chu Fan really that lucky? He already has so many facilities." Suddenly, the monkey added, "By the way, it seems that Chu Fan isn't on the ship. I saw someone from the ghost ship come to inform the 2 women that Chu Fan will be back later." Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Someone, quickly call He Fengming over." In the lower cabin, He Fengming was holding the 200-pound little fairy, looking at her with a fawning expression. "Hee, if you follow me, I'll make sure you live a life of luxury from now on." The fairy stared wide-eyed at the large piece of sea monster meat that He Fengming was holding. "Give me some meat." "Hee, wanting to eat meat is easy. You have to let me eat my fill first." He Fengming let out a lewd laugh. The fairy was stunned for a moment, and finally understood what He Fengming meant. Bang! The fairy lay down like a wall. "Come on, you promised you'd give me meat." He Fengming said excitedly. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word, baby, I'm coming." Just as He Fengming was about to pounce like a wolf, his underling's voice came from the door. "Brother Ming, the boss is looking for you." This shout almost made He Fengming furious. He angrily cursed. "Damn it, why are you calling me at this time?" But Gao Shuaiqi asked him to go, so he couldn't refuse. So he placed the meat in his hand in front of the fairy. "Honey, you eat something first, I'll be right back." Chapter 47 Bitter Battle. In the land forsaken by the gods, Chu Fan sat in the green sphere that enveloped Yi, keeping watch all around. As time went on, the energy fluctuations emitted by the green sphere became increasingly larger. Suddenly, a wild beast's roar reached Chu Fan's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, a huge, black, wolf-like animal appeared before Chu Fan's eyes. The giant wolf was radiating a purplish-black energy, its eyes fixed on the green ball, suspended in midair. What? What is this thing? Chow Weiwu regretted not bringing his shotgun with him. However, he was also afraid that if he brought it out, the safety of the ship would not be guaranteed, so he had no choice but to take out his own trident of Neptune. You beast, come at me if you dare. After all, he was already a master of martial arts, so he didn't panic when faced with this wolfhound-like creature. Chu Fan's actions clearly angered the monster. Roar! The giant wolf let out a howl and leaped towards Chu Fan. Unlike the last battle with Sharkman Knock, this wolf doesn't have such high defense, but its movements are several times faster. With a nimble flash, Chu Fan dodged the giant wolf's attack, then turned and thrust the Sea King halberd straight into the wolf's rear. This move is the returning spear technique in martial arts. Although it was Chu Fan's first time using this move, it was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. It was natural and powerful. Whoa! The giant wolf let out a miserable howl. If it could talk, it would definitely say that you have no martial ethics. The giant wolf struggled for a moment, then fell to the ground with a thud and lay still. What? That's it. You scared me. The wolf was eliminated so easily that Chu Fan began to doubt whether he had seen it correctly. This is because these exist in the form of energy bodies, and their actual strength is less than 1/10 of that of the original body. As if sensing Chu Fan's doubts, the tree of creation suddenly spoke. Chu Fan then suddenly realized. So that's how it is. In that case, he felt that the matter was not so difficult after all. But this is just the beginning, human boy. Give me a final heart. No sooner had the words been spoken than another roar erupted. Chu Fan turned his head and immediately exclaimed in alarm. This time, 3 giant wolves appeared, each the same size as the previous one. What? Again? The 3 wolves, with their bright green eyes, charged straight at Chu Fan in a triangular formation. Chu Fan cursed. Damn it, a bunch of hairy beasts. They can't even rest in peace after they're dead. He raised the Neptune trident in his hand and charged straight at her. He first smashed the wolf in front of him with a halberd, then rolled on the ground at great speed to dodge the attack of the 2 wolves behind him. Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan did a crocodile-like somersault and stood up again. At this moment, the first giant wolf that had been smashed into the air had just landed and let out a miserable howl. Without hesitation, Chu Fan plunged his halberd into the creature's body before it could stand up again. At this moment, Chu Fan felt like an ancient general, holding a long spear and facing thousands of troops. No wonder they say the gun is the king of weapons. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Although he was wielding a halberd instead of a spear, both are long-handled weapons, so their techniques are basically interchangeable. At this moment, Chu Fan got carried away with the killing intent and roared, directly charging towards the remaining 2 giant wolves. Half an hour later, Chu Fan, panting heavily, leaned on the Neptune's halberd and stared intently ahead. In front of him, there were 20 or 30 giant wolf corpses piled up into a small mountain. Chu Fan also felt a bit exhausted at this moment. There were 3 obvious claw marks on his left arm, left by one of the giant wolves earlier. Damn it, there are so many of these things, it's like we can't kill them all. Just then, the green ball behind them suddenly changed color and emitted a dazzling blue light. Human boy, listen up. The energy fluctuations are much stronger than before. The enemy you're about to face may be even more powerful. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine, but at this point, there was clearly no turning back. Damn it, I used to be a pretty self-interested person, but I never thought that I would actually go all out for others in this world. Since I've chosen this path, I'll give it my all. Just then, Chu Fan suddenly noticed that the trees in front of him were shaking violently. Before he could figure out what it was, a dark shadow suddenly darted out of the bushes, opened its blood-red maw, and lunged at Chu Fan's head and face. What the hell is this? Once he realized what was happening, Chu Fan immediately held the Sea King halberd in front of him, barely managing to block the attack. But this week's force was significantly stronger than that of the giant wolves before, and it actually sent Chu Fan flying. Hiss! Chu Fan then realized that what was attacking was a giant black python. The giant python raised its head high, its blood-red tongue flicking out as it stared at Chu Fan, seemingly planning its next attack. What a huge snake! Chu Fan was secretly alarmed. The part of the snake that stood upright was already as tall as a person. Judging from its size, the snake was probably more than 10 meters long. At this moment, the snake suddenly moved again, and with a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, it pounced on Chu Fan once more. This time, prepared, Chu Fan moved the instant the snake moved. This time, we narrowly escaped the giant python's attack. Bite! That's the sound of Neptune's trident piercing the giant python. Upon hearing that voice, Chu Fan knew something was wrong. Only then did he realize that the giant python was covered with thick scales, like pieces of iron armor, completely enveloping the snake. Oops! Chu Fan hadn't expected the snake to be so tough, but it was too late to change his tactics. He felt as if his body was flying up, and when he came to his senses, he found that the giant python had wrapped around his lower body and lifted him high in the air. After lifting Chu Fan into the air, the snake slammed him violently to the ground. Bang! Chu Fan took the hit squarely, feeling as if he had been struck by a large truck, his bones feeling like they were about to break. Then the snake lifted him up again, clearly intending to repeat the action from before. I'll fuck you, cut it off. At this critical moment, Chu Fan finally gritted his teeth and took out the Dragon Slayer sword from his spatial storage. Since ordinary weapons can't hurt you, then try this sword. The mermaid had previously mentioned that the Dragon Slayer sword had an innate restraining effect on creatures of this ocean world. I wonder if it will also have an effect in this land abandoned by the gods. This is also why he didn't use the Dragon Slayer sword immediately. But given the current situation, we have no choice but to use it. So, Chu Fan endured the pain in his body and swung the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand fiercely at the giant python that was coiled around his legs. Die. Chapter 48. This moment, the time of annihilation. With Chu Fan's swing, the giant python's body was sliced in two like tofu. Chu Fan felt his legs loosen and jumped down. Despite the pain in his body, Chu Fan stepped forward and plunged his sword into the eye of the snake that was still struggling on the ground. The python struggled violently for 2 or 3 minutes before finally stopping. Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly cursing his bad luck. He felt as if he had multiple broken bones, and his feet were in pain. If another giant python like this came, could he still defeat it? Just as Chu Fan was about to catch his breath, there was another violent shaking in the grass. The next second, 3 dark figures darted out of the bushes and headed straight for Chu Fan. So many horses? Are they trying to kill me? Chu Fan tried to stand up, but suddenly realized that the bone in one of his legs had broken at some point. He tried twice, but couldn't get up. Human boy, do you regret it? The voice of the tree of creation rang out once more. Chu Fan laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. I have so many regrets in my life. I regret not studying harder when I was young. I regret not having the courage to confess my feelings to the girl I loved during the best years of my life. I regret not being brave enough to stand up when I saw the thief on the street. I have many regrets, but the one thing I will never regret is the choice I made today. Because I am a man. Come on, you bunch of scum, come on. Chu Fan suddenly seemed to see things clearly, and he stood up with great effort, barely managing to stand on one leg. Hold the Dragon Slayer sword horizontally in front of your chest. At that moment, the 3 giant pythons finally attacked. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, twirled his sword 3 times, and aimed straight for the vital spot of the 3 pythons. His mastery of martial arts skills finally allowed him to unleash its full potential at this critical moment. As expected of the dragon-slaying sword, with just a light touch, it cleaved the 3 giant pythons in two like a devastating blow. But the next second, another rustling sound came from the bushes. That was the sound of a giant python swimming. Judging from the sound, there are probably more than a dozen of them. Chu Fan knew that he was probably going to die here today. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Barbara, Lu Ruyan, I'm going to let you down. This is all I can do for you. Just when Chu Fan thought everything was about to end, the blue ball suspended in the air began to struggle violently, as if he wanted to forcefully stop it. At this moment, the tree of creation spoke. Fox demon descendants, do not be hasty. Human youth, you truly are the one chosen by fate. Congratulations, you have achieved recognition of that fruit. Chu Fan was taken aback and suddenly realized that one of the 5 fruits he had been keeping in his space had automatically appeared in front of him. If he saw this scene, she would be absolutely stunned. This world has countless divine fruits, but I have never heard of a fruit voluntarily acknowledging humanity. Seeing that Chu Fan was still standing there in a daze, the tree of creation continued. Eat it. Chu Fan suddenly remembered that before he came, told him that the land of forsaken gods could help him choose the most suitable divine fruit for himself. Unexpectedly, this moment has come to a conclusion in this way. As the shadows in the bushes drew closer, Chu Fan could no longer care about anything else. He grabbed the divine fruit in front of him and began to chew it greedily. The fruit was neither too big nor too small, about the same size as the pomelos I ate in my previous life. It had an indescribable taste, but if I had to describe it, it was slightly sweet, not unpleasant. However, Chu Fan knew that this was not the time to savor it, so he quickly ate the whole fruit. The next second, he felt a warm current flowing from his lower abdomen to every part of his body. He was amazed to discover that all the injuries he had sustained earlier had completely healed at that moment. Even more miraculously, he felt an incredibly powerful force emerge within his body. Is this the power of the divine fruit? Hey, big tree, what kind of ability do I have? Tree of creation. Focus your mind between your fingers and take a look. Chu Fan immediately did as instructed, and the next second, a wisp of blue lightning appeared between his fingers. It actually possesses lightning control capabilities that boast the strongest destructive power and speed. Chu Fan was overjoyed. However, he quickly regained his composure. Now was not the time to celebrate. At this moment, the giant python in the grass finally came close and launched a series of sharp arrows straight at Chu Fan's location. At this moment, in Chu Fan's eyes, the trajectory that was originally invisible to the naked eye was now like a slow-motion scene in a movie. Chu Fan let out a cold laugh. You snakes, you're asking for death. Chu Fan raised the Dragon Slayer's sword in his hand and poured his power into it. The dragon-slaying sword seemed to be imbued with the power of thunder at this moment. This moment, the time of annihilation. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from the Dragon Slayer's sword, like a giant lightning blade, slashing head-on at the group of giant pythons. Sizzle. Crack. With a single strike, more than 10 giant pythons were electrocuted and thrashed wildly in the air before falling to the ground, motionless. Wow, this is truly terrifying. Chu Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected his strike to be so powerful. Chu Fan turned his head and glanced at the big blue ball, which had calmed down again. He breathed a long sigh of relief. It had finally held on. On the Neptune, Lu Rian frowned deeply when she saw the approaching ark. Rian, is this ship coming for us? Barbara asked. Lu Rian nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, they're probably here for us. What can we do then? Chu Fan isn't here either. Let's wait and see how things develop, and not panic, Lu Rian comforted her. At that moment, Gao Shuaiqi's voice came from the ark. Ladies, please introduce yourselves. I am the captain of the ark, and my name is Gao Shuaiqi. It is a great honor to meet two such beautiful ladies. Lu Rian said coldly. Captain Gao, there's no need to be so polite. Just say what you want to say. Gao Shuaiqi wasn't annoyed. He chuckled twice and said, this must be Lu, the campus belle, just as rumored. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. I'd like to invite you both to join our ark. Everyone here knows whose ship is the biggest on this sea. Follow me, and you won't have to worry about anyone harming you. And I guarantee, whatever you want, I can give you. Lu Rian said coldly. Have you finished speaking? Gao Shuaiqi was taken aback and asked, what? You can get lost after you've said that. Before Gao Shuaiqi could speak, He Fengming jumped up and said, how dare you talk to my boss like that? Barbara couldn't resist and pulled out a shotgun, aiming it at the ark. If you don't back off, I'll shoot. Gao Shuaiqi narrowed his eyes. The gun was indeed on the ship. He didn't expect to win over these two stunning beauties in one go, but he had already achieved his goal for this trip. Now it's up to the monkeys. At this moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly ran out of the cabin and said, Sister, that small boat is gone. What? It's gone? Lu Rian frowned slightly, about to say something, when suddenly the bracelet sounded an alarm. Alarm system alert. Someone is approaching the Neptune. Warning. Someone is approaching the Neptune. Lu Rian's eyes turned cold, and she slowly uttered 2 words. You're courting death. Chapter 49, The Dragon's Deal. Within the land forsaken by the gods, the enormous blue sphere enveloping EE has finally changed once again. The giant sphere, which was originally blue, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Clearly, this inheritance has entered its most crucial moment. Chu Fan's spirits lifted considerably. In the past half hour, he has killed countless giant pythons. These monsters seemed endless, incapable of pain or fear, charging forward wave after wave. However, Chu Fan now felt that he was terrifyingly strong, and he would kill any number of them without hesitation. Moreover, Chu Fan discovered that as the battle continued, the power within his body was becoming stronger and stronger. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and he didn't know which blood came from the giant pythons and which he had lost himself. It should be about an hour later. Chu Fan calculated the time in his mind. Even in this land abandoned by the gods, the sun sets, and in just a short while, the sky gradually darkens. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt an extremely foul smell coming from the space, followed by a strange palpitation. As if sensing something, Chu Fan suddenly turned around and was shocked to find a huge creature that had appeared in the sky at some point. This monster looks strange, somewhat like an ancient dinosaur, but if you really want to compare it, it looks a lot like the dragons in Western movies. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the toughest test of the day had finally arrived. The giant dragon descended from the sky with a whirlwind and landed in front of Chu Fan. A sense of oppression emanating from his bloodline made Chu Fan feel as if the air around him was about to freeze. As if sensing this anomaly, the tree of creation opened its large eye once more. I didn't expect even this thing would be alerted. Human kid, this is troublesome. We have to hold on for another half hour. If you hold on for another half hour, even if you can't beat it, it will retreat after half an hour. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine and held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, saying, "Leave it to me." The dragon in front of him was somewhat similar to the one he had encountered at the bottom of the sea last time. It was grayish-black all over and had a single horn on its head. The difference is that this dragon has a pair of huge wings on its back. So it's a remnant of the Fox Demon clan receiving a legacy. What pure power. Chu Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected that this giant dragon could actually talk. Seeing the dragon's greedy expression and the energy fluctuations in the air, Chu Fan frowned even more. "Stop right there. If you take another half step forward, I'll get rough with you." The dragon glanced at the tiny human before it and sneered. "Where did this ant come from, daring to speak to me like that?" After saying that, he casually slapped his palm down. In its eyes, this tiny human being couldn't even withstand a casual tap from it. But Chu Fan was not afraid at all, and he grabbed the Dragon Slayer's sword in his hand and went to meet the attack. Bang! Chu Fan felt a tremendous force coming from him, causing him to fly backward uncontrollably. What? This thing is incredibly strong. But what was even more shocking than Chu Fan was this dragon. It was shocked to discover that its front paw was injured. A deep wound appeared on its right front paw, dripping blood. Impossible. How could a mere mortal like you possibly harm me? Unless you used. As if it had just realized something, the giant dragon suddenly looked at the sword in Chu Fan's hand. That's the Dragon Slayer's sword? Chu Fan got up, coughed, and sneered. This is clearly a dragon-slaying sword. Why talk about slaying dragons? Despicable humans. How dare you humans kill our dragon race? The dragon roared in anger after hearing Chu Fan's provocation. However, upon learning that the sword was indeed the Dragon Slayer's sword, a hint of apprehension appeared in its eyes. After all, this is a divine weapon capable of slaying dragons. Fortunately, this human didn't seem to be strong enough to kill him, but one can't always be too careful. Thinking of this, the dragon suddenly laughed and said, "Human, how about I make a deal with you?" Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What kind of deal?" "Give me the sword in your hand, and all of these are yours." After saying that, the giant dragon pulled out a golden object from somewhere and placed it in front of Chu Fan. What? So many dragon-patterned gold coins. Chu Fan was stunned, because what the dragon pulled out were dragon-patterned gold coins, and there were more than 10 of them. Unexpectedly, this dragon-patterned gold coin, which is worth 100,000 points outside, is just like an ordinary coin in front of this giant dragon. Even though Chu Fan himself was a cheat code, he was stunned by what he saw. Chu Fan couldn't help but hesitate and said, "This." The dragon seemed to have sensed Chu Fan's interest and quickly pressed its advantage, saying, "How about it? This sword isn't very useful to you, but you can use these gold coins to buy countless treasures outside." Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "What you said seems to make sense, but if I give you the sword, will you kill me and then stop my friend from inheriting the sword?" "I swear in the name of my dragon race, it will never happen." Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "I see. What you said makes a lot of sense. To be honest, I'm tempted." The dragon was overjoyed and said, "Then it's settled. Give me the sword." Chu Fan quickly said, "What's the rush? Let me think about it." The dragon quickly replied, "All right, then think about it again." Time ticked by, and the dragon grew increasingly anxious. Finally, it couldn't help but ask, "Hey, human boy, have you made up your mind yet?" Chu Fan glanced at the tree of creation, but unfortunately, the inheritance was still in progress. So he said, "What's the rush? This is not something that can be decided in a short time. Why don't you go back first? Consider this a deposit. I'll come back to you to make the deal when I've thought it through. How about that? The dragon finally realized that Chu Fan had no intention of making a deal with it at all, and roared, "You dare to play me? Kid, die?" After saying that, the giant dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a blazing flame rushed straight towards Chu Fan. The flames were so fierce that they seemed to ignite the air itself, and a scorching heat rushed straight towards the face of the Chu ruler. Wherever the flames passed, the plants withered, demonstrating the power of the flames. Chu Fan was startled. He dared not take this head-on, so he quickly dodged and retreated. The dragon, however, had no intention of letting go of this human who dared to mock it, and once again unleashed a ball of flame to chase after Chu Fan. Thanks to the speed of lightning, Chu Fan dodged with ease, and even managed to land a sword strike on the dragon from time to time. The dragon was finally enraged and roared, "Despicable human, all you can do is hide? Then let me end this fox demon's legacy." After saying that, he spat out a flame that was even more intense than all the previous flames, and sent it straight toward the huge ball of light that enveloped Yi. What? I never expected that even a dragon would resort to underhanded tactics. Once he regained his senses, Chu Fan used another flash to appear directly between the ball of light and the flames. "We absolutely cannot let you ruin this legacy." Chu Fan roared and poured all his power into the Dragon Slayer's sword in his hand. The Dragon Slayer's sword emitted a dazzling burst of lightning, heading straight for the flames. Chapter 52 Women. Boom. The lightning and fire collided with a deafening roar, like the detonation of a heavy bomb. Chu Fan was blasted away by the aftershock, his body covered in countless wounds from which blood began to gush out. "What? This human has such great power. I will not let you live today." The dragon was not entirely unscathed either. It now had many wounds all over its body. But compared to Chu Fan, its injury is nothing. However, Chu Fan's behavior alerted the dragon. Such a tiny human being possesses such immense power, and is also the master of the Dragon Slayer's sword. With this in mind, the dragon abandoned Yi, the heir of its lineage, and turned its attention to this human who dared to challenge it. "Go to hell." The giant dragon flew into the air and then charged towards Chu Fan, using the single horn on its head. This attack not only concentrated all its power, but it also used the abilities of the dragon race, making it impossible for Chu Fan to dodge. Chu Fan also discovered that his legs seemed to be bound by something, and he couldn't move an inch even if he wanted to escape. "Since that's the case, we have no choice but to fight it out." Therefore, Chu Fan abandoned his plan to escape, roared, and once again gathered all the remaining power in his hand and poured it into the Dragon Slayer's sword. Boom. With a loud bang, Chu Fan was sent flying again. At that moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. If it weren't for the Dragon Slayer's sword, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the dragon's full-force attack. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt his body lighten, and then a pair of gentle arms held him tightly, gently landing him on the ground. Chu Fan opened his eyes with difficulty and found that it was Yi holding him, her eyes already filled with tears. "Chu Fan, you did this for me." Chu Fan then realized that Yi's inheritance had finally come to an end. After Yi came out, the giant dragon glanced at Chu Fan and quietly retreated. Looking at the carcasses of wild beasts scattered all over the ground, and Chu Fan covered in blood, Yi was so moved that she burst into tears. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Yi, I'm glad you're all right." After saying that, he closed his eyes and shouted just before he fainted, "Remember to pick up the gold coins." Then his head lolled to the side, and he completely fainted in Yi's warm and soft embrace. Gods, what's wrong with Chu Fan? Yi suddenly noticed that Chu Fan's aura was somewhat unstable, as if he was in danger at any moment. So she hurriedly asked about the Tree of Creation. He exerted himself too much, which caused him to collapse. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, his life may be in danger. Yi hurriedly asked, "Is there any way to save him?" "Tree of Creation, your fox demon clan is most skilled in sexual exploitation, and now only you can save him." Yi was taken aback when she heard this, and then blushed. Of course she knew what replenishment through cultivation meant. "Because I am a fox demon, I have an innate constitution that allows me to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in my daily life. But humans don't have that ability. The only way to quickly restore their vitality is through that method. But Chu Fan became like this because of me, so it's only right that I save him. Besides, Chu Fan has already seen her true appearance, so she had no choice but to marry him anyway." With that thought, Yi picked up Chu Fan, stood up, and solemnly said, "Please, God, protect me. Then, she clasped her hands together, and her whole body radiated a holy light. A moment later, pure white, fluffy tails grew out of her back. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9. After these 9 tails appeared, they began to grow longer and bigger rapidly until they finally formed a large sphere that enveloped E and Chu Fan, making them completely invisible from the outside. On the Neptune, Lu Ruyan shouted towards a corner of the cabin. Who goes there? Come out. Barbara raised her gun and shouted. If you don't come out, I'll shoot. Don't shoot, we're good people. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 women with panicked expressions emerged from the corner. The 2 women were soaking wet, clearly having just climbed out of the water. Upon seeing that it was 2 women, Barbara and Lu Shangfei naturally breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Ruyan still said with a frosty expression, stand there and don't move. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan took the shotgun from Baba and pointed the dark muzzle at the 2 of them. The 2 women were taken aback by her tone and, seeing the gun pointed at them, had no choice but to stand still and put on ingratiating smiles. Don't get me wrong, we just want to find something to eat. Young lady, please have mercy, we haven't eaten for 2 days. The 2 women looked quite old, with chapped lips, tattered clothes, and what appeared to be injuries. They looked weak and listless. One of the women was short, had rough skin, and looked honest and simple, making her seem like an ordinary middle-aged woman. Seeing this, Lu Shangfei looked at his older sister with pleading eyes. Sister, I feel sorry for them. Why don't we give them some food? Upon hearing this, the 2 women's eyes lit up slightly, and they quickly said, Yes, yes, we are all Chinese, and we should help each other when we are traveling abroad. This young man is such a kind person. As they talked, the 2 moved closer to Lu Shangfei, probably because Lu Shangfei made them feel safe enough. Bang, bang. Lu Ruyan's gun fired, and the bullet hit the deck beneath the feet of the 2 women. Everyone was shocked by the sudden gunshot. Even Barbara was surprised that Lu Ruyan would suddenly fire. Lu Shangfei asked in confusion, Sister, what's wrong with you? The 2 women were so frightened by the gunshot that they retreated repeatedly, their faces pale as they looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan said coldly, I'll say it again, stand there and don't move. If you take another step forward, the bullets won't just hit the ground. This was the first time Barbara had ever seen Lu Ruyan with such an expression, but she quickly understood what Lu Ruyan meant. Lu Shangfei scratched his head, slightly annoyed, and said, Sister, they are just 2 pitiful people. Why are you doing this? Lu Shangfei, you must remember that this is a world where there are no rules to protect you. Any instance of abusing your compassion could harm you and your teammates. Your top priority is to ensure the safety of yourself and your teammates. Nothing else matters. After saying that, he turned to look at his younger brother and asked in a slow but firm tone, Did you remember? Lu Shangfei had always both loved and feared his older sister. Seeing her tone, he instinctively said, I remember. The sound wasn't loud enough. Did you even remember it? Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly became even more stern. Lu Shangfei was startled and immediately said, I remember, sister. Chapter 51 The Mad Gao Shuaiqi. The 2 women seemed completely stunned by Lu Ruyan's aura, standing there not daring to say another word. This doesn't make sense. I did thorough research before coming. There were only 2 young women and a young boy on the ship. They should be easy to fool. Surprisingly, the tried and true sympathy card didn't work here. Did they pick up the wrong script? At this moment, Lu Ruyan said coldly, You tell me what you want to eat, Xiaofei. Throw those 2 remaining small black breads to them. The 2 women didn't understand Lu Ruyan's meaning, so they could only stand there blankly. Although Lu Shangfei had no idea what his older sister was up to, he still obediently took out 2 black breads from the warehouse and threw them over. Eat up, aren't you hungry? Eat quickly. Lu Ruyan pointed the gun at the black bread on the ground, her expression unchanged. The 2 women's faces alternated between black and white, completely baffled as to what this incredibly beautiful yet fierce little girl was up to. But seeing Lu Ruyan's unyielding expression, he had no choice but to obediently bend down. Because of Lu Ruyan's earlier words, they didn't even dare to take a step forward to get the bread. They only dared to stretch their arms forward as much as possible before they could pick up the bread from the ground. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and Lu Shangfei, the 2 began to gnaw on the dry and hard black bread. Back then, Barbara was only able to be won over by Chu Fan after eating half a piece of black bread and drinking the remaining half bottle of water, which shows just how dry the bread was. The 2 women were so choked up that their eyes rolled back, but they didn't dare to stop, for fear that if they were slow, they would be fed peanuts. However, judging from the way he swallowed, he did look like he hadn't eaten for several meals. After finally eating the black bread, Lu Rian's expression softened a little. Let's go once we've eaten our fill. The two women paused noticeably upon hearing this. Little girl, our boat is gone. Could you let us rest here for the night? We'll find a boat and leave as soon as it's light tomorrow. Lu Rian frowned, shook her head, and said, No, you should go find another ship. We don't take in outsiders here. At this moment, the short, dark-faced woman suddenly said, My friend's boat is on its way. Could we stand here for a while and leave once his boat arrives? We promised to stand here and not move. Lu Rian fell silent for a moment. After all, she was just an ordinary girl who had only graduated from university a few years ago. It would be too much to ask her to be cold-blooded and ruthless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of sending food and drinks to her best friend. Barbara chimed in. Rian, since they've said that, let them stay at the bow and not move an inch. We'll keep an eye on them. After considering for a moment, Lu Rian shook her head and said, No, you must disembark immediately, otherwise. Before she could finish speaking, the short woman suddenly shoved the woman next to her. Caught off guard, the tall woman fell into Lu Rian's arms. Lu Rian had been on guard against these two, so she wasn't going to fall for their trick so easily. She dodged the woman who was crashing into her. He then sneered and said, You're asking for death. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the tall woman was hit by a bullet. She only had time to let out a scream before she died instantly. Lu Rian immediately turned her gun towards the short woman and was about to fire when her expression suddenly changed drastically. Suddenly, another person appeared on the deck, blocking Lu Shangfei's path and pressing a sharp dagger against his throat. Lu, the campus belle, is truly remarkable. If I don't use some tricks, I really won't be able to take you down. As the short woman spoke, she took off her tattered outer garment, wiped her face a few times, and revealed her true appearance. It was that monkey. Lu Rian asked with a grim expression, Who exactly are you people, and what do you want? The monkey chuckled and said, Our eldest brother came to invite you personally, but you refused, so I had to do it for you. It turns out it was Gao Shuaiqi who sent them. This is troublesome. At this moment, Lu Shangfei finally understood why his sister had scolded him like that. Now it seemed that he had been as stupid as a pig. Sister, don't worry about me. Lu Shangfei shouted. Lu Rian snapped, Shut up. He then turned his gaze to the monkeys and said, What exactly do you want? Tell me. Suddenly, a commotion arose on the sea, as if countless ships were engaged in battle. The monkey exclaimed excitedly, Looks like Big Brother is finally moving. Miss Lu, and this foreign friend, as you can see, on this sea, the strong rule. And my elder brother is now the most powerful being in this sea area. Look around you. All who disobey must die. Barbara and the other two looked around, their expressions grave. It seems that the appearance of the ghost ship has completely ignited the bloodlust in people like Gao Shuaiqi. To become stronger, you must constantly kill and attack. For a time, the sounds of fighting, cursing, crying, and screaming filled the air. This ocean has become a battlefield. On the ark, Gao Shuaiqi, looking excited, brandished his large sword and shouted, Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. In a short period of time, he had already defeated no fewer than 20 ships. More than a dozen more souls have been lost in his hands. At this moment, his score reached 400 points, surpassing Neptune and taking the top spot on the leaderboard. Seeing this, Brother Long behind him felt a little sorry for him. Brother Gao, we're all compatriots. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Gao Shuaiqi turned around abruptly and saw that it was Along, revealing a strange expression. Along, I'm not trying to kill anyone. I just want them to make the right choice. To survive successfully in this sea area, it's very difficult to go it alone. You should know that there are only a few thousand people in this sea area, but there are countless other sea areas like ours outside. If we can't become stronger in the shortest amount of time, then we'll be the ones who die in the end. Along was stunned when he heard these words. He hadn't expected that Gao Shuaiqi had such great ambitions. Suddenly, he regretted his choice, especially with his wife by his side. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi suddenly said, By the way, Along, I need a few women to help me repair some things. Your wife can't just sit idle now that she's on the ship. Have her come over for a bit, and I'll arrange some work for her. Along quickly replied, Brother Gao, my wife can't do anything. Just assign me any tasks, I'll definitely. Stop talking nonsense. Just go when your brother tells you to. Is your wife special? Everyone else can do the work, so why can't she? He foaming jumped out from the side. alongside. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Okay, Brother Gao, I'm going. Gao Shuaiqi watched Along's departing figure, a crazed look appearing in his eyes. Just then, one of the henchmen suddenly ran over. Brother, we just snatched one of these things from that boat, but nobody knows what it is. Gao Shuai asked in surprise. Oh, what is that? Let me see it. The younger brother carried a box to Gao Shuaiqi and opened it. Gao Shuai was so surprised, he almost screamed. Because inside the box was a divine fruit. Should we review chapter 52? Gao Shuaiqi was completely shocked when he saw the divine fruit. He never imagined that, apart from that ghost ship, one could obtain the divine fruit in other places. Quickly, call the people on that ship over here. I have a question to ask them. The underling awkwardly scratched his head and said, Ah, this person is already dead. Gao Shuaiqi's face darkened, and he had no choice but to wave his hand and say, Fine, I understand. You can all leave now, and don't let anyone bother me. After everyone had left, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain his excitement. It seems that many divine fruits are scattered throughout this world, but only a limited number of people know about them. The original owner of this fruit must have gotten incredibly lucky, but because of its strange appearance, he didn't dare to try it. But now all of this has benefited Gao Shuaiqi. Chu Fan, I'll show you who the real king of the sea is. After saying that, Gao Shuaiqi opened his mouth and bit into the divine fruit in his hand. Chu Fan turned over and felt a gentle warmth that made him feel extremely comfortable. Chu Fan, wake up. Chu Fan paused for a moment, his mind blank, before finally remembering. What? Yi is still carrying on the tradition? How can I sleep? As he spoke, he was about to jump up, but the sight before him left him completely stunned. Why does this animal-eared girl in front of me look so much like Yi? Seeing Chu Fan's blank expression, Yi smiled and blew a breath at him. Chu Fan couldn't help but shudder. His vision blurred like a movie, and he finally understood everything that had happened after he fainted. Of course, this also includes the erotic scene that just happened in this love room made of 9 foxtails. Yi, are you saying that you and I have already? Yi smiled and nodded, then wrapped a smooth arm around Chu Fan's neck. Chu Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to receive this inheritance in my entire life. Just as I swore before, I, Hu Yi, am yours for life. Chu Fan was overjoyed and immediately said, That's great, but I was unconscious just now and didn't get to taste it. Do you want to review it? Yi frowned slightly and said, Chu Lang, you were so rough just now. It hurts a little. Chu Fan exclaimed in surprise. I must have done it unconsciously just now. I'm sorry, let me rub it for you. Oh no, let me blow on it for you. Yi blushed and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Anyway, I'm yours now, what's the rush? We should go out. Chu Fan then remembered and quickly said, You're right, we've been out for several hours, and I'm a little worried about the situation on the Sea King. Yi reassured her, Don't worry, I've asked the people from Jubiozai to keep an eye on things. If there's any real emergency, they'll step in. As they talked, the two quickly got dressed, and Yi then put her tail away and returned to her original appearance. Dear God, thank you for your protection. This junior will take his leave now. Chu Fan also bowed sincerely to the big tree. A gust of wind blew by, and the branches and leaves on the big tree swayed, as if saying goodbye to them, or as if blessing them. The two then turned around and sped away along the way they had come. On the Neptune, the monkey yelled, If you don't want your brother to get hurt, you'd better put down the gun you're holding. Lu Rian's face turned extremely gloomy. The other party had now completely grasped her vital point. After all, his only relative was in the enemy's hands, but how could he explain it to Chu Fan if he handed over the gun? You bitch, my patience is limited. After saying that, he gave a wink, and the dagger in the hand of the big man who was holding Lu Shangfei moved, and a wound appeared on Lu Shangfei's arm. The wound was deep and blood was gushing out. Lu Shangfei's face turned pale instantly, but he stubbornly held back from groaning. Lu Rian finally couldn't hold on any longer and cried out, No. At this moment, Barbara stepped forward and said, Rian, give them the gun. I know you have concerns, but we can't let Xiaofei get hurt, can we? Lu Rian's face was gloomy, but suddenly her eyes lit up, and she forcefully threw the gun in her hand to the side. The monkey's expression immediately changed, and it shouted, No. Whoosh. The gun sank into the sea before everyone's eyes, leaving no trace whatsoever. You son of a bitch, you dare to play me. Barbara sighed inwardly, knowing that this was the best solution Lu Rian could think of in her desperation. If you can't control a gun, the best thing to do is destroy it. If the gun is really handed over to the monkey, it will become the weapon used by the Ark to attack the Sea King. The monkey was indeed furious. Although Gao Shuiqi did not say that he had to take the gun back, if he got it, it would be a huge achievement. But now, the credit that was within easy reach has been ruined by this woman. Lu Ruyan, do you really not want your brother to live? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. You can try it. If I tell that Gao that one of the conditions for me to come over is that I will skin you alive, do you think he will agree? The monkey was stunned. Lu Ruyan's words had hit the nail on the head. One of Gao Shuiqi's goals was to get these two beauties in front of him. If they boarded the Ark, he figured a few words from them would be enough to get Gao to kill him. Thinking about this, he broke out in a cold sweat. So he immediately gave an awkward smile. Haha, I was just kidding. How could that be? Hey you, let him go and bandage his wound. Suddenly, he realized that something was off about his underling. The younger brother stared at him, his eyes bloodshot and breathing heavily. That look made the monkey feel uncomfortable all over, and he cursed. What the hell are you looking at? You son of a bitch. Unexpectedly, the next second, the henchman suddenly released Lu Shangfei and tackled the monkey to the ground. Little beauty, come here, give me a kiss. This young man was tall and strong, and he pressed the monkey so hard that the monkey's eyes almost rolled back, but he didn't stop for a second. He used both hands to tear the monkey's clothes to shreds, leaving it only in its underwear. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were both stunned, unable to understand what had happened. Seeing the scene gradually become bizarre, Lu Ruyan immediately snorted coldly. Chu Fan, how long are you going to keep playing? Chapter 53 Reluctant Departure. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were clearly taken aback by these words, not understanding why Lu Ruyan would suddenly say such a thing. At this moment, two figures emerged from the darkness. It was Chu Fan with a smile on his face, and and the other person following behind him. As women, Lu Ruyan and Barbara immediately turned their attention to behind Chu Fan. Barbara's inner thoughts. Judging from the distance between these two, something must have already happened. Lu Ruyan thought to herself. Chu Fan really knows how to exploit loopholes. Only Lu Shangfei looked surprised, clutching the wound on his shoulder, and pointed at the two people still tearing at each other on the ground, asking, Brother-in-law, did you do this? Chu Fan gave a wry smile and said, I don't have that ability. This is Yi's doing. This is a unique tactic of the Fox Demon Clan, seduction. This technique only works on men with strong lustful desires. Yi tried to use it on this monkey just now, but found that the guy didn't react at all. Having no other choice, they changed the target of the spell to the burly man who was holding Xiaofei hostage. Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, Isn't her name Liena? Chu Fan laughed and said, Tie these two up first, and I'll talk to you later. As he spoke, he took out a rope and finally managed to separate the two people on the ground, only to find that the monkey's buttocks were already a bloody mess. Wow, that's incredible. The monkey cried out. Chu Fan, this is too much. It's so insulting. Chu Fan kicked him and said, What the hell are you talking about? I'll deal with you later. After tying the two up, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily we made it in time. You guys did a great job. Xiaofei, how's your injury? At this moment, Barbara had already brought medicine and bandages from the infirmary and started bandaging Xiaofei's wound. It's nothing, brother-in-law, just a minor injury. Lu Ruyan remained calm, glancing subtly at Yi before asking, Why did you take so long? Did something happen? At this moment, Yi stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Hello, sisters. My name is Yi. As he spoke, he recounted to the three everything that had happened from the moment Chu Fan entered Jubiozai to the moment he entered the land of forsaken gods. The three of them were stunned. This experience was just like something out of a movie. But Lu Shangfei was really into listening and quickly came over to ask for details. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Ruyan whispered, Barbara, look, another one is coming. Barbara exclaimed happily. That's great. Now Chu Fan won't be laughed at anymore, right? Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment, never expecting that the bullet she fired back then would hit her right between the eyebrows. At this moment, who was standing to the side, seemed to have seen through their thoughts and walked over. Sisters, I know my appearance made you uncomfortable, but the situation was urgent. If I hadn't done that, Chu Lang might have been in danger. Barbara smiled and said, It's all right. It's more fun with more people. You're welcome to join us. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly, but inwardly she thought, she really is a vixen. She speaks in such a charming and seductive way, calling me Chu Lang all the time. But the next second, continued, seeing that there are two older sisters here, I can leave with peace of mind. These words surprised everyone. Did she mean to leave? I've already spoken with Chu Lang. I'm going back to save my people and revive the Fox Demon clan. Chu Fan sighed, but he knew that Yi had no other choice, because this was her mission. Yi continued, but don't worry, everyone. We will definitely meet again in the near future. Yi, wait for me. I will definitely come to find you. I promise. Yi smiled and nodded, saying, I believe in you. You definitely will, because you are my hero. After a few more words, Yi smiled and said, all right, before I leave, would you like me to help you with some troubles? Chu Fan knew that Yi was referring to Gao Shuaiqi, this troublesome person. However, Chu Fan shook his head and said, we'll solve this problem ourselves. As they were talking, a voice came from the ghost ship. Leonor, it's time to go. Yi shook her head bitterly and said, I have already spoken to the master of the temple, and he has agreed to my request. I will set off back now. By the way, I will have them transfer the remaining points directly to your names. I hope I can hear the news of your worldwide fame soon. After saying that, Yi couldn't hold back any longer, hugged Chu Fan tightly, and kissed him hard on the lips. After a full 10 seconds, he reluctantly let go. Then, without looking back, he stepped onto the bridge of light and disappeared into the night. Chu Fan stood there, staring blankly at the spot where Yi had disappeared. This woman had appeared in his world so hastily, and left just as hastily. But that touch of tenderness was something he would never forget. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely come find you. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt two murderous glares from beside him, so he quickly turned around. Oh, my first wife, my second wife, I miss you so much. As she spoke, she tried to hug the two of them, but Lu Ruyan pushed her away with her small hand. Okay, let's get serious. What are you going to do with these two? Chu Fan glanced down at the two people on the ground and asked in a deep voice, are Gao Shuaiqi's men? The monkey's bottom was burning with pain, and when it saw that Chu Fan had finally remembered the two of them, it quickly shouted. That's right. Those who know I'm brother Gao should hurry up and let me go, otherwise when my brother comes. A commotion. Chu Fan had no patience to listen to him continue. He casually picked up the monkey and, amidst the monkey's bewildered gaze, tossed it into the sea. With its hands and feet bound, the monkey only managed to thrash about twice before sinking. The other burly man was still throbbing his body, seemingly not yet recovered from Yi's allure. Chu Fan didn't ask any more questions and simply threw the guy into the sea as well. Anyone who dares to touch my wife must die. Chu Fan's domineering words startled Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Barbara gave a thumbs up and said, Darling, you are so awesome. Lu Ruyan was also delighted, but then asked, how do you plan to deal with Gao Shuaiqi? Chu Fan laughed and waved his hand, saying, you guys come into the cabin with me first. Xiaofei, you come too. The three men looked on with suspicion as they followed Chu Fan into the cabin. Because there were no lighting facilities, the cabin was completely dark at this time. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through the darkness, illuminating Chu Fan's face. This is the fruit of God. Ruyan, this is the moon goddess fruit, a perfect match for your previous bow and arrow. The remaining three, Barbara and Xiaofei, you each choose one. But I must clarify that each person can only eat one god fruit in their lifetime, and the abilities gained are also dependent on luck. So what do you all want? Xiaofei, what's the rush? Let me finish speaking. Chapter 54, Everyone has superpowers. Before Chu Fan could finish speaking, Lu Xiaofei had already picked up a fruit. Brother-in-law, I used to win the lottery a lot when I was in school, so I've always had good luck. So I'll go first. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, wait, Xiaofei, let me go first. As she spoke, under everyone's gaze, Lu Ruyan directly ate the divine fruit, which was priced at 50,000 points and could control the power of the moon goddess. Strangely enough, when Lu Ruyan bit a small hole in the fruit, it suddenly emitted a soft light, as if moonlight were shining in, illuminating the entire cabin. Lu Ruyan didn't stop and ate the whole fruit. Suddenly, she felt a strange movement inside her body and quickly closed her eyes to feel it. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Lu Ruyan suddenly radiated a holy light from her hair, and she looked just like the legendary moon goddess. Most surprisingly, her hair turned the color of ice and snow in that instant, dancing without any wind. And between her eyebrows, a faint moon pattern had appeared. Elegant. Absolutely so elegant. Barbara and Lu Xiaofei were both stunned, while Chu Fan secretly thought, girl, I don't even dare to be wicked anymore when you're like this. You're just too damn pure. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, the light around her gradually faded, and her white hair returned to its original color. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, She's still my original second wife. Lu Rian stretched out her right hand, and a water sphere suddenly appeared in her right hand, emitting light so that the entire cabin would not be dark. Is this the power of the moon goddess? This feels amazing. Thank you, Chu Fan. When Lu Shangfei saw his older sister suddenly become so formidable, he could no longer hold back. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll eat too. After receiving their tacit approval, Lu Shangfei took a bite out of the divine fruit in his hand. At this point, everyone could see what the inside of the fruit looked like. Unlike Lu Rian's fruit, Lu Shangfei's fruit has red flesh inside. Under the white moonlight, the fruit pulp looked like flowing lava. But Lu Shangfei didn't feel the heat at all. On the contrary, the taste was surprisingly good. It's so delicious, strawberry flavored, I love it. After Lu Shangfei swallowed all the fruit in his hand, a sudden burst of heat shot out from his body. Chu Fan and the others unconsciously took a step back. It seemed that Xiao Fei's fruit was related to the fire attribute. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Shangfei's hair looked like it was on fire, and his eyes and mouth looked like they were spitting flames. Ha ha ha! I am Vulcan! I am Vulcan! The next second, Lu Shangfei raised his hands and clenched his fists tightly, and his two fists turned into fire fists surrounded by flames. Ha ha ha! Now I, Lu Shangfei, am invincible. Who can do anything to me now? As he spoke, he even tried to throw a punch in a circle, and a ball of flame shot out from his fist, about to land on the deck. Whoosh! As if a bucket of water had been poured over him, Lu Shangfei was drenched from head to toe, and the flames on his body struggled for a few moments before gradually going out. Lu Rian calmly withdrew her left hand. Don't play with fire in the house. How old are you? Why are you still so frivolous? Lu Shangfei was stunned, his face filled with resentment. I never expected that even after awakening my superpowers, I would still be restrained by my older sister. As if she could read his mind, Lu Rian smiled slightly and said, You will never escape my grasp in this lifetime. Lu Shangfei instantly lost his temper. What could he do? This was his own sister. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. With the divine fruit, Xiao Fei now had enough ability to protect himself. Moreover, his devil fruit ability is quite good, and his future achievements will definitely be remarkable. There were 2 fruits left. After taking a look, Barbara chose the one that was relatively larger. Yes, a big foreign woman paired with a big fruit. That makes perfect sense. I'll choose this one then. Okay. Chu Fan gave him an encouraging look. Barbara picked up the fruit and took a small bite. The juice immediately flowed out, filling the air with aroma. Wow, this tastes so good. It's a bit like kiwi. Barbara took a bite and exclaimed in amazement. The fruit she had bitten into was a vibrant green. Could it be of the wood element? Chu Fan made his judgment immediately upon seeing the color. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Barbara finally ate all the fruit of the gods in her hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3, Barbara was enveloped in green light. The wooden deck beneath their feet, which had just been damaged by Lu Shangfei, was suddenly and slowly repaired. A few minutes later, the green light dissipated, and Barbara returned to her original form. So, Barbara, what are your abilities? Barbara smiled, and suddenly walked over to Lu Shangfei's side. Xiaofei, let me see your wound. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangfei raised his arm, where the bandages he had just removed after struggling were visible. Barbara unwrapped the bandage, and although the wound had stopped bleeding after the medicine was applied, the large opening still looked rather shocking. Barbara stretched out her right hand, and her slender, white fingers gently touched Xiaofei's wound. A miracle happened. The wound miraculously disappeared. This left everyone speechless, and Lu Shangfei was even more incredulous. Barbara, is this magic? Chu Fan's eyes lit up, and he asked, Is this a wood attribute ability with healing effects? Barbara nodded excitedly. That's right, this is perfect for my job as a doctor. If I had this superpower in America, I would definitely become the best doctor in all of Texas, I promise. No one understands better than her how much effort it takes to become an outstanding doctor. But this miraculous fruit gave her treatment abilities that far surpassed those of any surgeon in an instant. A wet nurse? You know what? That's actually perfect for you. Looking at Barbara's magnificent figure, which was enough to make her stand out from the crowd, Chu Fan came to this conclusion in his heart. There was one divine fruit left, which Chu Fan put into the warehouse. Alright, now that everyone has superpowers, we can go settle accounts with that Gao Shuaiqi. So what if they outnumber us? We, the new Fantastic Four, will show them that the Aquaman is invincible. Victory! Victory! Lu Shangfei shouted in a childish, melodramatic manner. Just then, The system voice in my head suddenly rang out. Beep. The host has successfully survived for one day. The reward of 3 blind boxes has been delivered. Please check your account. Chapter 55 Octave Space. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan was taken aback and immediately asked a question in his mind. Tongzi, didn't I already win over E? Why am I still getting 3 blind boxes? Beep. Because E isn't your teammate yet. She can't be counted. Chu Fan cursed inwardly. Damn it, it feels like the system is taking a cut. Then she asked, if E becomes my teammate in the future, will the reward be triggered? Sure. This system is honest and trustworthy. Host, you can rest assured. Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara and the other two were all surprised to see Chu Fan suddenly standing still. What's wrong, darling? Why aren't you leaving? Chu Fan greeted him. Hey, the blind boxes are here today. Want to open one first? Lu Shangfei looked completely bewildered and asked, what blind boxes? Do I have one too? Lu Ruyan said irritably. You're just a kid. Don't try to know everything. But in his heart, he was thinking, Xiaofei must never know the origin of this blind box. Chu Fan didn't care, but he didn't explain. He just said in a low voice, Xiaofei, it's not that your brother-in-law is stingy, but you really don't get any of this. Why don't you go outside and keep an eye on things? Lu Shangfei. Listen to this. Is it human speech? Lu Rian also spoke up. Xiaofei, listen to your brother-in-law, and go out. Lu Shangfei. Then I'll leave? Seeing that his older sister's expression didn't seem like she was joking, he had no choice but to take out a cigarette and light it himself. Fine, I'll go out, okay? She's really gone for the sake of her younger brother, now that she has a man. He muttered to himself as he left the cabin. It wasn't that Chu Fan was stingy, but it would be quite embarrassing if he offered something inappropriate for children again. Okay, I'll go first this time. Chu Fan laid out the 3 blind boxes on the ground and picked one up first. I refuse to believe I'm the unluckiest one again. Open. Let's turn the tide. Beep. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 999 boxes of 8 degrees space day and night sanitary napkins. Chu Fan. Barbara. Lu Ruyan. Chu Fan. Damn it, this is such a ripoff. Barbara. Honey, you're amazing. Lu Ruyan. Honey, your luck is just amazing. Chu Fan. But seeing the 2 women looking at him with such joy, he could only say, of course, after all, you are the most important people to me, and it is my honor to serve you. On second thought, this thing might be useless to me, but it would be incredibly useful to my wives. If you calculate it this way, it doesn't seem like you're losing out at all. But why do I still feel uneasy? At that moment, Barbara picked up a blind box and whispered, I wish I could have the same luck as my darling. Chu Fan. I feel like you're bad-mouthing me, but I have no proof. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained 99 advanced searchlights. Advanced searchlight, solar-powered, 1 charge lasts for 2 hours, illumination distance, 2 kilometers. Chu Fan felt relieved. The thing Barbara had given him was useful, but not as miraculous as the previous ones. But these searchlights are quite practical. What they lack most right now is nighttime lighting equipment. Thinking of this, Chu Fan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly took out a searchlight and turned it on. In an instant, the cabin became as bright as day. That's great. Now we'll have a light source even if we need to have surgery. Barbara was very satisfied with the light source. Without any hesitation, Lu Ruyan opened the last blind box under the watchful eyes of the other 2. Beep. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations on gaining the special skill, Archery Mastery. Goodness, it's tailor-made again. As expected of Ruyan, her luck is unparalleled. She's the only one here who uses a bow and arrow. It's no exaggeration to say that this skill was tailor-made for her. In addition, she already has a good foundation in archery, so this skill can be used to maximize her benefits. At that moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly pushed open the door. Brother-in-law, it's foggy outside. I can't see anything. Wow, where did that light come from? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan went outside and indeed found that a thick fog had risen from the sea. The fog was so thick that one could not see a person more than a meter away. Given this situation, forget about settling scores with Gao Shuaiqi. It's questionable whether we can even find him. Since that's the case, let's all rest first. We'll go again tomorrow morning when the fog clears. The 3 of them said they had no objections. It would be good for them to rest. Seeing that Lu Shangfei was still there, Chu Fan asked in surprise, is there something else? Lu Shangfei looked at the searchlight in Chu Fan's hand with a hint of envy and said, Brother-in-law, do you have any extra headlights? I want to play with one too. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Fan threw something over. Take it back to your room and play with it at your leisure. Upon seeing it, Lu Shangfei was overjoyed to find it was indeed the same type of searchlight and exclaimed, "Then I'll go back to my room." After saying that, he thoughtfully closed the door. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Ladies, shall we examine the headlights?" Barbara asked in surprise, "What's so interesting about studying this lamp?" Chu Fan chuckled and said, "I want to see whether the light in my hand is brighter, or your headlights are brighter. Or let's play a game of exploring secret passages." The two women exchanged a glance, and they immediately understood what Chu Fan meant. "You scoundrel, haven't you had enough fun with you yet?" Chu Fan said, 001, 002. "I think it's necessary for me to make things clear to you about my relationship with 003. Please listen to my explanation." Barbara frowned and said, "What do you mean by wiggle your waist and wiggle your ears?" Lu Rian rolled her eyes at Chu Fan, then whispered a few words in Barbara's ear, and Barbara finally understood. "You're so naughty. I love it. By the way, honey, let's investigate what you mean by putting your feet next to your ears. Rian, why don't you give it a try?" As the night passed, the sun gradually rose into the eastern sky. The thick fog at sea gradually dissipated at some point. On the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi didn't sleep a wink all night. Last night, he ate the divine fruit he had unexpectedly obtained, and the power he gained was completely beyond his imagination. He is now confident that no one in this sea area can rival him. "Hey, has the monkey come back yet?" A henchman ran in and said, "Boss, monkey hasn't come back all night." Gao Shuaiqi frowned and said, "Did this guy make a mistake?" The younger brother quickly replied, "Brother, there's a thick fog at sea tonight. So thick you can't see your hand in front of your face. Maybe the monkey was delayed by the fog." Gao Shuaiqi thought this explanation was reasonable, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "When he gets back, I'll have him come see me immediately." A hint of excitement flashed across Gao Yuqi's face, and he gave another order. "Also, have Bai Jia come over and tell her I need to talk to her." Chapter 56. Young woman Bai Jia. When Bai Jia heard Gao Shuaiqi call her name, she said tremblingly, "Honey, I don't want to go." Brother Long opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he just sighed and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. Maybe Brother Gao really has something to ask you." Bai Jia shook her head and said, "Husband, you don't understand. The way he looks at me is always so strange. I know he's up to no good." When Brother Long heard this, he knew what was going on, but Gao Shuai had called out, and he couldn't refuse, so he said, "How about this? I'll go with you." Bai Jia was relieved and nodded, saying, "Honey, I was wrong before. From now on, I just want to live a good life with you." Brother Long's face darkened as he said, "This can't be entirely your fault. Who told me to be crippled? You're so young, and I've left you to live a life of widowhood. Maybe I should have let you go sooner." Bai Jia shook her head and said, "Husband, to tell you the truth, everything you knew before Chu Fan was a lie. I just wanted to force you to divorce me. But after seeing Chu Fan, I wavered. I want a child. Really, husband, I swear, I can live a life of celibacy, but I really want a child of my own." Brother Long was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that his wife had this plan. Just then, the underling at the door urged, "Hurry up, don't keep the boss waiting." Brother Long had no choice but to say, "All right, let's talk about this later. Let's go over there first." After saying that, Brother Long led Bai Jia and followed the underling to the door of the main cabin. "Stop. Big brother only called Miss Bai. Along, you wait outside." Brother Long was taken aback and said, "Brother, my wife is new here and doesn't know the rules. I'm afraid she might offend Brother Gao. I'll go in and keep an eye on her." As he spoke, he wore a broad smile. He knew this doorman, and they had a good relationship. Brother Long thought the doorman would give him face. To everyone's surprise, the man cursed. "What the hell are you talking about? I said you can't come in, so you're standing right here." Brother Long was stunned. He never expected that these people who usually called him brothers would all show their true colors now. "Then my wife absolutely cannot go in." Thinking of this, Brother Long stopped pretending and cursed. "You bastards, you clearly have ill intentions. Honey, let's go." With that, he grabbed Bai Jia's hand and turned to leave. "Stop right there. It's your honor to see your wife. Don't push your luck." As they were talking, 4 or 5 people surrounded Long Gu and Bai Jia. "That's right, Long. You can't possibly keep such a beautiful wife. Why not hand her over to your older brother? He'll definitely take good care of her for you." Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, their laughter full of mockery. Brother Long's expression finally changed, and he roared, "Gao Shuaiqi, is this what you mean? How dare you call the boss by his name?" Bai Jia was so frightened that her hands and feet turned ice cold. She gently tugged at her husband and said, "Honey, don't be impulsive. Talk to me properly." Brother Long shook his head and said, "Fine, since you can't tolerate me, then I won't stay on this Arkansas wife. Let's go." Bai Jie was taken aback and asked, "Where to?" Brother Long said helplessly, "Now we can only take you to find a gigolo. Only he can take us in." Bai Jie was stunned. "Pretty boy? Which pretty boy?" "Husband, please stop testing me. I will never do anything to betray you again." Brother Long quickly said, "What are you thinking? That pretty boy has also been teleported over, and he's doing quite well. Let's go ask him for help, and he'll definitely take us in." Bai Jie was stunned. The scene of her crazy encounter with that pretty boy flashed through her mind, and her expression immediately became a little unnatural. It has to be said that she really couldn't forget that pretty boy, but this scene was still a bit too awkward. Just then, the cabin door opened, and Gao Shuaiqi's voice came through. "Wait a minute, Ah Long. Do you think my ark is an inn where you can come and go as you please?" Brother Long said with a dark face. "Brother Gao, what do you mean?" He Fengming said jokingly. "Ah Long, don't you understand? We took you two in, gave you food, drink, and a place to stay, and now you want to just pack up and leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch. So what do you want to do?" "What to do? Haha, it's simple. Hand over Bai Jie, and as for you, go wherever you want." Suppressing his anger, Brother Long looked at Gao Shuai and asked curiously, "Brother Gao, is that what you mean too?" Gao Shuaiqi stopped pretending and simply shrugged, saying, "Ah Long, a beauty like Miss Bai should only be possessed by capable people. And you don't deserve it at all. If you turn a blind eye, I can let you live well on this ship, and even give you some privileges. But you insist on being the one who stays awake. Who can you blame for that?" Bai Jie trembled all over upon hearing this. Gao Shuaiqi had completely abandoned all pretense of civility. Brother Long was now completely enraged. "What kind of person do you take me for? You son of a bitch. I treated you like a brother, and you actually want me to be a pimp?" Gao Shuaiqi said with a forced smile, "Do you have a choice?" Seeing the tension escalating, Bai Jie said in a trembling voice, "Brother Gao, could you please let us go? I, Bai Jie, will repay your great kindness even if I have to be your slave in my next life." Brother Long hurriedly said, "Wife, don't beg him. I've figured it out now. He's just a scoundrel and a piece of trash. Someone like him wants to be the boss. I don't think you're even 1/10,000th as good as Chu Fan." Gao Shuaiqi's face immediately darkened. He could tolerate other things, but the fact that he was said to be inferior to Chu Fan was like completely reopening his wounds. Suddenly, he hysterically shouted, "I'm number one on the leaderboard. My ship is the biggest on this sea, and I have the most brothers. What makes Chu Fan think he can compare to me? Does he even deserve it?" As he spoke, he pointed at Brother Long and said, "Hook him up to the mast, and let everyone know the consequences of betraying me." Then he smiled and said, "Ah Long, don't worry, I will take good care of Bai Jie." As he spoke, he waved to Bai Jie and said, "Miss Bai, this kind of trash is not worth your time. Come to my side and be my woman. It's 100 times better than staying with this trash." Although Bai Jie's body was trembling, she still shook her head and said, "No, my husband is not a good-for-nothing. Please let us go." Gao Shuaiqi's face turned extremely cold. "So you're going to refuse a polite toast only to face a harsher punishment? No problem. I'll show you what the right choice really is. Guards, bring Miss Bai to my cabin. If she doesn't agree, I'll cut Ah Long's flesh off piece by piece right in front of her." "Ha ha ha." Bai Jie collapsed to the ground, screaming, "No, you can't do this." Gao Shuaiqi revealed a cruel smile. "In this world, no one can oppose me." At that moment, a gentle yet resolute voice rang out. "Oh really?" Chapter 57 Battle. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden sound. Gao Shuaiqi also turned his head to look. In the sunlight, a young man stood on the cabin of the ark, holding a trident and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His slightly messy hair only added to his unruly and unrestrained air. Brother Long, who had just taken a few punches, looked up at the newcomer. After a brief moment of surprise, his face lit up with delight. "Brother Chu Fan." Upon hearing the name, Bai Jie, who was sitting on the ground, trembled inexplicably. She then looked up and saw the familiar face. Seeing Bai Jie's gaze, Chu Fan awkwardly touched his nose and asked Brother Long, "Brother Long, Miss Bai, are you all right?" Brother Long hurriedly said, "I'm all right, Brother Chu Fan. Quickly save my wife." Gao Shuaiqi snorted coldly and said, "Chu Fan, you actually came. So, that good-for-nothing monkey must have failed." Chu Fan pretended to realize something and said, "Oh, you mean that short guy? He should be about to be reincarnated by now." Gao Shuaiqi's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so arrogant even when he was all alone, and his lips twitched. Young man, I admit you have some ability, but you dared to come alone. You're still too young. I'm sure you'll regret your choice soon. Just then, one of the underlings ran over. Boss, the Neptune is coming. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi looked towards the side of the deck and indeed saw the Neptune slowly approaching. On the deck, 2 women and 1 man stood, peering towards the ark. His gaze completely ignored Lu Shangfei, instead fixed on Lu Ruyan and Barbara beside him, and he couldn't bear to look away. Barbara's clothes were predominantly turquoise, and coupled with her stunning figure, she exuded a fatal allure simply by standing there. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, dressed in a bright red cheongsam, created a stark contrast with her icy expression, almost suffocating Gao Shuaiqi. The group of henchmen watching were also completely mesmerized, their eyes glued to the screen. Lu Shangfei suddenly said, "Brother-in-law, you're standing so high. You've already shown off all that. What am I supposed to show off for?" With that, under the watchful eyes of the ark's crew, he jumped directly onto the deck. Gao Shuaiqi finally came to his senses, swallowed hard, and suppressed the desire in his eyes before looking at Chu Fan. "You've come at the perfect time. This way I won't have to make another trip. Of course, if you voluntarily give them to me, then I might consider making you my first mate." Chu Fan jumped down from above, quickly kicked away the henchman holding Brother Long, and then helped Brother Long, whose face was bruised and swollen, to his feet. Brother Long quickly stepped forward and helped by Jiap, and the 2 of them stood behind Chu Fan, supporting each other. "Hey Gao, I'm not here to listen to your boasting." Chu Fan pretended to take out his earphones. Then suddenly his face darkened, and he said, "You have sent people to cause trouble time and time again. Yesterday, you even tried to steal my woman while I was away. Now you are bullying my brother. Do you think I, Chu Fan, have no temper?" Gao Shuaiqi laughed loudly. "Ha, Chu Fan. So what? I have more than 50 brothers, and you? You only have a few people. What makes you think you can compete with me?" Chu Fan smiled slightly, and said, "Whether we can compete or not, we'll only know after we compete." Gao Shuaiqi nodded with a cold smile, and said, "Interesting. Let me see where you get your confidence from." After saying that, Gao Shuai waved his hand, and 8 burly men surrounded Chu Fan. Just as Lu Shangfei was about to make a move, He Feng Ming and his men surrounded him. "Kid, you'd better not do anything rash, or who knows what the consequences might be." Chu Fan also called out, "Xiao Fei, haven't you always wanted to learn Kung Fu? Today, let your brother-in-law show you what Chinese Kung Fu is all about." Although they now have superpowers, they don't need them to deal with these small fry. This way, they can use their superpowers as a trump card. This was a result that the 4 of them had discussed before they came. Lu Shangfei nodded and cheered. "Okay, brother-in-law, take them all down." Among the 8 burly men, the leader had a round face, leopard-like eyes, a full beard, and a fierce look. He sneered, pointing his index finger at Chu Fan, and said, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Today, let Brother Ba teach you what it means to be lowly. Oh dear." At this moment, Chu Fan twisted the miner's fingers into an exaggerated angle, causing it to let out a soft moan. Let go, it's going to break." "Ouch, ouch." Chu Fan laughed and released his grip, then kicked the big man away. The burly man groaned for a while before getting up, his face flushed, and said, "You have no martial ethics. I was careless and didn't dodge." Chu Fan sneered and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Don't waste time. Come at me all at once." The Mina bird was also enraged. "Brothers, charge." He Feng Ming and the others watched the scene with amusement, while Brother Long looked anxious. "No, honey, I have to go help Brother Chu." As he spoke, Brother Long picked up an iron rod from the ground, preparing to rush up and help Chu Fan. But he froze as soon as he stood up. The 8 men surrounding Chu Fan were being beaten so badly, they were staggering and lying on the ground groaning. It happened so quickly. Even Gao Shuaiqi was taken aback. He hadn't even seen how Fan had made his move before knocking all 8 burly men to the ground. This was thanks to Chu Fan's mastery of martial arts, coupled with the speed advantage unique to lightning-type superpowers, so the attacks of these 8 people seemed like slow motion to him. He Feng Ming was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Damn it, brothers, get them." At that moment, 15 or 16 burly men rushed over. But Chu Fan remained calm, and instead of retreating, he charged straight into the crowd. He wielded a set of Bejiquan with incredible speed and power, and in no time at all, no one could stand in his way. He Feng Ming clutched his crotch, bent over like a shrimp, and let out a series of groans. Chu Fan clapped his hands, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and said softly, "That's it?" Lu Shangfei happily gave a thumbs up. Brother-in-law is awesome. Barbara and Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, remained calm, as if all of this was within their expectations. Brother Long was completely stunned. "Brother Chu, you're such a good fighter? No, with your skills, you don't even need to climb onto the air conditioner unit. I'm no match for you." Chu Fan stumbled and almost lost his balance. "Brother, let's not talk about this anymore, okay?" Sure enough, Bai Jie's face immediately turned red upon hearing this, and she gave her husband a slightly reproachful look. Lu Ruyan keenly caught the key word, frowned, and whispered, "Air conditioner outdoor unit." Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ruyan was too smart. He figured she would definitely ask him what the outdoor unit of the air conditioner meant later. If they found out about my embarrassing past, who knows, this girl might say something like, "Oh, it's not as comfortable as the outdoor air conditioning unit," at a crucial moment. Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi let out a cold laugh, which relieved Chu Fan's embarrassment. "Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated your strength, but if you think you can contend with me with just that, then you're seriously underestimating me." Gao Shuaiqi. Chapter 58, When Did the Fruit of God Become So Worthless? Lu Shangfei could no longer hold back, and jumped out. "Hey kid, I've been wanting to get back at you for a while now. All you do is talk the talk. What tricks do you have up your sleeve? Looking at your weak and feeble face, I don't think my brother-in-law will even need to lift a finger. I can take care of you myself." Gao Shuaiqi's lips twitched when he heard this. This hothead actually said he had kidney deficiency. He couldn't help but curse. "You brat, if it weren't for the fact that you're Miss Rian's brother, I would have definitely beaten you to death." After saying that, he suddenly took a step forward and shouted at Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, now I'm going to show you the real difference between you and me." Gao Shuaiqi clenched his fists, glared at them, and his hands miraculously emitted a metallic sheen. Go to hell." After he finished speaking, he made no further move, but Chu Fan inexplicably felt as if he was being watched by something. Just then, Brother Long, who was standing to the side, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Chu Fan, watch out." After saying that, he pushed Chu Fan away, but he himself seemed to have been hit by something and fell backward. Brother Long let out a scream and collapsed onto the deck. A small sword was clearly embedded in his chest, gleaming coldly. Gao Shuaiqi's move was so sudden that no one saw how he made it. Bai Jie cried out in alarm, sobbing, Husband, are you alright? Don't scare me." Brother Long spat out a mouthful of blood, felt pain in his chest, and his face visibly turned deathly pale. "Chu Fan, he manipulated the iron bar on the ground behind you. Cough, cough. Honey, don't cry. Brother Chu Fan, promise me, if I can't hold on any longer, I'll entrust my wife to you." Bai Jie burst into tears. "No, husband, don't say such things. I only want you. I never want to be separated from you in this life. You're not allowed to die." Brother Long smiled bitterly. "Wife, I'm glad to hear you say that, but I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise this time." Chu Fan was shocked. He never expected that Gao Shuaiqi had awakened the ability to manipulate metal. No wonder no one could see how he made his move. It seems he directly controlled the metal object behind Chu Fan, causing it to change shape instantly and deliver a fatal blow to Chu Fan. If Brother Long hadn't discovered it in time, it would be Chu Fan lying on the ground right now. Chu Fan immediately felt a pang of guilt and quickly called out, "Barbara." Barbara had already moved and quickly came to their side. Bai Jie was already sobbing uncontrollably when she suddenly cried out, "Chu Fan, save my husband. Please, you must save him. If you can save him, I'll give you anything you want." Chu Fan quickly said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, Barbara is here." Seeing that his attack had worked, Gao Shuaiqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Chu Fan, you didn't expect this, did you? I already have the divine fruit. Unlike you guys who have to work hard to accumulate points to buy it." Suddenly, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed the rest of his words, and stood there, stunned, staring at the scene before him in disbelief. Barbara squatted down in front of Brother Long, and gently placed her right hand on his wound. Immediately afterwards, Barbara's right hand emitted a green light, tightly wrapping around Brother Long's wound. At the same time, he used his left hand to pull out the metal sword and threw it far away. Brother Long frowned, but strangely enough, no blood gushed from the wound. Moreover, nourished by Barbara's green light, he felt inexplicably comfortable all over his body. Bai Jie, who was standing to the side, was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Honey, how are you feeling?" Brother Long gently opened his eyes and said, "Wife, I'm fine. Don't worry. Thank you, Miss Barbara. Bai Jie was so moved that tears streamed down her face like a broken string of beads, and she repeatedly said, Thank you. Thank you. Gao Shuaiqi asked in disbelief. Why do you have superpowers too? How is that possible? Unwilling to give up, Gao Shuaiqi suddenly flicked his hands, sending 3 beams of light straight towards Brother Long. Barbara snorted coldly and said, Humph, I'm on guard against you. With that, he waved his left hand, and the deck beneath his feet seemed to have eyes, rising up layer by layer to block Barbara, Brother Long, and Bai Jie behind him. 3 small metal swords clattered and struck the wooden shield. Hey, old man, I'm your opponent. Lu Shangfei's fists transformed into flames, and his hair seemed to be on fire, moving without wind and fluttering behind him. You actually have superpowers too. Gao Shuaiqi was so surprised he couldn't speak. I've really hit the jackpot and gotten a divine fruit. But what's wrong with those two? When did the fruit of God become so worthless? And why does his superpower look so cool? Lu Shangfei said with a smug look on his face. Humph, my special ability is the fruit of fire, which represents the will of the fire god, and will sweep away all the evil in this world. Lu Rian looked embarrassed. Her younger brother was still so immature. Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Fan carried Brother Long onto the Sea King, with Bai Jie and Barbara following closely behind. Let's lift him into the medical room, and I'll examine him again. He then said to Bai Jie, Come in with me and help. Before entering the cabin, he said to Lu Ruyan, Ruyan, this place is in your hands. Don't let anyone in. Lu Ruyan calmly took out the moon goddess bow and said softly, Don't worry. Gao Shuaiqi was furious. He hadn't expected that Along wouldn't die even after all this. If this continued, who would respect him in the future? Thinking of this, he roared, Everyone, charge. Take down Lu Ruyan and kill Along. So the remaining 30-odd henchmen, armed with all sorts of weapons, rushed toward the Sea King like a swarm of bees. Humph, you're asking for it. The next second, Lu Ruyan radiated a pure white and holy light, and her red dress instantly transformed into a white one. In an instant, his black hair turned silver. It was as if a bright moon had descended upon this world. The faint crescent moon pattern on her forehead made her seem almost divine. Gao Shuaiqi was completely dumbfounded. How could the people on the Sea King be so abnormal? They even have god fruits. Needless to say, Chu Fan definitely has one too. At this moment, Lu Rian slowly drew back the bow in her hand, and a stream of seawater automatically condensed into the shape of an arrow in her hand. But Lu Rian did not stop her actions and continued to gather seawater. 1, 2, 3, 10 arrows in total. Guided by the bright moon, my heart yearns for the heavens. Lu Ruyan recited softly, releasing her right index finger. The 10 water arrows, at this moment, seemed sharper than any divine weapon in the world, and directly pierced through the 10 sailors who were charging at the front. Bang! A fireball struck Gao Shuaiqi. Don't get distracted, your opponent is me. Chapter 59 Fierce Battle. Lu Shangfei's provocation finally made Gao Shuaiqi lose his temper. You brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shuaiqi gathered his energy in his dantian, shouted loudly, and began to move his hands rapidly in the air. As he moved, the knives, iron bars, and even tiny screws that had fallen onto the deck began to float in mid-air. Kill! Countless metal blocks, like sharp arrows, flew straight towards Lu. Lu Shangfei's lips curled up slightly as he shouted, Let's get this party started. In an instant, Lu Shangfei was engulfed in flames. That wasn't all. A blazing fire shield formed in front of him. The metal arrows melted instantly upon contact with the flames, turning into molten iron that fell to the ground. Gao Shuaiqi frowned. He hadn't expected Lu Shangfei's flames to be so hot. Lu Shangfei shouted excitedly, Ha! Now it's my turn to attack. Since both of them had just awakened their superpowers and did not yet have the corresponding skills, their fight quickly turned into a tearing and scrambling exchange of punches and kicks. Lu Shangfei's fists were like 2 torches, smashing one punch after another at Gao Shuaiqi. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi was like a metal man. No matter how Lu Shangfei attacked, he could only make one banging sound after another. But Gao Shuaiqi couldn't gain the upper hand either, because he found that every time he fought back, it was like attacking a big fireball. After fighting for a long time, neither of them had caused much real damage to the other. Damn, it's really hard. Lu Shangfei cursed under his breath. Gao Shuaiqi was also very troubled by Lu Shangfei's difficult nature. In just a short while, Lu Ruyan had dealt with all 30-odd henchmen on the deck. The difference between people with superpowers and ordinary people became clear at this moment. This scene was witnessed by onlookers, who were all shocked. What? Is this even human? Is that Lu Ruyan, the campus belle? She's so cool. That's Gao Shuaiqi. What? No wonder he's so amazing. He can actually turn himself into a metal man. In the crowd, on a small boat, sisters Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi were also watching everything happening around them. Sister, is that Lu Ruyan? Li Ruoxi asked, pointing at Lu Ruyan, who was radiating a holy glow, her face full of disbelief. Li Ruoyan's expression was also a bit complicated. She replied, yes, that is Ruyan. I didn't expect her to have changed so much. Li Ruoxi exclaimed excitedly. No wonder he's the school beauty who's on par with you, sister. He's really beautiful. No, I should say he's incredibly handsome. Li Ruoyan was a little lost in thought, remembering what Lu Ruyan had said to her. Ruoyan, do you want to come with Ruoxi? Let's stick together and survive. While Li Ruoyan was lost in thought, she saw a man walk out from behind Lu Ruyan. With just one glance, she was somewhat dazed. Why does this man look so familiar? Li Ruoxi also saw this scene and whispered, Sister, that man is so handsome. I wonder what his relationship is with Lu Ruyan. Li Ruoyan suddenly remembered that Lu Ruyan had said she was with Chu Fan, and then she realized what was going on. So it's Senior Chu Fan. I knew he looked familiar. Chu Fan was the Prince Charming of many girls, and now that he had reappeared in front of them, it suddenly felt a little unreal. At this moment, Chu Fan also came out of the cabin and breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ruyan quickly asked, how is the situation? Chu Fan nodded and said, there's nothing seriously wrong now. Thankfully Barbara is here. Lu Ruyan nodded and returned to her original appearance. Chu Fan looked at Lu Xiangfei fighting with Gao Shuaiqi on the field and exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Fei is amazing. You've become so proficient in using your superpowers so quickly. Lu Ruyan said, this can't go on. Xiao Fei's physical strength is obviously not as strong as Gao Shuaiqi's. If this continues, I'm afraid he will suffer. Chu Fan nodded and said, I'll do it. Just then, a thunderclap suddenly flashed, and dark clouds began to gather on the sea. Everyone's expression changed. It was going to rain. Gao Shuaiqi was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Lu Xiangfei, ha, it's raining. Let's see how you manage to start a fire now. It's truly heaven's help. Lu Xiangfei chuckled and said, yesterday's rain was like a deluge, but I didn't even bother to dodge it. But as soon as the two finished speaking, a large dark cloud suddenly rose into the sky. The next second, unlike yesterday's light rain, a sudden downpour, mixed with hailstones the size of fists, pelted down on the ships on the sea. What? Such huge hailstones. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden hailstorm and scrambled to take shelter in the cabin. But some people risked their lives to come out and collect this hard-won rainwater. Ruyan, go inside quickly, I'll switch Xiaofei back. With such heavy rain, Lu Xiangfei's superpowers immediately lost their advantage, and if the fight continues, he will probably suffer a loss. Xiaofei, you step back and stay with your sister to guard the boat. I'll deal with this guy. Knowing this wasn't the time to be reckless, Lu Xiangfei obediently jumped back and left the battlefield. Brother-in-law, be careful. At this moment, countless sea monsters, even larger than those from yesterday, appeared on the sea. Just as everyone guessed yesterday, this sea monster only appears and attacks humans when it rains. Gao Shuaiqi steadied himself and saw Chu Fan standing in front of him, letting out a cold laugh. I thought you weren't planning to come out yet, Chu Fan. Show me your abilities and let me see what you're capable of. Chu Fan sneered and said, Gao Shuaiqi, you should be considered a talent. In such a short time, you have managed to build up such a large fortune here. As Chu Fan spoke, he took out the Dragon Slayer's sword. Gao Shuaiqi's body was so tough that ordinary weapons couldn't hurt him at all. They could only pin their hopes on the dragon-slaying sword. When Gao Shuaiqi saw that Chu Fan actually dared to draw his sword, his smile widened. Chu Fan, how dare you use a weapon in front of me? You probably don't know what my special ability is, do you? Chu Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. If Gao Shuaiqi knew that the dragon-slaying sword wasn't made of metal, I wonder what he would think. Roar. A sea monster's cry echoed across the entire sea. Chu Fan gripped the Dragon Slayer's sword tightly with both hands, activating the supernatural power within his body. A bolt of lightning appeared on his Dragon Slayer's sword, emitting a blue light. The huge hailstones hitting him were extremely painful, but Chu Fan completely ignored the pain at this moment. Gao Shuaiqi grinned, spread his 5 fingers, and shook hands with Chu Fan. Chu Fan, I want you dead. Chapter 60 Dilemma. In Gao Shuaiqi's mind, The scene of Chu Fan being attacked by the sword in his hand had already appeared. But soon he discovered that the sword in Chu Fan's hand did not react at all. As the mermaid Shirahoshi said, the Dragon Slayer sword was made from the bones of the strongest dragon. It was like gold but not gold, yet it was stronger than any metal in the world. Impossible. What kind of sword is that? Gao Shuaiqi exclaimed in shock. This is the sword that will kill you, Gao Shuaiqi. Today is your death day. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Fan raised the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand and slashed at Gao Shuaiqi. You think you can kill me? Gao Shuaiqi was full of disdain and did not dodge. With a flash of silver light in his hand, he directly met the Dragon Slayer sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. To Chu Fan's surprise, Gao Shuaiqi was not injured at all. Chu Fan certainly remembered what Bai Xing had said. Because of the sword's special properties, it could harm all races except humans, including dragons. But it absolutely cannot harm humans. But Chu Fan was not giving up and wanted to give it a try. After all, Gao Shuaiqi was no longer an ordinary person. From this perspective, even a human who possesses superpowers is still human, and the Dragon Slayer sword still cannot harm him. As for the Sea King's halberd, that's even more impossible. Moreover, if it were taken out, it would likely be used by Gao Shuaiqi to attack Chu Fan himself. Gao Shuaiqi had no idea what Chu Fan was thinking. He simply pulled out his blue broadsword with disdain. I don't know what your sword is made of, but it's just sturdy enough. Let me show you what a real treasured sword is. With that, the blue broadsword slashed directly at Chu Fan. Chu Fan remained calm and dodged Gao Shuaiqi's attack in a flash. Gao Shuaiqi's sword stance remained unchanged as he cleaved the ship's mast with a single strike. The thick wooden mast was as fragile as tofu in front of this great sword. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. This broadsword did not look like an ordinary object. Now it seemed that the sharpness of this broadsword was even more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was not worried. The high speed of the lightning type made it easy for him to dodge Gao Shuaiqi's attacks. Since the Dragon Slayer sword is ineffective, let him taste the feeling of being electrocuted. As Chu Fan thought this, he dodged Gao Shuaiqi's attack, while simultaneously conjuring lightning in his hand and punching Gao Shuaiqi in the back. Bang! It was as if he had hit a steel plate. Gao Shuaiqi's body remained indestructible, but the effects of electricity became apparent. Gao Shuaiqi felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and his whole body twitched. However, this moment was very brief. He quickly regained his senses, and without turning his head, he slashed horizontally with his broadsword. I never expected you to awaken lightning powers. This is truly unfair. Gao Shuaiqi felt like he'd been screwed over. Although his own superpower was very powerful, in his mind, it was far less impressive than superpowers like manipulating lightning or fire. But now both of these superpowers have appeared, and both of them are on his enemies. How could he not be furious? So, as if to vent his dissatisfaction, Gao Shuaiqi slashed at Chu Fan with his sword again and again. Relying on his high speed, Chu Fan either used the Dragon Slayer sword to block or directly dodge, and occasionally gave Gao Shuaiqi an electric shock, which made Gao Shuaiqi furious. Chu Fan, are you a turtle? All you do is hide. Gao Shuaiqi angrily cleaved a sea monster that was attacking him, and cursed at Chu Fan's back. Since you're so good at dodging, then I'll show you whether your Neptune can stop me. After saying that, he actually abandoned Chu Fan and headed straight for the Sea King. Seeing this, Chu Fan flashed and blocked Gao Shuaiqi's path. At this time, Brother Long was still receiving treatment. If Gao Shuaiqi were to rush over, the consequences would be unpredictable. It seems this guy is forcing me to go head-to-head with him. You finally decided to come out. I thought you were going to stay a coward forever. At that moment, a water jet shot straight towards Gao Shuaiqi's eyes. Gao Shuaiqi snorted and casually blocked the water arrow that Lu Ruyan shot at him, which shattered into water droplets on the ground. Lu, the campus bell, you don't actually think you can penetrate my metal defenses with water, do you? Haha, if you guys had missiles, maybe I'd be a little scared. As for your other tricks, feel free to use them. Gao, am not afraid at all. As he spoke, he suddenly licked his lips, staring at Lu Ruyan, who was coldly staring at him from the Neptune. Lu, the school beauty, don't rush. Let me deal with Chu Fan first, then we'll have a proper sparring session. Chu Fan frowned. Gao Shuaiqi's abilities were indeed a bit troublesome. Although he was confident that he could remain undefeated, it was not a good idea to keep at it like this. There's a saying that goes, toads don't bite, but they're annoying. And he's a toad who's always trying to take advantage of your women and your ships. Chu Fan's mind started racing. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly shouted, Chu Fan, Water. A flash of inspiration struck Chu Fan, and he instantly understood Lu Ruiyan's meaning. He was overjoyed. It had to be his second wife. She was so clever. Gao Shuaiqi smiled contemptuously and said, "What? You still want to use water? Come on, keep going. If I dodge, I'll consider it a loss." Chu Fan suddenly jumped up, raised the Dragon Slayer's sword in his hand, and went straight for Gao Shuaiqi Huan. "Ha ha ha. Chu Fan, don't you understand yet? No matter how hard you try, you can't hurt me in the slightest." But the next second, he was stunned. He saw that Chu Fan's sword had actually missed and hit the deck directly, sending up pieces of wood chips. "Haha. Chu Fan, are you scared out of your wits? You even managed to miss." Upon seeing this, Lu Ruiyan breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the man she had chosen, he was quick-witted and understood her meaning immediately. So she raised the moon goddess bow in her hand and shouted, "Gao Shuaiqi, are you confident you can withstand 3 more of my arrows?" "Haha, beauty, come on over." Chu Fan knew that Lu Ruiyan was trying to distract Gao Shuaiqi. So he jumped up again and slashed at Gao Shuaiqi. Gao Shuaiqi's body instantly turned to metal, and he stood there motionless. Chu Fan, let's see how much strength you have left." This time, Chu Fan still slammed the weapon onto the deck, sending up a large cloud of debris. Gao Shuaiqi frowned slightly. Why was Chu Fan acting so strangely all of a sudden? But before he could even think, a water jet shot straight toward his right eye. The eyes are the most vulnerable part of the human body, and even Gao Shuaiqi has to be careful. This precaution caused them to overlook Chu Fan's unusual behavior. And so, Chu Fan slashed at the deck of the ark again and again with his sword until he cut a large crack in the thick deck, revealing the dark lower deck. Even Gao Shuaiqi, who was usually slow-witted, realized that Chu Fan was trying to sabotage his ship. But he didn't understand the point of doing this. Was it to annoy him? Just then, a person suddenly appeared behind Lu Ruiyan. It was none other than the sexy beauty Barbara. Barbara shouted, "Open." Suddenly, the deck beneath Gao Shuaiqi's feet tore open from the crack, and Gao Shuaiqi, caught off guard, fell into it. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ruiyan clasped her hands together, and a surge of moon goddess power spread across the sea. "O tide, I have returned." As Lu Ruiyan chanted, a huge wave rose from the sea and headed straight for the ark, towards the enormous crack. Chapter 61 Kill. Gao Shuaiqi lost his footing and fell into the lower deck. The sudden noise startled him, but he immediately burst into laughter. "Chu Fan, you've been busy for so long, and this is it? Do you think this hole can trap me?" Chu Fan laughed from the upper level. "This hole is indeed not possible, but this one is." Gao Shuaiqi looked up, his face full of confusion. Suddenly, a huge wave crashed onto the deck, as if controlled by a giant hand, and poured directly into the hole in the deck. Gao Shuaiqi frowned. "Chu Fan, what are you up to?" Chu Fan remained silent, but smiled and unleashed a bolt of lightning. The electric light was conducted through the water, and Gao Shuaiqi twitched for a moment, but that was all. Looking at the seawater that was already chest-deep, Gao Shuaiqi felt a bad feeling welling up in his heart. Soon, he knew exactly what that feeling was. Then another wave crashed in, pouring into the lower deck with a loud bang. Caught off guard, Gao Shuaiqi had a mouthful of seawater. He quickly floated to the surface, spitting out the seawater and panting for breath. But before he could make a move, Chu Fan suddenly called out from above, "Gao Shuaiqi, your time has come." Having said that, he thrust the Neptune's halberd toward his face. How many times have I told you? Your weapons are gurgling away." As soon as Gao Shuaiqi activated his superpower, he sank directly into the sea. This startled him, and he quickly withdrew his powers before floating back to the surface, breathing heavily. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This move had indeed worked. If it weren't for his second wife's ingenious idea, he'd probably still be worrying about how to deal with this iron lump right now. Lu Shangfei also came over at this time, and as soon as Gao Shuaiqi showed his head, he threw a fireball at him. "You old bastard, I'll burn you to death." Gao Shuaiqi felt a burning sensation on his head, followed by the smell of burning hair. "What? You want to scald me to death?" Glug glug. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi finally understood what Lu Ruiyan and Chu Fan were up to. His superpowers are almost invincible on land. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's immune to all physical damage. At least in Chu Fan's team right now, there is no one who can harm him. However, the biggest problem with metals is that their density is much greater than that of water, which is why Lu Ruiyan reminded Chu Fan to use water. Fortunately, Chu Fan and Lu Ruiyan were of one mind and understood Lu Ruiyan's meaning in an instant. Thus, Gao Shuaiqi could not activate his superpowers if he wanted to surface. But if I don't use my superpowers, I'll get beaten up by the people above me. As a result, Gao Shuaiqi floated up and down in the water, swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, and felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi, sporting a perm and covered in pimples, angrily shouted, "Chu Fan, you despicable scoundrel. If you've got the guts, fight me for real." Chu Fan laughed and said, "All right, then I'll attack you." As he spoke, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, which sent Gao Shuaiqi twitching in the water, just like a black fish that had been electrocuted. That wasn't all. Lu Shangfei seized the opportunity to unleash a fireball, completely fulfilling Gao Shuaiqi's wish to have both fire and lightning in one hand. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi really wanted to curse. These guys were so uncivilized. But he couldn't utter a curse at all, because as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of seawater was swallowed down. "Wait a minute, Chu Fan." Gao Shuaiqi, who had surfaced again, immediately called for a stop. After catching his breath, Gao Shuai asked in surprise, "Chu Fan, I admit defeat, okay?" Chu Fan sneered, "We should press our advantage and pursue the enemy to the bitter end, not seek fame like Xiangyu." "Gao Shuaiqi, are you a 3-year-old? Our feud is already at stake." Just then, a voice came over. "Brother Chu Fan, let me handle this." With Bai Jie's help, Brother Long jumped off the Sea King. "Brother Long, how's your injury?" Brother Long chuckled and leaned closer, whispering, "Brother, Barbara is amazing. My injuries are completely healed. I'll tell you the details later." Chu Fan nodded, glancing at Barbara's exhausted face. It was clear that treating Brother Long had taken a heavy toll. Barbara smiled slightly at Chu Fan and nodded. Chu Fan understood immediately and gave Barbara a thumbs up. Brother Long came up to the deck, asked Chu Fan for a cigarette, lit it, and squatted down. Bai Jie said from the side, "Your injury has just healed, so smoke less." Brother Long waved his hand and said, "It's okay, wife. I know what I'm doing." "Brother Gao, I, Along, am used to being in the underworld, and I've always believed in loyalty. Since I started following you, I dare not say anything else, but I, Along, can say with my hand on my chest that I have never done anything to betray you, Gao Shuaiqi. Even if I don't agree with what you're doing, I don't intend to oppose you. All I want is to stay with my wife and live a good life." As he spoke, Along took a deep drag on his cigarette, looked down at Gao Shuaiqi who looked disheveled, and continued, "Although I, Along, am not a good person, I know that one should have a conscience. If you want to be a big brother, you have to protect the brothers below you. But you, Gao Shuaiqi, not only do you want my life, you even want to steal my wife. That would break the rules of the martial arts world. Breaking the rules requires the punishment you deserve. For the sake of our brotherhood, I, Along, will personally send you on your way." Gao Shuaiqi murmured, "Along, let's talk this out. I know I was wrong, and I'll never do it again. Miss Bai, please have mercy on me and let me go." Bai Jie turned her head away, avoiding looking in this direction, thinking about how her husband almost died at this guy's hands, and how he actually had the nerve to ask her to plead for him. What a shameless person he was. Along smiled, finished his last puff of cigarette, and picked up a thick wooden stick from his feet. "Let's hit the road. So many brothers are already waiting for you down there." After saying that, Along didn't hesitate for a moment and shoved the wooden stick directly at Gao Shuaiqi's head. In a moment of desperation, Gao Shuaiqi quickly activated his superpower, sinking his entire body downwards in an attempt to dodge the attack. But Brother Long's men didn't stop. Gao Shuaiqi sank high into the water, and the wooden stick was shoved into his head. When a metallic clanging sound came from Gao Shuaiqi's head, Brother Long pressed the wooden stick in his hand firmly against Gao Shuaiqi's head, watching him struggle desperately underwater. Gao Shuaiqi rolled his eyes underwater, looking at the people above with a complex expression in his eyes. There was hatred, resentment, and of course, a trace of regret. Finally, at a certain moment, Gao Shuaiqi stopped moving. After pressing for another 2 minutes, Brother Long finally released the wooden stick. Gao Shuaiqi floated up and then stopped breathing. Gao Shuaiqi die? Chapter 62 The Belonging of the Tao. Just then, the rain stopped, and the sea monsters on the surface of the sea, just like yesterday, all dived back into the sea. After cleaning up the ark, Chu Fan merged it into the Sea King. The Neptune suddenly became twice the size of its predecessor. The cabins on the deck were also converted into 2 levels, with each level divided into 4 rooms. Barbara's expression finally softened, and Chu Fan was relieved. Chu Fan looked at his ship, which had transformed from a small wooden raft into a super ship with enough space on its deck to park several cars, and was filled with emotion. "Brother Long, are you all right?" Chu Fan asked. Brother Long chuckled and said in a low voice, "It's all right, it's all right. There's something I've been thinking about, and I need to make it clear to you." Chu Fan asked in confusion, "What is it?" Brother Long coughed, and seeing that everyone was looking at him, he thought for a moment and then spoke directly. "As you know, I used to be involved in organized crime. When I was young, I was simple-minded and always rushed to the front in fights. Later, during a fight with another gang, he accidentally injured his genitals. From then on, your sister-in-law was forced to live a life of widowhood, which gave you the opportunity to take advantage of her." Chu Fan was incredibly embarrassed by what he said, and Bai Jia's face flushed red to her neck. She pinched Brother Long's lower back with her delicate white hand. "Ouch, ouch, that hurts, honey." Lu Ruyan and Barbara suddenly turned to look at Chu Fan, and Lu Ruyan even smiled slightly. "I knew you weren't acting normally today. Turns out you have this dark past." Seeing that things had already come to this point, Chu Fan quickly changed the subject and said, "Brother Long, please continue. What is it?" Brother Long then continued, "Sigh, Bai Jia has suffered a lot of grievances following me all these years. I've been thinking about it. Since you two like each other, why don't you just get together?" Before Chu Fan could say anything, Bai Jia jumped up. "Along, what nonsense are you spouting? Tell me honestly, are you disgusted with me?" Along said with a bitter face, "Wife, it's not that I despise you, but if you stay with me, I can't give you what you want. Haven't you always wanted a divorce? I agree to it." Turning to look at Chu Fan, he said with a pained expression, "Brother, take good care of your sister-in-law. From now on, you'll be her Taoist priest." Chu Fan quickly said, "No, no, no, Brother Long. I already have both black and gold paths. You should keep this one for yourself." Bai Jia angrily pointed at Brother Long's nose and cursed. "You surnamed Lu. What do you mean? You clearly look down on me." Brother Long's real name is Lu Jinlong. At this moment, he said with a bitter face, "Wife, it's not that I dislike you. It's just that with my health, how am I going to get along with Brother Chu in the future?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jia cried even louder. "Wah, you still despise me. I might as well just die." Brother Long quickly grabbed Bai Jia, hugged her, and comforted her gently. Chu Fan was also in a real headache. He never expected that the bullet from back then would take such a sharp turn and hit him right between the eyebrows. He couldn't possibly respond to what Brother Long said. He couldn't very well accept that line. Although he doesn't dislike Bai Jia, after doing this, how will he ever face Brother Long again? Thinking of this, he glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was watching the melon seed next to him, with a hint of pleading. Lu Ruyan found it amusing to see Chu Fan looking at her, but she put on a displeased expression. "All right, tell me the whole story honestly, and I'll think about whether there's any good solution." Although Chu Fan was extremely unwilling, it would be unkind to keep it a secret at this point. Having no other choice, Chu Fan reluctantly recounted his past with Bai Jia. Finally, he raised his right hand and said, "I swear, I really didn't know that Brother Long and Sister Bai were still married at the time." Lu Ruyan clicked her tongue and looked at Chu Fan with disdain. "I never knew you had this kind of history. I wonder how many different paths you've been involved in." Chu Fan pleaded, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you have any good ideas to persuade these two?" Right now, it seems only Master Lu Ruyan has a way to fool Brother Long and sister-in-law Long. Lu Ruyan reached out her small hand and pinched Chu Fan, whispering, "If you don't behave again, see how I deal with you." Seeing that Chu Fan didn't dare to speak, he nodded and walked over to Brother Long and Bai Jia. "I'm telling you too, there's really no need for this." Brother Long said with a bitter expression, "Miss Lu, what do you suggest we do?" Lu Ruyan said leisurely, "You guys are really stupid. Let me ask you, didn't Chu Fan fall to the ground and get smashed to pieces right in front of you?" Brother Long and Bai Jia exchanged a glance and nodded, saying, "Yeah, they died a really horrible death." Lu Ruyan continued, "Then how did you get here?" Brother Long thought for a moment and said, "After Chu Fan fell, the sky suddenly went dark, and then I felt a pain in my chest. When I woke up, I was here." Bai Jia said, "Me too. I felt a pain in my heart and came here." Lu Shangfei chimed in from the side, "What a coincidence, me too." Lu Ruyan nodded and continued, "So, this proves one thing." Everyone looked at her and asked in unison, "What is it?" Chu Fan listened attentively, and Lu Ruyan's words successfully piqued his curiosity. "This suggests that none of us are the same people we used to be. We may be versions of ourselves from a parallel universe who were forcibly brought to this world. Brother Long felt his head spinning and quickly said, Miss Lu, please speak Mandarin. I can't understand it. Lu Rian continued, it's very simple. If our body were still the same as before, wouldn't Chu Fan be in pieces here and there right now? Brother Long slapped his thigh and said, now that you put it that way, I understand. You know, it does make sense. Lu Rian nodded and said, so, the one who had a history with Chu Fan was Bai Jie from that world, but the Bai Jie in this world is a new body and has never had any relationship with Chu Fan. Or rather, Chu Fan, who had a relationship with Sister Bai, is already dead. This Chu Fan is a completely new version. Chu Fan's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. You're right. Brother Long agreed that it made sense, but he still felt that something was off. At this moment, Lu Rian finally used her trump card. Actually, it's quite simple to verify this. You two can go to that room and try it out. You might be pleasantly surprised. While Brother Long was still half believing, Bai Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. That makes sense, Along, let's go quickly. Without saying another word, he grabbed Along and ran into the cabin. After the two had walked away, Chu Fan asked, second wife, is your method reliable? Lu Rian gave a mysterious smile and said softly, don't worry, you'll know the answer in a moment. As if she had just thought of something, Lu Rian suddenly said to Lu Xiangfei, who was standing there dumbfounded, Xiaofei, get to the lower cabin right now. I thought Lu Xiangfei would question it, but strangely, this guy suddenly acted a bit strangely. Lu Xiangfei simply said, oh, and then lowered his head and walked down to the lower cabin. Lu Rian frowned slightly. Something seemed off about her younger brother. Chapter 63 Brother Long's Superpower. 10 minutes later, Brother Long and Bai Jie ran out of the cabin with joyful expressions. What, Miss Lu, you were right. It seems we really have a new body. Brother Long waved his fist, his smile even more unsettling than an AK. Bai Jie, standing to the side, was also blushing, her head lowered, her eyes filled with affection. Chu Fan was taken aback and said, no, Brother Long, you guys are so fast? Brother Long scratched his head sheepishly and said, I'm not that excited, but I can finally stand up straight again, and that's more important than anything else. Right, honey? Bai Jie nodded happily. She never expected that her man, who had been useless for 7 or 8 years, would one day regain his virility. Chu Fan was also moved and happy for Brother Long, and clapped his hands, saying, that's great, Brother Long, sister-in-law Long, congratulations. Brother Long chuckled and patted Chu Fan on the shoulder, saying, kid, let's put this behind us. You can't mess with your sister-in-law again. Chu Fan quickly waved his hand and said, how could that be, Brother Long? It's all a misunderstanding. Besides, I paid the price before too. Brother Long nodded and said, that's right. That's settled then. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, Brother Long, to celebrate your reunion with your spouse and your return to normal, I don't have much to say, so I'll give you a gift. As he spoke, Chu Fan took out the last remaining divine fruit from his spatial storage. This divine fruit looked just like a pineapple, only it was a strange purple color. Brother Long asked in confusion, Brother, what kind of fruit is this? Purple pineapple. Chu Fan explained with a smile, this isn't a pineapple. Aren't you curious why we all suddenly have superpowers? He paused, then added, including Gao Shuaiqi, what he possesses is the ability to manipulate metal. Brother Long's eyes lit up, and he said, you mean, eating this fruit will give you superpowers? Chu Fan nodded and said, that's right. Brother Long took it, examined it for a moment, and asked curiously, Brother, isn't this a bit too precious? Chu Fan shook his head and said, it's nothing. Everyone can only eat one. This one is extra, so I'll give it to you. Fearing that Brother Long would refuse, Chu Fan added, if you're afraid of my brother, then don't be polite with me. Seeing that Chu Fan had put it this way, Brother Long had no choice but to say, all right, I'll acknowledge you as my brother. By the way, what kind of ability does this fruit have? Chu Fan said, it's really hard to say. Each fruit has different abilities. For example, I can control lightning, Xiao Fei can control fire, Barbara is a wood-type fruit with healing abilities, and Ru Yin is a moon goddess fruit that can control water elements. As Brother Long listened to Chu Fan's introduction, he sighed and finally handed the fruit to his wife. Honey, here, take this. Bai Jie was taken aback and asked, for me? What? Brother Long chuckled and said, I'm afraid others will try to take advantage of you. If you become strong, you can protect yourself. Bai Jie tapped his forehead with her finger and said, you're so stupid. Isn't it enough that you're here? I don't want it. If you insist on giving it to me, then I'll take it as you not wanting me anymore. Brother Long scratched his head and had no choice but to say, What are you saying? Fine, fine, I'll eat it myself. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Brother Long swallowed the divine fruit in large gulps. The taste is not bad, it's just a bit sour. Suddenly, Brother Long froze, and then his body was enveloped in a layer of yellow light. Then, Brother Long's entire body suddenly underwent a visible change. In the eyes of the four, Brother Long's body had turned into grains of sand. It turns out to be a sand attribute fruit. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This fruit was also extremely powerful. It seems Brother Long is quite lucky. Bai Jia exclaimed in surprise. What happened? Honey, what's wrong with you? Brother Long let out a hearty laugh. Honey, it's okay. I feel incredibly strong right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Long suddenly turned into a cloud of yellow sand and moved on the ground. When things returned to normal, Brother Long was already 5 meters away. After playing around for a while, Brother Long finally returned to normal. Thanks, bro. Brother Long is truly grateful to Chu Fan this time. Although he has never been on that ghost ship, he should be able to guess that the value of this fruit must be incredibly high. Bai Jia touched her man silently, and only after confirming that it was still Lu Jinlong did she feel relieved. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, All right, we've been up all morning. I suggest everyone go and rest for a while. I bet Brother Long and his wife have a lot to talk about. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Second wife, you're so thoughtful. Brother Long, you and your wife go and rest first. We'll have barbecue later. Brother Long nodded and said, Okay. He turned around and pulled Bai Jia toward the cabin, talking quietly as they walked. Quick, honey, let's do an experiment. Bai Jia asked in surprise. What kind of experiment? Brother Long, I heard that sand hardens when it gets wet. Bai Jia, Chu Fan, Lu Ruyan, Barbara. After the two closed the door, Chu Fan coughed slightly awkwardly and asked, Ruyan, I'm so glad you were here today. By the way, are you telling the truth? Lu Ruyan smiled slightly. It's true that the body is new, but the defects that come with it probably won't disappear. Think about that lung cancer patient. Now Chu Fan was even more confused. What about Brother Long? At this moment, Barbara raised her hand and said, It was me who told Ruyan that this was the first time I had used my superpower to heal such a serious injury, so I just wrapped his whole body with my superpower. Therefore, Ruyan speculated that his hidden ailment was also likely cured at the same time. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Wow, first wife, I didn't expect you could even cure this. But second wife, you're amazing too. You actually guessed right. Lu Ruyan waved her hand and said, Let's not talk about that for now. I'm a little worried about Xiaofei. Barbara and Chu Fan exchanged a glance and then asked, Xiaofei? What happened to Xiaofei? Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, I don't know, but I know him too well. His behavior just now was very abnormal. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, How about I go and have a talk with him? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruyan said, Let's go together. In a room on the lower deck of the Neptune, Lu Xiaofei lay on the bed, playing with a searchlight. Xiaofei, what are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Xiaofei sat up. Sister, brother-in-law, and Sister Barbara, what brings you all here? Chu Fan laughed and said, Come and see my brother-in-law. It's a bit too dark here. There are more rooms upstairs now, why don't you move up there? Okay, then I'll pick a room later and move in. Lu Xiaofei replied, not jumping up like he usually does in a childish way, which does seem a bit unusual. Lu Ruyan said calmly, Xiaofei, did something happen to you? Lu Xiaofei was taken aback, then touched his nose and said, Huh? No, what could be wrong with me? Lu Ruyan interrupted. All right, you've always touched your nose when you lied since you were little. Just say what's on your mind. Barbara added. Yes, Xiaofei, tell us what's wrong, and we'll help you figure something out. Chu Fan stepped forward, put his arm around Lu Xiaofei's shoulder, and chuckled. I know. Is it because our little Fei has grown up and started thinking about women? Lu Xiaofei trembled all over, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Now it was Chu Fan's turn to lose his composure. Lu Xiaofei's 3 consecutive denials perfectly illustrated everything. No, brother-in-law, so you really are in love? Chapter 64, Lu Xiaofei's decision. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan suddenly became lost in thought. It was only then that she realized that the little kid who had always been around her had grown up. Both siblings inherited their parents' good genes. Lu Ruyan is beautiful, and Lu Xiaofei's looks are just as good as any young heartthrob. But in Lu Ruyan's heart, her younger brother was still a child. It wasn't until Chu Fan's words that she was jolted awake to the fact that her younger brother was already an adult. Lu Xiaofei had no idea what his older sister was thinking. His eyes were slightly timid as he secretly glanced at her. Then she whispered, "Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't do it." Chu Fan laughed and said, "You little rascal, are you shy? Tell me what's going on." Lu Shangfei glanced at his sister again, his face full of conflict. Lu Ruyan sighed and said, "Speak, I don't blame you. Just tell me what's wrong." Seeing that all three of them were staring at him, Lu Shangfei said, "Well then, let me make this clear first, sister, you're not allowed to hit me." Lu Ruyan said softly, "Yes, I won't hit you anymore." Lu Shangfei didn't realize the deeper meaning in his older sister's words. He chuckled, and then explained the reason for the matter. "Actually, I also had a girlfriend in college, and we had a very good relationship. But my sister always told me to focus on my studies and forbade me from dating, so I never dared to let you know about this." After saying that, he glanced at Lu Ruyan again, and seeing that she wasn't angry, he continued speaking. "She just messaged me. It turns out she came too, but she's in the 10099C area." Chu Fan suddenly realized. "So, you want to go find her?" Lu Shangfei nodded and said, "Yes, her situation is not good. I am very worried about her." After saying that, Lu Shangfei didn't say anything more, but just looked at his older sister with a worried expression. As is customary, my older sister would definitely not agree. Looks like I'll have to ask my brother-in-law for help. As she was thinking, Lu Ruyan wasn't angry. She simply asked, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes, I've made up my mind, because I really like her," Lu Shangfei said with a rare serious expression. "Let's talk outside. The air in here is so stuffy." After leaving those words, Lu Ruyan walked out first. Chu Fan knew that Lu Ruyan was looking for an opportunity to let him have a private conversation with Lu Shangfei. So he pulled Lu Shangfei aside and asked, "Xiaofei, you've reconnected with your girlfriend. You should be happy. Why do you look so gloomy?" Lu Shangfei said with a wry smile, "Brother-in-law, you know perfectly well that if I were to say it directly, my sister would definitely disagree." Chu Fan nodded. This world is still too dangerous. If it were before, the possibility of Lu Ruyan agreeing would indeed be very small. Chu Fan laughed and said, "That was before, but things are different now. You have awakened your superpowers, and there are very few people who can hurt you. I think you can be bolder." Upon hearing this, Lu Shangfei's face lit up with joy. "Really? Brother-in-law, you'll have to put in a good word for me later." "Don't worry, I've got it covered." Chu Fan patted his chest confidently. Once the four of them reached the deck, Lu Ruyan calmly said, "Tell me about that girl's situation." Lu Shangfei scratched his head and said, "We went to the same high school, then got into the same university, and were even in the same class, and then... I didn't expect you to hide it so well. You didn't even let me know." Chu Fan chimed in, trying to smooth things over. "Xiaofei is a big boy after all. It's perfectly normal for him to date." Lu Ruyan then asked, "Aren't you afraid of encountering danger?" Lu Shangfei patted his chest and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm an adult now, and I have superpowers now, so I can definitely protect myself." After a moment of silence, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "Since you've made up your mind, then go ahead and do it." Lu Shangfei was stunned and asked incredulously, "Sister, are you serious?" "Yes, you're right. You've grown up now, and it's time for you to go out and explore on your own. I used to think that protecting your safety was the only way to be responsible for you, but now I understand that letting you live under my protection all the time, without the freedom to pursue what you love, must be very painful for you." Lu Shangfei's eyes reddened, and she whispered, "Really, sister, why are you suddenly saying such sentimental things?" Lu Ruyan, "But you must promise your sister that no matter what, you must protect yourself. I hope that in the near future, you can introduce me to your girlfriend." Lu Shangfei immediately replied, "Okay, I promise." Just then, a voice suddenly came, "Xiaofei, I'll go with you." Everyone turned around in surprise to look at Brother Long and his wife as they walked out of the room. Lu Shangfei stared blankly for a moment and asked, "Brother Long, are you serious?" Brother Long quickly replied, "Of course it's true. Before, I didn't have the ability, so I just wanted to live a peaceful life with your sister-in-law. Now that I have superpowers too, it's time to go out and explore." Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Brother Long's choice is absolutely brilliant. Firstly, it avoids Bai Jie having to face Chu Fan every day, since it would be awkward for everyone over time. Secondly, if he and Lu Shangfei are together, it will be almost impossible for anyone to hurt them in a short period of time. Bai Jie stood behind Brother Long with her head down, not saying a word. It was clear that the couple both agreed to the plan. Chu Fan thought about it for a moment, and also thought this method was good. So he nodded and said, "That's great, Brother Long. Then I'll leave my brother-in-law in your care." You'd better teach him a good lesson. Brother Long let out a hearty laugh and said, Ha! Don't worry, with me and your sister-in-law here, Xiao Fei won't go astray. Lu Rian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said softly, Thank you, Brother Long. Haha, why are you being so polite? Let's grill the meat, I'm starving. Lu Xiangfei flicked a ball of fire from his fingertip and said, I'll start the fire. So, the 6 people on the Neptune started a barbecue party at sea. The aroma carried far and wide, attracting the attention of those on the surrounding boats. Is this the power of a true expert? While we're still struggling to survive, the big shots are already throwing parties. On a small boat not far from the Neptune, Li Ruoyan looked at the Neptune's towering figure, bit her lip, and finally made up her mind. Suddenly, Chu Fan slapped his forehead and said, What? If you all leave, won't I not have enough people for 6 people again? Brother Long laughed. With your current fame, Chu Fan, finding 2 more people would be a piece of cake. Chu Fan said, Then we need to find like-minded people. At this moment, Lu Rian's bracelet, which was sitting to the side, suddenly lit up. After a quick look, Lu Rian smiled and said, What a coincidence, your new teammate has arrived. Chapter 65 New Crew. 5 minutes later, a dilapidated little boat, which looked like it was about to sink, rode up next to the Sea King. Like smoke. A woman's voice rang out. Lu Rian stood up, and, upon seeing the person who had arrived, happily raised her hand. Ruoyan. Brother Long glanced at it from afar. His eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Bro, sometimes I really admire you. How come you're surrounded by beautiful women? These 2 are just as stunning as Barbara and Lu Da's campus belle. Feeling Bai Jie's murderous gaze beside him, Brother Long quickly added, But I'm too old for that now. Your sister-in-law is enough for me. Bai Jie snorted coldly and said, You're smart to know what's good for you. At this moment, Lu Rian boarded the boat with 2 women. Chu Fan, this is my best friend, Li Ruoyan, whom I introduced to you before, and this is her twin sister, Li Ruoxi. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. As expected of the school beauty who was on par with Lu Rian, her looks were truly top-notch. Li Ruoyan was wearing a wrinkled shirt, her black stockings had several holes in them, and her hair was slightly messy. But this added an extra sense of relaxation, and coupled with her petite waist and slightly parted cherry lips, it made people feel an irresistible tenderness. Bai Jie suddenly stood up and said, Li Ruoxi? You are that web series actress Li Ruoxi? Li Ruoxi was taken aback, not expecting that someone here would recognize her. So she nodded and said, Yes, it's me. You actually know me? Bai Jie exclaimed excitedly. Oh my, I really love the web series you starred in. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on TV. Li Ruoxi smiled slightly and said, You flatter me. You are very beautiful too. Chu Fan walked up to the twin sisters and extended his right hand. You must be Fu Ningna. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in person. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Ruoyan blushed slightly, stretched out her fair and delicate hand, and gently shook hands with Chu Fan. I'm so sorry. Our ship was attacked by a sea monster just now. My sister and I were so scared that we could only hide in the cabin and scream. We had no choice but to come and trouble you. Just then, a loud crash came from the sea. Everyone turned to look and realized that the boat the Li sisters were on had broken in two and was about to sink into the sea. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi turned pale with fright. If they had been a step later, they might have perished at sea. Seeing that her best friend's expression was not good, Lu Rian said to Chu Fan, You guys eat first. I'll take them to wash up. Chu Fan nodded, and Lu Rian then took Li Ruoyan's hand and walked into the cabin. Li Ruoxi glanced at the crowd again, then gave Chu Fan a special look before following them. What? You actually have a shower area here? Li Ruoyan was stunned when she heard that her best friend was going to take her to take a hot bath. Is the Neptune really that extravagant? It even has a place to shower. For the past 2 days, my sister and I have been having a huge problem going to the toilet. Li Ruoxi was also shocked when she heard this. She's an idol, after all. She's been here for several days and hasn't taken a bath, let alone changed her clothes. This was something I never would have dared to imagine before. Hearing that there was finally a place to take a bath, I couldn't hide the joy on my face anymore. Sister Rian, thank you. You are indeed as beautiful as my sister said. Lu Rian smiled and said, Ruoxi, although this is my first time meeting you, there's no need for such formalities with your sister. As for beauty, you 2 sisters are no less beautiful than me. After chatting for a while, the Li sisters went into the bathroom, took off their almost worn-out clothes and stockings, and took a nice bath. Sis, why does this feel a little unreal? In the bathtub, Li Ruoxi washed her body and said to Li Ruoyan, Why? Look at the life we had at sea a few days ago, and look here. We all came together, so why are they so amazing? Li Ruoyan shook her head and said, I don't know either, but you must keep a low profile. They don't owe us anything. Li Ruoxi waved her hand and said, Don't worry, sis. I know what I'm doing. But that Chu Fan is indeed quite handsome. The two sisters chatted and enjoyed the long-awaited refreshment, taking a full half-hour for their bath. Soon, the two sisters discovered something very embarrassing. That is, there are no clean clothes to change into. What should I do, sis? Those clothes are unwearable. Li Ruoyan also exclaimed that she had a headache. She had forgotten everything when she saw the place to take a shower. She had completely forgotten that this was no longer her own room on Earth. The two sisters only had this one set of clothes on them and had no other clothes to change into. There was no other way but to seek help from Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, do you have any clean clothes? We really can't wear these clothes anymore. Li Ruoyan wrapped her body in a towel, revealing her two beautiful breasts. Lu Ruoyan shook her head and said, I don't have any extra clothes either, so I can only ask Chu Fan. Li Ruoxi asked without a care in the world, Chu Fan, how come he has women's clothes? Lu Ruoyan pointed to the clothes she was wearing and began to explain. Look, this outfit was given to me by Chu Fan. It's a kind of cutting-edge technology that automatically adapts to your body shape and has the functions of keeping you warm and cool. It's amazing. Li Ruoyan exclaimed. So amazing. Chu Fan is so good to you. Li Ruoxi then spoke up. Sister Ruoyan, could you ask Chu Fan if he has any more clothes like these? Could you lend us 2 sets? Seeing Li Ruoyan's expectant expression, Lu Ruoyan sighed and said, All right, I'll go ask for help, but I can't guarantee anything. After Lu Ruoyan left, Li Ruoxi asked curiously, Sister, didn't Sister Ruoyan already get together with Chu Fan? Getting 2 sets of clothes shouldn't be a problem. Li Ruoyan said seriously, Ruoxi, Ruoyan is a clear-headed person with extremely high intelligence. She would never do something like this, taking advantage of her favor. You can tell by looking at her relationship with Barbara. Li Ruoxi nodded and said, I see. I didn't know what was so good about Chu Fan. Then he muttered to himself, I really want to know how Barbara developed. As he spoke, he patted his chest. They're both women, yet the difference is so vast. Li Ruoyan shook her head, but began to think seriously. Could the 2 sisters stay on the Sea King? If possible, in what capacity? Will Chu Fan accept him and his sister? Chapter 66, Su Dompa's Idol. Chu Fan, come here for a moment. On the deck, Lu Ruoyan called out. Chu Fan walked closer and asked, What's wrong, Tiger Girl? Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. What Tiger Girl? Chu Fan chuckled and said, This is my pet name for you. Lu Ruoyan's face flushed red instantly, and she finally realized what Chu Fan was saying. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't call me that. It sounds awful. Ruoyan and her sister are taking a bath inside. Chu Fan laughed and said, You don't mean to let me watch them take a bath, do you? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Lu Ruoyan rolled her eyes at him and said, You're not human when you're being casual, are you? What are you thinking? I'm asking you, do they have any more clothes? They don't have any clean clothes left. Fearing that Chu Fan would be put in a difficult position, Lu Ruoyan added, Don't worry about my feelings. I know this dress is very valuable. Whether you get it or not is up to you. Chu Fan stroked his chin and said softly, I do have a few more sets of these clothes. Giving them 2 wouldn't be a problem. But these clothes can only be given to my teammates. Lu Ruoyan immediately replied, They are willing to stay on the ship as teammates. Chu Fan nodded and said, That makes things much easier. However, I don't keep idle people on this ship. They have to do something. Lu Ruoyan nodded and said, This condition is very reasonable. Is there anything you need them to do? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, We need a cleaner, a cook, and someone to massage arms and legs. Ask them if they can do it, and if they can, keep them. Lu Ruoyan frowned slightly, but did not refuse. Okay, I'll go ask them. After taking the 2 Aquaman outfits that Chu Fan offered, Lu Ruoyan returned to the bathroom. Without hesitation, Lu Ruoyan relayed Chu Fan's words directly. Oh no, really? Is Chu Fan really that insensitive to women? Li Ruoxi's mouth dropped open, her face filled with disbelief. I'm a celebrity, after all. How can I do a job serving others? Li Ruoyan quickly stopped her sister from continuing. That's reasonable. As long as you can take us on the ship and give us something to eat, we'll do anything. Lu Ruoyan sighed softly. Although she was her best friend, there were some matters of principle that she couldn't help. Please put on these 2 outfits. After you're all ready, come out and get something to eat. After closing the door, Li Ruoyan said with a serious expression, Ruoxi, things are different now. Put away your pathetic sense of superiority. No one will accommodate you. I'll do more for you if necessary, but you're not allowed to say those things again. Li Ruoshi stuck out her tongue and said, I know. Go try on this dress. A moment later, Chu Fan was stunned when he saw the twin sisters coming out of the cabin. The older sister, Li Ruoyan, transformed her Aquaman outfit into a professional look. A white top, a black pencil skirt, and black stockings with large letters, which accentuated her long legs. With her hair tied up high, she exudes the aura of a career goddess. Meanwhile, her younger sister, Li Ruoshi, was dressed in a JK uniform, a white top, a gray skirt, and a red bow tied around her neck. Perhaps because of her debut, her skin is more hydrated and supple, which, combined with this outfit, makes her look incredibly youthful. As for the fact that the two look almost 100% alike, if we had to point out a difference, Li Ruoshi's genitals seem to be a size smaller, probably no larger than AC. Seeing that Chu Fan was staring intently, Lu Rian coughed lightly, and Chu Fan finally came back to his senses. Good. Since you agree, then apply to join my fleet. The Li sisters nodded and said softly, Okay. A moment later, Chu Fan's bracelet beeped with 2 notifications, which should be the 2 sisters' requests to join the team. Chu Fan opened the bracelet, glanced at it, and almost spat out his drink. 2 requests were displayed on the bracelet. Player Fulanina has requested to join the Neptune. Do you agree? He knew that it was Li Ruoyan. The other message is, Player Full Mountain of Monkeys, my butt is the most popular, requests to join the Neptune. Do you agree? Is this Li Ruoshi? Chu Fan couldn't help but ask. No, you're a celebrity. Why do you have this name? Li Ruoshi blushed and said, I just made up a name because I was afraid others would find out. Chu Fan laughed and agreed to the request. Since we're teammates now, let's not stand on ceremony and sit down to have something to eat together. At this moment, Brother Long stood up and said, Brother Chu Fan, Xiao Fei and I are going to find a ship that nobody wants, and we're going to start over. Chu Fan nodded and said, Okay, if you need any materials, just take them from me. After merging with the Ark, the Haiwu had a lot more materials, so repairing a small boat was naturally not a problem. Brother Long laughed and said, Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Let's go, Xiao Fei. After saying that, he took Lu Xiangfei and went out to sea to search for those unclaimed boats. Chu Fan looked at the 2 of them and suddenly said, Ruoshi, I think I heard you sing a song before. I thought it was pretty good. Could you sing it for me? Li Ruoshi asked in confusion. You've heard my songs before? Which one? Chu Fan said. It seems to be called something like Su Dompa's Idol. Li Ruoshi looked puzzled. Had she ever sung this song? Chu Fan slapped his thigh and said, Yes, that's it, Su Pa Ai Dong Smile. Li Ruoshi pursed her lips and then burst out laughing. Li Ruoyan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh. Chu Fan laughed and said, Barbara, it seems I need to learn more foreign languages from you. Li Ruoshi cleared her throat and began to sing on the empty sea. As expected of someone who makes a living from this, it sounds much better live than in short videos. Suddenly, a commotion broke out on the sea, and the silent ghost ship began to move. A woman appeared where E had stood yesterday, looking at the ships on the sea. Hey everyone, we at Jubiozai have some new items for sale. Come check them out if you're interested. As she spoke, the woman deliberately looked in the direction of the Neptune. Mr. Chu Fan, Leonor specifically asked me to tell you before she left that we have something you want here today. Chu Fan's expression turned serious upon hearing this. It was actually E who relayed the message. I wonder what it will be. This successfully piqued Chu Fan's curiosity. Lu Rian and Barbara chimed in. We want to go too. Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, All right, let's go to the meeting together. Chapter 67 Thunder God's Domination of the Sea. Chu Fan looked at the 2 women staring at him and couldn't help but chuckle. I took a boat trip yesterday, and when I came back, there was an extra E. These 2 are clearly here to keep an eye on me. After greeting Brother Long and Lu Xiangfei, the group expressed their desire to go up and see the world. Chu Fan thought for a moment and then said simply, Then let's go together. A moment later, Chu Fan and his group boarded the ghost ship and entered the cabin. It was Barbara and the others' first time here, and they were immediately stunned by the room's luxury. Mr. Chu Fan, my name is Chower. Leonor asked me to give this to you before she left. The maid who replaced Leonor handed over a small box shortly after Chu Fan and the others boarded the ship. Chu Fan thanked him and opened the wooden box. Inside was a sheet of white paper covered with delicate handwriting, below which was a small booklet and a dark, unremarkable object that looked like both wood and metal. Chu Fan first picked up the blank paper. This must be Yi's message to him. Chu Fan, congratulations on successfully becoming a superhuman. It's a pity I can't be by your side, so I'll tell you about the general situation of cultivation in this world. This world contains many divine fruits, each with different abilities. Apart from some special professional abilities, the rest of the combat-type fruits can be roughly divided into 3 levels in terms of their cultivation level. That is, the mortal realm, the heavenly realm, and the divine realm. Each realm has 10 sublevels. To advance to a higher stage, one needs to undergo special trials. As for the method of the trial, it will only be known after you have chosen the cultivation method. Therefore, in order to embark on the path of martial arts cultivation, one must have the corresponding techniques. It should be noted that the same type of divine fruit is not unique in this world. Therefore, the strength of the cultivation technique determines the upper limit of cultivation. The techniques are divided into 5 levels from high to low according to their intensity. S, A, B, C, and D. This is an S-rank lightning cultivation technique that I collected many years ago in order to revitalize my Fox Demon clan. The Thunder God's Overlord C technique, which is rumored to be the strongest lightning secret technique in the world. I have no use for this, but it's quite suitable for you. You will definitely master this supreme thunder technique and roam freely in the world. Love, E. Oh, by the way, that wood is called lightning attracting wood. You should be able to use it in your cultivation technique. After reading Yi's letter, Chu Fan felt the deep affection of this fox spirit woman. Such a valuable item must have cost Yi a great deal back then. As for saying it's not needed, that was clearly just to comfort Chu Fan. Yi, thank you. Chu Fan, will never let you down. Then, he picked up the booklet, the cover of which had the words Thunder God's Overlord C technique written on it. However, this was clearly not a good place for cultivation. Chu Fan put everything back into the wooden box, preparing to study it carefully after returning to the Sea King. This is way too expensive. I can't afford it. Lu Shangfei's voice came over, and Chu Fan walked forward curiously, only to find that apart from the 3 divine fruits, the rest of the items in the display case were all cultivation techniques. Xianming True Water Scripture, an S-rank water attribute cultivation technique. The Crimson Emperor's Blazing Heaven technique, an S-rank fire attribute cultivation method. The Azure Emperor's Longevity technique, an S-rank wood attribute cultivation method. Hutu Xianhuang technique, a grade A earth attribute technique. This perfectly corresponds to Lu Ruyan's water attribute, Lu Shangfei's fire attribute, Barbara's wood attribute, and Brother Long's earth attribute. This gave Chu Fan a vague feeling that someone knew about the types of superpowers awakened by the people on his ship and had specially prepared these techniques. Among these techniques, the technique with attribute A reached 30,000 points. Each S-level cultivation technique costs as much as 50,000 points. Chu Fan was a little confused, so he summoned Chower. Miss Chower, why is the cultivation technique more expensive than the divine fruit? Chower smiled and said, it's very simple, because the cultivation technique is prepared for those who possess the divine fruit. Chu Fan was taken aback, then understood, and couldn't help but sigh that the owner of Jubiozai was truly a business genius. For people without superpowers, this technique is almost useless. However, for those who have awakened their special abilities, they will never be able to cultivate martial arts without proper techniques. This is like giving you a stimulant, but not telling you where to find a high-class nightclub. Lu Ruyan and the others shook their heads, saying that it seemed impossible to obtain the cultivation technique in a short term. But Chu Fan laughed. Others didn't have points, but he did. In the land forsaken by the gods, when the evil dragon wanted to make a deal with him, it took out more than 10 dragon-patterned gold coins. Chu Fan kept 8 on his person and gave the rest to Yi. Adding the 2 dragon-patterned gold coins and the 3 goblin gold coins from before, Chu Fan now has an astonishing 1.03 million points just from these gold coins alone. Therefore, buying these cultivation manuals was more than enough for Chu Fan. Seeing the regretful looks on everyone's faces, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh. I said, what's the rush? Just say what you want. Today, all expenses will be on me, young Master Chu. Humph, what an arrogant statement. A cold snort suddenly came from a corner of the room. Chu Fan was taken aback and unconsciously turned his head to look. 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked in from the entrance of the room. What a handsome couple. That was everyone's first thought. The woman was slender, wearing a fitted t-shirt and shorts, with an amazing waist-to-hip ratio and delicate features, making her a pleasing sight to behold. The man was actually wearing a suit and had a handsome face, but his hooked nose gave him a somewhat sinister look. And that voice came from the man's mouth. Chu Fan frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" The man sneered and said, "If you don't have the strength but insist on acting like a big shot, how could you possibly afford the things here?" At this moment, Chower, who was standing nearby, sensed the tension in the air and quickly stepped forward to explain. "Mr. Chu, these two are the captains of the War God, ranked first in points in Sea Area 10, Yi Fei and Qin Shetong. They specially teleported here because they heard that we have water and fire attribute techniques here." Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. No wonder the number 1 in the number 10 Sea Area was so arrogant. But if you try to show off in front of yourself, don't blame yourself for getting slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Chu Fan sneered, "What makes you think I don't have the ability?" As Yi Fei approached, he was shocked to see Lu Rian and Barbara in the crowd, as well as the Li sisters, Bai Jie, and others standing at the back. He hadn't expected there to be so many high-quality beauties here. However, what he likes most is to show off in front of beautiful women. So he flashed what he thought was a cool smile and said loudly, "The number 1 in your 10,087 Sea Area only has 800 points. Even if you are the number 1, Chu Fan, you only have 800 points. What makes you think you can buy things here?" Chu Fan laughed. "So, your score must be very high?" Yi Fei glanced at Lu Ruyan and Barbara, making no attempt to hide his admiration for the two women, before loudly proclaiming, "My points are beyond your imagination." Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, while Barbara looked disgusted. "Is this guy crazy? He comes in and immediately starts showing off. He's really shameless." Chu Fan laughed and said, "Since that's the case, let's have a competition and see how many things you can take away from here today." Yi Fei coldly laughed and said, "You're courting death." Chapter 68 Auction. At this moment, several more people entered the room, but they all appeared to be from the 10087C area. "What's going on? Is someone provoking Chu Fan?" "Chu, keep your voice down. I heard this person is from the 10th C area." "What? That divine fruit costs 10,000 points? This is nothing. Look at those other cultivation techniques. The cheapest one costs 30,000 points." The group whispered among themselves, and one of the first to arrive recounted what had just happened. "What? Is this person really that powerful? Judging from this, it seems to be true. It's a pity that although Chu Fan is ranked first here, his points are still not enough in the entire ocean." Chu Fan then realized that the so-called division of the sea area must have a specific order. The higher the ranking, the earlier the teleportation time may be. Just like different servers in a game, servers that open earlier are naturally much better than those that open later. Normally, people from different servers won't meet, but anyone who has played online games knows there's a special case. When there are too few players in a server, the servers will be merged. There are fewer than 6,000 players still alive in the 10087C area now, and the number of those ranked higher is probably even smaller. It seems that we will encounter more and more powerful opponents in the future. However, this is a survival game for everyone, so even if the servers aren't merged, encountering these powerful individuals is only a matter of time. You talk about fairness? Where's the fairness in a world of survival? Strength is the only true measure of success. With this in mind, Chu Fan made up his mind. He would take all the fruits and cultivation techniques today. Only by continuously strengthening ourselves can we, and those we cherish, survive in this world. Suddenly, Chu Fan asked, "Miss Chower, what should we do if many people want the same treasure?" Chower smiled and said, "This situation is quite common. So our Jubiozai has set up an auction bureau specifically to handle this kind of situation." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Then the highest bidder wins. That makes things easier." As soon as the words were spoken, several more figures appeared at the entrance of the room. "Hey, Yi Fei, you're pretty fast." Yi Fei turned around and frowned. The woman named Qin Shetong next to him also looked surprised. Lu Jinping from District 15, Xiao Yanming from District 18, Lu Jingsong from District 20, and Hua Chenyu from District 122. "I didn't expect these guys to come too," Yi Fei said with an unfriendly expression. After all, with so many S-level cultivation techniques appearing at once, it would be strange if these people didn't come. Jubiozai really knows how to do business. When Shower saw these people appear, she smiled and said, "Since so many big shots have arrived, let's officially begin the auction. Because the items we are auctioning today are quite valuable, we require that players participating in the auction must have at least 1,000 points." Barbara was taken aback and whispered, "Honey, we only have 830 points in total, not even enough to qualify." Lu Shangfei also said, "Brother-in-law, forget it. Our score is nothing compared to these big shots. Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "What's the rush? Your brother-in-law has plenty of points." Brother Long gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Chu Fan, the way you brag is just like I was back in the day." The sisters Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi, who were standing at the very back, looked at each other in bewilderment. They were not very familiar with Chu Fan, so they naturally did not dare to tease him. But like everyone else, they also thought that Chu Fan was just putting on a brave face. Even the usually calm Lu Ruyan advised, "Forget it. This isn't something we can participate in. Let's go back first." Chu Fan laughed. "You might not know this, but what we have is far more than just 830 points. Miss Chower, do you still have some points that you haven't claimed? I think it's around 2,000 points." Chower replied with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Chu Fan." Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "Bring them all out." "Okay, Mr. Chu Fan, I'll bring it up for you now." This surprised everyone. Lu Shangfei exclaimed in surprise, "What? Brother-in-law, no way. You actually pre-deposited 2,000 points." Chu Fan chuckled inwardly, thinking, "This is nothing." But he didn't say it outright. Instead, he asked Chower, "Miss Chower, am I qualified to participate in the auction now?" Chower smiled and said, "You are our honored guest. Of course you are qualified." At this moment, a man in the crowd called Baldy shouted, "Let's get started." Chower clapped her hands, and the layout of the room suddenly changed, becoming a room with seats around the perimeter and a raised platform in the middle. "Please take your seats. Our auction is about to begin." Chu Fan led everyone to sit down, while those who had come to watch the spectacle stood at a distance behind them, peering over. "Chu Fan, you have to keep it up and bring glory to our district 10,087. Someone called out softly from behind. Chu Fan was taken aback, then smiled at the person behind him. "The first item up for auction today is a ship lighting system that uses solar power and has a range of 500 meters. The starting bid is 1,000 points, and the minimum bid increment is 100 points. 1,200 points, someone immediately shouted. Lighting equipment is a component that is lacking on many ships and is not easy to find. 1,000 points is a great deal. Yi Fei glanced at the unmoved Chu Fan and sneered. "You think you can show off? You probably can't even afford a lamp." Chu Fan smiled but did not answer. "There are also 97 powerful searchlights in my own space, and each one is twice the price of the auctioned one based on its distance." So he didn't even look at what was being auctioned. But this was just an appetizer. Everyone was waiting for the real treat to come. Finally, Yi Fei won the bid for the searchlight for 1,800 points. Yi Fei walked up to Lu Ruyan with a smile and said softly, "Miss, I'd like to make friends with you. If that's all right, consider this lamp my gift." Wow, Yi Fei is really generous. He just gave away a lamp worth 1,800 points like that. He's fallen back into his old habit. He can't stand the sight of a pretty woman. But this woman is indeed beautiful. I think that foreign girl is more attractive. Have you noticed? There are 5 women on the other team, and they're all incredibly beautiful. You're absolutely right. The men in this group are incredibly lucky. They ran into 5 such exceptional guys all at once. The crowd erupted in discussion because of Yi Fei's outrageous actions. Just when Yi Fei thought Lu Ruyan would be overjoyed and accept his kindness, his smile froze on his face the next second. "Oh, I wonder which lamp is better, yours or the one my husband gave me." Chapter 69, I think he's clearly here to cause trouble. TSK, TSK. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, a searchlight appeared in Lu Ruyan's hand. Judging from its workmanship and size, it seemed to be much better than the one Yi Fei had. Yi Fei was stunned, not expecting to encounter this situation, and immediately felt a burning sensation on his face. He gave an awkward laugh and said, "Oh, that's really unfortunate. And this beautiful lady." Yi Fei, unwilling to give up, turned his gaze to Barbara standing to the side. But soon, he felt his face hurt even more. Then, a searchlight appeared in Barbara's hand, exactly the same as the one Lu Ruyan had. As if afraid that Yi Fan's face hadn't been slapped hard enough, Lu Shangfei also took out an identical searchlight. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. This isn't Earth, where you can just go to any lighting store and buy any kind of lamp. But as if he felt that the slap in the face wasn't loud enough, Chu Fan suddenly slapped his forehead with a grin. "Look, I forgot about this. Here, one for each of you." As he spoke, Chu Fan took out 4 searchlights from his spatial storage and handed them to Brother Long, Bai Jia, Li Ruan, and Li Ruoxi respectively. Brother Long was naturally overjoyed. Others spent 1,800 points to buy a searchlight that was far inferior to his own, while he could get it without spending a single penny. Chu Fan is a good friend. Li Ruoyan was stunned and asked in disbelief. I have one too? Of course, you're now a member of the Neptune crew. This is one of our employee benefits, so take it. Yi Fei's lips twitched upon hearing this. He could only say that Chu Fan's act of showing off was far too smooth and polished. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't sit still any longer. It's important to know that the sea is extremely dangerous at night, so the importance of a light source at this time cannot be overstated. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to call a powerful searchlight a strategic material. When did this kind of treasure become so common? Yi Fei was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground. This move was like offering his face to be slapped. Oof, what a clown. A cold snort suddenly came from the corner of the room. Yi Fei was furious and turned around to shout. Who? Everyone turned their attention to the woman standing in the corner of the room, dressed in hanfu and with a blank expression. At just one glance, Chu Fan was stunned, for the woman's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ruoyan. However, unlike Lu Ruoyan's composure, this woman displayed a more aloof and unapproachable demeanor. However, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she is stunningly beautiful. Even though Chu Fan was surrounded by beautiful women, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What beautiful women!" But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt two sharp, piercing gazes from beside him, which startled him so much that he immediately shut his mouth. The woman was not afraid of Yi Fei. She glanced at him and walked straight towards the auction stage. Yi Fei then saw the woman's face clearly, but instead of getting angry, he showed a fawning smile. It's Miss Fu. Long time no see. Some people in the crowd recognized the newcomer and immediately started discussing it. Unexpectedly, even Fu Juanru, the top-ranked player in Zone 3, came. She's rumored to be the #1 beauty in the 3rd district, and her strength is terrifying. If I could be on a ship with a beauty like that, I'd die happy. Fu Juanru ignored everyone and walked straight to a chair, where she sat down. Miss Chower, I'm sorry I'm late. Chower smiled and said, It's all right. Then next is our second treasure. One divine fruit, priced at 10,000 points, with each bid increase not less than 1,000 points. Start bidding now. 11,000. 12,000. 15,000. Yi Fei made his offer. She even glanced at Chu Fan, as if to say, Poor fellow, can't afford it, can you? Chu Fan ignored Yi Fei, but unexpectedly raised his right hand. 20,000. Barbara quickly tugged at Chu Fan, looking anxious, and said, Honey, what nonsense are you talking about? We don't have that many points. Lu Ruoyan suddenly had a thought. Chu Fan had brought back 5 divine fruits before, and at that time, they only had 200 points. Does this guy have some kind of trump card up his sleeve? Yi Fei excitedly shouted. Everyone look! When Chu Fan was verifying his qualifications just now, he clearly only had 2,830 points, but now he dares to bid 20,000. Chower, what should you do if someone bids for the item but you can't afford it in the end? Chower smiled and said, We will handle such matters in a unified manner. I believe Mr. Chu Fan is aware of the rules. Upon hearing this, Barbara, Brother Long, and the others tensed up. They recalled the image of the burly man who had once boasted about wanting Lianer, only to be dragged into the black mist by those black claws because he didn't have enough points, and their hearts tightened instantly. Chu Fan, don't do anything reckless. Chu Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, Miss Chower. I know the rules and won't make things difficult for you. Chower nodded and continued. Then let's continue. Mr. Chu Fan has offered 20,000 points. Does anyone want to raise the bid? Yi Fei restrained himself and suppressed the urge to raise the price further. After all, the main purpose of coming here today is to obtain those cultivation manuals, and the other big shots should have the same purpose. After all, the divine fruit has too many uncertainties, and its value is far less than that of cultivation techniques. Yi Fei, however, wanted to see Chu Fan killed by Jubiozai because he had no points. Although this was the first time he had met Chu Fan, the sight of the stunning women around him made him wish he could take their place. Coupled with the searchlight incident earlier, which made him feel utterly humiliated, Yi Fei was now determined to kill Yi Xian. Seeing that no one was raising the price, Chower began to make a final inquiry. 20,000 points per time. 20,000 points twice. 20,000 points 3 times. All right, deal done. Congratulations to Mr. Chu Fan for acquiring this divine fruit. Yi Fei sneered. Chu Fan, you're in a bind now, aren't you? Let's see how you're going to pay. The others also stared intently at Chu Fan. The others in the 10,087 area sighed in dismay. Our district is too new. It's impossible for anyone to have such a high score. Chu Fan is in danger now. Is our number one spot on the 10087 leaderboard about to change hands again? At this moment, Chower also spoke up. Mr. Chu Fan, your points balance is insufficient. Would you like to replenish it? Ha ha ha. I knew this kid was putting on a brave face. Let's see how he gets out of this mess. Chu Fan looked around and saw that everyone on his side looked worried. Lu Rian was even ready to take out the moon goddess bow. As for the others, apart from Yi Fei's mocking expression, everyone else had different looks. Some were skeptical, some ridiculed, and a few felt sorry for it. Miss Chower, stop dawdling with him. I think he's just here to cause trouble. Chower's expression also turned slightly cold. Although she knew that Chu Fan and Lianer had an unusual relationship, she had no way to break the rules of Jubiozai. Mr. Chu Fan, if you have nothing else to add, then... Suddenly, she froze, only to see Chu Fan suddenly take out two glittering golden objects, and her face lit up with joy. Transaction valid. Chapter 70, All the Fruits of God Acquired. Yi Fei was stunned, and shouted, Chower, Chu Fan he. To everyone's surprise, Chower ignored him and instead stepped forward to take the two gold coins from Chu Fan's hand. Each goblin pattern gold coin is worth 10,000 points, therefore this transaction is valid. Barbara and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Rian suddenly realized what was happening. These two gold coins were obtained by him and Chu Fan from that deserted island. I never expected this gold coin to be worth 10,000 points. This kid is quite good at keeping secrets. Brother Chu Fan, you're amazing. Brother Long gave a thumbs up. Yi Fei, on the other hand, turned red and warm in an instant, like a boiled shrimp. Damn it, where did Chu Fan get so many treasures, making me lose face again and again? At this moment, Chower put away the gold coins and continued. The next item to be auctioned is still a divine fruit, with a starting price of 10,000 points and a minimum increment of 1,000 points. Now it's time to place the bids. 11,000. Yi Fei raised his hand, ready to raise the price, when he heard a voice that he hated terribly. 20,000. It's Chu Fan again. Chu Fan, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to steal it from me? Chu Fan laughed and said, Who are you? This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If you don't have the ability, don't participate. Yi Fei's expression grew increasingly grim. He pointed at Chu Fan and said, Are you courting death? Chower suddenly said, Mr. Yi, please keep quiet and do not disrupt our normal auction process. These words instantly brought Yi Fei to his senses, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. Chu Fan, we'll see. Chu Fan smiled and said, Miss Chower, do I need to pay first? Chower smiled and said, Given the strength that Mr. Chu Fan just demonstrated, there is no need to pay now. We can complete the transaction after the auction. Chu Fan nodded and said, In that case, thank you very much, Miss Chower. Chu Fan's two moves completely baffled everyone. Isn't this a new server? How come there are so many points? This doesn't make sense. Did this guy strike gold? Even Fu Juanru, who hadn't said a word since sitting down, couldn't help but glance at Chu Fan a couple more times. Chower cleared her throat and announced loudly, The next item to be auctioned is the last divine fruit of the day. The starting price is 10,000 points, and the minimum bid increment is 1,000 points. Now it's time to place the bids. This time, surprisingly, no one made a bid. Instead, they all looked at Chu Fan in a very strange way. Seeing that no one was bidding, Chu Fan smiled and said, Why is everyone being so polite? Since no one wants it, I'll take it. 11,000 points. I'll offer 13,000. The bald man raised his hand. I'll offer 14,000. Chu Fan said calmly, I'll offer 15,000. Yi Fei finally couldn't resist. 20,000. Yi Fei's inner monologue. Damn it. Why does this guy go all in as soon as I make a bid? Chu Fan stated that Texas Hold'em is an art. Without any suspense, with the conclusion of this transaction for the divine fruit, Chu Fan has acquired all 3 divine fruits for today. Darling, you're amazing. Barbara praised with a smile. Chu Fan laughed heartily, finally understanding why so many people like the super rich. The feeling of spending money like water and having no rivals in the entire arena was just too good. Yi Fei sneered, Don't be too smug. This is just an appetizer. Let's see what you're going to use to buy cultivation techniques later. Ladies and gentlemen, now comes our main event today, the 5 martial arts manuals. At this moment, a maid ran up and whispered something in Chower's ear, and the latter nodded after hearing it. After the maid left, Chower smiled and said, To correct you, it's not 5 books, it's 6. The first item to be auctioned is an A-level earth-based cultivation technique, Hutu Xianhuang Gong. with a starting price of 30,000 points and a minimum increment of 2,000 points per bid. Bidding begins now. Upon hearing this news, Brother Long's breathing became rapid. Isn't this technique meant for me? But he has nothing now, so what can he buy? Seeing Brother Long's constipated look, Chu Fan laughed and said, Brother Long, do you want some? Of course I want to, but we can't afford it. Right now, the most precious thing I have is my wife. Bai Jie glared at him and said, what do you mean? Are you trying to sell me out? Brother Long chuckled and said, just kidding, honey, my tooth has been hurting a bit lately. Bai Jie was taken aback and asked, a cavity? Brother Long, no, it's because you're too sweet. Bai Jie blushed and said coquettishly, you're so annoying. Chu Fan was speechless. Why were these two suddenly using cheesy pickup lines? As if she had thought of something, Bai Jie suddenly said, Chu Fan. Chu Fan waved his hand, interrupting, sister-in-law, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'll get this cultivation technique for Brother Long. Brother Long is a loyal person, as can be seen from his attitude towards Gao Shuaiqi. Letting him grow will be a great help to him in the future. Therefore, Chu Fan will definitely acquire this cultivation technique. It can be considered an investment. Brother Long patted his chest and said, Brother, I won't stand on ceremony with you. If you can really help me get this technique, I won't hesitate to give you anything you want. Of course, my wife is an exception. Chu Fan almost fell over. Brother Long, can we not talk about this anymore? At this moment, the scoring on the field became intense, indicating that the skill was something many people wanted to obtain. In just a few words, the price of this A-level cultivation technique has reached 42,000 points. Mr. Lu Jinping has offered 42,000 points. Are there any bids higher? 42,000 points per time. 42,000 points. Lu Jinping smiled. The price of 42,000 was already very high. It seemed that he would definitely be able to get it this time. 43,000. Chu Fan made his move. Lu Jinping was taken aback, then quickly replied, 44,000. I don't believe you can beat me. 45,000. Chu Fan didn't hesitate at all and continued to raise the price. Lu Jinping gritted his teeth and said, Kid, are you doing this on purpose? Chu Fan shrugged and said, Stop talking nonsense. Let's rely on our own abilities. Lu Jinping's expression changed repeatedly. 45,000 was already beyond his budget, especially since there were still 5 S-level cultivation techniques to be learned. If you spend too much now, you'll lose all chance of obtaining an S-level cultivation technique in no time. After much deliberation, Lu Jinping snorted and sat down. Thus, Chu Fan successfully acquired the first A-grade Earth-type cultivation technique for 45,000. What? Brother Chu Fan is amazing. No, you are my elder brother, Brother Chu Fan. If there's ever anything I, Long, can do for you, I'll do it even at the cost of my life. In his seat, Brother Long was so excited that he was gesturing wildly. If Bai Jie hadn't pinched him to quiet him down, he probably would have burst into song. Next up is our first S-level cultivation technique of the day. S-rank Fire Attribute Technique. Heaven-burning Crimson Emperor Technique. Starting bid is 50,000 points, with a minimum increment of 5,000 points. The auction is now open. Chapter 71 Fiery. As soon as Chauer finished speaking, someone started making an offer. 55,000. 60,000. 75,000. I'll offer 80,000. Yi Fei, equally eager, raised his right hand. I'll offer 90,000. Although I don't have fire attribute abilities, this S-rank fire attribute cultivation technique is still very rare. If I can obtain it, the abilities of my team will experience a qualitative leap. However, even in the top-ranked regions, 90,000 points is still an astronomical figure. Sure enough, when the bid of 90,000 came out, the room fell silent for a moment. Lu Shangfei clenched his fists anxiously. He didn't know how many trump cards Chu Fan had up his sleeve, but the price of 90,000 was an astronomical figure for District 10,087. The next second, Chu Xin raised her hand and said, 95,000. Yi Fei's eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, it's Chu Fan again. Is this guy deliberately going against me? So Yi Fei hardened his heart, raised his hand, and said, 100,000. Chu Fan didn't hesitate at all and continued to raise the price. 105,000. Yi Fei angrily said, Chu Fan, are you deliberately going against me? Chu Fan ignored him and instead said to Chauer, Miss Chauer, this man keeps threatening me, which makes me a little suspicious. If this continues, he might harm me. Upon hearing this, Chauer nodded and said, Mr. Chu Fan is right. Mr. Yi, please control your emotions. If you continue to disrupt the rules of our auction, then I will have to ask you to leave. Although Yi Fei was seething with hatred, Zhu Biozai was clearly not someone he could afford to offend. He snorted coldly and sat down with a sullen expression. 100,000 points is my bottom line. I can't even consider anything beyond that. With Yi Fei, the biggest rival, gone, the auction was a foregone conclusion. Chu Fan successfully acquired the S-level fire-type technique, the Burning Heaven Crimson Emperor technique, with 100,500 points. Lu Shangfei excitedly shouted, "Brother-in-law, you really are my dad." Lu Rian slapped him across the face. "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you talk like that?" Next up for auction is another S-rank cultivation technique, the wood-type technique Azure Emperor Longevity Art. The starting price is 50,000 points, and each bid must be at least 5,000 points higher. Start the auction. Contrary to everyone's expectations, although it was also an S-rank cultivation technique, very few people participated in the auction this time, with only one person bidding 55,000 points. Chu Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. "Strange, why is nobody interested? I'll offer 60,000 points." Fu Juanru, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Wood type is considered the rarest among elemental abilities, but it is also the weakest in terms of attack power. It's normal that it's not popular. These words made Chu Fan and his group realize something, but they didn't think the wood element was weak. You can tell from Barbara's skill attributes that her healing output is very high. Needless to say, we have to take it. Finally, after several rounds of bidding, Chu Fan successfully acquired the S-rank wood attribute cultivation technique, Azure Emperor Longevity technique, with 75,000 points. By this time, some people had already realized that something was wrong. In just a short time, Chu Fan had already spent 265,000 points. Don't even mention that this is the number one player in District 10087. Since he is the number one player in several districts, such a large number of points is also a very terrifying thing. It seems that Chu Fan is either bluffing and courting death, or he has encountered some kind of extraordinary encounter. Chu Fan was unaware of what these people were thinking, but he silently thought to himself, "You can't imagine the joy of being a cheater. 265,000 is nothing more than 3 dragon-shaped gold coins. It's not a big deal at all. Points are like money. They only have value when you spend them. Otherwise, they're just numbers." Next up is a cultivation technique that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Our S-rank water-based cultivation technique, the Xianming True Water Scripture. It is said that this is a special technique that combines offense and defense, and it also has the effect of self-healing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the number one water-based technique. Although this cultivation technique is extremely rare, our Zhu Biozai has always been fair in business. The starting price is still 50,000 points, and the minimum increment is 5,000 points. Bidding begins now. As soon as Chauer finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. It seems this is the real highlight of the day. Sure enough, someone immediately made a bid. 60,000 points. 80,000 points. I'll offer 90,000. Unlike the previous 3 techniques, the water-based technique immediately soared to 90,000 points. The reason is simple. This is on the high seas. What martial arts technique could be more advantageous than a water-based technique? I'll offer 100,000. Yi Fei also made a move. That's his real purpose for coming here today. I'll offer 110,000. Chu Fan could feel the burning passion in Lu Rian's eyes, which was truly remarkable. Needless to say, we have to take it. 120,000. Yi Fei practically shouted out the price through gritted teeth. I bid 130,000. Someone else followed suit. I'll offer 140,000. Chu Fan then raised his hand again. I'll offer 150,000. Yi Fei practically roared. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. Was he about to reach his limit? I thought you were so awesome. 160,000. Chu Fan was not to be outdone. Chu Fan, are you trying to cause trouble? Yi Fei looked at Chu Fan with red eyes. What a joke. If you can follow along, then follow. If you can't, then sit down. 170,000. The big spender who had previously placed the bid gritted his teeth and placed the order. 200,000. I'll offer 200,000. Yi Fei roared and shouted out his price. What? Yi Fei has gone mad. He actually reported 200,000. If he really wins for 200,000, he probably won't have many usable points left in a short time. Being from District 10, they're really confident. 200,000? I wouldn't dare bet on that. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Yi Fei's lips curled up slightly as he said, Go ahead and follow. If you're so capable, keep going. I don't believe you still have any trump cards up your sleeve. Chu Fan smiled slightly. 210,000. Now, everyone around Chu Fan was in an uproar, and even Lu Rian couldn't help but hold Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan felt the small hand trembling slightly, and he was secretly delighted. It turns out that this tiger girl isn't as strong as she seems on the surface. She's actually just a girl in her early 20s, but she's just hiding it very well. I don't believe he still has points. Miss Chower, I think he's cheating. Chower glanced at Chu Fan, then looked at Yi Fei, and said with a hint of sarcasm, Mr. Yi, whether Mr. Chu Fan has the ability or not, we at Jubiozai will judge for ourselves. The auction is not over yet. Do you want to continue to raise your bid? Yi Fei felt like he had swallowed a fly. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Shutong, who was standing next to him. I don't want this woman anymore. Don't worry, I haven't touched her yet. Who wants her? I'll sell her for 100,000 points. Chapter 72. The conflict begins. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Chen Shutong stood up immediately, her face flushed red. Yi Fei, what did you say? How could you do this to me? Yi Fei slapped Chen Shutong across the face, knocking her to the ground. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Chen Shutong suddenly leaned towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan was startled and instinctively jumped back, and then everyone watched as Chen Shutong fell to the ground. When she sat up again, everyone saw Chen Shutong with red eyes, one hand covering her mouth as she cried, her eyes full of resentment, which made people feel sorry for her. Yi Fei roared, Damn it! Do you even have a right to speak here? Without me, you would have been dead 800 times over. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Then, ignoring Chen Shutong's reaction, he shouted, Does anyone want it? I only need 100,000 points, or 80,000 will do. Miss Chower, please give me 5 minutes. Chower sighed when she saw this, but did not refuse, because this situation was permitted. The auction house erupted in an uproar. This Yi Fei is really crazy. He'd even sell out his partner. Yes, but to be fair, Chen Shutong is indeed quite good-looking, although she can't compare to the top beauties around Chu Xian. Chen Shutong's face was ashen. She glanced around and finally looked at Chu Fan with teary eyes. Brother Chu, please save me. Chu Fan touched his nose and said, Miss, we're not that familiar with each other. I know Yi Fei doesn't like you. He treated me like this, but I'm willing to help you deal with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei stepped forward and slapped him again. You bitch, how dare you talk to me like that? Chu Fan was about to step forward to stop him when a thought suddenly struck him. This is a bit too unusual. Just before the auction started, the two of them were interacting intimately. Something's not right. This is a trap. Thinking of this, Chu Fan simply pretended not to see it and sat there without moving. Yi Fei's hand visibly paused. Although it was a very short time, Chu Fan still saw it clearly, which further solidified his belief. Snap! Chu Fan didn't move, which disappointed Yi Fei somewhat, but he didn't stop. The slap landed squarely on Chen Shutong's delicate face. Chen Shutong's face immediately became red and swollen, with a handprint on it. Lu Rian asked with some surprise, You don't want to help her? Chu Fan coughed awkwardly twice and said, Tiger girl, can you stop talking like a pervert? With the two of you around, this is unnecessary. Lu Rian scoffed and said, Who would believe that? Yi Fei then stepped forward again, raised his hand once more, and was about to strike Chen Shutong, but was stopped by a large hand. Yi Fei, you really don't know how to cherish women. The speaker was Xiao Yinming from District 18, the one with the big bald head. This person was tall, and, although his skin was a bit dark, he exuded a sense of power. However, the bald look somewhat diminished his handsomeness and added a touch of ferocity. Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that someone had finally spoken. But he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked displeased. Hey Xiao, what business is it of yours how I discipline my own people? Get out of the way. Xiao Yinming's eyes darted around, and he glanced at the pitiful Chen Shutong. He raised his voice and said, Wait a minute, Yi Fei? You don't want such a good girl as Miss Chen? You're really wasting a good thing. Yi Fei said with displeasure. What? You want to buy it? Xiao Yinming smiled and said, Not bad. If you're willing, I'll buy it for 50,000 points. I can't afford a single point more. Yi Fei frowned, glanced at Chu Fan beside him, and finally stamped his foot and said, Fine, 50,000 it is. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinming was overjoyed and immediately opened his bracelet, saying, All right, let's make the deal. The two made a transaction on the bracelet. Yi Fei looked at the extra 50,000 points in his account and said, She's yours now. Then, without giving it another glance, he turned to Chower and said, Miss Chower, let's continue the auction. Xiao Yinming pulled Chen Shutong up from the ground, hugged her, and said with a grin, Miss Chun, Yi Fei doesn't know how to cherish women. Don't worry, I'm the kind of person who knows how to take care of people. From now on, you'll stay with me. Chen Shutong sobbed, Thank you, Brother Xiao, but my face hurts a little. I'd like to go wash it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinming looked like a lecherous man and said, Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. After gaining 50,000 more points, Yi Fei raised his hand and said, I'll offer 250,000. In his view, no matter how powerful Chu Fan was, he couldn't keep following him indefinitely. With these 50,000 points, I'll definitely remember this auction. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, he actually bet all 50,000 points on it. This time he really went all in. Yi Fei is really ruthless. 250,000 yuan. That's already 5 times the original price. Chu Fan probably can't keep up now. After all, he's already spent 260,000 points. No matter how powerful he is, it's no use. This guy is really amazing. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Fan calmly raised his right hand. 260,000. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Fan, are you really going to try and take him from me? Chu Fan stood up, looked at Yi Fei calmly, his voice not loud, but full of power. Trying to take it from you? Who do you think you are? As soon as Chu Fan said this, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of clapping sounds rang out. Then, a soft, feminine voice came over. Good, good, good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a brave young man. Everyone was drawn to the sound, including Chu Fan. A man with an extremely effeminate appearance, dressed in white, slowly walked in from the entrance. Hiss. Yi Tian. How come he's here too? This is going to be interesting. Yi Fei was taken aback at first, but after seeing who it was, he was overjoyed and said, Big brother, you've finally arrived. The man called Yi Tian walked closer with a smile, and when he saw Fu Juanru sitting to the side, he greeted her with a smile. Ru Mei, I didn't expect to see you here. Fu Juanru snorted coldly and ignored him. Yi Tian didn't feel embarrassed. He turned to look at Chu Fan, and his eyes flashed with amazement when he saw Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and others sitting next to Chu Fan. Chu Fan frowned slightly. He felt a strong sense of oppression from this person named Yi Tian. Chu Fan, is it? I am Yi Tian from the 2nd district. Yi Fei is my younger brother. Give me some face and let him have this fruit. Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, Yi Tian continued. Oh, I need to add something. This isn't something I'm discussing with you. His words stunned everyone with his tyranny. Chu Fan's face darkened, and he said coldly, Oh, is that so? What if I disagree? Yi Tian smiled, and said, You can give it a try. Chapter 73 The Inquisitor Jinkle. Yi Tian said this with a smile, but anyone could see the murderous intent hidden behind his smile. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense the confidence and killing intent emanating from Yi Tian. Behind him, Barbara and the others stood up on their own and stood behind Chu Fan. Even the Li sisters, who had just boarded the ship, stood up, and the two sides faced off like this. At this moment, Xiao suddenly spoke up. Mr. Yi, what you have done has seriously violated the rules of our Jubiozai. We are issuing you a serious warning. If you do not restrain yourself, you will be banned from stepping into Jubiozai from now on. Xiao's words surprised everyone. What's going on? This kind of thing has happened before, but Jubiozai has always ignored it. Is the sun rising in the west today? Yes, Yi Tian is probably going to suffer a setback this time. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Xiao must have taken the initiative to help him out of this predicament because of Yi. Moreover, Xiao's warning was quite severe. Even if Yi Tian was powerful, he would have to consider the consequences. Sure enough, this trick worked. Yi Tian couldn't hide the surprise on his face. His expression changed several times before he suddenly smiled. I was rude just now, Chu Fan. Are you willing to give up this cultivation technique? Consider it a favor Yi Tian, owe you. How about it? Chu Fan smiled and said, You people are really strange. Do I know you? One by one you come up to me asking for my face. Is your pride really that valuable? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, and a murderous intent flashed across his face. Very well, Chu Fan, I'll remember you. At this moment, Fu Juanru, who was sitting in the back, suddenly spoke up. Humph, self-righteous fools. Your face is worthless. This surprised Chu Fan a bit. He hadn't expected Fu Juanru to speak up for him. When Yi Tian saw Fu Juanru speak, his expression changed again. He nodded, said, Okay, 3 times, then turned his back and walked to Yi Fei's side. At this moment, Xiao quickly said, 260,000. Is there anything higher than 260,000? 260,000 per time. 260,000 twice. 260,000 three times. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Chu Fan for successfully acquiring the S-grade water-based cultivation technique, the Xianming True Water Scripture. Yifei said urgently. Big brother, Yi Tian waved his hand and said, don't rush, we'll talk about it later. There's more than one water-based cultivation technique. I'll get you a better one next time. Yifei was overjoyed and said, really? Big brother, then I'm counting on you. As she spoke, she glanced at Chu Fan from afar and said softly, Chu Fan, I'll let you be smug for a few days. On Chu Fan's side, everyone managed to bid on the corresponding cultivation techniques, which naturally made them overjoyed. At this moment, Xiaoer cleared her throat and said, next is our last item for today's auction, which is also a treasure we acquired at the last minute. It is the S-rank ice-type technique, Extreme Frost Heaven technique, starting bid 50,000 points, minimum increment 5,000. Bidding begins now. As Xiaoer finished speaking, the scene erupted into noise once again. Unexpectedly, there are ice-based techniques. I didn't know why Yi Tian and Fu Junru had come. It turns out they were here for this ice-type cultivation technique. Chu Fan and his companions were puzzled, so they asked one of the people in front of them, dude, why is everyone reacting so strongly to ice-based techniques? Upon hearing Chu Fan's question, the man in front of him beamed with delight and said, hey, you've come to the right person. Let me explain. There are many kinds of divine fruits in this world, each with different abilities. However, the elemental fruits are basically derived from the 7 elements: metal, wood, water, earth, thunder, and wind. There is a very special element here, ice. The man spoke eloquently, and seeing that Chu Fan and the others were listening intently, he was even more pleased. The ice element itself is derived from the water element, and is a branch of the water element. But in this vast ocean, the only element that can truly restrain the water element is probably the ice element. At this moment, Brother Long, who was standing to the side, objected. That's not right. Isn't it said that water is contained by earth? Logically, the element that can restrain water should be earth. The man shook his head and said, no. As the old saying goes, the right time is not as important as the right place. The earth can overcome water, which is indeed in accordance with common sense. This is what we call the right time. But now we are on the sea, and your little bit of land is simply not enough. That's what you call geographical advantage. These words left the others stunned, and Lu Shangfei even gave a thumbs up and said, impressive. Barbara clapped and said, that's so well said. You must be a great scholar. Seeing that even a goddess like Barbara was being praised so highly, the man couldn't help but feel elated. No. My name is Jinkla, also known as the Informant. Since this is our first meeting, I won't charge you for this information. If you ever want to buy any information in the future, just call me on the World Channel. Old Jin's prices are fair and honest. Chu Fan thought to himself, this guy is really something. I never expected him to become an information broker in the survival world. Indeed, capable people can find their place anywhere. There's no need to offend such a person. You never know when you might need their help. Thinking of this, Chu Fan took out a searchlight and handed it over. Thank you, Brother Jean. We're not the kind of people who like to take advantage of others. Consider this lamp my reward for the information. When Ziegler saw the searchlight, his eyes lit up immediately. He took it with both hands and said excitedly, brother, you're a talented person. You'll definitely have a place on this vast ocean in the future. Since you're so generous, I'll give you another piece of information. Chu Fan chuckled inwardly, thinking that the searchlight was indeed a good gift. He quickly asked, Brother Jean, please speak. I'm all ears. Jinkle looked around, then leaned close to Chu Fan and whispered, I've heard that the native inhabitants of the seabed have been making strange moves lately. Yi Tian has formed a cooperative relationship with the sharkmen. You should be careful, because the sharkmen are hard to beat in the sea. Chu Fan suddenly remembered the sharkman Nok he had killed, and the beautiful mermaid Shirahoshi, and asked, Brother Jean, is this sharkman really that powerful? With superpowers, we shouldn't be afraid of them anymore, right? Ziegler replied, that would be true for ordinary sharkmen, but some sharkmen possess superpowers, and those are the truly troublesome ones. You are currently in the windless sea, so there's no need to be afraid for now. But once you leave the windless sea, given the sharkmen's abilities in the water, they will find you very quickly. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This news had come at just the right time. Although Jinkla didn't finish his sentence, Chu Fan already understood what he meant. The shark man finding himself is the same as Yi Tian finding himself. This seems to be one of the reasons for Yi Tian's confidence. It seems I need to improve my own and my teammates' skills as soon as possible. Otherwise, when facing Yi Tian, they would only be destined to die. At this moment, Fu Juanru, who had been sitting silently to the side, suddenly raised her hand. I'll offer 80,000 points. Chapter 74 Yi Tian's Countermeasures. The moment he said that, everyone was in an uproar. Goodness, the beautiful Fu has finally made her move. Jean Keela said with a smile. The beautiful Fu is the top in the 3rd district. She has ice attribute superpowers and is nicknamed the Ice Fairy, but she has always lacked a powerful cultivation technique. Now there's going to be a good show. Chu Fan asked why. Jean Keela pointed in Yi Tian's direction with his mouth and said, Yi Tian is also of the ice attribute, and this cultivation technique is the only S-level ice attribute technique that has appeared so far. Do you think these two will fight tooth and nail for it? Chu Fan nodded. I see. It seems the biggest competition at this auction has only just begun. What I just did was merely an appetizer. I'll offer 100,000. Yi Tian followed suit. I bid 120,000. At that moment, another person in the room also made a bid. Old Ding, you're not an ice type. What do you need this for? Hey, you don't understand. If I could win her over, do you think the Ice Fairy would come begging to me? What? Old Ding, it has to be you again. I'll join too. I'll offer 130,000. Fu Juanru didn't care about the reactions of others. She knew that her biggest opponent here was Yi Tian. 150,000. 160,000. Sure enough, as soon as Fu Juanru made her bid, Yi Tian immediately followed suit and raised his bid as well. Rume, you can't beat me. Yi Tian said with a smile. Fu Juanru glared at him and said, Don't call me that so intimately. It's like we're very close. 170,000. 180,000. After 10 minutes of bidding, the price of this most popular skill suddenly reached 360,000. Fu Juanru's face was frosty. This was almost the limit of her strength. But this technique was extremely important to her. But Yi Tian remained calm and said with a smile, Rume, I've already told you. You can't compete with me, so why bother? Fu Juanru sneered and said, Yi, you've probably run out of points. What's there to be proud of? The outcome is still uncertain. Yi Tian smiled slightly and said, You're right, I've indeed run out of points. After a brief pause, he suddenly said, However, you forgot, my brother still has 250,000 points. Sister Ru, what do you have to compare with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng laughed and said, That's right. Speaking of which, I have to thank Chu Fan for saving me these 250,000 points. Otherwise, you really would have won. Fu Juanru's expression changed drastically, but there was no turning back now. She gritted her teeth and said, 380,000. Yi Tian pulled out a folding fan from somewhere, waved it a few times in a very flamboyant manner, and said with a nonchalant expression, 400,000. At this moment, Xiao Yanming suddenly said, You've seen Shutong. How come she's gone in the time it takes to go to the restroom? At this moment, the person named Hua Chenyu from District 122 suddenly laughed and said, Xiao idiot, don't you understand? You've been tricked. Xiao Yanming's bald head was shiny with oil, and he looked completely bewildered. Master Hua, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean? Hua Chenyu laughed. I guess Chen Shutong has already gone back to the ship in District 10. What happened just now was just an act. Only a pervert like you would fall for it. Huh? Xiao Yanming finally realized that he had been tricked and made a fool of. Once he realized what was happening, Xiao the Bald pointed at Yi Fei and yelled, Damn it! Yi Fei, you tricked me. Yi Fei shrugged and said, Do you have any evidence? Besides, I've already handed the person over to you. But how she chooses to act is her own business, and I can't interfere. Xiao Yanming, who also had a fiery temper, immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'm not done with you until you hand him over today. Yi Tian said coldly from the side. Oh, I'd like to see how you're going to stop. Upon hearing Yi Tian speak, Xiao Yanming deflated like a punctured balloon, pointing at the Yi brothers, speechless for a long time. Finally, he could only stomp his foot and say, Yi Fei, don't let me run into Chen Shutong, or I'll make her pay. Well, since I can't do anything to the Yi brothers, I have no choice but to retaliate against Chen Shutong. Yi Tian snorted coldly, and then turned to look at Fu Juanru. So, Rume, do you want to add more? If not, this technique is mine. Fu Juanru's face turned pale and then red, clearly furious at the Yi brothers' shameless behavior. Finally, she gritted her teeth and raised her voice. Is there anyone here willing to lend me some points? I, Fu Juanru, will definitely remember this favor. Many people were tempted by the request from the beautiful Fu. But the next second, Yi Tian's expression suddenly turned cold. Anyone who dares to do so is going against me, Yi Tian. Fu Juanru said angrily. Yi Tian, what do you mean? Yi Tian shrugged and said, there's no way around it, Rumei. Other things are fine, but I'm determined to get this cultivation technique. Now, those who had originally wanted to show off in front of the beauty all sat down and adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Lu Jingsong from District 20 suddenly stood up and shouted, others may be afraid of you, Yi Tian, but I am not. Miss Fu, I'm willing to lend you 100,000 points. Fu Juanru's face lit up with joy, and she was about to thank him when she heard Yi Tian say something softly. Lu Jingsong, are you sure you want to go against me? Lu Jingsong scoffed and said, so what if I am? I'm not afraid of you. But Yi Tian's next words struck Lu Jingsong like a bolt of lightning. Lu Daiyou, 58 years old, is an ordinary worker at Jiangqing Paper Mill. Guess where he is now? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingsong's expression suddenly changed. How do you know my dad's name? Yi Tian said coldly. And Yin Fengxia, 56 years old, a cleaner at Jiangqing Hotel. Guess where she is? Lu Jingsong felt as if all his strength had been drained, and his whole body went limp. He then quickly said, Miss Fu, I'm sorry, I take back what I just said. I can't help you with this. Yi Tian, I'm not getting involved in your affairs anymore. Promise me you won't hurt my parents. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, you know what's good for you. Fu Juanru was so angry at Yi Tian's actions that she gritted her teeth and said, Yi Tian, you are shameless. You actually used someone else's family to blackmail them. Haha, extraordinary measures are needed for extraordinary events. Sister, you can't beat me, so you might as well listen to me and follow me. In the future, who in this world will be able to oppose us? Fu Juanru was utterly despondent. It seemed there was no chance of mastering this technique today. That hateful Yi Tian is truly despicable. Not a single person present dared to stand up and help her at this moment. Well then, it seems this cultivation technique is not meant for me. Thinking of this, Fu Juanru sighed and prepared to give up. Suddenly, a pleasant male voice rang out. Miss Fu, I'm willing to help you. Fu Juanru's face lit up with joy, and she turned her head sharply to look, only to find that the man who had spoken was smiling at her. She admitted that at that moment, her smile was the most beautiful smile in the world. Yi Tian said coldly, Chu Fan, you're courting death. Chapter 75 The auction ends. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Chu Fan smiled disdainfully. Hey Yi, you don't need to yell at me like that. There's no way we can reconcile anymore. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said softly, if you back out now, I promise you, I will pretend that what happened before never happened. Chu Fan laughed and said, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Besides, what I, Chu Fan, can't stand the most is your bullying attitude. After saying that, he turned to Fu Juanru and said, beautiful Fu, feel free to raise the price. As long as you can beat this guy surnamed Yi, I'll support you however much you want. Chu Fan still has about 500,000 points to use, while Yi Tian, even including Yi Fei, only has about 200,000 points left. Therefore, as long as no one else is involved, winning against Yi Tian is more than enough. Why do you want to help me? Fu Juanru was not blinded by excitement, but calmly asked this question. It's very simple, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Chu Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing this answer, Fu Juanru gave a thumbs up. Okay, just because of what you said, I'm definitely going to be your friend. Upon hearing this, everyone present let out a sigh. It's quite remarkable that the Ice Queen would take the initiative to say the words, let's be friends. It should be noted that Fu Juanru is known for her cold and aloof demeanor, and this ice attribute is a perfect match for her. Despite their envy, they dared not offend the Yi family and could only watch from the sidelines. With Chu Fan's support, the auction continued. For 110,000. Fu Juanru increased the amount by 10,000 from the original 400,000. 450,000. Yi Tian shouted coldly. After glancing at Chu Fan, who gave her a reassuring look, Fu Juanru raised her hand again. 460,000. 500,000. Almost without hesitation, Yi Tian raised the price to 500,000. Wow. I didn't expect that a cultivation technique that cost 50,000 would be auctioned for 500,000, a tenfold increase. Those who had previously intended to participate in the auction withdrew without any suspense after hearing the price. The situation on the field has now become a 1v1 between Yi Tian and Fu Junru. Yi Tian watched from the side and sneered. I don't believe that the top player in a new server can have many points. Fu Junru continued. 510,000. 550,000. Like a gambler, Yi Tian immediately raised the price to 550,000. This left Xiaoer somewhat speechless. She had never encountered such a lively scene before. 560,000. 600,000. Yi Tian's expression turned somewhat grim. This was the maximum he could offer. If the other party continued to raise the price, he would have to think of other ways. This price is indeed outrageously high, ranging from 50,000 to 600,000, a full 12 times. Fu Junru looked at Chu Fan with a solemn expression. Chu Fan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, keep adding. Fu Junru let out a long sigh of relief and softly called out in a slightly trembling voice. 610,000. Yi Tian's expression also turned serious. He hadn't expected that Chu Fan would have so many points. But admitting defeat is out of the question. We have to find a way. Suddenly, he said, everyone, Yi Tian, need your help right now. I promise you that I will repay those who help me today tenfold in the future. These words moved many people, which also increased the pressure on Fu Junru. Chu Fan also frowned slightly. If these people were really persuaded by Yi Tian, then things would be difficult. Although there aren't many people here, they are all big shots in their respective regions. Even if they have limited points, they can't compete with the sheer number of people. Chu Fan's eyes darted around, his mind racing, but when he saw a certain figure in the arena, his eyes lit up. Brother Xiao, I wonder if your 50,000 points count. Xiao Yinming, who was originally observing, is still observing. I was the biggest joke of the whole day. I didn't get anything and just lost 50,000 points. That stinky woman Chen Shatong, her acting is so convincing. Even I, an experienced driver, was fooled. Chu Fan's words were undoubtedly a reminder to him, and sure enough, he immediately stood up upon hearing them. That's right, Yi Tian. If you're really sincere, then include the 50,000 points your brother tricked me out of. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes turned cold, and he secretly realized he had forgotten about this fellow. Chu Fan's move hit his vital point. Fu Junru secretly cheered, thinking that those who wanted to help the Yi brothers would have to think twice. Sure enough, those who were trying to curry favor with Yi Tian suddenly stopped when they heard Xiao Yiming's words. Several people who had even stood up did a Thomas flare in place and then sat back down. After all, no one's points come easily. They are earned through hard work and dedication. Today's events are clear. Yi Fei tricked Xiao Yinming out of 50,000 points without any investment, which has caused everyone to have serious doubts about the Yi brothers' credibility. Damn it, I almost fell for it. Someone like Yi Tian, if I help him today, he'll definitely deny it later. Exactly. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. He's just trying to get something for nothing. Hee, I won't fall for it. Trying to fool me? I'm as smart as a monkey. Yi Fei was stunned. He and Chen Shatong had done this kind of thing countless times before, and he never thought that he would be hurt by it. Yi Tian's face darkened, and he glared at his useless and troublesome younger brother. Next, despite Yi Tian's promise to return the 5 points to Xiao Yinming double afterward, he still couldn't regain everyone's trust. However, in order not to offend him, some people present still lent him a little money. However, the amount borrowed was quite amusing. The people on the field, some with 3,000 points and others with 2,000, had collectively accumulated 20,000 points, which made Yi Tian's face turn black. Fine, something's better than nothing. Chu Fan, I'm not going to waste any more time with you. This is all I have, 630,000. If you're so capable, then keep adding. Chu Fan felt threatened by Yi Tian, but so what? You want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to find a powerful figure to cling to? That's right. Fu Junru is a great asset. She's talented and beautiful. Yes, she does have a nice pair of thighs. 640,000. Chu Fan stopped pretending and shouted it out directly on behalf of Fu Junru. Yi Tian nodded and said, Good, very good. Chu Fan, you have guts, but I, Yi Tian, swear that next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. If you have the guts, then stay in this windless sea forever and never come out. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the exit without looking back. Seeing that everything was already a fait accompli, Yi Fei glared at Chu Fan unwillingly, left with the words, You just wait, and then followed him out of the room. 640,000 times. 640,002 times. 640,003 times. Congratulations, Miss Fu, on successfully acquiring the S-grade Ice Attribute Cultivation Technique, Extreme Frost Heaven Technique, for 640,000. This auction has now concluded. Thank you to all the guests. Chapter 76, Fu Juanru's Promise. After Qiao'er finished her announcement, the onlookers who had been watching the whole thing gradually left Huiyang. Before leaving, Jean Keela said to Chu Fan, "Brother Chu, my biggest gain today is making you my friend. If you want to ask me any questions in the future, just come to me. The price is negotiable." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Okay, but I'm still curious about your source of information, Brother Jean." With no one around to notice, Jean Keela quietly approached Chu Fan. "Since you've been so generous, I'll also give you some information that nobody else knows. I also have special abilities, but mine are a bit unusual, related to intelligence gathering, so the source of my information is absolutely reliable." This was unexpected for Chu Fan. He smiled and nodded, saying, "I see. Thank you for informing me, Brother Duo." Ziegler smiled, waved, and disappeared through the hatch. Chu Fan thought to himself, "This Jinkala is quite a character. His ability is indeed very special. It doesn't improve combat power at all, but it's extremely important for intelligence gathering. You must befriend this person in the future. He may be of great use to you." With most of the people gone, Chu Fan and his group arrived in front of Qiao'er. "Mr. Chu Fan, your total consumption is 545,000 points. As you are our VIP, you enjoy a 20% discount, so you need to pay a total of 436,000 points. We have already received 2 gold coins from you, so you only need to pay 416,000 points." As soon as he said this, everyone around Chu Fan tensed up, and Fu Juanru also looked at Chu Fan, because he had no idea where Chu Fan got so many points. Chu Fan smiled and took out 5 dragon-patterned gold coins from his pocket. "Qiao'er, is this enough for you?" Qiao'er's eyes lit up. She took the gold coins and looked at them, then exclaimed excitedly, "So they're dragon-patterned gold coins. These are more than enough. I'll have someone transfer the remaining 84,000 points to your account immediately. Here are your 3 divine fruits and 4 cultivation manuals. Please keep them safe." The moment Barbara saw the dragon-patterned gold coin, she remembered that it was the very first time Chu Fan had opened it from the underwater treasure chest. She never imagined that the dragon-patterned gold coin would be so valuable. However, she shared the same thought as Chu Fan. Only money spent counts as money. Otherwise, no matter how many points you have, they're just numbers. After closing a large order, Qiao'er's complexion improved. "Miss Fu, you have spent a total of 640,000 points." Fu Juanru nodded and said to Chu Fan, "Chu Fan, I have 400,000 points myself. If you lend me 240,000 points, I will definitely pay you back later." Chu Fan nodded and said, "No problem." Then he took out 2 gold coins and gave them to Qiao'er. "The remaining 40,000 will be deducted from the balance you just left. By the way, can't we get a 20% discount on this?" Qiao'er smiled and said, "That won't do. Miss Fu is not our VIP customer." Chu Fan asked, somewhat puzzled, "My spending wasn't as much as Miss Fu's, so why isn't she your VIP?" Qiao'er explained, "Our VIP requirements are very high. Generally, you need to have accumulated spending of more than 10 million to qualify. However, there is one special case." "Which one?" "That means customers who provide these gold coins can directly become our VIP customers, without being subject to spending limits." Chu Fan suddenly realized that it was a wise decision to risk going underwater to retrieve the treasure chest. At the same time, they became even more curious about this dragon-patterned gold coin. Jubiozai was even willing to set up a special program for it, which shows that this gold coin is definitely not just a simple point. Perhaps there's some secret behind this dragon-patterned gold coin. At that moment, Chu Fan secretly vowed that he would never use the remaining 3 gold coins unless absolutely necessary. Fu Juanru was also hearing about this situation for the first time, and her expression immediately changed. "It seems I've gotten a great deal out of Chu Fan today." At this moment, as if he had thought of something, Chu Fan suddenly smiled and said, "Then, Miss Qiao'er, since I bought this cultivation technique, can I enjoy your discount?" Qiao'er hesitated and said this. Emotionally speaking, because of her relationship with Yi, she still wanted to help. However, according to the rules, this is somewhat beyond his authority. So she could only shake her head and say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, Ms. Fu, since it's Ms. Fu who's participating in the auction, we can't do this." Just then, a maid ran up and whispered something in Qiao'er's ear. Qiao'er's expression changed slightly after hearing this. Chu Fan nodded and said, "That's true. Then let's just forget about it." Shower quickly said, Mr. Chu Fan, wait a moment. The master of the temple has sent someone to tell you that we can agree to your request. Let's proceed according to the plan you just mentioned. These words surprised everyone, and Fu Junru was especially shocked. Just who was Chu Fan? That he could get the elusive owner of Jubiozai to personally send a message to him? At this moment, she even began to suspect that Chu Fan might be the illegitimate son of the temple master. It seems that befriending Chu Fan was the biggest advantage I gained from this trip. Chu Fan smiled and said, Then please thank the master on my behalf. Shower added, In this way, Miss Fu only needs to pay a total of 512,000 points. As he spoke, he returned one of the 2 dragon-patterned gold coins in his hand to Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded and said, Then deduct the 2,000 points from my balance. Shower smiled and said, The master said that he would give the remainder of 2,000 to young Master Chu. This 1 gold coin is enough. This has left Chu Fan completely bewildered. This sect leader is being far too kind to him. What exactly does he have that makes him worth investing in like this? Could it be that Dragon Slayer sword? After thinking for a long time, but still not figuring it out, Chu Fan could only shake his head and think about it again. After all, it seems that the master of the temple has no ill intentions towards me. I'll deal with the future later. Fu Junru was completely stunned. She had truly won to the point of numbness today. So, by that calculation, he actually borrowed 110,000 points from Chu Fan. If Yi Tian hadn't left, he would have been spitting blood upon seeing this scene. After successfully paying the points, Fu Junru finally obtained her desired cultivation technique and breathed a long sigh of relief. Chu Fan, Fu Junru, keep my word. I will definitely return these 110,000 points to you as soon as possible. Chu Fan waved his hand and said, Miss Fu, you don't need to do this. I'm not in a hurry to take it. Fu Junru smiled. This was the first time anyone had ever seen her smile. That smile was so charming and beautiful that even Lu Ruyan had to admit that this woman was extremely beautiful when she smiled. However, the smile quickly disappeared. Chu Fan, aren't you afraid I'll renege on my debt? Chu Fan smiled and said, I trust my intuition. Besides, I need a powerful ally like Miss Fu. Fu Junru nodded and said, Don't be afraid of Yi Tian. I will be near the exit of the Sea of No Wind. As long as he dares to attack you, I will definitely take action. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This was exactly the promise he wanted. Despite her cold and aloof demeanor, Fu Junru possesses an unwavering pride within. This pride prevented her from allowing anyone to break the promises she had made. Even she herself can't do it. Chapter 77, Starting Cultivation, Showing Off Gets You Struck by Lightning. After adding Fu Junru as a friend, Chu Fan led everyone back to the Sea King. As everyone has seen, there are just too many strong people in this world. Therefore, we must become stronger in order to ensure that we will not be bullied by others on this ocean in the future. This is your technique. Everyone, please try activating it first. This was also the method Fu Junru told Chu Fan. The cultivation techniques in this world are different from ordinary books, and ordinary people cannot read them even if they obtain them. The only way is to activate the technique with the corresponding elements in order to inherit it. In other words, even if Chu Fan retrieves Fu Junru's ice attribute cultivation technique, it will be of no use, because no one in his team currently possesses ice attribute skills. Moreover, this kind of inheritance is also one-time, which means that the techniques cannot be reused. After finishing his opening remarks, Chu Fan took out all the cultivation techniques he had acquired that day. After receiving the items, everyone immediately activated their attributes and began to experience their respective cultivation techniques. Chu Fan took out the Thunder God Overlord Sea manual that Yi had left him and placed it in his left palm, while trying to unleash a wisp of lightning with his right hand. The instant the lightning struck the technique, the book containing the Thunder God's Overlord Sea technique suddenly lit up, then transformed into a bolt of lightning that surged directly into Chu Fan's mind. Immediately afterwards, a powerful divine sense appeared out of thin air and was poured into the depths of Chu Fan's memory. In less than a minute, countless cultivation methods appeared in Chu Fan's mind. Chu Fan gently exhaled a breath of stale air, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. When he turned to look at his companions, their expressions were all very similar to his. It seems everyone has successfully activated their respective cultivation techniques. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm going to cultivate now. I'm going to. Honey, you can play by yourself for a while. I feel incredibly strong right now. Lu Shangfei and Brother Long jumped onto their small boat and began cultivating once inside the cabin. Bai Jia was left completely bewildered, stomping her feet in anger as she watched their retreating figures. Barbara also said, "Darling, I'm going back to meditate." It turns out that her method of starting out in cultivating her martial arts relied on meditation. Seeing that everyone had left, Chu Fan noticed Lu Rian still standing to the side and asked curiously, "Rian, why aren't you cultivating?" Lu Rian smiled faintly and said, "Preparations are already underway, and we should be able to start cultivating in about 5 minutes." Chu Fan said, "Oh," and then asked, "Prepare? Prepare what?" Just then, Li Ruoyan's voice came. "Rian, the water is ready. You can take a bath now." "Okay, I'm coming." After Lu Rian responded, she smiled and said to Chu Fan, "Now you're ready." Chu Fan then realized that Lu Rian's cultivation method was actually taking a bath. What kind of magical cultivation method is this? Is it really that comfortable? Compared to myself. Damn it. Why did it have to be the lightning attribute that was awakened? Chu Fan gave a wry smile and activated the Thunder God Overlord technique within his consciousness. Lightning is one of the most destructive forces in this world, so cultivators who want to master this world-destroying attribute need to have an extremely powerful body. The method for mastering the Thunder God's Overlord technique is also very simple, requiring only 2 things. Condition 1. Sensing the power of lightning between heaven and earth, thereby guiding oneself to release lightning. Chu Fan has already met this requirement. The key is the second requirement. Condition 2. Activate the lightning attribute within the cells, enter the sea of thunderstorms through the lightning-inducing wood, and subject your body to 10,000 lightning strikes to temper your body. Only when your body can withstand the bombardment of lightning are you qualified to control this world-destroying power. At this moment, Chu Fan began to suspect that Lu Ruyan was the true chosen one, not only because of her extraordinary abilities, but also because of her comfortable cultivation method. Despite his complaints, Chu Fan gave instructions to the Li sisters and then entered a room on the top floor of the Neptune. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi were left looking depressed. Wherever my sister and I used to go, we would unconsciously become the center of attention. Especially Li Ruoxi, who is a big star after all. But at this moment, they realized that beauty was utterly insignificant. Especially on the Neptune, there were beauties everywhere, no less stunning than her sisters. An unprecedented sense of loss welled up inside me. Seeing the expressions on the 2 women's faces, Bai Jia smiled slightly, pulled them down to sit, and started chatting about everyday things. After closing the door, Chu Fan sat on the floor and took out the lightning-attracting wood that Yi had left for him. This lightning-attracting wood is entirely black, resembling gold but not quite, and has a slightly warm feel when touched. Guided by the cultivation technique, Chu Fan gripped the lightning-attracting wood tightly with both hands, closed his eyes slightly, and began to draw upon the lightning elemental power within his body. When lightning appears, it is immediately attracted by the lightning-attracting wood and begins to emit a faint light. As time went on, the light from the lightning-attracting wood grew brighter and brighter, and its color changed from pale white to dark purple. At one point, Chu Fan felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in an extremely unfamiliar place. All I could see was an endless sky full of dark clouds overhead, and a boundless, raging sea beneath my feet. Streaks of lightning, as thick as a forearm, flashed through the clouds or struck the sea with deafening roars. Chu Fan was sitting on a 3-foot square mountaintop, feeling as if he might fall into the raging sea below if he wasn't careful. In such an environment, ordinary organisms simply cannot survive. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if only Chu Fan and the endless lightning existed. An unprecedented sense of loneliness welled up inside me. Is this the sea of thunderstorms? Calling it hell wouldn't be an exaggeration. After calming his mind, Chu Fan prepared to begin drawing lightning into his body. I am the switch, I am the short circuit, I am the one who breaks the barrier of Ohm's law. Chu Fan shouted out the incantation from the cultivation technique in a very flamboyant manner. It is said that reciting this incantation in the thunderstorm sea will increase the chance of being struck by lightning. The next second, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck directly at Chu Fan, who was sitting on the mountaintop. What? As expected, showing off gets you struck by lightning. No wonder you had to shout such a cringeworthy mantra. The thought flashed through Chu Fan's mind, and before he knew it, everything went black and he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself back in his room. I checked myself out, and thankfully I wasn't injured. But the psychological impact is still vivid in my mind. The feeling of facing death made his heart race. In his mind, the number of lightning strikes became 1 to 10,000. Damn, this is way too difficult. It must be as tall as 3 or 4 stories. Chapter 78, The Fisherman. Chu Fan steadied himself, his face resolute. Damn it, I'll give it my all. Reactivate the lightning-attracting wood and enter the sea of thunderstorms. Boom. A second later, Chu Fan was cleaved out again. At this moment, his hair was already slightly curly. Again. Boom. Again. Boom. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan was panting heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was in excruciating pain all over his body. What? Who invented this technique? This is too much trouble. The good news is that on the last occasion, he finally lasted a full 2 seconds, and the number of times he was struck by lightning increased to 39. But that's still a long way from 10,000 times. And this is only the entry requirement. As for the 3 realms that E mentioned, they haven't even touched the door yet. No, I don't have much time left. I have to step up my game. Today I'll set a small goal, to chop it 100 times. Thinking this, Chu Fan entered the raging sea again and sat on the mountaintop. If you calculate it this way, this lightning-attracting wood is essentially a router. And this is where I got punched. After making a self-deprecating joke, Chu Fan read out his domain name again. Boom. 2 full hours passed, and Chu Fan was panting heavily, his whole body feeling as if it had been torn apart, in excruciating pain. He finally managed to survive being struck by lightning twice in the sea of thunderstorms before emerging. And he finally achieved his small goal, a total of 100 times. But he also knew that he couldn't afford to be hit again in his current state, otherwise it might damage his very essence. After resting there for a full half hour, he slowly emerged from the cabin and went up to the deck. At this time, Lu Ruyan and the others had finished their cultivation and were sitting on the deck chatting and laughing. What? Where did this black guy come from? Li Ruoyan was the first to spot Chu Fan and couldn't help but call out, drawing everyone's attention. Chu Fan said irritably, "It's your master, me." Only then did everyone recognize Chu Fan's voice, and Li Ruoyan blushed. "Ah, Chu Fan, I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize you. Wait a minute, something's not right. This whole master thing sounds weird." The last sentence was only audible to himself, because Barbara had already rushed in front of Chu Fan. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Chu Fan shook his head and said, "Being struck by lightning. This cultivation technique is truly inhuman. It hurts like hell." The next second, Chu Fan almost groaned out in pleasure. Ah, Kimochi. It turned out that Barbara was using her healing abilities to help Chu Fan recover from his injuries. 10 minutes later, Barbara stopped and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, darling, my healing abilities are still limited. This is all I can do to help you recover for now." Chu Fan smiled, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, "You've already done a great job. That's enough. My cultivation method is to constantly get injured and heal, so that my body can become incredibly strong." His injury is different from Brother Long's last one. Long Ji's external injury was a common surgical procedure, so Barbara used the wood element combined with surgery to save Long Ji's life, but it was a near-death experience and extremely dangerous. Chu Fan's injuries were not fatal, but almost every inch of his skin had been struck by lightning. Given Barbara's abilities, it was quite remarkable that she could do that. Whether it was Barbara's wood attribute or not, Chu Fan clearly felt that his body was recovering much faster than before. After sitting down, Chu Fan casually asked, "How are Xiao Fei and Brother Long doing?" Bai Jie said, "They haven't come out yet, and we don't know how things are going." Chu Fan nodded, then suddenly remembered that he had brought back 3 divine fruits. He took one and asked, "Bai Jie, may I give you one of these 3 divine fruits?" As for the other 2, he plans to leave them for now. Since the Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi sisters had just boarded the ship, they needed to observe the situation further, so Chu Fan did not plan to give them the fruit in the short term. But Bai Jie is different, firstly because of that unclear and ambiguous history, and secondly because of Brother Long. Bai Jie's eyes lit up, but she firmly shook her head and said, "No need. My husband and I have already received enough kindness from you. I can't accept this." Just as Chu Fan was about to say something, he suddenly heard Lu Ruyan say, "Brother Long and Xiao Fei are out." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood up and indeed saw Brother Long and Lu Xiangfei jump onto the deck. However, Brother Long suddenly stopped and looked at a ship not far from them, shouting, "Hichong, is that really you?" A man with a fishing rod was sitting on the boat, intently staring at the sea. He looked up when he heard someone call his name. "Hey, Along, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Brother Long smiled and explained to Chu Fan. Remember when I told you about the time I teamed up with a fishing guy when I first came here? That's him. Later, I went to Gao Shuaiqi's ship. Chong didn't want to be restricted, so he didn't get on the ship. That's how we parted ways. I never expected to run into him again today. Chu Fan nodded and said, Indeed, if it weren't for your leather, we probably would have all suffered from heat stroke. Let's go meet Chong and see if he wants to join us. Chu Fan smiled and said, Okay, let's go take a look. He was also very curious about this man, who could still focus on fishing in such an environment. After the two jumped onto Chong's boat, Brother Long smiled and patted Chong on the shoulder. Bro, still fishing? Chong complained. Damn it, you scared all my fish away. Taking this opportunity, Chu Fan looked around. On the deck, all sorts of strange things were piled up, including light bulbs, slippers, and even a large refrigerator. Brother Long also noticed the pile of things scattered everywhere and laughed. Did you catch all of these? Damn it, you can't even catch any fish here, but there's plenty of this weird stuff. Chu Fan found this amusing. As expected, the angler can catch everything except fish. At this moment, he also became very interested in Chong, so he handed him a cigarette. Hey bro, where did you get that fishing rod? Chong was quite pleased to see that there were cigarettes, and he was very happy to start talking to Chu Fan. It's a long story. I don't have many hobbies, except for fishing, but my wife dislikes fishing the most. That day I was going out fishing. I remember clearly that my wife was calling me from behind, saying, Chong, you get back here right now. If you don't come back, don't ever come back. Chu Fan laughed and asked. And then? Chong replied. Later, I really couldn't go back. Sigh, thinking about it, I really feel a little sorry for my wife. As he spoke, Chong suddenly slapped himself in the face. Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly said, Brother, don't worry. No one can expect something like time travel to happen. But then Chong cursed. Damn it, I'm such a bastard. Chu Fan thought to himself that Chong was really a very nice person, but Chong's next sentence almost broke his guard. How could I think about something like that while fishing? Damn it. Chapter 79, The Great Emperor, Chong. Chu Fan gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're really amazing. I'd like to call you Emperor Chong. Chong waved his hand and said, Oh no, a fish has taken the bait. Suddenly, the buoy on the water's surface began to shake violently. Even Chu Fan, who didn't know how to fish, could tell that there was definitely a big catch. Chong calmly and slowly reeled in the fishing line. However, the frequency of the buoy's tremors puzzled Chu Fan. Just how big was this fish that it could make such a commotion? As the fishing line was reeled in, the fish finally revealed itself, but everyone was stunned the moment the big guy surfaced. Chong exclaimed excitedly, What? There are actually two. What are they doing? Chu Fan was also stunned for a moment, and the next second, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the end of the fishing line were two gray octopuses that looked somewhat like humans. This appearance reminded Chu Fan of Squidward from the cartoon. Most importantly, these are actually two octopuses clapping for love. That explains why the fishing line is shaking so much. The two octopuses were completely bewildered. They had finally found a secluded spot and were enjoying themselves when they were suddenly pulled out of the water. An octopus-like creature angrily cried out. What are you doing? Ouch. Chong quickly said, I'm sorry, please continue. With that, he unhooked the fish and released the two octopus brothers, their eyes filled with resentment, back into the sea. Chu Fan laughed. No wonder they say that a fisherman can catch anything. It's true. Chong felt a little embarrassed and cast the fishing line back into the sea. Hey bro, got another cigarette? Give me one more. Chu Fan found this guy really interesting and simply took out a bag and handed it over. Go ahead and try your luck. Thanks, bro. By the way, feel free to pick anything out on the deck. Take whatever you like or that you might need. Don't be shy. Brother Long laughed loudly. Chu Fan, my brother Chong is very generous, but he doesn't like anything except fishing. Chu Fan laughed and said, This hobby is quite good, and now it seems that it is also quite practical. Looking at the deck full of dazzling treasures, Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Even someone as overpowered as myself doesn't have as much as Emperor Chong. As they were talking, Chong pulled up another fishing rod, but this time it made everyone uneasy. Damn, it's this weird fruit again. I've never seen it before, it must taste terrible. Chong untied a fruit that looked somewhat like a cantaloupe, but was a strange pink color from the fishing line and was about to throw it away. Wait a minute. Don't throw it away, bro. This is a treasure. Brother Long quickly called a halt, and even Chu Fan was no longer calm. This is a god-tier fruit. Moreover, judging from Chong's tone, This wasn't the first time he had caught one. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a little unreal. He was clearly the one with the cheat code, but how come everyone he met seemed to be more like the chosen one than him? Upon hearing Brother Long's words, Chang stopped what he was doing and asked in a daze, "Is this a treasure? Along, you like it? Then you can have it." As he spoke, he tossed the divine fruit in his hand to Brother Long. Brother Long took it in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "No, Chang, do you know what this is?" Chang shook his head and said, "I don't know, what is this?" Brother Long shook his head and said, "Brother, I don't know what to say to you. Let me show you my special abilities now." As he spoke, Brother Long raised his right hand, and without any visible movement, a handful of yellow sand appeared in his palm. With a gentle squeeze, the sand disappeared. Chang rubbed his eyes. "You mean that eating this fruit will give you special abilities?" Brother Long smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. So this thing is too precious for me to accept." Chang thought for a moment and said, "You keep it. I don't need this thing. It won't help me find more nests." Brother Long was stunned and said, "No, brother, are you serious? This is a divine fruit. It has special abilities." At this moment, Chang stood up and went to search through the pile of treasures on the deck. After a while, he took out a white object and placed it in front of Chu Fan and Brother Long. "Thank goodness, this is still here." Brother Long was completely dumbfounded. "What? You still have one left?" Chang shrugged and said, "I've caught several of these things, but I thought they were useless and threw them away. The reason I kept this one is because it looks like a fish." Chu Fan looked at the divine fruit in Chang's hand, and indeed found that it was a fruit that looked very much like a fish. One can't help but sigh. No wonder he's Emperor He. His luck is truly unbelievable. Brother Long also exclaimed, "No, brother, you're making me look like a loser." "Well then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'm taking this fruit to my wife. She loves pink the most." After pondering for a moment, Chu Fan said, "Brother Chang, since the fruit in your hand is fish-shaped, its special ability may be related to fish. Isn't that just what you want?" Chang's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly interested. I'll try this fruit and see if it gives me a superpower that allows me to automatically find good nests." Chu Fan was completely bewildered upon hearing this. "Emperor He, your pursuit is truly unique." As he spoke, Chang bit off a corner of the fruit in his hand and began to chew it. After he finished eating the fruit, he suddenly shuddered. After a while, Chang opened his eyes. "Damn, it's related to fish, but has nothing to do with fishing. What bad luck?" Brother Long asked curiously, "What kind of superpower is it?" Chang scratched his head and said, "I haven't figured it out yet. Oh well, I'll eat one after I catch another fruit." Chu Fan quickly said, "This fruit is only effective if one person eats it the first time. Eating it again will not grant you any special abilities." "Oh, is that so? Never mind. This fruit is quite sweet and tastes good. It's nice to eat as an after-dinner fruit. It's a pity I threw away several before." Chu Fan's face darkened. The group chatted for a while longer, during which Chang caught an induction cooker, an air conditioner, and a sofa, but he didn't catch a single fish. "Brother, thanks for the cigarettes. You can pick one." Chu Fan thought for a moment, then pointed to the sofa and said, "Then give this to me. I don't have a decent chair there." Chang didn't hesitate and nodded, saying, "Okay, take it." After fishing for another 5 minutes without a single fish biting, Chang angrily threw the fishing rod onto the deck. "Along, when are you leaving? Take me with you. This place is awful. There's not a single fish. I'm going to go fishing somewhere else." Chapter 80 Upgrading the Sea King. After returning from Chang's place, I saw Lu Shangfei talking to his sister. Upon seeing Chu Fan return, Lu Shangfei immediately spoke his mind. "Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. I'll set off with Brother Long tomorrow. I'm afraid Yao Yao won't be able to wait any longer." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Think it over. With your current strength, as long as you don't act too high profile, no one should be able to hurt you easily." Lu Rian said from the side, "Your brother-in-law is right, but you saw the big shots in the top-ranked districts today, so you must keep a low profile when you don't have enough strength." "Okay, I understand, sis. I just want to rescue Yao Yao and then come back to join you." Chu Fan nodded and said, "How about this? While you're still with the team, I'll upgrade the ship first." The crew has now reached 6 people, and there are 72,000 points in the account, enough for Chu Fan to upgrade the Neptune to level 4. Open the ship information on the wristband, which shows that to upgrade to a Tier 4 ship, you need to unlock the communication module, radar module, and electric engine first. Before, I was short of points, but now I don't have to worry at all and can upgrade with peace of mind. Upgrade the communication module by spending 1,000 points. Upgrade the radar module for 1,000 points. Upgrade the electric engine for 1,000 points. Communication module upgrade complete. Connection to the World Satellite Communication Center successful. Communication code obtained. 100870001. Get your first satellite phone X1. Get 6 walkie-talkies. Radar module successfully unlocked. Detection range, 20 nautical miles. Engine module upgrade successful. Current engine, electric drive engine. The conditions for upgrading to a Tier 4 tanker have been met. Do you want to spend 3,000 points to upgrade the ship? After a series of notification sounds, the requirements for upgrading the ship were finally met. Chu Fan nodded without hesitation. 3,000 points successfully deducted. Ship upgrade in progress. 5 minutes later, the Neptune emitted a dazzling light, which lasted for a full 30 seconds before gradually fading away. The ship was about half the size larger than the previous 3 class ships. Chu Fan felt that the deck was so large that it could easily accommodate a basketball court. The entire ship is nearly twice as tall as before, and the cabins are also twice as big. The first floor of the ship's cabin contains the captain's cabin and the bridge, while the second and third floors are lounges, each with 4 rooms, each room being about 20 square meters. The lower deck was converted into a cargo hold for storing goods. However, most of the items on the Neptune are now stored in the warehouse, so the cargo hold is quite empty. The Neptune has been successfully upgraded. Current displacement, 50 tons. Electric engine top speed, 10 knots. The new module has been unlocked. 1. You can spend 5,000 points to upgrade the ship's armor to reinforced armor, which can defend against attacks from ordinary firearms. 2. The weapon system is unlocked and can be activated for 5,000 points. Seeing that he still had 65,000 points, Chu Fan upgraded both modules without hesitation. The ship flashed white light again, and Chu Fan realized that the ship's hull had changed from the original wooden structure to a steel hull. This metallic texture gives you an instant sense of security. Immediately afterwards, a cannon appeared on the bow of the ship, and judging by its caliber, it was a cannon commonly used by medieval pirates. It's estimated that an ordinary ship would be sunk after just a few shots. But the shells are a problem. The cannon comes with 10 shells, and once they're used up, that's it. Looks like I'll have to find more myself. At this point, the system issued another prompt. Beep. Host ship has been equipped with automatic engine system and radar system. Fully automatic resource collector is being upgraded. Beep. Upgrade successful. The automatic collection distance of the fully automatic material collector has been increased to 50 meters. The detection range is now linked to the radar module. Current detection range, 20 nautical miles. You can set the destination on the fully automatic resource collector, and the resource collector will automatically start the engine system to head towards the target. Current number of supply crates within 20 nautical miles, 0. The aerial survey system has been upgraded. The lighting system, power supply system, freshwater purification system, and water heater module have all been automatically upgraded and adjusted. As soon as the words fell, Chu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. The women looked around excitedly. Wow, honey, this boat is so beautiful. Look, there's a soft bed. That's great. There's also a super king-size bed. Wow, this bathtub is even bigger. It feels like several people can take a bath together. Lu Shangfei said with envy. Brother-in-law, you've made me not want to leave. Chu Fan smiled and said, believe in yourself, you can do it too. Lu Shangfei nodded and said, yes, I also need to kill monsters to accumulate points and upgrade my ship as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Chu Fan transferred 1,000 points to Lu Shangfei. Xiao Fei, I won't give you more, but if you want to leave this windless sea, you need an engine system. Otherwise, it will take forever to get out by hand. Lu Shangfei said excitedly. Thank you, brother-in-law. Seeing this, Lu Rian was deeply moved. She knew that Chu Fan was doing this entirely because of her. Then, Chu Fan took out Gao Shuiqi's blue broadsword and handed it to Brother Long. Brother Long, you can take this knife. I've tried it, and it's a rare and precious sword. Brother Long didn't stand on ceremony, patting his chest and saying, thanks, brother. Don't worry, with Xiao Fei and me together, there won't be any problems. After everything was arranged, Chu Fan waved his hand and said, to wish Brother Long and Xiao Fei a smooth trip tomorrow, let's have a party tonight. Now that things are easy, let's have a barbecue. Brother Long, go and call Emperor He together. Brother Long nodded in agreement, then muttered, it's a pity there's no wine. These words reminded Chu Fan, so he gently called upon the system in his mind. Is Tongzi there? Beep, I'm here. Could I have some alcohol? Consider it an advance payment from me. Please, father, this is the first time I've ever asked you for a favor. Call me Dad. Chu Fan. Call me Dad. Chu Fan's face darkened. Had the system been secretly watching his interactions with Barbara? How did it manage to imitate Chu Fan's adorable mannerisms? But there was nothing I could do. I needed his help. Call me whatever you want, even though I'm still your father. Dad. Beep, seeing how sincere you are, this system will make an exception and grant your request this time. This is a one-time exception. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one wine blind box, which has been stored in the system space. Note, the quantity of these blind boxes is counted in today's total number of blind boxes. Chu Fan was overjoyed. It was truly a great pity that they had no wine while adrift at sea. The famous philosopher Oudbout once said, add wine to your drink, and you'll have more and more. Old liquor and cigarettes, their power is boundless. Chapter 81, Barbara's Troubles. Everyone on the deck was busy grilling meat, while Hee-chong rowed his small boat over to them. Hey bro, how come you're willing to put down your fishing rod? Brother Long teased. I've been fishing for days and haven't caught a single fish. I'm giving up. Brother Long gave a thumbs up and said, I really admire your perseverance. It's good to relax once in a while. Hee-chong nodded and continued. By the way, let everyone come and pick some things themselves. Take whatever you can find useful. My boat is almost full. Brother Long knew he wasn't just being polite, so he said to Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and the Lee sisters who were busy grilling meat, ladies, and these two newcomers, come and take a look. If you like anything, feel free to take it. Barbara stepped forward and immediately exclaimed excitedly, I want that mirror. They even have lipstick. This oven is great. Let's bring it up and roast some meat. Wow, there's a tablet here. I can watch movies when I'm bored at night. Seeing that everyone was busy, Chu Fan quietly went down to the lower deck. It's best not to let too many people know about things related to the system. There was no one around, so Chu Fan opened the blind box directly. Beep, blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 3L bottles of a certain island craft beer, 999 cases of Wusa beer, 999 cases of Maodai, 999 cases of Lilianjai liquor, and 999 cases of Lafite wine. Also included is a 4-piece set of drinking accompaniments, 999 caddies of peanuts, 999 caddies of braised pig's head meat, 999 caddies of boneless chicken feet, 999 caddies of cucumbers, 999 caddies of garlic, and 999 sets each of white wine glasses, beer glasses, and red wine glasses. These are now stored in the system space. Please check them. Chu Fan was completely stunned. This is incredibly generous. They even thoughtfully provided 4 essential items to accompany your drinks. This isn't a father at all. Calling him grandfather wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, taking all of these things out would be too frightening, so he took out 20 cases of each type of alcohol. The lower deck of the ship was quite large. Furthermore, placing items on the lower level can increase the ship's weight, making it more stable during navigation. After doing all this, Chu Fan poked his head out. Brothers, wives, and sisters, come and get the drinks. See what you want to drink. The shout startled everyone, with Brother Long being the first to react. What? There's actually alcohol? No. Buddy, I was just kidding. Are you serious? Chu Fan laughed and said, Hee hee, we have beer, baijiu, and red wine. Pick whatever you want to drink. What? Go take a look. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, everyone couldn't contain themselves and rushed into the lower deck. As Chu Fan turned on the searchlight in his hand, Brother Long immediately exclaimed, What? Barbara's eyes sparkled. 8 years of Lafite? My goodness, you're amazing. At this moment, Brother Long suddenly slid down to his knees and came directly in front of Chu Fan. Brother, I don't have any other hobbies. I just love drinking. When you leave tomorrow, you have to leave me some of these drinks no matter what. Chu Fan laughed heartily. No problem. There will be. Everyone, drink to your heart's content today, but just enjoy yourself and don't drink too much. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Brother Long said excitedly, That's great. Come on, Xiaofei, Hee-chong, come and help us out. How can we let the ladies do this heavy work? What would you like to drink? We'll help you carry it. Oh, so much wine. It's making my mouth water. Soon, a fire was lit on the deck, and large chunks of sea monster meat sizzled and dripped oil as they roasted. The side was filled with various kinds of wine. Chu Fan laughed and said, We can't do without snacks to go with the drinks. Let me conjure up a few dishes for everyone. What? Peanuts. Pig's head meat. Boneless chicken feet. And there's also cucumber with minced garlic. Brother Chu Fan, no, You are my godfather. You are simply an all-powerful Doryman. Chu Fan's face darkened. Brother Long, you really know how to make fun of people. Suddenly, the sound of a piano drifted over. Chu Fan looked up in confusion and saw Li Ruoshi sitting in front of a piano, starting to test the sound. What? Where did this piano come from? Brother Long smiled and said, of course, He Chong caught it. Chu Fan raised his beer glass and gestured towards He Chong, saying, Brother Chong is awesome. The commotion on the Neptune's side naturally alerted the surrounding ships, and the regional channel immediately became lively again. What? What did I just see? Is someone having a party? What kind of party is it? Is it a silver one? I saw it too. What? They actually have wine and meat, and a girl is playing the piano to entertain them. Holy crap, is this supposed to be survival? Isn't this just a vacation? Envy welled up in my eyes and tears streamed down my face. Is this the power of the Neptune? Hey Chu Fan, are you still taking on underlings? The kind who can do a 360-degree backflip and slide to their knees in front of you. Of course, besides these voices, there are also some envious voices. Shaw, what's so great about him? He's just like a nouveau riche. That's right, they only care about their own enjoyment and don't know how to take care of us fellow countrymen. They have no sense of public morality at all. However, these voices were quickly drowned out by various calls for people to curry favor with powerful figures. The people on the Neptune were unaware of these things, and even if they knew, they didn't care. After Chu Fan finished his drink, he suddenly saw Barbara searching for something on He Chong's deck. Curious, Chu Fan jumped over and asked with a smile, Barbara, what are you looking for? Upon seeing that it was Chu Fan, Barbara pouted slightly and said, Darling, I want to see if there are any wood attribute items here. I need them for my cultivation technique. Chu Fan frowned and said, Wood attribute? On this vast ocean, the only thing with the wood attribute is probably this wooden boat. Barbara shook her head and said, This is an inanimate object, it's useless. My cultivation technique requires a wood attribute treasure with strong vitality. Is it full of vitality? Chu Fan suddenly thought of the giant tree of creation and said unconsciously, It would be great if we could plant trees on the ship. Barbara's eyes lit up and she said, Darling, this request is wonderful. But then he quickly shook his head and said, But that's too difficult. That's why I thought of coming to He Chong to see if there's anything I can do to help. Chu Fan asked curiously, Did you find it? Barbara shook her head and said, Didn't find it. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, How about this? Let me think of a way. Upon hearing this, Barbara's face lit up with joy. She hugged Chu Fan and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Thank you, darling. I knew you were the best. Chu Fan chuckled upon hearing this and forgave her for dribbling and charging at someone. He asked the system in his mind. Grandpa System, are you there? Chapter 82 Lu Rian's special weapon, Barbara's divine weapon. Grandpa System, are you there? What a load of rubbish. Hee, Barbara needs a wood attribute pet with strong vitality. What do you think? Chu Fan was thinking about how to ask this damn system for help. But the next second, he turned red. So it was Barbara's request. You should have said so earlier, and we could have made arrangements. Chu Fan. No, are you being polite? Am I still the host? Despite his displeasure, Chu Fan dared not offend the system, and could only grumble to himself. System, how are you going to arrange this? Ding. There's a treasure that's perfect for Barbara among the remaining blind boxes today. Please check your box. Upon hearing this reply, Chu Fan snapped his fingers. Brilliant. Perhaps they had somehow ended up in this strange world, or perhaps they hadn't relaxed like this in a long time, because everyone drank to their heart's content. It wasn't until almost midnight that they finally stopped. After tidying up the deck, everyone went back to rest. In the captain's cabin, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Rian sat together with two blind boxes in front of them. Why are there only two? Lu Rian asked in confusion. I opened it early, otherwise where would I have gotten so much wine? Chu Fan explained. I mean, Ruoyan and Ruoshi are teammates, so why don't they have blind boxes? Chu Fan coughed lightly twice and explained. They don't have any for now, let's talk about it later. He paused for a moment, then continued. Hurry up and start driving. Let's see what we can find today. Lu Rian nodded and opened the blind box in front of her first. Beep, blind box successfully used. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary water-type exclusive weapon, Moontide, Heavenly Tears Blade. Moontide, Blade of Heavenly Tears, also known as Abyss Song, Tide Sound, and Whale Dream. Legend has it that this blade was forged from the tears of a fallen moon goddess and the remains of the Abyss Whale Lord. Weapon effects. 1. Passive attribute of moonlit resonance. During battle, a flowing veil of water surrounds the body, like waves under the moonlight, which can automatically block low-level attacks. During a full moon or rainy days, attacks inflict tidal melody illusion. Enemies will hear the goddess's song, becoming slowed and mentally disturbed. 2. Heavenly Tears / active trigger when the sword is swung. Crystalline water droplets resembling tears float in the air, then transform into thousands of fine water blades to slash the enemy. Tidal vortex domain. Enemies within the domain are afflicted with the wet status, and the character's basic attacks and heavy attacks are imbued with water attribute enchantment. 3. Goddess's Lament combo attack. When teammates with different elemental attributes perform a combo attack, different synergy effects will be produced. A series of prompts flashed before their eyes, and Chu Fan was completely stunned. I never expected there would be a special weapon. Lu Rian's luck is just too incredible. Suddenly, a translucent dagger, as white as a glacier, appeared before the three of them. Inside the blade, there are faint, flowing starlight spots, which leave a trail of blue light when swung. The hilt is wrapped with silver wire and mother of pearl, and a large pearl hangs from the end, radiating a mesmerizing glow under the light. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Chu Fan could already picture Lu Rian with her full head of silver hair, dressed in white, wielding this short sword under the moonlight. Lu Rian was very satisfied. The knife seemed tailor-made for her. And now she has 2 weapons, one for ranged combat, and one for melee combat. This gave him even more confidence in dealing with Yi Tian. Barbara, looking on with envy, slowly opened the blind box in front of her. Ding! Blind box successfully used. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive wood attribute treasure, Greenwood Shrine. 1 leaf, Zen Realm. Greenwood Shrine. A leaf of Zen, a pure land in the palm of your hand, a treasure of the wood spirit's seclusion. Activation requirements. Must be a wood attribute ability user who can activate their elemental power to recognize the user. Those who are not wood attribute users cannot activate this ability. After recognizing the master, you can enter the Zen realm of 1 leaf by simply controlling it with your mind. Explanation of the Zen realm of 1 leaf. 1. The internal time flow rate is 1 to 10 times that of the external time flow rate. 2. Except for contracted wood spirits, such as flower fairies and tree spirits, no living creatures may be brought in. 3. Spirit plant cultivation. Plant seeds can be thrown into the sea of mist to instantly mature into 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, limited to once every 24 hours. 4. Wood release. Plants marked in the Zen realm can be used as anchor points for teleportation in the real world. 5. Azure mist illusion. During battle, the main body can be briefly hidden in a state of Zen, leaving a wood-type clone in place to lure the enemy. When the clone is destroyed, spore smoke will be released. The duration is related to the level of the ability user. 6. Amber seal. Temporarily imprison the enemy's consciousness with amber from the misty sea. Those affected will fall into the illusion of the cycle of plants and trees, experiencing the loneliness of being a tree for 100 years. The duration is related to the level of the superpowered individual. Looking at the long description, Chu Fan once again gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. This thing is so amazing that I can't even describe it in words. Barbara exclaimed excitedly, "Great. Finally, a place to meditate. Thank you, darling, you're so wonderful." Chu Fan laughed and said, "Haven't I always been great?" Yes, you're the best." After saying that, Barbara couldn't wait to take her treasure out of the blind box. A translucent jade leaf, no bigger than a palm, floated in midair. The veins of the leaf flowed with pale golden light, giving it an extremely mysterious feel. Barbara gently held the leaf in her hand. Its texture was as warm and smooth as a new bud in early spring. Following the system's instructions, Barbara clenched her hands together and activated the forest element within her body. A flash of green light appeared, and a dazzling light burst forth from Barbara's palm. As if sensing something, Barbara opened her palm, and the leaf automatically floated up, turning into a stream of light that entered Barbara's mind. I felt it now, the Greenwood Shrine, the Zen realm of 1 leaf, so that's how it is. No sooner had she finished speaking than Barbara suddenly vanished from the spot, startling Chu Fan and Lu Rian. A moment later, Barbara reappeared before the two, her face beaming with joy. The wood element there is so strong. As soon as I entered, I felt my whole soul was healed. I really love this wonderful feeling. As if remembering something, Barbara suddenly reached out and grasped Chu Fan's wrist. Before Chu Fan could react, he felt a thick wood element envelop his body. The wounds inflicted during the day's cultivation are healing rapidly. Lu Ruyan, who was standing to the side, was lost in thought. She also stretched out her right hand, and a burst of water element burst forth from her fingertips. The moment her water element and Barbara's grass element came into contact, she noticed that the green light on Chu Fan's body became even more dazzling. In just 2.5 minutes, Chu Fan discovered that all his injuries had been completely healed. Wow, that's amazing. I want to try it too. After saying that, Chu Fan activated the lightning element within his body. When his lightning element came into contact with Barbara's wood element and Lu Ruyan's water element, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Boom. An explosion shattered the silence of the night from inside the cabin. Chapter 83. Superb Bloom. Almost absolutely amazing. The sudden explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. In a room on the second floor, the Lee sisters, who had just taken out the tablet computer they had gotten from Hee-chang to watch a movie, were startled. Rian, are you alright? Lee Ruoyan asked with concern. Oh, it's alright, don't worry. After receiving an affirmative answer, the two sisters returned to their room, still full of doubts. Sister, those three are so strange, making such a commotion in the middle of the night. Lee Ruoyan patted her younger sister's head and said, Be less curious, so that people won't dislike us, you know? Lee Ruoshi nodded and said, Don't worry, sister, I'm just curious. I'm not stupid. I just want to discuss with you what it would feel like if the three of them were together. Lee Ruoyan blushed and said, You brat, so you've been in the entertainment industry for a while, and you've been corrupted, haven't you? Thinking about all this nonsense. Lee Ruoshi pouted, lifted the covers to take a look, and said, Where is it dark? Sis, don't talk nonsense. I'm a chaste person. A dark line flashed across Lee Ruoyan's face. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's watch a movie. I never thought I could watch a movie in another world. It's all thanks to Chu Fan. Lee Ruoshi did not deny this point. Without Chu Fan, it was hard to say whether the two sisters could survive, let alone have food and drink, clean rooms to live in, and now they even have tablet computers. Although there's no internet, the two sisters just checked and found that this tablet has a lot of movies stored on it. Okay, let's watch a movie then. As they spoke, the two of them opened the tablet computer containing the two-dimensional, happy male god, found a movie, and prepared to watch it. Downstairs, Chu Fan and the other two looked at each other in disbelief, and it took them a while to recover. Fortunately, the three of them only used the minimum elemental power. Unexpectedly, the combination of these three elements would trigger a super bloom reaction. This is an unexpected delight. Salmon really lived up to its reputation. It turns out that combining these three elements can indeed produce surprising results. This unexpected formation gave them another way to save their lives. As if he had thought of something, Chu Fan quickly reminded him. From now on, when we clap, we're not allowed to use elemental power. Otherwise, I might accidentally blow my mind. Upon hearing this, Barbara looked nervous and patted her 36y breasts. Oh my god, thank goodness you thought of that. Lu Ruyan calmly analyzed. Theoretically speaking, the explosion was caused by the addition of your lightning element, so you should remind yourself of this. Chu Fan scratched his head and said, That seems to make sense. Never mind, then I won't let you experience the power of the electric chicken boy. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him. This guy's imagination was truly extraordinary. She stood up and said, Go and get some rest, it's getting late. Chu Fan asked, puzzled, Where are you going? I'm going to sleep in the next room. Aren't you going to spend time with me today? Your relatives are visiting, and it's inconvenient for you to stay with them. Let Barbara keep you company. Barbara quickly raised her hand and said, No, I'm not available either. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed helplessly and said, No, how come you two ran into each other? Can't you separate? Lu Ruyan said with a stern face. Can a human control this thing? Barbara chimed in. That's right. Go upstairs to sleep. This room is mine today. With that, he stood up and pushed Chu Fan out. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to climb the stairs to the second floor. There are 4 rooms on the second floor, as well as a shared bathroom, which is quite convenient. It's good to get some rest early. We can continue training tomorrow. Chu Fan made up his mind. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor near the stairs, the two sisters opened a video. FBI warning. A large black silhouette appeared on the screen. Lee Ruoyan frowned and asked, Foreign films? Lee Ruoshi said dismissively, Who cares what kind of movie it is? Let's watch it first. But soon, their faces turned red. No, what the heck is a plumber/electrician? Oh dear, why are they kissing? Oh, how embarrassing. Li Ruoyan covered her eyes, peered at the tablet through her fingers, and hurriedly shouted, "Turn it off quickly! Turn it off quickly!" Li Ruoxi was also shocked. She had seen these kinds of short films before, but watching them with her sister was a bit awkward. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door, startling the two of them. They hurriedly tried to turn off the tablet. But the busier you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. If you're not careful, you might not turn off the movie and instead turn the volume up to the maximum. Just then, Chu Fan, who had just come up from the first floor, happened to pass by the room door and was startled by the sudden shout. "Who's there? Who's calling?" After identifying the source of the sound, Chu Fan kicked open the door and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" But he froze the next second. The two sisters were sitting in bed, their faces flushed, and sounds that were not suitable for children were coming from inside the bed. Seeing that the two were acting strangely, Chu Fan frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you two? Why are your faces so red? Do you have a fever?" Li Ruoyan quickly shook her head and said, No, we're fine." "Then why are you screaming so pitifully? Wait, that sound." When the sound of "I coo" came out, Chu Fan suddenly realized what was going on. Li Ruoyan felt she had never been so humiliated in her life. She quickly jumped over and covered Chu Fan's ears with her hands, saying, "Don't listen. Chu Fan, you go out first, you go out first." But the next second, she froze, then let out a scream. She suddenly remembered that she had just taken off the Neptune costume and put on her own white shirt before going to bed. Although the hem of the white shirt covered her private parts, a pair of long, smooth, white legs were now displayed to Chu Fan without reservation. Chu Fan swallowed hard, then smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. You guys continue." After saying that, he slowly turned around and walked out of the room step by step. Wow, I never expected Li Ruoyan to have such a great figure. Although it is not as large as Barbara, or even as large as Lu Rian. But her body proportions are perfect, typical of an Eastern woman. As expected, she is one of the two most famous school beauties, on par with Lu Rian. Chu Fan silently gave himself a thumbs up. Inside the room, Li Ruoyan's face was as red as if it were about to bleed. "This is the first time I've ever dressed so scantily in front of a man. And it happened while I was watching those kinds of adult films with my sister. Oh no, if this gets out, I'll be so embarrassed." In his heart, does he think of himself as the kind of shameless woman? No, I have to explain this clearly. Chapter 84 Continue Cultivation. In bed, Li Ruoxi finally turned off that damned pornographic film, and the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh no, sis, now Chu Fan might think we're bad women." Li Ruoyan, also looking annoyed, said, "I don't know. Ugh, I should have known better than to collect this kind of nerdy stuff. I didn't expect all I'd have saved are these kinds of movies. Ugh, disgusting. Sis, don't you think Chu Fan is actually quite handsome?" Li Ruoyan suddenly realized and said, "Yes, he was the school's most handsome guy back then, just a few years ahead of me." Li Ruoxi's eyes lit up. "I knew it. No wonder Sister Rian likes him. Tell me, do you like him too?" Li Ruoyan whispered, "Ruoxi, don't talk nonsense. Rian will be angry if she finds out." Li Ruoxi disagreed, saying, "Sister, are you stupid? We're not on Earth anymore. A high potential guy like Chu Fan will only attract more and more women in the future. If we don't make our move soon, we might not even have a room left on the Sea King." Li Ruoyan was stunned and asked, "Us? Ruoxi, you wouldn't also?" Li Ruoxi chuckled and said, "You just said that? Haha, you finally admitted it. Sis, I knew it." Li Ruoyan quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense, it's not true." Li Ruoxi smiled and didn't continue making a fuss. She knew that her older sister was a little shy. "Well, I'll explain it to him tomorrow." Li Ruoyan frowned and said, "Sigh, how can I bring myself to say it? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go to sleep." The two turned off the lights and crawled into bed. Half an hour later, Li Ruoxi whispered, "Sister? Are you asleep? What's wrong? Hey, in that movie we just watched, did the woman look like she was in comfort or pain?" Li Ruoyan, "You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Go to sleep." "Okay, fine." Despite this, Li Ruoyan was far from sleepy. The scenes in the movie were incredibly stimulating for her. Before this, she had always been clueless about matters between men and women. Today's film is like opening Pandora's box deep within her heart. She involuntarily squeezed her legs together, feeling a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. Immediately afterwards, as if remembering what her sister had just said, she unconsciously thought of Chu Fan's handsome and sunny face. For some unknown reason, Li Ruoyan's face grew increasingly red. She closed her eyes, and a voice appeared in the left side of her brain. Li Ruoyan, how could you do this? That's your best friend's man. You can't have such thoughts. But then another voice appeared in the right brain. Since we're best friends, good things should be shared. A man as handsome and capable as Chu Fan will definitely attract other vixens who want to climb the social ladder. If others can do it, why can't you? And so, the two little figures were fighting in her mind, and Li Ruoyan's mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Li Ruoyan woke up, she saw her younger sister still sleeping beside her. Shaking his slightly groggy head, he prepared to get up. I think I had a dream last night, and the content of the dream was exactly what I saw in the movie. She had become the female lead, and the male lead had become Chu Fan. Although it's embarrassing, this feeling is actually quite wonderful. Before my sister gets up, I'd better hurry to the bathroom to tidy up. Thinking of this, Li Ruoyan quickly changed out of her dirty clothes, put on her Neptune outfit, and prepared to take a shower. Lu Shangfei and Brother Long had moved to their own small boats, and Chu Fan and the other two were on the first floor, so at this time only the two sisters should be on the second floor. However, she felt quite disheveled in her current state, so she rushed into the bathroom as quickly as possible. He locked the door behind him and then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no one saw it, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. As she spoke, Li Ruoyan prepared to wash the panties in her hand. Oh dear, how did things get like this? Li Ruoyan, you're such a bad woman. The next moment, a voice nearly scared the soul out of her. Ruoyan, I'm using the restroom. Turning around abruptly, she saw Chu Fan, soaking wet, drying his hair with a towel. Fortunately, he had a towel wrapped around his lower body, so he wasn't completely sloppy. Despite this, his muscular physique and strong build gave him an undeniable charm, captivating Li Ruoyan completely. Seeing that she was stunned, Chu Fan coughed and said, Ruoyan, could you turn around? I need to get dressed. Li Ruoyan completely lost her usual composure at this moment. She quickly turned around, but her mind was unconsciously filled with fantasies about Chu Fan's figure from earlier. Soon, Chu Fan finished dressing and said softly, By the way, Ruoyan, what did you say about a bad woman earlier? Is there something wrong? Oh no, how are you? If you are, I'd like to use the restroom. Okay, you can use it. I'm done. I'll head out now. As he spoke, Chu Fan walked out. As he passed Li Ruoyan, a unique fragrance of virginity wafted into his nose. What's this smell? Chu Fan muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body stiffened. However, Chu Fan didn't think much of it, since they were currently at sea. Without giving it much thought, Chu Fan left the bathroom, leaving Li Ruoyan blushing all the way to her neck. Chu Fan returned to his room, closed the door, and sat on the deck. After taking a deep breath, he took out the lightning-attracting wood, ready to face today's trial. In 2 days, the trial of the windless sea should have yielded results, so I need to hurry. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he entered the thunderstorm sea smoothly today. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that today was the first time he had managed to withstand 3 bolts of lightning without being electrocuted. It seems that yesterday's experiment was very successful. Moreover, after Barbara and Lu Rian joined forces to heal him, his body was noticeably stronger than yesterday. This robust appearance may not be obvious, but it is much more resistant to thunderstorms. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Okay, since that's the case, let's set another small goal for today. Chop him 1,000 times. My lightning is 3 parts returning to its origin, 7 parts relying on heavenly tribulation. Come on, let the lightning strike even harder. Chapter 85 Crazy Cultivation. Several hours later, Chu Fan lay on the deck, panting heavily, his body covered in black smoke. This damned cultivation method. In the past few hours, Chu Fan had been struck by lightning more than 500 times, and his entire body was now charred black. Just then, the door opened, and Barbara's beautiful figure appeared in the doorway. What? Where did this black guy come from? Oh, darling, what happened to you? Chu Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth. Now, apart from his teeth and eyes, there isn't a single white spot left on him. I'm fine, Barbara. I'm cultivating. Although I look a bit terrible, I feel better than ever before. Yes, this is Chu Fan's true feeling. Despite his current dark complexion, Chu Fan felt that the lightning element within his body had reached a terrifying level. I'm not bragging, but he'd be brave enough to take on even an electric eel from the Amazon River. Moreover, After a morning of hammering, he felt that his body had become incredibly strong. Barbara felt a lump in her throat, and 2 small pearls fell out. Honey, you've really pushed yourself too hard. Let me heal your wounds. Chu Fan did not refuse. With Barbara's help, his body could recover quickly, allowing him to continue his cultivation. Barbara sat cross-legged opposite Chu Fan, holding him in her arms, her body emitting a gentle wood elemental power that enveloped Chu Fan's entire body. Ah, that feels so good. A refreshing sensation made Chu Fan completely forget the pain in his body, and he almost groaned with pleasure. After a long while, the treatment ended, and Chu Fan felt that his injuries had completely healed. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but ask, Barbara, have you already mastered the basics? Barbara nodded and said, the vitality in the Zen realm of one leaf is truly unexpected. Moreover, the flow of time inside is 10 times that outside. So just now, I finally entered the gate. Chu Fan was stunned. So you've already entered the mortal realm? Barbara nodded and said, yes, that's right. By the way, it seems that Rian has also mastered the basics. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was on the verge of tears and asked, what are your entry requirements? Barbara blinked and said, meditate for 1,000 hours. Chu Fan was taken aback and said, you don't even have 1,000 hours. Barbara laughed and said, there is one condition. If the wood elemental power is abundant enough, this time can be shortened indefinitely. Chu Fan was completely speechless. As expected of Europeans and Americans, their luck was far beyond what Chu Fan, a non-European, could ever hope to achieve. But the next second, Chu Fan laughed again. Okay, as expected of my Barbara, I can't fall behind. I need to continue cultivating. Just then, a commotion broke out outside. Barbara stood up and glanced at the door. It's raining again. Then you can focus on your cultivation. I'll take care of things on the ship. I'll come see you again in a little while. Chu Fan nodded and said, okay. Without hesitation, Chu Fan took out the lightning-attracting wood and entered a state of cultivation once again. He's made up his mind. He's going to chop 2,000 times today. On the sea, the rain fell again. But today's rain was unusually gentle, as if to give those struggling to survive on the sea a little hope for survival. On the sea, countless sea monsters arrived as expected. With the experience of the previous days, everyone was no longer as panicked as before when dealing with these sea monsters. On the Little Blackie, after killing an octopus monster, Kuin glanced at the leaderboard. 590 points. Second place. But he wasn't happy at all, because Chu Fan, who was number 1 on the leaderboard, had a score of 54,000. This score filled him with despair. Moreover, a new character named Flying Dragon suddenly appeared in the last 2 days, and its score has been rising extremely fast. In just a short while, its score has reached 250 points. In other words, in just over 10 minutes, this ship had already killed more than 20 sea monsters. No, I have to hurry, or they'll catch up with me. Kuin bit his lip, roared, and charged at another crab monster. On a ship not far from the Neptune, a flag was raised with 3 large, flamboyant characters, Flying Dragon. That's right, this is the new full name of Lu Shangfei and Brother Long's fleet. They took 1 character from each of their names and ended up with the flashy name Flying Dragon. Brother Long, I killed 12, 2 more than you. Lu Shangfei happily raised his fist. Brother Long scratched his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do. The destructive power of the fire element was among the top in all elemental systems. It can be said that apart from Chu Fan's lightning, there are almost no things that can rival it. But the next second, Lu Shangfei's eyes widened suddenly. No, how can sister-in-law fly? At this moment, Bai Jia floated in the air, holding the large knife left behind by Gao Shuaiqi. After gently slashing and killing a sea monster, she flew back to the deck. Brother Long laughed and said, haha, that pink divine fruit is wind type, so she can fly for a short time. Bai Jia was also very happy and raised the large sword in her hand, saying, flying is faster than running. This scene also ignited Lu Shangfei's fighting spirit. He said defiantly, Brother Long, Sister Bai, let's continue the competition and see who comes in first today. Lu Shangfei, Bai Jia, Brother Long, and He Chong have decided that after today's sea monster hunt, they will embark on a journey to rescue Yaoer. On the ship next to them, countless people witnessed the scene and were completely stunned. What? Who are those people on that boat? They're a bunch of monsters. That flying young woman is so beautiful. She's giving me a stroke. Get lost. You've always had this illness. What does it have to do with that young woman? That fisherman is really lucky. He doesn't have to lift a finger. He has 3 big shots protecting him. Damn, he's so lucky. At this moment, the rain gradually stopped, and Lu Shangfei and the other two also stopped hunting. Lu Shangfei has killed 20 sea monsters. Brother Long, you've killed 20 sea monsters. Bai Jia has killed 25 sea monsters. In the end, Flying Dragon successfully climbed to third place on the leaderboard with 450 points, less than 100 points behind the second place Little Blackie. Wow, that's awesome. I really want to join them. Exactly, let me go. I'm much better than that fisherman. That fisherman is just a burden. Bai Jia wiped the sweat from her brow. She had actually gotten the better deal. Lu Shangfei and Brother Long could only wait for the sea monster to get closer before they could kill it. Bai Jia was different. She could fly directly to the vicinity of the sea monster to kill it, which is why she managed to get first place by chance. If only I had a wind-based cultivation technique. Bai Jia muttered to herself. Just then, the bird in Heechong suddenly shouted. There's a fish. There's a fish. Damn, it's not a fish, what is this? Myriad Phenomena Flowing Wind Technique. Chapter 86, 2000 times, completed. As darkness fell, Chu Fan collapsed onto the floor, unable to move an inch. He feels like his body is about to fall apart. But at this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. The goal of 2000 times has finally been achieved. Moreover, on the last attempt, he was struck a full 50 times before finally emerging, a stark contrast to yesterday's performance. Thor's sea domination is indeed incredibly powerful. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Li Ruoyan's stunningly beautiful face. Oh, you're awake. Ruoyan, Barbara, Chu Fan is awake. Chu Fan smiled, sat up, and said, what time is it now? Several girls rushed in at once. Barbara immediately pulled him into a tight hug. Chu Fan felt the warmth and softness of Barbara's body and smiled. I'm sorry to have worried you. Lu Ruoyan stood behind, her expression complicated, and asked, can your body handle this? Chu Fan laughed. Of course you can. Don't you know whose man I am? Seeing his expression, Lu Ruoyan knew that her worries were unnecessary. By the way, Brother Long and Xiao Fei have already set off. Chu Fan nodded and said, yes, I believe they will definitely make a name for themselves. Seeing that the four women were all looking at him, Chu Fan suddenly said, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Barbara said, how about this? Ruoyan, you go and prepare the food first. I'll heal his wounds. Lu Ruoyan nodded and said, okay. Half an hour later, Chu Fan sat on the deck, took a sip of beer, and shouted, awesome. Barbara thoughtfully picked up a piece of meat and fed it to him, making him exclaim that this was what life was all about. After spending the past 2 days together, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi have clearly become more familiar with each other. Although Chu Fan said he wanted them to do some servant's work, he didn't actually make things difficult for them. There was even hot water for showering, which was like paradise compared to their previous days adrift at sea. However, they also remembered their place, and at this moment they only dared to stand aside, watching with envy as Chu Fan and the other two ate meat and drank wine heartily. What are you all standing there for? Come and eat with us. Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Li Ruoyan quickly replied, we are just servants after all. How can we eat with our master? Chu Fan looked at the two of them and said thoughtfully, top quality maids? Seeing that all four of them were looking at him, Chu Fan felt embarrassed. How could he have accidentally blurted out what was on his mind? He quickly covered up, saying, I mean, there's no need for that. Let's eat together, but you can clean up after we finish eating, okay? Lu Ruoyan quickly added, Ruoyan, Ruoxi, sit down and eat together. There's no need for us to be so formal. Barbara nodded in agreement. Yes, it would be great if the four of us could play cards together again. Seeing that everyone was like this, the two of them sat down and ate dinner together. Unlike her sister, Li Ruoxi was much bolder to begin with, and after drinking a glass of beer, she finally dared to speak. Brother Chu, when I first boarded the ship, I thought you would be very serious, but I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. Chu Fan laughed. Haha, then you won't fall in love with me. Li Ruoxi was stunned, not expecting Chu Fan to say that, and quickly said, No. If you say that, Sister Barbara and Sister Ruoyan will strangle me. Barbara shook her head and said, how could that be? It's okay if you fall in love with Chu Fan. Now it was Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi's turn to look puzzled. Barbara asked doubtfully, isn't it said that if a man in your dragon kingdom only has one woman, people will laugh at him? Ruoyan, right? Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of embarrassment, never expecting that the boomerang from back then would hit her right between the eyebrows. Ultimately, it's all Chu Fan's fault. He's just too lucky with women. There were 5 people on the boat, and he was the only man. The other four were all stunningly beautiful women. No wonder Chu Fan always says he has bad luck opening blind boxes. He's clearly channeled all his luck into attracting the opposite sex. When Lu Rian saw Barbara looking at her, she coughed lightly and said, "Yes, that's right. You can ask them if you don't believe me." After saying that, he glanced at Li Ruan and Li Ruashi with pleading eyes, then took a sip of beer as if nothing had happened. Both sisters were exceptionally intelligent and immediately understood what Lu Rian meant. "Ah, yes. Rian is right." Barbara then laughed and said, "That's right. In my opinion, Chu Fan is the most outstanding man I've ever met. To prevent him from being laughed at, we should just marry him too." Lu Rian, who was standing next to her, almost spat out her beer. "Wow, that's top-notch understanding." Li Ruan and Li Ruashi both exclaimed in surprise, but the two sisters reacted in different ways. Li Ruan's face flushed instantly. She remembered what happened in the bathroom that morning, and a feeling of having her little secret exposed welled up inside her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Li Ruashi hesitated and said, "This isn't a good idea." Yet a strange feeling arose within me. Chu Fan felt that these words were getting more and more outrageous, and even this old pervert couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, he coughed lightly and said, "Well, matters of the heart require mutual consent. Let's not talk about this now. We can discuss these things later. Let's drink. After everything was tidied up and the Li sisters went upstairs, Chu Fan and his two companions began opening blind boxes again. I don't know if they've used up all their luck from before, but the items Lu Rian and Barbara got today weren't nearly as amazing as they'd been before. Lu Rian has ordered 10,000 sets of Chanel's complete skincare products. Not counting that, Barbara offered 10,000 sets of top-tier face masks. Chu Fan laughed heartily. "I never thought you'd end up like this." To everyone's surprise, Barbara and Lu Rian's eyes lit up. "A face mask? It's a face mask. That's great." As expected of Barbara, "My face is so dry." "Yes, tomorrow we'll go to the deck, bask in the sun, and put on a face mask." "Exactly. I happen to have some cucumbers left, so I'll make a cucumber face mask." The two women got more and more excited as they talked, leaving Chu Fan speechless. In their eyes, this is what real good luck looks like. Thinking of this, Chu Fan opened the last blind box with a frustrated expression. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and gained one chance to enhance the opening opportunity obtained from the blind box. Beep. Currently available item for enhancement. Neptune's Trident. Enhance now." Chu Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, saying, "Strengthen immediately." Beep. In progress. Please wait. Beep. Enhancement successful. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive weapon, Wrath of the Sea God. Chapter 87 Extreme Thunderstorm. Chu Fan was startled upon hearing this notification. Is it finally my turn to have some good luck today? He quickly took the Sea King's Trident out of his spatial storage. A purple light flashed, and the Sea King's Trident, which was originally quite unique in shape, had now changed its appearance. At this moment, the handle of the Neptune Trident was entirely black, and the shaft was wrapped with deep-sea dragon scale patterns formed by liquid lightning. At the end of the halberd shaft are 3 gemstones of unknown material. Even more remarkably, each of the 3 spiral halberd tips had an incredibly mysterious rune on it. The Wrath of the Sea God. Whenever you are in the mortal realm, you can ignite one of the gems by channeling the power of thunder into the halberd. Each time you advance to a higher realm, you can light up the remaining 2 gems. The gemstone can be combined with the runes on the tip of the halberd to unleash tremendous power. Chu Fan was overjoyed and asked in his mind, "Father, what kind of power is it? Tell me. Please explore on your own." Chu Fan. Good grief, it really is that arrogant system. However, Chu Fan was already quite satisfied with this. He acquired this Neptune Trident the day he arrived in this world, and to be honest, apart from being a bit more aesthetically pleasing, it's practically useless. I never expected that we would receive a second upgrade today. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. After he put away the Wrath of the Sea God, he discovered that Barbara and Lu Ruyan had disappeared. Chu Fan gave a wry smile, realizing that the two must have gone to get face masks. All right. I've already exhausted myself from training today. I should rest early. Thinking of this, Chu Fan returned to his room on the 2nd floor and fell asleep immediately. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away from the Neptune, the flying dragon sat quietly. "Honey, look how perfectly matched we are with each other. You're wind attribute, and I'm sand attribute. It's like saying, you're the wind, and I'm the sand." Brother Long said to Bai Jia in a very arrogant tone. Bai Jia rolled her eyes at him and said, "You rascal. It's getting late. You should get some rest." Hee, okay, but I want to know what it feels like to fly up there. Bai Jia, okay, I really can't do anything with you. Nothing was said that night. Over the next 2 days, Chu Fan began to devote himself to cultivation at full speed. Aside from eating and sleeping, Chu Fan spent almost all his time on it. I haven't gotten any amazing items from the blind boxes these past 2 days. They've mostly been everyday items. The ship's lower deck is now filled with rice and flour, all of which were obtained from the blind boxes opened in the past 2 days. Eating meat every day is not a good thing, and now I can finally live a normal life. In Chu Fan's space, there were also some vegetables and fruits that were not easy to preserve. These 2 things are more precious to seafarers than anything else. Firstly, these things are almost impossible to find on the sea, and secondly, they are very difficult to preserve. If it weren't for Chu Fan having a spatial ability, they probably wouldn't have lasted long before rotting. 2 days passed quickly, and the 3rd day finally arrived. Finally, Chu Fan only needs 1,000 more lightning strikes to meet the requirements and officially enter the mortal realm. Today is the 7th and final day since we entered the windless sea. On the leaderboard, the number 1 spot still belongs to Neptune, with 54,090 points. Second place, Xiaohaizi, 890 points. As for the flying dragon, which was originally in 2nd place, it suddenly disappeared. This puzzled everyone else, but only Lu Ruyan and the others knew that the flying dragon should have already left the calm belt. It's finally over. I've really had enough of this awful place. Not necessarily. There are no storms here, and apart from sea monsters, there's not much danger. I actually think it's better to be here in peace than to drift on the open sea. You're really courting death. In this windless zone, if it doesn't rain, what will you eat and drink after a while? Right now there are many people, but if there are few, all the sea monsters will attack you. How long do you think you can last? Wow, what you said makes a lot of sense. Many people sat at the bow of the boat and began to discuss it. At this moment, dark clouds began to slowly gather in the sky, and it looked like a heavy rain was about to come. However, this has been happening every day for the past 7 days, so everyone has gotten used to it. However, the density of these dark clouds seemed somewhat abnormal, and the once calm sea gradually began to ripple. On the ghost ship, Chower stood at the bow, her brow furrowing as she watched the increasingly thick dark clouds in the sky. It was getting darker and darker. Just a moment ago it was sunny and breezy, but in less than 10 minutes, the whole sky turned as dark as if night had fallen in an instant. Only then did everyone realize that the weather was unusual. Holy crap, what's going on? It feels like the end of the world is coming. I knew this trial wouldn't end so easily. It seems they've been holding back something big. Oh my god, could there be some kind of monster hiding in these clouds? My megalophobia is about to kick in. On the Neptune, Chu Fan and the others also felt the apocalyptic scene and went to the bow of the ship. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken? Looking at the low-hanging dark clouds on the horizon, Chu Fan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Dark clouds continued to gather, as if endless energy was accumulating between heaven and earth. The darkness was terrifying, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive, and no one could remain calm anymore. Look, it's a sea monster. Countless sea monsters surged out of the sea. But unlike usual, these sea monsters all sped off in the same direction at the same time. Judging from their appearance, it seems they are fleeing from something. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Friends, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you may have encountered the most devastating natural disaster ever. An extreme thunderstorm. The sound was coming from the ghost ship, and Shower frowned. Extreme thunderstorm, what is that? Someone asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Every trial will eventually lead to an ultimate test, but the most dangerous test is considered to be this extreme thunderstorm. When the energy between heaven and earth gathers to a certain degree, it will wash over the entire sea area with violent lightning. When thunderstorms strike, almost no living thing can escape their reach. Let me put it this way. The last place to encounter an extreme thunderstorm was District 268. After the storm passed, the entire population of District 268 was wiped out. Shower's words stunned everyone, and the next second, an atmosphere of death spread through the crowd. What? We can't be that unlucky. How do we have to run into this? No, I don't want to die here. On the Neptune, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi were pale. Lu Rian also looked solemn, as her special ability seemed to be of no use at this moment. Only Barbara could briefly place herself in a state of zen-like tranquility, but but only within herself. Only Chu Fan looked excited. What a thunderstorm. I wonder how it compares to a sea of thunderstorms. Then let me complete my initiation ceremony amidst this extreme thunderstorm. Chapter 88 Devastation. Boom. A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, exploding on the sea like a giant tentacle. A sea monster that was trying to escape was caught off guard and was struck directly by the lightning. The next second, before the sea monster could even let out a scream, it was blasted into a pile of mangled flesh. Hiss. That lightning was truly terrifying. If that hit someone, they probably wouldn't even need to be rescued, right? They're still trying to save you? It's a miracle they even found you. God, someone please save us. Whoever can save me, I will worship him as my God. The next second, countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky and headed straight for the sea. Countless sea monsters were hit, and some unlucky ships were also struck and shattered into pieces. Chu Fan quickly said, "You all go into the cabin. I'll handle things here." "Darling," Barbara asked hesitantly. "Don't worry, the lightning I endured in the thunderstorm sea was far stronger than this. It's nothing at all." Lu Rian glanced at Chu Fan and knew he wasn't trying to comfort everyone, but she still shook her head and said, "Chu Fan, we don't want to hold you back, but we can't just hide away like this." Barbara added, "Yes, darling, if you really have a way, then we'll go with you, just in case you need healing." Although Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi's faces were pale, they stubbornly stood still and said in trembling voices, "We won't leave either." Seeing that everyone insisted, Chu Fan was somewhat amused and exasperated, and could only say, "All right then, you all stand here and don't follow me." Then, he climbed step by step to the top of the Neptune and took out the wrath of the sea god. Since the Neptune was the tallest and largest ship on this sea, Chu Fan thus became the highest point on this sea. Look, what's that? Holy crap, is that Chu Fan, the big shot? What is he trying to do? Is he going to brave the heavenly lightning? Holy crap, has he gone mad? He's about to be blasted to smithereens. At that moment, all the survivors in the entire 1008-7C area witnessed this miraculous scene. Just when everyone wanted to stay away from the extreme thunderstorm, Chu Fan became the only one to go against the tide, standing in the place closest to the lightning. Some people couldn't help but exclaim, "Why do I feel a trace of divine presence?" But some people scoffed, "Shaw, I think he's just putting on an act." Chu Fan had no idea what others were saying about him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He looked around, then looked up at the sky. The dark clouds seemed to be right above his head, so Chu Fan didn't hesitate any longer and raised the Sea King's wrath high in his hand. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to have suddenly found an outlet and rushed towards the Neptune. To be precise, the target was Chu Fan, who was holding the Neptune's trident. Upon seeing this, Chower shouted, "Chu Fan, are you out of your mind?" The crowd also witnessed this spectacular scene and exclaimed in surprise, What did I just see?" The next second, countless flashes of light converged into an incredibly sharp bolt of lightning, which struck Chu Fan directly. Boom. Splash. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Chu Fan was illuminated by the lightning. What? Is he courting death? Oh no, is our top influencer really going to fall like this? But soon, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Instead of being struck to pieces by lightning, Chu Fan was covered in lightning, and his eyes seemed to be flashing with lightning as well. "That's it. Not enough? Keep going." Chu Fan laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. "Damn it, is this even human?" someone exclaimed. Chower also looked over in astonishment. It was the first time she had ever witnessed such a breathtaking scene. This is an extreme thunderstorm. Someone actually managed to fight against the entire thunderstorm all by themselves. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the power of this lightning was nothing compared to the sea of thunderstorms. Haha, that was awesome. Come on again. On the deck, Barbara and the others were heartbroken when they saw this scene. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Chu Fan was safe and sound. Barbara, her eyes red, said, "My dear, you're amazing. He's my god." Lu Ruyan, her voice slightly choked with emotion, said, "This guy just loves to show off." Li Ruoyan was shocked. This man's strength far exceeded her expectations. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Ruoxi suddenly became excited. "What? Amazing. Absolutely amazing." After Chower breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly said, "Chu Fan, be careful. The real thunderstorm hasn't even started yet." This statement stunned everyone. The power of this lightning has far exceeded their understanding, But you say this hasn't even begun? Just how terrifying can a real thunderstorm be? At that moment, everyone on the entire sea was looking at the man holding the harpoon on the ship. What will he choose? After hearing this, Chu Fan excitedly licked his lips. Really? That suits me better. This was certainly not because Chu Fan liked to show off, but because the thunder god's overlord technique explained that the greater the power of the lightning he could withstand, the stronger his physical body would become. The training over the past few days has made him feel that he can adapt to the environment in the thunderstorm sea. If there is stronger lightning, that would be exactly what he wants. So he raised his head and roared at the sky, "Let me see your power." As if sensing his provocation, a bolt of lightning, dozens of times stronger than all the previous lightning bolts, struck him directly. Boom. Chu Fan trembled violently. The intensity of this lightning was indeed stronger than any lightning he had experienced before. Okay, that's more like it. Let's do it again. 1 second. 10 paths. 100. Boom. Chu Fan fell from the top of the ship and crashed heavily onto the deck. Barbara rushed over immediately and used her abilities to quickly help Chu Fan recover from his injuries. Suddenly, the raging lightning seemed to have lost its target and began to bombard the sea surface indiscriminately. In just 1 minute, 7 or 8 ships were blasted into dust. At this moment, Chu Fan stood up again and, amidst the complex gazes of everyone, resolutely went down to the bottom of the Sea King. Another bolt of lightning struck down. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan fell from above again. But a minute later, he climbed back up. At this moment, everyone realized that as long as Chu Fan stood on it, the lightning would not fall onto the sea. In other words, Chu Fan single-handedly saved everyone on the sea. Even Shower couldn't help but glance at her. Although the ghost ship is not afraid of this extreme thunderstorm, it would be difficult for even myself to save so many people at once. And this man in front of me actually did it. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Can you hear the mournful cry of the vast ocean? That is 30,000 bolts of lightning roaring at the tip of my halberd. Boom. A bolt of lightning, 100 times thicker than the previous lightning, struck Chu Fan directly with earth-shattering force. The entire sky was lit up. Chapter 89: Stepping into the Mortal Realm. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The terrifying lightning illuminated the entire world. Those sea monsters that hadn't escaped far were too frightened to move at this moment, letting out mournful cries. Lightning engulfed Chu Fan completely. It's over, Boss Chu Fan is really finished now. That lightning was terrifying. Shaw, let him show off. I told you long ago that showing off will get you struck by lightning. How dare you talk like that? If it weren't for Chu Fan standing up there, we would be the ones getting struck by lightning. The person being criticized lacked confidence. It's not like I asked him for anything. But it was quickly drowned out by the criticism of others. At this moment, regardless of Chu Fan's motives, the fact that so many people are under his protection is enough. This is similar to the top player in an online game. When it comes to the interests of the entire server, the vast majority of people will stand on the same side. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, the 4 women were on tenterhooks. It was understandable that Lu Ruyin and Barbara were nervous, but the Lee sisters were surprisingly nervous as well. Barbara shouted excitedly, "Oh my God, no, please." Lu Ruyin said coldly, "Barbara, get ready, we'll treat him together in a bit." Chu Fan, who was in the eye of the storm, suddenly lost all sense of sound the moment he was struck by lightning. Hundreds of millions of volts of lightning surged wildly inside his body, destroying everything within it. The intensity of this lightning bolt was greater than any lightning strike he had experienced in the sea of thunderstorms. In that instant, he felt as if his entire body had been shattered. But strangely, he didn't feel any pain. But he was completely unable to move. Boom. When the lightning subsided, everyone was stunned. The figure that had been standing atop the Neptune was now completely gone. Lu Ruyin was also stunned. She was prepared to rush to Chu Fan's rescue immediately, but how could Chu Fan have disappeared? Was it cleaved into dust? A murmur of dismay rippled through the crowd. Did Boss Chu Fan just die like that? Now look what's happened. There are no men left on the Neptune. I'm willing to marry into the family. Brother, listen to me, you're still young. You can't handle these for beauties. You'll have to let your uncle do it. Barbara searched everywhere in disbelief. Chu Fan, don't scare me. Come out quickly. Lu Ruyin looked at the bracelet and saw that Chu Fan's personal information was still there. She knew that he was definitely not dead, but he had truly disappeared from everyone's sight. Oh no, another lightning strike is coming. We're doomed. Suddenly, it was noticed in the crowd that a new round of dark clouds was gathering in the sky, and it looked like an even bigger thunderstorm was about to arrive. Just when everyone thought there was no escape this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, it's Chu Fan." On the Neptune, the four women heard the voice and quickly looked up. Suddenly, streaks of lightning flashed across the previously empty ship's roof. Within the lightning, a figure quickly appeared. It was Chu Fan. As soon as Chu Fan appeared, he looked down with a smile on his face. Barbara was overjoyed and said, "Darling, you're all right." Lu Rian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This guy is still like this." Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "You've mastered the basics?" Barbara was also startled by these words and looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan could no longer resist the urge to smile and said, "Yes." He was truly happy at that moment. Stimulated by that devastating bolt of lightning, he finally completed 10,000 lightning tribulations. More importantly, because this lightning was powerful enough, it allowed him to have all the cells in his body reshaped by the lightning in the shortest amount of time, so he has now achieved his goal of elementalizing his body. Is this the mortal realm? This feeling is wonderful. Chu Fan smiled broadly and tried to move his hands and feet. At this moment, with a single thought, he could elementalize a part of his body. Moreover, he felt that his body had become incredibly strong. Looking up at the sky again, the lightning was no longer a calamity for him, but a great tonic. If the cells in his body were tiny electrons before he entered the mortal realm, they have now become tiny batteries. The cultivation method of the Thunder God's Overlord technique gave him the ability to become stronger the lightning he absorbed. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Come on, all of you, come at me. If you're so capable, then kill me." In the sky, there seemed to be a hidden, terrifying presence that sensed Chu Fan's provocation. A wave of oppressive force descended, and the expressions of those below instantly changed. Some of the more timid ones even had the urge to kneel down. On the little blackie, Captain Kuan looked on with envy. That's what a real man is like. Such powerful and terrifying strength. It's simply amazing. I've made up my mind. From now on, Chu Fan will be my idol. All of us in the Kuan family must remember that in addition to singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, I, Kuan, have added another hobby to my life. After speaking, he stared intently at Chu Fan, who seemed to be floating in midair, his eyes full of admiration. Boom. Bolts of lightning struck down again. Chu Fan, on the other hand, spread his arms, raised his head, and closed his eyes, seemingly enjoying the baptism of lightning. A series of terrifying bolts of lightning struck him, while everyone else on the sea was completely stunned. That's terrifying. Kuan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Chu Fan, I say he's the strongest man in District 10087. Who agrees? Who disagrees? 20 minutes had almost passed when the lightning above seemed unwilling to give up and unleashed another incredibly powerful bolt of lightning, striking towards Chu Fan. Boom. After the lightning, Chu Fan let out a burp, exhaling a patch of thundercloud. Then, with a disdainful snort, he said, "Is that all?" The dark clouds in the sky, seemingly filled with resentment, gradually dissipated amidst the cheers of the crowd. On the ghost ship, Shower gazed excitedly at the cheering crowd and the man who seemed like a god. This was an extreme thunderstorm that could wipe out an entire district, but in District 10087, it survived unscathed at the cost of only a dozen or so ships being destroyed. And the greatest contributor to all of this is none other than this man. No wonder he's the man Lianer has her eye on. It's no wonder the master of the hall looks at him differently. Chu Fan jumped onto the deck, and Barbara jumped up, and hugged him, her legs naturally wrapping around his waist. "You scare me to death, honey." Chu Fan quickly patted her back gently, comforting her. It's okay. I feel better than ever." Just then, the long-lost sound suddenly rang out in the sky. The trial of the windless sea is over. The points rankings are now being released. Chapter 90 Trial ends. The mysterious Sky Island. Everyone was drawn to the sound and couldn't help but look up at the high school. On the Neptune, everyone looked up. The first place is already a foregone conclusion, but we don't know what this mysterious grand prize will be. A light screen appeared in the air, displaying 5 large characters, points leaderboard. The voice continued to ring out. The 7-day trial has officially ended, and the top 5 in the standings are now announced. 5th place, Dapeng, for 150 points, reward, special function module, basic freshwater collector X1. 4th place, Whitebeard, for 190 points, Reward Special Function Module. Intermediate Freshwater Collector, X1. Third place, Kunlun, 540 points. Reward Special Function Modules. Intermediate Freshwater Collector, X1. Basic Power System, X1. Second place, Xiao Haizi, 720 points. Reward Special Function Modules. Advanced Freshwater Collector, X1. Basic Power System, X1. He paused for a moment at this point. Everyone held their breath. The reward was simply too tempting. The reward for second place is already so generous. I wonder what the reward for first place will be. I'm so envious. But it seems like the Neptune has all of these things. I wonder what the reward will be. Chu Fan was also filled with anticipation, wondering what the game would reward him with. The next second, the sound rang out. First place, Neptune, 54,070 points. Reward, Sky Island X1. This sentence stunned everyone. What exactly is a Sky Island? Chu Fan and the others were also completely baffled. This was the first time they had ever heard of the existence of something like a Sky Island. Dear players, this trial has now come to an end. Starting today, you will have the opportunity to interact with players from various servers. You will encounter various new opportunities, but you will also face even greater disasters. I wish you a pleasant gaming experience. The sound didn't give them time to marvel. As it faded, a sea breeze suddenly swept across the ocean, and the once still seawater suddenly began to flow. Finally, we can leave this damn doldrums. My boat is about to be infested with barnacles. Everyone was excited. They could finally leave this awful place. No one seemed to care about the new disasters and challenges mentioned by the voice. Chu Fan, please add a good code. Chu Fan looked over and saw that there were several other ships that had won leaderboard rewards. The one who spoke just now was Kuan, the captain of the Little Blackie, and the others behind him were also looking at Chu Fan with expectant expressions. Chu Fan then realized that the only woman in the crowd was someone he knew, the girl who had taken out the Minotaur's silver coin before. It seems she used those 1,000 points to exchange for quite a few things. Otherwise, this silver coin alone would have been enough for her to reach second place. However, on the other hand, if they didn't exchange supplies, it's hard to say whether they could even survive. Chu Fan smiled and did not refuse. Having more friends means having more options, so I gladly accepted Kunkin's invitation and added all 4 of them as friends. These are considered some of the big shots in District 10087. However, they had all witnessed the top performers in the previous districts and knew how cruel the outside world could be. That's why they took the initiative to add Chu Fan as a friend. After all, they came from the same newbie village, and who knows, they might need his help in the future. After greeting everyone, the crowd slowly dispersed, and soon only the Neptune remained on the sea. Only then did Chu Fan and the others have time to check their rewards. What exactly is a Sky Island? The 4 women, their faces beaming with joy, surrounded Chu Fan. Surrounded by 4 beautiful women, Chu Fan felt incredibly comfortable. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Fan retrieved the Sky Island from the warehouse. A streak of light flashed, and a small island of nearly 1,000 square meters appeared in the sky before everyone's eyes. Unlike ordinary islands, this island floats in the air, which is why it's called the Sky Island. At this moment, the bracelet emitted a notification sound. Beep, an empty island module has been detected. Bind. Chu Fan quickly chose to bind. The next second, each of the 5 people had an additional Sky Island module in their bracelets. Level 1 Sky Island. Unnamed. Size, 1,000 square meters. Features, can be hidden. The entrance can be placed anywhere on the ship. Entry is only permitted with the captain's authorization. A few simple sentences piqued everyone's curiosity. Quick, let's go up and take a look. Barbara looked on with anticipation. Chu Fan nodded, and after discussing it, the group placed the entrance to the Sky Island in a room on the 3rd floor. This way, at least the entrance won't be immediately visible to people. After the selection was completed, a circular halo appeared on the ground, which, upon closer inspection, resembled a yin-yang symbol. After exchanging glances, the 5 women were given authority by Chu Fan. Chu Fan took the lead, stepping onto the circle of light. In the eyes of the 4 women, Chu Fan suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chu Fan felt a flash before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing on a piece of land. Looking closer, he realized he was now floating above the Neptune. Just then, a white light flashed behind her, and an excited Barbara appeared. Next came Lu Ruyan, Li Ruoyan, and Li Ruashi. Wow, it really is a small island. The girls let out a sigh. It's a pity it's a bit desolate. Barbara sighed. Li Ruoyan pointed to the middle of the island and said, I wonder what that little wooden house is for. The island was indeed a bit deserted, so the group saw the wooden house as soon as they arrived. Upon entering the cabin, everyone discovered that it was equipped with the same features as the captain's cabin. In other words, the Neptune can be controlled from inside this wooden house. Does that mean I can live on this island from now on? After thinking about this, everyone was a little impatient. If only I could get some flower seeds and grass seeds. It would be even better if this cabin could be expanded. Let's build another swimming pool here. I want to get a dog. Several women started talking about it. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, it would be great if there was a mahjong table. Chu Fan's lips twitched when he heard this. He hadn't realized before that Lu Ruyan actually liked this. However, he had to admit that what the four women were discussing also intrigued him. Moreover, this has another advantage. Other people may join your ship in the future, and there might even be men among them. Living separately like this avoids awkward situations from happening. The more Chu Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. Suddenly, he realized that, given the nature of this system, the more Barbara and Lu Ruyan wanted something, the more likely they were to get it from the blind box. In that case, there's a very high chance that what we get tonight will be related to this sky island. Thinking about this, Chu Fan suddenly felt a little excited. He wondered what he would get from today's blind box. Chapter 91 Changes in the Mortal Realm. After wandering around the sky island for a while, the group returned to the deck, satisfied. The main problem is that there's nothing on the island right now, otherwise they probably wouldn't want to come down. Chu Fan was also very happy, since entering the sky island required his authorization, which added another layer of security. However, there are too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and it is still unknown whether there are other unconventional methods to enter. Honey, where do we go next? Chu Fan thought for a moment, and said, let's go check out the place marked on the treasure map. I got the treasure map on the first day, but because I didn't have a power system before, I couldn't get there at all. Now, with a radar system and an electric engine, we can simply set the destination as a marker on the map. However, there was one thing that Chu Fan didn't mention, but it had been weighing on everyone's minds like a shadow. That is, Yi Tian and Yi Fei, the two brothers, will definitely cause me trouble. At this moment, Chu Fan's bracelet suddenly rang. Upon opening the bracelet, I was surprised to find that it belonged to Fu Juanru from Zone 3. Chu Fan thought of that aloof beauty, smiled slightly, and opened the bracelet. Fu Juanru. Chu Fan, I heard you finished your trials? Chu Fan politely replied with a message. Yes. It's over. Fu Juanru, congratulations. But I must say, you need to be careful of Yi Tian. He may have already reached the sea area not far from you. I am also on my way here. Chu Fan frowned, not expecting Yi Tian to act so quickly. Okay, thank you, Ms. Fu. I will be careful. Fu Juanru added, try to stay away. His strength is currently beyond your ability to contend with. Chu Fan asked curiously, just how strong is that Yi Tian? Chu Fan hadn't known about the cultivation system before, but now that he knew this world had one, he raised his own questions. They should be around the same level as me, having reached the 5th level of the mortal realm. Chu Fan asked in confusion. Didn't he fail to obtain the cultivation technique last time? How could he still reach the 5th level? Fu Juanru replied. Please, he had also cultivated techniques before, although not S level, but still A level, so it's normal for him to be able to enter the mortal realm. Then she added, actually, this situation is very common, including myself. Otherwise, why do you think so many people are afraid of Yi Tian? Chu Fan suddenly realized, and said, so, the cultivation technique can be changed? Fu Juanru, that's right, but it can only be changed in the mortal realm. Once you reach the heavenly realm, you can't change it anymore. That's why Yi Tian tried to snatch this cultivation technique from me last time. As if he had just thought of something, Chu Fan quickly asked, by the way, what realm is that, Yi Fei? Fu Juanru, I'm not really sure about that. He's not on my watch list. Good. This Lady Fu really speaks with a domineering and decisive manner. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly remembered someone and quickly opened his bracelet to look for them. Brother Jean, are you there? Soon the reply came from the other side. Brother Chu Fan, congratulations on finishing the trial of the windless sea. I heard you even withstood the extreme thunderstorm. That's truly remarkable. Chu Fan was looking for the informant Jean Keela. This man truly lived up to his reputation, finding out what had happened on his side in such a short time. It's nothing, Brother Jean. There's a small matter I'd like to ask you. I was wondering if I should pay you an intelligence fee? Ziegler, tell me what it is first. If it's just a little bit of information, I'll give it to you without hesitation. Chu Fan didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly. I'd like to ask about Yi Fei's cultivation level. Jean Keela, this is it? It's free. I'll just tell you directly. Yi Fei also has water attribute abilities. I believe you can tell that. As for his cultivation level, the information I received yesterday was that he had just reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. Okay, thank you, Brother Jean. After turning off the bracelet, Chu Fan looked serious. Yi Tian has actually reached the 5th level of the mortal realm. Although it is an A-level technique, it is still the 5th level. And Yi Fei has actually reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. It seems that the time left for me is very tight. Barbara, Rian, what level have you reached now? I've reached the 2nd level of the mortal realm, Lu Ruyan said calmly. Barbara nodded and said, like Rian, I am also dual-layered. Chu Fan's face darkened. He hadn't expected that he would be the one dragging the team down. It seems I need to speed up my training. After entering the mortal realm, the Thunder God's Overlord technique automatically unlocked 3 skills. Lightning Wedge applies a lightning mark to targets within a 5-meter radius of the user. The mark lasts for 30 seconds and can mark up to 5 targets simultaneously. Cooldown time for activation, 40 seconds. Lightning Mark. Positive. When the marked person launches an attack, they gain increased lightning damage and a 5% increase in reaction speed. Negative. The marked person will be attacked with lightning and their reaction speed will be reduced by 5%. Lightning Activation. Cellular level discharge function can release a 1000-volt high-voltage pulse current to any part of the body, attacking enemies marked by lightning wedges 3 times. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Lightning Blink. Quickly move to the location marked with a lightning wedge at lightning speed. Cooldown, 3 seconds. The lightning wedge will disappear after the move. Note, the skill stats will increase with each level you upgrade. After reading the skill description, Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of an S-rank technique, even a mortal skill is so powerful. In summary, the most basic of these 3 skills is Lightning Wedge. It can apply mines to friendly units and give them a buff, or it can apply mines to enemy units and give them a debuff. The activation of the other 2 skills also requires the cooperation of the Thunder Wedge. However, the Thunder Wedge lasts for 30 seconds, but has a 40-second cooldown, resulting in a gap of about 10 seconds. However, this is only the effect of the 1st level of the mortal realm. If I work hard to improve my realm, I should be able to greatly shorten this gap period. Lightning Activation is purely an offensive skill. 1000 volts of high-voltage electricity is something almost no mortal can withstand. It has a 1-minute cooldown, but if used properly, it can be quite terrifying. In summary, each of these 3 skills is quite ordinary on its own, but when used in combination, they can produce very unexpected results. Even a super-destroyed enemy is not impossible. With the added combined attack skills of Barbara and Lu Ruyan, Chu Fan suddenly felt that perhaps Yi Fei's 3rd level of the mortal realm wasn't so terrifying after all. But all of this will take time. Now that they're back on the high seas, with the help of the Sharkmen, the other side might discover them very quickly. Therefore, I need to make the most of every second. With that in mind, Chu Fan entered the Sky Island once again. There is no place more suitable for cultivation than this. He took out the lightning-attracting wood and returned to the Sea of Thunderstorms once again. He wants to quickly master these 3 skills here. Chapter 92, Li Ruoshi's Ambition. After Lu Rian and Barbara went into their respective rooms to begin their cultivation, only the Li sisters remained on the Sea King, with nothing to do. Li Ruoshi whispered, "Sister, this can't go on." Li Ruoyan was taken aback and asked, puzzled, "Why do you say that?" Li Ruoshi said with exasperation, "My sister, you are really naive. We joined the team the latest, but the gap between us and everyone else is getting bigger and bigger. Don't you have any sense of crisis?" Li Ruoyan fell silent. She wasn't naive. How could she not understand it all? But Chu Fan and his group shouldn't be like that, right? Li Ruoshi tapped her sister's head and said, "Even if they aren't like that, are you willing to live an ordinary life like this?" Unlike her sister, Li Ruoshi has always been someone who refuses to be second to anyone, which is why she chose to become an artist. Li Ruoyan shook her head and said, "Forget it, never mind. As long as we are diligent and attentive to our tasks, and with Rian around, the thing you're worried about will definitely not happen." As if she had just remembered something, Li Ruoyan stood up and said, "Oh right, the deck hasn't been wiped yet. I'll go wipe it. Go see if Chu Fan has any clothes that need washing." After saying that, he turned around and started cleaning the deck, leaving Li Ruoshi sitting there shaking her head. As Li Ruoshi watched her sister's busy figure, An idea grew stronger in her mind. Finally, as if she had made a decision, Li Ruoshi suddenly stood up. My silly sister, some resources are useless if you don't use them. After saying that, Li Ruoshi quietly went up the stairs to the third floor. At this moment, Chu Fan was frantically sensing the lightning element energy within his body in the sea of thunderstorms. At this moment, he could clearly feel a purple ball of light floating in his dantian. The sphere of light was enveloped in the glow of lightning, and under the influence of the intense lightning attribute around it, it continued to solidify. Is this the mark of the first level of the mortal realm? Chu Fan murmured to himself. It seems that when this ball of light completely solidifies and a second ball of lightning is generated, it will signify that he has fully entered the second level of the mortal realm. The method to improve is quite simple. You need to sense the lightning element around you in this sea of thunderstorms every day and absorb it into your body. Judging from the current speed, it will take him at least 10 days to completely solidify the first lightning bead. It seems that the current lightning attracting wood is still not strong enough. Fortunately, the Thunder God's sea domination technique contains a clear hint. He needs to find another lightning attracting tree and combine the two lightning attracting trees into one to further enhance the energy of the thunderstorm sea. In that case, his cultivation speed could be reduced by at least 1/3. But where can I find lightning attracting wood? Looks like I'll have to ask Jinkra. It's worth mentioning that after entering the mortal realm, the environment here could no longer affect him. On the contrary, it allowed him to quickly recover the energy he had consumed. He stood on the mountaintop, his eyes closed, intently sensing everything around him amidst the surrounding thunder. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a purple mark on a rock 3 meters away from him. Thunder Wedge. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Following the key points of the technique, he tried dozens of times and finally succeeded in condensing the thunder seal. Then, with a thought, his body emitted a bolt of lightning that struck the rock directly. Boom. A crisp explosion rang out. The rock was blasted into pieces. Lightning activation. As expected of an S-rank divine skill, it has such great power even at level 1. Chu Fan was secretly delighted and tried again and again to condense lightning seals around him. 1, 2, 3, 5. Finally, after more than 10 attempts, Chu Fan managed to condense 5 lightning seals at the same time. Lightning release. Lightning instantaneous movement. Almost instantly, Chu Fan appeared at one of the lightning seals. Without pausing, Chu Fan vanished from the spot again. When he reappeared, he was surprised to find himself at the next lightning seal. In this way, 5 times in a row, the 5 lightning seals allowed him to move 5 times in an instant. Lightning travels at almost the speed of light, so if an outsider were here, they would definitely wonder if they were seeing things. However, such teleportation is quite physically and mentally taxing. Chu Fan tried it out. With his current physical strength and energy, if he didn't replenish it quickly, he could use lightning release 3 times in a row. After that, he would need to rest for at least 2 hours before he could activate it again. However, each activation theoretically allows for a maximum of 5 teleportations, making this ability quite overpowered. After trying several more times, Chu Fan finally withdrew from the lightning-inducing wood when he was exhausted. Very good. If this continues, we will soon reach the second level of the mortal realm. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The results of the 2 hours of training were quite gratifying. He planned to rest for a bit, replenish his energy, and then continue training. He pushed open the door of the cabin, intending to make do with resting there for a while. But he froze the moment he pushed open the door. How did you get here? Li Ruoshi was sitting in the wooden house. When she saw Chu Fan appear, her face turned red and her heart beat faster. Chu Fan, have you gone to cultivate again? Chu Fan nodded and said, yes. We have no choice but to cultivate. Li Ruoshi smiled and said, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders. This surprised Chu Fan. What was wrong with this woman? Seeing Chu Fan standing there motionless, Li Ruoshi became less flustered. After all, she had worked in the entertainment industry and had seen countless scenes, both big and small. Some directors and producers have also sent signals to themselves, both openly and subtly. She understands the principle. Resources are not something that others give you for free. You have to give something in return for them. She knew that as a newcomer to the industry, she had no resources whatsoever. The only thing she could offer was her beauty. But she found those greasy middle-aged men utterly disgusting, so she hasn't taken that step yet. This is probably why she has always been considered a minor celebrity. Chu Fan gave her a very different feeling. He was young and handsome, And more importantly, in this world, one needed sufficient strength to survive. Lee Ruashi knew that if she wanted to survive in this world with her sister, and even survive with dignity, this day would surely come. Since this outcome is predetermined, why not choose one you like? What are you standing there for? Sit down. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, Okay, then you can give me a massage. After saying that, he sat down directly. Lee Ruashi slowly approached and placed her small hands on his shoulders. Feeling the faint fragrance emanating from behind him, Chu Fan felt very pleased and couldn't help but close his eyes. Your technique is great. You've pressed very well. Lee Ruashi smiled and suddenly said, Chu Fan, I like you. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan shuddered and abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 93 Ashi, are you serious? Chu Fan was visibly taken aback when he heard Lee Ruashi's words. He never expected these words to come from the mouth of such a well-behaved girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Ashi, are you serious? Sometimes, some things are just a matter of a thin veil. Once you break through it, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Lee Ruashi was no longer shy at this moment, and asked with a smile, Of course it's true, brother Chu Fan, do you like Ashi? Chu Fan burst into laughter. Who is he? He's the man who aspires to become the king of the sea. So he smiled and said to Lee Ruashi, Of course I like you. You're so beautiful and a big star. How could I not like you? Lee Ruashi was overjoyed to hear this, realizing that she had indeed made the right move. Brother Chu Fan, if Barbara and Sister Rian find out that I'm talking to you like this, will they blame you? Chu Fan felt a surge of tenderness upon hearing this. This little green TB*TCH spoke in such a teasy way, yet it was strangely comforting to listen to her. Ruashi, tell me honestly, does your sister know you did this? Lee Ruashi said seriously, I will fight for my own love. What does it have to do with my sister? And Chu Fan asked curiously, and what? Lee Ruashi glanced outside the door, then leaned close to Chu Fan's ear and whispered, My sister seems to like you too, but she just doesn't dare to admit it. That night, I even heard her talking in her sleep, calling your name. Whether it was intentional or not, Lee Ruashi was practically leaning into Chu Fan's arms at this moment, and her breath, as sweet as orchids, made Chu Fan's expression instantly brighten. Upon smelling the faint fragrance wafting into his nose, Chu Fan suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Lee Ruashi boldly approached Chu Fan and smelled the unique aura emanating from him, the charm of a mature and strong man. The atmosphere suddenly became romantic. Chu Fan knew he wasn't a man like Lu Xiaohui, who could remain unmoved by a woman's advances. In addition, Barbara and Lu Ruyan have been unavailable these past few days, and the sleeping dragon was finally awakened at this moment. Chu Fan hugged Lee Ruashi tightly. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Lee Ruashi's eyes were glazed over as she whispered, Brother Fan, please have pity on me. An hour later, Chu Fan looked at Lee Ruashi in his arms with a smile. It has to be said that her waist-to-body ratio is really good. As expected of a singer, your voice is so beautiful. Tell me, what do you want? Lee Ruashi quickly said, Brother Fan, I didn't approach you for any benefit. I really like you. Chu Fan waved his hand and said, Don't misunderstand. Now that you're with me, you'll have everything that Ruyan and the others have. Just ask for whatever you want. Lee Ruashi hugged Chu Fan's broad chest tightly and said softly, I don't want anything, as long as Brother Fan doesn't abandon Shira. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They say beautiful women are a source of trouble. With a woman like this, how many men could resist her? Regardless of whether these words were entirely sincere, their emotional value was off the charts. Chu Fan wasn't the kind of clueless straight man who would be so unromantic and spoil the mood at a time like this. Touching Lee Ruashi's hair, Chu Fan said softly, Don't worry, Ruashi, I've actually liked you for a long time too. I promise you, I will treat you well. By the way, you can pick one. As he spoke, Chu Fan took out the 3 divine fruits he had bought last time from his spatial storage and placed them in front of Lee Ruashi. A fiery glint flashed in Lee Ruashi's eyes. She was well aware of the wonders of this fruit. Having witnessed the prowess of Lu Ruyan and Barbara, and having enjoyed being in the spotlight and the center of attention, how could she possibly be content to remain ordinary forever? Brother Fan, can I really do it? Chu Fan laughed. Of course, you're my woman now, so what's one more? Take your pick. Moreover, with your superpowers, you can protect yourself, which puts my mind at ease. Chu Fan's words were true. If Lee Ruashi became stronger, the overall strength of the Sea King would also be stronger. Moreover, he had bought these 3 divine fruits several days ago, but hadn't used them yet, and he was very curious about what the abilities of these 3 fruits were. Li Ruoxi is a person who knows how to be tactful. She knows that if she refuses again, it will seem pretentious. And at this moment, she, being so clever, appeared exceptionally clever. Li Ruoxi hugged Chu Fan tightly and said sweetly, "Thank you, Brother Fan. It's so good to have you." After saying this, he sat up and looked at the 3 fruits in front of him. The 3 fruits looked very different, and Li Ruoxi couldn't decide which one to choose after looking at them for a long time. Suddenly, she said in a coquettish tone, "Brother Fan, can you help me pick one?" Chu Fan's eyes twitched when he heard this. He could finally understand why there were so many tyrannical rulers in ancient times. Haha, okay, let me pick one for sheer. Hee, thank you, Brother Fan. Chu Fan glanced at the 3 fruits in front of him and suddenly noticed that one of the fruits was concave in the middle, making it look like 2 fruits at first glance. What's even more amazing is that the 2 halves are also 2 different colors. One half is purple and the other half is red, making them look like twin fruits. This one is fine. Chu Fan picked up the fruit and placed it in Li Ruoxi's hand. How is it? Do you like it? Li Ruoxi smiled and said, "That's great. I like everything Brother Fan picked." After saying that, under Chu Fan's gaze, she began to eat the fruit in small bites. Wow, it's so sweet, it's delicious. Before long, Li Ruoxi ate the fruit. Chu Fan wondered if it was just his imagination, but he suddenly felt that Li Ruoxi's entire demeanor had changed. In Chu Fan's eyes, Li Ruoxi was a sweet and charming idol girl, and a top-tier actress with explosive popularity. With such good looks and charisma, Chu Fan clapped his hands repeatedly. Good. My shearer has become even more beautiful now. By the way, what is your devil fruit ability? Li Ruoxi closed her eyes and sensed it for a moment before slowly opening her big eyes. Brother Fan, I think my fruit is called the sweet fruit. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and said, "Sweet fruit? Empress. No wonder there are 2 colors." Chu Fan began to feel uneasy. If this fruit was really as he imagined, then its power would be terrifying. Moreover, the 2 colors represent 2 completely different personalities, showing a friendly and gentle side towards those close to them. But when facing enemies, they become ruthless. At this moment, the Neptune outfit on Li Ruoxi suddenly changed. After a dazzling white light, Li Ruoxi's Neptune outfit had transformed into a white long dress with a fiery red cape at the back. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, reaching all the way to her waist, making her exude a fatal allure. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Chapter 94 Li Ruoxi's abilities. After spending some more time together, Chu Fan returned to the lightning-attracting wood to continue his cultivation. After getting ready, Li Ruoxi went downstairs with an excited expression. On the deck, only Li Ruoyan sat at the bow, looking out at the distant sea. "Sister." Li Ruoyan turned her head to look after hearing the sound. When they saw Li Ruoxi's new look, they were clearly taken aback. "Ruoxi, what's wrong with your clothes?" Li Ruoxi's face flushed red as she happily exclaimed, "Sister, I have superpowers now too." Li Ruoyan was taken aback again. Superpowers? As if she had just thought of something, she suddenly looked up at her younger sister. "You and Chu Fan." Li Ruoxi nodded shyly and said, "Yes, sister, Brother Fan is so gentle, he gave me a divine fruit." "You." Li Ruoyan sighed, unsure whether she was admiring her sister's boldness or lamenting her own cowardice. "My dear sister, you know in your heart that this was bound to happen sooner or later. Since it was destined to happen, why don't we take the initiative? You have to understand, the further we go, the more passive we become. If another vixen comes along, our position will be in danger." As she spoke, she clenched her fist and said, "A woman who isn't ruthless won't have a stable position. And Fan Gij is so gentle. I like him so much." After hearing this, Li Ruoyan fell silent. After a moment, she sighed and said, "Then you should talk to Ruyan properly later. Ruyan kindly took us in, so this can be considered a roundabout way of poaching her men." Li Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. This was indeed a problem. After all, no woman would be so generous as to share her man with someone else. Suddenly, a warning sound rang out. Beep. An unidentified vessel has been detected approaching rapidly. Please take precautions. It turned out to be an alarm from the radar system. The 2 sisters quickly ran into the transparency room and looked at the radar screen. On the radar, 3 dots of light were seen approaching the Sea King at a speed that even exceeded the Sea King's speed. "Oh no, it looks like they're coming for us. Quick, go get Chu Fan and the others." Li Ruoxi shook her head and said, "No, Brother Fan just went to cultivate, and we don't know when he will come out." Li Ruoyan said anxiously, "Then I'll go call Ruyan and Barbara. You stay here and keep watch." Li Ruoxi nodded and said, "Okay, sister, go ahead." Although she already possessed superpowers, she lacked combat experience, so it was impossible for her not to be nervous. However, just as Li Ruan left, several waves suddenly splashed up on the sea. Immediately afterwards, one gray figure after another leaped up from the sea and landed on the deck. Li Ruoxi was shocked, because the Sea King was currently moving forward at full speed, which was quite fast. What exactly is it? At this moment, Li Ruoxi finally saw the appearance of the newcomer clearly. On the deck, 12 figures, all grayish-white in color, suddenly appeared, though their appearances were quite strange. 2 of them had long tentacles, 2 had sharp kiss guns, and 2 had mouths full of sharp teeth. This was the first time Li Ruoxi had ever seen such a monster, and she was immediately stunned with fear. Is this even human? If Lu Ruyan and Barbara were here, they would definitely recognize that the 2 at the front with their mouths full of sharp teeth are the shark men they encountered before. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful human girl here. The leader of the shark men let out a nasty laugh, sizing up the tall, sexy Li Ruoxi. The other shark man behind him gave a knowing smile. I have to say, human girls are really beautiful, much prettier than our shark man women. And it's so tender and juicy, you can even eat it when you're tired of playing with it. Ha ha ha, it's a deal, I'm definitely taking this one. Another shark man said. Humph, why should I? I want this one too. You went first last time, so it's my turn this time. How can that last one compare to this one? Look at her figure, her face, and her legs, she's top-notch. The 2 men spoke freely and without restraint, as if Li Ruoxi in front of them was already a dish in their hands. However, judging from her appearance, Li Ruoxi is indeed the kind of cute and sweet girl who seems harmless. At that moment, a fishman with a long, pointed snout spoke up from behind the 2 sharkmen. Boss, didn't Yition say there are several beautiful women on this ship? Are you worried about not having enough to go around? These words made the 2 sharkmen's eyes light up. Good lad, you're so smart. I knew it was the right thing to bring you along. Hee, thanks for the compliment, brother. Li Ruoxi finally calmed down, and, upon hearing the conversation, flew into a rage. These bastards dared to plot against me and my sisters, they deserve to die? And judging from their conversation, they even eat people. Who are you? Why did you come aboard our ship? Get out. Li Ruoxi stood with her hands on her hips and cursed. The 2 sharkmen who were in the lead seemed to have finally reached a consensus. Upon hearing Li Ruoxi's scolding, they burst into laughter. Haha, this little girl has a really nice voice. Come on, call me brother. Indeed, Chu Fan knows how to enjoy himself. He actually has such a beauty on board. Humph, so what if he knows how to enjoy himself? Today we're here to send him on his way. The 2 made no attempt to conceal their conversation, so Li Ruoxi heard everything clearly. When she heard that the 2 men had come to kill Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes turned cold. You actually wanted to kill Brother Fan. You all deserve to die? Upon hearing Li Ruoxi's words, more than a dozen fishmen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey beautiful, what are you planning to do to us? Bite us? Ha ha. A murderous intent rose in Li Ruoxi's heart, as if an innate instinct had been awakened. The power of the divine fruit within him suddenly awakened at this moment. Although she hadn't yet received the blessing of any cultivation techniques, the special abilities inherent in the fruit suddenly appeared in Li Ruoxi's mind. Suddenly, she raised her hands and made a heart shape in front of her chest. Hey beautiful, are you making a heart shape with your hands towards me? Nonsense, that's clearly directed at me. So cute. I love it. I think I'm in love. Suddenly, more than a dozen fishmen transformed into pig-like figures, their eyes seemingly about to stretch out, staring at the adorable, explosive girl opposite them. Marrow, 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 marrow. Like a curse from a deep-sea demon, Li Ruoxi's voice seemed to carry an invisible energy that rushed straight towards the 12 fishmen. The fishmen, who were laughing loudly just a second ago, suddenly stopped laughing. What? What's going on? Why can't I move my leg? My hands have turned to stone. Chapter 95, The Second Battle Against the Shark Man. In the thunderstorm sea, Chu Fan was awakened by a warning from his bracelet as soon as several fishmen boarded the ship. After stopping his cultivation, he quickly withdrew from the thunderstorm sea. When he came down to the deck from the 3rd floor, Lu Ruyan and Barbara rushed out behind Li Ruan, who looked anxious. Before the 4 could speak, they quickly came up behind Li Ruoxi. Ruoxi, are you alright? The 4 were about to check on Li Ruoxi's condition when they were suddenly stunned. Li Ruoxi's face was pale, as if she had exerted too much force. But in front of her were 12 stone figures of different shapes. Upon seeing Chu Fan appear, Li Ruoxi relaxed and said, "Brother Fan, you're here. I didn't let you down." After saying that, her body went limp and she was about to fall backward. Chu Fan quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms, asking with concern, "Sheer, are you all right?" This scene clearly startled Lu Ruyan and Barbara, who couldn't help but think to themselves, "What a green tea be asterisk tch." Li Ruoxi shook her head and said, "I'm fine, Brother Fan. I just feel a little tired." Chu Fan nodded and said, "You just awakened your superpower, and you used so much at once. You're probably a little exhausted. Go to the back and rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me." Li Ruoxi knew this wasn't the time to be reckless, so she nodded and said with difficulty, "My abilities aren't strong enough. I can only control them for 1 minute." Li Ruoyan was stunned when she heard this. She never expected that her younger sister, who was just as helpless as she was that morning, would suddenly become so powerful. "And all of this was given to me by the man in front of me." Lu Ruyan and Baba exchanged a glance, but it wasn't surprising. Perhaps in their hearts, the Li sisters had already made this preparation from the moment they boarded the ship. They just didn't expect that Li Ruoxi would beat them to it. After handing Li Ruoxi over to Li Ruoyan, Chu Fan turned to look at the 12 figures on the deck. At this moment, except for the tops of their heads, the 12 figures had all turned into stone statues. This must be because Li Ruoxi's abilities are not yet sufficient to completely petrify people. Even so, this ability is still incredibly powerful. Okay, this is a good opportunity to test my abilities. Chu Fan's heart stirred, and he flashed to the middle of the stone statues. With a focused gaze, he condensed 5 lightning marks on the 5 stone statues. Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan formed a hand seal, and his body was immediately surrounded by purple lightning. Lightning activation. In an instant, 5 1,000-volt bolts of lightning struck the 5 stone statues marked with the thunder mark. Without any suspense, the 5 stone statues were blasted into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Lu Ruyan and the others' eyes lit up. What an amazing move. Barbara nodded in agreement. With that destructive power, no wonder my dear had been working so hard recently. Li Ruoxi clapped her hands and said, "Brother Fan is awesome. Go Brother Fan." Lu Ruyan and Barbara. This tea is just too good. After Chu Fan finished doing all this, he marked 5 more stone statues. Another bolt of lightning struck, and the 5 stone statues shattered instantly. At this point, only the last 2 shark men remained on the field. And exactly 1 minute passed, and the 2 shark men gradually returned to normal. As soon as they recovered, the 2 glared angrily at Chu Fan and the others. "Damn it. Bro, what kind of power does this woman have? She even managed to get me hooked. Damn it. Not a single person can be left here. Brother, it's such a waste to kill so many beautiful women. So what do you suggest we do? Easy peasy. Grab them, then break their arms and legs, and we can enjoy them." Upon hearing this, the leader of the sharks' eyes lit up and he said, "Second brother, I must say, your method is really good. Let's do it." Chu Fan and the others looked at the 2 shark men like they were idiots. Were these 2 guys here to be funny? Are you 2 done talking? The shark man looked at Chu Fan and sneered. "You are Chu Fan?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. Tell me, who sent you? Yi Tian or Yi Fei?" The leader of the shark men sneered. "Who it is doesn't matter. What matters is that we're going to kill you in front of your women, and then enjoy them next to your corpse." Ha ha. At this moment, another shark man suddenly realized what was happening and said, "What? Jack, look, they're all broken." The shark man called Jack asked in confusion, "Vans, what you're saying is all shattered." At this moment, he finally realized that all 10 brothers he had brought with him were now lying on the ground, their bodies shattered. "Damn it, so many of my brothers have been killed in one fell swoop. Who did this? Who is it?" Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "Sorry, I couldn't stop myself for a moment." Jack glared at him and said, "You bastard, I'll kill you." After saying that, the 2 sharkmen suddenly took a step back and got into a fighting stance. Having previously fought against the sharkmen, Chu Fan knew their characteristics inside and out. He knew very well that these sharkmen had extremely strong defenses. However, in contrast, they move much slower. However, Chu Fan's own lightning attribute is exactly the opposite. Lightning has 2 main characteristics, extremely high speed and extremely strong destructive power. Judging from the rules, Chu Fan's ability seems to be the natural nemesis of the shark people. Recalling his last encounter with Sharkman Knock, Chu Fan had to admit that his lucky victory was largely due to the Dragon Slayer sword's suppressive effect on the native creatures. But the situation is completely different now. Chu Fan believes that with his ever-growing strength, he is fully capable of defeating these sharkmen head-on, without even needing to rely on the power of the Dragon Slayer's sword. Thinking of this, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement. Well, this is a good opportunity to test just how much his abilities have improved. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan's figure flashed, and he moved swiftly like a ghost to the very center between the two shark men. This way, you can ensure that your skills can cover both people at the same time. With a thought, the Thunder Wedge was activated, and two purple marks appeared on the bodies of the two shark men. Lightning activation. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, instantly transforming into two streaks of purple lightning that hurtled toward the two shark men. The two purple lightning bolts seemed to have a life of their own, drawing two beautiful arcs in the air. Two loud booms were heard, as if the entire space was shaken by this powerful force. Those two 1,000-volt bolts of lightning were like two ferocious dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on their prey. Chapter 96. I'll think about opening blind boxes another day. Boom. The two shark men screamed as they were struck by lightning and collapsed onto the deck, convulsing. Chu Fan was stunned, not expecting that he had become so powerful. Lu Ruyan and the others also gathered around, only to discover that the two shark men's tough outer skins had been pierced by lightning, leaving shocking wounds. The defense that once made the shark man incredibly confident and proud, a defense that even a gun couldn't penetrate, was mercilessly torn apart by Chu Fan's attack at the first level of the mortal realm. Of course, this is also related to the high destructive power of lightning. However, the fact that even a single level could have such high destructive power still excited Chu Fan. From then on, the roles of offense and defense changed. Looking at the two dying sharkmen, Chu Fan showed no pity. He took out the Dragon Slayer's sword and pointed it at the sharkman named Jack. Can you tell me now? Who sent you? Jack spat out a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty, You actually dared to hurt me. I'll take you. Chu Fan gently drew the Dragon Slayer's sword, then kicked Jack's corpse into the sea. Then he coldly looked at another sharkman named Vance. And you? Are you willing to talk about it? Vance was stunned. How could Chu Fan stab Jack to death without a word? Shouldn't there have been a procedure before he had to speak up? Seeing that Vance remained silent, Chu Fan frowned and said, If you're not going to talk, then go down and keep him company. Vance quickly said with a look of horror, Wait a minute, I'll talk. Chu Fan then stopped and said calmly, Speak. Tell us exactly how you got here, why you came, and who sent you. Brother, if I tell you, can you spare my life? Chu Fan's face turned cold as he said, Stop talking nonsense, or don't say anything at all. I'll talk. It was indeed Yi Tian who sent us, but he only sent us to find your location because he said he would deal with it personally. Chu Fan glanced at Vance and said, Then why did you attack us first? Vance's expression turned somewhat grim as he said, Because we sharkmen only have a cooperative relationship with him, and we heard there are beautiful women on your ship. We wanted to take action directly. Chu Fan then asked, So how did you find us? Vance said, We sharkmen have our own way of communicating. Basically, as long as you appear on this high seas, we can find you very quickly. You mean Yi Tian should also know our location? Vance nodded timidly and said, If nothing unexpected happens, we should have found it by now. Where is Yi Tian located? Yi Tian is in Sea Area 2, which is a bit far from here, but Yi Fei is closer to you. Judging from their ship speed, they should be able to find you in 3 days at most. Chu Fan asked what he wanted to know, nodded and said, Okay, I understand, you can go die now. Vance exclaimed in horror. I've already confessed, and you still want to kill me? Without any hesitation, Chu Fan plunged his sword into his heart and spoke in his ear in an almost icy voice. Just because you tried to lay a hand on my woman, you deserve to die. After saying that, he drew the Dragon Slayer's sword. Vance felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he slowly lost his breath. Wow, honey, you're so cool. Barbara clapped her hands. Chu Fan chuckled and said, That's right. You are all mine, and no one can even think about taking you. Everyone else felt a warm glow inside upon hearing this, but Li Ruoyan felt a pang of sadness. After all, she wasn't Chu Fan's woman. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, That's quite domineering, but shouldn't you tell us about your relationship with Ruashi? Chu Fan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, As you all think, Sheer is now my third concubine. You all should get along well from now on. Oh dear, this deck is a mess. I'll go clean it up. After saying that, he ran off to clean up the deck as if he were fleeing, since the corpses of those fishmen hadn't been cleaned up yet. Lee Rawashi was left looking at her three older sisters with a slightly embarrassed expression. Barbara broke the awkward silence first, smiling and saying, "Welcome, Rawashi, to our family. Ruyan and I are both unavailable these 2 days, so you can take good care of Chu Fan." Lee Rawashi glanced weakly at Lu Ruyan and whispered, "Sister Ruyan, I." "Welcome, Rawashi," Lu Ruyan suddenly said with a smile. Lee Rawashi, "Sister Ruyan, aren't you angry with me?" Lu Ruyan glanced thoughtfully at Lee Ruan beside her and said softly, "Why should I blame you? I was prepared for this from the moment you boarded the ship." Then, he turned his back and slowly said, "In the outside world, I would never allow the slightest betrayal. However, this is the end of the world, and there is only one rule here: the strong prey on the weak. And the fact that we are still alive and well today, even more comfortably than most people, is all thanks to Chu Fan. Therefore, he will only have more and more female confidants around him. Even if you are not there, there will be others." Seeing that Lu Ruyan's demeanor seemed genuine, Lee Rawashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara agreed, saying, "Ruyan is right, and with you joining us, our strength has increased significantly. We can open another blind box tonight." "Blind boxes? What are blind boxes?" Now it was Lee Ruyan and Lee Rawashi's turn to be puzzled. Barbara laughed. "Hee, you'll find out tonight." Lee Ruyan quickly replied, "Is there any for me? I'd like to have some too." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan revealed a playful smile. "Ruyan, do you really want to open blind boxes?" Yeah, buying blind boxes used to be my favorite thing." That's true. Lee Ruyan used to love buying all kinds of blind boxes and figurines when she was in school. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her an enthusiast. Lu Ruyan shrugged and said, "Then you'll have to ask Chu Fan." Upon hearing this, Lee Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she ran up to Chu Fan, saying, "Chu Fan, I want to open blind boxes too." Chu Fan scratched his head and said, "We'll have to talk about blind boxes another day." Lee Ruyan. Soon, night fell, and the blind boxes arrived as promised. "Beep, congratulations, host, you have survived another day and successfully won over Lee Rawashi. You have obtained 4 blind boxes, which have been placed in the system space. Please collect them yourself." Chu Fan's eyes lit up. He had 4 blind boxes today. He wondered what treasures he would get. "Girls, come open the blind boxes." Chapter 97 Midnight Song. On the first floor, in the captain's cabin, 4 women sat opposite Chu Fan. With a wave of his hand, Chu Fan conjured 4 blind boxes in front of everyone. "Barbara, Ruyan, you can choose one. Rawashi, starting today, you can open blind boxes too. Pick one for yourself." Lee Rawashi's face lit up with joy, but she immediately whispered, "Let's have Sister Barbara and Sister Ruyan choose first." Barbara laughed and said, "Hey, what's with the first or the last? It's all the same." As he spoke, he randomly picked one up. Lu Ruyan was very satisfied with Lee Rawashi's performance. At least she was able to distinguish between the king and queen. Seeing that the 2 of them had each taken one, Lee Rawashi happily reached out and took one as well. Women seem to have an innate love for unpacking packages, especially boxes where you don't know what's inside. That's an irresistible temptation. Lee Ruyan looked at the group with envy. Her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan pretended not to see it and instead encouraged everyone. "Let's open the blind boxes. I have a feeling we'll get something good today." Barbara was the quickest, opening her blind box immediately. Beep. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations on receiving a 200 square meter orchard X1, which you can place on an open piece of land. Wow, it's an orchard. That's great. There's not much on the floating island anyway. Seeing Barbara's eyebrows crinkle with laughter, Chu Fan nodded happily. "Well done, Barbara." Next up is Lu Ruyan. Beep. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations on receiving a luxury outdoor swimming pool X1. You can choose a suitable place to place it. As expected of a water attribute item, the items obtained are also related to water. Not bad at all. Now we have a place to take a bath. Lu Ruyan was quite satisfied with this. Now she could only cultivate in the bathtub, which was not only small in space, but also had limited water storage. Now, a large swimming pool is available, allowing her to relax and enjoy herself while training. It's practically tailor-made for her. Chu Fan laughed and said, "Not bad, then I'll give it a try too." Beep. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations on receiving 99x 200x telescopes. A 200x telescope can observe facial features of targets 2 kilometers away. It's decent, nothing particularly outstanding, but it's certainly quite practical. In the end, only Li Ruoxi was left. This was her first time driving, and seeing everyone looking at her, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but also a little expectant. Beep, blind box successfully used. Congratulations on receiving a jade flute. As the sound faded, a long, emerald green flute appeared in Li Ruoxi's hand. Wow, it's a musical instrument. That's great. This was completely unexpected for Chu Fan. He hadn't expected that all he would get was a flute. However, remembering the truth that everything the system produces is of the highest quality, Chu Fan subconsciously asked, "System, is there anything different about this flute?" This instrument is made of special jade, which is harder than metal. When played, it can affect the spirit of others. When combined with special musical scores, it can have unexpected effects on the battlefield. After hearing this introduction, Chu Fan nodded. As expected of a system, this flute perfectly suits Li Ruoxi's identity and is extremely compatible with her special abilities. Li Ruoyan, standing to the side, was deeply shocked. She finally understood why Chu Fan was so much ahead of others. It turns out he had such a big secret. Now she understood why she had to have an intimate relationship with him to enjoy this kind of treatment. This secret is something I would never let anyone know unless they were my closest confidant. But now Chu Fan has let me know. Does this mean that in his heart, I am already his? Or perhaps he was doing it for his sister's sake. Li Ruoyan suddenly felt a little flustered, and didn't even know how she got back to her room. "Sister, you can sleep by yourself tonight." Li Ruoxi poked her head out, stuck out her tongue, and then closed the door. Bang! The sound of a door closing came from the room across the hall. That girl, really? Li Ruoyan was speechless for a moment, then lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep after a long while. After an unknown amount of time, Li Ruoyan suddenly sat up. Who's singing in the middle of the night? A song drifted over. It seemed far away, yet it was incredibly clear. Li Ruoyan couldn't help but push open the door and go out. A thick fog had rolled in outside. After leaving her room, Li Ruoyan went downstairs and headed towards the bow of the ship. The singing seemed to be coming from there. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. "Chu Fan, what are you doing here?" Li Ruoyan recognized the figure as Chu Fan. Chu Fan turned around and revealed an extremely handsome smile. "Ruoyan, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long." Li Ruoyan was startled. He was actually waiting for her. Wait a minute. He actually called me that so affectionately. It really doesn't feel right. Li Ruoyan blushed slightly and lowered her head, saying, "Wait for me." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I've been waiting for you." "Why are you waiting for me?" Chu Fan laughed and said, "Because I have a secret to tell you." "What secret?" Li Ruoyan's curiosity was completely ignited. Chu Fan looked at Li Ruoyan with burning eyes and said, "Actually, I want to tell you that from the first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you." "Ah!" Li Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise. She never expected that this was what Chu Fan wanted to tell her. Was he confessed to? How embarrassing. But why do I feel a secret joy in my heart? But Li Ruoyan stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Chu Fan asked, "Don't you like me?" No, I like you." Li Ruoyan quickly defended herself, and those last few words almost exhausted all her courage. Chu Fan once again revealed an extremely handsome smile. "Really? That's great. Come on, I'll take you to a special place." As he spoke, Chu Fan extended his hand. Li Ruoyan asked subconsciously, "Where are we going?" But his hand reached out uncontrollably. Chu Fan grasped her soft, boneless hand and smiled mysteriously. "Let's go somewhere no one can find us." Li Ruoyan asked in confusion, "What about Rian, Barbara, and Ruoxi?" Chu Fan replied, "It's all right. I'll come back to pick them up later." Although Li Ruoyan didn't know the reason, she still nodded obediently and said, "I see. Then I'll listen to you." At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly asked, "By the way, Ruoyan, do you like me?" Li Ruoyan blushed again and lowered her head, saying, "I like it." "How much do you like it?" Li Ruoyan mustered her courage and said, "I like you very much, and I want to be with you forever." A strange glint flashed in Chu Fan's eyes as he smiled and said, "Is that so? Then are you willing to die for me?" Li Ruoyan was stunned, not understanding why Chu Fan would say such a thing. But Chu Fan laughed and said, "I was just kidding. How could I let you die? Come with me, they're waiting for us." "Oh well." Without considering anything else, Li Ruoyan lifted her right foot. Just as she was about to take a step, a sharp shout rang out. "Li Ruoyan, wake up!" Chapter 98 Siren. This sharp shout was like a bolt of lightning, causing Li Ruoyan to tremble violently. Without realizing it, I turned my head to look at the source of the sound. Li Ruoxi, looking anxious, was staring at him, and the voice she had shouted was hers. Li Ruoyan suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. Was she stealing her own sister's man? A strange sense of shame welled up inside me. Ruoxi. Suddenly, she felt her whole body go limp and collapse to the ground. If anyone else had seen this, they would have been terrified, because at that moment, Li Ruoyan was lying right at the very edge of the deck. In other words, if Li Ruoyan hadn't been stopped by Li Ruoxi, she would have already fallen off the deck. Falling into this vast ocean in the pitch black of night would have unimaginable consequences. What's even more terrifying is that there were 3 other people lying next to Li Ruoyan. It was none other than Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruyan. In other words, everyone on the entire Neptune, except for Li Ruoxi, inexplicably ended up at the edge of the deck. Li Ruoxi took out a flute, held it horizontally in front of her, her gaze cold, and shouted, "Who exactly are you?" A strange laugh came from within the thick fog. Hee. I never thought there would be anyone in this world who wouldn't be affected by my singing. As the sound faded, a dark figure gradually emerged from the thick fog. Li Ruoxi's gaze sharpened slightly, for what appeared before her was a monster with a human head and a bird's body. Her face was clearly that of a stunningly beautiful woman, shimmering with a captivating glow under the faint starlight. But her body was clearly shaped like a bird. Her voice was incredibly beautiful. It was clear that the singing she had just heard was from her. Li Ruoxi frowned and asked, "Who is your space? Why are you targeting us?" The monster laughed. "My name is Siren, and some people also call us the Siren race." Li Ruoxi's expression tightened. She hadn't expected it to be the legendary sea siren. Legend has it that this monster has an extremely beautiful voice, and sailors sailing at sea who hear her song will fall into a dream world from which they cannot escape. Her own fruit seemed to have an innate ability to resist such mental attacks, and coupled with her background as a singer, she was naturally more sensitive to sound than the average person, which made her the only one who remained conscious. Li Ruoxi continued, "We've kept to ourselves, so why are you targeting us?" The siren laughed loudly. "Ha! The Dragon King's return is unstoppable. You mere mortals dare to presume to stop the Dragon King's return? You are simply overestimating yourselves." Li Ruoxi was completely confused by what he was hearing. She had no idea what the Dragon King's return meant. However, that's obviously not the main point right now. The main point is to rescue our comrades. Your illusions have no effect on me. With me here, you won't be able to harm them in the slightest. Suddenly, the siren flapped its wings, revealed a sinister smile, and emitted an extremely unpleasant sound. "Get up. Standing before you is the murderer who killed your lover and your brother. Take revenge." With the siren's voice, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruyan, who had been lying motionless on the deck, suddenly stood up as if possessed by some strange force. This situation made Li Ruoxi inexplicably nervous, and she couldn't help but call out, "Brother Fan, Sister Barbara, Sister Ruyan." But the 3 of them seemed not to hear Li Ruoxi's voice at all, and stood there blankly. The siren, seemingly insane, continued chanting, "Kill her. Kill her now. She's a murderer. She's the devil." Gradually, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the 3 men. Lu Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot as she took out the moon goddess bow. "Why did you kill Xiaofei? I want you dead." Barbara conjured a row of wooden spears in front of her, aiming them at Li Ruoxi. "Chu Fan, who dared to hurt me, I will never let you get away with this." Chu Fan also unleashed the wrath of the sea god, his body crackling with lightning. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Li Ruoxi was shocked, realizing that the 3 of them had fallen under the siren's illusion and had already regarded her as an enemy. "Brother Fan, Sister Barbara, Sister Ruyan, wake up. I am Ruoxi, I am Ruoxi." No matter how she called out, the 3 seemed not to hear her and continued to approach Li Ruoxi step by step. The sirens were beaming with excitement, shouting loudly, "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" Li Ruoxi's expression grew increasingly tense. She knew that if she couldn't find a way to awaken Chu Fan and the other 2, everyone would die. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the flute she was holding in her hand. Brother Fan said that this flute will have different effects depending on the piece of music it is played on. But I don't have any sheet music. There's no other way. I can only try using the pieces I learned before. Hopefully it will work. At this moment, Chu Fan had already arrived at a distance of less than 3 meters from Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi could even feel the killing intent emanating from the tip of the sea god's wrath halberd in his hand. Brother Fan, I must save you. With this in mind, Li Ruoxi quickly moved to a different location while rapidly processing her memories. Which piece of music should we use? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Li Ruoxi, and she remembered a very classic piece of music from her previous life. Okay, that's it. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, swept across the deck. Li Ruoxi, dressed in white, suddenly realized that she had arrived at the bow of the ship and had nowhere to retreat. Since there's no way to retreat, let's go all out. She was seen leaning against the gunwale, holding a flute horizontally, her fingertips moving up and down between the tone holes. Suddenly, a clear and melodious flute note pierced the air, the tune of a laugh in the vast ocean. With just one sound, Chu Fan and the other two, who had been relentlessly pursuing Li Ruoxi, suddenly trembled and stood frozen in place. Li Ruoxi was overjoyed. It really worked. The siren seemed to be shocked by the flute music and let out an extremely unpleasant cry. Kill her now. But the flute music didn't stop. Instead, the rhythm got faster and faster. The sound, at first, was like shattered jade thrown into the water, its clear, melodious tone gently dispelling the twilight. Then it turned into a vast expanse, like the sobbing of masts as waves surge, or the long cry of seagulls skimming over reefs. The sound of the tide echoed in the distance, but the flute melody rose higher and higher, turning the 5 notes into a chivalrous spirit. The 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, gong, shang, jiao, ji, yu, have all become the flashing blades of swift justice and vengeance, and every stroke of the brush is filled with the unrestrained spirit of a fisherman amidst the misty waves. As the last lingering note, mingled with starlight, fell onto the sea, the entire ocean seemed to be brewed into a potent liquor by the flute's melody, making one irresistibly intoxicated by it. After the song ended, Li Ruoxi saw that the eyes of the 3 people opposite her seemed to have regained their clarity, and she was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Lu Rian gave him a wink. Li Ruoxi was taken aback. Just as she was wondering what this meant, she saw Chu Fan and the other 2 rushing towards her again. Kill! Chu Fan roared. The siren let out a wild laugh. Ha! You still lost to me, die? Chu Fan suddenly jumped up, and the Sea King's wrath in his hand stabbed towards Li Ruoxi, who was stunned in place. The siren licked its lips excitedly, as if it could already see Li Ruoxi being stabbed to death on the spot by the man she loved. Die, die, die. All of you die. Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Chapter 99 Li Ruoyan's Crisis. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Fan, who had been leaping high into the air, suddenly vanished without a trace from mid-air, as if he had evaporated into thin air. The siren, who was stunned on the spot, suddenly felt enveloped by an aura of death. In desperation, she quickly flapped her wings, making her beautiful face appear exceptionally ferocious. At that moment, a thick fog suddenly rose up around her. Oh no, she's trying to escape. Li Ruoxi shouted coldly. Just then, Barbara let out a cold snort. Humph, she can't escape. His voice revealed a hint of disdain and contempt. She swiftly formed a complex hand seal in the air and whispered, Entangle. As soon as she finished speaking, a miracle happened. 2 huge and thick vines suddenly sprouted from the once calm deck. These vines seemed to be alive, growing and stretching at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the 2 vines, like 2 ferocious giant pythons, tightly wrapped around the siren's body. The siren was so bound that she couldn't move an inch and could only let out roars and struggles. No. At this moment, Chu Fan, who had disappeared without a trace, suddenly reappeared without warning, like a ghost. He maintained his attack stance, but his target had suddenly become the siren that had appeared. Chu Fan uttered a soft shout. Activate the lightning. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb, like a silver snake, suddenly shot out from his body. The lightning bolt traveled at an astonishing speed and struck the siren directly. Boom! With a deafening roar, the sea monster was struck hard by the lightning and let out a shrill scream. Its body trembled violently, and its once powerful aura instantly became weak and listless. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of blood gushed from its mouth, splattering onto the deck and forming a shocking pool of blood. The siren, having suffered such a severe injury, could no longer support her body and crashed heavily onto the deck with a thud. This happened so fast that Li Ruoxi only came to her senses at that moment and couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. Brother Fan, you scare me to death. I thought. Chu Fan affectionately patted her head. If it weren't for Li Ruoxi, the Sea King would likely have been completely wiped out. Barbara smiled and affirmed. Ruoxi, we owe you so much this time. Her cultivation relied on meditation, so mental attacks were especially deadly to her. However, this is also related to the fact that her level is not high enough. Once she reaches the heavenly rank, she will be immune to this kind of low-level mental illusion. Lu Rian, still shaken, said, I never expected Ruoxi's special ability to be such a great help. Hearing everyone's praise, Li Ruoxi's face lit up with joy, and she said, It's nothing. I'm just glad I was able to help everyone. As if she had just realized something, Li Ruoxi suddenly said, Oh no, my sister is still not awake. Then everyone remembered that Li Ruoyan was still unconscious. Chu Fan grabbed the barely breathing siren and said coldly, What happened? What exactly did you do to Ruoyan? The sirens, who were already on the verge of death, suddenly let out an extremely unpleasant laugh. The sound was like it came from hell, sending chills down your spine. She's trapped in a hallucination and can't escape it. You can't save her. Even if she doesn't die, she'll never wake up again. Chu Fan frowned upon hearing this. This siren is like a fanatical heretic. It's extremely difficult to get a gun pointed at someone like that. However, it would be unreasonable and morally wrong to leave Li Ruoyan unattended. At this moment, Barbara suddenly said, Let me try? Chu Fan asked doubtfully, Do you have a way? Barbara's expression turned somewhat serious as she said, After I awakened, I mainly have 3 skills. One is healing, the second is the entanglement spell I just used, and the other is temporarily altering other people's memories. Chu Fan was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected Barbara's abilities to be so incredible. Suddenly, Lu Rian said, Barbara, your 3rd skill should be a forbidden technique, right? Isn't it extremely risky? Chu Fan realized what Lu Rian meant when he heard her words. Such incredibly powerful techniques, or spells, if left unchecked, would cause immense chaos. Therefore, such high returns inevitably come with high-risk constraints. Therefore, Barbara's technique, which can alter other people's memories, will inevitably come at a very high price, just as Lu Rian said. Honey, tell me honestly, what are the consequences of using this technique? Seeing that the 3 of them were looking at her with serious expressions, Baba knew that this matter could not be hidden, so she stopped hiding it. That's right, just as Rian said, using this technique will cause my cultivation level to drop temporarily, but it's okay. I can recover by meditating in the one-leaf Zen realm for a while. Lu Rian's eyes gleamed as she said, Impossible. Isn't there some other problem? Chu Fan felt that Barbara hadn't finished speaking, so he solemnly said, Darling, if saving Run requires you to pay too high a price, we'll look for other methods. But I absolutely will not allow you to save her by sacrificing yourself. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Ruoxi beside him and said, Ruoxi, these words may be cruel to your sister, but I hope you can understand. Li Ruoxi gave a wry smile and said, I understand. Barbara quickly replied, Don't worry, it's fine. It's mainly because my cultivation level is still low, and the memories I can modify are very limited, so the risk of backlash is not high. Although Barbara spoke lightly, everyone was still a little uneasy. At this moment, Lu Rian suddenly said, Barbara, if it's not about modifying memories, but just briefly reading this monster's memories, wouldn't the backlash be much smaller? Barbara thought for a moment and said, Theoretically, yes. At this moment, the siren's aura grew weaker and weaker. Barbara said urgently, Quick, time is of the essence. We can't hesitate any longer, or ruin might really be beyond saving. Chu Fan knew there was no better way at this point, so he nodded and said, Okay, darling, be careful. Barbara nodded, let out a sigh of relief, closed her eyes slightly, and muttered something under her breath. A green light burst forth from between her eyebrows and connected with the siren's eyebrows at an incredible speed. The siren suddenly trembled all over, then her eyes went vacant, as if she had lost consciousness. A moment later, the siren suddenly let out a shrill scream, and her beautiful head exploded with a bang. Barbara coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her breath instantly became weak. Chu Fan strode forward and pulled her into his arms, asking with concern, Darling, how are you? Barbara flashed an incredibly beautiful smile and said, Found it. Found the method. Chapter 100 Dream. Chu Fan asked with concern, Honey, are you all right? Are you hurt? Barbara shook her head and said, It's nothing. I didn't expect that the siren would struggle before it died, causing me to suffer a minor injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Chu Fan looked distressed and stammered, "Barbara." Lee Ruashi looked grateful. "Sister Barbara, thank you." Barbara shrugged and said, "We're partners, don't be so formal. Even though Ruoyan is your older sister, she's still our partner." Lee Ruashi nodded solemnly. Her voice choked with emotion, and said, "Yes, we are the best partners." Barbara smiled and quickly said, "By the way, according to the siren's memory, we have less than an hour left. We need to wake Ruoyan up quickly." Chu Fan quickly asked, "How can I save him?" Barbara thought for a moment and said, "In the siren's memory, someone must be sent into the illusionary world where Meng Yin is to bring her back." Lee Ruashi quickly replied, "Then I'll go." Barbara shook her head and said, "No, it has to be the person Ruoyan wants to see most right now." Lee Ruashi asked in surprise, "Isn't I the person you most want to see, sister?" As if she had thought of something, Lee Ruashi covered her mouth and said, "Could it be that the person you want to see most is Brother Fan?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was completely bewildered. What did this have to do with him? Barbara sighed and said in a slightly resentful tone, "Although this is somewhat outrageous, in fact, in the siren's memory, the person Ron thought about the most after being under the illusion was Chu Fan." Chu Fan touched his nose, wondering if he was really that likable. However, he wasn't one to be coy, and quickly said, "All right, let me go. I'll definitely bring Ruoyan back." Lee Ruashi sobbed, "Brother Fan, you must bring my sister back." "Okay, don't worry, I will definitely do my best." Barbara nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. Chu Fan, carry Ruoyan to the room, and I'll escort you into her dream." Chu Fan picked up Lee Ruoyan, who was lying motionless on the floor, as instructed, and stepped into the captain's cabin. After placing Lee Ruoyan on the bed, Barbara instructed Lu Ruyan and Lee Ruashi to stand guard outside to prevent any further enemies from approaching. Then, she had Chu Fan lie down next to Lee Ruoyan. "Are you ready?" Chu Fan glanced at Lee Ruoyan lying beside him. Her eyes were closed and her long eyelashes were motionless, as if she were asleep. Sensing the faint fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman beside him, Chu Fan nodded and said, "Ready." Barbara continued, "Now, take Ruoyan's hand and close your eyes. Listen, in the dream, you must help Ruoyan find the answer she most desires in her heart, so that you can wake up." Chu Fan felt a little strange, but he still obediently took Lee Ruoyan's small, delicate hand and closed his eyes. The myriad realms enter the dream. A single leaf undergoes reincarnation. The Jianmu tree reaches to the heavens, reflecting one's true nature. The divine tree serves as the guide, and 1,000 hands are the witness. The wisdom of the grass god illuminates my primordial spirit. The great dream of immortality, open. As Barbara chanted her spell, Chu Fan suddenly felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and then, as if he had been thinking of a solution for a long time, he happily fell asleep. Barbara stood up, glanced at Chu Fan who was already asleep, and clenched her fist. "Now it's up to you guys." After an unknown amount of time, Chu Fan woke up and found himself standing on the bow of the Sea King. The sky was azure, the sea was calm as a mirror, and several seagulls cried as they flew overhead. Lee Ruoyan, dressed in white, was standing at the bow of the ship, looking into the distance. After a moment of confusion, Chu Fan realized that he had entered Lee Ruoyan's dream. Thinking of this, Chu Fan laughed and called out, "Ruoyan." Lee Ruoyan hurriedly turned her head and saw Chu Fan with a smile on his face. Lee Ruoyan blushed inexplicably and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect him to be so handsome even in my dreams." Chu Fan walked to Lee Ruoyan's side and said softly, "Ruoyan, what are you thinking about?" Lee Ruoyan sensed Chu Fan's presence and whispered, "I must still be dreaming, right?" "Yes, you only talk to me like this in dreams." Chu Fan was taken aback and asked, puzzled, "What are you talking about?" Lee Ruoyan smiled calmly and said softly, "It's so nice. It's just you and me here. I wish this dream could come true." Chu Fan smiled slightly and gently patted her head, saying, "What are you thinking about, you silly girl? Come back with me." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, he grabbed her hand and walked into the captain's cabin. Lee Ruoyan obediently followed behind Chu Fan, as was her usual behavior. Chu Fan, who was walking ahead, suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know how to get Lee Ruoyan out. "Never mind, I just fell asleep in the captain's cabin. Let's go back there." Having made up his mind, Chu Fan took Lee Ruoyan to the captain's cabin. Once inside the captain's cabin, Chu Fan lay down and patted the bed beside him. "Come here, lie down." Lee Ruoyan was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red instantly. "Brother Chu, This is not a good idea. Chu Fan replied. What's the big deal? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Li Ruoyan's heart suddenly raced, and she asked with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Brother Chu, would you like me to sleep next to you? Chu Fan nodded and said, Yeah, come on over quickly. I can't wait. Li Ruoyan stood there, her heart filled with a tidal wave of emotions. Brother Chu actually wants to sleep with me. Will I get pregnant? Ah, how embarrassing. Unfortunately, this is just a dream. Suddenly, Li Ruoyan, realizing what was happening, froze on the spot. Yeah, it's just a dream anyway. What am I afraid of? It's not real, and Brother Dream doesn't know anything about it. Having made up her mind, Li Ruoyan obediently laid down next to Chu Fan. Chu Fan then grabbed her small hand, making Li Ruoyan feel like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Finally, she mustered up her courage and hugged Chu Fan tightly. Brother Chu, I like you. Since this is a dream, let me love you properly. Can you kiss me? Chu Fan was stunned when he heard this, but when he thought of what Barbara had said about helping Li Ruoyan find the answer in her heart, he was afraid that there would be some bad consequences if he refused. Thinking that it was just a dream and nothing serious, Chu Fan nodded and said, Okay. As he spoke, Meng Fan grabbed the beauty beside him and leaned down to kiss her. After a long while, the two separated. Li Ruoyan's face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were filled with irrepressible excitement. Since it's all in a dream, let's go even crazier. By the way, what happened in the movie that night? Chapter 101 The Moment of Awakening. For the next half hour or so, Li Ruoyan's madness left Chu Fan speechless. I must say, even though it was a dream, it felt really good. Who would have thought that Li Ruoyan, who usually seems low-key and shy, would be so completely uninhibited after letting loose? Chu Fan, Ruyan is my good sister. I don't want to put her in a difficult position. But now I'm in my dream, and I can love you boldly. I really hope this isn't a dream. Chu Fan smiled and said, What if this isn't a dream? After a moment of surprise, Li Ruoyan smiled charmingly and said, Don't tease me. This must be a dream. Looking at Li Ruoyan's face, Chu Fan chuckled inwardly. Okay, when we get back, I'll admit our relationship to them. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan's smile widened. I really hope this isn't a dream. Just then, a loud bang came from the deck. Although Chu Fan had some doubts, he didn't know what was going on. Li Ruoyan's expression changed drastically. When the two of them finished dressing and rushed out of the room, they discovered a figure standing on the deck. It was Yi Tian. Humph, Chu Fan, prepare to die? Then, with a wave of his hand, Chu Fan's entire body was covered in ice. Chu Fan suddenly realized that he couldn't move. At this moment, Li Ruoyan rushed forward and shouted angrily, What are you doing? Let him go? Yi Tian sneered, You want to save him? Unless you die in his place. Then he continued, There is no such thing as love in this world. The so-called double suicide is just an ancient lie. As if she had grasped some key information, Li Ruoyan quickly asked, You mean that as long as I die, he can live? Yi Tian revealed a mysterious expression and said, That's right. But I don't believe you would be willing to die for him. Let me remind you, this is not a dream. If you die here, you will not be resurrected. Li Ruoyan glanced at Chu Fan, who was frozen in ice, her eyes filled with tenderness. A moment later, she said with a firm expression, I'm sure? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Even if you die, he will never know what you have done for him. Are you still willing to do that? Li Ruoyan said calmly, You don't understand what love is at all. Whether he knows or not is none of my business. The important thing is that I am willing. Chu Fan was utterly shocked upon hearing this. What have I done to deserve such words from this girl? At this moment, Li Ruoyan turned around and slowly spoke to Chu Fan. Just now, on the deck, you asked me if I would be willing to die for you. Now I have the answer. I'm willing. Yi Tian laughed loudly. Since that's the case, then you can die. Li Ruoyan closed her eyes and whispered, You must live well. A tear slid down her cheek. At that moment, a white light flashed, and Chu Fan's voice came from beside her. Wake up. Li Ruoyan opened her eyes in a daze and realized that Chu Fan was lying next to her, looking at her. Chu Fan, I'm not dead. Chu Fan laughed. You're not dead. You were just dreaming. Thank goodness you're finally awake. So this was what Barbara meant when she said Li Ruoyan had found her own path. Chu Fan was deeply moved. At this moment, Li Ruoyan whispered, So it really was a dream? Chu Fan, are you alright? Oh. Only then did Li Ruoyan realize that her hand was still being held tightly by Chu Fan. Her face flushed red as she tried to pull her hand away, but she found that Meng Fan was holding it even tighter. Silly girl, weren't you quite wild in your dream? Why are you so shy now? Li Ruoyan was completely stunned and asked incredulously, "What did you say? You know what I dreamed about?" Chu Fan smiled and told Li Ruoyan everything he had just discovered. Li Ruoyan was completely shocked after hearing this. "Does this mean you knew everything that happened in my dream?" Chu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, I know it perfectly well." "Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. I might as well just die." Just thinking about her intimate interaction with Chu Fan in her dream, especially since she was the one who took the initiative, made Li Ruoyan want to die. This is so embarrassing. What will Chu Fan think of me now? Chu Fan grabbed her shoulder and whispered, "Silly girl, why didn't you tell me you liked me sooner? Actually, I like you too." Li Ruoyan's mouth dropped open. She never expected Chu Fan to say something like that. "But you and I." Seeing Li Ruoyan's flustered look, Chu Fan's playful side was aroused. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her directly. Li Ruoyan felt as if she had been electrocuted, and then her whole body suddenly became stiff. After a long while, Chu Fan raised his head and wiped away the strands that had been pulled out. You kissed me. You kissed me. Don't worry, silly girl. I'll take responsibility for you." At that moment, the door opened, and Barbara and the others rushed in. "Sis, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." Li Ruoshi rushed over and hugged Li Ruoyan tightly. Li Ruoyan quickly reassured her. It's okay. I'm fine now." "Sis, why is your face so red and hot? Are you sure you're okay?" It's alright. It's really alright. Thank you, Barbara." Barbara waved her hand and said, "It's okay. We're all teammates." Lu Rian nodded and said, "Everyone was quite frightened today, so please get some rest. My head is still spinning." Barbara also raised her hand and said, "You're right. I'm going back to One Leaf's End realm for rehabilitation exercises." Li Ruoshi also raised her hand and said, "I'm a little exhausted from playing the tune today. I need to go and rest." After they finished speaking, the three of them, as if they had agreed beforehand, all returned to their respective rooms, leaving only Chu Fan and Li Ruoyan in the captain's cabin. Li Ruoyan quickly got up and said, "I'm going back too. Chu Fan, you should get some rest." But Chu Fan wasn't about to let her leave so easily. Only then did Li Ruoyan realize that Chu Fan had been holding her hand the whole time. In other words, all three of them saw what happened. So is this the real reason they want to avoid it? How embarrassing. Okay, since you like me and I like you, what's there to be afraid of? Chu Fan, you weren't like this in your dream. You're not allowed to tell. That won't do. I love how you behaved in my dreams. You even said I was going to shut you up? Come on. You pervert. Whoops. Chapter 102 Blackbeard. Nothing was said that night. When Chu Fan woke up in the morning, he found that Li Ruoyan was no longer by his side. This girl is someone who can't sit still. Chu Fan slept soundly and felt refreshed. After washing his face, he went to the deck and found Li Ruoyan, Li Ruoshi, and Lu Rian drinking porridge. Since Barbara awakened her wood attribute ability, she has no shortage of furniture. Wooden dining tables and chairs, as well as wooden bowls and plates, not to mention chopsticks, spoons, and so on. "Hey, there's porridge today," Chu Fan greeted with a smile. Lu Rian rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. She hadn't expected her best friend to be won over by this scoundrel so quickly. Li Ruoshi came up to greet her sweetly. "You're up, brother Fan. I made some porridge. I'll serve you a bowl." "Haha, great. It's been so long since I've had porridge. And you know what? This porridge has sea monster meat in it, so it smells really good. Wow, it's seafood kanji again. Ruoyan, your cooking skills are really something." After looking around, Chu Fan quickly asked, "Where's Barbara? Didn't she come out for breakfast?" Li Ruoyan quickly replied, "I just brought her a bowl, but she said she'll continue her seclusion today and won't be coming out." Chu Fan nodded and said, "This time, we owe it all to Barbara." Li Ruoshi placed a bowl of seafood porridge in front of Chu Fan and said proudly, "What about me, brother Fan? What about me? Haha, the biggest contributor is definitely our shear. Looks like I'll have to find you more sheet music in the future." As he spoke, Chu Fan took a sip of porridge, which was sweet with a hint of saltiness, and it immediately whetted his appetite. "Ruoyan, this divine fruit is yours. Ruoshi, you and Ruoyan will have to work hard in a while. We need to hurry up and cultivate, as we don't have much time left." Chu Fan knew in his heart that the appearance of the sea monster yesterday was by no means accidental, but whether it was related to Yi Tian was still unclear. "Ultimately, it was because my cultivation level was insufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen for the trap so easily." Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away from the Sea King, a massive warship was moving at full speed. The ship was flying a triangular flag with a skull and crossbones drawn on it. In the main cabin sat a man with a thick beard. He is the owner of this ship, Blackbeard. Boss, we've already reached 13. Should we continue arresting people? A henchman rushed in, excitedly reporting. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard stood up and said, "Oh, let's go take a look." After saying this, Blackbeard led his men to the door of a locked room, where two men were peering through the crack in the door. "Sigh, is this thing a person or a fish? It's so beautiful." "Fool, don't you know what a mermaid is?" "I know that, but I don't know if it's the same as other people's in that aspect. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious too, hee, but unfortunately the boss won't let us do it." As they were talking, they suddenly heard a voice. "You two, open the door." The two men turned around and saw that it was their boss in person. They quickly opened the door and said with a smile, "Boss, please come in." Blackbeard grunted in response and then stepped into the room. The three people behind him quickly followed him into the room, all filled with curiosity. In this room, there were more than a dozen iron cages, and in each cage was a stunningly beautiful young girl. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that these girls all had fish tails. If Chu Fan and the others were here, they would find that this was the mermaid clan they had encountered not long ago. At this moment, the dozen or so mermaids were filled with terror. Hearing someone approaching, they all huddled together and retreated to a corner of the cage, looking at the smiling Blackbeard. "Well done," Blackbeard praised sincerely. "Hey boss, these mermaids are really hot. Want me to pick one and send it to your room?" The first underling asked in a fawning tone. The logic is simple. Only when the older brother plays will they have a chance. If the eldest brother doesn't make the first move, no one else will dare to do it. A complex look flashed across Blackbeard's face. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. These mermaids are all very useful. We can't touch them. Also, give the order to everyone to take care of their own things. If anyone dares to have any crooked ideas, don't blame me for punishing them according to family rules." The younger brother quickly replied, "Is that right? I'll definitely make sure the brothers take care of themselves." Blackbeard nodded in satisfaction, leaving with the words, "Keep it up, the goal is 30. Then, he left the room. After the two men had walked away, the two gatekeepers exchanged a glance, and then turned around and closed the door from the inside. "No, you silly Dachuan, what are you trying to do? Didn't you hear what the boss just said?" The man known as Sha Dachuan grinned and said, "Old Bai, you don't understand, do you? The boss only said we can't touch them, but he didn't say we can't use them." Old Bai was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Sha Dachuan smiled and raised his hands, saying, "A mature man should learn to use his hard-working hands to solve his current problems." Old Bai was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he said, "Brilliant. It had to be you." Sha Dachuan glanced at the door before continuing. "Damn it. These past few days I've only been able to look, but not touch. It's been driving me crazy. By the way, Lao Bai, how come you've been able to hold it in?" Old Bai gave a mysterious smile and said, "I'm not interested in this." Sha Dachuan looked at Lao Bai as if he were a monster and scoffed. "Never mind you. I'm going to do my needlework now. Perfect timing. Keep an eye on things. Remember to call me if anyone notices." Just as Sha Dachuan was working hard, he suddenly felt something nudge his buttocks. Looking puzzled, he turned his head and realized that Old Bai, with bloodshot eyes, was staring at him. As if struck by lightning, Sha Dachuan suddenly understood why Lao Bai said he wasn't interested in this. Damn it, so that's what it's all about. For some inexplicable reason, Sha Dachuan felt a tightness in his little sunflower. "Lao Bai, what are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm not from Chengdu." Old Bai licked his lips and chuckled. "Silly Dachun, you don't want the boss to know about this, do you?" Sha Dachuan exclaimed urgently. "Lao Bai, how could you do this? I considered you my brother." Old Bai said, "You really consider me a brother?" Sha Dachuan quickly replied, "Yeah, I swear. I, Dachuan, have always considered you, Lao Bai, as my brother." Old Bai nodded and said, "Okay, I believe you." Just as Sha Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief, Lao Bai suddenly turned around. "If you're a true brother, come and chop me up." Chapter 103 The Corridor of Death. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, rushed towards me. Chu Fan stood at the bow of the Sea King and squinted as he looked into the distance. The sun was already setting in the west, turning the sea a golden yellow. This should have been a breathtaking sight, if not for the shipwrecks floating on the sea. How come there are so many ship fragments all of a sudden? Chu Fan looked at the broken planks floating on the sea and muttered to himself. It's clear that these are fragments from the ship. Chu Fan, More debris has been found on the starboard side. Lu Rian stood on one side of the boat, her voice tinged with nervousness. Chu Fan strode to the starboard side, placing his hand on his brow bone to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. On the sea, large and small planks, broken masts, and scattered cargo rose and fell with the waves, like the wreckage left by a silent tragedy. Slow down quickly. Chu Fan quickly went to the captain's cabin and controlled the electric engine to reduce the ship's speed. Barbara casually pulled a piece of wood from the sea and closed her eyes to sense it. Honey, the fracture surfaces of these fragments are very fresh, no more than a day old. Chu Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the sea. Looks like there's new trouble coming. Just then, Li Ruoyan, who was standing on the second floor, shouted, Brother Fan, we've spotted ships ahead. Many ships. Everyone immediately raised their newly acquired binoculars, and what they saw on the screen was a scene that moved everyone deeply. About 2 nautical miles away, hundreds of ships of varying sizes were almost still on the sea, some even anchored. This sea area suddenly became as crowded as a port. Something seems off, Lu Ruyan said in a low voice. Chu Fan put down his binoculars, his brow furrowed. Everyone stay alert. Let's go take a look. As this Sea King approached the strange fleet, Chu Fan noticed some familiar faces among the ships, but also others he had never seen before. The crew members on these ships stood on the deck, looking anxiously at the sea ahead. Hey, isn't this Chu Fan? A rough voice came from the right. Chu Fan turned his head and saw a large ship with black sails slowly approaching, its prow carved with a ferocious wolf's head. Upon seeing the man on the boat clearly, Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Xiao Yinming? Lu Rian frowned slightly. I didn't expect to encounter ships from other sea areas here. That's right. This person is none other than Xiao Yinming, the bald, burly man who was tricked by Yi Fei at the auction. Chu Fan smiled and raised his voice in response. Captain Xiao, long time no see. The sea wolf slowly approached, and a burly, bald man with a fierce face appeared at the ship's side. When he saw the 4 stunningly beautiful women standing behind Chu Fan, a fiery glint flashed in his eyes. Young Master Chu, I never expected to see you here. Xiao Yinming's voice was clearly mocking. What? Are you being hunted down by the Yi family? The sailors on deck chuckled softly. Chu Fan smiled and calmly replied. Captain Xiao seems to be trapped here. It seems even experienced captains can run into trouble. Xiao Yinming's smile froze for a moment. Then he sneered. It's just a temporary stop. But you, kid, do you know what's ahead? Chu Fan did not answer immediately. He noticed that more and more ships around him were beginning to pay attention to the conversation. Some captains even sent small boats closer to listen. It looks like just an ordinary sea area, Chu Fan said deliberately. Ordinary? Xiao Yinming burst into laughter, his laughter filled with sarcasm. This corridor of death has already swallowed at least 20 ships. The reefs are as dense as shark teeth, and the undercurrents can tear even the largest warships to shreds. A murmur of discussion arose from the surrounding area. Chu Fan saw fear on the faces of many crew members. Lu Rian leaned close to his ear. He's right. That's the little blackie over there. Captain Kuan just messaged me. Chu Fan was startled, but remained outwardly composed. In that case, Captain Xiao, what insightful opinion do you have? Xiao Yinming stroked his beard smugly. Wait until the tide changes. Maybe we can find a way through. Of course, that takes experience. He gave Chu Fan a meaningful look. This isn't something a greenhorn like you can handle. Just then, a strange sound of water interrupted their conversation. A silvery light suddenly appeared on the sea surface, followed by a figure breaking through the water, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and then lightly falling back into the water. Mermaid, someone exclaimed. The entire sea instantly boiled over. The sailors rushed to the ship's side. Some took out harpoons, while others began to pray. Chu Fan's eyes widened, at the shimmering silver scales, at the long, seaweed-like green hair. Shirahoshi, he called out, his voice lacking confidence. As if responding to his call, the figure leaped out of the water again, this time swimming directly towards the Sea King. When she revealed her upper body at the edge of the boat, everyone gasped. She was a real mermaid, her silver scales shimmering in the sunset, her green eyes like the purest seawater. Captain Chu Fan. Her voice was like the gentle lapping of waves on a beach. We meet again. The sea was silent. Chu Fan felt dozens of shocked gazes directed at him. Xiao Yinming's face turned extremely ugly. Do you recognize this fish? Bai Xing turned to Xiao Yinming, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Human, Please don't call me fish. Her tone was gentle yet firm. Chu Fan crouched down and asked with a smile. Bai Xing, what are you doing here? I had urgent business to attend to. It's so good to have met you. Bai Xing explained. Then, she pointed to the seemingly calm sea in the distance. That's a place of death, but I know a safe passage. Xiao Yinming suddenly burst into laughter. Listen to this. This fish says it'll lead us through the corridor of death. Chu family brat, you don't actually believe in this kind of fairy tale, do you? Chu Fan ignored his sarcasm and focused intently on Bai Xing's eyes. Why are you helping us? Bai Xing's expression softened. Because you are my friends, and besides, I need your help with something. Friend. Xiao Yinming suddenly interrupted, his voice full of doubt. Young Master Chu, if I may be so bold, there are many legends about mermaids using their songs to lure sailors to their deaths on reefs. This could be a trap. A chorus of approval rose from the surrounding crowd. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Yinming fanned the flames. Who knows what these mermaids are up to? Maybe they want to wipe us all out. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Xing's figure and smacked his lips. Bai Xing didn't speak, she just looked at Chu Fan calmly. Captain Chu, you can't trust her. Not far away, an old face from the 10087C area said anxiously. We would rather wait for the tide to change. Xiao Yinming shouted sarcastically. Looks like Captain Chu is going to listen to a fish. What a joke. Chu Fan suddenly stood up and turned to Bai Xing. I believe you. Just like you said, we're friends. Bai Xing smiled. Her choice was indeed correct. It seems that she might actually be able to ask Chu Fan to help her with that matter. Chapter 104 Crossing the Corridor of Death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shirahoshi suddenly jumped up from the sea. In midair, the scales on her lower body shimmered. Wow, it's so beautiful. She drew a beautiful arc in midair and landed steadily on the deck of the Neptune. The moment she landed, her fishtail suddenly transformed into two smooth, long, beautiful legs. What? It's so beautiful. Bai Xing's graceful figure is comparable to that of the other women on the Sea King, and her mermaid nature adds to her mystique. Barbara, Rian, it's been a long time. Long time no see, Shirahoshi. After Bai Xing jumped onto the boat, she greeted Barbara and Lu Rian. The Li sisters were somewhat excited, never expecting that even the legendary mermaid knew Chu Fan. The man I chose is really outstanding. At this moment, Bai Xing suddenly said with a serious expression, Time is running out, let's go quickly. Then, I heard her sing a strange melody. The singing wasn't the fatal allure of legend. Instead, it was as clear as a mountain stream. As she sang, countless luminous creatures emerged from beneath the sea, forming a winding trail of light. These are krill, White Star explained. They only inhabit safe waters without reefs. I can have them mark the entire channel. Chu Fan looked at the glowing waterway and nodded, saying, All right, let's prepare to set sail. We'll follow Bai Xing's guidance. Are you crazy? Xiao Yinming roared. Go to your death following a fish. Chu Fan coldly replied. Captain Xiao can choose to continue waiting. But I must remind you. He pointed into the distance and said, Look at what's over there. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look and were immediately shocked. On the horizon, a massive tornado seemed to emerge from the clouds and plunge directly into the sea. Even more deadly was that the tornado was still moving, and judging from its direction, it was heading straight for the sea area where they were. What? A waterspout? Oh my God, run. Otherwise, we're all doomed. A tornado is coming. With so many ships crammed together, the consequences are unimaginable. Xiao Yinming's expression changed. Clearly he had also noticed the huge tornado. The captains of the other fleets began to whisper among themselves, and several ships were already itching to follow the Sea King. You'll kill everyone, Xiao Yinming said through gritted teeth, but Chu Fan ignored him. Bai Xing leaped back into the water, and the krill swarm shone even brighter, clearly outlining a winding but safe passage. I'm with you, Captain Chu. Chu Fan turned his head and saw that it was Captain Kuan Kuan of the Little Blackie. Chu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, So it's Captain Kuan Kuan. Kuan Kuan looked excited and immediately shouted, Everyone, this is our great hero from District 10,087. It was him who single-handedly faced the extreme thunder and storm. It was he who, through his own strength, ensured that all our ships safely passed through the trial period. How could such a great hero harm us? Anyone from District 10,087? What are you waiting for? Follow Captain Chu, you won't go wrong. 7 or 8 captains in the crowd immediately responded. That's right. Captain Chu, we believe in you. Yes, Chu Fan is the pride of our district 10,087. Since we're going to die anyway if we stay here, we might as well go with Captain Chu and take a chance. Chu Fan revealed a genuine smile and raised his voice. In that case, follow me and let's leave this sea of death together. Even if there is real danger, my Neptune will be the first to go. After speaking, the Sea King slowly started up, and the little blackie followed without hesitation. Behind them were several other vessels from the 10,087 sea area. Xiao Yinming stood at the bow of the ship, his expression shifting between light and dark. Many of the small groups that had previously led him were watching him, and they had just joined him in mocking and questioning Chu Fan. If they follow along, it would be a huge slap in the face. But if we don't leave, the tornado is getting closer and closer, and then we won't be able to leave. They could even hear the tornadoes howling. Finally, some of the smaller boats could no longer withstand the pressure and secretly started up their ships, following behind the Neptune. Once there was a first, there was a second, and more ships followed behind the Sea King. Meanwhile, the Sea King had already ventured deep into the center of the Dead Sea. In other words, at this point, the Neptune had no chance to turn back. Captain, the tornado is less than 50 meters away. A crew member couldn't help but warn. Xiao Yinming's expression shifted between light and dark as he watched the Neptune's retreating figure. After a moment, he finally made a decision. Follow the Shanghai King, but be careful to keep your distance. Chu Fan stood on the deck, watching Bai Xing's graceful figure rise and fall on the sea. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared below the horizon, leaving only the glow of the krill swarms to guide our way. As the massive fleet, led by the Sea King, slowly sailed into the unknown and dangerous waters, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But at the very back of the line, the tornado finally caught up. Help! The last few dozen small boats, either because they hesitated or because there were simply too many boats, ultimately missed their last chance. Everyone watched as those dozens of small boats were swept into the sky and torn to shreds by the razor-sharp wind. Amidst the terror, there was also a sliver of relief. Luckily, I was with the Neptune. Otherwise, I would be the one flying into the sky right now. At this moment, some people were glancing at the Seawolf intentionally or unintentionally, which made Xiao Yinming feel his face burning. Damn it, Chu Fan really knows how to steal the spotlight. He's the same person at the auction, and he's still here. Chu Fan had no time to care about him. He was staring intently at the sky ahead with a serious expression. Dark clouds in the distance spread rapidly like splashed ink, and lightning leaped between them. He glanced back at the fleet behind him, starting with the little blackie, and the ships behind it formed a long line. Xiao Yinming's Sea Wolf was far behind the rest of the group, but because his ship was very conspicuous, Chu Fan recognized it at a glance. Bai Xing suddenly leaped out of the water, her wet green hair plastered to her cheeks. Chu Fan, the storm is coming faster than expected. We must speed things up. Just as Chu Fan was about to respond, a sudden gust of wind blew in, and the Sea King even tilted noticeably to one side. All the boats behind, if they have sails, immediately furl them down and switch to oars. Chu Fan shouted decisively to those behind him. However, it was too late. Several sailboats behind them had already been blown off course by the gale and crashed into the underwater rocks with a loud bang. Help! In their panic, the crew jumped off the sinking ship, but were quickly swept away by the swift undercurrent and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 105 passed smoothly. A deafening clap of thunder interrupted Chu Fan's thoughts. The sea suddenly became violent, with giant waves crashing one after another, and the ship groaned under the strain. Tornado! Li Ruoyan suddenly pointed ahead. Chu Fan looked in the direction Li Ruoyan was pointing, and his expression became extremely solemn. Suddenly, 3 more enormous waterspouts formed on the sea surface, like mythical sea monsters, rushing towards the fleet. All ships speed up! Chu Fan roared, but his voice was immediately swallowed by the storm. The White Star swam nimbly in the water, guiding the krill swarm to increase their brightness. Follow me. There's a natural barrier ahead, a reef, that can weaken the tornado's power. The Neptune was running at full speed, and the ships behind it were also rushing forward at top speed. But tornadoes are faster. The 3 large ships at the very back were swept up in the blast in an instant, the sound of their masts snapping like a mournful cry, and with chips flying everywhere. Chu Fan watched helplessly as the ships were tossed into the air and crashed back into the sea, instantly shattering into pieces. Oh my God! Barbara's face turned pale, and she involuntarily gripped the gunwale tightly. At this point, Xiao Yinming's Sea Wolf could no longer care about keeping its distance and desperately squeezed forward, even at the cost of ramming other small boats that were blocking its way. Countless people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but curse. That bastard. He was the one who was most suspicious just now, and now he's rushing forward like crazy. What a selfish scumbag. I don't have time to deal with him. Bai Xing shouted urgently. Turn 30 degrees to the left ahead. The reefs are right there. Without any hesitation, Chu Fan quickly adjusted his course and headed in the direction Bai Xing had indicated. Despite this being a seemingly more dangerous rocky area, giant waves crashed against the reefs, splashing up several meters high, a terrifying sight. Damn it, has Chu Fan gone mad? Standing at the bow, Xiao Yinming watched Chu Fan's reckless actions. With so many reefs there, won't the ship sink and everyone die? Behind the Neptune, many sailors on other ships turned pale. Chu Fan's actions were indeed insane. On one side was an imminent tornado, and on the other side was a sea full of reefs. It looked like they were courting death. Seeing the tense expressions on the faces of the people on the boat, Chu Fan smiled and said, My wives, are you scared? Li Ruoshi said softly. As long as I'm with Brother Fan, I'm not afraid of anything. Barbara didn't speak, but quietly took Chu Fan's hand. Darling, if we get swept into the sea in a little while, I want to stay with you. Li Ruoyan pursed her lips, but Chu Fan knew that this seemingly weak woman was incredibly strong inside. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, Everyone be careful. A giant wave, more than 10 meters high, swept towards the Sea King. After Lu Ruyan shouted those words, she immediately activated her elemental power. Just as the giant wave was about to crash into the Neptune, it suddenly paused in midair before crashing out in the opposite direction. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Clearly, controlling such a huge wave was still very difficult for her at the moment. Ruyan, are you alright? Chu Fan asked with concern. It's okay, I can handle it. Lu Ruyan waved her hand, and then cautiously looked at the sea. Attention everyone, we are about to enter a reef area. Bai Xing's voice came through. Everyone held their breath. The reefs were like the sharp teeth of a monster. The closest ones almost grazed the hull. But strangely, just as Bai Xing said, the tornado's power was greatly reduced after entering this area, and the rotating water column was divided and weakened by the reef. This is amazing. Kuan murmured to himself on the little blackie at the back, looking at the Sea King and Bai Xing standing at the bow of the rising king with eyes full of respect. Meanwhile, on the sea wolf behind them, Xiao Yinming was utterly shocked. Damn it, who is this kid? How come he's so familiar with the mermaid? Hey boss, should we grab that mermaid later? You know what? She has a really nice figure. Yeah. I wonder what the difference is between a mermaid and a real person. Hee, I'm really curious. A hint of hesitation flashed across Xiao Yinming's face. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, Forget it. Although I, Xiao Yinming, am not exactly a gentleman, I would never do something like repaying kindness with enmity. Pass this down. From now on, everyone should be more polite to the merfolk. Yes, the boss is brilliant. But boss, if I fall in love with the mermaid, it shouldn't be a problem, right? A henchman with a face full of pockmarks approached. Xiao Yinming's lips twitched. Even I, your boss, wouldn't dare say that a mermaid would be interested in me. With your pathetic appearance, you're really just daydreaming. Stop talking nonsense, and be careful. We're about to pass through the reef area. Bai Xing was unaware that she had just been crossed out of someone else's target list. At that moment, she was completely focused on giving instructions. There's a whirlpool on the starboard side. Avoid it. There's an open body of water ahead. Once you cross it, you'll be safe. Chu Fan calmly controlled the direction of the ship, while Lu Ruyan looked on guard. The fleet struggled to navigate among the reefs, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, an open sea appeared ahead, and the storm's power was indeed weakening. We're out, a young sailor asked in disbelief. Barbara beamed with joy. Honey, we passed. Shirahoshi leaped out of the water and stood on the Neptune. Barbara, you're right. We've left the corridor of death far behind. The fleet behind them erupted in deafening cheers, which even drowned out the remaining sound of the wind. The sailors hugged each other, some even weeping with joy. Chu Fan let out a long sigh of relief, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked with sweat. Lu Ruyan breathed a long sigh of relief. Just as her body went limp and she was about to fall, she suddenly felt herself being lifted up by a pair of warm and strong arms. Ruyan, thank you for your hard work. Chu Fan spoke tenderly, and Lu Ruyan blushed, but surprisingly did not refuse. Instead, she hummed softly. Humph, at least you still have some conscience. As the last ship emerged from the reef area, Xiao Yinming's sea wolf followed in a disheveled manner. To Chu Fan's surprise, the arrogant Xiao Yinming actually looked a little embarrassed at this moment. The once mighty sea wolf now shows obvious damage to its hull. It seems they've suffered too, Lu Rian said softly, a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Chu Tong smiled and said, the sea conditions here are so complicated, and his ship is so big, it's only right that he suffers a little. At this moment, as the ships that had escaped from the Sea of Death passed by the Sea King, they all clasped their hands in a fist salute. Captain Chu, I will remember your life-saving grace. And to this beautiful mermaid lady, on behalf of all the crew members, I express my gratitude to you. Bai Xing said calmly, no need for thanks. I just hope that you can live in peace with our mermaid race and not treat us as enemies or even prey. The man patted his chest and said, don't worry. I, Gung, swear here and now that if anyone on my ship dares to do anything to harm the merfolk, I will personally chop him down. Bai Xing nodded in gratitude. One of her purposes in doing these things was to enable her people to coexist peacefully with humans. So it seems the results are quite good. The little blackie came alongside, and Captain Kuan exclaimed, Captain Chu, you've saved me again. Several familiar faces from District 10087 also expressed their feelings. Captain Chu is the only one who can be this reliable. Exactly. Unlike that self-proclaimed veteran who came up with the terrible idea of having us draw lots to get past the reefs. Captain Chu, we'll take our leave now. If you ever need anything from me, Wong, just let me know in the channel, and I'll do my best to help. Come on, with your abilities, what help could you possibly be? When the crowd had mostly dispersed, the sea wolf approached. Surprisingly, Xiao Yinming waved his hand and shouted, Chu Fan, would you like to have a talk with me in person? Chapter 106, Shirahoshi's Request. Chu Fan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. When Xiao Yinming stepped onto the deck of the Sea King, everyone realized that his once gorgeous clothes were now completely soaked and disheveled. There was even a bloodstain that hadn't dried on his face. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on Bai Xing, his expression complex. I owe you a life, mermaid. Xiao Yinming said stiffly, clearly not used to saying thank you. I also owe you an apology, Chu Fan. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh? The famous sea wolf apologizes too. Xiao Yinming's face darkened, but he continued, I thought it was over, but the truth is you and your mermaid friend saved everyone. Bai Xing looked at the bald man with a face full of scars and said softly, I still say the same thing. I only hope that if Captain Xiao encounters any of my lord's people in distress in the future, he can lend a helping hand. Xiao Yinming cupped his hands and said, Miss Bai, rest assured, although I, Xiao Yinming, am not a gentleman, I am definitely not the kind of ungrateful scoundrel. From this day forward, I, the sea wolf, declare that you mermaids are our eternal friends. Bai Xing sighed softly and said, in the long run, our mermaid clan suffered greatly because we looked the closest to humans. On the one hand, we will be rejected and harmed by other races of merfolk. On the other hand, humans themselves may also target us for our curiosity, capturing, imprisoning, or even killing us. I just hope that such incidents will become less and less frequent in the future. Xiao Yinming said with unusual seriousness. I can't guarantee anything else, but if I encounter it, I will definitely help if I have the ability. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, Oh right. Miss Bai, are you looking for the Blackbeard ship? Upon hearing this, Bai Xing's expression became tense. How did you know? Chu Fan was taken aback and asked, Blackbeard, who is that? Xiao Yinming sighed and said, the captain of the Blackbeard is a big shot in District 1, and the most notorious pirate ship in this sea area. It is said that he made a deal with the devil and can control deep-sea monsters. Pirates? Li Ruoyan asked curiously. Xiao Yinming nodded and said, Yes, this Blackbeard is different from the others. From the moment he entered this game, he was determined to become a pirate king. Over the years, he has destroyed countless ships and killed countless people. Chu Fan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. So what you said earlier, Bai Xing, is related to Blackbeard? Chu Fan. Shirahoshi's voice trembled. I need your help. Blackbeard and his crew have captured 20 of my people. Her fingernails dug deeply into the wooden gunwale. Her eyes filled with tears. Chu Fan asked in a deep voice, Why did he do that? Bai Xing suddenly grabbed Chu Fan's wrist with astonishing force. They intend to use the mermaid's heart to awaken the legendary demon and gain its power. Chu Fan suddenly remembered the siren, which should also be considered a kind of demonic power. After signaling Barbara to calm Bai Xing down, Chu Fan continued to ask questions. Which direction did they go? Bai Xing pointed to the faintly visible thunderclouds on the southeastern horizon. Yamada No Island. I've heard the fox demons mention it. Blackbeard is going there to hold a human sacrifice on the night of the lunar eclipse. Chu Fan was clearly taken aback and immediately asked, the Fox Demon clan? Bai Xing was unaware of the relationship between Chu Fan and Yi, and assumed that Chu Fan was just curious, so she nodded and began to explain. Yes, it wasn't just us mermaids. Blackbeard also captured more than 10 girls from the Fox Demon clan. Because the human sacrifice he was about to perform could only be completed with the blood of the purest maiden in the world. Chu Fan's expression turned serious. If that was the case, then he couldn't ignore it. Captain Xiao, how strong is this Blackbeard? Xiao Yinming thought for a moment and said, I have never met him in person, but I have heard that his strength is terrifying. If you want to deal with him, you will probably have a hard time. Then he paused for a moment and said, No way, you don't really want to go after him, do you? With your current strength, let alone Blackbeard, you probably can't even handle his few generals. Bai Xing's eyes dimmed. She knew Xiao Yinming was telling the truth. Unfortunately, among the humans she knew, Chu Fan was the only one who was both powerful and willing to befriend the merfolk. Apart from him, she could find no one else to rely on. But to ask Chu Fan for such a favor based on this alone is really putting Chu Fan in a difficult position. Sigh, there's still a month left. On the night of the lunar eclipse, Chu Fan, Captain Xiao was right. I was too naive. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'll go again. As she spoke, Bai Xing turned to leave, but then heard Chu Fan's voice behind her. Wait a minute, Shirahoshi. Bai Xing turned around and looked at Chu Fan. It wasn't her. Everyone looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan felt an invisible pressure. After all, this matter was extremely risky. However, he quickly made his final decision. But Bai Xing had just saved him, and it concerned Yi, so he had to go. Miss Bai, I will definitely arrive at Yagi no Shiro within a month. Please rest assured. Oh, right, Captain Xiao. Didn't you just say you wanted to thank Miss Bai for her great kindness? Well, here's your chance. Xiao Yinming looked embarrassed. Now that he said those words, he can't deny them anymore. Especially with several beautiful women watching. How could he back down? However, he was a seasoned veteran, and he quickly came up with an idea. Don't worry. I shall always keep my word. I will definitely go in a month. However, Chu Fan, if you're going to fight Blackbeard, there's someone you can try to get involved with. Chu Fan asked in surprise. Who? Xiao Yinming said solemnly. Fu Jianru. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately pictured the aloof and icy fairy. Chu Fan asked, puzzled, why is that? Xiao Yinming smiled calmly and said, because this Blackbeard has a grudge against Fu Jianru. It is said that her best friend was killed by Blackbeard. Chu Fan nodded and said, I see. He is indeed a good foreign aide. Xiao Yinming continued. And I believe that if you tell her where Blackbeard is, she will be very grateful to you. Chu Fan nodded and said, I understand. Then it's settled. We'll meet on Orochi Island in a month. Chapter 107 Tears of the Deep Sea. The sea wolf, along with the setting sun, gradually disappeared below the horizon. Bai Xing stood at the bow of the ship, her brows slightly furrowed, gazing at the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. Her long, wet hair clung to her fair skin, and her fishtail shimmered like pearls in the sunlight. Lu Ruyan said softly, What? Are you still worried about the safety of your people? Bai Xing nodded slightly and sighed. I'm still too weak. If only I could find the legendary sacred artifact of the mermaid clan. Just then, Barbara emerged from the cabin, holding a skewer of freshly grilled fish. Hey, everyone's here. I just made some food, Shirahoshi. Would you like to try some? Bai Xing smiled. This beautiful woman was always full of energy, not caring at all about the charcoal ash on her face. The twin sisters, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruashi, also gracefully jumped down from the observation deck. Miss Shirahoshi just mentioned the sacred object, and I'm very curious about it, Lu Ruyan said loudly. These words startled the others, who looked at Bai Xing. Barbara, being quick-witted, voiced everyone's question. Shirahoshi, what kind of sacred object is it? Bai Xing's expression turned serious, even somewhat sacred. Our mermaid race possesses a sacred artifact passed down for thousands of years, called the Tears of the Deep Sea. Legend has it that it contains the blessings of the ocean and can grant its holder immense power. That sounds amazing. Barbara, her mouth full of grilled fish, mumbled, If we had this, wouldn't defeating Blackbeard be much easier? Bai Xing shook her head, a trace of sadness in her eyes. But the sacred object was lost 100 years ago. Some say it was swallowed by a giant whale, while others say it sank into an endless trench. If I can find it, I can master greater power in a short time, which will increase my chances of winning the battle a month later. Chu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. A giant whale? He suddenly remembered something, turned to Barbara, and said, "Do you remember that giant whale we encountered on our first day here? It had an empty box on its back." Barbara's eyes lit up as she recalled the time Chu Fan had fiercely protected her, and said she actually liked it. "Yes, that's right. There was a strange bead in that box. And then you gave it to me." All eyes were on Barbara, and Shirahoshi excitedly stepped forward. "Could I see that bead?" Barbara nodded and pulled a red string from between her full breasts, revealing a bead hanging from it. She took the bead off and gently handed it to Shirahoshi. Bai Xing held the bead above her head. Just then, the sun set and the moon rose into the sky. When the moonlight shone on the beads, a soft blue light emanated, illuminating the faces of those around them. Shirahoshi gasped, her hands trembling slightly. "The tear of the deep sea really is it?" Her voice choked with emotion. "The sacred relic that our mermaid clan has been searching for 100 years. Lu Rian looked at the bead in surprise. "I didn't expect this to really be your sacred object. It does look extraordinary." Bai Xing excitedly said, "Legend has it that the tears of the deep sea are formed from the tears of my mermaid queen, capable of stirring up tides and calming storms." Bai Xing devoutly stretched out her hands, but then hesitated and withdrew them. Barbara noticed Bai Xing's hesitation, glanced at Chu Fan, and after receiving his confirmation, smiled and placed the tear of the deep sea in Bai Xing's palm. "Since this is a sacred object of your mermaid clan, it should be returned to you." Bai Xing hesitated and said, "This is too precious. Barbara, this was given to you by Chu Fan. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a token of your love." Barbara waved her hand and said, "He's given me so many things, I'll just ask him to give me another one later." Lu Rian chimed in from the side. 10 more should be ordered." "Haha, yes. Brother Fan, I want one too," Li Ruoshi said coquettishly. Li Ruoyan didn't speak, but her expressive eyes said it all. Chu Fan smiled helplessly. "If I had known, I would have taken a few more treasures from Heechang's ship." The jokes from everyone livened up the atmosphere considerably. Barbara reiterated, "Take it. It originally belonged to your tribe. Besides, strengthening you will benefit us in our fight against Blackbeard. Moreover, this is also what our Captain Chu Fan wanted, right?" As she spoke, Barbara playfully winked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan laughed and said, "You little rascal. That's right, Miss Bai Xing. You don't need to be polite anymore. She's yours now." Bai Xing was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open. "You're just going to return it to us like this?" Suddenly, her face flushed, and she said, "Our mermaid clan has a tradition that anyone who returns our clan's most precious treasure must." Chu Fan grinned. "More than a treasure, we would much rather gain the friendship of your mermaid clan." Seeing that the others were sincere, Bai Xing stopped refusing. She carefully cradled the deep sea tear in her hands, tears welling in her eyes. "Since everyone trusts me so much, I will no longer hide anything from them. Actually, I am the princess of the mermaid clan. Captain Chu Fan, I swear in the name of the mermaid princess that from this day forward, my mermaid clan will be on good terms with you for generations to come." She lowered her head and gently kissed the sacred object, and the bead immediately shone with an even more dazzling light, as if the surrounding air had become moist. "I need to return to the deep sea temple immediately to perform the ceremony." Shirahoshi looked up and said, "I will meet you on the night of the full moon 1 month from now on Yamada No Island." Chu Fan nodded solemnly. "We'll wait for you." Bai Xing gave everyone a final, grateful look before walking to the bow of the ship. Then, she suddenly turned around, looked at Chu Fan, with a hint of shyness but also a sense of determination. "Chu Fan, according to our clan's ancestral precepts, whoever returns the most precious treasure of our mermaid clan must marry the princess of our clan. As for me, Shirahoshi, as a mermaid princess, I should abide by the ancestral teachings. I swear to the moon that when I return from the deep sea, that will be the day I marry you." After saying that, he leaped high into the air and disappeared into the vast sea in the blink of an eye. Chu Fan and the 4 women were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Lu Rian was the first to react and said softly, "How could you repay kindness with enmity?" Barbara suddenly grabbed Chu Fan's ear and said, "Tell me, did you already know about this all along?" Chu Fan quickly said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How could I possibly know about this? Only Li Ruoxi clapped and said, Brother Fan is so amazing. Now we have another mermaid companion. Li Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, but suddenly her expression changed drastically. Hey everyone, this is bad. The radar shows we seem to be surrounded. Chapter 108 Yi Fei's Attack. The pitch-black night enveloped the boundless sea, with only a waning moon casting a pale light. On the deck of the Neptune, everyone was gathered around the radar screen, their brows furrowed. On the screen, 8 red dots are approaching them from different directions, forming a tight encirclement. It seems to be someone's surname Yi. I just don't know if it's Yi Fei or Yi Tian who came. Everyone felt a chill. If it was Yi Fei, they would still have a chance to fight, but if it was Yi Tian, they would be in danger. Just then, Chu Fan's bracelet lit up. Jinkla. Brother Chu, I just got word that Yi Fei has led his men to surround you. You'd better run. Chu Fan was secretly surprised. Jean Keela's information network was really good, and his superpower was truly unique. Brother Jean, thank you for letting me know, but there's no escaping it now. They've already surrounded us. Unfortunately, my information gathering ability is still somewhat limited, so I only just received the intelligence, and I didn't expect to be a step too late. Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he sensed the sincerity in Jean Keela's words. I still want to thank you, Brother Jean. By the way, could you tell me about Yi Fei's side of strength? Zig Ziglar quickly replied. No problem. Yi Fei himself is at the 3rd level of the mortal realm and possesses water attribute abilities. He also has 4 top experts under his command. They are Zhang Lai the Fiery Fist, Wang Gang the Iron Wall, Chen Feng the Phantom, and Chen Shutong the Poison Ivy. These 4 people have all reached the 2nd level of the mortal realm, so you need to be careful. After reading Jinkle's message, Chu Fan thanked him and then solemnly closed the bracelet. After the message was shared with the others, everyone's expression turned serious. Judging from the personnel configuration, the Neptune's current situation seems to be very precarious. Furthermore, the other side actually has 8 ships. It seems that Yi Fei is really eager to kill me. It's getting closer. Chu Fan's voice was deep and calm, and a wisp of blue electricity unconsciously flickered at his fingertips. Lu Ruyan walked quickly to the ship's side, the sea breeze blowing through her long, black hair. She closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. When she opened them, a hint of seriousness flashed in her watery eyes. There's something underwater. They must be shark men, at least 3 of them, moving very fast. It seems they were the ones tracking us and guiding those ships to surround us. Damn it, another shark man? Barbara frowned, a few thin vines sprouting from between her fingers and then retracting. Li Ruoxi nervously grabbed her sister's arm. What should we do? There are too many of them. Everyone, please calm down. Chu Fan turned to face the crowd. Everyone, prepare for battle. Ruoxi, your petrification ability is crucial. Barbara, pay attention to treatment and restraints. Like smoke, control the surface of the sea. Beware of the shark man approaching the bottom of the ship. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Ruoyan, hesitated for a moment. After Li Ruoyan finished eating the fruit, no one had a chance to ask about her abilities. Li Ruoyan bit her lip, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. I actually... Before she could finish speaking, a splash suddenly erupted on the distant sea, and 3 bluish-gray sharkmen leaped out of the water, their sharp dorsal fins slicing through the waves and emitting a piercing shriek. They did not attack directly, but simply moved extremely fast across the sea. Soon, 8 enemy ships emerged from the darkness. On the largest ship, a tall, slender figure stood at the bow, the moonlight illuminating his pale face and cold smile. Chu Fan, it's been a long time. Yi Fei. Chu Fan's face darkened, and he said coldly, your Yi family actually cooperated with the shark man. Yi Fei chuckled lightly, casually waving his hand. A column of water rose from the sea, swirling in his palm. So what? They're more trustworthy than humans. Besides, we each get what we need. Chu Fan stepped forward, blocking the crowd. Enough nonsense. You want to settle things here? That's exactly what I was thinking. Yi Fei's eyes were cold and sinister. Today, I will let everyone know the consequences of offending the Yi family. Don't worry, I'll personally send you to hell. And all these women behind you will become my spoils. After saying that, Yi Fei laughed loudly, while the 4 women behind Chu Fan all looked furious. Yi Fei's eyes burned with desire as he saw the 4 women's stunningly beautiful faces and incredibly graceful figures. Damn it. What kind of incredible luck did Chu Fan have to get his hands on 4 top-tier items at once? But from today onwards, they are all mine. It seems Chu Fan can't die so soon. I want to enjoy all of this in front of him. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yifei stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, then waved his hand. Superior. As he finished speaking, 4 figures emerged from behind him and stood on either side of Yifei. On the far left is a burly man with his upper body bare, his arms wrapped in flames. Beside him stood a man with a towering, iron tower-like physique and metallic-looking skin. On the right are a man and a woman. The man's figure is elusive, while the woman's hands are entwined with purple vines. The woman put her arm around Yifei's neck, revealed a charming smile, and looked at Chu Fan and the others, saying, "Chu Fan, it's been a long time." It was Chen Shutong who tricked Xiao Yinming at the last auction. If Xiao Yinming were here and saw this man and woman being so intimate, he'd probably be furious. Zhang Lai the Fiery Fist, Wang Gang the Iron Wall, Chen Feng the Phantom, and Chen Shutong the Poison Ivy. Chu Fan whispered their names. "I didn't expect you to be so aware of my abilities." Yifei laughed smugly. "Chu Fan, if you're willing to admit defeat and offer me the woman behind you, maybe I'll consider sparing your life." "You're asking for death," Lu Ruyan roared, slamming her hands down onto the sea. In an instant, the calm sea surface churned violently, and a 10-meter-high giant wave rose out of nowhere and crashed towards Yifei's ship. Yifei remained calm and waved his hands, creating another giant wave. The 2 water walls collided in midair, producing a deafening roar and splashing water everywhere. Is this the power of an S-rank technique? It's indeed impressive. It's a pity your cultivation level isn't as high as mine. Thinking of this, a cruel glint flashed across Yifei's face once again. If it weren't for Chu Fan, Lu Ruyan's S-level cultivation technique would be mine now. Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned cold. "I've changed my mind. Chu Fan must die. Let's get started." Chu Fan shouted, his whole body bursting with electricity, transforming into a blue lightning bolt that rushed straight towards the ship where Yifei was. The battle erupted instantly. Zhang Lai laughed wildly as he jumped toward the Sea King, his fists bursting into flames. Wang Gang then jumped directly into the sea and ran on the water as if he were walking on flat ground. Chen Feng's figure flashed, and he disappeared like a ghost. Chen Shutong flung out several purple vines, aiming straight at Barbara. Chapter 109 The Great Battle Begins. Watch out for the bottom of the boat. Lu Ruliai's expression suddenly changed drastically. A metallic scraping sound came from the bottom of the ship. "It's those sharkmen. Shit, damn it, they're trying to scuttle our ship." Barbara cursed. Fortunately, the Neptune's hull had undergone a defensive upgrade. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether it could have survived this wave of attacks from the sharkmen's sharp claws and serrated teeth. Barbara suddenly emitted a green light and shouted, "Binding." 2 vines immediately grew rapidly along the hull, quickly forming a protective layer of vines on the bottom of the boat. The Sharkman was torn to pieces time and time again, but it grew back again and again. "Barbara, beautiful." Just then, the attack from the 4 people on Ye's spaceship arrived. Li Ruashi took a deep breath and crossed her arms in front of her chest. A pink glow emanated from her. She let out a sweet shout, sweet petrification. A pink beam of light shot from her fingertips, hitting Wang Gang accurately on the sea surface. The towering man froze on the spot, his entire body covered in a layer of pink crystals. And so, maintaining a running posture, it sank straight down to the seabed. "Here you go," Barbara cheered. However, just as he was about to sink underwater, a dark shadow rushed over and pulled him back from the surface of the sea. Phantom Chen Feng. He is incredibly fast, fast enough to run on the sea. However, Wang Gang's petrification time had not yet ended, so Chen Feng had no choice but to carry him forward together. Li Ruashi took a deep breath and shouted again, "Sweet petrification." Chen Feng's body jolted, and then he found that his legs were starting to become unresponsive. Soon, his entire body became just like Wang Gang's. Oops. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he began to sink into the sea. Ruashi did a great job. Li Ruashi wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile, "Kill them." With a whoosh, a column of water rose from the sea. A gray figure leaped out of the water, carrying Chen Feng, who was also petrified, in his arms, and jumped directly onto the deck of the Sea King. Sharkman. 2 more jets of water rose up. All 3 sharkmen revealed themselves. Their bluish-gray skin gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and their sharp teeth dripped foul-smelling slime. It seems they have completely abandoned their plan to scuttle the Sea King from the bottom. At this moment, Zhang Lai, the Fire Fist, and Qin Shutong also arrived on the deck of the Sea King. Qin Shutong glanced at Li Ruoxi, her expression showing surprise. That's amazing. It's a petrifying ability. Then, her eyes turned cold, and she said to the three Sharkmen, "You three, take care of her first." The three Sharkmen exchanged a glance, put down the two petrified people, and locked their golden vertical pupils on Li Ruoxi as they slowly surrounded her. Just as Barbara was about to make a move, she heard Qin Shutong laugh and say, "What's the rush? Your opponent is me. I'd like to see whether your vines are more powerful or my poison ivy is superior." Zhang Lai, the Fiery Fist, clenched his fist and looked at Lu Ruyan with a lewd grin. "My beauty, it seems I'll have to take care of you." Lu Ruyan's eyes turned cold as she uttered two words. "You're courting death." Li Ruoxi moved first, shouting, petrified. Three invisible energy waves swept toward the three Sharkmen at an extremely fast speed. Qin Shutong shouted, "Get out of the way." However, the characteristic of Sharkmen is that once they leave the water, their movements become extremely slow. Therefore, even if they wanted to get away, it was too late. In an instant, three more stone statues appeared on the deck. Qin Shutong sneered. "What an idiot." Lu Ruyan asked softly, "Is there any way to petrify that woman?" Li Ruoxi shook her head and said, "My ability can only petrify people who are attracted to me. That woman has absolutely no feelings for me." Lu Ruyan suddenly realized, but that made sense. Otherwise Li Ruoxi's fruit power would be too overpowered. But if there is a suitable training method, perhaps this shortcoming can be made up for in the future. Li Ruoxi laughed and said, "This woman is no good, but this man is. I'll take care of him." Just then, Li Ruoyan suddenly exclaimed, "Ruoxi, be careful." A figure rushed straight towards Li Ruoxi, and at the critical moment, a wall of water appeared in front of Li Ruoxi. Bang! With a loud crash, the water wall shattered, but it successfully blocked the attack. Li Ruoxi's face turned deathly pale. It turned out that Wang Gang's petrification time had ended, and he had launched a surprise attack when no one was paying attention. "Thank you, Sister Ruyan," Lu Ruyan said softly. "Don't be so polite. Be careful." "Hey beautiful, I already told you your rival is me." A scorching gust of wind from a fist flew straight toward Lu Ruyan. It was Zhang Lai, the Fiery Fist. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned cold, and her whole body was filled with moisture. The fist wind disappeared without a trace when it was still half a meter away from her body. "You actually want to challenge my water attribute with fire attribute? You're really asking for death," Lu Ruyan sneered. Zhang Lai licked his lips and lewdly said, "Campus Bell Lu, I've admired you for a long time. My favorite thing is to push the limits. Humph, let's see if you have the luck to do it." A water arrow shot straight towards Zhang Lai at an astonishing speed. But when the water arrow was still 30 centimeters away from Zhang Lai, it was evaporated into a wisp of water vapor and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback, then frowned and asked, "Aren't you at the second level of the mortal realm?" Zhang Lai laughed and said, "Congratulations, Lu, the school beauty, you got it right." Then, with an excited look on his face, he said, "Guess what? Just 2 hours ago, I broke through." Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of interest. "Oh, is that so? That's more interesting." Just then, Qin Feng, who had been petrified, recovered. He shook his leg, looked at Li Ruoxi, and revealed a playful expression. "That petrified me is quite interesting." Li Ruoxi focused intently on Zhang Lai and Qin Feng before her, and activated petrification once more. Although Qin Feng was very fast, Li Ruoxi's superpower seemed to be unaffected by speed at all. As long as you were even slightly attracted to her, you would definitely be hooked. Soon, the two were petrified again. At this moment, the three Sharkmen who had just been petrified slowly returned to normal. But Li Ruoxi's physical strength is also about to reach its limit. If she can't eliminate these people quickly, she will be exhausted, which will put everyone in a dangerous situation. But Barbara and Lu Ruyan are both too busy to deal with this situation. How can they break this deadlock? The Sharkman's impenetrable defense alone is something she can't break through in her current state. Just then, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The three Sharkmen, who were closing in, paused for a moment. Barbara, Lu Ruyan, and Li Ruoxi were all shocked by the gunshot. When they turned around, they were stunned. Ruoyan, elder sister? Chapter 110. Sisters United. Their strength can break gold. Everyone turned around in shock, only to see that Li Ruoyan's right hand had transformed into a silver revolver, with smoke rising from the muzzle. Her face was pale, but her eyes were unusually firm. Ruoyan. Lu Rian's pupils contracted. When did you? I can conjure weapons. Li Ruoyan's voice trembled. I just never dared to use it before. Weapon fruit. Lu Rian's eyes widened in surprise. You actually awakened this ability? Barbara swatted away the poisonous vines that were attacking her and couldn't help but laugh. Ruoyan, you've been hiding your true strength. Li Ruoyan's face flushed slightly. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it properly. Li Ruoxi cheered. Sister, that's awesome. Feeling encouraged by everyone, Li Ruoyan nodded and said, I will work hard, Ruoxi. Let's take them down together. Li Ruoxi raised her fist and said, all right, let's take them down. Chen Shudong's expression immediately turned cold. This Neptune is truly full of hidden talents. Not only do all the crew members have superpowers, but each one is more surprising than the last. This Li Ruoxi clearly hasn't even entered the mortal realm yet, and the fruit's ability is already so troublesome. If she grows up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Ruoyan's abilities may not seem strong, but the clever girl knows that this fruit is not simple. Li Ruoyan has only just awakened, so she can probably only transform into some basic weapons. But what about later? Could there be missiles, or even mechs and nuclear weapons? Thinking about this, Chen Shutong felt a chill run down her spine. The Neptune must not be allowed to remain. Even if they stay, they can only become teammates. But at present, it seems that the probability of subduing them is too low. Thinking of this, Chen Shutong suddenly said, don't hold back anymore. These two women must die. Chen Feng, who had just recovered, was taken aback and asked, but Yi Fei said, I'll explain to him. Chen Shutong interrupted him. Seeing that Chen Shutong was speaking seriously, Chen Feng's expression also became solemn, and he nodded and said, okay. After saying that, he turned to Li Ruoxi and Li Ruoyan and said, ladies, I'm sorry, but I'm going to get serious now. Li Ruoyan stepped forward and stood beside her younger sister. When sisters are of one mind, their strength can break even metal. Ruoxi, watch out. No sooner said than done. 3 sharkmen roared and surrounded them. Even worse, Wang Gang, who had been petrified, had broken free of his restraints and was charging towards them with his iron-like fists. At the same time, Phantom Chen Feng went all out, his figure appearing and disappearing on the deck, becoming a lurking assassin who could deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Li Ruoyan took a deep breath, and a flash of silver light appeared in her hand. The pistol disappeared in an instant, and a shotgun appeared in her hand. Li Ruoyan gripped the shotgun tightly, her palms covered in cold sweat. Li Ruoxi's face turned deathly pale. The repeated use of her petrification ability had made her almost unable to stand. Just then, Wang Gang's fist came flying. In the darkness, Wang Gang roared and charged forward, his iron fist slamming down with a whistling sound. Ruoxi. Now, Li Ruoyan's voice rang out again. Li Ruoxi gritted her teeth and used her remaining strength to activate her superpower once again. Sweet petrification. The pink beam of light struck Wang Gang's fist, and the crystals instantly spread throughout his body. Li Ruoyan didn't waste the opportunity. She pressed the shotgun directly against Wang Gang's chest. Bang! 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 3 shots were fired in quick succession, all hitting the same spot in Wang Gang's chest. Crack! Crack! The crystal shattered, and Wang Gang's steel skin was finally broken through. He roared in pain and fell to his knees. Unexpectedly, Wang Gang's much-vaunted defense was so easily broken by the combined attack of the 2 sisters. Just then, a sharkman pounced right in front of them. It opened its blood-red maw, and a foul stench assaulted our senses. Li Ruoyan could even see that it had teeth like a hacksaw. Now, sweet petrification. A pink light flashed, and the sharkman was instantly covered in crystals. Li Ruoyan immediately turned the gun around and aimed it at its wide-open mouth. Boom. The steel pellets from the shotgun went straight down his throat. Roar dash. The sharkman let out a shrill howl, and blood gushed out. Clearly, this was one of the few parts of his body not covered by armor. It fell heavily onto the deck, struggled a couple of times, and then stopped moving. We did it, Li Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Li Ruoxi was already teetering on the brink of collapse. She overused her abilities, and her vision began to go black intermittently. But she still exclaimed excitedly, it's a success. Upon seeing this, the 2 sharkmen behind hesitated for a moment. They were scared. Li Ruoyan excitedly raised her fist, panting heavily. Ruoyan, bow your head, Li Ruoxi shouted. Li Ruoyan suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck and instinctively bent down to avoid it. The dagger grazed her hair, and Chun Feng's figure appeared in her shadow like a ghost. Ruoyan, watch out! Lu Ruoyan cried out in alarm. Chun Feng suddenly changed his posture in midair, and the direction of the dagger in his hand changed, stabbing straight at Li Ruoyan's back chest. This caught everyone off guard, and Li Lian had no time to react. As Chun Feng's dagger pierced straight into Li Ruoyan's back, a cruel smile even appeared on his face. Once Li Ruoyan dies, Li Ruoxi will be no threat. But the next second, his expression changed. Bite! The dagger in his hand actually produced a metallic clang. Just at this critical moment, a golden light emanated from Li Ruoyan's back. Beneath the pierced outer garment, a layer of metallic scales instantly appeared on the smooth skin of Li Ruoyan's back. Li Ruoyan was panting, her eyes bloodshot. Do you think all I can do is conjure weapons? She held a gun to Chun Feng's abdomen with her right hand, and suddenly transformed her left hand into a triangular bayonet, thrusting it at his throat at a tricky angle. Chun Feng hurriedly leaned back, only to see the military dagger transform into a hook midway through, precisely wrapping around his wrist holding the knife. Li Ruoxi only realized what was happening at this moment, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. However, it seems that not only is my sister all right, but she has also awakened a new ability. She guessed correctly. In her desperation, Li Ruoyan awakened another ability of the weapon fruit, partial armor transformation. Although it was only localized and lasted for less than 10 seconds, those few short seconds were enough to successfully block Chun Feng's fatal blow. Li Ruoxi was furious. You actually tried to kill my sister. I'll kill you. A dazzling pink light burst forth from her fingertips. Overload. Sweet petrification. Chapter 111, The Terrifying Lu Ruoyan. As Li Ruoxi spoke, Chun Feng's right hand was petrified at a visible speed, and the petrification spread throughout his body. Impossible. Chun Feng's face darkened, and with a fierce determination, he suddenly swung the dagger in his left hand. Ah! Chun Feng let out a muffled groan as he actually severed his right arm at the shoulder. The petrified severed arm crashed onto the deck and shattered into a pile of powder. Chun Feng gritted his teeth and said, Don't even think about catching me. But the moment he stopped, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Suddenly, Li Ruoyan's shotgun barrel elongated and deformed, turning into a grotesque-looking behemoth. Let me show you my anti-material sniper mode. The moment Li Ruoyan pulled the trigger, the entire Neptune trembled. The specially designed armor-piercing bullet shattered the illusion barrier that Chun Feng had hastily assembled, exploding a bloody hole the size of a bowl in his chest. The elusive assassin looked down in disbelief and saw his heart turning to stone. He never expected that Li Ruoxi would attach her petrification ability to the bullet fired by Li Ruoyan at the last moment. Chun Feng knelt down, his body quickly covered by pink crystals. This time there was no suspense at all. With a crisp crash, the phantom assassin hidden in the darkness instantly fell to the ground and turned into a pile of crystal dust. Chun Shudong's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Damn it. She simply couldn't believe that 2 experts at the second level of the mortal realm, plus 3 Sharkmen, could be defeated by 2 immature girls. No, these 2's devil fruit abilities are too troublesome, and they seem to have a combined attack technique. These 2 must be eliminated. Lying on the deck, panting heavily, Wang Gang stared in terror at the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at him. The 2 Sharkmen unconsciously took 2 steps back. Chen Shutong gritted her teeth, glanced back at Yifei who was already fighting Chu Fan, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Just then, a full moon rose, and Chen Shutong looked up and her eyes lit up with joy. The full moon is rising, what are you waiting for? As she roared, strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the deck. Suddenly, the 2 Sharkmen trembled, and then their scales glowed with a bloody light. Their muscles began to swell and tear their skin, and the next second, their vertebrae pierced through the dorsal fin, looking like sharp knives. Only then did everyone realize that the pupils of the 2 Sharkmen were completely consumed by crimson. Roar dash! One of the berserk Sharkmen was on all fours, its spine cracking and popping as it bulged out. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a ferocious shape resembling a crocodile. It slammed its paw on the deck, and the 3-inch thick teak planks shattered like biscuits, the cracks instantly spreading to Li Ruoyan's feet. Ruoxi. Li Ruoyan quickly picked up the unconscious Li Ruoxi and rolled away to avoid the attack. Meanwhile, Another shark man crashed into the ship's side with a loud bang. Its lower jaw was torn open to the base of its ear, revealing 3 layers of dagger-like, sharp teeth. The dripping slime corroded hissing holes in the deck. This doesn't resemble the mouth parts of a living being at all. It's more like a ruthless meat grinder. Chun Shutong sneered. Under the full moon, the sharkmen can enter a bloodthirsty state. Now no one can save them. Lu Rian suddenly said, a full moon? How wonderful. Zhang Lai, sitting opposite him, clasped his hands in a fist and smiled. Beautiful lady, would you like to admire the moon with me? Lu Rian smiled faintly and moved with incredible speed between the shark man and Li Ruoyan. Then, a flash of cold light appeared in her hand, and a semi-transparent short knife appeared. It is her signature weapon, Moontide, Heavenly Tears Blade. Lu Rian channeled her water elemental power into the blade, and as if sensing something, silvery moonlight poured down like a veil. In an instant, the entire Neptune was bathed in a dreamlike blue glow. Lu Rian stood quietly at the bow of the boat, surrounded by flowing water gauze, like a light silk ribbon formed from the waves under the moonlight. Every strand of water gauze reflects the moonlight, outlining mysterious ripples around her. Oof, what a charlatan. Zhang Lai snorted coldly, and dark red flames ignited on his arms, the intense heat distorting the air. Watch me burn away that tattered film of water. He suddenly swung his fist, and 3 pillars of fire shot towards Lu Rian in a triangular formation. Just as the flames were about to touch the water gauze. Bite! A voice as ethereal as a deep-sea mermaid song suddenly echoed across the deck. The pillars of fire strangely slowed down on the surface of the water gauze, as if they were sinking into an invisible swamp. Zhang Lai was astonished to find that he could hear the ethereal singing of a goddess, and his limbs suddenly felt incredibly heavy. What kind of sorcery is this? He struggled to back away, but his movements were as sluggish as if in slow motion. Not only him, but the 2 sharkmen suddenly seemed to have lost their way, standing there motionless. Lu Rian's figure twirled gracefully under the moonlight, the heavenly tear blade drawing a crystalline arc of light. The moon tide resonates. The tidal sound is elusive. Zhang Lai bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which finally brought him back to his senses from the illusion. Damn it. You're playing dirty tricks, I'll kill you. Phew. So what if you've reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm? Lu Rian suddenly leaped up, the tip of her knife flicking at the moonlight. Countless teardrop-shaped crystals separated from the blade, suspended in the air, refracting the full moon into countless starlight. Disperse. With Lu Rian's cold command, those tears suddenly burst open, turning into tens of thousands of water blades. Each one is as thin as a cicada's wing, yet sharp enough to cut through a flame. The fire barrier that Zhang Lai hastily erected was easily pierced, and hundreds of bloodlines instantly appeared on his exposed skin. The 2 sharkmen were immediately cut into countless pieces. It's not over yet. Lu Rian lightly touched the mast with her toes, and the blade of Heavenly Tears, reflecting the full moon, was raised high above her head. Heavenly Tears' profound technique. Abyss whale devours the moon dash. The moment the blade struck, the entire deck suddenly transformed into a deep blue body of water. A gigantic whale phantom rose from beneath her feet, a deep-sea nightmare condensed from the purest Xianming true water. At this moment, Lu Rian's long hair transformed into flowing water waves, with ice crystals condensing at the ends. Her eyes were a deep, dark blue, and ancient deep-sea runes appeared on her clothes. With each step she took, moonlight lotuses bloomed beneath her feet, making her appear radiant with divine grace. Zhang Lai watched in despair as his flames were swallowed by the whale's mouth, and he was swept into the spinning water prison. Not only him, but Qin Shutong was also horrified to discover that she had also been drawn into Lu Rian's domain. Is this an S-rank cultivation technique? It's absolutely incredible. Oh no, retreat now. Qin Shutong suddenly activated her poisonous vines, stretching them into the void. As the whale's shadow dissipated, Lu Rian gently stroked the now calm blade, moonlight condensing into tiny ice crystals on her eyelashes. The sea under the full moon is very cold. Chapter 112 Battle against Yifei. On the deck, the corpses of the 2 sharkmen had turned into pieces of ice sculptures. Where Zhang Lai had just stood, a charred, severed arm was emitting wisps of smoke. On the ground, there were 2 sections of poison vine that had turned into popsicles. Qin Shutong, Zhang Lai, and the seriously injured Wang Gang have all disappeared. Lu Rian frowned slightly and said coldly, "Did you let them get away?" Barbara, who was initiating treatment for Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi, whispered, "It should be Chen Shudong's ability." As she spoke, Barbara pointed to the two poison vines that had turned into popsicles and stated her conclusion. "She probably has a similar ability to me, which is to leave behind a poison she cultivates somewhere, and at a critical moment, she can switch places with that poison." Lu Rian nodded and said, "It seems so. But does Zhang Lai think he can escape just because he lost an arm?" At this moment, Chu Fan, who was being entangled by Yi Fei in the distance, tried to come back to rescue him several times, but Yi Fei stopped him each time. "Chu Fan, once you're here, don't even think about leaving. I'm going to make you die here today." At this moment, Lu Rian's voice came. "Focus on the battle. We are on the ship. Everything is fine." The two figures collided in midair and then quickly separated. Boom. The force of their collision created a wall of waves several meters high on the sea surface. Yi Fei stepped on a water dragon, and a flowing crystal longsword materialized in his hand. Chu Fan stood atop the mast, his trident crackling with blinding lightning. "You, a mere second-level mortal, dare to stop me?" Yi Fei sneered, and his sword suddenly split into hundreds of water arrows. Rain burial. A torrential downpour of water arrows enveloped Chu Fan, but they were all evaporated before they made contact with the lightning net he had created with the tip of his halberd. 5 blue lights suddenly appeared in the white mist. It turned out that when they made contact just now, Chu Fan had quietly imprinted 5 thunder wedge marks on the waves within 5 meters of Yi Fei. Lightning release. Lightning instantaneous body. Chu Fan immediately activated his skill. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, Chu Fan suddenly appeared from the waves behind Yi Fei, his trident piercing straight into Yi Fei's heart. But as if he had expected it, Yi Fei suddenly liquefied. Chu Fan's halberd pierced directly into a large water sphere without causing the slightest ripple. A moment later, Yi Fei reformed himself 5 meters away. "Is that all you've got? Nothing special." After saying that, he swung his sword backhand, and a high-pressure water blade shot straight towards Chu Fan. His speed was so fast that no one could even see his moves. But Chu Fan's speed was no joke either. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot again. Lightning activated. "Strike me down." A bolt of lightning shot out from his body and struck Yi Fei, who was in midair. Boom. Lightning struck the water wall in front of Yi Fei. Under the influence of the lightning, the water wall turned into a mist and disappeared into the air. But the 1,000-volt lightning bolt disappeared. "It's no use, Chu Fan." Yi Fei sneered. "I admit you are fast and your attacks are strong, but there is a 2-level difference between our skill levels. You are no match for me at all. Now, I'll show you my real skills." After saying that, Yi Fei suddenly stepped back and created a distance of 30 meters, forming a triple wave seal with his hands. The sea and sky meet at the horizon. 9 water spouts, each 10 meters in diameter, suddenly rose from the sea surface, and each water spout contained a deep-sea swordfish formed by high-pressure water flow. These translucent water-blade creatures moved at 3 times the speed of sound, weaving a trail of death around Chu Fan. Mysterious water techniques. 9 abyss sword formation. 9 schools of swordfish simultaneously launched an attack on Chu Fan's location. Despite Chu Fan using lightning release to move rapidly 5 times, he managed to dodge the attacks of the 8 swordfish. But there was still a swordfish, seemingly waiting for Chu Fan in the shadows. Before he could even form a new lightning wedge after appearing in midair, the swordfish slammed into Lin Fan with a loud bang. Fortunately, at the last moment, Chu Fan adjusted his body posture and managed to dodge the fatal blow. But his right leg was still hit by the swordfish. In midair, his wound spurted out blood crackling with electricity, igniting eerie blue lightning on the sea surface. That's not all. Yi Fei clasped his hands together, and the 9 tornadoes suddenly collapsed into 18 water mirrors. The mysterious water explanation: a flower in a mirror and the moon in water. 7 water mirrors suddenly rose from the sea, and Yi Fei emerged from each mirror. 8 figures simultaneously wielded their swords, their water sword energy weaving into a net that stretched from heaven to earth. Chu Fan suddenly realized that he was unable to apply the thunder wedge mark to these 8 clones. The voltage activated by lightning was also largely carried away by the seawater. As expected, the difference in their cultivation levels made Chu Fan feel powerless for the first time. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. "Then let me show you the wrath of the sea god." Chu Fan channeled all the lightning element in his body into the wrath of the sea god in his hand. Of the 3 gems on the hilt of the Wrath of Neptune, the leftmost one emitted a dazzling light. Wrath of the Sea God, Thunder Mode. As Chu Fan moved, the trident in his hand burst forth with a burst of intense lightning. The lightning actually formed a spherical field with a diameter of 30 meters centered on Chu Fan. Chu Fan's figure transformed into 7 bolts of lightning in a fraction of a second. Each of his flashes precisely pierced through a water mirror. Soon, as the 7 clones were destroyed, 3 lightning clones suddenly appeared on the path Chu Fan had just moved along. Yifei, let's see where you hide. The 3 lightning clones moved simultaneously, and before Yifei could react, 3 bolts of lightning pierced into the last clone at the same time. Boom dash. The sea surface was blasted into a vacuum zone with a diameter of more than 20 meters. But to Chu Fan's surprise, this last clone was also fake. That's interesting. Yifei smiled and appeared in the void. Let's see how much strength you have left to use this move. Chu Fan was panting heavily. This move was incredibly powerful, but the energy drain was also terrifying. Based on my current abilities, I can only use Thunderstrike mode 1 more time at most. However, Yifei's situation was far from easy either. At this moment, his clothes were covered with several charred patches, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the attack on the clone had some effect on the main body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled. It seems my brother and I underestimated your strength. But it seems that luck is on my side. If you wait until you grow up, I might not be a match for you. But today, let me tell you who truly rules this ocean. After saying that, Yifei swung his sword again. The mysterious water explanation, a flower in a mirror, and the moon in water. 8 more figures surrounded Chu Fan. Chu Fan die. Chapter 113, The Death of Yifei. A cold smile crept across Yifei's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals, water vapor billowing around him. Mirror flower, water moon, 8-fold illusion. In an instant, 8 water clones identical to Yifei reappeared. Each of these clones wielded a different weapon, an ice crystal spear, a flowing water blade, a deep sea chain, and a vortex shield. 8 figures spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping and echoing. Chu Fan, you can break it once. Can you break it a second time? Chu Fan's eyes were cold and stern, and the trident of the Wrath of the Sea God in his hand surged with lightning. The first gem on the halberd shaft bursts forth with dazzling lightning. Let thunder shatter this sky. Wrath of the Sea God. Thunderstrike mode activated. His figure suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, rapidly weaving between his 8 clones. Each flash was accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. The trident, like the wrath of Thor, precisely pierced through each of the water clones. The water vapor was evaporated by the high-voltage lightning, and white mist filled the entire sea area. Thud, thud, thud. After 8 loud explosions, Chu Fan was panting heavily. He had used up a lot of energy after activating the Thunderstrike mode twice in a row. This was only because I had tempered my body in the sea of thunderstorms. Otherwise, the backlash from the lightning alone might have killed me. Yifei's true form reappeared, standing on the sea surface, completely unharmed. He smiled dismissively and said, I told you, you can't hurt me in the slightest. No matter how fast your lightning strike mode is, it's all in vain. Yifei raised his hand, and the seawater condensed in his palm into a dark blue spear. Your lightning will eventually be swallowed by the sea. He suddenly swung his spear, and a towering wave suddenly rose from the sea, turning into countless water blades that slashed at Chu Fan. Mysterious water true explanation. 1,000-blade annihilation. Chu Fan's figure was swallowed by the water blades, and Yifei's lips curled into a victorious smile. It's over. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, a cold voice rang out behind him. Lightning release. Lightning instantaneous body. A cold voice sounded behind him. Yifei's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned around abruptly, only to see that Chu Fan had appeared behind him at some point. The trident of the Wrath of the Sea God wrapped in destructive lightning, thrusting straight at him. How could this be? Yifei was horrified and tried to dodge, but found that his whole body was paralyzed, and he couldn't move. Thunder Wedge. Detonate. Chu Fan's voice was as cold as frost. Boom dash. The trident pierced Yifei's chest, and violent lightning exploded from his body, causing his flesh and blood to disintegrate inch by inch in the thunder. Yifei stared wide-eyed at the gaping hole in his chest in disbelief. When did you? When I first destroyed your clone, I had already planted the Thunder Wedge seal on you. Chu Fan slowly drew his trident, and said softly, "There's only one chance, so I have to wait until you're completely off guard." Yi Fei's pupils constricted. "Impossible. You were clearly hit by me just now." Suddenly it occurred to me, "You also have clones?" Chu Fan smiled. When he activated the first gem of the Wrath of the Sea God, the Wrath of the Sea God in his hand seemed to form a blood connection with him. In Thunderstrike mode, he successfully mastered the Chidori stream's ultimate technique, Raikiri, Yada Mirror. That is, it can perform 7 super electromagnetic teleportations within 10 seconds and leave behind up to 3 lightning clones. Just as Chu Fan was breaking through Yi Fei's 8 clones for the second time, he deliberately evaporated a large amount of water vapor, while hiding himself in the water vapor. Therefore, what Yi Fei attacked just now was actually a clone that he deliberately left behind. Then, just when Yi Fei thought victory was assured, he launched this fatal attack. Yi Fei knelt on the sea, his blood staining a patch of water red. He exclaimed in disbelief, "No, impossible. How could I lose to you? Chu Fan, don't kill me. Save me." Chu Fan pointed the Wrath of the Sea God at Yi Fei and said coldly, "You two brothers plotted to kill my people and seize my ship. Did you ever think that this day would come? You think I'll let you go? Don't be naive, just die." After saying that, Chu Fan did not hesitate any longer and thrust his halberd into Yi Fei's chest again. Yi Fei's life force was rapidly fading, but resentment and malice surfaced in his eyes. "Chu Fan, even if you kill me, you'll still die, ha? Do you know why I brought 8 ships with me? Ha. Chu Fan, do you think you can win like this? Ha. What I can't have, you can't have either." He suddenly plunged his finger into his wound, and the blood transformed into a strange rune that instantly spread across the entire sea. Boom dash. In the distance, 7 large ships that had been motionless suddenly lit up with a blinding red light and rapidly approached the Sea King. "What?" Chu Fan's pupils shrank sharply. "Ha." Yi Fei's laughter gradually faded. 7 ships fully loaded with explosive flame crystal, are enough to blow you all to the sky. His body finally gave way and he slowly sank into the sea. But his dying laughter still echoed across the sea. In a moment of desperation, Chu Fan disregarded everything else and rushed back to the Sea King. On the deck of one of the enemy ships, Chen Shutong was covered in poisonous vines, her face pale, yet she still gripped the rudder tightly. Her eyes were filled with madness, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "Yi Fei is dead, but Yi Tian will not let me go. Only by killing you will I have a chance to live." The blast crystal on the bottom of the 7 ships began to react violently. The ship's temperature soared, the seawater evaporated due to the high temperature, and white fog filled the air. "Oh no." Lu Rian stood at the bow of the Sea King, her expression changing drastically. "Those ships are going to self-destruct." Barbara gritted her teeth. "Fuck, these people are insane." Li Ruoyan held the unconscious Li Ruoxi tightly, her eyes filled with despair. Just then, a shrill scream came from afar. "Ah dash!" Everyone turned to look and saw Zhang lie kneeling on the wreckage of a ship. At this moment, the Xianming True Water at the cut of his left arm had completely corroded his body. His skin froze solid, his blood vessels congealed into ice crystals, and his whole body looked like an ice sculpture. No. He struggled frantically, but the cold had already seeped into his heart. Click! His body froze completely, then shattered into countless ice shards with a crisp sound, scattering in the wind. The 7 enemy ships drew closer, and the scorching heat from the explosions was already hitting us. Chu Fan finally returned, gripping the Wrath of the Sea God tightly, his eyes flashing with lightning. "You all go to Sky Island. I'll handle things here." Lu Rian clasped her hands together, her body enveloped in swirling water. "I won't leave. Even if I die, I will die with you." Barbara gritted her teeth, and the vines grew wildly, attempting to weave a defensive net. Although she didn't say anything, it was clear that she was not going to back down. Li Ruoyan smiled and hugged her younger sister tightly. Her meaning was clear. If we live, we live. If we die, we die. Moreover, even if you escape to the Sky Island, you might not survive. At this critical moment, crash! The sea suddenly split open, and huge black shadows burst out of the water, blocking the way for the Sea King. Everyone was shocked. What is this? Chapter 114, Unusual Movements. The red light emitted by the explosive crystal had formed a fiery net, and the boiling bubbles on the sea surface resembled an apocalyptic omen. What appeared before Chu Fan and the others was a group of mermaids. 18 azure beams of light suddenly burst forth from the sea, each beam resembling a mermaid. Leading the group was none other than Shirahoshi, who had returned after leaving. Surprisingly, there are male mermaids too. That makes sense, otherwise this group would have been wiped out long ago. Shirahoshi jumped onto the bow of the ship and said to the crowd, "When I left just now, I noticed that there were shark people nearby. I was worried you might be in danger, so I rushed back to get reinforcements. Luckily, I wasn't too late." Chu Fan quickly said, "Bai Xing, you shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous here." Bai Xing shook her head and said, "You have done a great favor for my mermaid clan, so it is only right and proper for me to help you." When she returned and took out the sacred artifact, the tear of the deep sea, the entire mermaid clan was in an uproar. "Thank goodness, our mermaid princess has finally found this sacred object. God bless my mermaid race." Therefore, when Shirahoshi said she would lead people to rescue her clan's great benefactor, no one objected. Bai Xing glanced at the situation at sea and quickly said, "Let's catch up later. Let's deal with the problem at hand first." Holding a coral scepter, he issued commands to the mermaid warriors below. "Everyone, form ranks." As soon as Bai Xing finished speaking, the 18 mermaid warriors formed a triple concentric circle formation on the sea surface, with the Neptune as the center. The tips of each warrior's coral spears glowed with a ghostly blue light, which, when viewed from above, looked as if they were outlining a complex ancient rune. Bai Xing floated in the center of the formation, holding the tear of the deep sea in her hands. The surface of the deep sea tear was bathed in moonlight that flowed like water, flickering rhythmically with the ancient syllables uttered from her lips. "With the tides as our pulse and the moonlight as our guide. Song of the ocean, dance of the whirlpools." Immediately afterwards, the scales on Shirahoshi's tail suddenly opened up completely. Her tail fin whipped out 7 water rings, and the tear of the deep sea emitted 18 beams of light, shooting towards the foreheads of all the mermaid warriors. Suddenly, the once calm sea surface seemed to come alive. A gigantic vortex began to form. In less than a minute, a super whirlpool with a diameter of over 100 meters formed in the entire sea area. The 7 large ships were shoved toward the center as if by an invisible giant hand. Meanwhile, the Neptune was lifted up by a sudden deep-sea current, as if being pushed against the bottom by a giant deep-sea whale, and slid out at an incredible angle through the gap in the encirclement. "No, that's impossible." Chen Shutong screamed and tried to escape, but the huge vortex made her powerless to do anything. 7 out-of-control ships collided with each other in the whirlpool, and the explosive crystal minerals on the surface of the ships began to have a chain reaction due to the intense friction. No. Boom! The 7 explosions turned the entire sea area crimson, and the towering pillars of fire even illuminated the night sky. The Neptune slowly came to a stop, and when Shirahoshi reappeared before everyone, everyone's gaze was different. Chu Fan noticed that her fishtail scales seemed to have lost some of their luster, and a crack had appeared on the scepter in her hand. It seems that summoning such a large magic circle has taken a huge toll on her. The Neptune will remember this favor. Chu Fan placed the trident on the deck, and lightning patterns flowed around the tip of the trident. If the merfolk need it someday, the tides will eventually meet again. Bai Xing interrupted Chu Fan and said softly, "Live well, Xinger will definitely try her best to catch up with everyone. Don't forget the 1-month agreement." After saying that, Bai Xing smiled sweetly at Chu Fan, leaped high into the air, and disappeared from the surface of the sea once again. Along with them disappeared, the 18 mermaid warriors also vanished. If it weren't for the faint sparks still visible on the sea, they wouldn't even be sure if what they had just witnessed had actually happened. Li Ruashi woke up with her eyelashes fluttering. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everyone was alright. Today's battle can be described as the most difficult one the Neptune has ever faced in its history. Fortunately, we made it through. After this battle, everyone finally understood that in order to survive better in this sea area, they must constantly become stronger. Starting tomorrow, I'm going back into seclusion. I'm going to continue meditating now. Li Ruoyan nodded and said, "Leave the things on the ship to us." Li Ruashi said softly, "I also need to practice more with my sister, so that I won't hold everyone back next time." Lu Rian quickly replied, "You've really been a great help this time." Li Ruashi chuckled and said, "I'm really happy to be able to help everyone." On the sea, hundreds of nautical miles away, the pitch-black flagship Han Yuan silently floated and sailed. Thick frost had formed on its deck. Yi Tian sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, surrounded by 9 ice crystal chains. Each chain connects to the sea surface, drawing in the chill of the deep sea. Suddenly, Yi Tian opened his eyes, his pupils as cold as polar ice. What did you say? Yi Fei is dead? His voice was soft, yet it caused the temperature on the entire ship to plummet, and the frost on the deck instantly thickened by 3 inches. Boom dash. Centered on Yi Tian, a terrifying cold wave erupted, freezing the sea's surface in an instant. The ice layer spread for hundreds of feet, and even the surging waves were frozen into ferocious ice sculptures. Chu Fan. He clenched his fists tightly, and the ice beneath his feet shattered, shards of ice crystals floating in the air, each reflecting his distorted face. In the shadows, several sharkmen huddled to one side, heads bowed, not daring to meet his rage. Yi Tian glanced back at the sea and sat down again. 1 month, at most 1 month, I will personally take your head off. Chu Fan, I'll let you live for another month. Meanwhile, on the sea in another direction, the Hiryu was speeding forward. After being separated from the Neptune for several days, Lu Shangfei and the others finally made progress on Yao Yao and the others. Brother Long patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Xiaofei, you're finally going to see your girlfriend. Can't you wait? Lu Shangfei said irritably. I've had enough of seeing you and sister by being all lovey-dovey every day. He turned back to look at He Chong, who was fishing by the side of the boat, and shook his head, saying, I wish I could have brother He's leisure and refined taste. Bai Jie stood on the second floor looking into the distance, and suddenly her brows furrowed. Lao Lu, Xiaofei, there seems to be something going on the sea ahead. Upon hearing this, Brother Long and Lu Shangfei immediately stood up and looked in the direction Bai Jie pointed. Sure enough, about 2 or 3 nautical miles away from the Flying Dragon, there seemed to be several large ships besieging a small boat. Lu Shangfei immediately became alert. Could the person being besieged be his girlfriend? Chapter 115 Who Dares to Hurt My Wife? The setting sun, like blood, made the bloodstains on the deck of the Azure Phoenix even more glaring. Yun Xingyao leaned against the broken mast, her pale yellow silk skirt torn in several places, revealing several hideous whip marks on her snow-white skin. Her trembling hands gripped a jade-inlaid dagger tightly, its blade pressed against her slender neck. Little beauty, why bother? The one-eyed pirate licked the blood off his scimitar and approached step by step. Being noticed by our boss is a blessing for you. You can have whatever you want from now on. Isn't that much better than being out here in the wind and sun? The surrounding pirates let out lewd laughter. Several corpses lay scattered on the deck. All of his teammates had been killed by these pirates. You can forget about it. Yun Xingyao's vision was blurred by tears, and a bloody mark had already been drawn by the dagger. In that instant, she vaguely saw the boy who always laughed carefree. Yao Yao, eat more, you're so thin. In my memory, Lu Shangfei always liked to make exaggerated gestures with his hands in the cafeteria. When I become a tycoon, I will definitely take her to eat all the delicious food in the world. A hot tear fell onto the dagger. I'm sorry, Xiaofei. Just as she was about to exert force with her wrist, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the sky. Boom dash. A pillar of fire, 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky and struck the one-eyed pirate precisely in front of him. The scorching heat wave sent 5 or 6 pirates flying, and a wall of crimson fire instantly erupted on the deck. Which blind fool? The one-eyed pirate was only halfway through his curse when his voice suddenly caught in his throat. Amidst the raging flames, a tall, slender figure emerged from the fire. Her long, fiery red hair danced wildly in the heat, and her robes fluttered in the wind. Who dares to touch my wife? Xiaofei. Yun Xingyao's beautiful eyes filled with tears. You must leave. You are no match for them. Walk. Lu Shangfei turned around with a bright smile. Who dares to make my wife shed tears? I'd like to see who's so bold. On the sea behind him, the Flying Dragon approached. Brother Long and Bai Jie also jumped to Lu Shangfei's side. Hey, do you need my help? He Chong called out from behind. No need, Changgu. Just take care of yourself and don't let the boat drift away. Clearly, everyone thought He Chong was just being polite, since this kind of battle was simply beyond his reach. He Chong nodded and said, Okay, there seem to be tuna here. I'll cast my line and take a look. The 3 of them, including Lu Shangfei, formed a triangle, protecting Yun Xingyao in the center. Kid, state your name. The one-eyed man swung a giant lava axe, as big as a door panel. Remember this. Lu Shang held a long red sword, pointing it straight to the sky. I am the embodiment of fire, Lu Shangfei. Today I will show you what it means to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Honey, are you alright? Lu Shangfei's eyes were filled with heartache when he saw the wounds on Yun Xingyao's body. Yun Xingyao shook her head painfully. You should leave quickly, I don't want you to die because of me. Lu Xiangfei gently stroked her head and said, if I leave, I'm afraid I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life. After saying that, he turned around and said, wife, step back. We can handle this bunch of scum. Yin Xinyao stared blankly at the familiar back view in front of her. She suddenly realized that the immature boy who always loved to boast had now transformed into a reassuring and reliable man. Yin Xinyao was stunned. Arrogant. Iron Hand stood in the center of the deck, arms outstretched, mechanical joints creaking, steam gushing out from the gaps, forming a scorching fog. His right arm was a complete alchemical mechanical arm, with a crimson fire crystal core embedded in his palm, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Kid, ever heard of Iron Hand, the furnace? He grinned maliciously as the mechanical arm slammed down onto the deck. I love turning you fire-playing idiots into charcoal. Boom dash. The deck shattered, and the crack looked as if it had been burned, emitting a pungent smell. A burst of flame, as if guided, rushed straight towards Lu Xiangfei. Xiaofei, watch out. Yin Xinyao called out from behind. Lu Xiangfei stood amidst the raging flames, his long sword pointing diagonally at the ground. This longsword was He Chang's masterpiece, because Lu Xiangfei happened to have a set of legitimate techniques in his martial arts, so he gave it to him. Because the sword was entirely red, he named it Crimson Knight. At this moment, the Crimson Sky sword was pointing diagonally at the ground, its blade wreathed in crimson gold flames. And deep within his pupils, it seemed as if a fiery lotus was blooming. Burning Heaven Crimson Emperor technique. He whispered something, and suddenly raised his sword. Crimson lotus blooms. Heavenly fire spreads across the plains. Whoosh. Where the sword's edge sliced through, the sea of fire was split in two. A crimson gold fire lotus bloomed beneath Lu Xiangfei's feet, its petals unfurling to engulf the torrent of lava. Iron Hand's pupils constricted sharply. How is this possible? Seemingly unable to believe that its fire could be broken so easily, the Iron Hand mechanical arm suddenly opened, and the fire crystal core in its palm burst out with a dazzling red light. The furnace erupted. The city was set ablaze. Boom dash. A blazing beam of light, 2 meters in diameter, shot out, and the air seemed to vaporize wherever it passed. Lu Xiangfei's lips curled slightly, and his figure suddenly blurred. Fire release, flame shadow step. His figure transformed into 3 fiery afterimages, and a beam of light pierced through one of them, but it was just an illusion. The next second, Lu Xiangfei flashed behind Tai Shou, and the Crimson Sky sword slashed down with the force of burning the heavens. Crimson Emperor slash, heaven-burning sword. Clang. The mechanical arm with the Iron Hand returned to defend and managed to block the sword, but the terrifying impact still blasted him back several meters, and 2 deep trenches were plowed into the deck. Interesting. Iron Hand grinned maliciously, and the mechanical arm suddenly deformed, the fire crystal core in its palm splitting into 6 small floating cannons. Furnace Matrix. Inferno Lockdown. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 crimson beams intertwined to form a net, blocking all of Lu Xiangfei's escape routes. Lu Xiangfei's eyes narrowed, and the Crimson Sky sword suddenly plunged into the deck. Crimson Emperor's ultimate technique, Infernal Barrier. Boom. Centered on the sword, a crimson gold ring of fire suddenly spread out, colliding with the beam of light from the furnace matrix and bursting out with dazzling light. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Iron Hand charged forward, his mechanical arm transforming into a giant hammer, smashing down on Lu Xiangfei with immense force. Furnace Hammer, Explosive Bone Crusher. Lu Xiangfei neither dodged nor avoided, but suddenly raised his left hand. Bang! Fists collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that caused the surrounding deck to collapse. Iron Hand was astonished to find that his mechanical arm was blocked, and a crimson gold fire lotus was burning in Lu Xiangfei's palm. Your fire is too mixed. Lu Xiangfei sneered. True flames should be pure destruction and rebirth. Lu Xiangfei suddenly exerted his strength, and the fire lotus bloomed, the terrifying flame pressure forcing the Iron Hand back. Then, he drew his sword with a swift motion, and the flames on the Crimson Sky sword suddenly contracted, transforming into a beam of light condensed to its ultimate form. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Iron Hand's mechanical arm was neatly sliced in half. Click! The fire crystal core shattered instantly. No. Impossible. Iron Hand staggered backward, the mechanical arm emitting black smoke, completely destroyed. Lu Xiangfei sheathed his sword and stood there as the flames slowly died down. Playing with fire? He smiled faintly. You still have a long way to go. Iron Hand knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. The guild leader will avenge me. No sooner had he finished speaking than the mechanical arm of the Iron Hand exploded due to overload, sending flames soaring into the sky. Chapter 116. The wind is free. Just as Lu Shanfei and Tai Shou were locked in a fierce battle, Brother Long and Bai Jia exchanged a glance and then wanted to step forward to help. Suddenly, a 10-meter-high column of water burst open on the sea surface, and a giant man wrapped in chains rode the waves, his target being Brother Long. With each step he took, the seawater beneath his feet solidified into hard salt crystals. The heavy iron anchor trailed behind, carving deep furrows in the deck. Hey little dwarf, you're the one playing in the mud? Have you ever heard of me, the giant anchor? At the same time, a dark figure silently landed beside the burly man, blocking Bai Jia's path. His black cloak fluttered in the sea breeze, and 12 poison darts spun between his fingers, reflecting a cold, eerie green light. Beautiful lady, why bother with all that fighting and killing? Why don't you sit down and have a drink with me? Bai Jia narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and parted her red lips slightly, saying, You're asking for death. Brother Long's expression froze as he said, Wife, be careful. I'll come help you after I've dealt with this big oaf. Boom. The heavy iron anchor, weighing over 1,000 pounds, slammed onto the deck, causing the entire pirate ship to shake violently. The giant anchor grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I love turning you bunch of idiots into meat patties. Brother Long slowly took off the straw hat that Chong had given him, revealing his weathered face. He stretched his neck, and his joints cracked like popping beans. Suddenly, Zhu Kuei swung the anchor, and the 100-meter-long chain swept across like a giant python. Brother Long lowered his waist and immediately braced himself, crossing his arms to block the attack. Boom. The shockwave from the collision created a ring of waves. Brother Long's feet carved 2 3-meter-long furrows on the deck, but then the anchor suddenly changed direction, and the chain wrapped around his right arm like a venomous snake. Break for me. The giant grinned savagely and pulled hard on the chains. With a crisp crack, Brother Long's right arm twisted unnaturally. Yun Xingyao, who was watching the battle, gasped in shock, but saw that Brother Long remained calm and suddenly slapped his twisted right arm with his left hand. Earth vein returned to origin. A flash of earthy yellow light, and the shattered arm bone was instantly restored. He seized the chain, used the momentum to leap into the air, and delivered a knee strike straight for the giant's face. Mountain crash. Zhu Kuei hastily let go and leaned back, the anchor flying out of his hand. He slammed both palms onto the sea, raging wave palm. 2 waterspouts shot into the sky, intersecting and swirling towards Brother Long in the air. In a critical moment, Brother Long suddenly changed his tactics. He twisted his body in midair, his hands forming an earth-yellow light seal. Hotu mirror. A strange scene unfolded. The waterspout struck the light mirror and was refracted back, blasting the giant creature itself into the sea. Overcoming strength with softness? The giant creature burst out of the water, and the water droplets dripping from its body suddenly crystallized into salt. I'll give you a good beating. The giant's fists collided, and the splashed salt particles spread out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire deck was covered with sharp salt crystals, and even Brother Long's leather shoes began to corrode and emit a wisp of white smoke. Within my salt crystal domain, any earth-based cultivation technique will be ineffective. The giant laughed wildly and threw a punch, the salt crystals forming a blizzard-like cutting storm with the force of the punch. Brother Long suddenly closed his eyes, and his feet sank into the salt crystals. Just as the giant fist was about to strike him, he suddenly opened his eyes. You're wrong. The true meaning of Hutu. All things return to dust. Centered on him, all the salt crystals suddenly disintegrated into the most primitive particles. Brother Long's fist struck first, landing heavily on Zhu Kuei's abdomen. This punch is called stabilizing the sea. Zhu Kuei vomited blood and staggered back several steps, staring in disbelief at the spreading yellowish-brown cracks on his abdomen. He frantically activated his cultivation technique, only to find that the seawater no longer responded to his call. You think it's my salt crystal? He suddenly screamed in agony, and the blood vessels under his skin turned a dull yellow. Brother Long's punching force actually eroded the meridians in reverse. Brother Long stepped forward slowly, his right fist gleaming with a blinding yellow light. Hutu profound technique. Earth vein returned to ruins. This seemingly slow punch brought the entire sea to a standstill. The moment the fist touched the giant's chest, the 3-meter-tall man collapsed like a sand sculpture, turning into countless grains of salt that scattered in the wind. The sea breeze carried away the last grain of salt. Brother Long bent down to pick up the black iron anchor, and with a gentle squeeze, it turned into dust. Sea salt is, after all, just soil. At the same time, the hoarse voice of Night Owl's ghost shuttle rang out. Wind attribute. His voice was like sandpaper rubbing. Coincidentally, I love breaking the wings of birds. Bai Jie gently raised her hand, and a wisp of breeze wrapped around her fingertips. The freedom of the wind cannot be stopped by anyone. The moment the words were spoken, the figure of Night Owl ghost shuttle suddenly blurred, and the entire starboard deck was instantly shrouded in an eerie, bluish-gray mist. Bai Jie took a half-step back alertly and noticed that the spot where the tip of her shoe touched the mist had turned an unnatural bluish color. Welcome to my azure poisonous wind domain. The owl's voice came from all directions. Here, every gust of wind is deadly. Bai Jie looked down at her fingertips. A gentle breeze brushed past, and tiny blue spots immediately appeared on her skin. She tried to circulate her cultivation technique, but found that the surrounding wind elements were all viscous and poisonous. 12 cyan wind blades suddenly attacked from different angles. Bai Jie spun around to dodge, but found that her movements were 30% slower than usual. A gust of wind grazed her hair, and a few strands of her black hair instantly turned yellow and broke. In my domain, even breathing is poisonous. The owl's figure appeared and disappeared in the fog. Beautiful lady, how much longer can you hide? Why don't you just submit to me? Bai Jie suddenly stopped and formed a hand seal. Windscreen. A pure wind wall unfolded around him, temporarily isolating him from the poisonous fog. But the wind wall is being eroded at a visible rate. It's useless. The owl's cold laugh echoed in the fog. Unless you can purify the entire area in an instant. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Jie suddenly closed her eyes. Her long hair moved without wind, and her whole body emanated a faint blue light. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into emerald green swirling shapes. Found it, she said softly, and suddenly swung a wind blade to the empty space to her left. Ah! The owl's cry of pain came from the void, and a line of blood spurted from its left arm. No, how could that be? The wind will tell me everything. Bai Jie's figure suddenly became elusive, and her voice came in the wind, including the direction of the poisonous wind. The owl flew into a rage, causing the entire area to churn violently and the concentration of poisonous fog to triple. Bai Jie's sleeves began to corrode and crack, and large patches of blue spots appeared on her bare arms. Let's see how long you can hold out. The owl's figure split into 9, attacking simultaneously. Bai Jie suddenly laughed. She clasped her hands together, and a burst of azure light erupted from her body. 9 heavens mystic wind. Purification of the world. Centered on her, a pure tornado suddenly formed. A miraculous thing happened. Wherever the tornado passed, the poisonous fog was peeled away layer by layer, and the bluish-gray color gradually faded, revealing the originally transparent wind element. Impossible. Night Owl watched in horror as his domain was reverse purified. My azure poison. Wind has no form. Bai Jie ascends into the sky atop a tornado, and your poison is nothing but the shackles of the wind. In a completely purified realm, the owl has nowhere to hide. Bai Jie conjured a crystalline wind blade at her fingertips. Now, let me show you the true, ultimate power of wind. 9 heavens mystic wind. A single thought without dust. The moment the wind blade was unleashed, time seemed to stand still in the entire area. Night Owl's eyes widened as he saw the wind blade split into 9 during its flight, then into 81, eventually transforming into countless points of light across the sky. When the first point of light touched his skin, Night Owl finally understood that it was not a wind blade, but tens of thousands of wind imprints. First, as Bai Jie uttered a single word, all the points of light bloomed simultaneously. The owl's body, like shattered porcelain, dissipated into countless particles of light in the pure wind. The domain dissipated, and Bai Jie gracefully landed. She looked down at the fading bruises on her arm and whispered, "The wind is, after all, free." The last wisp of poisonous fog was blown away by the sea breeze, as if it had never existed. "Ha ha, honey, well done." At this moment, Lu Shangfei and Brother Long had just finished dealing with their opponents. Just as the three were about to reunite, a sudden change occurred. An immense pressure, so powerful it terrified all three of them, emanated from the pirate ship. Chapter 117 Zhao Ritian, a man who brings despair. The sea suddenly became still. All the waves froze in midair, turning into countless sparkling ice crystals. A figure slowly emerged from the depths of the pirate ship, his blood-red cloak fluttering without wind, and frost flowers forming on the deck with each step he took. The sea surface suddenly froze, and the ice layer spread at a visible speed, turning the entire battlefield into an extremely cold region. The pirates on the 3 pirate ships all knelt on the ground, shouting wildly, "Commander! Commander! Commander!" Their voices were like a raging torrent, filled with an almost frenzied awe. Lu Xiangfei and the others looked at the newcomer with fear and uncertainty. Clearly, this was the leader of the pirate group. Despair filled Yun Qingyao's eyes as she murmured, "It's all over now." Zhao Ritian walked slowly down the icy steps, his blood-red cloak billowing in the cold wind, his pale face as cold and stern as an ice sculpture. With each step he took, frost flowers condensed on the deck, and the moisture in the air instantly froze into tiny ice crystals that refracted a dazzling cold light in the sunlight. "I never expected that someone would dare to ruin my plans," Zhao Ritian. As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 corpses and sneered. Useless things." His voice was deep and cold, as if it came from the far north. "Since that's the case, then let me bestow upon you the punishment of eternal freezing." The sudden drop in temperature made the entire sea area seem to freeze. If no action is taken, our own people might freeze to death before the other side even has to lift a finger. Yun Qingyao's reaction was particularly noticeable. At this moment, she felt as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. Lu Xiangfei gritted his teeth, and the flames of the crimson sky sword surged, causing 9 phantom fire crows to soar into the sky. The intense heat even melted some of the ice. He roared and pointed his sword directly at Zhao Ritian. 9 fire crows swooped down, their target Zhao Ritian. But to everyone's dismay, Zhao Ritian didn't even move an inch before the 9 fire crows suddenly froze in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Ritian simply raised his hand, and the flames froze like fragile ice sculptures, then shattered with a crack. "Fire repair?" Zhao Ritian sneered. "I once froze magma." Unwilling to give up, Lu Xiangfei once again mobilized all his spiritual power, and the sword tip ignited with blazing flames, stabbing straight at Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian neither dodged nor avoided the sword, letting it pierce 3 inches into his chest, only to see the blade instantly covered in frost. Click! The seemingly indestructible crimson sky sword has developed countless cracks. The next second, it shattered into pieces. Lu Xiangfei was blasted away by the recoil and crashed heavily onto the deck, spitting out blood. Bai Jia was shocked to see this, and with the speed of the wind, she instantly appeared behind Zhao Ritian. 3,000 wind blades poured down like a torrential rain. However, when the wind blades touched Zhao Ritian's body within 10 feet, they all froze and fell like ice crystals. Is this the wind? With a light tap of his fingertip, Zhao Ritian created an extremely cold storm. "In my domain, even the air is a prison." Bai Jia's wind escape technique instantly failed. Her figure was forced to freeze, and her wide sleeves were corroded by frost and shattered inch by inch. Fearing for his wife's safety, Brother Long roared and rushed to Bai Jia's side. He slammed his fists into the ground, forcibly transforming the entire ship's metal components into earth elemental power, turning them into a roaring earth dragon that lunged straight at Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian simply stomped his foot lightly, permanently frozen. A terrifying icy blue ripple swept by, and the earth dragon instantly froze, its legs trapped in the ice. The cold poison spread along his meridians, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. "Ants," Zhao Ritian said coldly, raising his hand and sending an ice pillar piercing towards Brother Long like a sharp blade. Boom! Brother Long was struck by an icicle and sent flying, crashing through the stern railing and landing heavily on the deck, his blood staining the ice red. Next, no matter what moves Lu Xiangfei and the other 2 made, they couldn't get even half a step closer to Zhao Ritian. Even though Lu Xiangfei's fire element should have been the most effective counter to ice abilities, the difference in strength meant that he couldn't harm Zhao Ritian in the slightest. This suppression instilled a sense of despair in everyone. "Damn it, looks like I'm going to be screwed here today." Brother Long spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed under his breath. Lu Xiangfei also collapsed beside him and whispered, "Brother Long, Sister Bai, I'm sorry, I dragged you all into this." Brother Long laughed loudly. "What's the big deal? We chose this path ourselves. What does it have to do with you?" Yin Qingyao could no longer control herself and hugged Lu Shangfei tightly. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have called you over. I just told you to leave. Why didn't you listen? Lu Shangfei tossed his hair and turned to wink at Yin Qingyao. Honey, did I look handsome just now? In this lifetime, being able to look handsome in front of you is enough. Yin Qingyao was both crying and laughing. This bastard is still so irresponsible. But why can't I stop crying? Zhao Ritian walked closer and chuckled. You've all said your last words. Now that you're done, I'll send you on your way. However, these two women are quite to my liking. Upon hearing this, Brother Long panicked and rushed over. Wife, run. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly and said, Humph, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With just a wave of his hand, he sent Brother Long flying like a cannonball. Bai Jia was shocked and cried out, Husband! A gust of wind was quickly generated, attempting to lift Brother Long up. This trick worked. Brother Long's flying speed slowed down significantly. But Zhao Ritian moved too fast, so Brother Long still plunged headfirst into the seawater at the bow of the flying dragon. It took a few moments for it to surface, struggle to climb onto the flying dragon, and lie on the deck, panting heavily. Despair. Everyone was in despair. Yin Qingyao bit her lip, as if she had made some important decision. If you let them go, I'll go with you. Lu Shangfei cried out in despair. No, Yao Yao no. Yin Qingyao's tears flowed like a broken string of pearls as she shook her head in anguish, saying, Xiao Fei, forgive me. Zhao Ritian revealed a mocking expression. Is that so? Not necessarily. It'll be perfect for him to see how I pamper you. Ha ha. Zhao Ritian laughed loudly without any restraint, as if he were the master of this world. Only one discordant voice emerged. Damn it, my dragon-patterned koi. A deep voice came from the stern of the ship. He Chong slowly stood up, staring at the scattered fishing line, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. You owe me fish. Zhao Ritian turned his head and saw a dark-skinned man holding a fishing rod, looking at him with a dissatisfied expression. Oh, I almost missed one. He Chong continued to look at Zhao Ritian, speaking slowly and deliberately. You owe me fish. Chapter 118 Azure Dragon Form. He Chong who cannot die. Zhao Ritian frowned slightly. This seemingly ordinary man suddenly exuded an aura that made his heart tremble. However, he laughed after releasing his divine sense. It turns out he was just a mere mortal at the first level of the mortal realm, putting on airs. At this moment, He Chong suddenly raised his head. His pupils suddenly turned into vertical pupils, and blue dragon patterns appeared all over his body. Boom dash! The entire sea suddenly boiled. To everyone's astonishment, his skin was covered with emerald-like dragon scales, his arms transformed into sharp claws, and crystalline dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. Suddenly, He Chong transformed into a 3-zhang-long, approximately 10 meters, green dragon. Dragon race? Zhao Ritian's expression finally changed. He Chong's voice carried a hint of a dragon's roar. If you won't compensate me for my fish, then you'll have to pay with your life. Zhao Ritian flew into a rage and said, What a big mouth you have. Let me see if you have the right to say that. Boom. Zhao Ritian's shimming heavy fist slammed into He Chong's chest, sending him crashing into the cabin. Amidst flying sawdust, He Chong, in the form of a green dragon, crashed through 3 decks and finally embedded himself in the keel at the bottom of the ship. That's all there is to it. Zhao Ritian flicked his wrist, and ice crystals condensed at his fingertips. Suddenly, a dragon-like laugh echoed from the bottom of the ship. That's great. It's been so long since I've met someone who can really hurt me. A burst of blue light flashed, and He Chong smashed through the ship's planks and soared into the sky. The cracks in the dragon scales on his chest were healing at a visible speed, and the new scales gleamed with a deeper blue light. It's only polite to reciprocate, so come and try my fist. As he spoke, He Chong suddenly stretched out his right hand and headed straight for Zhao Ritian. At this moment, his right hand had transformed into a dragon claw, as if it were about to tear apart the surrounding air. Azure Dragon extends its claws. Zhao Ritian sneered and raised his hand, instantly forming an extremely cold ice wall. The claws collided with the ice wall, creating a blinding burst of sparks. Zhao Ritian suddenly changed his move, and the ice wall shattered into countless sharp cones. Puff puff puff. Dozens of ice spikes pierced through the dragon's body, and He Chong staggered backward, but grinned. Your spines are much softer than a tuna's. Zhao Ritian's lips twitched, which was tantamount to saying that he was no good. Then his eyes turned cold, and he said, You're asking for death. Then, he quickly formed hand seals. The eternal frozen coffin. As his voice fell, 6 ice walls, each 3 feet thick, suddenly appeared around Hee-chong. The 6 ice walls moved rapidly toward the center, instantly sealing Hee-chong inside and turning him into a crystal-clear cube, just like a giant ice coffin. Lu Shangfei and the others standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, only to hear a crisp cracking sound. Suddenly, cracks appeared all over the surface of the ice coffin. Warm-up complete. Hee-chong shattered the ice coffin, his body emanating a blue dragon aura. Now it's my turn. After saying that, Hee-chong suddenly tore off a piece of his reverse scale from his chest, and the blood turned into blue flames that wrapped around his entire body. The wrath of the Azure Dragon. Reverse scales burn the heavens. Hee-chong unleashed a powerful punch, aimed straight at Zhao Ritian's right chest. The speed was so fast that even Zhao Ritian was shocked. However, he sneered and a thick layer of ice armor suddenly appeared on his body. Boom. But he clearly underestimated the power of Hee-chong's punch. This punch actually shattered half of Zhao Ritian's ice armor. Zhao Ritian coughed up blood and staggered backward, his eyes filled with shock. What surprised him even more was that, in the blink of an eye, the scales on Hee-chong's chest had grown back, and their color seemed to have become even darker. No, we can't delay any longer. This man named Hee-chong is making him feel increasingly threatened. Thinking of this, Zhao Ritian unleashed a powerful force, so strong that Lu Shangfei and the others beside him could barely stand. Is this the power of the 4th level of the mortal realm? What immense pressure! The pirates on the ship became even more fanatical afterward. Kill him. The commander is invincible. Soon, Zhao Ritian condensed a dense array of shimmering ice soul needles, and with a wave of his hand, they all attacked Hee-chong. The recruitment was so swift and efficient that Lu Shangfei and the others couldn't even see it. Hee-chong was no exception, and so, dozens of mysterious netherworld ice soul needles pierced directly through Hee-chong's brow. Blood splattered, and Zhao Ritian revealed a slight smile. However, a voice rang out. That's a pretty good trick. Hee-chong's voice came from the blood mist, and a blue light flowed from the wound between his eyebrows. It's 3 points faster than the King Sabertooth's thrust. On the newly formed dragon scales, patterns shaped like ice needles suddenly appeared. Zhao Ritian was stunned and pointed at Hee-chong, saying, "Who exactly are you?" Hee-chong shrugged and said, "Just think of me as your debt collector." Zhao Ritian's expression turned cold again. "You forced me to do this." Extreme cold storm, great iceberg technique. As his voice fell, a giant wave more than 30 meters high suddenly surged up on the sea. But the giant wave froze into an iceberg in an instant. Rise. The iceberg suddenly rose from the sea and, following Zhao Ritian's gesture, crashed directly into Hee-chong. The ice peak crushed Hee-chong directly into the seabed, freezing the entire area into an ice field. But just 1 minute later, the ice field exploded with a loud boom. The ice field shattered, and the Azure Dragon leaped out of the sea, carrying an iceberg. Covered in blood, Hee-chong laughed loudly. That was exhilarating. The last time I felt this good was when I was being tossed around by a deep-sea vortex. His injuries are healing rapidly. It seems like his recovery is getting faster and faster, if it's just my imagination. Moreover, the newly formed scales on his chest could already reflect the light of ice. Enraged, Zhao Ritian suddenly conjured 18 large swords in the air and swiftly slashed at Hee-chong, who was still holding up the ice field. This move was so fast and ruthless that Hee-chong seemed to have no time to react before the giant blade slashed through his throat. The dull thud of the dragon's head rolling off the deck left everyone breathless. However, the next second, a blue light burst forth from the severed neck, and flesh and blood intertwined like threads. In the last 3 breaths, the newborn dragon head tilted its neck. I almost bit my tongue. Deep within the dragon's eyes, the flowing trajectory of the ice elemental laws could already be seen. You monster, you're not even human. Zhao Ritian's breathing began to become disordered, and frosty white lines of aging appeared at his temples. What exactly are you? Hee-chong smiled calmly, and said, I'm just an ordinary fisherman. Zhao Ritian was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. I don't believe you can keep breaking through my ice. You're only at the 1st level of the mortal realm. How much stamina do you have? Break it. However, he soon discovered that his ice needles could no longer pierce Hee-chong's body. Then he discovered that his ice sealing technique could no longer trap Hee-chong. Do you understand? Hee-chong moved his newly grown left arm, ice patterns flowing on the blue scales. Every time I get injured, my body remembers how I was hurt. He pointed at Zhao Ritian and said with a smile, "Now your coldness. They don't even have the right to cool me down." Chapter 119, I'm just an ordinary person who loves fishing. The battle between He Chang and Zhao Ritian lasted from noon until the third watch of the night. Lu Shangfei struck a fire and lit a pile of firewood, which finally warmed the place up. Seeing that the two were getting further and further apart, Brother Long simply took a few fish that He Chang had caught earlier and started burning them in the fire. Yun Xingyao asked nervously, "Xiao Fei, is this really okay? Brother He is still fighting with that pirate captain." Brother Long laughed and said, "Ha ha, girl, don't worry, my brother He Chang isn't the kind of person to be stingy. If you want to make him happy, just tell him in a bit, 'Thank you, brother He, for the fish you caught. It was delicious.'" Yun Xingyao opened her mouth wide and asked, "Is this really okay?" Lu Shangfei explained with a smile. Brother He Chang doesn't have many hobbies, he just loves fishing. What he likes most is when people say that the fish he catches are good. Bai Jiao also exclaimed, "He Chang has always kept a low profile, but we never expected that he would save us all today. What kind of ability does he have? It's so strong it's almost abnormal." Brother Long replied, "I know that, He Chang told me about it." Upon hearing this, the three of them became interested and gathered around. Seeing everyone gather around, Brother Long said smugly, "Hee, that's why I say He Chang and I are close. Nobody knows about his abilities except me. I'm not just bragging." Bai Jia interrupted impatiently. "Spit it out, stop with the nonsense." As if remembering something, she murmured, "Speaking of this makes me angry. No means no. What do you mean by always saying you'll rest for a while?" Upon hearing this, Brother Long's face turned green, and he quickly said, "Wife, give me some face." Bai Jie then realized what was happening, glanced apologetically at Lu Shangfei, and Yun Xingyao beside her, coughed, and said, "Then tell me quickly." Brother Long could only say dejectedly, "Old He, this fruit seems to be called something like the fish fruit, azure dragon form, which allows you to transform your body into an azure dragon. Dragons are legendary mythical beasts, so the most powerful aspects of his fruit are twofold. First, he is practically immortal, and his self-healing ability is also exceptional. Secondly, he becomes stronger with each injury he suffers. So you see, the more he plays, the more energetic he gets, like he's on stimulants." Lu Shangfei asked in confusion, "But I haven't seen Brother He cultivating along the way." Brother Long explained, "You don't understand, do you? His only method of cultivation is fishing." Lu Shangfei suddenly realized, "I transmigrated into a fisherman at the beginning, and I get stronger as long as I fish." While the four of them were chatting, Zhao Ritian was in a terrible predicament. "This fisherman is a monster. We've been fishing for almost a whole day, and he's acting like nothing happened." At first, he could easily defeat him, but as time went on, he found that he couldn't hurt him anymore. "What's even more infuriating is that I'm almost out of energy, but this monster is getting more and more energetic." Thinking of this, he panted heavily and said, "Why are you so physically strong?" He Chang stretched his neck and said, "This is nothing. Back in the day, when I was fishing, I didn't sleep for a whole week." These words almost made Zhao Ritian vomit blood. He quickly said, "I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat, okay?" He Chang laughed and said, "When we anglers encounter a big fish, we like to play it until it's exhausted before dragging it ashore. Guess what I've been doing playing with you for so long?" Zhao Ritian angrily retorted, "You fucking think I'm a fish?" He Chang's eyes lit up as he said, "Even though you're not a fish, fighting with you is just as fun as fishing." Zhao Ritian couldn't take it anymore and roared, "Since that's how it is, then don't blame me for using my ultimate move." He Chang's eyes lit up, and he said, "You have another trick up your sleeve? Show it to me." Zhao Ritian was now completely enraged and began to frantically unleash his life's power. "You force me to do this." As he channeled his energy, the chilling air over the entire sea began to gather wildly. "What? It's gotten so cold again." Brother Long couldn't help but shudder. Seeing that Bai Jia and Yun Xingyao's faces had also turned pale due to the sudden drop in temperature, Lu Shangfei quickly lit several more fires around them, which made them feel a little better. At this moment, the cold air at sea finally reached its peak. Zhao Ritian's face turned cruel as he whispered, "Eternal frozen demon coffin. Absolute zero." In an instant, the crystal-clear ice coffin sealed He Chang inside. The internal temperature plummeted to a level where even atoms would come to rest. Zhao Ritian, panting heavily, stared at the ice coffin without moving. At this point, he no longer had enough confidence to seal the monster. And so, everyone stared at the ice coffin for a full 5 minutes, but there was still no movement. "What? Oldie hasn't gone too far, has he? Brother Long said in a low voice. Zhao Ritian finally couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from turning up and said, "This time, it should be." Crack. Zhao Ritian's hair stood on end, and he quickly looked at the ice coffin. Sure enough, a crack appeared on the ice coffin. No way. Zhao Ritian's voice was filled with despair. However, what he feared most came to pass. Click-clack. Countless cracks spread across the ice coffin like a spider web. Boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hichong broke through the ice once again. At this moment, the scales all over his body had turned into translucent ice crystals, reflecting a cool light under the moonlight. That's actually pretty interesting. Hichong stretched out his newly formed ice scales, looking completely relaxed and content. Zhao Ritian looked as if he had aged decades in an instant, indicating that this move had taken a considerable toll on his body. Hichong smiled and said, "Looks like the big fish is out of energy. Time to reel it in." As Hichong closed in step by step, Zhao Ritian finally broke down. "You're not human. You're a monster. You're a demon. Wrong." Hichong gently placed his right hand on Zhao Ritian's forehead. "I just an ordinary person who loves fishing." A flash of blue light appeared, and Zhao Ritian, the ice prison demon lord who dominated this sea area, transformed into countless ice crystals that scattered across the sky. Hichong returned to human form, bent down to pick up the fallen fishing rod, and painfully checked the fishing line. What a pity, that big tuna. At this moment, Brother Long and the others stood up and applauded. Lu Shangfei said with admiration, "Brother He, you're amazing." Brother Long laughed and said, "Ah Chong, you're amazing. I didn't realize you were so talented." Bai Jie nodded slightly and said, "Chong, you really are playing dumb to fool us. But thank you for saving us." Hichong laughed and said, "It's nothing. Oh, you guys are eating grilled fish." Yun Xinyao then realized that the terrifying big shot from before had suddenly become just like the big brother next door, and she immediately felt relieved. "Brother Hehe, my name is Yun Xinyao. Thank you for saving us. Oh, by the way, this fish is delicious." Hearing this, Hichong beamed with joy and said, "That's good. That's good. Eat more if you like." Brother Long laughed and said, "By the way, we've been fighting for so long. Come and have something to eat and drink." Hichong suddenly said, "That won't do." Brother Long asked, puzzled, "Why?" Hichong pointed to the spot where the 3 pirate ships had sunk and said with a smile, "I've dug such a big fishing spot. It would be a shame not to go fishing." Chapter 120 Return to Goblin Island. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun shone on the deck of the Neptune, where Chu Fan sat cross-legged, his body wreathed in fine lightning. With a soft shout, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 10 lightning wedge marks instantly lit up in every corner within a 10-meter radius, doubling the previous range. Lightning instantaneous movement. His figure flashed continuously between the lightning wedges, finally appearing at the top of the mast, where he nodded in satisfaction. "I've finally broken through to the 3rd level of the mortal realm." At the same time, a burst of cheerful laughter came from the stern. Lu Rian was seen controlling 3 water sprites to water a newly cultivated garden. Those water sprites have evolved translucent wings, making them move more nimbly. She waved her hand gently, and a stream of clear water drew a beautiful arc in the air before falling precisely into the fish pond in the distance. "Sister Rian, your water control skills are getting more and more amazing." Barbara peeked out from the orchard, holding a basket of freshly picked oranges. She was surrounded by lush green vines, which could not only fight, but also help her care for plants. Li Ruashi sat on a lounge chair by the pool, watching her sister practice her new skill. Li Ruoyan conjured a silver pistol in her hand, pulled the trigger sharply, and the bullet traced a pink trajectory in the air before hitting a target in the distance. Boom. The target was instantly petrified. "Ruashi, look!" Li Ruoyan exclaimed excitedly. "I can control the petrification time now." Li Ruashi clapped her hands happily. "Great. We're getting better and better at cooperating." Over the course of 10 days, the 5 of them opened many interesting blind boxes, transforming the originally simple floating island into a mobile manor. First, Chu Fan created a heated swimming pool system, which, combined with the swimming pool Lu Ruyan had created earlier, directly installed a heated swimming pool on the Sky Island. Lu Ruyan then added a fountain and a large fish pond to the Sky Island. There are also several glowing small fish in the fish pond, which are especially beautiful at night. As for Barbara, she was even more incredible. She opened up a lush orchard, which was full of all kinds of fruits. Almost every kind of fruit on Earth can be found here, giving everyone true fruit freedom. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi couldn't help but sigh that life on the Sea King was even more comfortable than on Earth. That wasn't all. Barbara then used her vines to weave a hammock and a swing. Hammocks, in particular, became Li Ruoxi's favorite. Li Ruoxi's story was even more outrageous. She actually drew a puppy. This is a Chinese rural dog, and Li Ruoxi named it Dahuang. This dog is indeed very intelligent. It follows the group around all day wagging its tail. For a moment, Chu Fan felt a sense of unreality. If it weren't for the 4 beautiful wives beside him, he would have doubted that he was still on Earth. After practicing for 10 consecutive days, everyone prepared to take a break. Just as the 5 were enjoying a rare moment of leisure, they suddenly heard Li Ruoyan's voice. "Come quick. There's a small island up ahead." Everyone stood up and, sure enough, saw a lush, green island appearing on the distant horizon. As the Neptune drew closer, Chu Fan and Lu Ruoyan's expressions grew increasingly serious. "Why does this island look so familiar?" Chu Fan frowned. After staring intently for a moment, Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, "It's that Goblin Island." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan remembered that it was the island he and Lu Ruoyan had visited that night. Later, the two were chased by goblins and witnessed firsthand the horrific suffering of humans who were tortured to death by these despicable dwarves. They also found 3 goblin coins and the moon goddess's bow on this island. Of course, most importantly, it was after that island that he and Lu Ruoyan finally confirmed their relationship. Both of them seemed to recall what happened that night, and Lu Ruoyan even blushed slightly, which was extremely rare for her. "Since we're here, why don't we go up and take a look?" Barbara suggested. "With our current strength, we shouldn't have to worry about those goblins." Li Ruoyan excitedly raised her hand. "I agree. Who knows, there might be some treasure on the island." After spending time together, Li Ruoyan is no longer as shy as she was at the beginning. Li Ruoxi patted the head of the big yellow dog in her arms and agreed. "Yes, it's been a long time since we've been on land. We really miss it." Chu Fan and Lu Ruoyan exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Chu Fan nodded. "Okay, get ready to log in." The Neptune slowly approached the shore. Chu Fan jumped off first and secured the Neptune before the 4 women jumped off the ship one by one. Stepping onto the beach, they found the very spot where the 2 of them had crept ashore in the dark that night. The wreckage of the small boat had disappeared, and most of the footprints had been washed away by the sea, but some were still scattered around, reminding the 2 of the danger of that night. The 5 people followed the route that Chu Fan and Lu Ruoyan had taken to escape that night. Soon, they arrived near the grove where the 2 were hiding. Snap! Li Ruoyan crushed a piece of charred, withered bone under her foot, and Barbara, the doctor, frowned. "This looks like human bones. Why is it here?" Chu Fan sighed and recounted in detail what the 2 of them had witnessed that day. "Damn it, those evil goblins. If I see them again this time, they must look amazing." As the 5 were talking, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside. 5 green goblins suddenly sprang out of the bushes, their scarlet eyes gleaming with greed as soon as they saw the 4 women. "Woman, beautiful woman!" The lead goblin screamed and raised his bone club. "Seize them. The leader will reward you." Li Ruoyan sneered and said, "First, let me do it. Ruoxi will help me." Li Ruoxi understood her sister's meaning and immediately stepped forward to stand beside Li Ruoyan. Li Ruoyan's right hand instantly conjured a cell phone equipped with a silencer. Bang bang bang. 5 bullets struck them precisely between the eyebrows, and the goblins, their dung-ning expressions frozen in stone, remained motionless. Then, Barbara flicked out a vine and gently touched the stone statue, which shattered into pieces on the ground. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. That night, he and Lu Ruoyan almost risked their lives, but now dealing with these freaks was a piece of cake. Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, "Everyone be quiet. There seems to be some movement ahead." The group nodded and quietly continued forward. 5 minutes later, the group walked through a thicket of thorns, and the sight before them made them gasp for breath. Before them lay a mountain hollowed out into a giant, honeycomb-like nest, with thousands of goblins moving in and out of the various entrances. The most terrifying thing is the altar on the mountaintop, made of piled bones, upon which stands a statue of a 3-eyed demon. The statue gave off a very uncomfortable feeling, so Li Ruoyan immediately conjured up a sniper rifle. "This statue doesn't look like a good thing. Let me smash it." However, at that moment, the demon statue on the altar suddenly opened its 3rd eye. Chapter 121 The Truth of History. "Wait a minute, Ruoyan, this statue seems a bit strange." Lu Ruoyan quickly stopped her. Chu Fan rubbed his eyes and found that the statue was normal. Strange, I clearly saw that the eyes on that statue seemed to be open. However, Chu Fan didn't think much of it. Instead, he lowered his body and peered into the valley. This is a huge valley, with countless holes on the cliffs on both sides, like a giant beehive. Countless goblins were going in and out of the room, which made Chu Fan feel fortunate. Fortunately, I listened to Lu Rian's advice last time and didn't blindly turn back. There are tens of thousands of goblins here. If I had gone back for revenge last time, my grave would probably be covered in grass by now. However, the situation is different now. But charging straight out like that seems a bit too reckless. Just then, Lu Rian suddenly said, "Look, these goblins are so strange. It's like they're performing some kind of ritual." The group looked around and, sure enough, saw hundreds of goblins emitting frenzied screams. For terrified, bound humans were dragged to the statue. Don't kill me. Judging from their attire, they should be other players, but it's unclear why they were captured by the goblins. At this moment, the ancient runes carved on the stone platform beneath the statue began to emanate a blood-red light. The pupil of the statue's third eye suddenly contracted to the size of a pinhead. They are activating some kind of ritual. Lu Rian's water spirit trembled violently. Those humans are human sacrifices. The group exchanged bewildered glances, as this situation was indeed quite bizarre. Li Ruoyan's sniper scope has locked onto the statue's brow. Should we interrupt the ritual? Strangeness. Li Ruoxi suddenly whispered. Looking at those runes, they give me a very familiar feeling, but I can't remember them for a moment. Chu Fan looked at the three goblin priests and saw the sacrifices struggling. He finally made up his mind. Let's take a gamble. Ruoyan, smash that statue. Li Ruoyan gave an okay sign, took a quick aim, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! A specially designed armor-piercing round accurately hits the third eye. With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the entire statue collapsed with a deafening roar, even emitting a wail that seemed to come from the ancient hell. The sudden turn of events left the goblins stunned. A moment later, the goblins suddenly let out heart-wrenching screams, yelling at each other as they trampled their way out of the valley. It was as if a great danger was about to befall us. After Chu Fan and the others killed several goblins that charged at them, they released the four bound humans. Thank you so much for saving my life. The leader was moved to tears and kept expressing his gratitude to Chu Fan and the others. Don't mention it. How did you get caught? The leader was an elderly man surnamed Chun, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He put his half-broken glasses back on before explaining. Don't even mention it. We just stumbled upon this island by chance and wanted to come up and explore it. But who would have thought that this island would be full of such ugly things? Chu Fan nodded, finding the explanation reasonable, and then asked with a smile, "Did you discover anything?" Old Chun said solemnly, "In the southeast corner of the island, there is a relic. Through my research, I have discovered that it is an inscription that records the history of this planet." Lu Rian asked curiously, "What's written on it?" Old Chun sighed, and said that it was probably because of the great age that the text was severely damaged, and only a few useful pieces of information could be roughly deciphered. There are roughly these few points. As he spoke, Old Chun took out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which a few lines of small writing were written. The continent was originally vast, where dragons and humans coexisted. A forbidden experiment triggered a great tide that submerged 90% of the land. Legend has it that the tears of the ocean are the key to controlling the ocean. The statues used in the goblin rituals are suspected to be products of experiments conducted back then. The demon will eventually awaken, and humanity will surely perish. Although it was only a few lines of text, the shock it gave to the group was beyond words. Old Chun continued. In addition, the ruins also mentioned that more than 1,000 years ago, humans and dragons suddenly turned against each other, and a battle broke out that could last for generations. In that battle, the dragons were driven off to the only remaining land and could only hide in the deep sea. The demons were also sealed away and disappeared from the world. But as time goes by, the demon will gradually awaken. We, the players who were summoned here, were actually chosen by an invisible force to resolve the impending crisis on this continent. Chu Fan suddenly asked, "By the way, when did the people from District 1 enter this world?" Old Chun thought for a moment and said, "I know that, because I'm from District 1. This was something no one had expected, and Old Chun continued to explain. "I am a history student myself, and these are all my students. We are not interested in fighting and killing, we only want to do historical research. If our memories are not mistaken, we were summoned here 5 years ago." At this point, a student nearby added, To be precise, it is 5 years and 18 days. Lu Rian said thoughtfully, what if we can't solve this? Old Chen shuddered and sighed deeply. Young lady, you've hit the nail on the head. Chu Fan and the others were puzzled, but Lu Ruyan suddenly paused, as if she had understood something. Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression, Old Chen quickly asked, is this young lady thinking of something? Lu Ruyan frowned and said, is it possible that if we can't solve this, the game will restart and go back to 5 years ago? In other words, this world is sealed within a fragment of the world, and as long as no one can break this seal, this fragment will remain adrift outside the river of time. Barbara exclaimed that her head was spinning from listening and quickly asked, Rian, so what does this mean? Lu Rian's expression darkened as she said, in other words, if we can't break this deadlock, we will all be completely forgotten in the river of time. Old Chen couldn't help but exclaim again, Miss Lu is really smart. She can deduce things from just a few words. She is much better than my students. Chu Fan smiled and asked, Old Chen, is what Ru Yin said true? Old Chen shook his head and said, I can't guarantee that it's definitely like that, but based on the clues we've found so far, it should be pretty close to the truth. Li Ruoyan asked, puzzled. This doesn't sound that serious. History is so long. It's normal that no one remembers it. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, what if you also become one of those goblins? The men's expressions changed simultaneously upon hearing this. Just then, a rumbling sound came from beneath everyone's feet, and the entire Goblin Island began to shake violently. Chapter 122 Escape from Goblin Island. Oh no, this island is sinking. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Mr. Chen, where's your boat? Old Chen quickly said, our ship is just to the east. Let's stop here for now. We'll meet again. After saying goodbye in a hurry, Mr. Chen and his 4 students ran towards the east and west sides of the island. Just as Chu Fan and the others were about to leave, Barbara suddenly pointed at the statue and said, look, there's something over there. After turning around a few times, sure enough, there were 2 strange things among the fragments of the statue. One was a skull of an unidentifiable species, and the other was a strange compass-like object. Barbara exclaimed in surprise, this skull looks like it belongs to a snake, but it's so big, and it has 6 horns. Chu Fan and the others also looked over. After hearing what Barbara said, they also felt that it did indeed look like the skull of a giant snake, but the 6 broken horns made the skull look indescribably eerie. It seems this is the demon god worshipped by the Goblin clan. Li Ruashi's gaze was drawn to the compass-like object, and almost unconsciously she walked closer and picked it up. Li Ruoyan's expression changed drastically, and she quickly said, Ruashi. Fortunately, Li Ruashi showed no abnormalities. At this moment, the observant Lu Ruyan suddenly noticed that there were several crystal beads hidden under the compass. Seeing this, Chu Fan quickly said, take these things and let's go. 20 minutes later, everyone stood on the deck of the Neptune, watching Goblin Island slowly break apart and gradually sink, eventually emerging from the sea like a large reef. As for the goblins on the island, they all perished at sea. Unexpectedly, after all that effort, I didn't get anything. Chu Fan felt a little regretful. He had heard that goblins were the best at burying treasures. If the island hadn't suddenly sunk, he would have dug deep to find out what was going on. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, it's not like we came back empty-handed. Aren't there still these few things? As they spoke, the group took out the compass and 5 beads they had obtained. It was a compass engraved with a dragon pattern, and the pointer on it was turning. Ruashi, do you have a special connection to this compass? Lu Ruyan suddenly asked. Li Ruashi said in confusion, I don't know, but I always feel that there is some inexplicable connection guiding me. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyan asked, can you sense the danger? Li Ruashi shook her head and said, no, I can only sense a trace of the power of rules. Try using your petrification ability on it. Lu Ruyan suddenly made a suggestion. Barbara asked, why is that? Lu Ruyan analyzed. We all come from Earth, so we shouldn't have any connection with this world. Therefore, the only explanation is Ruashi's petrification power. Everyone suddenly understood, and Li Ruashi nodded and said, okay, then I'll give it a try. After saying that, Li Ruashi emitted a petrifying power from her right eye, aiming directly at the bronze compass. The next second, the bronze compass in Li Ruashi's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional star map was projected onto the surface of the compass in the void. Those star trails perfectly matched the patterns in Li Ruashi's eyes. Then, something even more astonishing happened. Suddenly, the compass broke into pieces and floated in the air. Then, in an extremely mysterious way, it was reassembled into a bronze wristband inlaid with stardust, which was automatically put on Li Ruashi's wrist. The light has faded. Ruashi, are you alright? Hearing everyone's voices, Li Ruashi suddenly came to her senses. I'm fine. It turns out this is the Star Sand Binding, an ancient artifact that sealed a demon god. As Sister Rian said, only someone with the power of petrification can unseal it. Lu Rian and Li Ruoyan carefully checked the items and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no problems. Li Ruashi quickly explained. Don't worry, everyone, I'm really fine. I just saw some of its remaining memories. As she spoke, Li Ruashi pointed to the wristband on her hand, a hint of profound vicissitude in her eyes. Moreover, I seem to have grasped a bit of the power of petrification. Oh, right, where are the 5 beads? Li Ruashi suddenly asked a question at the end. Chu Fan took out the 5 beads and placed them in front of Li Ruashi. Is there any story behind these beads? Li Ruashi said with a smile. Brother Fan, so this is not an ordinary bead. It is called the Sea Spirit Bead. Sea Spirit Pearl? What's that for? Everyone looked at Li Ruashi in confusion. Li Ruashi explained. This is a bead that contains the power of the ocean, which can enhance cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Rian picked up a Sea Spirit Pearl, and the pearl emitted a blue luster in her palm. Sure enough, I sensed the law of water within this Sea Spirit Pearl. Chu Fan picked up one and sensed it, and felt the boundless true meaning of lightning. It seems that these Sea Spirit Pearls can enhance any cultivation system. Coincidentally, there are exactly 5, and we each have one. Now we're confident we can break through to the 4th level of the mortal realm as soon as possible. At this moment, the wristband on Li Ruashi's wrist suddenly lit up, and Li Ruashi seemed to have gained some insight. The Stardust Binding has the function of marking star maps, and it has just recorded the star map of Goblin Island. By the way, a new location has appeared here, called Dragonfall Strait. Moreover, judging from the direction, it should be on its way to Yagi no Shima. Chu Fan and the others sighed inwardly, realizing that they seemed to be accepting the guidance of fate. Then let's not even consider it. It's on our way anyway, so let's go and see what good things are waiting for us in the Dragonfall Strait. Chu Fan said with a smile. But before that, let's do something interesting first. Li Ruoyan asked, puzzled. What's so interesting about this? Chu Fan chuckled and said, 2nd floor swimming pool, 1 male guest, and 4 female guests. Barbara, Lu Rian, Li Ruoyan, Li Ruashi, Big Yellow woof woof woof. A moment later, the 4 women exclaimed in unison, You scoundrel! Wait for me. The Neptune slowly sailed into this area, and the sea gradually calmed down, as if the Goblin Island had never existed here. Suddenly, the snake skull that Chu Fan and the others had abandoned began to tremble. A moment later, a serpentine black creature emerged from the skull and silently coiled around a goblin corpse. Chapter 123 Dragonfall Strait. At dawn, several towering peaks erupted from the deck of the Neptune. Chu Fan's body was surrounded by lightning that transformed into the form of a dragon, churning and roaring in the clouds. The range of the thunder wedge at the 4th level of the mortal realm has expanded to 30 meters, and each flash is accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Lu Rian stood on the waves, 3 water spheres spinning in her palm. The original water sprite has evolved into a semi-transparent sea apostle, capable of creating small tsunamis with every move. Barbara's vines have become completely jade-like, gleaming with an emerald luster in the sunlight. The seeds she casually tossed out could grow into towering trees within 3 breaths. Li Ruoyan's weapon fruit underwent a qualitative change. Dragon scale patterns appeared on the barrel of the heavy machine gun, and the bullets she fired had a tracking effect. That's fantastic. The Sea Spirit Pearl is truly a wonderful thing. Chu Fan sighed sincerely. In the past few days, the group has absorbed all the Sea Spirit Pearls, and finally all of them have broken through to the 4th level of the mortal realm. One has to admire the good fortune of Li Ruoyan and Li Ruashi. On the night they left Goblin Island, both of them opened blind boxes and found cultivation techniques suitable for themselves, successfully beginning their cultivation journey. Look, everyone, that should be the Dragonfall Strait ahead. Li Ruashi reminded him, looking at the star map on the star sand wristband. The group went to the bow of the ship and looked ahead. Sure enough, they found a huge valley that looked like it had been split in 2 by a giant sword, with seawater flowing between the 2 valleys. Chu Fan exclaimed, I never expected to find such a view on this sea. It's truly unexpected. But the next second, everyone noticed something was wrong. As soon as the bow of the Neptune touched the outer edge of the Dragonfall Strait, the entire sea suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of waves crashing against the ship's side disappeared, as if the whole world had been muted. A thick fog suddenly rose up over the sea and quickly enveloped the entire Dragonfall Strait. The fog was so thick that the group couldn't even see the two mountains they had just seen. Something's not right. Chu Fan's lightning wedge left scorch marks in the air. My lightning conduction speed is 1/3 slower. Be careful, everyone, something's not right here. Li Ruoyan suddenly raised her binoculars and exclaimed, "There's a lighthouse at 10 o'clock. Following their gaze, they indeed saw a rusted metal lighthouse standing on the reef, its warm yellow light piercing through the thick fog. The Neptune slowly approached the lighthouse. But something even stranger happened. Strange, how come there's an island here? Barbara was the first to notice something was amiss. Chu Fan and the others frowned and looked over, and sure enough, a small island appeared in front of them. Perhaps this is the true coordinate of the Dragonfall Strait? Li Ruoxi raised her question. None of them had any clue, so Chu Fan suggested. Never mind, let's go closer and take a look. Wait a moment. Lu Ruyan suddenly stopped everyone. Chu Fan asked seriously, Ruyan, have you discovered anything? Of all the people, Lu Ruyan was always the calmest and most adept at identifying problems, so when she spoke, everyone quietly looked at her. Lu Ruyan said seriously, don't you guys feel that this island looks familiar? Chu Fan's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly began to examine the island closely, only to become more and more alarmed the more he looked. Is this Goblin Island? After Chu Fan's reminder, the others also realized what was going on. The island that appeared before them looked remarkably similar to Goblin Island, which had sunk just a few days earlier. Look, that statue. Li Ruoyan suddenly pointed at the island and shouted, and everyone looked up and froze. It really is Goblin Island, but what exactly is going on here? They were shocked to discover that the destroyed three-eyed statue was now standing perfectly intact on the altar. Barbara also noticed something was wrong at this point. Look, why does the calendar show 10 days ago? The next second, Chu Fan's face showed a strange expression, because he suddenly pulled a sea spirit pearl out of his pocket. Not only him, but Barbara, Lu Ruyan, Li Ruyan, and Li Ruoxi also took out one sea spirit pearl after another. What's going on? Wasn't the sea spirit orb already absorbed? Have we gone back to 10 days ago? What I'm seeing is absolutely unbelievable. Everyone on high alert. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan crushed the sea spirit pearl in her hand, and the thick fog in front of her immediately rippled. Then, her water spirit split into countless streams, outlining twisted patterns of spiritual energy in the air. These spiritual energy flows are fake. We're trapped in an illusion. Chu Fan frowned and said, there's something strange about this lighthouse. Don't move on the ship. I'll go take a look. But when I turned around, I suddenly realized that everyone had disappeared. At that moment, not only Chu Fan, but everyone else realized that in an instant, the world suddenly consisted only of themselves. Li Ruoyan cried out in terror. Everyone, where did you all go? Ruoxi, Ruyan, Barbara, Chu Fan. Helpless, she gripped the gun tightly in her hand, finding a sliver of security in it. But the next second, the spear in his hand suddenly turned into the rabbit that had been run over by a carriage when he was a child. Warm blood seeped from between his fingers. The driver's sneer echoed in his ears. You couldn't save it this time either. Li Ruoyan screamed and quickly threw the spear in her hand away. Lu Ruyan also noticed something amiss, her beautiful eyes carefully searching through the thick fog, trying to find a clue. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. Suddenly, her three water sprites transformed into drowning figures, grabbing her long hair and dragging her down. Why wasn't it you who died back then? 7 face flowers bloomed on Barbara's vines, representing Chu Fan and his 3 companions, as well as Lu Shangfei, Brother Long, and Bai Jie, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. They sang in unison. Your healing magic has never saved anyone. The dewdrops falling between the petals were actually drops of scarlet blood. The next second, in the thick fog, Chu Fan suddenly attacked everyone with lightning. Li Ruoxi's petrifying beam swept across the cabin. Countless Neptune ships appeared on the sea. The lighthouse's light suddenly transformed into blood-red chains that wrapped around everyone. Just then, as if sensing something, Li Ruoxi raised her right hand high. Don't let illusions control your emotions. Star trails frozen in time. The burst of starlight from the bracers temporarily froze the illusionary action, but cracks quickly spread across the surface of the stardust. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes and sensed. We must find the node where spiritual energy flows back. Suddenly, the power of water element erupted from her body, and a divine power of the moon goddess spread outwards from her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Look there. She finally found it. The power of all the illusions originated from the dark red crystal at the top of the lighthouse. As if receiving a signal from Lu Ruyan, Li Ruashi activated the star sand wristband to its limit, and the petrifying light shot directly at the crystal along the trajectory marked by the water sprite. The moment the light touched the crystal, the whole world shattered like a broken mirror. Chapter 124: The Secret of the Dragonfall Strait. When the light of the stardust bracers completely shattered the illusion, the scene before everyone's eyes sent chills down their spines. The entire seawater of the Dragonfall Strait is composed of solidified dragon blood and fragments of shattered spacetime. In the center of the 7 dragon remains, the bronze greatsword that pierced through the Dragon Lord's head was emitting a deep hum. As if sensing something, Chu Fan summoned the Dragon Slayer's sword, which was emitting mournful cries in the space. The moment the Dragon Slayer sword appeared, it immediately resonated strongly with the bronze giant sword in front of it. This is... Chu Fan's hand gripped the sword hilt uncontrollably, and the countless fragments of time and space before his eyes suddenly seemed to come alive, projecting onto everyone like a movie. 1,000 years ago, this world, like Earth, had vast continents. Humans and dragons lived in peace and became the masters of this world. But one day, the 8-headed demon god, in order to lead the demon race to conquer the world, bewitched Karna, the leader of the dragon race at the time. Do you want to gain power that surpasses that of the gods? Are you willing to let such lowly insects as humans occupy most of the rich lands of this world, while your dragon race is trapped in this ocean? The 8 demon gods' temptations successfully corrupted Karna, causing him to suddenly turn against them during the battle against the demons, nearly causing the destruction of the world. At the critical moment, the human leader Luo Changfeng, along with his 6 companions, and with the help of countless human heroes, successfully killed Karna. But by this time the demons had successfully awakened. In order to fight against the allied forces of the demons and dragons, Luo Changfeng used Karna's 2 leg bones to forge a dragon-slaying sword. Luo Changfeng used the Dragon Slayer sword to cut off the 8 heads of the 8-headed demon god, and scattered them around the world to suppress them. The dragons were also suppressed and sealed in the sea, and the human race won the Great War. After the first fragment was played, everyone could not hide the shock in their eyes. The brutal scenes of that great battle far exceeded their comprehension, and even science fiction movies couldn't compare to them in the slightest. At this moment, Lu Ruyan raised her question. Why is the Dragon Slayer sword inside different from the one we obtained? Chu Fan shook his head and said, It seems there are other things we don't know. At this moment, another space-time rift appeared before everyone. This fragment is clearly a continuation of the previous one. It turns out that peace only lasted for 50 years. 50 years later, the remaining forces of the dragon race, with the help of demon cultists, stole the legendary Tide Cup. The Tide Cup is said to be an ancient artifact that could destroy the world. Because it was stolen, the dragons and demons summoned a world-ending flood. 90% of the land was submerged by seawater, causing widespread devastation. At this moment, the third space-time rift revealed that the demons had taken the opportunity to revive the 8 heads of the 8-headed demon god using a blood sacrifice technique. The demons launched a full-scale invasion, ultimately destroying the world and plunging it into endless darkness. Chu Fan gently stroked the sword patterns on the Dragon Slayer sword and whispered, The Dragon Slayer sword tells me that this is the future destiny of this world. Barbara's eyes widened. Is this the end? Then why are we here? As if sensing everyone's doubts, the 4th space-time fragment appeared. In the final moments, Luo Changfeng, together with his 6 companions, burned their lives to freeze time before the demon's resurgence, creating this ever-repeating fragment of time and space, waiting for a hero who can change fate. At this moment, the shock felt by Chu Fan and the others was beyond words. This suddenly matches perfectly with the ruins that Elder Chen discovered. They really are players chosen by the fragments of time and space, just to find the human hero who can change this ending. Suddenly, the 5th space-time fragment lit up. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. The Tree of Creation. Luo Changfeng, with an air of otherworldly grace, stood beneath the Tree of Creation, holding a round fruit in his hand. Human boy, are you sure you want to do this? Luo Changfeng laughed and said, Compared with the dragon race and the demon race, our human race is naturally at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Now that evil has increased while I have decreased, All I can do is create conditions for those who come after me as much as possible. The tree of creation said slowly, the fruit of gods? Interesting. Considering we've known each other for so many years, I'll help you with this. The next second, the tree of creation suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and countless fruits suddenly appeared on the tree. Chu Fan and the others were shocked. So this was the origin of the divine fruit. Then, the fruit of the gods suddenly detached from the tree branch, flew into the air, and scattered all over the world. After doing all this, the tree of creation continued. I shouldn't have interfered in mortal affairs, but now that I'm here, I'm afraid someone will come looking for clues about this divine fruit. You know I hate trouble the most, so I'd better hide away. Humans will no longer be allowed to enter this place. You may call it the land forsaken by the gods. Luo Changfeng remained silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what if my descendants need to find you? The tree of creation pondered for a moment and said, very well, I will leave an entrance for your descendants. Only through this entrance can they reach the land forsaken by the gods. Go forth, human boy. You are the most interesting human being I have ever met. Luo Changfeng cupped his hands and said, thank you very much, Brother Shu. The scene abruptly ends there. Chu Fan finally understood the whole story. It seems that the owner of Jubiozai is a descendant of Luo Changfeng. He was interested in me that day, probably because he sensed the existence of the Dragon Slayer's sword. Lu Rian suddenly said, no, there's still one link missing. Chu Fan quickly asked, which link? That's how the Dragon Slayer's sword ended up in a treasure chest in the sea, and it was even guarded by a giant dragon. Chu Fan was taken aback. Lu Rian's words made a lot of sense. There was indeed this loophole. However, he knew the answer the next second. Suddenly, a phantom of a person with an air of otherworldly grace appeared from within the giant sword. It was none other than Luo Changfeng. If you, a person from a future generation, were to obtain the dragon-slaying sword, it means you must be the chosen one of destiny foretold in the prophecy. Chu Fan and the others quickly bowed and said, greetings, senior. Luo Changfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying, no need to be polite. What you are seeing now is just a fragment of my consciousness left behind in the fragments of time and space. Chu Fan and the others gasped in astonishment. What kind of ability did they possess to create such a grand undertaking? Luo Changfeng continued, are you all curious about the dragon-slaying sword? Chu Fan nodded and said, please enlighten me, senior. I fear that after my death, the Dragon Slayer sword will be used to kill my human descendants, so I have split the Dragon Slayer sword in two. One of them can kill all races other than our human race, that is, the half in your hands. Half of it was taken by the dragons after I died. However, after it was discovered that the sword was useless to humans, the dragons sank it into the deep sea to prevent it from falling into the hands of humans. The fact that you were able to find this half proves that you are the chosen one of destiny, as prophesied. Chu Fan suddenly realized that luck was the system. Wait, if I do this, won't I become the system's son? Oh, my son is such a good boy. As if sensing Chu Fan's thoughts, the system suddenly responded. Chu Fan's face darkened. This damn system really knows how to take advantage. At this point, Lu Rian continued to ask, what about the other half? Luo Changfeng smiled slightly and said, far away, yet right before my eyes. Chapter 125 The Trial of the Dragon-Slaying Sword. As soon as Luo Changfeng finished speaking, the bronze giant sword and the dragon-slaying sword in Chu Fan's hand began to vibrate in unison. Luo Changfeng's afterimage exploded like thunder. He who wields this sword should have the protection of humanity in mind. Are you worthy of this responsibility? Chu Fan's lightning dragon uncontrollably coiled around the sword, and the entire space-time of the dragonfall strait suddenly froze. Dark red beams of light shot from the eye sockets of the 7 dragon skeletons, intertwining in the air to form 4 light curtains. Young man of the future, half of the dragon-slaying sword can slay dragons and destroy demons, and the other half can slay all living beings in the world. When the two are combined, all injustices in the world can be swept away. Only those with great perseverance and love can accomplish this. Although the Dragon Slayer sword has chosen you, the power of a divine weapon will surely backfire on those without a broad mind. Once you've made your choice, you can enter the trial. Only by passing the trial can you obtain the true Dragon Slayer sword. Would you be willing to give it a try? These words clearly startled Chu Fan. Great love? He loved Barbara, Lu Ruyan, Li Ruoyan, Li Ruashi, and Yi at the same time. Did that count as great love? At that moment, he suddenly noticed that several women were looking at him with admiration. Well, It seems that these women all hope that he will become a great hero. What about yourself? At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly remembered the great heroes who slayed demons and monsters and the chivalrous martial arts masters he had read in his childhood stories, all of whom had captivated his heart. But at some point, reality wore down my edges, and I gradually forgot the grand ambitions of my childhood, eventually fading into obscurity. At that moment, he suddenly felt the Chinese bloodline within him awakening. One argument from the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council on YouTube is that the Chinese are actually the true fighting nation, because they have been fighting continuously for thousands of years and have never stopped. Why shouldn't a man carry a Wu hook and seize 50 states beyond the passes? The poem suddenly popped into Chu Fan's mind, and he immediately felt his blood boil. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to live a spectacular life? Even if it means death, so what? Thinking of this, Chu Fan's eyes suddenly became firm. I am willing to accept the trial. As Chu Fan's voice faded, the dragon-slaying sword that had been hovering above his head finally returned to his hand. He had no doubt that if he had refused, he would have been killed on the spot. Luo Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let's begin. Then, before Chu Fan could react, Luo Changfeng swept his long sleeves and directly pulled Chu Fan into the light curtain, suspended in the air. When Chu Fan regained his sight, he found himself in an endless void. Countless light screens moved in front of him, each screen showing Chu Fan's past and future. Finally, 2 light screens stopped in front of him. The light screen on the left shows him back on Earth, following by Jia as they step into the elevator. Luo Changfeng's voice echoed in the void. If you choose this moment, you can go back to the past and make the right choice. The light screen on the right shows the world after the resurrection of the 8 demon gods. The sea floods the last human refuge, and Barbara, Lu Ruyan, and others die one by one in front of you. Luo Changfeng said softly, "Please make your choice." Lightning erupted from Chu Fan's fingertips, shattering all the light barriers. Now that I'm here, I'm going to rewrite the ending. The void shattered, and a lightning-shaped scar appeared on his palm, perfectly matching the pattern of the Tide Cup he had seen in the fragment of spacetime. A flash of white light appeared before Chu Fan, and the scene before him changed once again. Chu Fan possessed the body of the young Luo Changfeng, wielding a dragon bone spear. Before me stood Karna, the dragon lord, corrupted by demonic energy, with dark red blood surging from his reverse scales. Chu Fan, is this a battlefield from 1,000 years ago? Karna's dragon tail swept across, and Chu Fan thrust his spear into the gaps in the scales, but was instead knocked away. Luo Changfeng's memories flooded his mind. The dragon's reverse scale was not a weakness, but the core of its spiritual power. Chu Fan once again risked his life and charged forward, his spear crackling with lightning as it pierced into reverse scale. In the instant the demonic blood gushed forth, he grasped the profound meaning of concentrating power into a single point. Karna roared in fury and soared into the sky, his dragon breath cascading down like a waterfall. Chu Fan used his spear as a guide, borrowing the power of the thunderclouds to propel himself into the sky, piercing through the dragon's neck at its 7-inch mark. Karna, on the verge of death, suddenly regained consciousness. "Quick, forge a demon-slaying weapon from my leg bone." With tears in his eyes, Chu Fan severed the dragon lord's leg bone, which gradually solidified into a sword shape amidst the lightning. Chu Fan, wielding the unfinished dragon-slaying sword, faced the resurrected 8-headed demon god. 7 heads have been resurrected, but the largest head in the center remains sealed. Luo Changfeng's voice rang out again. "Severing the largest head can end the demon god, but the aftershocks of your sword energy will destroy everything around it." Chu Fan looked up and saw the Sea King stopped in front of him. On the boat, Barbara, Lu Ruyan, the Li sisters, Bai Xing, Yi, Brother Long, and others were all looking at him. Choosing to sever the demon's leader means that all of these people will die. Even knowing it was an illusion, Chu Fan still hesitated for a moment. Luo Changfeng's voice rang out again. "Alternatively, you can choose to preserve everything you have and let the demon be fully resurrected." He suddenly remembered the move he had used against Karna earlier. If all the lightning power is concentrated at one point, can the sword energy be prevented from spreading? I choose my own route. Nobody else can decide that for me. Chu Fan infused the Thunder Dragon into the sword hilt and unleashed a sword strike that pierced through time and space. The sword energy precisely cleaved through the demonic core of the main body, but transformed into a protective barrier the instant it touched the Neptune. With a bang, The illusion finally shattered with Chu Fan's final sword strike. The next second, the bronze giant sword slowly rose into the air, and the Dragon Slayer sword in Chu Fan's hand automatically followed. The two talents completed their fusion amidst the lightning. The real Dragon Slayer sword has finally appeared. Chu Fan examined the brand new Dragon Slayer sword in his hand. He saw that the blade was covered with dark gold dragon blood patterns, while the hilt was wrapped with ropes that exuded dragon might. These were Karna's dragon tendons. However, there is a recessed cup-shaped notch at the hilt. Luo Chongfeng's afterimage gradually dissipated. Remember, this sword was forged with a heart of protection, not hatred. In this canyon, there are gifts I left for you. Go and find them. Chu Fan murmured. To protect? As he gripped the hilt of the Dragon Slayer's sword, it seemed as if he had received a response. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's water sprite was covered in ice, crystal-like armor. Pure white flowers also bloomed on Barbara's vines. It's the demon-slaying mandala, Barbara exclaimed with delight. A 3D map was projected onto Li Ruashi's wrist. That's a 3D map of Yagi Island. Li Ruashi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Ruoyan also had an epiphany, and suddenly a silver bullet appeared in her hand. This is a dragonbone armor-piercing round. Chapter 126 Luo Chongfeng's Gift. Soon, the five of them found the gift that Luo Chongfeng had mentioned. At the reverse scale of the Dragon Lord's remains, a deep purple pool of lightning surged ceaselessly. Chu Fan stepped into the pool shirtless, every inch of his skin instantly torn apart by the dragon-slaying tribulation lightning, his bones emitting a teeth-grinding cracking sound. If you can't hold on, you die? Luo Chongfeng's remnant soul's voice boomed amidst the lightning. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and let the lightning snake burrow into his meridians. His pupils gradually turned dark gold, and the Dragon Slayer sword hovered above his head, its blade covered in dense lightning patterns. There are still 15 days left, and I will definitely improve my skills before then. After saying that, Chu Fan once again threw Shi Pa's body into the thunder pool. Deep within the underwater rift valley, the moon goddess Bao floats amidst a curtain of deep blue water. Lu Ruyan cut her fingertip, using her blood as a catalyst to break the restriction, and was instantly swept into an ancient ocean. Only by climbing 1,000 steps can one grasp the true meaning. The moon goddess's whispers echoed in the waves. The first step she took tore her skirt, and the high-pressure water jet left a deep, bone-revealing wound on her ankle. By the time the water spirit reached the 500th level, it had shattered 7 times. But the progress is encouraging. The reborn water spirit has actually evolved into the Xianming warrior with wings on its back. Not enough. Lu Ruyan looked up at the endless steps in front of her. Gritting his teeth, he took another step forward. On the other side, a tall, blood-red tree, resembling an evil dragon, appeared in the void. Is this blood dragon wood? What powerful wood elemental energy? Barbara couldn't help but sigh, and without hesitation, she took a step forward. The roots of the blood dragon tree instantly pierced Barbara's wrist, and the dragon blood and vines fused wildly. Dragon scale-like patterns appeared on her skin, and the excruciating pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness. But then she heard Luo Chongfeng's sigh coming from deep within the ancient tree. The way of a healer lies in living towards death. Barbara murmured, to live toward death? Then let's try dying once. But what appeared before Li Huaxi at this moment was a completely different scene. Her wrist guards projected a huge barrier onto the cliff. Inside the barrier, the flow of time is slowed down 1,000-fold. Li Ruashi stood on the still wave crest, confronting the 99 petrified golems. A 3-second foresight can rewrite the ending. She closed her eyes and slowly savored the sensation. Suddenly, her right eye snapped open, revealing an extremely mysterious pattern. The eyes of time sand. The golem's attack appeared in slow motion in the pupils, the petrifying rays striking every joint with precision. When the last golem collapsed, the barrier shattered with a deafening roar, and only 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. But the next second, the golems reappeared, but this time the number had reached a staggering 999. Since that's the case, then let's fight. In one corner of Dragonfall Valley, an enormous metal furnace appeared in the void. The furnace body is made of an unknown metal, with 4 ancient-style characters engraved on it. Bloodforge. Inside the blood-refining furnace, Li Ruoyan was covered in blood. The bowstring of the star-shattering crossbow dug into her palm, and the backlash from the dragon's spine whip burned her internal organs, but she grinned madly. Again. Before her, 3 dragon weapons transformed into phantoms and pounced. The shattering sea halberd unleashed a colossal wave, seemingly about to engulf her. The heaven-burning blade unleashed a storm of crimson flames, creating a sea of fire that seemed to make even the air tremble. The soul-suppressing bell shook her soul, making her feel as if her entire soul was about to be torn apart. No, I can't let everyone down. I will become stronger, and you will not be able to defeat me. Li Ruoyan gritted her teeth and charged forward once again. On the 7th day, when the 9th lightning tribulation struck, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes and pointed his sword at the sky. Thunder prison seals demons. The seawater within 100 meters of him instantly froze, and lightning transformed into a cage, trapping Luo Changfeng's remaining sword intent within it. The illusory image conjured by sword intent was forced back 3 steps, and the remnant's soul laughed loudly. Good. This rudimentary form of the 3rd move is enough to slay a demon god's arm. The moment the thunder pool dried up, a sword sheath engraved with dragon patterns rose from the bottom of the pool. The moment Chu Fan gripped the sheath, the murderous aura of the dragon slayer's sword receded into an abyss. This was Luo Changfeng's final gift, and also the key to sealing the demon god's bloodline. When Chu Fan emerged from the thunder pool, everyone had reached a crucial stage in their cultivation. All weapons synchronized. Activate! Li Ruoyan roared, her left hand conjuring a water tornado resembling Lu Ruyan, her right hand transforming into Chu Fan's thunder prison cage, and behind her, Barbara's withering and flourishing domain appeared. The moment the 3 forces collided, the furnace shattered, and the blue light of the tidal shield enveloped its entire body. As the smoke cleared, Li Ruoyan dragged her dragon spine whip out of the ruins, molten iron still dripping from the tip of the whip. Next time we meet, I'm going to shove Yi Tian's head into a cannon. At that moment, beneath the blood dragon tree, Barbara suddenly plunged the vine into her heart, and the medicinal power of the newly formed nirvana pill erupted. The withered dragon blood tree instantly revived, bearing a fruit that shimmered with golden light. When the vines evolve into dark red dragon blood thorns, the domain unfolds. Within the barrier, tens of thousands of goblin corpses instantly crumbled into dust. At the same time, Chu Fan, who had just finished his trial, saw his wounds, which had been burned by the lightning tribulation, heal in the blink of an eye. Li Ruoyan crouched at the edge of the domain, using her newly awakened heart of 10,000 machines to analyze Barbara's thorny properties. Barbara, your poison is more vicious than my armor-piercing bullets. Lu Ruyan unleashed her killing move on the 10,000th step. The warrior she summoned transformed into a 1,000-meter-long giant whale, swallowing the phantom of the water god, and a tidal earring fell into her palm. The moment she reappeared from the bottom of the valley, the entire Dragonfall Strait suddenly surged backward, condensing into a sky-covering, sun-obscuring phantom of a sea dragon behind her. Barbara watched this scene unfold, and the flower buds on the vines burst open in awe. Ruyan, are you trying to transform into a sea queen? Just then, Li Ruoshi gradually revealed her figure. Ruoshi, your eyes. Li Ruoyan was astonished to discover that her younger sister's right eye seemed to have a swirling pattern of stars, so deep that it was breathtaking from the depths of one's soul. Li Ruoshi chuckled, and the star map on her wristband suddenly pointed to Yagi Island. Brother Fan, it's time to set off. The star map tells me that Yi Tian has successfully resurrected 2 demon heads. We're only 100 miles away from the next head. Chu Fan nodded, and at that moment, Luo Changfeng's remnant soul reappeared. The 7 days of grueling training transformed the 5 of them, as if they had been reborn. Luo Changfeng smiled, and sent 5 streams of light into their bodies. To future generations, I bestow upon you one last wisp of fortune. The future of humanity rests in your hands. After saying this, the ancestor of the human race completely transformed into a ray of golden light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Chu Fan and the others said solemnly, Senior, we will definitely fulfill your last wish. Back on the Sea King, Chu Fan stroked the dragon pattern on the Dragon Slayer's sword. The Tide Cup lies beneath the altar on Yagi Island. With less than 7 days left until our 1-month commitment, we need to get going at full speed. Li Ruoshi nodded and said, When we were on Goblin Island, my sister's shot unexpectedly ended the demon lord's blood sacrifice ritual. Li Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise. So, by some twist of fate, we prevented the resurrection of a demon lord. Li Ruoshi smiled bitterly. This is probably a case of man proposes, God disposes. Those tens of thousands of goblin corpses have, in effect, completed the blood sacrifice ritual. So it came back to life. Just then, a deafening roar came from the horizon. Roar. Everyone looked toward the blood-red sky, where 3 ferocious demon heads seemed to be floating, roaring toward Yagi Island. The keel of the Neptune trembled as if it were roaring like a dragon. Let's go. Chu Fan pointed his sword at the raging waves. This battle is for life and death, for cause and effect, and also for those wronged souls from 1,000 years ago. In the instant the waves tore through the sea, 5 figures pierced the sea curtain like sharp arrows. Behind them, the skeletons of Dragonfall Strait murmured in unison, as if paying tribute to this rendezvous that transcended time and space. Chapter 127 The Trial of the Tears of the Ocean. Somewhere deep in the ocean, a giant crystal archway stands, covered with ancient and weathered inscriptions. Bai Xing's tail fin swept across the ancient proverbs engraved on the door, his eyes filled with awe. These are characters from 3,000 years ago, carrying the glory of our mermaid race. The next moment, her eyes were filled with determination. For a full 1,000 years, the heritage of our mermaid race has been dormant for a full 1,000 years. Today, I will revive it once again. After saying that, Bai Xing took out the tear of the ocean from her bosom. The crystal archway rippled under the light of the ocean's tears. Bai Xing took a deep breath, and the seawater, carrying a cool, salty smell, rushed into her body. She placed her palm on the crystal archway of the Tide Temple, and the ancient runes of the mermaid race, which had been silent for thousands of years, suddenly seemed to come alive. The words floated up, like silver tadpoles swimming along her arm. As the last rune sank into the collarbone, the 18 pillars of the sea god in the dome trembled simultaneously, and a halo of light poured down like a waterfall. A sharp pain exploded from my fingertips. She saw her scales peeling off, revealing the pink, tender flesh beneath. Why are they shedding their scales at this time? Mermaids shed their scales every 20 years, and each molt is like a rebirth. This is also the secret to how mermaids can stay young forever. But Shirahoshi soon realized that this was not an ordinary molting, because each shed scale actually carries a fragment of memory. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and the rainy night from when I was 6 years old was reconstructed before my eyes. The moment the Yamata no Ye pierced the mother's chest, the splattered blood droplets froze in midair. The dying Queen Xia suddenly rolled her eyes, and her vocal cords, burned by the poisonous flames, emitted a piercing shriek. Reverse flow scars. Bai Xing staggered, clutching her chest. The diamond-shaped scar that had never faded in 30 years was bleeding. In the light screen, the seashell necklace that my childhood self held in her palm suddenly started to get hot. At the same time, the pearl hanging around her neck, which her mother had given her before she died, suddenly cracked, revealing a curled-up blue ball of light inside. As soon as the ball of light appeared, it went straight for the scar on Bai Xing's chest. As the ball of light entered the scar, the already blurred memories suddenly became incredibly clear. That night, my mother did not die in a direct battle, but was ambushed by 3 snake scales shot from the temple. I see. Newly formed scales pierced the skin, revealing golden patterns amidst a pale blue sheen. Bai Xing wiped the bloodstains from her lips and looked at the half of the coral crown floating in front of her. This is the vessel of truth that the mother sealed with her last strength. Mother. Bai Xing's tears flowed uncontrollably. Long-buried memories seemed to have been awakened. It turns out that my mother's death wasn't due to fighting, but because there was a traitor within the mermaid clan. Unfortunately, my mother fought for the future of the mermaid race her whole life, but in the end, she died at the hands of her own people. Just as Bai Xing was pondering this, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Beneath the crevice lies a bottomless abyss. Just as Bai Xing was still wondering, the second halo above her head suddenly transformed into countless serpentine currents that dragged her into the ground. Roar. A roar made her eardrums ache. It's a Tsangming dragon turtle. Bai Xing immediately realized what was going on. The giant beast that was supposed to be guarding the temple now had bloodshot eyes, and the symbiotic contract runes on its shell twisted into the Yamata no totem. Shirahoshi dodged the sweeping tentacles with a somersault, and as her right shoulder slammed into the rock wall, the crescent-shaped mark suddenly emitted a sharp warning. Following her senses, she looked down and saw that beneath the reverse scale on the dragon turtle's forehead was half a snake scale, with the priest's unique tide emblem engraved on the edge. Got you. Bai Xing dodged the dragon turtle's attack with a quick movement. He moved close to the dragon turtle and pried off the snake scale with incredible speed. The moment the snake scales touched my hand, memories of my mother flooded in like a tsunami. 30 years ago, on that rainy night, Queen Xia was not on the front lines supervising the battle, but rather she discovered that the contract runes had been tampered with. The formation that was supposed to transmit energy to suppress Orochi is instead directing the power of the dragon turtle to somewhere in the deep sea. Those 3 crucial snake scales were shot from the direction of the viewing platform. Hateful. The dragon turtle let out a deafening wail, and the chains binding it snapped. Tortoise shell patterns appeared on Bai Xing's right shoulder skin, and blue light seeped from the wound on his palm where snake scales had cut him. At this moment, the 3rd halo above their heads suddenly lit up. When the 3rd halo descended, she could see every detail in the illusion of the future. The high priest's sleeves are adorned with faint star and moon embroidery. The Yamata shrine in the secret chamber of the 2 priests. The 3 priests reinforced the serpentine seal in the forbidden area on the 8th day of each month. The 3 teachers really went to great lengths. While Bai Xing sneered, she was also deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, the mermaid race has been so severely invaded by the demon god. At that moment, the 3 crown fragments generated by that halo came together in his palm. The first queen's god-slaying trident tore through the void, and the coral chains wrapped around the hilt automatically coiled around her wrists. A deafening roar of breaking chains echoed from underground as Shirahoshi cleaved the altar in 2 with her halberd. The rock strata that sealed Orochi's tentacles cracked open, and thick black blood gushed out. The moment the god-slaying trident pierced the altar, Bai Xing was suddenly pulled into a space-time rift. A vast sea of memories flooded into my consciousness. She saw the first queen standing in the center of the eye of the tide, holding the complete tier of the ocean, with the power of the 7 seas transforming into a stream of light that flowed into that azure gem. True inheritance is the tide itself. The voice of our ancestors resonates with the waves. The trident in Bai Xing's hand suddenly softened and turned into liquid, merging into the tier of the ocean. Inside the gem, a star map-like pattern emerged, which was the tidal nerve that controlled the forbidden techniques of the merfolk. When she returned to the temple, a silver rain of light fell from the dome. A faint light shone on the foreheads of all the mermaid people, a resonance of their bloodline that had been dormant for thousands of years. Bai Xing gazed at the transformed ocean tear in her palm, a miniature trident floating at the core of the gem. At this moment, with just a thought, the tides within 100 miles will respond to her call. This is the power legacy of the mermaid race, which disappeared 1,000 years ago, and now it has finally returned. Princess, how did the trial go? The high priest stepped forward, holding a coral scepter, the star and moon embroidery on his sleeves appearing and disappearing in the waves. Bai Xing stared at the other person's figure, feeling the sharp warning from the tidal nerve. A very fruitful harvest. She gently stroked the mermaid totem on the throne armrest, and the entire temple suddenly trembled. The dusty first-generation war reliefs emerged from the wall, and the face of the Orochi follower on one of the reliefs completely overlapped with the bone structure of the 3 priests in front of us. Suddenly, the tier of the ocean emitted a beam of blue light, unfolding a holographic sea map above the royal court. 7 scarlet lights are flashing in the South China Sea, forming the same 8-headed totem as on the relief. As Bai Xing sensed the flow of information transmitted by the tidal nerves, she discovered that each point of light corresponded to a traitor in a high position. The Tide Council will convene in 3 days. She crushed the coral powder in her palm and watched the fragments drift northeast toward Yagi Island. It's time for the merfolk to return to the true tides. Chapter 128, The Tide Council. As moonlight pierces the sea, the white star sits alone in the Forbidden Palace. The ocean's tear unfolded into a 3-dimensional star map in her palm, with 3 of the 7 red dots clustered at the priest's sanctuary. She touched one of the points of light, and her tidal nerves immediately received the high priest's hoarse, secret conversation. That girl only received the superficial inheritance. The true eye of the tide still belongs to us. With a gentle sway of its tail fin, the airflow stirred up by the white star extinguished all the luminous pearls. In the darkness, the tier of the ocean shone ever brighter, and the trident suspended within the gem was absorbing the moonlight. When it solidifies completely, that will be the moment the traders hear the true death knell of the tide. 3 days later, the 7 seas bell resounded throughout the royal court. Bai Xing stood before the throne of the Tide Temple, her fingertips gently caressing the tier of the ocean, feeling the faint pulse emanating from within the gem. Her gaze swept over the 360 mermaid nobles in the hall, her tidal nerves silently connecting with the blood flow of each of them. Having inherited the legacy of the tear of the ocean, she has now taken another step forward. She was no longer a princess of the mermaid race, but had become the empress of the mermaid race. Your Majesty, should the priesthood personally investigate the withering of the coral reefs in the South China Sea? The high priest bowed slightly, a strange glint flashing in his right eye beneath his silver hair. Oh really? Shirahoshi smiled faintly. Teacher, why do you think corals wither? The high priest was slightly taken aback, and said on behalf of the priest, your subject did not know. No, teacher, you know perfectly well. Bai Xing smiled as she looked at her most respected teacher. The high priest's expression changed slightly, and he bowed his head, saying, I will send someone to investigate immediately. Before Bai Xing could speak, a clear, cold voice came from outside the hall. Investigation? A woman dressed in dark blue gauze stepped into the hall. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down like moonlight. Her face bore a striking resemblance to Bai Xing, except that her eyes held a sharp edge etched with the marks of time. The three of you still have the nerve to bring up an investigation? The hall fell silent instantly. Auntie, you finally arrived. Bai Xing stood up happily, her tense shoulders relaxing almost imperceptibly. The woman standing before them was none other than Queen Xie's younger sister, Xiao. He is also the only blood relative that Shirahoshi can still trust in this world. 30 years ago, she was banished to the forbidden deep sea for opposing a resolution of the priesthood. Xiao looked at Bai Xing, who had stood up, her eyes filled with affection. Shirahoshi, you've finally grown up. The high priest finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly asked, Xiao, weren't you banished? How come you're here? Bai Xing suddenly said, I was the one who had my aunt invited back. Upon hearing this, the high priest's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he were thinking about something. Lady Xiao, what exactly did you mean by those words? The two priests narrowed their eyes and raised their scepters slightly, as if on guard. What's the meaning? Xiao sneered. Let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness. After speaking, he flicked his finger, and a curtain of water unfolded in the center of the hall, in the scene. 3 priests knelt and worshipped the Yamada no totem in the dead of night, drawing an evil array with the blood of a young mermaid. Forgery. This is a frame-up. The 3 priests shouted sternly, their hidden snake-scale weapons already poised to be unleashed. Frame? Bai Xing finally spoke, her voice eerily calm. She raised her hand and waved it, and the phantom of the azure sea dragon turtle appeared. On that enormous tortoise shell, the contract runes peeled off and reassembled, transforming into 3 snake scales. The edge of each snake scale is engraved with the unique mark of the priesthood. The high priest's expression changed drastically. Teacher, don't worry, there's more. As Bai Xing finished speaking, she lightly tapped her fingertip, and the tear of the ocean burst forth with dazzling light. Someone at the table realized what was happening and pointed to the projection in the void. That's Queen Xie. Ah, so Queen Xie wasn't killed by the enemy. As expected, they were 3 priests. What was projected from the void was the truth about his mother's assassination 30 years ago. At the critical moment, 3 snake scales shot out from the priest's seats and pierced through Queen Xie's heart. What? It was those 3 old geezers. They've made us get fooled for so long. The atmosphere at the table erupted in excitement. Execute them. Seeing this, Xiao's eyes reddened, and she whispered, Sister. A moment later, Xiao suddenly shouted, The evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to say? Ha ha. The high priest suddenly burst into wild laughter, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. You truly are my good disciple. I didn't expect you to find out the truth so quickly. Why? Bai Xing shouted, Why? Aren't you and Mother best friends? Why would you hurt her? The high priest's expression turned cold as he said, Friend? Yes, we were indeed once the best of friends. We grew up together. She became queen, and I became her high priest. But she had no idea what I wanted. For so many years, we mermaids have been hiding in the deep sea. Humans have always treated us as spoils of war, capturing us at will. Only when the demon god descends can our mermaid race truly rise. Bai Xing sneered, Demon race. Have you forgotten the teachings of your ancestors? The high priest's face suddenly turned crazed. Last words? Do you know that my sister was captured by those lowly humans when she was very young, and never came back? Humans deserve to die? After she finished speaking, she suddenly flicked her sleeve, and a mouthful of crimson blood mist gushed out. Even if you knew, so what? A 30-year plan. How could you possibly crack it so easily? Among all these nobles, who doesn't possess the grace of the Eighth Lord? Don't forget, all your skills were taught to you by us. The three priests simultaneously slit their wrists, and their blood splattered in the air, forming an inverted pentagram. With the blood of my 80-year-old ancestors as wine, and with my bones frozen for 10,000 years as a boat, may the ninefold sea, I open your slumbering pupils. O immortals of the eternal darkness! The vengeful spirits of the seven seas are your quilt for awakening, and the wreckage of 1,000 sails forges the crown of your return. Eight-headed devourer of the heavens. Corrupted scales form armor, tides hang in reverse, poisonous saliva becomes rain, and stars fall into the sea. The blood pact is complete, and resentment serves as the catalyst. We respectfully welcome the eight-headed demon god to descend upon the world once more. We too will surely be reborn. The deep sea trembled. A deafening roar of breaking chains echoed from beneath the temple, and a terrifying pressure swept in, instantly turning the seawater icy cold. Oh no! Xiao grabbed Bai Xing. They're forcibly awakening the demon lord. Without hesitation, Bai Xing conjured the phantom of the god-slaying trident and slashed at the blood sacrifice formation. However, roar dash! A dragon's roar shattered the sea, and a jet-black dragon tore through the abyss, swallowing the newly awakened demon head whole before turning into a shadow and disappearing without a trace. That was when Bai Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Dragon! Xiao's expression was solemn. Bai Xing gripped his trident tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining traitors in the hall. Her voice was as cold as iron. These remnants of the demon race, leave not a single one alive. Chapter 129, Fu Junru's Decision. The sea breeze howled, blowing through Fu Junru's cascading black hair. She stood on the deck of the Phoenix, looking at the message Chu Fan had sent her on her wristband. Yamada no Shima. Fu Junru softly uttered this mysterious name, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Junru, you can't go. Lin Qingzhu's voice came from behind, carrying an unusual urgency. She walked quickly to Fu Junru's side, her blue dress fluttering in the wind. You know how powerful Blackbeard is. Going there would definitely be dangerous. Fu Junru did not turn around. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. Chu Fan made it very clear. Blackbeard was about to perform an evil ritual. If the demon god were to awaken, the entire world would be plunged into chaos and destruction. Moreover, I told Chu Fan back then that as long as he needs it, and as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Fu Junru looked calm and aloof, like a fairy descending from the moon palace. That's not something you can solve by yourself. Besides, have you considered that there are so many people on the Phoenix? As the captain, have you thought about them? Lin Qingzhu reached out and grabbed Fu Junru's arm with surprising force. Junru, please listen to me just this once. Fu Junru finally turned her head, a complex emotion flashing in her icy blue eyes. She gently pulled her hand away from Lin Qingzhu's, her voice calm to the point of indifference. Qingzhu, you must know that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. This isn't just about Chu Fan, it concerns all of us. Fu Jun declared resolutely, my mind is made up. The Phoenix will depart immediately tomorrow. Lin Qingzhu's face turned pale instantly, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a series of hurried footsteps. Fairy Fu. A clear male voice rang out. Xiao Jingyan, holding a white jade folding fan, stepped lightly onto the deck. He wore a moon-white robe with a belt embroidered with cloud patterns around his waist, making him look like a graceful gentleman who had stepped out of a painting. Fu Junru frowned slightly, her tone indifferent. Young Master Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Jingyan was used to her coldness and continued to smile warmly. I just heard that Fairy Fu is going to Yachi Island. I've come to present her with a protective magic item. He took out an exquisite jade box from his sleeve, and the moment the lid was opened, a soft white light emanated from it. We recently passed by a small island and found a collapsed statue. We stumbled upon this cold jade heart lamp inside, which is said to ward off evil spirits from invading the mind. Lin Qingzhu stood to the side, her gaze fixed on Xiao Jingyan's handsome profile, a hint of infatuation and bitterness flashing in her eyes. She quietly clenched her sleeve, her knuckles turning white. Fu Junru didn't even glance at the jade box, turning around directly, no need. I appreciate young Master Zhao's kindness. Xiao Jingyan's smile froze on his face, and his outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Seeing this, Lin Qingzhu quickly stepped forward. Young Master Xiao, Junru has been in a bad mood lately. It's not intentional. Green bamboo. Fu Jianru interrupted coldly. Show the guest out. The atmosphere on the deck froze instantly. Lin Qingzhu stood there, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes. Xiao Jingyan forced a smile and put away the jade box. It's all right. I'm also heading towards Yachi Island. We can travel together. Lin Qingzhu suddenly spoke up. Let him stay? Her gaze toward Xiao Jingyan held a restrained tenderness. It's always good to have another helper. Xiao Jingyan glanced at Lin Qingzhu gratefully, unaware that his gaze was like a sharp knife piercing her heart. For 3 years, she silently watched over the man who was infatuated with her best friend, but Fu Jianru never cherished him. Fu Jianru remained noncommittal. Xiao Jingyan nodded slightly to Lin Qingzhu, jumped onto his own boat, but did not leave. Instead, he followed closely behind the phoenix. Watching Xiao Jingyan's dejected figure as he walked away, Lin Qingzhu finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst out. Why do you always treat him like this? Brother Xiao has been sincere towards you, caring for you without fail for 3 years, rain or shine. Even a stone would have been warmed by such kindness. Fu Jianru glanced at her coldly. My affairs are none of your business. These words were like a sharp blade, piercing Lin Qingzhu's heart. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Yes, I was meddling. Miss Fu is so high and mighty. How could she possibly care about the feelings of us mere mortals? Fu Jianru frowned even more. Qingzhu, what's wrong with you today? What's wrong with me? Lin Qingzhu suddenly laughed, a laugh tinged with indescribable desolation. I finally realized that in your eyes, I'll always just be a dispensable follower. Whether it's young Master Xiao or me, our relationship is worthless to you. Fu Jianru was stunned. She had never seen Lin Qingzhu so out of control. Do you like Xiao Jingyan? Lin Qingzhu did not answer, but turned and ran off the deck. Fu Jianru reached out to grab her, but stopped in midair. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and sea mist hung in the air. The phoenix floated silently on the inky black sea, its hull gently rocking with the waves. Fu Jianru sat cross-legged in the cabin, surrounded by pale blue ice crystals. She was striving to break through to the 8th level of the mortal realm, and the cold air she exhaled condensed into frost flowers on the floor. She activated the extreme frost heaven technique, and a thin layer of frost gradually condensed around her, causing the temperature inside the cabin to drop sharply. Outside the cabin door, Xiao Jingyan stood quietly, holding a bronze lamp. The lamplight flickered in his eyes, reflecting an unnatural crimson hue deep within his pupils. 3 years. He muttered to himself, his knuckles white from gripping the lamp too tightly. This is my last chance. Suddenly, a cluster of black flame burst forth from the lamp wick, and Xiao Jingyan shuddered, his eyes blazing with crimson. The veins on his forehead bulged, as if he was resisting something, but in the end he slowly pushed open the hatch. Fu Xinzi's voice became hoarse and eerie. The moonlight is perfect tonight, so? Fu Jianru suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of wariness flashing in her icy blue pupils. Young Master Xiao, I am cultivating. Cultivation? Xiao Jingyan let out a strange laugh, and the black flames of the bronze lamp suddenly surged. You're always so cold. He slammed the lamp to the ground, and black flames shot towards Fu Jianru like a living thing. Fu Jianru spun around and stood up, several ice blades flying out from her sleeves and severing the black flames. But more black flames surged from the lamp, turning into chains that wrapped around her limbs. Are you possessed by a demon? Fu Jianru's expression changed drastically. She tried to form a hand seal by gathering cold light at her fingertips, but her wrist was entangled by a black flame chain. Xiao Jingyan's face contorted in the black flames. Join me in worshipping the demon god. He reached out and grabbed Fu Jianru's throat. That way, we can be together forever. At the critical moment, a figure in blue burst through the window. Be careful, my lord. Chapter 130 Bloodstained Phoenix. Lin Qingzhu, holding a jade dagger, suddenly leaped into the room. A flash of cold light appeared in her short sword, and the black flame chain snapped, allowing Fu Jianru to escape. Green bamboo. I followed him the whole time. Lin Qingzhu stood in front of Fu Jianru, her voice trembling. She never expected him to be this kind of person. Fu Jianru reminded her. No, she must be possessed by a demon. Lin Qingzhu asked with a serious expression. Are you all right? Fu Jianru's expression changed slightly as she noticed an unnatural blush spreading across her fair right arm. Ice crystals condense and melt on the skin's surface, causing a great shock in my heart. Even the extreme prison frost heaven technique was countered. Surprised? Black and red flames danced at Xiao Jingyan's fingertips. This is the power of the demon god, Juanru. Give up resisting and come to my side. His eyes blazed with a fierce light. With the power of the demon god, we can dominate the entire ocean. Fu Juanru's face turned cold as she said, wishful thinking. Xiao Jingyan suddenly burst into wild laughter, and black flames condensed behind him into the phantom of an 8-headed demon god. Since that's the case, his hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals, and the entire cabin was instantly covered in burning black runes. Then you all have to. Sword cry interrupted his declaration. Lin Qingzhu's jade sword pierced through 3 walls of fire, leaving a bloody mark on Xiao Jingyan's cheek. Fu Juanru took the opportunity to circulate her inner energy, but discovered that a scorching foreign object had entered her dantian, causing her to feel as if she were being stabbed with a knife every time she tried to regulate her breathing. Juanru used this. Lin Qingzhu tossed over an ice crystal pendant. It contains the wood attribute energy that I've nurtured. The moment Fu Juanru caught the pendant, a sudden change occurred. Just then, Xiao Jingyan's black flames suddenly seemed to come alive, rapidly coalescing into a giant python that opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu had nowhere to avoid it. She felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder as the black flame python had already bitten her left shoulder tightly. She let out a muffled groan, but her longsword did not pause at all. Instead, she swung it forward, aiming straight at Xiao Jingyan. This sword strike was incredibly powerful, carrying Lin Qingzhu's decisiveness and ruthlessness. It was clearly a fighting style of exchanging injury for injury. Upon seeing this, Fu Juanru exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy?" She looked at Lin Qingzhu and saw that her friend's blue clothes were stained red with blood, a shocking sight. However, Lin Qingzhu seemed not to hear Fu Juanru's shouts. Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Jingyan, and she kept waving her long sword, each strike containing endless hatred and resentment. "Qingzhu, you are not Fu Juanru." Before she could say anything more, Lin Qingzhu interrupted her. "Yes, I like him." Lin Qingzhu's voice trembled slightly, but it was unusually firm. After saying that, she used all her strength to sever the giant black flame python in two with a single sword strike. The black flames dissipated instantly, and Lin Qingzhu's body swayed violently due to the excessive force exerted. She turned around, looked at Fu Juanru, her eyes filled with tears, yet with a slight smile. "But I love you even more, my cold and distant best friend," Lin Qingzhu said softly, as if these words had exhausted all her strength. Xiao Jingyan's face was full of anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He quickly made hand seals while chanting incantations. As he moved, 7 bronze lamps suddenly rose from below the deck, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, as if containing endless power. The 7 bronze lamps quickly arranged themselves into a specific formation in the air, echoing each other to form a powerful demon refining array. Xiao Jingyan stood in the center of the formation, his eyes flashing with a mad light, and grinned at the poisoned Fu Juanru. "Do you think this will stop me?" Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Jingyan suddenly activated the formation, and the 7 bronze lamps instantly burst into dazzling black flames, sweeping towards Fu Juanru like a surging tide. Wherever the black flames passed, the air was scorched and distorted, emitting a sizzling sound. Just as the black flames were about to engulf Fu Juanru, a flash of azure light suddenly appeared. It turned out that Lin Qingzhu used her own body to push Fu Juanru aside, while she herself was caught off guard and pierced through the chest by the terrifying black flames. Lin Qingzhu's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily into Fu Juanru's arms. Her face was as pale as paper, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and the jade sword she had been holding tightly shattered inch by inch at this moment, as if it had lost its life. "Sorry." She coughed up blood as she held Fu Juanru's hand. "You're right. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you." Seeing Lin Qingzhu's unfocused gaze, Fu Juanru finally couldn't help but say, "Qingzhu, don't scare me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have only thought about my own feelings." Lin Qingzhu revealed a miserable smile. "Silly girl, I don't really blame you. It's just that in my heart, I've long considered you my only family. Juanru, you must live on." Before she could finish speaking, a burst of emerald light suddenly erupted from her body, flowing into Fu Juanru's meridians through their clasped hands. Xiao Jingyan's expression changed drastically. "Would spirit life transfer? You actually used your life essence." The world seemed to stand still in Fu Juanru's eyes. She watched as Lin Qingzhu's body gradually became transparent, turning into countless blue light spots. Those points of light merged with her icy blue true energy and actually condensed into a jasmine flower carved from ice and jade in her dantian. Green bamboo. This is the final move of Lin Qingzhu's cultivation technique, a move that can only be used once in a lifetime. Her response was a fiery palm strike from Xiao Jingyan. Fu Jun instinctively raised his hand to block, and the newly generated cyan blue true energy automatically formed an ice shield. The moment the black flames collided with the ice shield, countless jasmine patterns bloomed on the shield's surface, absorbing all the flames. Impossible. Xiao Jingyan retreated in fear. How could the extreme frost heaven technique possibly fuse with a wood spirit? The sound of an ice sword piercing his chest interrupted his scream. Fu Juanru had appeared behind him at some point, holding an ice sword that was half blue and half green, with a few jasmine petals wrapped around its blade. This sword strike is for Qingzhu. She drew her sword, turned around, and saw Xiao Jingyan kneeling on the ground. The next sword strike will be for myself. Wait, Fu Juanru. When the ice sword pierced in for the second time, Xiao Jingyan's words came to an abrupt halt, and his entire body transformed into an ice sculpture before exploding into countless ice crystals. But amidst the swirling ice crystals, a wisp of black mist quietly slipped into a crack in the deck and entered the ear of a sleeping sailor. The sailor twitched in his sleep, unnoticed by anyone. At dawn, Fu Juanru walked out of the cabin with a sullen face. The rising sun cast a long shadow over her, but it couldn't warm the frost that surrounded her. She and Lin Qingzhu grew up in the same orphanage. Although they were not related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of biological sisters. Now his dearest loved one has died right before his eyes. Thinking of this, the chill around Fu Juanru seemed to grow even colder. Speed up. She gave orders to the shaken crew, her voice colder than the polar winds. Target, Yamata No Island. In a corner where no one was watching, the possessed sailor slowly raised his head, a flash of crimson in his eyes, which quickly disappeared. Chapter 131 Reunion. 2 of Bamboo. Bump. On the deck of the Neptune, 4 women are playing mahjong. Barbara exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, I won by self-touching." A pair of 2 bamboo tiles left everyone present speechless and in tears. They're both women, so why is there such a big difference? Yesterday, Chu Fan opened a blind box and found a ton of toilet paper. Lu Rian offered to rent out advertising space for 10,000 cups of a major brand of coffee. Barbara is related to the wood element, and the result was a set of mahjong tables. Li Ruoyan opened a gym and set it up on the Sky Island. Li Ruashi opened a movie theater and set it up on the Sky Island. The entire floating island has now been transformed into a leisure and vacation tourism center. In response, Chu Fan said, "When will you open a grand rich man's never sleep city, or a heaven on earth?" They say 3 women make a drama, but now there are 4 women, drinking coffee, eating snacks, and playing mahjong. You can't tell at all that a fierce battle is about to begin. Chu Fan cultivated for a while, then stood on the deck looking ahead, feeling a bit bored. Suddenly, the radar emitted a warning sound. Warning. A vessel has been spotted approaching rapidly. Warning. A vessel has been spotted approaching rapidly. Warning. A vessel has been spotted approaching rapidly. Chu Fan arrived at the captain's cabin and, sure enough, the radar screen showed that a large ship was rapidly approaching the Sea King, and the distance was no more than 15 nautical miles. Chu Fan frowned slightly and said softly, "Could it be Etion?" At this moment, the 4 women also noticed something was wrong and quickly stopped what they were doing. The 5 people stood on the deck, looking in the direction of the ship. Sure enough, a short while later, a tall, red ship appeared before everyone. And it can be completely confirmed that this ship's target is the Sea King. Be careful, everyone, prepare for battle. After several major battles, everyone on the Sea King had developed a strong sense of combat awareness, and although they were tense, they were no longer flustered. The strange ship was within 100 feet in the blink of an eye, and Chu Fan and the others finally saw the scene on the ship clearly. 2 towering giants stood on the deck. Their bare upper bodies were covered in scars, their muscles bulging like the roots of an old tree, and each of them held a giant axe as wide as a door panel. When the 2 ships came together, the sea suddenly became eerily calm. The 2 giants' eyes flashed like lightning as they scanned Chu Fan and the others, finally locking onto Chu Fan. "You are Chu Fan." The giant on the left spoke, his voice like the friction of sand and gravel. Chu Fan frowned slightly and said softly, "It doesn't seem to be Etion. So who could it be?" Lu Rian also exclaimed in surprise. and it doesn't seem like there's any malice involved. Chu Fan nodded and said, let's see what their purpose is first. So, Chu Fan raised his voice and said, that's right, I am Chu Fan. Do you need something from me? The two giants exchanged a glance and suddenly smiled. This left everyone stunned. My master invites you. The giant on the right raised his head, and a hint of respect appeared on his ferocious face. Please, young Master Chu, board the ship for a chat. Who is the owner of your house? Chu Fan asked warily. The master said, you will know when you see it. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly sat down at the mahjong table and called out, sisters, don't worry about him. Let's continue playing mahjong. Barbara and the others were completely bewildered, but they knew that Lu Ruyan was the smartest among them, and that she must have discovered something to do by doing this. After a moment of hesitation, he sat down at the mahjong table. 50,000. Bump. Chu Fan was left with a black line on his face. Seriously? This ship looks dangerous. Are you guys really that careless? No, Ruyan, what do you mean? Then Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and said, you'll find out when you go up there. I bet you won't want to come back anytime soon. 3 lines. Chu Fan was even more confused now and looked up to ask, who exactly is your master? The two burly men simply bowed their heads and said, young Master Chu will know once he boards the ship. Chu Fan thought for a moment, then glanced at Lu Ruyan and the others before raising his voice. Very well, let me see the true face of your master. After saying that, he leaped and actually crossed the 3-meter distance, landing on the deck of the other ship. The burly man led him to the main cabin, lifted the curtain, and bowed, saying, please. With the mindset of, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, Chu Fan nodded slightly and stepped through the curtain. At this moment, Li Ruashi couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Sister Ruyan, what's going on? Won't Brother Fan be in any danger? East Wind. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. Danger? He'll be overjoyed in a minute. He'll be rolling in money. Li Ruoyan glanced at her best friend and said, Ruyan, do you know something? Lucky jackpot. 8 coins. Barbara looked puzzled and asked, Ruyan, do you know who's on that ship? 50,000. Lu Ruyan glanced at the large ship and pouted. I could smell it from afar. It must be that vixen. Haha, a winning hand. As soon as Chu Fan stepped into the cabin, before his eyes could adjust, he was greeted by a fragrant breeze. A soft, warm body suddenly crashed into his arms. Chu Fan was stunned. Just as he was about to jump away, he heard a familiar voice. Chu Lang, have you finally come to see me? Chu Fan's mind went blank for a moment. Then he finally reacted and exclaimed with delight. It was you. The person who arrived was none other than Hu Yi, who had hurriedly left to save her people. Pretended to be angry and said, Humph, with a beautiful woman by his side. Chu Lang must have forgotten about long ago. He hasn't come to find me for so long. Chu Fan happily pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her back. No way, here I am. Didn't push him away, but instead nestled in his arms, feeling the scent of her beloved. The two held each other for a long time without letting go. Chu Fan suddenly said, why didn't you just come to the Sea King? Why did you have to make me come aboard this way? Pouted, feeling wronged, and said, once we're on the Sea King, you won't belong to me alone anymore. Chu Fan chuckled and said, I see. But Ruyan seems to have recognized you. That girl is really amazing. I didn't expect her to recognize you at a glance. Smiled and said, it's all right if you can tell. I just want to spend a little time alone with you. Chu Fan was naturally not an unromantic person and said with a smile, okay, you decide, I'll listen to you. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Chu Fan knew he couldn't just stand there like an idiot. So he picked up and carried her into the cabin. Yi's face turned red instantly. You big bad guy. Chu Fan burst into laughter. The wind on the sea seemed to be picking up. 80,000. On the Neptune, Lu Ruyan and the others suddenly raised their voices several octaves, scaring the sea creatures away. Chapter 132. The Calm Before the Great Battle. After a tender moment, Chu Fan embraced stroked her back, and gently asked her what had happened after she returned home. Yi's expression turned serious, and she recounted what had happened during this period. That day, I had just returned to my clan when I heard that several fox girls had mysteriously disappeared in recent months. Hui took a deep breath, as if the impact of this incident still lingered in her mind. The clan elders initially thought they had gone out for a private trip, but soon, some clan members noticed something was amiss. First, some members of the tribe found the personal ornaments of the missing girl on the shore. There were also some signs of a chase and fight. It wasn't until some wounded soldiers escaped that they learned that the girls had all been captured by Blackbeard's men. Chu Fan nodded, recalling what Bai Xing had once said. Blackbeard had not only captured members of the mermaid clan, but also a girl from the fox demon clan. Based on this, it seems that Blackbeard is targeting pure young girls with some special physical characteristics. Hu Yi's next words completely confirmed Chu Fan's idea. Later I learned that Blackbeard had been secretly collecting demon girls with spiritual bodies as sacrifices to resurrect the eight-headed demon god. The girls of our fox demon clan are born with pure spiritual energy, which is exactly the kind of material he desperately needs. Hu Yi practically gritted her teeth as she said those last words. Chu Fan kissed the fox demon princess affectionately and told her about Bai Xing's ordeal. Surprisingly, even the mermaid clan wasn't spared. But then again, the most beautiful girls in the world come from our fox spirit clan and mermaid clan. As if she had thought of something, Yi looked at Chu Fan with a teasing look. Tell me honestly, did you have an affair with that mermaid princess? Chu Fan awkwardly touched his nose and denied it. Not yet. Temporary? Hee. I found their clan's sacred object, and she said that according to clan rules, she has to marry me. Chu Fan didn't hide anything and told him everything. Hee, this just shows how outstanding my Chu Lang is. He'll be loved wherever he goes. It seems your sisters haven't completely won your heart. Fine, I'll do my best for my sisters today, so you won't have the mind to think about other women. After saying that, she exuded an irresistible foxy charm, making Chu Fan's mouth go dry. A moment later, Chu Fan, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted, Hey, you audacious monster, take this from me. Chu Fan. An hour later, Li Ruoxi vigorously tapped the mahjong tiles in her hands. Sister Ruyan, Brother Fan has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Humph, she really is a vixen. She's the best at seducing men. Barbara laughed and said, Let's give her a hard time later. As they were talking, Chu Fan, with Hu Yi in tow, jumped from the big red ship onto the Sea King. Chu Fan even thoughtfully held her small hand, making the four women feel even more awkward. As soon as Hu Yi stepped onto the deck of the Sea King, she felt several burning gazes. Barbara crossed her arms, her blonde hair fluttering in the sea breeze, and looked her over with a half-smile. Lu Rian leaned against the ship's railing, a strand of her hair twirling between her fingers, her eyes conveying a profound meaning. The two sisters, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi, stood a little further away, one as cold as ice, the other with a smile that concealed a knife. Good grief, are they interrogating a criminal? Hu Yi blinked, a sly smile curving her lips. Oh Yi, it's been a long time. You've grown even more beautiful. No wonder Chu Fan can't forget you. Barbara struck first, her fiery eyes scanning him up and down, her tone carrying 3 parts teasing and 7 parts probing. Chu Fan sensed the tension in the air, but instead of stopping them, he enthusiastically poured himself a beer and sat down to watch the drama unfold. Hu Yi remained calm and gracefully bowed. Sister, you flatter me. I am hardly comparable to you sisters. Sister, you are truly dashing. No wonder Brother Fan always says that the most dazzling person on the Sea King is you, this blazing fire. Praise her to the skies. Barbara was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the other party would not only not take the bait, but instead flatter her. Her momentum immediately weakened by 3 points, and she snorted. You have a sweet tongue. Lu Rian gracefully approached and said softly, Sister Yi, you've come from afar. You must be tired. Why don't you go and rest first? After all, the sea winds are strong, and your delicate body can't withstand it. Is this a veiled insult implying that she's just a pretty face? Hu Yi's smile deepened, and she tilted her head innocently. Sister Rian is so thoughtful. But we foxes are naturally resistant to cold, so it's you, a gentle and beautiful lady like you, who should wear an extra layer of clothing. As she spoke, she took out a snow-white shawl from her sleeve and draped it over Lu Rian's shoulders. This was a warm jade fur robe, made with the clan's secret recipe, warm in winter and cool in summer, making it the perfect gift for her sister. Lu Rian was speechless for a moment. Her fingertips brushed against the soft shawl, and she felt a little embarrassed to make things difficult for her anymore. Li Ruoyan spoke coldly. The Fox Demon clan is most skilled at bewitching people. My 2 sisters are naive, so don't let them be deceived by certain people. Li Ruoxi added with a smile. Exactly. I've heard that Fox clan women are the best at making men happy. I wonder if it's true. Hu Yi wasn't annoyed. Instead, she chuckled. My 2 sisters have misunderstood. We foxes are indeed good at coaxing people, but She suddenly leaned closer and lowered her voice. I'm actually better at making girls happy. As she spoke, she magically produced 2 exquisite seashell-shaped rouges and placed them in the sisters' hands. The Mermaid Tears Rouge, a specialty of the East China Sea, will give you a lip color like the sunset and will make your sweetheart notice you at first glance. Li Ruoyan wanted to refuse, but the moment her fingertips touched the seashell, she inexplicably accepted it. Li Ruoxi had already curiously opened it and smelled it, exclaiming with delight, "It smells so good." Seeing that the group's attitude had softened, Hui seized the opportunity, clapped her hands, and laughed. Sisters, it's no fun just standing around. I brought some 100-flower wine from the Fox clan, and there's mahjong here, so why don't we drink and play at the same time? You know about mahjong too? Barbara raised an eyebrow. Yes, I heard from Chu Lang that the older sisters are incredibly skilled at cards. I specifically learned how to play as a human so I could ask them for a few rounds of pointers. Hui blinked. The loser has to drink a cup of wine as punishment. How about that? Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. What a brilliant move to retreat in order to advance. Sure enough, the group's interest was piqued. At the card table, Hui deliberately let Barbara win a round. Haha, I won. Barbara slammed her hand on the table excitedly. Drink up, drink up. Hui rested her chin on her hand and chuckled. Sister Barbara is indeed amazing. I accept the punishment. After downing a glass of wine, Yi smiled and said, I know he is more than just me in his heart, so instead of fighting over him, why not be friends with all of you sisters? Anyway, none of us will lose out, right? The group looked at each other, and suddenly realized that this vixen wasn't so bad after all. Lu Rian smiled and said, You're quite a sensible person. Li Ruoxi leaned closer with a grin. Then teach me the Fox clan's charm techniques next time, okay? Barbara waved her hand. Let's drink. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. Chu Fan sighed. This is starting to smell more and more like a harem. Hey, does this mean I'm being treated like an emperor? Then I will be consort Yan. I am consort Shi. Yan Fei? That doesn't sound very nice. Hu Marin, she seems pretty good. Barbara panicked. Then I'm Laffy? Chapter 133 Luo Juchuan. Amidst the crisp clanging of the white mahjong tiles, Li Ruoxi threw out a 9 of bamboo. Yi suddenly laughed and said, I won. A pure suit. How come you won again? Barbara angrily pushed over the mountain of cards, her golden hair moving on its own without any wind. You fox, you must have used sorcery. Hui chuckled, swirling her wine glass, her 9 fox tails unfurling into a fan behind her. Sister, you're innocent. I didn't even use any seductive arts. Suddenly, a snowball-like shadow darted onto the card table, its claws snapping down on the card Barbara was trying to steal. Snowball. Hui picked up the little white fox by the scruff of its neck, but the little guy held on tightly to the 80,000 yuan note and wouldn't let go, its amber eyes glaring at Barbara. Lu Rian covered her mouth and chuckled. Even the little fox can't stand someone cheating anymore. Barbara exclaimed in surprise. Wow, where did this little fox come from? It's so cute. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi were also amazed by the sudden appearance of the little white fox, which was clearly a small snowball. So cute. Let me touch it. Chu Fan asked with a smile. Is this the little white fox you mentioned before? Nodded, picked up the little white fox, and introduced her origins to everyone. She pressed the struggling little white fox onto her lap, her fingertips brushing against the golden markings on the tip of her ear. This is the little darling I found on Fox Demon Island. 3 years ago, on the night of the new moon, she appeared at the altar covered in blood, clutching this in her arms. She lifted the silver bell around the little white fox's neck, revealing half a broken jade disc, on which were engraved 2 ancient seal characters for tying. Chu Fan asked, Is there any special meaning behind this jade disc? The lunar jade disc. A voice suddenly came, and Chu Fan and the others turned their heads to look. Only then did they realize that the elusive ghost ship had appeared on the sea at some unknown time. Chu Fan was startled. It couldn't even be detected by radar. This ghost ship really lived up to its name. Yi was overjoyed and quickly stood up, saying, Master. Suddenly, the sound of metal and jade clashing came from the sea fog. A man slowly emerged from the bow of the boat. As the thick fog dissipated, everyone was able to see the newcomer's appearance. The man at the bow of the boat held a jade abacus, and his black robe was embroidered with dark gold runes. He was none other than the owner of Jubiozai. This was the first time Chu Fan and the others had seen the true face of the master of Jubiozai. Upon closer inspection, He did indeed resemble Luo Changfeng somewhat. Chu Fan smiled and said, "We meet again, Master Luo." "Haha, my name is Luo Jiuchuan. You can just call me by my real name. You know my surname is Luo, so it seems you've passed the test of your ancestors." Luo Jiuchuan looked at Chu Fan with a face full of satisfaction. The reason he was attracted to Chu Fan back then was not because of the simple dragon-patterned gold coins, but because those 3 dragon-patterned gold coins were the most special among all the gold coins. Because those 3 gold coins were hidden in the deep sea along with the Dragon Slayer's sword, they possess a special aura. Only he, a descendant of the Luo family, could recognize this aura. "When I first met you, I wondered if I had the wrong person. When I saw you again today, I knew that our ancestors' judgment was indeed correct." Chu Fan smiled, feeling a bit more favorably disposed towards Luo Jiuchuan. Luo Jiuchuan then turned his head and said, "It's been a long time. You found yourself a good husband." He glanced at Chu Fan. His gaze lingered on the little white fox for a moment, then suddenly narrowed. They even dared to take the vessel for the Tying Jade disc overseas, becoming increasingly audacious. Then remembered that her former employer had mentioned the Tying Jade disc earlier and quickly asked, "Master, what exactly is this Tying Jade disc?" Luo Jiuchuan laughed. "Perhaps this is fate. Don't underestimate this Tying Jade disc. It's one of the 3 sacred artifacts used to suppress the heart of the demon god." Upon hearing this, the little white fox wore an arrogant expression, as if to say, "You're so amazing." Woof woof woof. Perhaps Da Huang smelled the little fox's scent, for it came running out with a cry. The little white fox was so frightened that it jumped into Yi's arms, which made everyone laugh. "By the way, Master, what are the 3 sacred artifacts?" Chu Fan asked the question that everyone had asked. Luo Jiuchuan nodded and said, "The 3 sacred artifacts are the dragon-slaying sword, the tear of the ocean, and this Tying Jade disc." Chu Fan was taken aback, not expecting that he had picked up 2 of the 3 sacred artifacts. Luo Jiuchuan continued, "The tear of the ocean is rumored to be a sacred object of the mermaid race, but unfortunately, it has been lost for over 1,000 years. However, don't worry, as long as we have 2 things, we can." Suddenly, he noticed that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, and he was taken aback. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Chu Fan coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, Master, I've also found the tear of the ocean and returned it to the mermaid clan." Luo Jiuchuan was stunned for a moment before shaking his head and laughing. "No wonder you're the chosen one. You even managed to find a sacred artifact that had been lost for 1,000 years. As if he had thought of something, Chu Fan asked, "By the way, Master Luo, did you also come about Blackbeard?" Luo Jiuchuan nodded and said, "That's right. It's a good opportunity for you to tell me the secret of this Blackbeard." He moved the abacus beads in his hand, and light and shadow appeared in the air. The group was immediately stunned by the scene depicted in the light and shadow. In the interplay of light and shadow, the black-bearded man tore open the human skin on his face, revealing a face whose features were indistinct, like a black hole. This is his true face. In fact, this Blackbeard is the most special head among the 8 demon gods, the head of greed. Since being slain by his ancestor, he has been constantly trying to possess another body and be reborn, searching for every possible way to initiate a blood sacrifice in the hope of a complete resurrection. It should be noted that even without the heart of the demon god, as long as Blackbeard completely devours the other 7 demon lords, he can still reach the level of a half-step demon god. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. At that moment, on the Fox Demon Clan's ship, the burly man suddenly said, "A ship is coming." Everyone looked around and saw a large ship with a prow shaped like a phoenix approaching. "It's the Phoenix, Fu Juanru's ship." Hu Yi recognized him at a glance. As soon as she finished speaking, Ice Fairy Fu Juanru appeared at the bow of the Phoenix. "Captain Chu, and Miss Lianer, what a coincidence that I can't find you." As her voice faded, she appeared on the ice, her shoulders still covered in unmelted frost. Chu Fan clasped his hands in a fist and said, "With Miss Fu joining us, our chances of winning have increased even more." Fu Juanru's expression was cold and indifferent as she said, "Things are different now. This demon god killed my best friend. Even if you don't come looking for me, I'll fight it to the death." At this moment, the little white fox Shui Tuaner suddenly bristled and let out a threatening growl at Fu Juanru. Hu Yi quickly covered her eyes. "Shui Tuaner is sensitive to the cold air. Please forgive her, Miss Fu." Chapter 134 Blackbeard and Yi Tian. Fu Juanru smiled, a rare occurrence, and said, It's all right, this little thing is quite cute. She conjured a crystal begonia from her fingertips and gently offered it to the little white fox. It's quite a clever little guy. The begonia, translucent as glass, was shattered the moment it touched the little white fox's nose with a single swipe of her paw. Snowball. Hui quickly pressed down the ruffled little fox and said apologetically, Miss Fu, please don't be offended. This little thing is usually very affectionate, but today, it's all right. Fu Jianru withdrew her hand and said softly, it seems this little guy doesn't like the frost. At that moment, a wave surged up on the sea, and a blue figure leaped out of the water and stood on the Sea King. White Star. Chu Fan called out when he saw the person who had arrived. On the sea, hundreds of mermaid warriors, led by Shi Yao, appeared and disappeared. Bai Xing glanced at Chu Fan, a rare hint of panic in her expression. Everyone's here. At this moment, Luo Zhouchuan suddenly said, they're here. The island of Yamata was suddenly shrouded in a dark red sky. Under the reflection of the sky, the seawater resembled congealed blood plasma, churning with foul-smelling foam. The Neptune and Phoenix were moored side by side. Chu Fan stood at the bow, watching as Blackbeard's skull flagship slowly emerged in the distance. Dozens of iron cages hung from the mast of that ship, each containing a young girl from the Fox and Mermaid clans. The girls in the cages all looked terrified, making Yi and Bai Xing grit their teeth in disbelief. Bastard! Hui's fingertips pierced her palm, and the 9 foxtails behind her exploded uncontrollably. The little white fox hid at the hem of her skirt, its amber pupils narrowed to slits, and a low whimper escaped its throat. Bai Xing's shoulders trembled uncontrollably with anger, and she immediately wanted to rush over and save her people. Luo Zhouchuan quickly stopped her, his expression grave. The cage has runes of the demon god's curse. Forcibly breaking it will trigger self-destruction. Fu Jianru's icy gaze swept over the iron cages, and frost spread from her feet. The cold jade heart lamp hanging at her waist suddenly flickered, reflecting a faint wisp of black energy between her brows. Blackbeard stood at the bow of the Skull flagship, looking at the 3 large ships in the distance and the merfolk army that appeared and disappeared on the sea, and chuckled softly. There are still too few people here. He turned around and patted Dashachun on the shoulder with such force that it felt like he was going to crush his bones. Silly boy, haven't I treated you well? Big Fool Chun chuckled and scratched his head. Brother, what are you saying? You treat me better than my own father. Just tell me what you need. My life is yours. Well, a red glint flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he smiled and said, of all the people on the ship, you're the one I rely on the most. You're also the one I have the most faith in. Do a good job, and when we get back this time, I'll promote you to captain. Big Fool Chun grinned and said, Boss, you've got a good eye for people. I may not have any other skills, but whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Blackbeard nodded in approval and whispered, come closer and listen to what I have to say. Upon hearing this, Dashachun stretched his head over, unaware that Blackbeard had used his fingertip to brand a blood-red rune on the back of his neck. If a fight breaks out later, go get me something. He whispered in someone's ear, but his voice was swallowed up by the sudden surge of waves. Seeing that the wind at sea was getting stronger, Chu Fan drew the Dragon Slayer's sword from his waist. Everyone's here. Let's get them out before it gets dark. As for Xiao Yinming, Chu Fan didn't have much hope of him coming or not. He figured the old guy was just all talk. Just then, Luo Zhouchuan suddenly exclaimed, and turned to look over. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly looked over, and their expressions immediately became extremely solemn. Behind the Neptune, hundreds of ships stretched out on the horizon, led by a large, all-black vessel, heading this way. Everyone's expression was uncertain. They had no idea what kind of warships had suddenly appeared. Blackbeard finally smiled with satisfaction when he saw so many large ships appearing. That's more like it. Soon, Chu Fan knew who the person was. On the foremost large ship, a young man dressed entirely in black stood proudly at the bow, his gaze fixed on the Sea King. Chu Fan, it's been a long time. Fu Jianru snorted coldly upon hearing the voice. Chu Fan finally saw who it was, Yi Tian. With hatred and disdain in his eyes, Yi Tian actually bypassed the Sea King and went straight to the Blackbeard. Blackbeard, I know you're also trying to revive the Demon Lord, but I don't believe you can be stronger than me. After he finished speaking, 4 illusory figures appeared behind him. The Goblin Lord's entire body was covered in bone armor. The tentacles of the deep-sea monster are entangled with 3 ghost ships. The twin demon heads split into hundreds of afterimages. The most terrifying thing was the soul-devouring demon head hovering above Yi Tian's head, from which the death screams of human superhuman warriors echoed continuously. Luo Jiuchuan said with a solemn expression, I didn't expect that Yi Tian has already devoured 4 demon heads. Brother Yi truly deserves to be called a once-in-a-millennium genius in the cultivation world. Blackbeard suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, his eyes flashing with a strange red light. I am willing to serve you as my master, and together we will take the power of the demon god. As he knelt on one knee, drops of blood slipped from his sleeve and drew hidden runes on the deck. Yi Tian smiled and said, You're smart to know what's good for you. From now on, you'll follow our orders. Blackbeard bowed his head and said, Yes, please give your orders. Yi Tian was very satisfied with Blackbeard's attitude. He nodded and said, All right, then I order you to take everyone and kill everyone on these 3 ships, leaving no one alive. I'll leave Chu Fan to him. I'll personally send him on his way. Blackbeard's face gleamed with excited ferocity. Murder? I love it. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one expected that Blackbeard's month-long mobilization would ultimately only benefit Yi Tian. But Luo Jiuchuan shook his head and said, Everyone be careful. Remember what I just told you. This Blackbeard is actually a demon king, and the most dangerous one at that. He had been planning this for years. How could he not have left assassins behind? He must have a backup plan. Only a fool like Yi Tian, who doesn't know his own limitations, would fall for his trick. Everyone nodded, and Chu Fan said with a solemn expression, They're here. Then, an overwhelming number of ships, led by the Blackbeard, came crashing down on the Sea King, accompanied by raging waves. Everyone's expression turned extremely solemn. The number of people the other side had sent was far beyond their expectations. Merfolk warriors, prepare to fight. Shirahoshi issued the command. Fox demon warriors, heed my command. He also stood on that large red ship. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, suddenly, another unexpected event occurred. Chapter 135 The Great Battle begins. Reinforcements arrive. Brother Chu. Not all the brothers in District 10087 are dead. A shout made Chu Fan unconsciously turn his head to look. Then, dozens of warships from District 10087, led by the little Blackie, appeared from the horizon. Almost everyone here has received kindness from Chu Fan. Chu Fan happily clasped his hands in thanks and said, Thank you all, brothers. Brother Chu Fan, how can you fight without calling me Old Jean? Another sound came through. Chu Fan was taken aback and said, Brother Jean, how come even you? Zig Ziglar laughed. Don't forget what my skills are. I don't want to be treated like a 2-legged sheep by the demons. Haha. Chu Fan, did you think I, old Xiao, wouldn't dare to come? Xiao Yinming's bald head gleamed in the sunlight, and his rough voice carried from a great distance. Oh, Fairy Fu is here too. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Fan smiled and said, Captain Xiao, it's been a long time. Xiao Yinming said, Sorry, I'm late. But look, I've brought so many people for you. Behind him stood hundreds of warships, clearly indicating that these people were aware of what was about to happen. Everyone who has survived in this sea area to this day knows the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Whether intentionally or not, Xiao Yinming laughed and said, Chu Fan, I heard you took down Yi Fei and that Chen Shutong. Impressive. You finally vented my anger. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, today I will take your life. Let me see who's so arrogant as to want the life of my brother-in-law, jade-faced little flying dragon. A defiant voice rang out, startling everyone. Lu Rian was startled and turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw that familiar face. Hee sis. It was none other than Lu Shangfei. Xiaofei, what brings you guys here too? Chu Fan was also surprised. Lu Shangfei said in an exaggerated tone, Brother-in-law, you don't know? The news of you killing Yi Fei has spread everywhere. I thought that if we defeated Zhao Ritian, we would definitely become quite famous. I didn't expect that I still couldn't beat you. Brother Long stepped forward and said, Brother Chu Fan, that's not fair of you. You didn't even let me know you were going to fight. You deserve to be punished. A warm feeling welled up in Chu Fan's heart, and he nodded, saying, It's my fault. I'll treat everyone to drinks after this is over. At this moment, a girl quietly walked out from behind Lu Shangfei, looking shy. Lu Shangfei quickly hugged her and said to his older sister, Sister, look, this is my wife Yao Yao. Yin Xingyao blushed and looked up at Lu Ruyan. She was shocked. She hadn't expected her sister-in-law to be so beautiful. Hello, sister. My name is Yun Qingyao. Lu Rian nodded in satisfaction when she saw her future sister-in-law. Hello Qingyao, I didn't expect my younger brother to be so unreliable, but he's finally been reliable this time when it comes to finding a partner. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Chu Fan, are you kidding me? You're still chatting like this at a time like this. It was Yi Tian. He sneered and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, because you'll have to go down and apologize to my brother in a little while. Chu Fan's expression also turned cold at this moment. Lu Shangfei said, Brother-in-law, let me deal with this arrogant guy. Chu Fan shook his head and said, No, his target is me. I'll do it myself. He looked around at the sea and saw that most of the people on the hundreds of ships behind Blackbeard had bloodshot eyes and exuded a strange murderous aura. At this moment, Brother Long patted his chest and said, Leave these people to us. I'll just focus on dealing with Yi Tian. Chu Fan nodded and said, All right, then I'll leave it to you all. These people have been corrupted by the power of the demon god, and all they see is killing. You must not hold back and kill them without mercy. Lu Shangfei jumped forward and said, Wife, go back to the cabin. Brother Long, let's see who kills more enemies. Brother Long laughed and said, All right, let's compete then. I, old Lu, am not afraid of you. He Chong, who had been silent until now, stood up and said, Great. We can bait the nest again. Hey, along, Xiao Fei, can I join you? I want to race with you guys. Brother Long's lips twitched upon hearing this. I won't compete with you perverts. Hey, Xiao Fei, you're cheating. Honey, be careful. After shouting, he jumped out. A great war is about to break out. Yi Tian lightly touched the sea surface with his toes, and the waves for 100 miles instantly froze. The ice platform rises abruptly from the ground like a mirror, with prismatic ice crystals refracting a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. This was the starting stance of his combat technique, 9 Nether Cold Domain. This move immediately made Fu Junru pause in surprise. What's going on? How can Yi Tian's ice attribute achieve such an effect? What kind of cultivation technique does he practice? Yi Tian leaped onto the platform, drew his long sword, and pointed it at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, get down here. I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve to defeat Yi Fei. Without hesitation, Chu Fan unleashed his wrath of the sea god, leaping from the bow of the Sea King onto the ice platform, where he faced Yi Tian from afar. Yi Tian's sword tip trembled slightly, and black flames suddenly rose from the black blade in his hand. The power of the demon lord manifested as 4 phantoms that roared behind him. This sword is named Devourer of the Tao. Today, I will drink your blood to sharpen it. The sea god's wrath in Chu Fan's hand hummed, and thousands of bolts of lightning exploded at the tip of the trident. This trident is specially designed to slay demons. Yi Tian charged forward on the ice, his sword strikes splitting like a ghost. Behind him, the goblin demon head phantom swung its bone hammer at Chu Fan's lower body. Meanwhile, the demon from the deep sea sprouted countless tentacles, completely sealing off Chu Fan's escape route. The twin demon lords are the most ferocious, each wielding a blood-stained blade to attack from both sides. Chu Fan swung his halberd in a circle, unleashing the wrath of the sea god and summoning thunder from the heavens. Break. Lightning bolts crashed down like a waterfall, shattering the ice platform. But at that moment, Yi Tian suddenly disappeared without a trace. Watch out behind you. Before Hui could finish her exclamation, the devouring Dao sword had already pierced through Chu Fan's back. Ha ha ha. Chu Fan, I've already reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, and I'm only 1 step away from the heavenly realm. What do you have to fight me with? But the next second, he froze. He was shocked to discover that Chu Fan in front of him had flashed twice, and then disappeared. A clone? Chu Fan's figure reappeared 3 meters away. Yi Tian was furious. His devouring Dao sword sliced across the ice, and the ice shards it kicked up condensed into hundreds of cold swords that hovered in the air, their tips pointing directly at Chu Fan's brow. Thunderclouds rose beneath Chu Fan's feet, and the tip of the sea god's wrath halberd exploded with spherical lightning. Break. The lightning ball crushed the array of ice swords, and the aftershocks scorched the ice surface. Yi Tian's pupils contracted slightly. Impossible. How did you also reach the 9th level of the mortal realm? Chapter 136 Clash of Ice and Lightning. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, The 9th level of the mortal realm? Is it that difficult? Indeed, after receiving Luo Changfan's inheritance, he finally reached the 9th level of the mortal realm in a very short period of time. It's only a matter of time before that heavenly realm is reached. However, Although both of them are at the 9th level of the mortal realm, he arrived there later than Yi Tian. On the surface, he should not be Yi Tian's opponent. But coincidentally, Chu Fan was cultivating a lightning attribute technique. The lightning attribute naturally counters demons and evil spirits, thus directly bridging the gap between the two. After Fu Juanru slashed down a demonic cultivator with a single sword strike, she was also filled with shock. The last time I saw Chu Fan, he hadn't even started cultivating yet. In just 1 month, he has already reached the 9th level of the mortal realm. She has always been known as a proud daughter of heaven, and she has barely reached the 8th level of the mortal realm. Compared to Chu Fan now, I suddenly feel utterly insignificant. And the women around him, each one is more formidable than the last. That blonde woman's vines, casually swung out, could heal allies but poison enemies. This is both poisonous and healing. It's simply incredible. The woman, whose aloof demeanor was no less than her own, wielded a short knife that none could withstand. And then there are those two sisters, who provide constant firepower and can even petrify enemies. Then there were Lu Shangfei, Brother Long, and Bai Jie, who fought their way in and out of the crowd 7 times. But what terrified her the most was the fisherman. At that moment, he was like a human tank, charging through the crowd, and no one could hurt him. Where on earth did Chu Fan find these monsters? However, Blackbeard and Yi Tian's side were not simple either. Dozens of superhumans were charging left and right through the crowd, and their side also suffered many casualties. Just then, a figure ran to her side. "Captain, are you all right?" Fu Juanru turned around and saw that it was one of the sailors on her ship, named Lao Chun. "Old Chun, I'm fine. Come with me to fight the enemy." A flash of crimson crossed Old Chen's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Just then, the little white fox, which had been quiet all along, suddenly seemed to bristle, tensely arching its body and staring intently at Fu Juanru's side. "That's Harold the Scalebreaker." On Blackbeard's ship appeared a superhuman whose arms had mutated into mantis-like blades, and he specifically targeted the mermaid warriors. With each kill, he peeled off scales and embedded them into his skin, his entire body now covered in 7 colored scales that reflected a dizzying, poisonous light as he moved. Bai Xing roared in fury. "Warriors of the merfolk, follow me and kill this executioner." "That's the bone fusionist, Sarah?" Xiao Yinming also recognized one of the ability users, and his expression changed. Legend has it that this Sarah is particularly ferocious, capable of spewing a putrid, green mist from his mouth, turning flesh and blood into mud, leaving only bones behind. Moreover, this guy has a peculiar hobby. He takes out the leg bones of captured monks and uses them as flutes to play funeral dirges. Grandma Qianying, sword-eating demon, Hanju. One by one, these notorious villains seem to have transformed into ruthless killing machines, unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. Seeing this, Lu Rian snorted coldly and said, "Sisters, let's go and deal with these ringleaders first. Kill them." Several delicate cries rang out as the most beautiful figures in the crowd met the most ferocious enemy. Beauty and ugliness, good and evil, not only distinguish between superior and inferior, but also determine life and death. Yi Tian roared, and the devouring Dao sword dragged along with dark blue ice shards, while hundreds of icy swords hummed as they locked onto Chu Fan's vital points. "A descendant of the sea god?" Yi Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Then let me see how many swords you can withstand." With a swift flick of his sword, the ice swords rained down like a storm. Chu Fan rose up on lightning, and the wrath of the sea god spun out a ring of lightning in the air. The instant the lightning exploded, the array of ice swords melted into a cloud of water vapor. He thrust his halberd tip straight for Yi Tian's throat, the lightning coiling around the halberd and hissing. Yi Tian spun around and took a step back. The moment the devouring Dao sword blocked the halberd blade, black flames rose from the spine of the sword. When the flames touched the lightning, they seemed to encounter a natural enemy and withered by 3 points. Thunderous force dispels evil? Yi Tian's pupils shrank suddenly, and his sword technique abruptly changed. 9 prisms suddenly rose from the ice platform, each topped with an ice puppet identical to Yi Tian. But his true form quickly disappeared into the icy mist. The 9 ice puppets, each wielding a sword technique, surrounded the enemy, their sword winds whipping up ice crystal tornadoes. The demonic shadows shrieked in the ice storm, fueled by the souls they devoured. Chu Fan stomped his foot, causing thunder to erupt, and a spherical lightning domain suddenly expanded. The sword tip of the ice puppet struck the lightning barrier and cracked out like a spider web. 3 ice puppets that were close by were swept by the electric arc and instantly exploded into ice mist. But the next second, Yi Tian's true form suddenly burst out from the shadow beneath Chu Fan's feet. With a whooshing sound, the devouring sword, wrapped in viscous black blood, pierced straight into Chu Fan's back. This is precisely the goblin chieftain's filthy essence and blood, specifically designed to break through the pure yang thunder body. This move was extremely stealthy, and Chu Fan couldn't sweep back his halberd in time. In desperation, Chu Fan actually grabbed the sword blade with his bare hands. Lightning crackled from his palm, and the filthy blood and lightning collided, creating a foul-smelling, acrid smoke. The sword blade cut several wounds on his 5 fingers, but the lightning surged upwards along the blade. Yi Tian's right arm was instantly charred black, and the devouring Dao sword almost slipped from his hand. Chu Fan thought to himself how close he had come to disaster. His physical body had been struck by lightning countless times, so it was no exaggeration to say that it was indestructible. But Yi Tian's sword was clearly strange, as it actually cut such a deep wound on his hand. "How dare you?" Yi Tian laughed and shook his arm, causing the ice platform to suddenly collapse. Beneath Chu Fan's feet transformed into a vortex of ice, with ice spikes snapping shut like fangs. Chu Fan snorted coldly, kicked out with an ice spike, and used the recoil from the thunderstorm to leap into the air. In midair, he hurled the wrath of the sea god in his hand with a thunderous roar. The halberd pierced through the icy abyss and plunged into the seabed. Boiling seawater poured down the halberd and onto the ice platform, and steam billowed out like the breath of a giant beast. 2 figures crossed paths in the mist. Yi Tianjin transformed into 100 afterimages, each sword piercing towards the node where the lightning energy was circulating. Chu Fanji's halberd moved like a dragon and a snake, its lightning specifically striking the places where demonic energy was stagnant. Ice shards and sparks flew everywhere, and the surface of the Xianbing mirror was already covered with molten holes and scorch marks. Yi Tian slashed through Chu Fan's Neptune robe on his shoulder with his sword, but Chu Fan's retaliatory lightning whip ripped his robe into pieces. Puffed! Yi Tian staggered and coughed up blood, realizing with a start that he had retreated to the edge of the ice platform. Looking down at the sword, he saw that the black flames had been suppressed to only a thin layer. The devouring sword hummed and burned under the lightning strike. The blood from the split between the thumb and forefinger gripping the sword was evaporated by the lightning before it could flow out. He stared at the golden lightning leaping from the tip of Chu Fan's halberd and finally saw the ancient runes flowing deep within the lightning. It was actually the primordial thunder script, which was specifically designed to subdue demons. The ice platform groaned under the strain. Yi Tian's white hair was scorched by the electric arc, and his eyes were filled with unbelievable rage. His painstakingly refined extreme cold demonic energy was now being defeated step by step before the supreme yang thunderous energy. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes turned red, and his aura began to surge rapidly. "Chu Fan, you forced me to this. Now I'll show you my true strength." Chapter 137 Half-Step Heavenly Rank. Chu Fan's expression was solemn. The power that Yi Tian suddenly unleashed gave him a vague sense of unease. On the Neptune, Luo Jiuchuan also noticed Yi Tian's change and unconsciously stood up. At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly shattered the ice armor on his left arm, and his flesh turned into blood mist that merged into the devouring Dao sword. "With my demonic body, I knock on the gates of heaven." The blood mist condensed into a hideous demonic face, and the temperature of the entire sea area plummeted. The ice platform swelled to 1,000 feet in circumference, and the totem of 8 demon gods appeared on its surface. Yi Tianbai's hair turned into black ice, and every step he took stirred up an ice crystal storm. And at this moment, his strength suddenly reached an astonishing level. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. Half-step heavenly rank. Yi Tian must have used some secret technique to raise his strength to the half-step heavenly realm in an instant. Chu Fan, you should be glad that you are the only person who can personally experience my extreme demonized soul body. You can force me to sacrifice my lifespan. Yi Tian lightly touched the ground with his toes, and an ice crystal lotus platform bloomed out of thin air beneath his feet. You can rest in peace now. Ice burial. With a flick of the devouring sword, 9 ice dragons swooped down from the clouds, their breath freezing even lightning into purple icicles. Chu Fan quickly parried with his halberd, and the lightning rings exploded from the wrath of the sea god crashed into the dragon's breath with a loud bang. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of ice cracking, the lightning ring was frozen solid in mid-air. A giant ice dragon claw slammed down, and the halberd shaft groaned under the strain. Chu Fan's tiger's mouth split open, and his knee slammed into the ice platform, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading from his feet. Chu Fan. Lu Rui forced the enemy in front of her back with a single blow and looked over nervously. She saw it most clearly. 300 miniature sword arrays were spinning in the heart of the ice dragon's claw. An ordinary person who touched even a little bit of it would be shredded into ice shards. Barbara rushed over to help Chu Fan heal his injuries. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Suddenly, a figure blocked her way. Your opponent is me. It was none other than the bone fooder, Sarah? At this moment, Yi Tian moved again. Behind him appeared a series of dark figures, which were the phantoms of the demon god. The tentacles of the deep-sea demon entangled Chu Fan's ankle. The goblin demon's bone hammer phantom slammed into his back, and the twin demon's blood blades crossed to lock his throat. The triple shadow attack landed simultaneously with the ice dragon claw strike. It was meant to crush Chu Fan into mincemeat. Thunder prison. Chu Fan roared and summoned the raging thunder from the heavens. But the lightning bolts twisted strangely when they touched the ice dragon's scales and struck back at the fighting crowd. Yi Tian laughed wildly as he pressed his sword down. This is the heavenly ranked domain. Your thunder sword tip suddenly pierced through the lightning energy. You are nothing but a plaything in my cold domain. Crack. Chu Fan's ice armor on his left shoulder shattered. The moment the devouring sword pierced through his bone, the extremely cold demonic energy surged wildly along his meridians, instantly covering his right arm with ice scales. Chu Fan finally saw clearly the black flames wriggling on the sword blade. They were actually black worms. Chu Fan. Hui's nine tails ignited her innate foxfire and lunged at the ice platform, but she was knocked away by the towering ice pillar. Bai Xing's trident triggered a tsunami, but the giant waves froze into an ice wall 10 feet away from Yi Tian. As soon as Fu Junru unleashed her frosty sky sword Qi, she discovered that her own chilling energy was directly absorbed by Yi Tian, becoming an accomplice in attacking Chu Fan. The center of the ice plateau has become a dead zone. Yi Tian stepped over Chu Fan's shattered breastplate, bending down as the devouring Dao sword slowly rotated, tearing at flesh and blood. Don't worry, I'll refine your skull into a wine vessel. He suddenly looked up at Lu Ruyan and the others, whose eyes were bloodshot, deliberately slowing his sword strike, letting them see your dying state a little longer. The words abruptly stopped. Chu Fan's blood-stained hand suddenly gripped the sword blade, and the primordial thunder seal in his palm burst forth with dazzling golden light. The demon goose shrieked and melted away in the lightning, and Yi Tian realized with alarm that his power was being frantically drained away by the thunder seal. You're asking for death. The enraged ice dragon snapped down with all its might, illuminating Chu Fan's pale but still resolute face. Now, Luo Jiuchuan, who was watching the battle, crushed the jade abacus, and a wisp of green smoke entered Chu Fan's spiritual core. Ancestor Changfeng, help him. Suddenly, golden abacus phantoms appeared around Chu Fan's body, and Luo Changfeng's voice boomed in his mind. Boy, I'll borrow your body. With the immense soul power of a half-step heavenly realm cultivator flowing into his meridians, Chu Fan's eyes shot out golden light, and the wrath of the sea god emitted a dazzling brilliance. That's not how you use thunder magic. Luo Changfeng manipulated Chu Fan's body to wield the halberd, and said, Watch closely. Thunder knocks on heaven's gate. The wrath of the sea god instantly pierced through the ice dragon and soared into the sky, tearing a golden rift in the clouds. The thunderbolts were like a celestial river pouring down, and the ice shield that Yi Tian had been holding up with all his might evaporated in the lightning. From the eye of the thunderstorm came Yi Tian's desperate roar, I don't believe it. He burned his life essence, forcibly merging the 8 demon god phantoms, transforming them into a sky-covering ice claw that grabbed at the lightning pillar. The weakness lies in the third rib on the left side. Luo Changfeng's soul voice accurately pointed out the target. Chu Fan had a sudden inspiration, and the wrath of the sea god transformed into lightning needles, piercing through the gaps in the ice claws and stabbing into Yi Tian's ribs. Puff! The sounds of ice armor cracking and bones shattering rang out simultaneously. Yi Tian staggered and knelt down, the wrath of the sea god inserted into his dantian. The lightning he emitted transformed into lightning locks that bound his major acupoints. The ice platform collapsed with a deafening roar, and the two plunged into the boiling sea. Yi Tian roared from within the lightning lock. That old bastard is dead, and still he's ruining my plans. Luo Chongfeng's remnant soul detached from Chu Fan's body, and his phantom image pressed against Yi Tiantian's skull. This palm strike is for the 30,000 wronged souls of Chongfeng Island. As the giant hand descended, a massive whirlpool was created on the surface of the sea. Just as the whirlpool on the sea surface suddenly closed, a hand covered in lividity burst out of the waves. A figure suddenly jumped out from within. Old Qin, what happened? Fu Juanru was surprised, never expecting that the suddenly appearing figure would be Old Qin, a sailor on her ship. Luo Jiuchuan said with a solemn expression, he is not Old Qin, he must have been possessed by a demon god. Yi suddenly realized. No wonder Shuetuaner was so excited just now. Hee. Old Qin burst into laughter. His once withered body had swelled up like a giant whale, and Yi Tian's head was embedded in his sternum, roaring wildly. 5 phantom demon heads surged in the rotting flesh. He had actually forcibly merged with the 4 demon head origins that Yi Tian had devoured. Everyone was so stunned by what suddenly happened that they were speechless. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, he's trying to escape." Sure enough, the next second, the demonized Old Qin sank himself into the sea and fled to the outer edge of the battle. We can't let him get away. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Fan made his move. The wrath of the sea god in his hand unleashed countless bolts of lightning, heading straight for Old Qin in the water. Damn it, what a nuisance. It will take him a while to fully absorb Yi Tian. If he gets stuck here, it could very well affect his plans. But Chu Fan kept his grip on him and tried several times to escape, but failed. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Go for it, my little darling. No sooner had he finished speaking than a clang rang out, and a long sword suddenly appeared in front of Chu Fan, blocking his path. Chu Fan was taken aback, and when he saw the person's face clearly, he was completely stunned. How come it's you? Chapter 138 The Cicada Awaits, the Heart of the Demon God. Chu Fan stared at Fu Juanru in surprise, unable to understand why she would stop him. Miss Fu, what are you doing? We can't let him get away. But Fu Juanru didn't agree to anything and swung her sword at Chu Fan. Chu Fan quickly dodged, only to realize that Fu Juanru seemed a little abnormal at this moment. At this moment, Fu Juanru's eyes were bloodshot, and a faint trace of black energy could be seen on her forehead. Kill them all. Fu Juanru's white hair danced wildly, and her eyes turned completely black. At this moment, the extreme frost heaven technique seemed to have transformed into a demonic art from the 9 netherworlds, and an ice storm instantly enveloped the sea surface centered on the Sea King and Phoenix. Li Ruoyan, who was closest to her, was pierced through the shoulder blade by an icicle, and Bai Xing's trident was frozen into an icicle. Sister Fu. Hui's foxfire crashed into the ice wall and exploded into sparks. Li Ruoxi's wristband also emitted bursts of light. Oh no, her divine consciousness has been corrupted by the demonic seed. Chu Fan's thunder halberd froze in midair, hesitating whether to thrust it out. Sensing its master's wavering, the wrath of the sea god caused the lightning on the tip of its halberd to flicker uncertainly. As if sensing Chu Fan's lightning, Fu Juanru suddenly looked up, her dark eyes revealing a ruthless glint. Die? After saying that, a sword aura of ice demon slashed fiercely at Chu Fan. Just then, the snowball in Yi's arms suddenly jumped onto Fu Juanru's head. The gold patterns on the little guy's ear tips peeled off completely, turning into gold leaf that was then pasted onto Fu Juanru's forehead. The moonlight, like a clear spring, poured down, and the demonic seed that had been devouring light was forced out of the dantian, shaped like a beating heart, its surface covered with Fu Juanru's icy blood vessels. Squeak! The little white fox snatched the demon seed in its mouth. As the purifying power clashed with the demonic energy, Old Qin let out a scream. Fu Juanru trembled violently, and her eyes finally regained their clarity. What's wrong with me? But in that short time, Old Qin had already escaped to the outer perimeter and was about to break out of the sea. Just then, 8 black chains suddenly emerged from the seawater and, at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, tightly bound Old Qin's body. Whoosh! With a loud bang, Old Qin's body was dragged out of the water by the chains, and he struggled desperately in the air. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly stood up, his expression solemn, and said, "This is the soul-locking chain." Chu Fan asked, "Master Luo, is there any explanation for this thing?" Luo Jiuchuan said softly, "This is an extremely evil formation, but it requires a living body as a catalyst to activate. Moreover, preparing this formation takes at least 2 hours each time. Who is behind this?" Meanwhile, inside the Blackbeard's cabin, Big Fool's body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, he was completely bloodless, like a dried-up corpse whose life essence had been drained. Blackbeard, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed. "Haha, after preparing for so long, it finally paid off." Old Chun let out a harsh sound. "Was it you who did this?" Blackbeard tore off the human skin from his face, revealing his true appearance. "I knew you wouldn't give in so easily, you master of fraud. I've been waiting for you to show up. Now, I will be the one to fully awaken the demon god." "No," Old Chun roared, his voice mingling with Yi Tian's remaining consciousness. Black chains tightly bound his decaying body. The demonic body, exposed to the air, rapidly carbonized, and the source of the parasitic demonic head was forced to be stripped away. "You were separated and suppressed 300 years ago." Blackbeard extended his white bone claws and grabbed Old Chun by the throat. "We've been waiting for this reunion." After saying that, he opened his huge mouth and bit down, and Old Chun's demonic body melted like wax. At this moment, Blackbeard's appearance also underwent a tremendous change. Blackbeard's pirate robe was torn to shreds. The skin melted like wax, revealing 8 snake heads writhing beneath it. Each serpent head was as large as a mountain, its scales made of congealed blood scabs, and its vertebrae protruding like pale coral reefs. This was the complete form of the 8-headed demon god. Haha, this feeling is just amazing. However, Shirahoshi also used this time to successfully rescue the fox spirit girl and the beautiful girl on the bow of Blackbeard's ship. Humph, Blackbeard, or should I call you the 8-headed demon god now? We've already saved your sacrifice, so what if you resurrected 8 demon heads? Ha ha ha, you foolish insects. Do you really think I care about the blood of these few fish and foxes? Luo Jiuchuan frowned slightly, and Chu Fan couldn't help but shout. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, look at this place is hell now. I went through all this trouble, not just for these few fish and foxes, I want more blood. Lu Rian was shocked to hear this, and quickly looked around, her face paling with horror. The sea had become a scene of carnage. The sea was littered with floating corpses and wounded people, and the blood had stained the entire area red. The blood suddenly boiled and surged, revealing a mysterious array that covered thousands of miles. Blackbeard's 8 heads roared in unison. All the planning over the past few hundred years has been for this moment, when all spirits' blood boils. As his voice fell, the coral reef that was suddenly wrapped around its body suddenly pierced the eye of the formation. Oh no, that's the heart of a demon god. Blackbeard let out a deafening laugh. Revive my heart. As it roared, the entire sea began to pour into the heart of the demon god. The pulsation of the demon god's heart shattered the heavens. The 8-headed serpentine dragon coiled in the center of the blood array, its 7 heads spewing forth a torrent of primordial demonic light that frantically poured into the colossal heart at the center of the array. All the corpses and wounded on the sea surface began to surge uncontrollably toward the center, and the entire blood array turned into a rotating meat grinder. Stop him. White Star's trident triggered a tsunami, but it evaporated into vapor when it touched the magic light. Fu Jianru's ice lotus sword formation collided with the snake scales and was shattered into ice shards. Before Hu Yi's 9-tailed foxfire could even get close, it was frozen into an ice sculpture by the remnant soul of Yi Tian spewed out by the head of hatred. The vertical pupil of the snake head in the center of the Blackbeard's head lit up with a demonic golden light. Ha! How can ants obstruct the might of heaven? With a casual sweep of his dragon tail, Chu Fan crashed into the seabed like a meteorite, and the wrath of the sea god flew out of his hand. The heartbeat of the demon god within the formation resonated with the heavens and earth, staining the clouds for thousands of miles with the color of blood. Now, Luo Jiuchuan shouted. The seabed where Chu Fan crashed suddenly lit up with lightning wedge marks. It turns out that in that instant, he had actually planted a lightning wedge in front of the demon god's heart. Sizzle! Lightning enveloped Chu Fan, who instantly teleported back to the center of the formation. The dragon-slaying sword unleashed ancient thunderous runes, its blade precisely cleaving into the pulsating gap of the demon god's heart. Snap! Chaotic lightning and foul blood splattered simultaneously. No. As Blackbeard's unwilling cry rang out, the colossal heart was forcibly split in two. One half was enveloped in demonic light and merged into Blackbeard's brow, while the other half fell toward the little white fox's open nine tails. Squeak! 3 golden wheels burst out from the tips of Shui Tuaner's ears. The tiny jade disc stabilized the foul blood and emitted a chilling aura that froze the demonic energy. The soul-purifying bell, a treasure of the Fox Demon clan, resonated through the heavens with its clear, melodious sound. Half of the demon god's heart was forcibly sealed with triple holy light, but the demonic runes on its surface were still clashing wildly. It's a pity there's only half a heart, but it's enough. Blackbeard's dragon body turned into jade inch by inch, and his 7 snake heads transformed into crystal horns. He flicked his finger, and all the sounds in this world seemed to vanish. The arrogant leader, one of the 8, looked down upon all living beings, his pupils reflecting the shattered allied forces. Now who can stop me? Chapter 139 The Power of Half a Demon Heart. Blackbeard was now completely unrecognizable from his previous appearance, with 8 heads behind him displaying different expressions. These 8 heads are the head of greed, the head of gluttony, the head of deceit, the head of hatred, the head of lust, the head of sloth, the head of envy, and the head of pride. 8 demonic whispers resonated in the sea of blood, each head chanting a seductive hymn. The gluttonous king gnawed at the severed arm, its sticky chewing sounds mingling with its delirious murmurs. Why endure hunger? Swallow the spiritual root of your enemy, and his cultivation will become your fine wine. If you don't believe me, look at Yi Tian. He swallowed 4 demon heads and reached the half-step heavenly realm. The serpent's eyes, reflecting the greed of the leader, looked at Luo Jiuchuan. As the owner of Jubio Zai, you collect rare treasures from all realms, but have you ever seen a true god? The scales flipped over, revealing an endless secret realm. Merge with me, and the entire East Sea will be your treasure trove. The head of laziness transformed into limp black mud and clung to the wounded soldier. Rest, let my black sea bear your pain. The mud seeped into the wound and murmured. Just take a nap, and when you wake up, all your enemies will have turned into a carpet of corpses beneath your feet. The Sword Mountain, the epitome of jealousy, reflects Chu Fan's figure. Why is he the chosen one? Hundreds of swords are pointed at the wrath of the sea god. Seize his halberd, and you will be the new ruler of the sea. Suddenly, the sword's edge reflected the tearful eyes of Lu Ruyan and Barbara. Even his woman can belong to you. The ultimate lust manifests countless stunningly beautiful women, their 1,000 red lips kissing everyone's earlobes. Those fairies feign virtuousness towards you. The stunning woman twisted and peeled off her clothes. In my arms, Fu Jianru will melt away your ice, and Hui's 9 tails will coil around your waist. The master of deception, disguised as Luo Changfeng, looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, what is the true cause of my death? Ice Jade's fingers suddenly pierced his sea of consciousness. Blackbeard is nothing but a pawn. The one who truly wants to refine the heart of the demon god is Luo Jiuchuan, who is standing right beside you right now. Lin Xingzhu, the most hated among them, shed blood-red tears from her icy face. Juanru, my death was so painful. The right half of Yi Tian's face grinned maliciously. But if you reverse the extreme prison frost heaven technique 3 times, you can use my remnant soul to revive him. A radiant light rose from the throne of the most arrogant. Kneel down. Desha Chun's goofy grin floated on the back of the chair. Admit it, the way you all desperately resisted. The throne suddenly erupted with a soul-absorbing vortex. It was nothing more than a farce to please the gods. Amidst the waves of blood, the allied forces all knelt down. Some reached out to grab the phantom of the Sword Mountain. Some were obsessed with embracing the corpse of a stunningly beautiful woman, and even Bai Xing stared blankly at the maw of gluttony, where the souls of the 3 priests who killed her mother were churning. This is the truth of the world. 8 tolling bells in unison, like a death knell. So-called justice is nothing more than those who have never tasted power. Bullshit. Chu Fan's roar exploded like thunder. A fragment of the dragon-slaying sword sliced through his palm, and golden blood, amidst the lightning, inscribed ancient divine runes. I have seen fishermen share the last half of a steamed bun. I have seen a young fox warm its dying mother. Thunderbolts transformed into 10,000 golden needles, piercing the demon's eye. You will never understand. Human nature may have cracks. Fu Juanru's ice lotus bloomed from the demon's seed, but the light that shone in was hotter than the darkness. It seems you don't understand what the power of the gods is. The next second, the sky, which had been shining brightly, suddenly turned dark. It's like night falling in an instant. Even more bizarrely, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky. The blood moon, like a festering eye, drooped low to the sea surface. Wherever the crimson moonlight reached, the flesh and blood of ordinary soldiers melted and dripped like wax. Ah! Screams echoed across the sea. Since you don't want the gift. The throne of the most arrogant king rose into a 1,000-foot peak, and the crystal-clear dragon claws lightly tapped the void. I hereby bestow divine punishment upon you. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. He said to Jean Keela and the others, Captain Kuan, Brother Jean, and all the brothers from District 10087, lead everyone to leave this sea area quickly. This is no longer a place for ordinary people to stay. Everyone knew that this was no longer a battle that ordinary people or low-level ability users like themselves could participate in. Staying here would only increase casualties. So everyone nodded and began to retreat to the outer perimeter. Humph, you think you can just leave? Not so easy. The 8-headed demon god snorted coldly, and billions of blood ice swords condensed from the boiling seawater, hanging upside down and tearing the sky apart. Everyone was shocked. Hurry up! A delicate shout rang out. Hui's 9 tails coiled around the Xian Tai warship to block, but the ship's hull was pierced by the ice sword as thin as paper, and the golden hair at the tip of the tail carbonized inch by inch under the moonlight. However, this also bought the allied forces a lot of time. Everyone looked at Hui with grateful eyes. The black sea spewed by the leader of laziness swept across the battlefield, and the fire dragon that Lu Shangfei unleashed retreated back to the sparks in his palm the instant it touched the black mist. Lu Ruyan shot thousands of water arrows into the air, but they were completely evaporated in midair. The most insidious thing was the sinister smile of the master of deception. Fu Juanru's sword fingers suddenly ignited the ice lotus with black flames, and the extreme prison frost heaven technique surged backward in her meridians. Uft! Fu Juanru spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Fan's dragon-slaying sword pierced the head of greed, but the lightning was extinguished 3 inches away from the scales. It's useless. His serpentine eyes reflected his carbonized right arm. Half a demonic heart has made my body an indestructible Tao. With a light sweep of his dragon tail, Chu Fan crashed into the icy sea like a kite with a broken string, and the sea surface instantly froze into a graveyard. Chu Fan. Shirahoshi raised the tear of the ocean, summoning a massive tsunami, only to be swallowed whole by the gluttonous king. As the giant mouth closed, the cries of merfolk who had died without cause for 1,000 years were heard. The most terrifying attack was from the head of hatred. Blood and tears streamed down Lin Qingzhu's icy face, yet her fingertips unleashed Yi Tian's most vicious, soul-shattering sword. Juanru, this sword is what you owe me. Fu Juanru's protective icy aura shattered like glass, and the sword tip was already pressed against the demonic seed in her dantian. Squeak dash. The little white fox used its severed tail to wrap around the sword blade. The moment the purifying power clashed with the evil sword, her snow-white fur instantly turned ashen. So tragic it pleases even the gods. The corpse of a stunningly beautiful woman, the epitome of lust, suddenly twisted and reformed. Chu Fan saw his grandfather waving amidst the horde of corpses, Hui's wet nurse smiling as she held up poisoned wine, and the dying little white fox even glimpsed its mother fox carrying a piece of meat stained with demonic blood. In the rift between reality and illusion, Blackbeard's glass claws pierced through time and space, grabbing at the half of the demonic heart sealed by the triple sacred artifact. At this critical moment, a figure in blue rushed out and actually knocked the claws away with his bare body. He Chang's voice rang out in the air. Chu Fan, I'll hold him off. You guys think of something quickly. After saying this, He Chang wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the 8 demon gods with a cold smile. I've never seen a fish with 8 heads before. That's interesting. Chapter 140, The Final Strategy. Chu Fan was shocked and quickly said, Brother He Chang, you. He Chang laughed and said, I didn't win against a Long and Xiao Fei earlier, so I have to win this time. The 8-headed demon was enraged when it heard this tiny human claim to be a fish. These wretched insects dare to face my divine might. Boom. A tentacle lashed out directly at He Chang. The sheer scale of the attack was as if it were about to destroy the entire world. He Chang crawled out from the pile of shattered ship planks. He spat out the wood chips from his mouth, squinted at the 8-headed demon god that occupied the sky, and actually grinned. A fish with 8 heads? I've been fishing for 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen such a rare find. The Arrogance King's massive glass claw slammed down, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the void. Hee-chong neither dodged nor evaded, but instead pulled out the broken mast, which was entangled in fishing nets, from his back and lashed it towards the claw with a standard casting motion. Hey! The iron rod bent into an arc the instant it touched the claw's edge. Hee-chong's arms were muscular and knotted like old tree roots, and the fishing net even got tangled in the barbs on his claws. The power of the demon god flowed into his body through the fishing net, and his skin immediately exploded into a bloody mist. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, the illusory figure of Luo Changfeng, the master of deception, sneered. As the snake's eyes swept across, the shipwreck beneath Hee-chong's feet suddenly blurred into an illusion. He plunged headlong into the gaping maw of the Gluttony King, the stench of which carried crumbs of chewed-up sailors' bones. You're using bait, right? Hee-chong twisted his waist in midair, and the fishing net was thrown out and entangled the giant tooth. Using the momentum, he swung onto her gums and pulled out an oil paper package from his pocket. Inside was half a moldy cornbread. He shoved the cornbread into the rotten flesh between his teeth. Try my secret bait. The moment the steamed bun touched the demon blood, it burst open with a blinding golden light. As the gluttonous king howled in pain and closed its massive maw, the moment Hee-chong was bitten in the waist by its sharp teeth, the Sloth King's Black Sea had already swallowed him up. Chu Fan was shocked and exclaimed, Hee-chong. But the next second, as if the laws of time had reversed, the wound on his waist returned to the state before he was bitten. It even has a rollback feature. When Hee-chong crawled out of the Black Sea, his body was covered in festering sores, but he laughed and pounced on the head of hatred. Then run the dungeon a few more times. He turned back and said, Don't worry about me. I'm fine. You guys hurry up and think of a way. I can only hold him off, but I can't kill him. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly appeared, looking at Hee-chong with a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, it was the azure dragon form of the fish fruit. No wonder he was so confident. Chu Fan asked worriedly, Master Luo, is Hee-chong all right? If it's the azure dragon fruit, there won't be any problems for a while, but we need to hurry. Chu Fan asked seriously, Is there any way to deal with him? After thinking for a moment, Luo Jiuchuan said, There is a way, but it is extremely risky. Chu Fan quickly asked, What method? Luo Jiuchuan asked, Chu Fan, what if I told you that once this method is used, there is no turning back? Luo Jiuchuan's voice echoed in the wind. Using the dragon-slaying sword as a guide, I will draw half of the demon heart into your dantian. I will forcibly refine it using the wrath of the sea god and the primordial thunder seal. But if you are devoured by the demonic thoughts, his tattered robes pointed at the 8-headed demon god. You are the new catastrophe that will destroy the world. Are you crazy? Lu Rian radiated a moonlit glow. The gnarled tree beneath Barbara's feet grew wildly into a giant shield, its vines wrapping around Chu Fan's left leg. Blockhead, you think you're some kind of savior? The leaf cut her palm, and the blood seeped into Chu Fan's wound. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Hui's 9 tails coiled around Chu Fan's left arm. Brother Fan, we can still fight. Golden hairs fell off the tip of the tail in a flurry. You promised to go see the snow cherry blossoms at the end of the East China Sea with me. Li Ruoyan's arms transformed into grenade launcher barrels, but the muzzles were pointed at Luo Jiuchuan. Old ghost. If you push him any further, I'll blow your head off. Li Ruoshi's petrified gaze swept over Chu Fan's chest and abdomen. Brother Fan, you can't take this risk. Chu Fan, however, looked at the dying little white fox in Fu Juanru's arms. The little guy's gray fur was still stained with the golden blood that had just been spilled. He suddenly remembered a scene from Luo Changfeng's memory fragments. 300 years ago, before the Lord of Changfeng Island self-destructed his primordial spirit, he also stroked the last young fox on the island in the same way. So this is the scenery the hero saw. Chu Fan chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Hee-chong was engaged in a fierce battle. The snake's tail shattered 3 of his ribs, the glass claws tore open his shoulder blades, and icy flames scorched half of his face. Each time he fell, he would grab the blood-stained fishing net thread and wrap it around his wrist. You have to be patient to catch a big fish. When the fishing net was tangled up for the 7th time, he suddenly sprang up. The broken mast pierced the crevice of the sword mountain of jealousy, and hundreds of devouring swords were stuck in midair. Hee-chong took the opportunity to swing down to the foot of the arrogant throne, and suddenly threw the blood-stained fishing net toward the top of the throne, where Desha Chun's silly grin was embedded. "Big fool Chun, catch the rod," he roared, his voice filled with anguish. The face on the throne actually blinked. The moment the fishing net entangled the horns of the throne, the serpent's eyes, those of the head of greed, finally locked onto this ant. A blinding, demonic light suddenly descended. He Chong was reduced to charred bones within the pillar of light. But the skeleton remained in the casting position, its finger bones tightly hooked onto the fishing net. The charred jaw opened and closed, the fisherman's voice drifting in the wind. "It's about to bite." Chu Fan knew he couldn't hesitate any longer, or He Chong would be in danger. Although he is theoretically immortal, the gap between his strength and that of the eight-headed demon god is simply too great. Suddenly, Chu Fan plunged his bloodied left hand into his dantian, forcefully pulling out half of a pulsating golden core with lightning patterns. Golden light illuminated his bloodied teeth. "Master Luo, you've got it backwards." He slammed the golden core against the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword. Lightning bolts pierced his meridians like thorns, and he leaped up in the direction indicated by He Chong's charred bones. It's not about refining the demonic heart. Is it a summons of all demons? Amidst the muffled thud of demonic energy shattering his ribs, a roar reverberated across the vast ocean. "Go to my golden core thunder prison." The moment the thunderstorm, carrying half of the demon god's heart, crashed into Chu Fan's chest, the sky above where the eight-headed demon god resided suddenly collapsed. The throne of the most arrogant head burst open with countless cracks, and the other 7 heads simultaneously let out heart-wrenching screams. He sensed that his essence was being frantically drained away. "Ants, how dare you steal the power of the gods?" The serpent's eyes, belonging to the leader of greed, shot out filthy, bloody light. Where the beam of light passed, the seawater evaporated into poisonous fog, and the deck of the wrecked ship melted into molten iron. Just as the crimson light was about to engulf the lightning cocoon, a charred skeleton suddenly leaped up from the seabed. He Chong's carbonized finger bones gripped half a fishing net, precisely catching the blood. You need to use strong bait to bait the nest. The scorched jaw opened and closed, and the fishing net broke inch by inch in the magical light. The moment the skeleton evaporated, the enraged demon god's claws tore towards the lightning cocoon. "Didn't your father teach you?" Suddenly, a perfectly intact arm emerged from the scorched sea. He Chong emerged from the waves, dripping wet, his new skin gleaming with a bronze sheen. Patience is needed to lure a big fish. The bloodstained fishing net was thrown out again, and this time it got tangled in the tentacles of the Sloth King that spewed out the Black Sea. The law of time reversal worked on him, and his skin, which had just been burned by the demonic light, was instantly restored. Enraged, the leader of gluttony opened its enormous maw. "Time for an extra meal." He Chong laughed loudly between his fangs, then pulled a gunpowder barrel from his pocket and shoved it into the demon's throat. "I never expected that what I caught would actually come in handy." Boom. A terrifying transformation is taking place inside the cocoon of lightning. Chu Fan's sea of consciousness was torn in two. Before his consciousness faded, the last thing Chu Fan saw was the final scene of Luo Chongfeng's memory. The white-haired old man stood before the towering waves, tossing the young fox to a small boat for escape. As he turned around, his robes billowed like clouds. The real hero. He never heard his own lament. Chapter 141, Entering the Heavenly Realm. End or beginning. As the demonic heart fragment entered his body, the incredibly violent demonic energy instantly swept through Chu Fan's limbs and bones, as if it wanted to tear his soul apart and reshape it. After the excruciating pain comes an indescribable, overwhelming sense of control. The demonic energy surging around him was no longer an external invasion, but a powerful source that flowed effortlessly from his body, profound, ancient, and carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction. With a light tap of his fingertips, the vast waves condensed into a staircase of lightning. The heavenly rank domain. Sea Prison Thunder Court. After fusing with half of a demonic heart, Chu Fan's strength actually reached the heavenly rank. Unlike Yi Tian's previous secret techniques, this is a genuine heaven rank technique. The 8 demon gods let out a roar. "How dare you devour the demon heart? Insignificant ants. How dare you steal the essence of the demon god? Die!" The roars of the 8 demon gods, which shook the entire demon realm, were like billions of thunderclaps exploding simultaneously. Its enormous demonic body suddenly stood up, and its 8 ferocious heads simultaneously spewed out destructive demonic flames of different attributes. The pitch-black corrosive flames, the pale freezing demonic light, the scarlet soul-ripping blood lightning, and the eerie green poisonous miasma converged into a terrifying torrent that tore through space, instantly engulfing the place where Chu Fan was. Wherever the demonic flames passed, space shattered, revealing the void of darkness behind them. Chu Fan, be careful. Lu Ruyan and the others couldn't help but gasp in surprise. However, right in the center of that torrent of demonic flames that was enough to annihilate a small world, a figure remained unmoved. Chu Fan slowly raised his head, his eyes now transformed into a pure abyss burning with demonic flames. He simply extended one hand and gently clenched his fist with his 5 fingers. Buzz! An invisible, distorted force field suddenly spread out from him. The 8 torrents of demonic flames, powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas, were forcibly drawn, compressed, and swallowed up the moment they touched the force field, just like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The violent energy flow was easily calmed and absorbed by the newly generated primordial power in Chu Fan's palm, which originated from half of the demonic heart. The waves beneath his feet surged with enormous spray, then were lifted up by an invisible demonic force, forming a massive, ever-rotating vortex of demonic energy. Chu Fan stood tall in the center of the vortex, like a newly born demon god, his aura subtly rivaling that of the 8-headed demon god. You can actually control this power. The voices of the 8 demon gods were filled with disbelief and rage, their 8 demonic eyes fixed on Chu Fan, their killing intent burning like never before. This power is perfect for dealing with you. Chu Fan's voice was cold and powerful, carrying a hint of cruelty unique to demons. As Chu Fan's voice fell, the dragon-slaying sword's roar pierced through the sea of blood. Chu Fan ascended to the heavens on thunder, and as his sword swirled, the clouds over 10,000 miles collapsed into 9 thunder dragons that rushed straight at the 8-headed demon god. Cut off the divine scales. This was precisely the first move of the sword technique that Luo Changfeng had mastered. Amidst the fierce shouts, the moment the thunder dragon coiled around the demon leader, the illusory image of Luo Changfeng, the leader of deception, suddenly solidified, and 3,000 corrosive ice needles from his sleeve poured down like a torrential rain. The gluttonous maw swallowed 3 thunder dragons whole, and as its fangs ground together, it spewed out jet-black poisonous lightning as a backlash. The most sinister time-eclipsing black mist emanated from the head of laziness, causing Chu Fan's sword energy to flow back into its sheath, and his right arm instantly withered and wrinkled like an ancient tree. Heavenly rank. It's just a larger insect. Roar dash. The excruciating pain and humiliation completely ignited the ferocity of the 8 demon gods. It held nothing back, its 8 heads roaring in unison, its demonic body unleashing a pressure powerful enough to crush the stars. Giant claws tore through space, and demonic tails swept across the universe. 8 completely different yet equally devastating demonic powers poured down upon Chu Fan. Chu Fan showed no fear. His body was surrounded by raging demonic flames, and his right arm was instantly restored to its original state within the demonic flames. With every gesture, he drew upon the power of the demonic realm, sometimes confronting it head-on, sometimes neutralizing it, and sometimes using its own methods against its opponent. 2 figures collided, chased, and tore each other apart in the shattered void of the demon realm. Each clash caused the laws to wail and the demon realm to tremble. The demonic energy and golden flames intertwined and annihilated each other wildly, and for a time they were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Luo Jiuquan's expression turned solemn. He could see clearly that although Chu Fan was temporarily using the power of the demon heart to contend with the demon god, however, the demonic energy emanating from his body became increasingly dense and unstable, and the clarity that belonged to Chu Fan in the depths of his eyes was being gradually devoured by the violent and bloodthirsty red light. Every time he squandered the power of his demonic heart, he accelerated his slide into the abyss of complete demonization. Chu Fan has been devouring the demonic heart, but over time he will inevitably be affected by it. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. It seems the only option is to use the 3 sacred treasures. Shirahoshi, lend me your ocean tears. And Xue Tuaner's Tying Jade Wall. Only a sword that bears the weight of all living beings can slay gods and demons. In Chu Fan's eyes, Luo Jiuchuan, dressed in black, rode the waves as the owner of Jubiozai unleashed 3 astonishing streaks of light. The white star's ocean tears transformed into 1,000 rays of soft light, freezing the surging black fog of the time eclipse. The golden stripes on the tips of the little white fox's ears were completely peeled off and merged into the tiny jade wall, its clear radiance like a scalpel dissecting the 9 fatal acupoints of the demon god's life core. The mortal candle flame that had been peeled away from Luo Jiuchuan's brow flickered, reflecting the 3,000 sparks that Luo Changfeng had conjured. Within those sparks danced the afterimage of Hichang casting his fishing rod, Lin Qingzhu's shattered ice sword, and Yi Tian's tears of regret as he lay dying. The instant the candle flame licked the sword mark, the Dragon Slayer's sword suddenly burst forth with golden light, and countless heroic faces appeared on the sword's spine. Demon, slay him. The 3 holy powers intertwined perfectly, forming an ultimate judgment light capable of purifying all evil and reshaping the world. Carrying the supreme will to protect the human race, it slammed into the 8-headed demon god, who was slightly slowed down due to his fierce battle with Chu Fan. Ugh! The torrent of holy light struck precisely the massive demonic bodies of the 8 demon gods. The power of the most holy and the most evil clashed and annihilated each other, producing a sizzling sound that made one's teeth ache. The demon god's indestructible body trembled violently and dissolved in the holy light. Its 8 heads roared in extreme pain, and its massive body was blasted backward. Its demonic energy dissipated, and its momentum instantly weakened by more than half. Its body, composed of pure magical energy, began to show large patches of transparent disintegration. Chu Fan's expression changed, and he let out a long roar that resounded through the sky. Cut off the root of evil. This is the second move of the sword technique that Luo Changfeng learned from him. The sword light was like the heavens wielding their brushes and splashing ink. The beautiful corpse, stitched together by the ultimate lust, vanished under the clear moonlight. The ice-faced man and the remnant soul, entangled by the head of hatred, were gently separated by the tears of the ocean. Finally, the sword tip pointed at the life core deep within the gaping maw of greed, and the candlelight of the mortal world suddenly surged into a raging inferno. The 7 demon heads twisted and vaporized in the holy flames. The greedy head, now controlled only by Blackbeard's main body, suddenly revealed a strange smile, which spread across the giant demon head. Hee. A low, hoarse laugh pierced through the roar of holy light, reaching Chu Fan and Luo Jiuchuan's ears clearly, like a leech clinging to their bones, carrying a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. Do you think you can completely defeat me like this? The laughter of the 8-headed demon god suddenly turned sharp and piercing. Its disintegrating body struggled in the holy light, but its gaze was like a venomous snake coiling around Chu Fan. You devoured half of the demon heart. That was my origin, the very essence of the demon god's will. Now he is the devil. He is the devil. You and I are no different now. Haha, this is just the beginning. Chapter 142, The New Demon God, Chu Fan. The sinister laughter of the 8 demon gods, filled with vicious curses, still echoed in the shattered void of the demon realm, when suddenly a strange change occurred. Its enormous demonic body, which had already been shattered and dissipated by the light of the 3 sacred artifacts, did not completely dissipate or be purified as expected. Instead, it suddenly collapsed inward. The endless demonic clouds that constituted its body and the churning demonic essence seemed to have received some supreme command and suddenly began to move. Instead of dissipating, it transformed into billions of thick, ink-like torrents of dark purple energy, exuding the purest aura of evil and chaos. These torrents were not targeting Luo Jiuchuan, who possessed the 3 sacred artifacts, nor were they trying to escape. Rather, they were targeting Chu Fan. Ugh! The voices of the 8 demon gods, seemingly emanating from hell, echoed in the void. Hee. I am you, and you are me. Chu Fan's roar instantly turned into a painful howl. The torrent of countless demonic origins, as if having found their final destination, poured into Chu Fan's body with a speed that surpassed space, ignoring his own resistance. Each strand of origin carries the imprint of the will of the 8 demon gods, imbued with endless resentment, madness, and a greedy erosion of flesh and soul. The demonic flames surrounding Chu Fan instantly surged 1,000-fold, their color transforming completely from a deep black gold to a chilling dark purple that seemed capable of devouring all light. His tall, imposing body trembled and swelled violently, as if millions of demonic insects were wriggling beneath his skin, and his veins bulged out, turning an ominous purplish black. His eyes were completely consumed by the raging demonic flames, and the light of reason that belonged to Chu Fan was instantly extinguished like a candle flame in a storm. Chu Fan, Barbara and Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. Brother Fan, Li Ruashi cried out. Brother-in-law, Brother Chu. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. But things took a turn for the worse than they had imagined, and they were completely helpless. It's unclear whether it was the calls from the crowd that had an effect, or whether it was due to Chu Fan's own will. Just a moment before the frantically devouring demonic essence was about to completely engulf his last shred of consciousness and drag him into the endless abyss of demons. Chu Fan's remaining ego will burst forth with a faint yet incredibly persistent glimmer of light, like a final burst of light before death. He abruptly raised his head, his face contorted with grotesque demonic markings. With the last of his strength, he forced out a few hoarse, broken words that resonated like thunder in the ears of Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and the others. Like smoke, Barbara, treasure map dash. Before the words were finished, that last glimmer of clarity was completely extinguished. Chu Fan let out a non-human roar filled with destructive desire, his body engulfed in dark purple demonic flames that surged into the sky, forming a terrifying demonic pillar that connected heaven and earth. He completely lost consciousness, transforming into a being with only pure destructive instincts, radiating a demonic power even more refined and terrifying than the previous 8 demon gods. His gaze, filled with a madness that sought to destroy everything, swept over the nearest living beings, Lu Ruyan and the others. A treasure map? Lu Ruyan was struck dumb, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. Chu Fan's fragmented prompt was like a key that instantly unlocked her long-sealed memories. It's that treasure chest. The treasure chest for the Dragon Slayer sword. Barbara realized it instantly, her expression changing drastically. Barbara suddenly remembered that it seemed to be the second day after she met Chu Fan, when Chu Fan obtained the treasure chest from underwater. The treasure chest contained 3 items, a dragon-slaying sword, 3 dragon-patterned gold coins, and a treasure map. It was an ancient leather scroll with a unique material and intricate patterns. Although everyone thought it was a treasure map at the time, the locations marked on the map could no longer be found on radar after entering the sea area. Until this moment. Chu Fan's final moment of complete demonization was a warning delivered with his life. In an instant, Lu Ruyan connected all the clues in her mind, and a shocking truth surfaced. That's no ordinary treasure map. It's the work of Senior Luo Jiuchuan. It's a plan from 100 years ago. No, even earlier. He foresaw today's calamity. He foresaw the potential danger of Chu Fan's demonic transformation. He foresaw the need for a treasure that could restrain demonic desires or stabilize the mind. So he hid that crucial treasure somewhere and recorded its location on this map in a way that could only be understood at a specific moment. The Dragon Clan seized the dragon-slaying sword and sealed it away along with this waste map that they couldn't understand, which eventually fell into Chu Fan's hands. It turns out everything was part of the senior's plan. This picture is Chu Fan's only chance of survival. Just as Lu Ruyan and the others were shocked by this earth-shattering truth, and at the same time had to face the crazed, predatory gaze of the completely demonized Chu Fan. Rumble. The entire sea area around Yamata no Shima was violently shaken. The primal impact caused by the self-destruction and sacrifice of the 8 demon gods finally began to shake this small island that was already on the verge of collapse. Luo Jiuchuan forced himself to activate the 3 sacred artifacts, barely managing to create a protective shield of holy light to shield Lu Ruyan and the others behind him, struggling to withstand the combined impact of the terrifying pressure from the new demon god Chu Fan and the collapse of space. Quick, picture. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Jiuchuan's mouth as he hissed and shouted. He now understood the meaning of Chu Fan's hint and was deeply shocked by the profound foresight of his ancestor. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan swiftly retrieved the long-forgotten ancient leather scroll from the Neptune's warehouse, the very scroll she had obtained from the treasure chest. She unfurled it with a bang. Buzz. The moment the scroll was unfurled, another strange phenomenon occurred. The complex patterns on the scroll, which were originally like scribbles and completely incomprehensible, now seemed to come alive under the stimulation of the surrounding violent aura of the demon god's origin and the holy power emanating from Luo Jiuquan's 3 sacred artifacts. The lines began to twist, recombine, and emit a faint golden light. Even more shockingly, the long-dormant automated resource collection device on the bow of the Neptune suddenly emitted a sharp and continuous beeping sound. Barbara and the others quickly turned around, their eyes lighting up immediately. On the screen of the resource collector, amidst the unsettling blood-red background that originally represented the chaotic energy of the demonic realm, a clear golden coordinate suddenly lit up and flickered intensely. Barbara gasped in shock. Senior Luo, coordinates locked. The source is the image that Rian just unfolded. The energy reaction is pointing directly below us. The depth lies at the heart of this island. The treasure is hidden inside Yamada No Island. All eyes instantly focused on the ancient treasure map that was undergoing a magical transformation and guiding people toward the ultimate goal. The next second, he suddenly looked down at the depths of the earth beneath his feet, which was soaked in demonic energy and trembling violently. The flame of hope that Luo Changfeng planted 100 years ago has finally revealed its location in the darkest hour. At this moment, He Chang, who had returned to normal, licked his lips and said softly, I'll hold him off, you guys go find what you need. After saying this, he turned to look at the new 8-headed demon god, Chu Fan, in midair. Brother Chu, come fishing with me. Chapter 143 The 5 Elements Grand Formation, the Pure Lotus Heart. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Luo Jiuquan's eyes. Ancestor, Lu Ruyan coldly shouted. Quickly, I'm afraid He Chang won't be able to stop Chu Fan. Luo Jiuquan nodded and said, I understand what ancestor means. Hidden beneath this is a 5 elements grand array, which requires the purest 5 elements power, and ideally, someone who has had a close relationship with Chu Fan can unleash the array's power to its fullest potential. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian immediately replied, I am of the water attribute. Barbara raised her hand and said, I am of the wood element. Yi said, my fox demon fire is the purest fire element in the world. Bai Xing opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. Luo Jiuquan frowned and said, we're still missing gold and earth. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, Ruoyan's weapon fruit should be a metal attribute variant, and Ruashi's petrification fruit is essentially an earth attribute variant. Senior, I wonder if this is feasible. Luo Jiuquan's brows relaxed, and he smiled. Good. Then we have the 5 elements. Everyone follow me. Then, turning back, she said, Bai Xing, Miss Fu, you two come over here too. The two were taken aback, but without any hesitation, they followed. Following the increasingly clear golden guidance on the treasure map, Lu Rian and the others, like streaks of light, traveled through the interior of Orochi Island under the leadership of Luo Jiuquan. The island trembled violently, as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. Inside the island, demonic energy surged continuously. Luo Jiuquan held up the 3 sacred artifacts, barely managing to create a passage to block the surrounding demonic energy. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. Is this the core of Yamada no Shima? What appeared before them was an unimaginably vast underground space. Contrary to expectations, this place is not a filthy den of iniquity. On the contrary, it is surprisingly pure. In the center of the space, a huge altar, made of something neither gold nor jade, shimmered with 5-colored light, floated. The altar is pentagonal, with ancient and mysterious runes inscribed on its 5 corners. Water ripples, giant trees, golden spears, mountains, and raging flames. Above the altar, a white sphere, no bigger than a fist, floats, radiating a warm, jade-like glow, as if containing the purest and most peaceful aura of the universe at its birth. It rotated silently, emitting a soft yet firm light that resisted the foul and demonic energy seeping in from all directions. This is precisely the target that the treasure map ultimately points to, the pure lotus heart that Luo Changfeng painstakingly deduced 100 years ago and buried here. Found it. Luo Jiuquan's eyes were filled with excitement. Boom dash. The holy light barrier set up by Luo Jiuquan was torn apart by a violent torrent of dark purple magical energy. Completely corrupted by demonic forces, with eyes filled only with destructive desire, Chu Fan, carrying a terrifying aura capable of crushing mountains, broke through the barriers and descended upon this core space. Behind him stood He Chang, his body a mess, but his eyes still sharp. Chu Fan. Lu Rian and the others exclaimed in surprise. their hearts leaping into their throats. Hichong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "This guy is too strong. I can't stop him. Quick, activate the altar. Obtain the lotus heart." Luo Zhuochuan roared and once again activated the 3 sacred artifacts, attempting to stop Chu Fan. But at this moment, Chu Fan seemed to have an extremely clear goal. It was that pure lotus heart that exuded a pure aura that he instinctively loathed. He roared, ignoring Luo Zhuochuan's attack. The holy light struck his demonic-infused body, making a sizzling sound, but leaving only faint marks. A gigantic claw covered in ferocious demonic scales tore through space, carrying the power to annihilate everything, and went straight for the lotus heart above the altar. "Hey, your opponent is me." A thunderous roar rang out. It was Hichong. He unleashed all his strength, transforming himself into a human-shaped cannonball, neither dodging nor avoiding, and crashed head-on into Chu Fan's claws that were reaching for Lien Xin. Boom. The chilling sound of bones cracking was like a firecracker exploding. Hichong's body was as if he had been struck by a 10,000-ton hammer, and he was smashed into the mountainside. But they successfully broke free from that devil's clutches. "Hichong." Lu Ruyan and the others were furious. "I'm fine. Quick." Hichong climbed out of the mountain, panting heavily. Clearly, even he found this level of confrontation incredibly difficult. Lu Ruyan, Barbara, Li Ruoyan, Li Ruashi, and Hu Yi exchanged a glance and instantly moved. The 5 figures moved like lightning, following an unseen guidance, and instantly rushed to the 5 corners of the altar. "Water nourishes all things." Lu Ruyan let out a clear shout and landed on the water ripple rune. She formed hand seals, and her water-based spiritual energy poured out without reservation, transforming into a surging blue torrent that flowed into the runes. The runes lit up instantly, a deep blue like the ocean. Life goes on and on. Barbara landed on the giant tree rune, and a rich, green life force burst forth from her body. Countless emerald green vine phantoms entwined around the runes, illuminating them completely and filling them with vibrant life. Incomparably sharp, Li Ruoyan stepped onto the golden spear rune. With a delicate shout, she activated her weapon fruit ability, transforming herself into a peerless divine weapon drawn from its sheath. A sharp golden light shot into the sky and was precisely poured into the rune, causing the golden spear rune to burst out with dazzling platinum light. Great virtue carries all things. Li Ruashi stood atop the mountain runes, unleashing the full power of her petrification fruit. Her body shimmered with a rock-like grayish-white luster. She placed her hands on the runes, and a heavy, stable, all-encompassing earth-yellow energy surged into her, causing the mountain runes to light up, as heavy as mountains. Burn the entire world. Hu Yi stood atop the fiery runes. The 9-tailed fox demon's flame power was fully unleashed, no longer pink foxfire, but pure and blazing crimson gold flame. She raised her hands high, and the flames roared like angry dragons, pouring into the runes. The flame runes instantly transformed into a small, burning sun. Buzz. As the final burst of fire attribute power was injected, the entire 5 elements altar emitted a deafening roar. Blue, green, white, yellow, and red rays of light shot into the sky, intertwining and rotating above the altar to form an enormous, slowly rotating 5 elements wheel. At the center of the roulette wheel lies the pure lotus heart. The 5 elements revolve, and the pure world is unsealed. The 5 of them shouted in unison, channeling all their power into the roulette wheel. Rumble. The enormous 5 elements wheel slowly rose into the air, carrying unparalleled power of purification and sealing, emanating an aura of the laws of heaven and earth that was even more ancient and primordial than the 3 sacred artifacts of Luo Zhuochuan. Its rising light actually suppressed the dark purple demonic energy surrounding the demonized Chu Fan. But he clearly wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. Chu Fan was surrounded by surging demonic energy, and the phantom of the 8-headed demon god appeared and disappeared behind him. The light of the 5 elements wheel was vibrating violently, as if it would be broken at any moment. Now, Bai Sheng Misfu. Luo Zhuochuan suddenly pointed to the center of the formation and let out a roar. Chapter 144 Ahim to Thunder and Ice. The 5 elements will suddenly rose up and floated in midair. A pure, multicolored beam of light shot out from the center of the roulette wheel, precisely enveloping that pure lotus heart. The lotus heart began to descend slowly, and the light of purification it emitted grew stronger and stronger, its target pointing directly at the demonized Chu Fan below, whose movements were slightly slowed by He-chang's obstruction and who was roaring in fury. At this moment, Chu Fan became increasingly agitated. Although He-chang was immortal, his recovery speed was almost unable to keep up with Chu Fan's destructive speed. Just then, Bai Xing unleashed all her power after hearing Luo Jiuquan's summons. A pure wave condenses and extends in the air. One end of it stretches towards the pure lotus heart, calm and serene. Meanwhile, on the other side, it resembled a giant python, sweeping towards Chu Fan at an extremely fast speed. The 5 elements will burst forth with dazzling light, and Chu Fan's demonic flames were suppressed to the extreme at this moment. The white star's wave successfully engulfed Chu Fan, attempting to pull him into the pure lotus heart at the center of the great formation. But Chu Fan seemed extremely resistant at this moment, struggling constantly. Just as Bai Xing's giant wave was about to be interrupted, Fu Jianru, who had been standing quietly to the side, also started to move. She then raised her ice-type spiritual power to its limit. Her eyes were calmer than ever before, yet with a hint of determination. Mystic Ice Forbidden Zone, Eternal Ice Coffin. Fu Jianru's cool voice echoed throughout the space. She unleashed all her power, and ice condensed inch by inch along with the white star's waves. On top of the ice, there was a faint jasmine flower shape. An extreme chill erupted from her center. It was not ordinary frost, but extreme ice that was close to absolute zero and could even freeze the laws of nature. Click, snap, snap. Space is frozen. Time seemed to thicken. Layers of crystal clear ice, yet containing terrifying sealing power, spread out at an unbelievable speed. But suddenly, an unprecedented demonic flame ignited on Chu Fan's body, attempting to melt the ice. Fu Jianru's expression was cold and aloof, with a hint of resoluteness. Let this ice freeze all evil. After saying that, to everyone's astonishment, Fu Jianru actually pounced on Chu Fan. Immediately afterwards, the ice that had been freezing everything seemed to come alive, and instantly climbed up and froze Fu Jianru and Chu Fan together, layer by layer. A huge, magnificent ice crystal coffin appeared before everyone's eyes. Roar dash. Chu Fan's roar was frozen in his throat. Shirahoshi, hurry now. Fu Jianru's voice came from within the ice. Bai Xing finally came to her senses, gritted her teeth, and resolutely sent the ice coffin to the center of the 5 elements wheel. The light of the 5 elements wheel stabilized, and the pure lotus heart finally descended. Its pure and flawless white light, like mercury spilling onto the ground, gently yet firmly penetrated into the enormous ice coffin. The entire core space was now empty except for the enormous ice coffin that floated in the air, radiating multicolored light and a pure white glow. The demonic energy has finally been completely frozen. Exhausted, Lu Ruyan and her 4 companions collapsed onto the altar, gazing at the ice coffin in the sky. Luo Jiuquan also stopped and stared at the ice coffin in the air. He-chang lay on the cold ground, struggling to open his swollen eyes, looking at the huge ice crystals, and grinning with his mouth full of blood. Barbara stared at the ice coffin, unable to calm her emotions for a long time. Chu Fan, you must succeed. Hu Yi was shocked. She hadn't expected that the ice fairy, who was famous in this sea, would be so resolute, even willing to risk her life to test the Tao. Luo Jiuquan said quietly, "This is her fate, isn't it? Don't worry, she's not dead yet." These words stunned everyone. Luo Jiuquan continued, "Next, we'll rely on this pure lotus heart to purify the demonic energy in Chu Fan's heart. If successful, this will be another great opportunity for him." He-chang grinned and said, "What if we fail?" Lu Ruyan and the others glared at her with displeasure. "You jinx." He-chang scratched his head and said, "These women are even fiercer than my wife." Luo Jiuquan said solemnly, "If we fail, then Chu Fan will become the spokesperson for the demon in this world." Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Chu Fan, you have to hold on." Inside the ice coffin, Fu Jianru felt the man in her arms, pressed tightly against her. The demonic flames on his body surged, seemingly wanting to incinerate everything here. Fu Jianru gritted her teeth, using her ice element to resist everything. His clothes had long been burned off. Now, she faces Chu Fan with complete honesty. The scene made her feel awkward for a moment, but when she saw the face of the man in her arms, she suddenly felt her heart flutter. The pure lotus heart burst forth with dazzling white light, which seemed to contain the purest power in the world. The demonic flames were gradually suppressed. Fu Junru was overjoyed. At that moment, Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? I am Fu Xinzi. Chu Fan suddenly came to his senses and realized that he was being held tightly in the arms of the ice fairy Fu Junru. Don't look down. Fu Junru exclaimed in surprise, her face turning red all the way to her neck. Ah, why? As Chu Fan asked the question, he suddenly realized something. This. Chu Fan was at a loss for words. This is the dream lover of countless people, and now he's embracing her so openly? Chu Fan even wondered if he was dreaming. To be honest, Fu Junru's looks are somewhat similar to Lu Rian's. The two are equally beautiful. However, compared to Lu Rian's cunning, Fu Junru has a more otherworldly air about her. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, and the two of them tacitly stopped talking. But suddenly, at a certain moment, Chu Fan's eyes were once again filled with crimson, and the demonic flames erupted once more. Fu Junru was shocked, wondering why the suppressed demonic energy had suddenly revived. Suddenly, she felt something strange coming from somewhere in her body. Why is this guy doing this now? Could it be that the demonic fire within her body hasn't been completely cleared away? What can I do to help him? Suddenly, she froze completely. This brat is pulling his tail. Was he doing it on purpose? But before she could react, Chu Fan suddenly lowered his head and kissed her cherry-like lips. Boom. As if struck by lightning, Fu Junru felt her whole body go numb. But after a moment, she suddenly stopped resisting and wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck. The pure lotus heart burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. The multicolored ice coffin was completely enveloped by this light. For a moment, the entire world seemed to be filled only with the hymns of thunder and ice. Chapter 145 Return. Outside, time flies. The epic battle on Yagi Island has long since come to an end. The rampant demonic energy was gradually suppressed and dissipated under the combined power of the three sacred artifacts and the subsequent purifying power of the five elements grand array by Luo Jiuquan. The shattered space is slowly repaired under the healing power of the laws of heaven and earth. After confirming that the 8 demon gods' origins had collapsed and the demonized Chu Fan had been temporarily sealed, the various forces that participated in the campaign against the demon gods gradually withdrew from the ravaged demon island, filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. Only Lu Rian and her 6 companions, along with Hichong, Bai Jia, Brother Long, Lu Shangfei, and Luo Jiuquan, who was in charge of the overall situation, remained stationed in the core area of the island. The enormous ice crystal coffin, suspended above the altar and radiating a multicolored and purifying white light, was the focus of all their concerns. 1 month. 30 days and nights passed in a row. For the outside world, it is a time for reconstruction and recuperation. For those who have been waiting here, it is an agonizing ordeal where every day feels like an eternity. The enormous ice coffin still radiated a holy light. On the surface of the ice, holy runes sometimes flowed, and at other times, a struggling demonic pattern would flash by, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Senior Luo, it's been a month already. How much longer will Chu Fan and Sister Junru be together? Lu Rian gazed at the motionless ice coffin, her eyes filled with unwavering worry, her voice trembling slightly. This has become a question they ask almost every day. Barbara and the others also gathered around. Clearly, everyone wanted to know the answer to Lu Rian's question. All eyes were on Luo Jiuquan. Inside the ice coffin, time seemed to stand still. Chu Fan and Fu Junru suddenly woke up at a certain moment. In the past month, they have gone from being complete strangers to being incredibly familiar with each other. Junru, thank you. I, Chu Fan, will never let you down in this lifetime. Fu Junru snorted coldly and said, Humph, so you just wanted to save me, but you took advantage of me instead. You probably said that to all the other girls, didn't you? Chu Xian chuckled and said, this must be fate. After the two talked for a while, Chu Fan stretched his neck and said softly, Junru, I feel that the demonic energy in my body has been completely suppressed. These words made Fu Junru suddenly realize something. During this month, she and Chu Fan were truly inseparable, each other's presence felt. This almost made her believe that Chu Fan belonged to her alone. But as the demonic energy was transformed, the pure lotus heart also slowly dissolved, turning into a pure energy that entered the two of them, foreshadowing the end of their world with only the two of them. However, she wasn't the type to be obsessed with romantic relationships, so she nodded and said, let's go out then. I bet everyone's getting impatient. Chu Fan nodded. then suddenly said, "We can't go out like this. Wait a moment." At this moment, outside the ice coffin, Luo Jiuchuan stared at the ice coffin, his brows furrowed, his fingers calculating, and slowly spoke. "The pure lotus heart is purifying the source of the demonic heart, a rebellious act that is extremely dangerous." Fu Juanru's Xianbing, fueled by her life force, served as both a seal and a protection, forcibly slowing the flow of time. A month outside might feel like a fleeting moment to their consciousness, or it could be as if 10,000 years had passed. When they would awaken depended entirely on whether Chu Fan could overcome his demonic nature and the purifying effect of the lotus heart. There was no need to rush. However, judging by the timeline, it should be soon. Just as Luo Jiuchuan finished speaking, buzz! The enormous ice crystal coffin, which had been silent for a month, suddenly burst forth with a blindingly intense light. It is no longer a single pure white light or a five-colored array of light, but an indescribable, chaotic and powerful radiance that combines purity, vitality, sharpness, weight, heat, and extreme cold. Click! A clear crack, like a spider web, spread across the surface of the indestructible, eternal ice. "There's movement." Yi suddenly stood up straight, her voice trembling with excitement. Then click, click, click. The dense cracking sound was like a glacier thawing. The surface of the enormous ice coffin was instantly covered with crisscrossing cracks. The extreme ice that imprisoned the power of the demon god and the sacrifice of life was being forcibly broken from the inside by an overwhelming force. Boom. The ice coffin shattered completely. Countless ice crystal fragments containing pure energy scattered like stars, then dissipated into specks of light in the air. Two figures, bathed in the lingering chaotic light, slowly descended to the center of the altar. It was Chu Fan and Fu Juanru. However, they are completely different now than when they were frozen a month ago. The tattered clothes the two wore had long since disappeared, replaced by two brand new Neptune outfits with an antique style, smooth lines, and a deep blue luster like the sea and silver glitter like stars. The surface of the Neptune suit is covered with powerful energy runes, as if they are integrated with the source of their life, exuding a vast and profound aura. What's even more shocking is the oppressive aura emanating from them. It was a magnificent aura that transcended the mortal world and seemed to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. With every gesture, the space rippled slightly, stirring the tides of spiritual energy. Pure, powerful, and unfathomable. Every day is a realm of wonders. Luo Jiuchuan was the first to gasp in shock, his eyes filled with unbelievable ecstasy and awe. He could clearly sense that the two people in front of him, whether it was Chu Fan or Fu Juanru, had undergone a qualitative leap in their life level and stepped into the legendary heavenly realm. Chu Fan's eyes were clear and deep. The demonic flames and violence of the past had vanished without a trace, replaced by a vastness like the starry sky and a composure honed by trials. The power within him was no longer simply demonic energy or spiritual power, but a more advanced chaotic power that combined the origin of the demon god, his own cultivation, the purifying power of the pure lotus heart, and the gifts of the five elements grand array. It was powerful yet restrained. Fu Juanru's temperament is even more aloof and ethereal, like a celestial maiden. Her ice-based powers underwent a fundamental transformation, no longer merely freezing at low temperatures, but containing an artistic conception of freezing time and the law of ice. The Neptune suit accentuated her stunning beauty. Chu Fan, Sister Juanru, Lu Rian and the others were instantly moved to tears and rushed forward excitedly. "Brothers, you've finally made it out." He Chong and Brother Long were so excited they were almost incoherent. "Brother-in-law," Lu Shangfei shouted excitedly. Chu Fan looked at the crowd that had gathered around him, and especially when he saw that He Chong was still alive, a deep sense of emotion and lingering fear flashed in his eyes. He reached out and shook hands with He Chong firmly, everything understood without words. Fu Junya gently took Lu Ruru's hand, a warm, spring-like smile appearing on her usually cool face, while everyone was immersed in the joy of reunion. But at this moment, in the deepest part of Yagi Island, the former core of the demon god was entrenched. Now, the dark abyss has been eroded by the power of purification, leaving only a huge void and countless spatial cracks. In that abyss, a shadow, purer and thicker than the deepest night, seemed to possess life, silently seeping out from a tiny spatial rift. It has no physical form, no breath, and seems to be just an illusion cast by light. The shadows silently watched the scene of rebirth on the altar in the distance, especially at Luo Jiuquan's relieved and gratified face. A cold, hoarse voice, filled with endless mockery and indifference, seemed to rise directly from nothingness, so faint as to be almost inaudible, yet it resonated clearly in this deathly darkness. Rejoice! Celebrate! The demonic heart has returned to its rightful place. The demonic gate has been opened. Luo Jiuquan and Luo Changfeng, that coward hiding in the river of time. Do you think that by repeatedly deducing and playing the savior, you can change this world that is destined to fall? How naive. The war has only just begun. A new era is about to begin. Chapter 146: The Calamity of Return to the Ruins, the cup's whereabouts untraceable. As soon as the words were spoken, the pure shadow, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, silently shrank back into the spatial rift and disappeared without a trace. Luo Jiuquan's heart skipped a beat for no reason, as if he were being spied on by some extreme malice. He subconsciously looked towards the dark ruins deep within the island, his brows furrowing deeply once more. An indescribable unease crept into my heart. Chu Fan seemed to sense something as well, and looked up. The heavenly realm's powerful perception allowed him to detect an extremely faint and fleeting unusual fluctuation. But after looking closely for a while, he found nothing unusual and breathed a sigh of relief. After resting for a few days, Chu Fan found Luo Jiuquan. Senior Luo, although the 8 demon gods have been destroyed, the Tide Cup is still missing. Luo Jiuquan sighed and said, "Yes, hundreds of years ago, the Tide Cup was stolen by the dragons, which caused a great flood. Since then, no one has ever seen its trace again." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Yes, but if we want to fulfill Senior Luo Changchuan's last wish and restore this world to its previous state, we can only rely on the Tide Cup." Luo Jiuquan pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "Ancient books only mention that the Cup of Tides possesses the supreme power to command all the seas and quell the surging tides of the ruins. However, even after using all the resources of Jibiozai, I still couldn't find a direct clue. Is there really no way out?" Lu Ruyan and Fu Junru walked up the deck to the two of them and raised their questions. Luo Changchuan pondered for a long time, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Perhaps there is another place where clues about the Tide Cup, or even more ancient secrets of water, may still remain. Where? Everyone asked in unison. The last habitat of the dragons, the Eye of Guishu, or Panlong Island next to it. Luo Changchuan said, enunciating each word clearly. Dragons? Weren't they supposed to have long since retreated from the world, or even be said to be extinct? Barbara exclaimed in surprise. They may not have gone extinct, but they certainly disappeared for countless years. Luo Changchuan explained. Dragons are the darlings of the water element of heaven and earth, naturally drawn to the laws of water. This is why they can use the energy of the tidal cup. Even their final sacred site, Panlong Island, is itself intricately connected with the cup of tides. I've been searching for over 40 years, and that's the only place where I might find a clue. Chu Fan frowned slightly and asked, "Where is this eye of return to emptiness?" Luo Jiuquan looked at Meng Fan and the people behind him and asked, "Are you sure you want to go?" Chu Fan turned around and looked at Barbara and the others, then asked with a smile, "My wives, would you like to go?" Barbara laughed and said, "Yes, I must go. I love adventure." Lu Ruyan shrugged and said, "Although I possess the power of water element, I still prefer living on land." Li Ruoyan and Li Ruashi replied matter-of-factly, "Brother Fan, wherever you want to go, we will go with you." Hui said with a smile, "I have already handed over the affairs of the clan. If I can work with you, Chu Lang, to bring this great flood back, it will be a great thing for our clan." Fu Junru didn't speak, but simply nodded and said, "Of course I'll go." Chu Fan nodded, showing no surprise, and then looked at Bai Xing beside him. "Xinger, what about you?" Bai Xing has already made a vow to marry Chu Fan. Although the two have not yet consummated their marriage, they are already married in name only. Bai Xing said softly, "Wherever my husband goes, I will go." Chu Fan asked in surprise, "But don't you mermaids love the ocean? If the sea recedes, wouldn't that be a good thing for you?" Bai Xing laughed and said, "Husband, what are you saying? The ocean is vast. Even if the tide recedes, there will still be a place for our mermaid race to live. Besides, we mermaids are naturally friendly with humans. If the world can regain its former glory, it would be a good thing for us mermaids." Hearing these words, Chu Fan nodded in relief. "Senior Luo, you see, we're definitely going to the Eye of the Ruins." Luo Zhouchuan said with a look of relief. In that case, you can rest for another day. I will hand over the nautical chart to you tomorrow. Before departing, he looked at the group of young people before him and said in a deep voice, the journey to the Eye of the Ruins is even more dangerous than that to Orochi. Before you leave, take good care of yourselves and conserve your energy. Chu Fan wholeheartedly agreed. Having survived life or death battles and been reborn from the ashes, the comrades need to relax their tense nerves, and their friendship needs to be tempered in the fire to become even stronger. He waved his hand and said, My darlings, inform our brothers in the Fox and Mermaid clans that the feast is about to begin. Bring out the best wine and the best meat. And friends from the Phoenix and Sacred Fox, please come over. Tonight, let's drink until we drop. As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, the entire sea surface boiled. The huge deck was cleared out, and long tables and grills were temporarily set up. Giant lobsters, a specialty of the deep sea, silver-scaled fish taller than a person, and giant marine mammal meat, sizzling and dripping with oil, its aroma filling the entire sea area. Various delicacies were piled up like small mountains. The piles of white wine, beer, and spirits below the deck of the Neptune were all carried up by the Fox and Mermaid warriors and piled up on the entire deck. Hui also brought out the Drunken Fox Fairy, a unique product of the Fox clan, which carries a faint peach blossom fragrance. The aroma of fine wine mingled with the rich fragrance of food, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. The lights were bright, and the bonfire blazed. 5 giant ships were moored side by side, with gangways and connecting plates lowered. The decks were bustling with people, laughing and talking. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was in full swing. Brother Long wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and started shouting jeers. Just drinking and eating meat is so boring. We have a professional here. Ruashi, let's have one. What do you all say? Good. Everyone echoed in agreement, and thunderous applause erupted. Li Ruashi was pushed to the center of a stage that was temporarily made of wooden crates. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but seeing the encouragement in Chu Fan's eyes, she felt reassured. Having experienced the awakening of the petrification fruit and a series of battles, she has shed some of her former naivete and gained more resilience. She cleared her throat, and without accompaniment, her clear voice flowed like a spring under the moonlight, touching everyone's heart. Through storms and through frost, with a partner by my side, I feel at ease. The darkest night will eventually give way to the light of dawn. So what if the road ahead is long? Raise your glass to the past. A toast to this time of sharing life and death. Raise the sails and head towards the distance. The fire in my heart will never cool. Chapter 147 8 Blind Boxes, the upgrade of the Sea King. The revelry continued until midnight before everyone returned to the ship to rest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully survived for one day. You are rewarded with 8 blind boxes. Please claim them in time. The system's voice rang out again, making Chu Fan feel as if he were in another world. During the days he was corrupted by demons, he almost forgot that he was still a person with a system. Now that he has returned, he can't help but feel a surge of emotions. It can be said that the biggest reason I am where I am today is because of the system. Kids, line up, we're handing out rewards. Barbara, Lu Ruyan, and the others smiled without saying a word, naturally knowing what the reward was. Hui, Bai Xing, and Fu Junru had no idea what Chu Fan meant by reward, and they were all very curious. On the floating island, a group of people sat by the pool, watching Chu Fan wave his hand, and 8 glittering silver blind boxes appeared in front of them. Okay, from now on, everyone can open 1 blind box every day. Anything is possible in a blind box. What you get, whether it's good or bad, depends on your luck. To set an example for Baixing, and Juanru, I'll start first. As she spoke, Lin Shuang opened one of the blind boxes. Ding. Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Abyss Cruiser Core Modification Pack, a ship upgrade module. The voice startled Chu Fan. He had almost forgotten that ships could be upgraded. Not bad. Let's see what our Neptune will look like. So he immediately took out the newly acquired Abyss Ranger. It was a fist-sized, multifaceted crystal core, shimmering with dark blue energy veins. Upgrade. Chu Fan waved his hand and tossed the crystal core into the air. A flash of blue light appeared, and the crystal core automatically merged into the core of the Neptune's keel. Instantly, the Neptune emitted a deep hum, and its hull structure was reorganized and strengthened in a ghostly blue light. The metal shell is covered with more streamlined, angular dark blue armor, with the seams shimmering with the light of energy circuits, giving it a strong futuristic feel. Beep, the Neptune upgrade is complete. The upgrade includes defense. The overall structure is enhanced, making it comparable to a small alloy fortress. Attack power adds 2 Stardust twin-armored magic pulse turrets, which can provide pulse attacks. Lin Shuang's eyes lit up as she saw 2 streamlined turrets rising from the decks on either side of the bow. The tower is covered in energy armor, and the cannon barrels gleam with a blue light that indicates energy storage. Stardust twin-tier magic pulse turret. Wow, that's amazing. In this way, the Neptune is practically a small warship. Fu Jianru and the other 2 had a gleam in their eyes. Now they finally understood why Chu Fan was so powerful. Me too. Li Ruoyan smiled as she opened the blind box in front of her. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained Albatross Solar Rotor Reconnaissance Aircraft X1. The Albatross solar-powered rotorcraft reconnaissance aircraft uses solar energy and can fly continuously for up to 2 hours on a single charge. Maximum flight altitude, 2,000 meters, maximum flight distance, 50 nautical miles, maximum flight speed, 60 yards. Equipped with basic optical thermal imaging reconnaissance equipment and a small signal repeater. The fuselage has a small hook for carrying lightweight supplies or deploying small detectors. Wow, Ruoyan is amazing. As Li Ruoyan activated the device, a sleek, futuristic silver-gray small rotorcraft model appeared before everyone, its top covered with high-efficiency solar panels. When the model comes into contact with the deck, it is rapidly magnified. A small helicopter appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, sister. We'll be able to fly through the air and see the scenery from now on. Li Ruoxi clapped her hands with joy. Fu Jianru and the others were completely stunned. These blind boxes really can give you anything. Hui couldn't contain herself and said, I'll do it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box. You have received 1 Blazing Foxfire Technique Inheritance Jade Slip. In Yi's hand appeared a jade slip burning with illusory crimson gold flames, radiating a scorching yet vibrant aura. Looking at Yi's expression, she was stunned, and then her face lit up with ecstasy. Blazing Foxfire Technique. A peerless skill created by an ancient celestial fox master by combining his own bloodline with top-level fire-type laws. After cultivation, not only will the power of the foxfire be greatly enhanced, but attention will also be paid to the spirituality and transformation of the flames. When mastered, it can transform fire into form, bewitch the mind of the enemy, and burn away filth. This technique is practically tailor-made for Hui. With this technique, restoring the glory of the Fox Demon clan will no longer be a dream. Hui excitedly hugged Chu Fan and said sweetly, Thank you, Chu Lang. Bai Xing's eyes were burning as she opened the blind box in front of her. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained the Mind Prism Accessory X1. Wearing it can greatly enhance the unique spiritual perception and telepathic communication abilities of the Star Clan. It can help the mermaid race perceive cosmic energy more clearly and assist in cultivation and recovery. Well, this is another one tailor-made for Shirahoshi. That's why you have to say, Tong's father really knows how to handle things. A delicate crown made of shimmering silver metal wires appeared in Shirahoshi's hand. The crown also features a transparent, prismatic crystal that constantly refracts and changes light. Chu Fan smiled and said, Since you married me, I haven't given you any decent gift yet. Consider this my gift. Try it on and see. Bai Xing nodded shyly and, under everyone's gaze, put the crown on her head. Suddenly, Bai Xing felt a clear mind, and many sounds that she had previously ignored became clear. Thank you, Brother Chu. This is incredibly useful for our mermaid race. Bai Xing's voice held a hint of excitement. After all, the merfolk are famous for their spiritual abilities. Li Ruoxi chuckled and said, The items we found today are all very useful. I'll try them too. As she spoke, she opened her own blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained the Swarm Micro Reconnaissance Drone System. It includes a small foldable takeoff and landing platform X1, a multifunctional control terminal X1, and a micro drone X12. This drone flies silently and is equipped with a high-definition camera, night vision device, basic sonar, and signal transmitter. The control terminal can operate multiple units simultaneously, transmitting images and data in real time. The range depends on the environment, with a maximum transmission distance of up to 10 kilometers. provides unparalleled close-range, multi-angle, and low-risk reconnaissance capabilities. It is the perfect complement to the Albatross high-altitude reconnaissance, enabling fleets to have a godlike perspective for exploring complex terrain, monitoring enemy positions, searching for specific targets, and creating detailed maps. Li Ruoshi's eyes lit up. She used to be a drone enthusiast, and she never expected to encounter drones in this world. After taking the contents out, besides the foldable platform, there was a handheld terminal that looked like a tablet computer and 12 palm-sized drones shaped like mechanical hummingbirds. That's great. Now we'll have eyes in the sky. Chapter 148 Setting Sail, Embarking on a New Journey. Lu Rian calmly opened her own blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained one heart of the vast ocean. Heart of the vast ocean contains extremely pure and vast innate water elemental power. Water attribute cultivators can use it to widen their meridians and improve their cultivation level. As the system's voice sounded, a drop of deep blue water, seemingly formed from the purest essence of the ocean, appeared before Lu Rian. She gently stretched out her hand, and the water droplets seemed to sense her presence, hovering in Lu Rian's palm. A series of blue lights flashed, and the water droplets emitted vast and profound fluctuations of the laws of water. What pure water elemental power! Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, wondering to what extent Lu Rian's strength would increase after using the heart of the vast ocean. Barbara clapped and said, Rian is amazing. It's my turn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained the Stargazer Near-Earth Orbit Microsatellite Network Beginner X1. Stargazer Low Earth Orbit Microsatellite Network. Primary can instantly generate 3 microsatellites with basic remote sensing capabilities in low Earth orbit. Functions: generate more accurate electronic maps and can mark water depth, reefs, ocean currents, large biological activities, etc. Can obtain the location of friendly ships and can provide basic weather warnings. Note: comes with 10 signal receivers. Vessels with receivers installed can share all functions. That's great. We're becoming more and more comprehensive. Finally, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Fu Juanru opened her blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the blind box and obtained the exclusive weapon, Frost Silence. Eternal Return, X1. As the system voice sounded, the blind box disappeared, and a white light appeared before everyone's eyes. The white light gradually disappeared, revealing its true form. This is a precious sword that exudes a forbidden, icy aura. The blade is long and simple, and upon closer inspection, one can even see a trace of veins flowing within it. Fu Juanru's eyes lit up, and she picked up the sword and swung it casually. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. What a fine sword. It's truly a fine sword. This sword was a perfect match for her, and Fu Juanru immediately fell in love with it. After opening all the blind boxes, Chu Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Today, we've finally gathered together, and we can finally experience the joy that Wei Xiaobao had back then. Li Ruoyan covered her mouth and laughed. Then should we still call you Lord Impotent? Chu Fan laughed and said, How dare you? Watch me inflict severe torture. Shirahoshi, I want to try the fishtail form. Your foxtail is really nice. Men, let's fight. Today, I'm the Pac-Man expert. Wow, Barbara, the golden legend. The next morning, Chu Fan led everyone to stand at the bow of the ship. Besides the Neptune, there are also Brother Long and He Chang's Flying Dragon, Fu Juanru's Phoenix, and Yi Yi's Holy Fox. Hey, whose boat is that? Chu Fan asked when he saw the ship that had suddenly appeared. Brother-in-law, this is my boat. Lu Shangfei stuck his head out and greeted him. Why did you get a boat too? That was Lu Rian's voice. Now that I, jade-faced little flying dragon, have made a name for myself, and with Yao Yao now with me, of course I need to have my own assets. Chu Fan laughed heartily. It is worth mentioning that after the Battle of Yagi Island, Chu Fan's reputation was fully established. Countless people came to join them, which resulted in dozens of additional sailors on each ship. Today, the Neptune is no longer a single ship, but a massive fleet consisting of 5 large ships and hundreds of people. Everyone. Luo Jiuchuan's voice suddenly rang out. Standing on the bridge of the Neptune, gazing at this combined fleet representing the pinnacle of human and demon power, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. He handed Chu Fan an ancient jade slip that shimmered with starlight. This is the safest route I can deduce to the sea area of Eye of the Ruins. However, the interference from the forces near the core area of Panlong Island is too strong. and the jade slip will become ineffective. You will have to rely on yourselves. Be extremely careful. The sacred land of the Dragon Clan is by no means a benevolent place. Chu Fan solemnly accepted the jade slip, sensing the complex star map and spatial coordinates contained within, and said in a deep voice, "Senior, rest assured, we will do our utmost to retrieve the Tide Cup." Luo Jiuchuan said with a face full of relief, "Our ancestor did not misjudge you. The task that he was unable to complete back then will now be entrusted to you." Chu Fan nodded and turned to look at the crowd. "Set sail. Begin your voyage." Under Luo Jiuchuan's watchful gaze, the fleet slowly sailed away from the area and gradually disappeared from his sight. After sailing at sea for several days, they were getting closer and closer to the eye of return to emptiness. The blind boxes I've opened these past few days have all contained everyday items, including water and food. With more people eating out now, these things have arrived at just the right time. The new crew members on the Sea King were then glad they had made the right choice. When I was at sea, I would go hungry for almost 3 days, and then go hungry 9 times. Unlike now, we can eat our fill every meal, and even have meat. Most importantly, Chu Fan is generous, so we can have a drink together again in a few days. Of course, this is also related to the strength of Chu Fan and his companions. Now, there are almost no things on this ocean that can threaten the Sea King. At least that's what the crew members think. On the 7th day, the Neptune finally entered the outer sea area of the Eye of Return to Emptiness. Be careful, everyone. We'll be there in a few days at most. Chu Fan used the newly acquired walkie-talkie to issue commands. This is directly linked to the satellite system that was launched a few days ago. Now every ship has one, and they can communicate even if they are far apart, which is indeed much more convenient. Shortly after Chu Fan issued the warning, the weather at sea suddenly changed drastically. Without warning, a thick, grayish-white fog rose from the sea like a living thing, instantly engulfing the entire fleet. This fog is extremely strange. It not only blocks conventional vision, but also severely distorts and compresses mental perception, as if one is sinking into a viscous swamp. Li Ruashi piloted the Albatross helicopter in an attempt to take off and conduct reconnaissance. However, the dense fog was filled with turbulent air currents and unknown energy fields. After barely managing to ascend a few dozen meters, the signal was lost, and the aircraft nearly lost control and crashed into the sea, forcing it to make an emergency landing. In dense fog, swarm drones have even less room to move, and their effective reconnaissance range is reduced to a few dozen meters around the ship. Fortunately, satellite data showed that all ships were operating normally without incident, and there were no signs of large creatures nearby. All ships maintain defensive formation and standby. Satellite indicates safety. The fog is suspicious. Do not act rashly. Await further developments. The Neptune waited in place for a full day and night, but the thick fog showed no signs of dissipating. In fact, it grew even denser. Even more strangely, they sensed an irresistible undercurrent silently pushing the Neptune in a certain direction. Chapter 149, Hidden Dragon Village. Look at the satellite cloud image. It seems we've deviated from our course. Lu Rian stared at the screen with a serious expression. Chu Fan asked seriously, "Is there any way to forcibly correct the course?" Barbara shook her head and said, "I tried it, but it didn't work. This undercurrent is exceptionally strong, far exceeding the power of the Neptune." Fu Jianru glanced around the deck, where dozens of sailors were busy moving about. Surprisingly, there was no panic, as if the sudden fog had no effect on them at all. Fu Jianru asked curiously, "Aren't you nervous?" "Madam Fu, with Captain Chu Fan and his ladies here, we have nothing to be afraid of." These words made Fu Jianru's face inexplicably flush. However, she understood what the sailors were thinking. After all, Chu Fan can be said to be the strongest man in the world right now, and his existence itself makes ordinary people feel exceptionally safe. Just then, a sailor suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, the ship seems to have stopped." The sailors noticed something was wrong with the ship, and suddenly someone pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be a small island over there." Fu Jianru then noticed that the Neptune, which had been moving forward, suddenly had all its engines shut down and came to a complete stop. In the fog ahead, the outline of a small island appeared and disappeared intermittently. At this moment, Chu Fan and the others walked out from the deck, their faces serious. "It seems this thick fog is trying to lure us to the island." Lu Rian stepped forward and said, "However, the satellite shows that there are reefs below this area, and the water depth has suddenly become shallow, so the Neptune cannot pass through." Bai Xing shook her head, looking confused, and said, I never knew such a place existed before, and I've never heard anyone mention it. As they were talking, a sea breeze suddenly blew by, and the thick fog gradually disappeared, allowing everyone to see the situation on the island clearly. 2 or 3 nautical miles ahead, a small black island appeared quietly. And then everyone finally realized that this was not a deserted island, but one inhabited by people. Because on this side of the island, there was a simple wooden pier with some small boats moored there. On the sunny side of the island's hillside, there are also some houses made of wood and stone scattered in a pleasing manner. Chu Fan knew that if he wanted to continue, he had no choice but to go to this island. With this in mind, he immediately made the following arrangements. Chu Fan, along with Lu Ruyan, Barbara, Yi, and 4 sailors, boarded a small boat and landed on the island. It is worth mentioning that, with the help of the heart of the vast ocean, Lu Ruyan finally succeeded in stepping into the heavenly realm 2 days ago. This made Chu Fan wonder once again who the chosen one of destiny really was. The remaining crew, led by Fu Juanru, remained stationed on the Neptune. Fu Juanru is one of only 3 heavenly rank members in the team, and her combat power is already very strong. In addition, her ability attribute is ice, so having her on the perimeter is an excellent choice, whether to prevent sneak attacks or to provide support at crucial moments. Bai Xing then returned to the seabed to try and find out what was going on there. Li Ruoyan boarded a helicopter, ready to provide support at any time. Just as Chu Fan and the others were about to leave, Li Ruoxi placed a drone on the small boat. Brother Fan, if you bring this drone, we can see your location on satellite images. Chu Fan nodded and then looked at Fu Juanru. The latter gave him a reassuring look, and Chu Fan then led the group onto the small boat and rowed towards the island. Fu Juanru stood at the bow of the boat, watching the small boat gradually disappear into the distance, her brows furrowing slightly. Chu Fan and his group of 8 quickly arrived at the island's dock in their small boat. The dock was deserted, but it was fairly well maintained. Several small fishing boats were moored beside the dock, with some fishing nets on them, indicating that someone was using them to fish. After storing the small boat in his spatial storage, Chu Fan led the others along the path into the island. Soon they arrived at a memorial archway, on which were written 3 large characters, Hidden Dragon Village. Surprisingly, there is a village here. Chu Fan was very curious, as this was the first time he had seen a village inhabited by humans since he transmigrated to this village. Lu Ruyan gazed into the distance and said, This place looks like a paradise, but I wonder if it has any connection with the Eye of Guashu. Yi twitched her little nose and whispered, I don't smell any foreign smell. Everything seems normal. Barbara looked at the plants on the island with curiosity. These plants were the only things that could interest her now, besides Xiao Chu Fan. The 4 sailors who followed were all old friends from District 10087. The leader was a young man named Lu Jun, in his 30s, with dark skin and an honest and upright character. Lu Jun touched the archway and said, Captain, this really looks like my hometown. Seeing this, I suddenly miss home. Chu Fan smiled and nodded, saying, Then let's go in and take a look. The 9 people walked along the village's stone-paved path, looking at the houses on both sides. These houses look quite old and have a rustic style, somewhat resembling a fishing village in the south. Men, women, and children, dressed in coarse linen clothes and with skin tanned and rough by the sea breeze, slowly appeared in various corners of the village. Clearly, they were the villagers of Hidden Dragon Village. The villagers also noticed their arrival and looked at these uninvited guests with curiosity. After Chu Fan stopped, he said loudly, I am Chu Fan. These are my family members. I just happened to pass by this place. I wonder if there is anyone I can talk to. At that moment, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd, and an elderly man with gray hair stepped forward. Old Man Hai is the village chief here. Chu Fan quickly stepped forward and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Jun, bring up the gifts we brought. Lu Jun quickly responded and, along with the 3 sailors behind him, carried over the 2 large boxes. This was something Lu Ruyan had them prepare before they set off. Only someone as meticulous as Lu Ruyan would have considered this, making Chu Fan marvel at how truly capable his wife was. The box contained items that are commonly used outside, but not commonly found on the island. For example, there is beer, spices, rice, and even some sea monster meat. When the villagers saw what was inside the box, they were overjoyed and rushed forward to help Lu Jun and his 3 companions carry the box up to them. Hai quickly bowed and said, Thank you for your kind gifts, dear guests. Please come to the village for a chat. Chu Fan shared the same thought, and they were also filled with curiosity about the rare appearance of native humans. So he quickly smiled and returned the greeting, saying, "In that case, I've disturbed you." Chapter 150, The Mysterious Village. Village Chief: Sure, to be honest, this is the first time I've encountered a human in this world. As Chu Fan spoke, he voiced his question. Sure Hai smiled and said softly, "Young brother, this world is vast and boundless. Human settlements like ours, secluded in a corner, are not unique. It's just that most of us live in seclusion and are unknown to the outside world." Then he continued, "Our hidden dragon village has lived here for generations, and our livelihood depends entirely on fishing and gathering the island's specialty, mist moss." Chu Fan asked in confusion, "Mist moss?" "That's right." Sure Hai nodded, pointing to the clusters of gray-blue, lichen-like plants drying under the eaves of the village houses. "This is something unique to our island. It draws nourishment from the breath of the void, which is the great fog you see, in order to grow. Moss is our main food source and also a good medicine for healing wounds and curing diseases. Every so often, we would exchange goods with several nearby islands that were also hidden in the fog, trading for necessities such as cloth, salt, and iron." Chu Fan nodded and then continued, "What's the deal with the sudden fog these past 2 days? Also, we were led here by some inexplicable force. It's quite perplexing. Could you perhaps offer some explanation, sir?" After pondering for a moment, Sure Hai said, "This fog arrives every month, and each time it covers the area for about 10 days. This is a celestial cycle, and we are already used to it. Moreover, the fog moss needs the nourishment of this dense fog to flourish. As for your ship being pulled here by some inexplicable force," a hint of confusion flashed in his cloudy eyes as he slowly shook his head and said, "This old man truly does not know the reason. Perhaps it is the unpredictable flow of the breath of return to nothingness." Chu Fan and his group fell into deep thought. Sure Hai continued, "However, our ancestral teachings say that when a thick fog descends, not a single tree should set sail. Only when the fog and moss bloom can one embark on a long voyage. Perhaps this is why you cannot sail away." Chu Fan felt increasingly that this small village was extremely mysterious. It seemed that further investigation was needed to unravel these mysteries. Sure Hai continued, "Young brothers, why don't you wait here for a few days? 7 days later, when the mist moss flowers bloom, the sea route will be clear. You might as well stay in the village for a few days. Just remember." After glancing at Lu Ruyan and the others, Chu Fan realized there was no better solution at the moment, so he nodded and said, "In that case, I'll leave you to my care." Sure Hai smiled and waved his hand, saying, "We rarely have outsiders here. Your arrival will help the villagers know what's happening outside." However, suddenly, Sure Hai changed the subject and solemnly said, "We have an ancestral rule that once midnight has passed, no matter what noise we hear, we must keep the doors tightly shut and never go out. This is an ironclad rule concerning life and death." Chu Fan and the others were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately had a bold guess. Perhaps this was the secret of the island. So, under Sure Hai's arrangement, Chu Fan and the others were settled in a small courtyard. Chu Fan stayed in the main house with the 3 women, while Lu Jun and the other 4 sailors stayed in the side rooms. In the evening, a man with a blue birthmark on his forehead delivered a specialty of Hidden Dragon Village, mist moss. "Dear guests, this was sent by the village chief. Please enjoy." Chu Fan quickly thanked him. "Thank you very much, sir. May I ask your name?" The man smiled and said, "My name is Long Wu. By the way, the village chief asked me to remind everyone that you must not go out after midnight. Please remember that." Chu Fan quickly replied, "Okay, we understand. Thank you, Brother Long Wu." The Dragon King nodded, then turned and left. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the gray moss. A moment later, Chu Fan picked up a small piece and put it in his mouth. It has a fishy smell and a slightly bitter taste at first, but it leaves a sweet aftertaste. Overall, it tastes pretty good. After taking a bite, Chu Fan gave his own conclusion. After careful study, Barbara slowly said, "However, this plant can indeed quickly restore physical strength after consumption, and it also has medicinal properties, so it is indeed a good thing." Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "That's right. I've discovered that this mist moss also has the effect of stabilizing the mind. No wonder the villagers here treasure it." The others also tried it and found that, just as Chu Fan and the other 2 had said, eating the mist moss did indeed make people feel refreshed. After dinner, the group prepared to rest. Chu Fan instructed Lu Jun and the other 3 to stay in the room and not to go out. Meanwhile, he, along with Barbara, Lu Ruyan, and Yi, closed their eyes and rested in the main house, waiting for midnight to arrive. Lu Ruyan gently pushed open the window and discovered that a bright moon had risen some time earlier. The moon is so big and round tonight. Barbara couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. The moonlight looked a little strange. The moonlight was not the familiar silvery white, but a cold, pale white with a faint purple tinge, illuminating the entire hidden dragon village as bright as day. Just then, the sound of the clapper at midnight rang out. Chu Fan and the others suddenly tensed up and peered out the window. The next moment, a series of eerie sounds suddenly rang out from the once peaceful village. Upon closer listening, it sounds like the sickening sound of bones dislocating. And within that sound, one could faintly hear a series of low, hissing roars. Holy crap, what's that sound? Chu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Yi couldn't understand why she felt a kind of suppression from her bloodline, a feeling that made her extremely uncomfortable. Lu Ruyan suddenly pointed out the window and exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked and saw that one monster after another suddenly appeared on the previously empty street. These monsters were covered in hard shells, and even had a layer of blue scales. At the tips of its two front claws are sharp claw hooks. Behind its body was a huge tail. Barbara asked in confusion, "This is a dragon?" Chu Fan's expression was solemn as he said softly, "It does resemble a dragon to some extent, but not entirely." When he saw Hui's pale face, he quickly asked with concern, "Yi, are you alright?" Hui nodded and said, "It's nothing, I just feel uncomfortable." Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You guys wait here, I'll go find that village chief." After saying that, he was about to leave. Suddenly Lu Ruyan called out, "Wait, there's no need to go." Chu Fan stopped and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Ruyan?" Lu Ruyan's expression was a little unnatural. She said solemnly, "There's no need to go. These monsters are just villagers in disguise." Chapter 151 The Secret of Hidden Dragon Village. Lu Ruyan's words stunned everyone. Barbara asked curiously, "Ruyan, why would you say that?" Lu Ruyan's expression was solemn as she pointed to a monster on the street. "Look, what's on this monster's face?" Everyone looked over curiously. Chu Fan also looked at the monster. With his heavenly rank strength, he could see very clearly even at night, from such a great distance. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, he discovered something amiss. The monster had blue marks on its face. A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. "Long Wu." Chu Fan blurted it out. Barbara and Yi were taken aback, then realized, "You mean the villager who brought food over tonight?" Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "That's right. Look at his forehead. Doesn't it have an identical mark?" Barbara and Yi looked at it carefully for a while, before confirming that the situation was indeed as Lu Ruyan had described. "As expected of Ruyan, you noticed that?" Lu Ruyan asked with a serious expression, "What should we do next?" After considering for a moment, Chu Fan said, "Barbara and Yi, you two stay here. Ruyan, you come with me to see what secrets this village is hiding." I brought Lu Ruyan along because she's smart enough to always spot problems that ordinary people tend to overlook. Barbara and Yi obviously knew this too, and nodded, saying, "Okay, then be careful." Chu Fan laughed and said, "Don't worry, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt the two of us." After finalizing the details, Chu Fan darted out of the window, his figure disappearing silently into the night like a ghost. Lu Ruyan followed closely behind, her heavenly rank water elemental power forming a thin layer of water vapor barrier around her, perfectly concealing her figure and aura fluctuations. The two figures, like two invisible shadows, trailed far behind the dragon-transformed villagers, driven by instinct and stumbling forward under the pale moonlight. Lu Ruyan said softly, "They seem to be walking in the same direction." Chu Fan nodded and said, "That's right. Be careful. Let's follow them and take a look." The air was thick with an increasingly strong stench of blood and an indescribable smell of decay. Finally, the two followed the villagers to a wide open space in the center of the village. In the center of the open space stood a huge ancient well made of strange, jet-black stone. The wellhead is 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and its edges are carved with distorted runes that are now blurred but exude an ancient and wild aura. At this moment, a faint mist with a purplish-black halo was continuously gushing out of the well, which, intertwined with the pale moonlight, looked particularly eerie. Suddenly, Chu Fan and his companion were shocked, staring in disbelief at what was happening before them. The first dragon-transformed villager to reach the well did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his palm, which was covered with scales and had sharp claws, and slashed it hard on his chest or arm, which was covered with scales. Thick, bluish-black blood gushed out instantly. Immediately afterwards, as if on a pilgrimage, these people devoutly and numbly extended their wounds, which were flowing with dragon blood, toward the deep mouth of the ancient well. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Thick drops of blood fell into the bottomless darkness, echoing clearly. With each drop of blood that fell into the well, the purplish-black mist gushing from the wellhead seemed to thicken a little more, and from the depths of the well came an extremely faint, yet soul-stirring sigh of satisfaction. One after another, villagers from Manhwa stepped forward, repeating this self-harming ritual. Their eyes were vacant, as if they were carrying out a sacred mission they were born with, oblivious to their own pain and the loss of blood. The open space was soon enveloped in a strong stench of blood. Are they feeding the things in the well with their own blood? Lu Rian's voice even trembled slightly. Chu Fan frowned and said, "It seems there's something strange about this well." Lu Rian analyzed. This village is called Hidden Dragon Village, and it just so happens to be halfway to the ruins of Return. It seems that the existence of this well is very likely related to the sacred land of the Dragon Clan. Just then, a villager suddenly turned around and stared straight at the two of them. A brutal aura emanated from those vertical pupils. "Oh no, we've been discovered," Lu Rian quickly said. "They have lost consciousness now, don't hurt them. Let's retreat first and come back to investigate when it's light tomorrow." The crowd below suddenly erupted, rushing towards where Chu Fan and his companion were hiding. Chu Fan agreed with Lu Rian's suggestion and quickly led her backward, circling around before returning to their room. I briefly explained what I had discovered to Barbara and Yi, and they were both shocked. The situation is roughly clear now. Everyone, let's rest for a while. We'll go find Shirhai tomorrow. Nothing was said that night. The next day at daybreak, Long Wu arrived again. Unlike yesterday, Long Wu looked pale and exhausted today. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. "Brother Long Wu, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?" Long Wu scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. I went to bed very early yesterday, but I'm used to it." Lu Rian casually asked, "Are you used to it? Does this kind of thing happen often?" Long Wu sighed and said, "Every now and then, strange things happen in our village. Everyone will inexplicably have extra wounds on their bodies, and then everyone will look like they haven't had enough rest." Chu Fan and the others exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Such a strange thing. "By the way, where's village chief Shir? I need to talk to him." Long Wu replied, "Are you looking for the village chief? Then I'll take you there." Then, led by Long Wu, Chu Fan and his group of 8 headed to the village chief Shirhai's house. Along the way, they encountered exhausted and pale villagers who stared blankly at their wounds, their eyes filled with confusion and pain. When they arrived at Shirhai's house, Chu Fan and the others saw Shirhai, who was also weak and tending to a fresh wound on his arm. "Brother Chu, did you sleep well last night?" Chu Fan smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I had a good rest." Shirhai nodded and said, "That's good." Chu Fan continued, "But it seems that you are not in very good condition?" Shirhai sighed and said, "We've been living like this for decades, and we've gotten used to it." Lu Rian asked curiously, "Don't you find it strange? Why does everyone get hurt every time after a full moon?" Shirhai smiled wryly. "How could we not be puzzled? We just haven't found the answer yet." Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, "Village Chief Shir, perhaps we can help you solve this problem." Shirhai's cloudy eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in shock, "What?" Chapter 152 Ancient Well. After listening to Chu Fan's story, Shirhai was completely stunned. Lu Rian said softly, "On the night of the full moon, bloodlines manifest, and blood is offered as a sacrifice to the ancient well. This is the root cause of the villagers' inexplicable weakness." Shirhai's body trembled slightly, and he said with a wry smile, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. The ancestors only passed down the instruction to close the door when the moon is full, saying that going out would bring misfortune, but they never explained why. We thought there was a ferocious beast in the fog, but we never expected that the beast would be ourselves." His aged hand stroked the scars on his arm, his voice trembling. "No wonder everyone seems to be seriously ill after each full moon, their energy and vitality severely depleted. Our ancestors have passed away, and our descendants have had a hard time surviving. It turns out that our vitality has been sucked away by this ancient well." Long Wu exclaimed in horror, "Village chief, so it was this strange well that caused all this trouble. Should we just smash this well?" Shirhai looked in the direction of the ancient well, his eyes filled with fear and a hint of helplessness. This well is the foundation of the village, but now it seems to be the village's curse. An ancestral precept says, where there is a well, there is a village. Where there is a well, there is a village. We have no other choice. What's at the bottom of the well? Lu Rian pressed further. What is it that needs dragon blood to nourish it? And what is its connection to the dragon clan's sacred land? Shirhai shook his head blankly. I don't know. Our ancestors mentioned things like guarding and contracts in passing, but the specifics have long been lost. We only know that if we don't handle it properly, an even greater disaster will befall us. An even greater catastrophe? Chu Fan frowned. The existence of this well is clearly related to the dragon race. Is it suppressing something or supporting something? This can't go on any longer. Chu Fan declared resolutely. Whatever lies at the bottom of this well, it's slowly suffocating the entire hidden dragon village. Moreover, it's very likely closely related to our search for the dragon clan's sacred land and the quelling of the flood. We must go down and investigate. Upon hearing this, Shirhai's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in horror, No, absolutely not. The ancient well is bottomless, and its water contains deadly poison and malevolent power. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, How did you know? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, and seeing everyone staring at him, Shirhai had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, some of our ancestors went into the well out of curiosity, but none of them survived. Only one person left behind the words, What's at the bottom of the well is beyond human capability, before dying suddenly. Chu Fan smiled, and a heavenly rank aura flowed slightly around him, naturally revealing a power as steady as a mountain and as vast as a starry sea. Village Chief Shir, we are no ordinary people. The secret at the bottom of this well concerns the survival of your clan and the safety of billions of lives outside. This well must be explored. Lu Rian also stepped forward, her heavenly rank water element power drawing in the surrounding water vapor to form a gentle yet resilient barrier. We will proceed with caution. Perhaps solving the mystery of this ancient well is the key to you truly breaking free from the curse and returning to peace. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from Chu Fan and Lu Rian, which far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary people, the fear in Shirhai's eyes was gradually replaced by a faint glimmer of hope. He remained silent for a long time, then finally sighed, nodded, and said, All right, I understand. Please come with me. With that, Shirhai, supported by several villagers, led Chu Fan and the other 8 to the well. Seeing the ancient well up close, Chu Fan and the others could feel the chilling aura emanating from it even more. Shirhai pointed to an inconspicuous black stone tablet next to the ancient well, engraved with twisted runes. Brother Chu, I know you have your own reasons for going down the well, but if you can truly break the curse on our village and clan, I will be eternally grateful. The ancestral precepts state that touching this steel may briefly suppress the evil power within the well, but only for a moment. Remember, only for a moment. Good. Without delay, Chu Fan immediately began arranging for entry into the well. Since they didn't know the situation down in the well, Chu Fan and the others discussed it for a while and decided to have Barbara and Yi lead Lu Jun and the other 3 to meet them from above. He then took Lu Rian down the well to check the situation. The pitch black well opening resembled the maw of a giant beast, emanating a chilling aura and a putrid smell. The well walls were slippery, covered with dark green moss and an unidentified slime. Chu Fan took a deep breath and nodded to Lu Rian. Lu Rian understood and pushed the heavenly rank water element power to its limit, forming a layer of immaculate water armor around the 2 of them that flowed continuously and emitted a purifying light, isolating them from possible poison gas and evil power. Chu Fan walked to the black stone tablet and placed his hand on the cold runes. The stone tablet was icy cold to the touch, and a rebellious and sinister force tried to erode his arm, but it was easily dispersed by the chaotic power within his body, which was a fusion of the cultivation of a demon god and a celestial being. Ready, Chu Fan shouted, and a powerful force surged into the stone tablet. Buzz. The twisted runes on the stone tablet suddenly lit up with a blinding blood-red light. An ancient, heavy force, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression, instantly spread out and enveloped the entire well opening. The purplish-black mist gushing from the well suddenly stopped, as if it had been choked by an invisible giant hand. Now, let's go? Seizing this fleeting opportunity to suppress, Chu Fan and Lu Rian jumped into the bottomless dark well without hesitation. The cold, viscous well water, carrying a strong smell of blood and sulfur, instantly enveloped them. The oppressive force of the stone tablet was rapidly dissipating, and the terrifying aura at the bottom of the well, which had been chilling to the bone, surged up wildly like an awakening volcano. As the two plummeted, Chu Fan pushed his heavenly realm cultivation to its limit, creating an invisible repulsive field of lightning elemental power around him. This forcefully pushed aside the foul well water, slowing their descent and protecting Lu Ruyan at the same time. Using the light from the lightning and the water armor, they were able to see the situation on the well wall. The well walls were covered with a thick, constantly wriggling, dark green, sticky moss. Ancient murals are faintly visible beneath the moss. The mural depicts what appears to be a magnificent dragon army. This massive army, led by a majestic dragon king wearing a crown of stars and wielding a trident, is engaged in a fierce war against countless twisted and indescribable deep-sea monsters that emerge from the dark abyss rifts. The trident clearly startled Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan. This design is surprisingly similar to Chu Fan's Sea God's Raft. But before they could think any further, they continued to fall. The fall felt like an eternity, yet it also seemed to last only a fleeting moment. Finally, their feet trembled, and they stepped onto solid ground. This is not the pool of water you might expect, but a huge, dry underground cave. The air was filthy and filled with a strong smell of decay. The sight in the center of the cave made even Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan, who were used to seeing all sorts of things, gasp in shock. Chapter 153: The Secret in the Well. A massive, mountain-like, dull golden dragon skeleton lay prostrate on the ground, exuding an indomitable and majestic dragon aura. However, its head was tightly bound and pierced by a terrifying tentacle that was incredibly thick, covered in dark purple scales, and covered with sucker-like bone spikes. Even more bizarrely, the base of the tentacle was connected to a constantly rotating, pitch-black spatial rift that exuded a chaotic and evil aura. From the depths of that crack, there seemed to be a constant stream of maddening roars and whispers. Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan turned on their flashlights and slowly approached, finally getting a clear look at the dragon skeleton. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly noticed that a piece of irregularly shaped, palm-sized fragment with a warm, white gold luster was deeply embedded in the claw of the dragon skeleton. Chu Fan, look. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan looked over. Perhaps because his body had been fused with the power of the demon god, he could clearly feel the fragments radiating a sacred power of returning to the void. After observing carefully for a while, the two finally came to a conclusion. It was the power of these fragments that, combined with the remaining dragon might of the dragon skeleton, formed a tough sealing barrier, suppressing the tentacles and cracks. Chu Fan took out the wrath of the sea god and, from a distance, gently flicked at the fragment. Just then, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the fragment burst forth with a dazzling platinum light. The light rippled gently like water, quickly gathering above the collapsed dragon skeleton. As light and shadow intertwined, the silhouette of a tall, imposing young man emerged. He was clad in an ancient-style platinum armor with flowing star and wave patterns, and his face was handsome and resolute. The sudden appearance of the figure caused Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan to unconsciously take 2 steps back. Chu Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Eh," and looked at the head of the figure. Before them stood a figure with a pair of imposing dragon horns on its head, and eyes like burning molten gold, containing boundless majesty and a deep sense of sorrow. "A member of the dragon clan?" Lu Ruyan said softly. "Who are you disturbing my slumber?" Chu Fan sensed that the other party meant no harm, so he stepped forward and said softly, "Junior Chu Fan, with my beloved Lu Ruyan, greet Senior." The figure spoke softly. "So you're a human boy. You seem to carry the aura of someone I know. What's your relationship with Luo Changfeng?" Chu Fan was slightly taken aback and said, "I can barely be considered a successor of Senior Luo." Guangying said, "Oh," and said, "I didn't expect that guy would actually take on apprentices. By the way, where is he?" Chu Fan was stunned. This person seemed to have no idea about the struggle between humans and dragons. Thinking of this, Chu Fan said, "Senior, this is a long story, please let me tell you slowly." Then, Chu Fan recounted the struggle between Luo Changfeng and the dragon leader Karna, and the subsequent invasion of the demon god. After a long while, the light and shadow let out a sigh. "Did I not realize I've been asleep for so long? Humph, that kid Karna. I thought he could lead the dragon race to glory, but I never expected him to become the murderer who destroyed the world. What a useless thing." Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance, both able to see the doubt in each other's eyes. Judging from his tone, this person had some reservations about Karna, the former leader of the dragon race, so their relationship seemed to be more than just casual. The light and shadow seemed to sense their confusion and said in a deep voice, "Very well, I may tell you. My name is Arjuna, and Karna is my younger brother." Lu Rian pondered for a moment and said, "I see." Arjuna laughed and said, "Little girl, have you figured out what it is?" Lu Rian said, "You are the rightful heir to the throne, but you were trapped here, which is why he got the throne, right?" Arjuna laughed and said, "Little girl, you are very clever." After saying that, he said seriously, "That's right. Back then, when the time-space demon Cthulhu invaded, I fought against him for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to completely suppress this demon, I had no choice but to transform my body into an array and sacrifice my lifespan to suppress it here. What happened next is something you all know." Chu Fan said solemnly, "I see. Senior is truly admirable." Arjuna waved his hand and said, "I wouldn't call it admiration. It's simply the fate of my dragon race. Let's not talk about that. Why are you here?" Chu Fan then told the other party the purpose of his visit and the secret of the villagers of Hidden Dragon Village. Arjuna's expression changed, and he said, "How could this be? I only noticed it after you mentioned it. There's the aura of my dragon people here. Could it be?" A moment later, Arjuna roared, "Damn you, Xanthilus! You can even let out the dream of returning to the void that erodes the bloodline of the dragons through the cracks in the seal." He continued to explain, "The remnants of this island are descendants of a guardian branch of my dragon race. Although their bloodline is thin, it is still locked onto. On the night of the full moon, when they are most delirious, we forcibly stimulate their bloodline to transform into dragons, inducing them to offer dragon blood as a sacrifice." Chu Fan asked, puzzled, "Why would he do that?" "Dragon blood is deadly poison to Cthulhu, but it is also a slow corrosive agent to the sealing barrier I have set up." Arjuna's voice was filled with helplessness and sorrow. The villagers, ignorant and believing they were following ancestral teachings, were in reality manipulated by the demon, becoming its tools to break the seal and corrupt the fragments of the sacred text. Their weakness is the bitter fruit of their lives and bloodlines being forcibly plundered. Chu Fan quickly asked, "Is there any good way?" Arjuna sneered, "Now that I know, I can't let him off so easily. You all step back." Upon hearing the sound, Chu Fan and Lu Rian quickly took a few steps back. Arjuna then raised the fragment known as the core standard high, and it burst forth with dazzling light. Suddenly, a series of extremely unpleasant screams emanated from the dark spatial rift. Immediately afterwards, a grotesque figure reeking of stench leaped out of that space. "Hee, have we been discovered? What a pity, we were just a hair's breadth away." Arjuna roared, "You despicable worm! How dare you harm my dragon descendants? Destroy them." The demonic figure calmly replied, "You should worry about yourself." As soon as it finished speaking, the black tentacle suddenly moved without wind and grew rapidly, soon becoming enormous. Then, as if it came to life, the tentacle reached straight for Arjuna. Court death. Arjuna let out a dragon's roar, and a long spear appeared in his hand, heading straight for the tentacle. At this moment, the demonic shadow emitted a cackling sound. "Two insignificant humans, let me enjoy your bodies." Chu Fan stepped forward and said coldly, "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 154 Instant Kill of the Demon Shadow. Chu Fan's words startled the demonic shadow. He clearly hadn't expected that this tiny, insect-like human would dare to speak to him like that. "Ha, still stubborn even when death is imminent. But I like it, so let me." Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, staring incredulously at the couple in front of it. Just a moment ago, Chu Fan seemed unremarkable, but now he suddenly unleashed a world-destroying aura. Most importantly, this aura was both righteous and evil. The demonic shadow even sensed a trace of its own kind within it. "Impossible, you're a demon?" "No, this aura is wrong. Who exactly are you?" Chu Fan sneered. "Naturally, it's the person who will deal with you." The demonic shadow roared, "How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today I'll show you the consequences of offending me." But the next second, the sword in Chu Fan's hand flashed and disappeared in an instant. The moment the demonic shadow was struck by the sword light, it let out an extremely piercing scream, and then vanished from the spot as if it had melted away. Sold out instantly. This is the strength of a heavenly realm expert. How could such a small demon race possibly contend with it? Meanwhile, Arjuna sealed the black tentacles away once again. "I didn't realize you had such talent. No wonder my old friend has his eye on you." The next second, he suddenly tensed up and said, Chu Fan, I can feel it. It seems that the last holy land of my dragon clan is being eroded. I can tell you how to enter the dragon clan's holy land, but please help me purify the demonic forces within. Chu Fan solemnly replied, No problem, please rest assured, senior. Arjuna nodded and said, Since you can sense the Dinghai Gui, it means that you are indeed a person with great fortune. As he spoke, he tossed the white fragment in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance and then whispered, The standard for stabilizing the sea? Indeed, what you see before you is a fragment of the Dinghai Gui Dai, which is the only key to unlocking the core of the sacred land, the Guishu Dragon Palace, and is also the original symbol of my dragon race's control over the power of Guishu. Arjuna solemnly stated, The complete dragon key consists of 3 fragments. The first is the core key, which is the one before you. The second is the title key, and the third is the abyss key. Only when the 3 jade tablets are combined can it be considered a complete return to the void dragon key. Lu Ruyan hurriedly asked, May I ask, senior, where are the other 2 fragments? The tide standard should be enshrined at the tide altar deep within the dragon palace, while the abyss standard is hidden in the abyss suppressing tower on the outer edge of the holy land, closest to the entrance of the Guishu abyss. Arjuna's phantom pointed eastward and continued, Only by gathering the 3 fragments and reforging the Guishu dragon key can the core seal of Panlong Island be completely strengthened and purified, and the invasion of the demon race be driven away. Only then can one unlock the deepest secret of the dragon palace. There lies the sacred artifact, the cup of tides, capable of calming the raging waves of the seas and channeling the waters of the ruins. His phantom began to flicker violently, becoming transparent, and his voice became urgent. Hey, latecomer, my time is running out. Take the core artifact, and the seal here will be greatly weakened. Xanthalus's projection will launch a fierce counterattack. You must leave immediately. As for our dragon descendants, they can also be freed from the curse after the core standard is taken away. You must head to Panlong Island as soon as possible. Find the other 2 fragments of the Gui. The task of saving the holy land, calming the flood, and ending the curse on this island is entrusted to you. Arjuna gave Chu Fan a final, deep look, as if he could see through the power of the demonic heart within him. Power is neither good nor evil, only the heart of the wielder matters. Use your power wisely. Sometimes destruction is also a form of protection. Before he finished speaking, the phantom transformed into a white light and vanished without a trace, leaving only the fragment buzzing in Chu Fan's hand. At this moment, the abyssal rift went completely berserk after the core artifact was removed. The terrifying tentacles broke free of their last restraints and lunged forward with an aura of annihilation. The cave is starting to collapse. Walk. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan unleashed his demonic energy to protect Lu Ruyan, transforming into a dark purple stream of light. He charged forward, braving countless rubble and wildly dancing tentacles. The moment I burst out of the well, I heard the monster's unwilling roar and the deafening crash of the ancient well collapsing completely behind me. Chu Fan landed on the violently shaking ground, opened his palm, and the core fragment entrusted by Arjuna lay quietly, its platinum light flowing. Facing the terrified Shur and the villagers, Chu Fan's voice was heavy and firm. Village Chief Shur, the origin of the blood sacrifice was revealed by a dragon king named Arjuna. You are descendants of the dragon guardians, yet you have been exploited by the abyssal monster Cthulhu's. This fragment is a crucial part of the dragon's sacred relic and the hope for ending the curse. The monster has been temporarily injured, but the hidden danger remains. We must immediately travel to the dragon clan's sacred land, Panlong Island, to collect the other 2 fragments and reforge the dragon key. Only then can we completely resolve this calamity, quell the floods outside, and restore eternal peace to you. Upon hearing these words, Shurhai couldn't help but burst into tears. On behalf of all the villagers of Hidden Dragon Village, I, this old man, thank Lord Chu and all of you for your great kindness. You are the most respected guests of Hidden Dragon Village forever. At this moment, Barbara and the others came up to Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan and asked them about the situation down in the well. Yi's complexion finally improved. She patted her chest and said, I knew something was wrong. It turns out there were demons below. Now I'm finally at peace. At this moment, Shurhai raised his voice and said, Fellow villagers, in order to express our gratitude to Lord Chu Fan for his great kindness, I propose that we hold a banquet to entertain you all. What do you think? The simple and honest villagers immediately cheered. Okay, I agree. If it weren't for Lord Chu Fan, we probably would never have known the truth. Yes, I feel like I'm full of energy right now. We must celebrate. Chu Fan laughed and said, in that case, I'll provide the drinks. Lu Jun quickly replied, Captain. Chu Fan turned around and instructed, take the brothers back to the ship and tell everyone about the situation here. Also, arrange for some people to be on duty on the ship. The rest of you, come to the island. Also, please tell Juanru to bring more food and drinks. We don't lack these things. He knew that Hidden Dragon Village had limited resources, but he was still willing to host a banquet for them, which moved him deeply. But his ship had no shortage of food and drink, and he believed Fu Juanru would understand what he meant. Lu Jun clasped his hands in a fist and said, yes, I'll go right away. Brothers, come with me. Chapter 155 Panlong Island. A few days later, the mist moss bloomed as expected, spreading a strange and pleasant fragrance, and the thick fog that shrouded Misty Island quickly dissipated. The Neptune sat quietly on the sea. On the deck, Chu Fan, Lu Ruyan, Barbara, Hui, Bai Xing, Fu Juanru, Li Ruan, and Li Ruashi stood side by side, waving goodbye to Shi Hai and the villagers of Yinlong village who were seeing them off at the dock. Shi Hai stood at the front, the wound on his arm already scabbed over. Although his face was still pale, his eyes had regained a long-lost luster. He bowed deeply to Chu Fan. Brother Chu Fan, my benefactors, we are deeply grateful. If you hadn't uncovered the truth and taken away the fragment that caused the disaster, our clan would have lived under the curse for eternity without even realizing it. Hidden Dragon Village will remember this kindness for generations to come. Chu Fan returned the greeting with clasped hands. Village Chief Shi, you flatter us. Our journey is not only to save the world, but also to save ourselves. The monster Thulataros at the bottom of the well threatens not only you, but the entire sea and even the continent. We will definitely gather the fragments, reforge the dragon key, and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Okay. Shi Hai nodded excitedly. Then he solemnly added, before we part, I have one more thing to tell you. According to oral tradition, when the moss flowers bloom, not only will the thick fog dissipate, but a tidal rainbow bridge formed by moonlight and fog will also appear on the sea surface in the direction of the Eye of the Ruins. This bridge, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, is said to be the only safe route to the outer perimeter of Panlong Island. Follow the rainbow bridge to avoid the many treacherous underwater currents and monster lairs. Please be careful. Thank you for your guidance, village chief. Chu Fan and the others perked up. This news was extremely important. Until next time. The group clasped their hands in a fist salute to bid a formal farewell, and Hidden Dragon Village gradually disappeared from sight. Unexpectedly, there are still ancient people like those in Hidden Dragon Village in this world. Barbara remarked with emotion. Fu Juanru also spoke out, which is rare for her, and they are actually descendants of the dragon race. It seems that not all dragons are evil. Hui said, that's natural. After all, in ancient times, the dragon race and humans joined hands several times to repel the invasion of the demon race. Fu Juanru sighed again. Yes, the world is not simply black and white. Lu Rian's lips curled up slightly. This woman's state of mind had actually changed. She was no longer the cold and ruthless person she had been when they first met. Seemingly to verify Shi Hai's words, the Sea King had only been sailing for 2 hours when strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the sea. Sure enough, a huge bridge spanning dozens of nautical miles appeared between the sea and the sky. Tidal Rainbow Bridge. Shirahoshi exclaimed in surprise. Although I had heard of such miracles before, this was the first time I had ever seen one, and I never imagined it to be so enormous. Everyone was stunned by the enormous bridge. Calling it a miracle was no exaggeration. Chu Fan said seriously to Lu Jun, proceed at full speed toward the Tidal Rainbow Bridge ahead. With a shout, the Neptune began to move forward at full speed. The moment the ship approached the Tidal Rainbow Bridge, it automatically began to crawl. At this moment, Newton must have turned in his grave. Moreover, the process went surprisingly smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. This even made Chu Fan and the others, who were used to unexpected events, feel a little uncomfortable. A day later, an observer's excited voice came from the bridge. Land spotted ahead. Large land. Upon hearing the sound, everyone rushed onto the deck, and the scene before them instantly stunned them. This is not a single island, but an archipelago consisting of dozens of islands that are larger than one can imagine. Each island is like a sleeping, ancient beast, with steep, rugged mountains that pierce the clouds. The highest peak, in particular, is majestic and magnificent. Its silhouette, shrouded in mist, resembles the head of a giant dragon roaring silently at the heavens, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. The island's surface is covered with extremely dense primeval jungle, ranging from dark green to deep blue, with ancient trees reaching for the sky and vines coiling and hanging down like giant pythons, full of ancient and wild vitality. What's even more awe-inspiring are the massive ruins that can be seen everywhere. On the edge of the coastal cliff, the broken giant stone pillar looks like a fallen giant. The pillar is wrapped with lifelike dragon reliefs, with scales and claws clearly visible. Even the broken part is thicker than several people can hug. Halfway up the mountain, the ruins of a magnificent palace can be vaguely seen, with only the huge base and some towering, broken stone walls carved with intricate cloud and wave patterns remaining, silently telling the story of its past glory. On the cliffs of some mountains, huge cave entrances resemble the gaping maws of monsters, dark and bottomless, with traces of human carving and sculpting visible on the edges of the entrances. The air was filled with an extremely rich aura of water, moist and refreshing, yet mixed with a faint salty smell and an ancient dragon's might that penetrated to the bone and involuntarily inspired awe. This oppressive aura was not an attack, but rather a profound sense of weight accumulated over the years, making everyone within it feel their own insignificance. Chu Fan intently surveyed this legendary sacred land. The chaotic power within his body stirred slightly, seemingly resonating with and resisting the ancient power of this world. He said in a deep voice, "As expected of the sacred land of the Dragon Clan, its atmosphere is indeed extraordinary." Lu Rian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt as if every pore on her body was cheering. When she opened her eyes again, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a unique light. The seawater here, no, the water elemental power of the entire island, contains an ancient and pure will. It's as if the spirit of the dragon race has not yet dissipated. Barbara's mouth was slightly open, filled with surprise. Wow, these trees, these vines, my goodness, their vitality is incredible. As a wood-type ability user, she felt incredibly excited and at home with the immense life energy contained in the island's primeval forest. Hui then alertly pricked up her fox ears, while her 9 fox tails swayed unconsciously. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. What an oppressive feeling. And those huge caves, the lingering atmosphere inside, makes me a little uneasy. Her keen intuition detected a hint of dangerous wildness. Shirahoshi stood at the bow of the ship, her hands gently pressed against her chest, a pearly luster flowing over her beautiful fishtail. His deep blue eyes were filled with piety and excitement, and there was even a hint of tears glistening in them. Is this the sacred land of the dragons? The legendary dwelling place of a great being that shares origins and coexists with the deep sea. I can feel the call from the depths of my blood. It's so beautiful and so heartbreaking. She felt the glory and loss that this sacred place held more deeply than anyone else. Fu Juanru's cool eyes gazed through the porthole at the towering dragon head peak and the pervasive dragon's might. The chill emanating from her seemed to freeze for a moment. With such power, it's no wonder it can suppress the abyss. Under the watchful and awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, the Neptune finally slowly approached the shore. Chu Fan patted the hull of the boat and said softly, "Prepare to go ashore." Chapter 156 Tide Altar. The Neptune slowly sailed into a bay with a natural deep-water harbor on the outskirts of the archipelago and anchored there. Even the massive ship appeared somewhat small in the face of this desolate land. All that remained were the sounds of waves crashing against the rocks, the howling of the wind through the ancient forest, and the omnipresent, heavy aura of the dragon, making everyone clearly aware that they had stepped into the ruins of the age of gods and demons. Since he didn't feel good about the dragon's might, Chu Fan asked her to stay on the ship and keep watch. Lu Jun and a group of sailors guarded the ship. Chu Fan then led the others onto this land. But as soon as they set foot on land, they discovered a crucial problem. Where's the tide altar? Chu Fan also felt a bit embarrassed. He had been so focused on shouting slogans that he didn't know what the goal was. "Leave it to me," Bai Xing said softly. She walked to the beach, dipped her slender hands into the clear seawater, closed her eyes, and began to sing an ethereal, and melodious mermaid song. The song seemed to resonate with the sea and the island itself. A moment later, she opened her eyes and pointed to the highest mountain in the center of the archipelago, which resembled a giant dragon with its head held high. I heard it. From the direction of that mountain peak that resembles a dragon's head, the call of the water element is the purest and most ancient, possessing an incomparably mysterious rhythm. I think that's our destination. Chu Fan said happily. Thank goodness for you, Xing. Bai Xing lowered her head shyly. This is what I should do. Chu Fan was in high spirits and waved his hand, saying, I believe in Xinger, let's go. The team climbed up the ancient, rugged mountain path. The dragon ruins along the way were breathtaking, and the rich water elemental scent in the air made Lu Rian and Bai Xing feel very comfortable. However, as we approached the halfway point of Dragon Head Peak, a maze of enormous, colorful, yet exceptionally sharp living corals appeared before us. The coral moved slowly, opening and closing, releasing a psychedelic mist of spores that blocked the way. I'll do it. Bai Xing's clear voice rang out again. She walked to the front of the group and softly began to sing an ancient and ethereal mermaid song. The song carries the power of soothing and communication, like a clear stream caressing a turbulent coral. The restless coral reefs gradually quieted down, their movement slowed, and the spore mist thinned. Meanwhile, some small bioluminescent fish that live among the corals were attracted by the song and swam out, forming a shimmering band of light in front of Bai Xing. It's strange that fish can actually swim in the air. Barbara, full of curiosity, leaned closer to observe the little fish in front of her. Follow the life fish. Bai Xing smiled slightly. The group quickly followed the group of glowing little fish and, sure enough, they made it out of the maze without any problems. After exiting the maze, Shirahoshi happily stroked the little fish flying in the air. Thank you. The little fish happily swam around the white star once before returning to the maze. Everyone was amazed. Even the usually aloof Fu Jianru couldn't help but praise her. If it weren't for Xinger, we might not have made it this far so easily. After she finished speaking, everyone looked at Fu Jianru with the same eyes they would give a rare animal. Fu Jianru asked in surprise, What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? It was Lu Rian who cleared up her confusion. No, that's not true. You're absolutely right. It's just that nobody expected that even an ice queen would sometimes compliment someone. Upon hearing this, Fu Jianru's face surprisingly flushed slightly, a blush that disappeared after a moment. I'm not as cold as you think. I just hadn't met anyone I could confide in before. Chu Fan chuckled and said, Obviously, that person is me. Fu Jianru said irritably, Get out of here. If it weren't for saving you, I would have let you, you little lecher, take advantage of me in a moment of desperation. I'm talking about these good sisters. Chu Fan wasn't annoyed. He laughed and said, All right, you're right. Let's continue on our way. Fu Jianru rolled her eyes at him, gave him a look that said, You know what's good for you. And then the group continued forward. The group continued on for another half an hour, encountering several illusions along the way. Fortunately, Du Baixing used her miraculous psychic abilities to resolve them one by one. Finally, the group reached the summit. A huge circular altar, surrounded by natural white jade reefs, sits on a platform atop the mountain. At the center of the altar is a bottomless spring bubbling with colorful bubbles, the steam forming a small rainbow. The altar floor is engraved with complex and mysterious dragon patterns resembling the void. It is the Tide Altar. As the squad approached the edge of the altar, a sudden change occurred. Before them, the seven-colored spring water boiled and rose, condensing into several water elemental guardians wielding water tridents. At the same time, the dragon pattern beside the altar suddenly lit up, and ancient thoughts entered everyone's minds. Those who wish to behold the tidal standard must undergo the 3 trials of the tides. First wave breaker, destroy the tide guardians and prove your strength. The second level of listening to the heart, facing the tide of the heart and understanding one's true nature. The third stage of convergence, drawing upon the power of the altar to resonate with the sacred principles. Immediately afterwards, a platform appeared in front of the altar. The voice continued, Challenger, please stand on the platform. Only one challenger is allowed. Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, Fu Jianru suddenly said, Let me do it. Chu Fan looked at Fu Jianru, who said softly, My ice is just the right thing to do to counter water element. Let me do it. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Chu Fan knew that she also wanted to take this opportunity to prove herself to everyone. If I disagree, it will probably become a knot in her heart. However, Fu Jianru herself possesses heaven-rank strength and has extensive combat experience, so it seems reasonable for her to accept the challenge. So Chu Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then be careful. If there is any danger, get out immediately." Fu Jianru nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she took out her signature weapon, Frost Silence, Eternal Return. Since acquiring this exclusive weapon, there has been no opportunity to use it. This is the perfect time to let everyone witness the power of this divine weapon. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fu Jianru, holding Frost Silence, Eternal Return, landed gracefully in the center of the platform. Her serene face appeared even more ethereal against the backdrop of the misty altar. The long sword in her hand, Frost Silence, was entirely dark blue, with silver veins flowing like stardust within its blade. The ice soul crystal at the sword's hilt shimmered with a deep, cold light, and a chilling aura, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, quietly spread out from her center, causing even those at the edge of the platform to feel a sudden drop in temperature. Sister Jianru has such a strong aura. Li Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, that majestic voice fell again. The challengers are in position. The first trial, Breaking the Waves, begins. Chapter 157, The Trial of the Tide Altar. The seven-colored spring water in the center of the altar churned violently. 3 water elemental guardians, taller and more solid than before, with iridescent colors flowing throughout, condensed and took shape. Wielding water tridents, they roared silently, bringing with them overwhelming water pressure, like 3 raging waves rushing towards Fu Jianru in the center of the platform. The tip of the trident is compressed with terrifying water energy, enough to pierce through fine steel. Barbara and the others watching from the sidelines immediately tensed up. On the contrary, Fu Jianru's eyes remained calm and undisturbed. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, she didn't even move a step. Freeze. The clear, cool voice was like jade beads falling onto a plate. Buzz. The Frost Silence sword suddenly erupted with an extreme, deep blue light. Centered on Fu Jianru's position, a visible, frosty white ice ring, exuding an aura of absolute zero, instantly spread out. Click. Snap. Snap. Wherever the ice ring swept, the space itself seemed to freeze. The 3 water elemental guardians who had rushed forward with great momentum suddenly froze and slowed down. The churning, multicolored water on their bodies was instantly covered by a thick layer of dark blue ice that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Even the water tridents in their hands turned into giant icicles. Broken. With a slight turn of her wrist, Fu Jianru sent the frosty sword blade tracing an elegant, yet deadly arc through the air. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a soft but crisp cracking sound. The 3 water elemental guardians, completely frozen in ice, along with the ice tridents in their hands, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, instantly covered with dense cracks, and then exploded with a bang. The shimmering ice powder, reflecting a rainbow of colors under the light of the altar, fell in a flurry, like a rain of ice crystals. The whole process was as fast as lightning and as still as a deep pool. The people below the platform were dumbfounded. Barbara covered her mouth. My God, that's it? She didn't even see how Fu Jianru made her move. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes gleamed with wonder. What terrifying freezing power. Not only did it freeze the physical water elements, but it also instantly froze and solidified the energy flow within them. This sword is so perfect for Sister Jianru, Li Ruoyan said with envy. Is this the strength of a heavenly rank cultivator? It is indeed terrifying. Chu Fan couldn't help but praise. Amazing. Junru's ice-type laws, combined with Shuangji, are simply a match made in heaven. Fu Jianru stood holding a sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, surrounded by a chilling aura, her clothes fluttering even without wind. Her cool gaze swept over the dissipating ice crystals, as if she had only done something insignificant. The Frost Silence sword's brilliance was subdued, leaving only its dark blue blade and swirling stardust. First trial, Breaking Through the Waves, passed. An ancient idea resonated at the opportune moment. Immediately afterwards, the blue light of the altar changed again, becoming as deep as a vortex. The second trial, Listen to the Heart. Let's begin. Please welcome the second challenger to the stage. At this moment, Barbara stepped forward. She revealed a stunning smile, just like when Chu Fan first met her. I'll take the plunge. Listening to your heart is my forte. She looked at Chu Fan and his companions, revealing a confident smile. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. saying, "Be careful, Barbara." Barbara nodded slightly, then lightly leaped onto the platform and sat down cross-legged. A flash of blue light appeared in her hand, revealing her divine artifact, the Azure Wood Spirit Shrine, a Zen realm of one leaf. This small shrine, carved from lush, verdant wood, is shaped like a curled Bodhi leaf and exudes a tranquil yet powerful life force. She placed the shrine in front of her knees, formed a mudra with her hands, and slowly closed her eyes. Silently recite a calming mantra. As she chanted, the Aoki shrine emitted a soft, emerald green halo, which rapidly expanded to form a translucent, verdant light shield composed of countless tiny leaf veins, gently enveloping Barbara within it. Inside the light shield, it seemed to be a tranquil and peaceful little forest world of its own. On the trial platform, the powerful suction seemed to have instantly found its target. Barbara felt the light in front of her change, and her consciousness was instantly pulled into a dreamlike space composed of endless twisted forests and withered thorns. After her vision was restored, Barbara was shocked to see the very thing she feared most. Her beloved elf forest was being ravaged by an endless purple-black plague. The towering trees withered and died in agony. The birds that once sang joyfully turned into skeletons, and the clear streams became foul-smelling, poisonous water. She desperately called for the power of life, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. She could only watch helplessly as the earth marched toward death. The scene suddenly changes. She found herself once again tightly entangled by countless wildly growing, pitch-black thorn roots. The roots pierced her skin, greedily drawing on her life force and wood elemental spiritual energy, trying to assimilate her into this twisted forest. The agonizing and frantic cries of countless plants filled my ears. Barbara's face instantly contorted in pain. At that moment, the Aoki shrine floated in the space of consciousness, emitting a tempting aura. Seclude yourself, immerse your heart completely in this Zen-like state, and sever all connection with the pain of the outside world. Here there is only eternal tranquility, no withering, no responsibility, no suffering. You will attain true peace. Although from the outside of the platform, Barbara seemed no different from when she first went in. But everyone knows that she must be facing a very severe test at this moment. Bai Xing looked nervous. She also possessed powerful psychic abilities and was very sensitive to this kind of mental attack. Go, Barbara. At this moment, the emerald green light shield enveloping Barbara on the platform began to fluctuate violently. The veins of the leaves inside the light cover sometimes appear bright like newly sprouting buds, and sometimes become dim and distorted, even tinged with a hint of black. Barbara's cross-legged figure trembled slightly, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face sometimes showed painful struggle, and sometimes revealed a kind of resigned tranquility. Barbara. Li Ruashi gripped her sister's hand tightly with worry. She is going through an inner storm, one that is more intense than we imagined. Lu Ruyan also looked solemn. Within the illusion, Barbara oscillates between withered despair, the fear of being swallowed up, and the allure of false peace. Just as consciousness was about to be completely swallowed by thorns or sink into the eternal tranquility of the shrine, she saw the trust and encouragement in her friend's eyes. She felt the purest pulse of life, emanating from the very source, transmitted to her by the Aoki shrine. And I heard from the depths of my heart the last, faint but never-ending call of life from the mother tree of the elf forest. No. Barbara's consciousness cried out clearly from the thicket of thorns. The meaning of life is not about escaping decay. It lies in resistance. It lies in awakening. It lies in protecting that undying flame of hope. My strength comes from my love and responsibility for life, not from seeking tranquility in solitude. Chapter 158, the third test. With a cry from within Barbara's heart, she suddenly opened her eyes. She calmly stared at the alluring phantom of the shrine. My Zen realm of one leaf is not a haven for escaping, but a fortress for accumulating strength, understanding one's true nature, and fighting to protect. Boom. The will to protect life is like a spark that ignites a prairie fire. In the heart of the withered forest in the illusion, a dazzling green light suddenly burst forth. The dark thorns that entangled her withered and scattered as if they had encountered their nemesis. That false illusion of tranquility shattered like glass. The whispers of temptation emanating from the Aoki shrine were no longer uttered, but rather became a pure hymn to life. My emotions have completely calmed down. The withered forest illusion receded like the tide, replaced by a vibrant new green forest bathed in the morning light. Barbara regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes. Her emerald green eyes were clearer, brighter, and full of unwavering strength than ever before. The emerald green light that enveloped her stabilized, its radiance becoming more subdued, yet containing an even deeper and more profound life force. The second trial, listening to the heart, passed. The ancient idea carried a clear sense of approval. Barbara excitedly jumped off the platform. It seems my skills have improved even further. Chu Fan happily pulled her into his arms and praised her. My wife is amazing, but you're not allowed to put this green on my head. Barbara pinched his waist, feigning anger, and said, Do you know why I'm so amazing? Because you've given me so much green. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and the others nearby covered their mouths and laughed. Chu Fan looked embarrassed and coughed twice, saying, I was wrong. You guys can punish me with some kind of 8 immortals crossing the sea punishment. Just as they were talking, the platform in front of them suddenly disappeared. Huh, does this mean we can just pass directly? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, Don't be careless. I feel that this test is the most difficult. The next second, the 7 people suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. When they looked down, they discovered that a huge platform had appeared beneath their feet. Chu Fan smiled and said, That makes sense. It seems that this test is for everyone. The third trial, return to the source. Activate the power of the altar and resonate with the sacred principles. The sound rang out again. Before anyone could react, the 7-colored spring in the center of the altar suddenly burst open. But this time, instead of forming guardians as before, they transformed into 7 chaotic energy currents with vastly different attributes and extreme violence, like 7 roaring dragons, each lunging at the 7 people. This turbulent current not only contains a powerful water system impact, but also incorporates 7 different forces. What rushed towards Chu Fan was a huge column of water crackling with violent purple lightning. Lightning flashed, carrying devastating paralysis and penetrating power, attempting to destroy his chaotic core. This is a direct impact on the domineering power within him. Lu Ruyan was facing a pitch-black vortex that was spinning rapidly and changing direction unpredictably. The vortex contained chaotic water elemental will, frantically pulling and tearing at her water elemental control, trying to make her lose herself in the backlash of her own power. The water in front of Barbara was filled with countless wildly growing, foul-smelling, purplish-black, highly poisonous algae. The seaweed, like a living thing, tried to entwine her limbs, drain her life energy, and attempt to pollute her wood-based essence. Fu Junru's opponent is a cold storm containing countless sharp, high-speed rotating deep blue ice crystals. The storm was not only extremely cold, but also carried a cutting intent that could tear everything apart. This is an absolute collision of ice against ice. Bai Xing felt a roar in her head, and a spiritual tide formed by countless twisted and painful resentful sea souls appeared before her. The piercing wails and chaotic whispers assaulted her soul, attempting to corrupt her pure ocean affinity and drive her mad. What Li Ruoyan was facing at this moment was a series of high-speed, metallic-sharp water blades formed by the compression of high-density water elements. The seawater rushed towards her like a barrage of arrows, carrying a sharp, all-piercing intent. What enveloped Li Ruoxi was a grayish-white, viscous fog. She could sense that the mist contained a powerful petrification law. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to solidify into stone dust. This is to completely seal her along with the power of the petrification fruit within her. Fortunately, all 7 had extensive combat experience, and after a brief moment of surprise, they quickly recovered. The 7 individuals each displayed their unique abilities and successfully withstood the impact of the violent energy turbulence caused by their opposing attributes. They were like 7 anchors, firmly fixed to the platform. But this third test is clearly not going to be so simple. Just as the 7 people shattered the water streams in front of them, the next second, 7 more violent streams of water surged out and rushed straight towards the 7 people in the middle of the platform. Everyone's expressions hardened, and they stepped forward again. Time passed second by second, but the water dragon seemed endless, regenerating every time it was destroyed. Moreover, the further along the journey, the more powerful the ancient dragons of the water dragon become. Everyone realized something was wrong. At the critical moment, Lu Ruyan let out a low shout. It seems we must break through them simultaneously. Power united. Activate the altar. Chu Fan also shouted loudly. The 7 people were of one mind and directed their own power toward the platform beneath their feet. Chu Fan's chaotic heavenly thunder power. Lu Rian's control over the power to calm the water element. Barbarous purifying life force. Fu Juanru's absolute ice domain power. The pure ocean's affinity, purified by Shirahoshi. Li Ruoyan's unwavering protective power. Li Ruoshi assimilated the petrified origin power. 7 forces, each distinct yet equally powerful, surged forth like 7 dazzling rivers of light into the ruins dragon pattern of the altar. Buzz. The entire altar erupted with an unprecedented roar. The dragon patterns of Goeishu lit up one by one with unprecedented brightness. 7 colored rays surged and flowed within the patterns, intertwining, merging, and sublimating. It is no longer a simple superposition, but has formed a primordial, all-encompassing power of chaos returning to nothingness. The next second, the 7 water dragons turned into dust in midair. The 7 colored light streams did not stop and eventually converged into an unprecedented, dazzling 7 colored light pillar, as brilliant as the beginning of the universe, which crashed into the original blue and white light pillar at the center of the altar. Boom. The light from the central pillar instantly increased a billionfold. It seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. The tidal compass fragments suspended within emitted a joyous roar that resounded through the heavens. It sensed this chaotic power of return to the void, which combined the wills of 7 people, 7 kinds of power, and symbolized protection and hope. This is a resonance that aligns more closely with the true meaning of the void than any single force. The jade tablet trembled violently and suddenly burst forth with dazzling 7-colored light. Immediately afterwards, it split into 7, transforming into 7 smaller but equally dazzling streams of light, like stars returning to their nests, actively shooting towards the 7 people on the platform. Chapter 159 Jinyuan Tower. Ding, 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 ding. 7 clear and melodious chimes rang out almost simultaneously. 7 beams of light merged into the bodies of the 7 people. The 7 people shuddered simultaneously, their auras instantly soaring. The third trial, Return to the Source, has been passed perfectly. The title standard has recognized your bonds and power. The 7 luminaries have returned to their origin, and together we will control the tides. Ancient ideas are filled with unprecedented passion. The white light on the platform beneath our feet gradually dissipated, returning it to its ancient and rustic appearance. At the center of the altar, the crescent-shaped fragment of the tidal compass floated silently in a pillar of blue and white light, its radiance flowing and its surface as smooth and warm as jade. Chu Fan stepped forward and extended his palm. The fragment seemed to possess a spirit, emitting a pleasant chirp before automatically detaching from the beam of light and gently falling into his palm. The fragments were warm to the touch, containing a vast and dynamic tidal power, subtly echoing the core artifact fragment on his body. Great. I've got the second fragment. I only need the last abyss jade to reforge the return to the void dragon key. Almost instantly, Lu Rian, Fu Juanru, and Bai Xing all looked towards the west. That place is a sea shrouded in deep darkness and chaotic waters. Bai Xing suddenly trembled. I saw a black tower. That must be the Jinyuan Tower. Lu Rian said in a deep voice. It should be. I didn't expect the tide standard to actually guide us. The group left the tide altar without lingering. It seemed that because everyone's strength had been further increased, the journey back was much smoother. Back in the bay where the Neptune was docked, Hu Yi, Lu Jun, and the others who remained behind were already on high alert. After Chu Fan and the others described how they obtained the tide standard and the chilling scene of the Jinyuan Tower that Bai Xing had vaguely seen, everyone's expression became solemn. But with the arrow already on the bowstring, there was no choice but to release it. The Neptune set sail once more, its target the west. 2 days later, the Sea King finally reached the outer edge of the sea area where the Jinyuan Tower was located. The scene before them was unforgettable for everyone. The entire sea seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness. It was as if the Neptune would plunge into an endless abyss if it took another step forward. Space itself seemed to be distorted. A bolt of lightning flashed. Only then did everyone see clearly that in the very center of the darkness, there was a 9-story pagoda that was entirely black. The tower was entwined with countless thick, writhing, purplish-black tentacle phantoms. And the top of the tower seemed to be connected to a constantly rotating vortex leading to endless darkness. Lu Jun and other weaker sailors felt their very souls tremble. Just then, The two fragments on Chu Fan's body suddenly lit up, flashing with the same frequency of light. That's it, this is the place. This tower is Jinyuan Tower. The swarm of drones will be lifted high into the air. But the whole world seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and nothing could be seen at all. Chu Fan immediately decided. Activate the ship's defensive devices, reduce the speed to the slowest setting, and proceed steadily. When the Neptune entered the black zone, even someone as sensitive as Shirahoshi immediately lost her connection with the sea. The entire sea area seemed to have been completely abandoned by time and space. Everyone was on high alert. The Neptune was struggling to move forward as if it were in solidified ink. The distance of just 100 or 2 meters felt like traversing endless turbulent currents of time and space, taking more than an hour. When the bow of the ship finally broke through the suffocating, viscous darkness and truly approached the Jinyuan Tower, the sight before them made everyone hold their breath. This 9-story tower does not stand on an island or reef, but rises directly from the deep, dark purple sea. The tower's base was submerged in a turbulent sea of filthy bubbles, and its entire body was constructed from a pitch-black substance that was neither gold nor stone, but seemed to be solidified abyssal demon blood. The surface of the tower was covered with huge, purplish-black, blood vessel-like patterns that were constantly writhing and flowing with viscous black liquid, like the pulse of a living creature. Countless thick, solid black tentacles seemed to grow out of the tower itself. They writhed slowly like giant pythons, stirring up the viscous demonic sea around them. Moreover, each stirring emitted an evil aura and a pungent sulfur stench. The scales on the surface of the tentacles shimmered with an ominous glow, and the huge suckers opened and closed as if they could devour everything in the world. Lu Rian suddenly said, "Look, there's a stone tablet over there." Everyone looked in the direction Lu Rian was pointing. Right in front of the massive base of the Jinyuan Tower, covered with writhing vein patterns, a pitch-black stone tablet about 3 people tall was half submerged in the demon sea. The stone tablet is made of the same material as the tower, and it is inscribed with a chilling text using some kind of magical rune that burns with dark purple flames. In the realm of Jinyuan, only demons reign supreme. Those who are not of our kind and set foot here will have their flesh and blood melt away, their bones turn to ash. Their souls will be forever imprisoned and vanish into thin air. The inscription on the steel seemed to contain some kind of malevolent curse. Even the weakest sailors, such as Lu Jun, felt a splitting headache just from glancing at the steel, as if their souls were being sucked away by the demonic runes. Only demons are allowed to enter? Lu Rian's face turned grim. This is clearly a restriction set up by Cthulhu, preventing outsiders from approaching the tower. Just as everyone was pondering a solution, a loud bang came from the sky. Rumble. Chu Fan and the others looked up and their expressions changed instantly. Suddenly, the enormous, pitch-black vortex at the top of the tower expanded. The rotation speed seemed to increase more than 100-fold in the blink of an eye. At the center of the vortex, a huge vertical pupil emerged, bursting forth with dazzling purplish-black, demonic light. An unimaginably vast sense of spatial tearing descended. Oh no, the spatial passage has been forcibly opened. Bai Xing cried out in alarm. She could feel countless violent, chaotic, and bloodthirsty auras surging in from the other end of the vortex. Within the vortex, countless figures were ejected like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They come in various shapes and sizes, yet they all exude a strong demonic aura. There was a deep-sea troll, several meters tall, covered in thick bone armor, wielding a giant axe. A flying yiksha with bat wings on its back, a ferocious face, and sharp claws and teeth. There were abominable monsters that resembled aggregated mud, constantly writhing and deforming, and spraying corrosive acid. There are ghostly shadows that are elusive, emit piercing shrieks, and can directly attack the soul. There were also phalanxes of demon knights riding skeletal warhorses burning with demonic fire and wielding spears. Their sheer number was like a raging torrent of demons. Their goal is very clear, to exterminate the humans in front of them. The Neptune's Abyss Barrier Shield instantly activated at full power, with a ghostly blue light pattern covering the entire ship. The Starburst twin magic turret roared as it spewed out compressed magic energy bullets, which swept towards the flying yiksha swarm that was rushing into the air like 2 strings of purple meteors, instantly tearing them apart and vaporizing them. However, even more demons, like a black tide, surged towards the Sea King from all directions, from the air and from the sea. Endless. Chapter 160 Bloodbath at Jinyuan Tower. The Neptune's defense level is quite high. But there were too many demons, so many that it was despair-inducing. Chu Fan frowned, and the Sea King's wrath in his hands suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Prepare for battle. Lu Jun quickly led the ordinary sailors to retreat below deck and maneuvered the ship's weapons to fight back. Quick! Try to contact He Chong and Brother Long. On the deck, Chu Fan stood side by side with his 7 beauties, their boundless energy surging as they faced the surging demon army. Chu Fan's hair flew wildly, and his body was wrapped in violent purple lightning. Wherever he passed, all the demons were reduced to dust. Lu Rian's heavenly rank water attribute power was also fully unleashed at this moment. Especially when the water she controlled merged with Fu Juanru's icy power, the combined attack instantly transformed into a destructive storm that annihilated the demon army in large numbers. Barbara's greenwood spirit energy spurred the growth of vines, which intertwined with Hui's blazing foxfire, igniting a raging inferno in the sky that consumed everything. Bai Xing, Li Ruoyan, and Li Ruoxi were also going all out, mercilessly annihilating the enemy. With the combined efforts of the 8 people, they finally wiped out the demon army in their sight. But before they could even rejoice, the vortex emitted another burst of light. Just like before, an endless army of demons descended from them once again. This scene is just like the end of the world. Anyone who sees it will feel a sense of powerless despair. Chu Fan roared angrily and was about to attack again, but was stopped by Lu Rian. Chu Fan, it seems that if we can't enter the Jinyuan Tower and get the last fragment, the demon race's teleportation won't stop. If this continues, we'll all be worn down and die here. Chu Fan paused, his brows furrowing. Lu Rian continued. Here, only you can enter the tower. Chu Fan's body trembled as he asked. Then here. Lu Rian smiled radiantly and said, Leave this place to us. Fu Juanru and the others stepped forward and said in unison, Leave it to us. Chu Fan's heart surged with emotion as his gaze swept over the beautiful yet resolute faces before him. He knew that this was the only and best solution at the moment, but he was still somewhat hesitant to face this army of demons alone. At this moment, Lu Rian suddenly stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and before Chu Fan could react, forcefully pressed her red lips onto Chu Fan's lips. Chu Fan felt a surge of warmth and was about to respond when Lu Rian had already retreated. She blushed slightly and said, We will try our best, and you must live well too. We will reward you when you come back. Barbara laughed and said, Chu Fan, don't forget, we're not pushovers either. Go on. Fu Juanru said, Yes, if you really don't trust us, then get the fragments as quickly as possible. Chu Fan gave them a deep look, his heart surging with heroic spirit. Wait for me to come back. Before he finished speaking, he resolutely turned around, transformed into a streak of purple lightning, and charged into the pitch-black entrance of the Jinyuan Tower, disappearing without a trace. As they watched Chu Fan's figure disappear, the tenderness on Lu Rian and the others vanished instantly, replaced by a cold fighting spirit, their gazes sweeping like blades at the countless demonic shadows falling from the sky. Sisters, to put Chu Lang at ease, and to survive, let's kill these disgusting things and restore a bright and clear world. Good. 7 stunningly beautiful figures transformed into 7 rainbows, meeting the black torrent filled with disgust and hatred. Lu Rian let out a clear shout, unleashing her heavenly rank water element power without reservation. The moonlit tear's blade transformed into a streak of light, turning into a streak of white light at lightning speed beside her. All the monsters that tried to approach her were shredded to pieces. She pressed her hands against the sea surface and forcibly controlled the viscous demonic sea around the ship, creating several huge walls of filthy seawater that slammed against the surging sea demons. Frozen, Fu Juanru took a step forward and stood on the bow of the ship. Frost silence. The eternal journey is unsheathed, its sword pointing towards the sea ahead. An extreme burst of cold energy. Carrera. Centered on the Neptune, the sea surface within a radius of several hundred meters, along with the demons charging above, was instantly frozen into a huge, icy battlefield shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Countless demons were frozen inside the ice. But the ice quickly turned black and cracked under the corrosive influence of the demonic energy. Snort. Fu Juanru snorted coldly and clenched her fists tightly. The ice layer exploded into a shower of snow dust, including the frozen monsters within it. Foxfire burns the sky. Hui's 9 tails swayed in unison, and the pink foxfire was no longer gentle, but transformed into a raging storm that burned away all filth. A massive foxfire tornado shot into the sky, engulfing a large number of flying yikshas and ghostly shadows that rushed towards it, causing them to sizzle and crackle as they burned. Lifeline. Barbara raised the azure shrine high above her head, and a surge of emerald light mixed with the power of blue and white tides erupted forth. A massive life barrier, composed of countless resilient vines and purifying light leaves, enveloped the Neptune, blocking the rain of corrosive acid and magical attacks. The barrier is constantly being eroded, yet it is constantly being regenerated by Barbara's power. Armed. 1,000-foot cliff. Li Ruoyan let out a delicate shout, and her arms instantly turned into metal and grew to enormous size, transforming into 2 giant tower shields covered with sharp spikes. Like a mobile fortress, they blocked the ship's weakest point, withstanding the giant axe blows of the Abyss Troll and the charge of the Demon Knight. Sparks flew everywhere, and a deafening roar was heard. The realm of petrification and solidification. Li Ruoshi pressed her hands on the deck, and a grayish-white petrifying light rapidly spread. The small monsters and corrosive slime surging onto the deck were instantly petrified and solidified, forming a difficult-to-pass area of stone spikes, effectively reducing the pressure on melee combat on the deck. The fury of the ocean. Bai Xing stood at the highest point, her azure eyes transforming into the eye of a storm. She sang at the top of her lungs, but her song was no longer soothing. Instead, it was filled with the anger and majesty of the ocean. Invisible sound waves, mixed with purifying power, crashed against the souls of the demons like a tsunami, weakening their fighting spirit, interfering with their actions, and providing mental protection for their companions. 7 stunningly beautiful women, each displaying their unique abilities, constructed a magnificent and sturdy defensive line around the Sea King, engaging in a fierce battle with the surging demon army. Magic energy projectiles whistled, ice crystals shattered, foxfire blazed in the sky, vines strangled, metal roared, stone spikes sprang up, and songs soared. The scene was both magnificent and tragic. Below deck, Lu Jun and the others were moved to tears. These are the most outstanding humans of our time. They are fighting for all humanity and for this world. Finally, a sailor exclaimed, "Brother Lu, we've made contact with Brother Long and the others." Lu Jun was overjoyed and quickly said, "Quickly send them our location. Hopefully they can arrive in time. If anything happens to these 7, how can we face Chu Fan? The war in the void continues." At the same time, inside the Jinyuan Tower, in the darkness that seemed to devour everything, Chu Fan suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. Chapter 161: The Demon in the Altar. Chu Fan opened his eyes and looked around. The scene inside Jinyuan Tower was completely beyond his expectations. From the outside, the Jinyuan Tower doesn't look very big, but once inside, Chu Fan was surprised to find that the space was surprisingly large. It's as if this place has its own spatial laws. The walls emitted a faint, eerie green light, illuminating the entire tower while also casting an eerie atmosphere over the entire Jinyuan Tower. Holding the wrath of the Sea King, Chu Fan began his exploration within the tower. From time to time, demonic shadows would spill out from the walls, but these were the lowest level of demons, and Chu Fan could annihilate them with just a single divine lightning bolt. This led to the fact that before long, all the demons in the tower knew that a human who knew lightning magic had arrived, and that he was extremely cruel. So after going up to the 3rd floor, Chu Fan was surprised to find that he couldn't even encounter a single demon spirit. However, this also allowed him to relax, and he was able to climb the tower faster and faster. The Jinyuan Tower has 9 floors. When he climbed to the 8th floor, he suddenly found that it had become much quieter. Just as he was feeling confused, he suddenly noticed a wine jar in the corner of the 8th floor. This is a pitch-black wine jar tightly bound by countless dark gold rune chains, emanating a chilling energy. Not long after Chu Fan stepped onto the 8th level of the space, a voice suddenly rang out. "Human beings?" Chu Fan was taken aback and looked around, but found nothing unusual. "Am I hallucinating?" Just then, the voice rang out again. "I never expected that a human could actually get in here." Chu Fan turned around abruptly, looking at the wine jar in disbelief. "What? Has this wine jar come to life?" The wine jar roared angrily. "How dare you? I am Sha Mia, merely sealed within this wine jar. You must have heard of my formidable reputation, have you?" Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "Sorry, I've never heard of it, and I'm not interested. I'm very busy. After saying that, he ignored the still chattering wine jar and began searching for the entrance to the 9th floor, which was the top floor. But to his surprise, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the entrance. At that moment, the wine jar suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Human, are you looking for the entrance to the upper level? You will never find it. Chu Fan glanced at the wine jar, wondering if there was some special meaning behind its consumption. This wine jar demon has probably been locked up for too long, because it keeps rambling on and on. Chu Fan searched the 8th floor several times, but indeed found nothing. The wine jar demon said smugly, I already told you, you won't find it. If you want to go upstairs, only I. Suddenly, he noticed that Chu Fan was walking downstairs. His voice changed, and he asked with a hint of doubt, Where are you going? Chu Fan shrugged and said, Since I can't find it, I'll go check the 7th floor. The wine jar shook for a moment before finally speaking. That's unnecessary. You can ask. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. That's right. I'll go to the 7th floor, catch a ghost, and ask it out. Wine jar, why didn't you ask me? Chu Fan smiled and said, Then will you tell me? Wine jar, if you let me out, I'll tell you. After a moment of silence, Chu Fan asked, Who exactly are you? Wine jar, it seems I've been imprisoned for far too long. The world doesn't even recognize me, Shamya. Back in the day Chu Fan interrupted. Speak quickly, stop rambling on. Wine jar, Junior, you're showing me a bit of disrespect. Chu Fan, if you don't tell me, I'm leaving. Wine jar, no, I'll tell you. Listen carefully. I am the lord of the demon realm. Chu Fan, and then? Wine jar, you're not even a little bit shocked? Chu Fan, why should I be shocked? Besides, if you are the lord of the demon realm, I am even less likely to let you go. The voice from the wine jar was clearly anxious. Wait a minute. Let me ask you. Is the current ruler of the demon realm Cthulhu? Chu Fan was taken aback. Although he didn't know who the master of the demon realm was, Arjuna had mentioned this name more than once, so it must be him. So he nodded and said, That's right. The wine jar's voice carried a hint of anger. It really was that despicable scoundrel. If he hadn't plotted against me back then, I wouldn't have been locked in this wine jar for thousands of years. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, How about this? You tell me how to get to the 9th floor, and I'll kill that Cthulhu for you after I get out, okay? The wine jar said, No, you have to promise to let me out before I'll tell you how to get up. Chu Fan shook his head and said, That won't do. There's not a single good one among you demons. The wine jar hurriedly said, Don't be so quick to refuse. It's a good thing for you if I go out. Chu Fan asked doubtfully, What do you mean by that? Wine jar, I can help you stop the demons from continuing their invasion of the human world. At least until I and Cthulhu have a decisive battle, you don't need to worry about the demons invading. Chu Fan, how can I trust you? Wine jar, Junior, are you doubting what I, Shamya, said? Let me tell you the truth. I was ambushed by Cthulhu because of our differing ideologies. Chu Fan, how are they different? The wine jar continued. I, Shamya, only admire the strong. Therefore, I am willing to conquer this world with real sword and spear. But Cthulhu is different. Its ambition is immense, and it loves to play tricks and schemes, which is why I fell into its trap. After hearing these words, Chu Fan hesitated for a moment. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so releasing this person seems like a good option. But he was, after all, a demon. The wine jar seemed to sense Chu Fan's hesitation and said, I am willing to swear a blood oath to you, that as long as you take me out, as long as you are here, I will not invade the human world. How about it? After pondering for a moment, Chu Fan finally made a decision. Time is indeed running out for me. Perhaps the demon in this jar also had ill intentions, but it seems I don't have any better options. All right, remember what you said. I can release you, but if you dare to break your oath, even if you fight your way to the demon realm, I will seal you away again. The demon in the altar was overjoyed and said, Good, don't worry. I, Shamya, value my promises the most, and I will definitely do what I say. It's clear that the seal of thousands of years has made this former demon realize a reality. Only by escaping can he have a chance to take revenge. At this moment, his only hope lay with Chu Fan. Having made his choice, Chu Fan didn't delay any longer. Tell me, how should I get you out? Chapter 162, Searching for the Entrance to the 9th Floor. All right, human boy, what should I call you? The demon in the altar suddenly asked. My name is Chu Fan. Okay, Chu Fan, follow my instructions and attack the points where the jar is sealed. After listening carefully, Chu Fan said, Okay, I've got it. Get ready, I'll attack now. Haha, kid, Come on, you can't hurt me. Okay, here I come. Next, following Sha Mie's instructions, Chu Fan condensed the ultimate lightning energy of the Sea King's wrath and precisely struck several key nodes of the rune chain. Lightning exploded, and the runes flickered and shattered violently. With a roar that seemed to have been building up for thousands of years, a massive, pitch-black torrent of demonic energy surged out from the mouth of the altar, condensing in the air into a blurry, grotesque demonic shadow with only the upper half of its body visible. However, this demonic figure looked rather disheveled. Chu Fan shrugged and said, I reminded you, but you said it was fine. Sha Mie, slightly embarrassed, tried to cover it up. I'm fine. I'm fine, ah. Ha ha ha. Freedom. Thousands of years of confinement. Sha Mie's ecstatic joy was palpable. The blurry demonic figure turned towards Chu Fan, its deep-set eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Chu Fan, if you let me out, I will naturally keep my promise. Now let me take you to the top floor. Before the words were even finished, a sudden change occurred. It is unclear whether Sha Mie's escape triggered a deeper layer of restrictions within the tower, or whether it was a contingency plan left behind by Xanthalas. The space in front of them, which had been empty, suddenly distorted, and a dark red barrier woven from countless agonizing and wailing souls instantly opened up. Above the barrier, a huge, blood-red demonic eye, formed entirely from malevolent thoughts, suddenly opened and locked onto Sha Mie, who had just escaped and whose aura was still unstable. The soul-sealing chains of annihilation. He actually placed this here. For the first time, the voice of annihilation carried a hint of fear. No sooner said than done. The demonic eye shot out a dark beam of light, piercing straight towards the annihilation. This is a deadly technique specifically designed to kill demons. Sha Mie frantically channeled his power in an attempt to resist, but it had just escaped its confinement and was too weak. The condensed demonic shadow fluctuated violently under the beam of light, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. It let out a defiant roar, on the verge of being completely devoured or severely damaged by this specially restrained barrier. At this critical moment, without the slightest hesitation, a purple lightning figure crashed into the attack range of the soul-slaying chain. You idiot. Retreat. This attack targets the soul. You can't block it and your soul will be destroyed. Sha Mie roared in shock and rage, completely unable to comprehend the human's behavior. Chu Fan ignored him, his eyes sharp as knives. He could not completely resist this attack aimed at the soul, but he possessed the wrath of the Sea King and the supremely powerful and young purple heaven divine thunder. Roar. He unleashed the power of the Sea King's wrath to its fullest extent, transforming the immense thunderous power into a roaring thunder dragon, which fiercely struck the most turbulent nodes of the barrier's energy. Rumble. Thunderous explosion. The power of pure yang clashed violently with the filthy soul energy, resulting in a massive explosion. The entire barrier trembled violently, and the beam of annihilation that was aimed at Sha Mie was also disrupted in its energy flow. Its power was greatly reduced, and its direction was deviated. Boom. A loud bang was heard. The shockwave from the explosion sent Chu Fan and Sha Mie flying simultaneously. Chu Fan groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His soul was violently shaken, and his face paled slightly. Sha Mie was also not having an easy time, but he managed to avoid the fatal blow. The tower was temporarily silent, with only the hissing sound of residual energy. His deep, dark gaze was fixed on Chu Fan, who was struggling to stand up, filled with indescribable complex emotions. Why? Its voice became low and solemn. Our relationship was merely a transaction. I escaped, you found a way out. What you just did was utterly foolish, almost suicidal. According to your rules, this was not the optimal choice. Chu Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and suppressed the stinging pain in his soul. My rules do not include standing by and watching an ally be eliminated by underhanded means, even temporarily. Besides, if you disappear, who will lead me to find the fragments? Saving you is also helping myself. Sha Mie remained silent for a long time. It has experienced countless betrayals, killings, and the survival of the fittest, and believes in absolute power and interests. Chu Fan's behavior was almost foolish in its long life. But it was precisely this folly, this reckless action under absolute rational consideration, this inexplicable insistence on the word ally, even if it was just a verbal agreement, that caused a strange ripple to stir in its long cold and lifeless demonic heart. It admires strength, and even more so, it admires those who possess strength but are not merely cold-blooded. Chu Fan, I will remember you. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay your kindness today. Looking at it, Chu Fan could sense a genuine change in its mental state. He nodded. All right. Well then, ally, we don't have much time left. Follow me. As soon as Shamya finished speaking, he walked towards a wall. Chu Fan followed and asked in confusion, "This is just a wall." Shamya laughed. "That's right, he is a wall. Follow me and don't take a single wrong step." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Okay." After he finished speaking, Shamya muttered, 3 steps to the right, 1 step forward. Then, he took 3 steps to the right, and then stepped straight forward. But to Chu Fan's surprise, he not only didn't crash into the wall, but he even disappeared right in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan was taken aback, thinking to himself, could this guy have run away? Just then, he heard Shamya's voice. "What are you still standing there for? Follow my steps." Chu Fan then realized that this was an extremely profound spatial magic, and it was clear that Shamya had entered another space. So he followed the steps of Shamya, taking 3 steps to the right, and then 1 step forward. The scenery before him suddenly changed, and Shamya reappeared before his eyes. Okay, next, 5th from the right, and 2nd from the back. In the time that followed, Chu Fan followed Shamya and explored the 8th floor of the Jinyuan Tower according to a series of incantations. A full half-hour passed before Shamya finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "All right, the last step." Chu Fan was secretly alarmed. Even if the incantation were told to him, it would be difficult to find a way out so quickly with such a mysterious method. It seems that letting this devil out was the right gamble. Shamya muttered, 5 in front, 3 behind, 4 on the right, 6 on the left, advance. Chu Fan thought to himself, holy crap, are they dancing? But after he did it, everything became clear. A black staircase appeared before us. Shamya laughed and said, all right, this is the entrance to the 9th floor. Chapter 163, The Descends of the Demon God. Chu Fan was overjoyed. After all the twists and turns, he had finally found the right path. After confirming that there were no problems, they quickly made their way up the stairs to the hidden 9th floor of the Jinyuan Tower. The space on the 9th floor is very small, only about 7 or 8 square meters. In the center of the room stood a pure black altar, upon which rested a white fragment. Seemingly sensing the other 2 fragments on Chu Fan's body, the fragments on the altar also emitted a soft white light. Chu Fan quickly walked to the altar and took out 2 more fragments from his person. The next second, including the fragment on the altar, the 3 fragments rose into the air as if enveloped by some mysterious force. The 3 fragments, tightly bound together, seemed to come alive, swirling around each other in the air. Chu Fan could even feel them cheering and jumping for joy. After a while, the white light disappeared, and the 3 fragments had merged into a single whole, floating in front of Chu Fan. Goeishu Dragon Key. Chu Fan, you're quite good. It seems they've acknowledged you. Chu Fan remained silent, extended his right hand, and the slightly warm dragon-shaped key automatically fell into his palm. Okay, we've got the key, we can leave now. After putting the key away, Chu Fan said those words calmly. Shamya said in a deep voice, Chu Fan, as a demon, I am bound by the rules and cannot leave the Jinyuan Tower directly. Chu Fan asked in surprise, then how will you get out? Shamya looked at him, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I need your help. How can I help? Your blood. Chu Fan frowned, asking incredulously, my blood? Shamya nodded and said, that's right. Just as humans cannot enter this tower, demons cannot leave this place. Chu Fan was quite shocked. This Jinyuan Tower was really strange. People couldn't get in, and demons couldn't get out. He wondered who had created it. It seems that only humans like myself, who have merged with the demon god, can enter and exit. An extremely absurd feeling rose in his heart, as if these rules were made specifically for him. However, he didn't hesitate and asked, how much do you want? Shamya was overjoyed and said, not much, just 3 drops will do, as long as you. He suddenly stopped talking, and Chu Fan had already bitten his index finger, drawing 3 drops of blood. Take it, it's just 3 drops of blood. After a moment of surprise, Shamya laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Ha, human boy, you're not bad. I'm liking you more and more. Chu Fan said in a deep voice, enough nonsense, get out of here. I don't know how Barbara and Lu Ruyan are doing now. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Shamya accepted Chu Fan's 3 drops of blood and went to the empty altar. Ironically, leaving the Jinyuan Tower requires the power of our demon race, Yet we ourselves are the ones who cannot leave. As they spoke, Sha Mie began chanting an ancient incantation toward the altar. As the incantation was recited, a black halo slowly appeared on the altar, resembling a portal in a game. Sha Mie said urgently, "Now, let's go." Chu Fan no longer hesitated and followed Sha Mie into the circle of light. Outside the Jinyuan Tower, Lu Ruyan and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. An overwhelming horde of demons surged forth from the vortex. They have already repelled 7 waves of attacks. Even Fu Juanru and Lu Ruyan, who were as powerful as the Heavenly Realm experts, were already drenched in sweat at this moment. But these nasty demons have appeared once again. Sisters, cheer up and believe in Chu Fan. Lu Ruyan let out a delicate cry, and the sharp blade in her hand flashed with a cold light once again. Everyone gritted their teeth, preparing to face this endless onslaught once again. Just then, an extremely terrifying demonic power suddenly emanated from the sky. Lu Ruyan and the others were taken aback. They had only felt this kind of pressure during the battle against the 8-headed demon god. Could it be that a demon god-level monster has arrived? Sure enough, a gigantic demon god, several times the size of the ordinary demon soldiers, squeezed out of the vortex. Little bugs, let me have some fun with you. Everyone's expression turned serious. It seems this exit is directly connected to the demon realm. If this continues, more and more, stronger and stronger demons will be teleported out from here. Barbara couldn't help but complain. Fuck, is this a big guy? No one spoke, but they all had the same thought. This looks like we're in trouble. Fu Juanru gritted her teeth and said, I'll take care of this devil. Lu Ruyan immediately said, no, it's too dangerous. But Fu Juanru had already leaped into the air and was heading straight for the demon god. The air seemed to freeze wherever she went. The demon also noticed Fu Juanru flying towards it, and a cruel smile appeared in its eyes. Die, you lowly humans. However, Fu Juanru's heavenly rank strength was not so easily defeated, and the two sides quickly engaged in battle. Relying on her superior strength, Fu Juanru firmly maintained the upper hand. Lu Ruyan and the others below finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as the demon was being killed and retreating, he suddenly spoke up. Neighbo, how long are you going to watch? Fu Juanru frowned, sensing something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, another powerful pressure descended. Ha ha ha, Scott, so you're finally going to have to beg me one day? The devil, Scott, shouted. Enough nonsense, this little wench has some strength. Lu Ruyan was taken aback and immediately flew away to support Fu Juanru. But the next second, one demon god after another appeared. Instantly, the world lost its color, and the immense pressure caused Lu Jun and the others, who were far away on the outskirts of the battle area, to hold their breath. Oh no, it's too late. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others came up behind Fu Juanru. Sisters, it looks like we're going to have to fight to the death. Don't let others look down on us. Slaughter all these demons. The regrouped demon army will not retreat because of the 8 women's tragic sacrifice. At this moment, they have gathered even more terrifying power and are preparing to launch a fatal blow against these ants below. Fu Juanru and the others activated the power within their bodies, preparing for their final battle. But the next second, an aura of pressure even more terrifying than all the demons present combined appeared. Nebo asked in confusion, this pressure? This time, Lu Ruyan and the others finally changed their expressions. This oppressive aura is absolutely terrifying. Is this really where we are going to be? The 8 women revealed resolute eyes, showing no intention of running away. Sisters, let's take down more of the demon army, so that Chu Fan will face less pressure when he comes out. For Chu Lang's sake, kill. At this critical moment, everyone felt a flash of white light before their eyes, and a figure appeared in front of them. Then, a sound that brought tears to the eyes of all 8 women suddenly rang out. Wives, I'm home. Chapter 164 Your king has returned. The moment the sound appeared, everyone was overjoyed. Fu Juanru's body went limp as Chu Fan held her in his arms, spun her around in the air, and then she landed steadily on the ground. Thank you all for your hard work. Is everyone all right? Seeing the carnage on the field, Chu Fan asked with concern. At the same time, I'm glad I got back in time. Fu Juanru shook her head, and they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Fan return safely. Barbara asked, so did you get the stuff? Chu Xin raised the dragon-shaped key in her hand and replied with a smile. I have fulfilled my mission. Lu Ruyan pulled Chu Fan to her side and warned. Everyone be careful. This newly appeared demon god is not simple. At this moment, Naboo and his companions in the sky also let out a series of cackling laughs. You're all doomed now. Judging by the pressure, it's at least at the level of a handsome man. I just wonder who's coming. Lu Rian and the others were on high alert as they watched a dark shadow slowly appear in the sky. Chu Fan suddenly laughed and said, "It's okay. Don't worry. I've got everything covered." Then, amidst the women's puzzled expressions, he said to the dark figure in the air, "Hey, what are you doing? Come out here now, or you'll scare my wife." While everyone was puzzled, Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Chu Fan. At this moment, the dark figure in the air exclaimed with emotion, "Thousands of years have passed, and we've finally emerged." Ha ha. At this moment, everyone finally saw what the person looked like. The demons, including Nabo, were momentarily stunned when they saw the dark figure. Who is this? It sounds like they know that human quite well. What a joke. How could a human be friends with a demon? At this moment, Scott suddenly said in a deep voice, "Hey guys, doesn't this guy look a little familiar?" The other demons shook their heads, all indicating that they couldn't remember. Shamia let out a cold laugh. "Nabo, Scott, Aiden, what? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Scott felt a jolt in his heart, and suddenly, as if remembering something, he pointed at Shamia. "You can't. It's impossible. You can't be his." Nabo looked confused. "Scott, what are you talking about?" Lu Ruyan and the others also looked at Chu Fan with puzzled expressions. Shamia snorted coldly, and his body suddenly released a tremendous pressure. Chu Fan was puzzled. Shamia's aura was clearly not this strong just now, so how come it suddenly seemed to have recovered to its peak? At this moment, Nabo finally realized, "You are the demon Lord Shami? Impossible, absolutely impossible." These words struck like a bolt of lightning, resounding throughout the demon realm. What, demon lord? It disappeared thousands of years ago. How could it be? However, this oppressive aura is a bloodline suppression for the demons, because this was their former king. The demons exchanged glances, and suddenly a bad feeling crept into their minds. Shamia sneered again. "Not bad. I didn't expect you could still recognize me. As for Xanthalas, he is a despicable worm." Nabo and the other demons finally confirmed that the visitor was none other than the infamous demon lord in the history of the demon race, Shamia. But then one day, he suddenly disappeared. Next, Xanthalas became their lord. But no matter what, this name is still an invincible force for them. "Your Majesty, the demon lord, you have finally returned. Our demon race is about to achieve victory, but these humans are the ones who are stopping us." As he spoke, he pointed towards Chu Fan and the others. Snort. Shamia extended his finger, and a beam of black light struck Nabo. "Ah, demon lord, why?" Shamia said in a cold voice. "Chu Fan is my brother. From now on, none of you are allowed to show him the slightest disrespect. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished without mercy." These words stunned everyone. This reversal came so suddenly. Scott instinctively said, "But Lord Xanthalos said he wanted to." When the scorching gaze fell upon him, Scott suddenly felt completely overwhelmed by an absolute pressure, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. "Demon Lord. Humph, I've returned this time to avenge that ungrateful traitor. You all must make a choice. Continue to be my subordinates, or..." As Shamia was speaking, a black light suddenly struck Nabo directly. The latter didn't even have time to react before his arm turned to dust. "Ah, demon lord, spare my life. I am willing to follow you." The others then realized what was happening and expressed their willingness to follow the demon lord again. Shamia nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Everyone cease your attack and await my orders." After saying this, he floated down to the bottom. "How did I do, little brother Chu Fan?" Shamia changed his tune, even adopting a hint of ingratiation. This scene almost made those demons swallow their tongues. The legendary Shamia is an absolutely invincible being who doesn't respect anyone at all. I never expected them to be so friendly to a human. Chu Fan nodded and said, "Well done, thank you." Shamia chuckled and said, That's good. It's a good thing you weren't injured, otherwise I would have killed them all." These words sent a shiver down the spines of the demons. Sure enough, he was still the same Shamia, arrogant, ruthless, and disregarding everyone. Chu Fan suddenly asked, "How come your strength has been fully restored? Is it related to those 3 drops of blood?" Shamia was taken aback at first, then asked in an incredulous tone, "How did you guess?" Chu Fan shook his head and said, "I just felt a familiar aura." Shamia didn't deny it, nodding and saying, "That's right. When I came out just now, I only used 2 drops, and I absorbed the remaining drop." He then explained, Because your blood contains the most powerful energy of both humans and demons, it is the best tonic for me to restore my strength. Suddenly, Lu Rian asked, "So how much of your strength have you recovered now?" Shamya shook his head and said, "At most 60%. These words made Barbara and the others gasp in shock. If 60% is this powerful, then in his prime, he would probably be close to God-level strength. Seeing everyone's worry, Shamya quickly said, "Don't worry. I, Shalai, am not like Cthulhu. I have no interest in conquering humans." Then, he took to the air again. "Chu Fan, let's part ways here. You go and do your thing, and I also need to deal with some personal grudges." Chu Fan knew what he meant and nodded, saying, "Okay." Shalai continued, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the demons will no longer invade the human race." As he spoke, he took out a piece of armor from his pocket and tossed it to Chu Fan. "This is a token from my demon clan. If you need anything, crush it and you will be able to find me." Chu Fan took the black nail plate and nodded solemnly, saying, "Okay." Shamya then flew back to the group of demons and spoke slowly in a cold voice. "It's time to make this traitor pay the price." Chapter 165, The Tide Cup. 3 days later, the Neptune cut through the waves and finally arrived at the legendary Forbidden Sea area, the Eye of the Ruins. Contrary to the expected violent chaos, the scene before them presented a chilling stillness. The seawater was no longer the familiar azure or inky black, but a nearly viscous, swirling, deep purple vortex, enormous and seemingly an inverted starry sky, swallowing all light and sound. The Neptune was as insignificant as a drop in the ocean compared to this enormous whirlpool. To everyone's surprise, since the fierce battle 3 days ago, the voyage has been unusually smooth, and there has been no further harassment or obstruction from the demons. It seems my new friend really does keep his word. Chu Fan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the eye of the ruins that seemed capable of devouring souls, and said in a deep voice. Beside her, Lu Rian nodded slightly, a glint of light flashing in her beautiful eyes, and she parted her lips slightly. "Even so, this place is by no means ordinary, and we must not be careless in the slightest." Lu Jun carefully maneuvered the Neptune towards a relatively calm area in the center of the whirlpool, an area that resembled the eye of a storm. According to the records that Shirahoshi saw in the ancient books of the Mermaid Clan, the entrance to the Dragon Clan's sacred land should be hidden here. Chu Fan took out the complete dragon-shaped key that had fused the 3 fragments and was now flowing with brilliant golden light. As soon as the key appeared, it seemed to be summoned and began to hum slightly, with the dragon scale patterns on its surface lighting up one by one. As the Neptune ventured deeper, the light from the key grew stronger, eventually transforming into a solid golden beam that shot towards the empty void ahead. Buzz! The space rippled outwards like waves on water. A colossal gate, constructed from countless ancient reefs, giant corals, and the skeletons of unknown behemoths, slowly emerged from the void. The gate was tightly closed, and it was carved with countless intricate and ancient dragon totems, exuding an aura of vastness, majesty, and sorrow. In the very center of the door, there is a recess that perfectly matches the shape of the key in Chu Fan's hand. No wonder they say that without this key, you can't enter the Dragon Clan's sacred land. You can't even find the entrance, let alone get in. Lu Jun sighed. Chu Fan exchanged glances with the others, took a deep breath, flew forward, and steadily pressed the dragon-shaped key in his hand into the recess. Perfectly fitted. Crack. Rumble. As if a colossal beast that had slumbered for millennia had been awakened, the ancient gate groaned and slowly opened inward, revealing a deep passage that emitted a soft blue light and mist. Behind the door was not seawater, but a magnificent underwater world shrouded in a giant, bubble-like barrier. Dragon Clan Holy Land ruins. The Neptune continued to slowly sail in. Within the barrier lies a boundless, dilapidated palace complex, yet still hinting at its former glory. Grand yet desolate. That was the most immediate impression on everyone. The massive white jade pillars are broken and crumbling, and the magnificent coral courtyard is desolate and lonely, with only countless jellyfish and fish swam among them, adding to the mystery and desolation. The air was filled with pure water elemental energy and ancient dragon might. At this moment, the dragon-shaped key transformed into a stream of light and flew back into Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan suddenly noticed that the key was emitting a light, pointing like a pointer in a certain direction deep within the sacred land. It seems to be guiding us. Chu Fan felt the throbbing of the key. Everyone perked up and immediately followed the key's guidance. After traversing countless collapsed corridors and plazas, and avoiding several areas still shrouded in dangerous restrictions, they finally arrived at the most central altar of the holy site. This altar was carved from a single, massive piece of deep-sea jade, pure white and flawless, radiating an astonishing chill and spiritual power. The altar was empty above, except for a depression in the center that resembled a cup base. This is it. The Tide Cup should be on the altar, Lu Jun said excitedly. However, despite searching the altar thoroughly, from top to bottom and left to right, and even using their divine sense to scan it repeatedly, they found nothing. The altar was empty. The Tide Cup was nowhere to be seen. How could it not be here? The key clearly pointed to this spot. Barbara was getting anxious. Had someone beaten them to it? Fu Junru frowned. Impossible. Chu Fan shook his head, holding the key in his hand. He could sense that the Holy Grail's aura was strongest here, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. It must still be here, just hidden in some way. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lu Rian walked slowly around the altar, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wisdom as she carefully examined every detail of the altar, from the carved patterns to the flow of energy. She suddenly stopped, extended her slender fingers, and gently brushed over an inconspicuous pattern on the edge of the altar, a pattern quite different from the dragon's battle totem. Those were extremely ancient and subtle patterns, profound and difficult to understand. I see. A knowing smile appeared on Lu Rian's lips, her voice clear and firm. We've all fallen into a fixed mindset. Why would the dragons so openly place the Holy Grail, which concerns the very survival of their race, on such a conspicuous altar? This statement shocked everyone. That's right, Rian is right. From the dragon's perspective, they certainly won't let the Holy Grail fall into someone else's hands so easily. Chu Fan was the first to confirm Lu Rian's guess. Lu Rian looked around at everyone and continued. The true Tide Cup has never left its base, but it has never truly revealed itself before our eyes. As she spoke, she walked to the front of the altar, formed a complex and elegant hand seal, and slowly released the heavenly rank water element power within her body, gently injecting it into the nearly dim water ripple seal at a unique frequency. Hidden in the shadow of reality, concealed in the eye of the tide. Revealed. Buzz. As she spoke and channeled her power, the entire jade altar trembled slightly. The space above the altar began to distort, like ripples on water, as light was refracted and rearranged by a strange force. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, a cup-shaped object made entirely of the purest water, seemingly containing an endless ocean and starlight, slowly emerged above the previously empty altar. It has always been there, but it has been perfectly hidden by an extremely sophisticated water-based illusion array, blending into the surrounding light and water flow. Unless one knows the secret or has an extreme control and insight into the power of water like Lu Rian, it would be impossible to discover. The water rippled, the Holy Grail solidified, and finally transformed into an ancient, yet dazzling blue crystal cup, which landed steadily on the altar's base, radiating a vast yet gentle tidal power that instantly enveloped the entire sacred ruins. Tide Cup. A look of surprise flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. Everyone sincerely praised her, and their gazes toward Lu Rian were filled with admiration. If it weren't for her meticulous attention to detail and mastery of water-based laws, they might have truly missed out on this sacred artifact. Lu Rian let out a soft breath and smiled slightly. I have fulfilled my mission. Now it's up to it. Chu Fan nodded emphatically, his gaze fixed intently on the Tide Cup, which held the hope of saving the world. Chapter 166, A New Era Has Arrived. Chu Fan held the Tide Cup in his hand, feeling the weight and breadth of the entire ocean contained within it. But he was a little dumbfounded. What should I do next? Indeed, Luo Zhuochuan only said that he needed to find the Tide Cup, but he didn't mention what to do after finding it. Perhaps even he didn't know how to use it. Lu Rian said, I guess the method used should be nearby. Let's all look for it. Just then, Shirahoshi, who was carefully examining the area, suddenly let out a soft exclamation. She ran her slender fingers across a moss-covered wall beside the altar, erasing the mottled marks to reveal rows of profound and intricate ancient dragon runes composed of flowing water patterns. Look, there are words engraved here. Bai Xing exclaimed in surprise as she intently deciphered the language originating from the deepest part of the ocean. This contains the true secret ritual for activating the Tide Cup. The crowd immediately gathered around. The inscriptions on the jade disc shimmered, their meaning roughly as follows. The holy grail of the tides governs the waxing and waning of the oceans and determines the purity and turbidity of the universe. It cannot be driven by brute force, but requires the resonance of laws, summoning the thunder of destruction, cleansing away filth, and ushering in the first chord of a new heaven. The immortal tree nourishes all things and lays the foundation for life, gathering the purest water, guiding the torrents, and wielding the trajectory of return to nothingness. When these three forces converge and minds are united, we can witness the miracle of the ocean turning into mulberry fields. Chu Fan's eyes lit up instantly. So that's how it is. This isn't something one person can do alone. Ruyen, Barbara, I need your help. Lu Rian and Barbara nodded solemnly, stepped forward, and stood in front of the altar in a triangular formation with Chu Fan. I will lead the thunder, responsible for opening up and purifying. Chu Fan held the wrath of the Sea King in his hand, and purple lightning began to surge around him. The destructive aura contained a trace of the righteous spirit that created the world. With the power of water, I am responsible for guiding and managing. Lu Rian formed hand seals, and the heavenly rank water element power flowed out like azure silk, pure and vast, subtly resonating with the primordial power of the tide cup. I will infuse it with life energy, taking responsibility for nourishment and foundation. Barbara held the wooden shrine high, and its vibrant green vitality burst forth, carrying the warm breath of spring returning to the earth and all things growing. The three exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their full power. Boom! Chu Fan made the first move. A purple divine lightning bolt, condensed to its extreme, struck the void above the Holy Grail with precision, as if to tear apart the shackles of the old world. The lightning was dazzling, illuminating the entire Holy Land. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rian guided the pure and supple water elemental power, like the most skillful hands, gently enveloping the restless lightning and Barbara's life energy, slowly drawing them in, just as she guided three rushing rivers into the sea, precisely pouring them into the tide cup. Barbara's azure with psychic energy flowed steadily and continuously, like the pulse of the earth, infusing this violent and powerful energy fusion process with balance and the essence of life. The three forces, each with distinct attributes yet equally powerful, did not repel each other under Lu Rian's exquisite control. Instead, they began to merge and resonate within the magical vessel of the tide cup. The tide cup suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant blue light. The phantoms of stars and oceans within the cup swirled rapidly, emitting a deep and majestic hum, as if the sigh of an ancient dragon god had crossed time and space. The Holy Grail was released from his hand and hovered above the altar. Its light grew brighter and brighter until it transformed into a huge blue pillar of light that shot into the sky, easily piercing through the barrier of the Dragon Clan's holy land and shooting straight towards the sky above the eye of the ruins. Rumble! A deep and magnificent tremor came from the depths of the earth. The entire ocean seemed to be violently stirred up by an invisible giant hand at this moment. The Neptune shook violently, and everyone hurriedly steadied themselves, looking around in horror. Miracles are happening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The eye of the ruins, which had originally devoured everything, began to rotate at a noticeable slower speed, and its massive vortex structure began to become unstable. Even more astonishing is that the boundless seawater surrounding the continent, which had submerged it for hundreds of years, began to recede at an incredible speed. It was as if the plug had been pulled from the ocean's giant basin. The seawater roared and howled, but it did not flow toward the abyss. Instead, it seemed to be forcibly smoothed over and driven away from areas that did not originally belong to it by some kind of law. Look, the seawater is receding. Barbara pointed into the distance, her voice trembling with excitement. Everyone gazed into the distance. In the distance, where the sea and sky once met, a dark line gradually appeared, stretching upwards. Those were not ocean waves, but a coastline that had been dormant for hundreds of years. The tide receded faster and faster, exposing the massive seabed, which was covered with seabed silt, ancient shipwrecks, huge coral skeletons, and strange rocks that had never seen the light of day. Countless sea fish leaped and struggled in the depression that had suddenly lost its water. For the first time in centuries, sunlight shone directly on these forgotten lands, causing thick steam to rise and refract into dreamlike rainbows. This scene did not only occur near the eye of the ruins. The power of the tidal cup influences the oceans of the entire world through some mysterious law. In the remote inland regions, The survivors who had lived for generations on the high mountains, struggling to avoid the occasional surge of demonic tides, and the wanderers who drifted on massive ships, all witnessed this unforgettable miracle. They stood on the edge of the cliff, leaning over the gunwale of the ship, staring incredulously at the ever-expanding, brownish-red land in the distance. The seawater, like a giant curtain, was slowly drawn back, revealing the submerged ruins of cities, winding ancient riverbeds, and towering mountain ridges. Silence. First came a deathly silence. Everyone was so awestruck by the earth-shattering power that they were speechless. But the next second, land. It's land. An elderly fisherman was the first to react. He threw down his oar, knelt at the bow of the boat, and roared with tears streaming down his face. It's receding. The seawater has really receded. It's a miracle. Our home has been revealed. Wah, Grandpa. I think I can see that hillside with lots of apple trees you described. Exclamations of ecstasy, screams of disbelief, and cries of overwhelming joy instantly swept through all the human gathering points that witnessed it. People hugged each other wildly, jumped, shouted, and bowed to the sky. Countless people are calling out a name they have just learned through secret methods or rumors. Chu Fan. It's Chu Fan from the Sea King. And his partners. They did it. Heroes. They are the heroes of humanity. The saviors of the entire world. The voices of praise, like a mountain roaring and a tsunami, crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, converging into an invisible torrent of faith. At this moment, Chu Fan, Lu Rian, Barbara, Fu Juanru, Li Ruan, Li Ruashi, Hu Yi, and Bai Xing were present. The names of all members of the Neptune will be forever engraved on the monument of history, becoming pioneers and legends of a new era. On the Neptune, everyone gazed at the vast land that was gradually appearing in the distance, their hearts surging with emotion, unable to contain themselves. Luo Jiuchuan could no longer maintain his composure. He walked alone to the bow of the boat, facing the general direction of the ancestral home of the Luo family that was gradually becoming visible, and tears streamed down his face. He trembled as he pulled an ancient family token from his pocket, clutching it tightly in his hand, as if only this could support his agitated body. He choked back tears, gazing at the newly born land and the endless sky, and murmured softly, his voice filled with solace and boundless emotion. Ancestors above, your unworthy descendant Luo Jiuchuan reports. We succeeded. Despite the vicissitudes of time and dramatic changes in the landscape, our human race has never yielded. Can you see that? Our roots have returned. They've returned. His tears fell onto the deck, yet they carried with them boundless joy and pride. The family mission he carried and the dream he pursued throughout his life were finally realized at this moment. The sea continues to recede, and an era dominated by the ocean for hundreds of years is slowly coming to an end. And a new era, full of unknowns, challenges, and opportunities, is about to unfold its first page on this moist and ancient land. Chapter 167, The Letter from Shamya. On the vast, newly formed continent, cheers still rose and fell. The survivors began to tentatively and dreamily set foot on this moist and ancient land, their eyes filled with hope for the future. The long-dormant chat channel also stirred. What? My ship is stranded. Now that we have land, why bother with a ship? Wouldn't it be better to just build houses on this land? What? You're right. Now we don't have to wander together anymore. The Neptune also left the Sea of Ruins and stopped beside a piece of land. The seawater had just receded, and the soil was not yet completely dry. But everyone seemed to see that in the near future, this land would once again be full of vitality. Hu Yi gazed at the ever-extending outline of the land in the distance, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She sighed softly, her tone filled with emotion and relief. Unbelievable. Now, our Fox clan no longer needs to cower in that small secret realm, constantly worrying about being corrupted by demonic energy. This vast world is enough for our clan to recuperate and regain its former vitality. She could almost see the little foxes playing and running in the new forest. Meanwhile, deep within that isolated, God-forsaken land, the tree of creation, rooted in chaos, with its immense and ancient will, gently brushed against the barriers of the world, sensing the earth-shaking changes in the outside world. The authority of the oceans has been restored, submerged continents have been brought back to light, and a new balance is being established. A slight ripple stirred within its ancient and slow-moving thoughts, carrying a hint of surprise and admiration. The world has changed so much That audacious young man who trespassed into this place back then has truly surprised me time and again. It seems to be becoming increasingly interested in the variable Chu Fan. However, at this moment of universal celebration, Chu Fan, who was standing at the bow of the ship and sharing the joy with everyone, suddenly frowned slightly. He felt an object in his arms emitting a slight warmth and emanating rhythmic energy fluctuations. It was the black scale armor that Sha Mye left him. He calmly took out the scale armor and immersed his divine sense into it. A brief yet incredibly clear message, carrying the uniquely cold and urgent intent of Sha Mye, entered his mind directly. Chu Fan, the time has come. Due to the activation of the Tide Cup and the dimensional tremors, Cthulhu's power has briefly fluctuated. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quickly come to the demon realm abyss to find me and together slay this fiend. Delay will only bring unforeseen changes. The message abruptly ended, but the sense of urgency it conveyed was palpable. Chu Fan raised his head, the joy on his face gradually fading, replaced by a deep solemnity. He relayed the contents of Sha Mye's message to Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and others who were most close to him. What? We're going to the demon realm? That's too dangerous. Fu Juanru was the first to object. Sha Mye is, after all, a demon with a long history of crimes. Who knows if it's a trap? Yes, brother Chu Fan, the demons are cunning. What if Li Ruashi is also filled with worry? Lu Ruyan didn't speak, but just looked at Chu Fan. She knew him and could read his decision from his eyes. She whispered, "Have you made up your mind?" Chu Fan's gaze swept over the celebrating crowd in the distance, and he said in a deep voice, "While joy is certainly worth cherishing, hidden dangers must be eradicated. As long as Cthulhu lives, the threat from the demon realm will always exist. It may be repelled today, but it may very well make a comeback in the future. While the power of the demon extinction technique cannot be entirely trusted, it is currently the only opportunity to penetrate deep into the demon realm and strike at its heart. For this hard-won new life, I must go on this trip." Fu Juanru said, "Then we'll go with you." Chu Fan shook his head and said, "The demonic energy in the demon realm is a kind of poison to humans. Ordinary people cannot resist it at all. Only I can go there." Everyone fell silent. They knew Chu Fan was right. After all, he was a half-human, half-demon being who had absorbed the power of 8 demon gods, so the aura of the demon realm might be a great tonic for him. Chu Fan changed the subject. "But there is one more thing that must be resolved before heading to the demon realm." Barbara asked curiously, "What is it?" "If the age-old feud between humans and dragons cannot be resolved, even if external threats are temporarily eliminated, internal strife could render everything futile. The newly reborn land needs to unite all forces that can be united, not to become enemies." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, realizing that Chu Fan had deep thoughts. Lu Ruyan sighed and stepped forward, saying, "Go ahead. We're here. You can rest assured." Chu Fan nodded and said, "I'm so glad you all accompanied me on this journey." Barbara stepped forward and gave Chu Fan a big hug and a passionate kiss. "We're waiting for you to join us." After hugging everyone, Chu Fan quickly headed towards Hidden Dragon Village. Without alerting the villagers, he went directly to the ancient dragon locking well and jumped in. Beneath the well, the spirit of Arjuna, the sage of the dragon race, still guards this place. Sensing Chu Fan's arrival, the enormous dragon's soul slowly condensed, its golden dragon eyes looking at him. "Young man, you have returned once again. The world seems to have undergone earth-shattering changes." Arjuna's voice carried a hint of surprise. Though trapped at the bottom of the well, he could sense the enormous changes in the laws of the world. Chu Fan bowed respectfully and got straight to the point. "Senior Arjuna, I have successfully completed my mission and retrieved the Cup of the Tides, allowing the submerged continent to see the light of day again." He then frankly explained that while the threat from the demons had been temporarily averted, its root cause remained, and frankly stated the current tense relationship between humans and dragons, concluding with a sincere request. "Senior, the feud between our two races has lasted for thousands of years, all due to misunderstandings and the grievances accumulated over time. With the demon race now a formidable enemy and the continent newly reborn, it is time to set aside past grievances and work together for the future. Therefore, this junior humbly requests that the senior, as a respected sage of the Dragon Clan, step forward to mediate, explain the advantages and disadvantages to the Dragon Clan, and resolve this animosity. Only in this way can humans and dragons truly join hands to protect this world." Arjuna's dragon soul remained silent for a moment, with only the faint light of flowing energy at the bottom of the well. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. Cup of the Tides, you actually did it and saved the Holy Land from the final invasion of the demons. The dragons owe you this debt. You are right. Hatred only breeds destruction. Old grudges should indeed be put aside in the face of the survival of the race and the greater world situation. His massive dragon head nodded slightly, his golden eyes revealing determination. All right, I promise you. With my remaining strength, I will communicate with the dragon realm and convey my will and the vision of the new world to my people. In fact, it is my wish to facilitate reconciliation between the two races and restore the dragon clan's former glory. Chu Fan felt a great weight lifted from his heart and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for your understanding and righteousness. Having relieved himself of this biggest worry, Chu Fan no longer hesitated. After bidding farewell to Arjuna, he rushed out of the dragon-locking well, his gaze fixed firmly on the horizon. Demon Realm, here I come. Xanthalas, your end has come. Chapter 168, Demon Princess. Chu Fan injected a bolt of lightning into the armor plate, and a purple portal appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Chu Fan plunged inside. Guided by the scales, Chu Fan traversed the chaotic and turbulent flow of space-time, surrounded by distorted light and shadow and energy storms that tore space apart. If it weren't for his strength reaching the peak of the heavenly rank, coupled with the faint demonic light emanating from his scales protecting him, he would probably have already been lost in this dangerous passage. Finally, a stable exit appeared ahead, and a rich, turbulent energy of heaven and earth, completely different from that of the human world, rushed towards us. Chu Fan took a step forward and found himself in a bizarre and fantastical world. The sky of the demon realm is an eternal dark red, like congealed blood, with huge, twisted purple stars hanging above it, casting eerie light. The earth was cracked, covered with jagged rocks and rivers flowing with lava. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and blood, as well as an omnipresent, suffocating demonic aura. In the distance, the majestic yet dilapidated Black Palace complex can be vaguely seen. That should be the Demon King's palace where Shamya is located. However, the demon realm is not at peace at this moment. As far as the eye could see, the earth was covered with cracks. Many mountains seemed to have been forcibly broken by a tremendous force, and terrifying energy fluctuations remained in the air. Clearly, the struggle between Sham and Cthulhu has intensified to the point of shaking the very foundations of the demon realm. Chu Fan concealed his aura, transforming into an imperceptible streak of light, and swiftly sped towards the Demon King's palace. The closer one gets to the Demon King's palace, the more stringent the security becomes, with scarred yet fierce-looking demon warriors everywhere. They seem to belong to different camps, filled with vigilance and hostility towards each other. With his superb agility and spatial control, Chu Fan managed to evade most of the patrol teams without incident and finally arrived at the magnificent but dilapidated Demon King's main hall. The palace gates were imposing, forged from unknown black bones, exuding a cold and majestic aura. Just as Chu Fan was about to enter, a sharp black wind blade suddenly slashed towards him without warning. Chu Fan slightly shifted his body, and the wind blades grazed past him, silently slicing a boulder behind him in two. Halt! It's a human? How dare you trespass into the Demon King's palace? A clear, sharp cry, yet carrying a chilling killing intent, rang out. Chu Fan looked closely and saw a girl wearing dark light armor and holding a double-edged scythe blocking his way at the entrance of the main hall. She was tall with healthy honey-colored skin and long, fiery red hair. His eyes were unusually heterochromatic, one gold and one purple, and they were burning with fighting spirit and vigilance as he stared at Chu Fan. Leah. Her demonic energy was pure and powerful, far surpassing that of the ordinary demons she had encountered before. I came here at the invitation of Shamya. Chu Fan spoke calmly, revealing the black scale armor. The girl's gaze swept over the scales, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but her vigilance remained. The ancestor's token? Humph, who knows if you stole it from somewhere? Humans are the most cunning. If you want to go in, you'll have to get past me, Leah, first. Chu Fan was taken aback, not expecting that it was actually a descendant of Shamya. It's hard to imagine that such a powerful demon could have such beautiful offspring. Before she finished speaking, Leah's figure vanished abruptly, and the next moment she appeared beside Chu Fan, her battle scythe drawing a tricky arc, aiming straight for Chu Fan's neck, with astonishing speed. Chu Fan did not use the wrath of the Sea King, but simply pointed his fingers like a sword, with purple lightning swirling around his fingertips, precisely striking the weakest point where the battle scythe was exerting its force. Bite! With a crisp sound, Lia felt an incomparably domineering power of lightning spread up her arm, instantly numbing her entire arm and nearly causing her to drop her scythe. She was horrified. Using the momentum, she flipped backward and landed, then stealthily moved again, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, Chu Fan's divine sense had already locked onto her. Without turning his head, he struck out with his palm, not as a direct attack, but because he had anticipated her movement trajectory. A powerful spatial confinement force was instantly generated. Lia's body froze instantly, as if she had sunk into a swamp. Chu Fan moved closer like a ghost, and with a light tap of his finger, several tiny bolts of lightning instantly sealed several major acupoints around Lia's body, disrupting her demonic energy flow. She let out a muffled groan and collapsed softly, only to be caught by Chu Fan. The whole process took no more than 3 rounds in the blink of an eye. A powerful demon princess was subdued so easily. Lying in Chu Fan's arms, Lia's heterochromatic eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and shock, as well as a strange emotion arising from being crushed by absolute power. She never imagined that a human could possess such terrifying power. Now, can you trust me not to be an enemy, Princess Lia? Chu Fan released his grip, lifting some of the restrictions on her. Lia stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her red hair gradually turned black. Whether out of anger or something else, she bit her lip, about to speak. Lia. Just then, a voice filled with anger and jealousy came from inside the hall. A handsome young man dressed in luxurious demonic attire, with a somewhat sinister face, strode out, followed by several powerful demonic guards. His gaze toward Chu Fan was filled with undisguised hostility, especially when he saw that Lia seemed to have just stood up from Chu Fan's arms, which fueled his anger. He is Carlos, the grandson of the demon clan's grand elder, and also the most persistent and self-important of Lia's many suitors. Carlos, don't be rude. This is the patriarch's guest. Lia frowned and scolded him, but Carlos clearly wouldn't listen. A guest? A human? Appearing in the Demon King's palace at such a sensitive moment? Carlos sneered and looked Chu Fan up and down. Lia, are you alright? Did this guy ambush you? Chu Fan ignored such a minor character and looked directly at Lia. Where's Shamia? Lia took a deep breath, suppressing her dissatisfaction with Carlos, and said to Chu Fan. The patriarch's battle with the avatar of Cthulhu the other day severely injured his opponent, but he himself also sustained some wounds and is currently in seclusion in the secret palace to heal. He has instructed that he will not emerge from seclusion for another 3 days. He did mention before his seclusion that distinguished guests would be arriving, but I didn't expect it. She glanced at Chu Fan, her expression complex. I didn't expect such a young guest. In that case, please follow me, and I'll arrange accommodations for you while you wait. Chu Fan frowned slightly. 3 days? Shamia didn't mention this in the message. It seems the situation is more complicated than imagined. Seeing Lia's attitude towards Chu Fan, and thinking about how Lia was being held in this human's arms, Carlos felt a burning jealousy. He stared at Chu Fan's departing figure, a sinister glint in his eyes. How dare a human steal my woman, Carlos? He deserves to die? Chapter 169. We are friends. The Demon King's palace is a side hall, a quiet courtyard. Chu Fan sat cross-legged on a dark crystal, with tiny purple arcs of electricity flickering around him before quickly disappearing. Outside the courtyard was the eternally dark red sky of the demon realm, with distorted purple stars casting eerie light that outlined his profile in shifting light and shadow. The demonic energy here is different from other places. Although it is still overwhelming, it is less violent and chaotic and more ancient and desolate. It has obviously been purged by a more primal and powerful force. As expected of the Demon King's residence, this is quite a grand affair. Chu Fan sighed. Hey, human. A crisp voice, brimming with undisguised fighting spirit, broke the silence. Chu Fan smiled slightly, raised his eyelids, and said calmly, Princess Lia, what can I do for you? At the courtyard gate, a red-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes stood leaning against the door. Her dark light armor accentuated her lithe figure, and her one gold and one purple eye stared intently at him. In her hand, she held her gleaming double-edged scythe upside down. Oh, your hair has turned red again? Does this mean you want to fight me again? Don't look down on people. Lia snorted. Her figure suddenly blurred, and the next instant, The cold blade of the scythe appeared at Chu Fan's neck with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Bite! With a soft sound, Chu Fan had already raised 2 fingers, his fingertips shrouded in extremely refined purple lightning, and precisely pointed them at the weakest point of the battle scythe's power. With his peak heavenly realm strength, he handled the situation with ease. Leah felt an overwhelming and domineering force of thunder surge into her arm, causing her entire arm to become numb and tingly, and she almost dropped the scythe. She used the momentum to land with a backflip, her long, crimson hair drawing a clean arc in the air. Her eyes were no longer contemptuous, but full of seriousness. When you activate Shadow Step, the demonic energy gathers 3 inches from the soles of your feet. There will be a slight, almost imperceptible delay. If you move even half a second faster, the opening will disappear. Chu Fan remained seated, his tone as calm as if he were simply stating that the weather was nice today. Leah bit her lip, defiantly stealthily moving again, her figure seemingly blending into the shadows. The 7th step on the left revealed his presence. Chu Fan's voice followed him everywhere. Leah froze, then suddenly appeared, her pretty face filled with frustration and disbelief. You, how could you? You didn't even see me. It's not about using your eyes, but about using your senses. Chu Fan opened his eyes again, his gaze as deep as the starry sea. Your murderous intent is too obvious. To me, the fluctuations of demonic energy are like a beacon in the dark. After several attempts, Leah's competitive spirit was completely crushed, turning into intense curiosity and a desire to explore. She put away her battle scythe, and her red hair turned black again. She stopped mentioning the sparring and instead moved closer, her heterochromatic eyes blinking. What is your human realm like? I've heard others mention it here and there, saying that the sky there is blue, and there is something called sea, which is boundless and millions of times larger than the largest blood lake in our demon realm. Chu Fan glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and said briefly, the sky is blue, the sea is vast. There is sunshine and rain, and life grows in the grass and trees. These few simple words seemed to open a window in Leah's heart, revealing a bright and vibrant world that she could not have imagined. She listened intently, her chin resting on her hand, her heterochromatic eyes sparkling with longing. Occasionally, she would ask a few questions, her demeanor more like that of an ordinary girl full of curiosity about the outside world than a noble demon princess. Can you take me to the human world to play? Leah suddenly spoke with a hint of pleading. Chu Fan smiled. Haven't you ever been to the human world? Leah's expression darkened as she said, if I told you that before the ancestor returned, I had never even left this royal city, would you believe me? I don't even have a single friend. Chu Fan was taken aback, then understood. After all, they are descendants of the previous demon king, so naturally they are not as free as ordinary demons. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl. If it weren't for the demonic nature of him, he would have thought the girl in front of him was more like a girl next door. All right, once things are settled here, as long as your ancestor doesn't stop me, I'll take you to the mortal realm. Leah's eyes widened with delight, and she exclaimed excitedly, really? Then you'd better keep your word. Chu Fan smiled and said, okay, and you can treat me as your friend. Leah was utterly shocked. A friend? A feeling she had never experienced before instantly welled up in her heart. All of this, naturally, was observed without the slightest error by a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows of the distant colonnades. Carlos almost crushed the bone cup in his hand. He watched as Leah and the human drew closer, and saw the look on Leah's face that she had never shown him before, a mixture of admiration and curiosity. The poisonous fire of jealousy almost burned away his reason. She had never even smiled at herself like that before. He turned abruptly and strode towards the family's forbidden area. He ignored the respectful bows of his subordinates along the way, his mind filled with only one frantic thought. Kill him. He must be killed. Deep within the family's secret chamber, a hidden magic circle, constantly twisting and filled with ominous whispers, is in operation. This is the passage through which his father, the Grand Elder Masos, connects with that unspeakable being. Do you see that outsider? He's stealing the glory and the princess that rightfully belong to you. If Shamye trusts him and waits for him to succeed, will you old clans still have a place to stand? Does power crave power? Only by embracing the abyss can it reclaim everything. The insane and twisted babbling was like the most potent poison, precisely injected into Carlos's heart, which was filled with jealousy. A strange crimson glint quickly spread and deepened in the depths of his eyes. Father, Carlos spoke in a hoarse voice. From the shadows, a blurry, tall, and demonic figure slowly emerged. It was Masos. His face was blurred. Only his gaze was cold and calculating. Could he not hold back any longer? We can't wait any longer. Shamya won't emerge from seclusion for another 2 days. This is the best opportunity. Carlos growled, his eyes almost overflowing with crimson. Masos remained silent for a moment, his voice completely flat. Do it cleanly. Remember, this has nothing to do with the family. It's your personal effort to eliminate destabilizing factors in the demon realm. A ferocious, fanatical smile spread across Carlos's face. Yes. Father, I understand. He turned and left, the demonic energy emanating from him, now carrying a touch of the chaotic and insane aura unique to Cthulhu. Inside the courtyard, Lia, who was listening to Chu Fan talk about a kind of scenery called snow in the human world, suddenly frowned slightly and looked in the direction where Carlos had left, as if she had something in mind. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked. Lia shook her head, a hint of doubt flashing in her heterochromatic eyes. I feel a strange, unsettling atmosphere, but maybe it's just my imagination. Chu Fan's gaze swept almost imperceptibly in that direction, and a trace of purple lightning quietly disappeared deep within his eyes. He picked up a glass of dark red, molten lava-like liquor from the demon realm and took a small sip. The waters of this demon realm are indeed deeper than I imagined. A storm is brewing. Chapter 170, Hidden Dangers. The next day, Chu Fan was explaining interesting tales about the human world to Lia, who had transformed into a curious child. You only have 7 wives? Lia looked on in disbelief. These words stunned Chu Fan. 7? Is that too few? Lia said. Of course, my father had more than 30 wives, and my eldest brother was even more impressive. He married more than 60 witches. Chu Fan said, embarrassed. If that's the case, then it does seem a bit too little. Lia blinked her big eyes and said, Why don't you marry me? This sudden remark almost made Chu Fan spit out the wine in his mouth. As expected of a demon princess, her words are truly unexpected. Lia thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible. If you marry me, I can go back to the human world with you. That's great, it's decided. Chu Fan quickly said, Wait a minute, do you know what marriage means? Lia naively replied, Isn't marriage just about living together? To be honest, you're a really good person, and I'd love to live with you. Chu Fan was speechless for a moment. The education of the demon race was truly a major problem. Just then, a demon general respectfully arrived at the courtyard where Chu Fan was temporarily staying and handed him a gilded invitation. Lord Chu Fan, young Master Carlos deeply regrets his disrespect a few days ago and has specially prepared a small banquet at the Shattered Star Martial Arts Arena. Firstly, to apologize, and secondly, because our demon clan respects the strong the most, and the arena contains the battle imprints of many sages. Young Master said that this might be helpful for you to comprehend the laws of the demon realm. We earnestly hope you will grace us with your presence. The demon general spoke humbly, but his eyes were lowered, and he dared not meet Chu Fan's gaze. Chu Fan accepted the invitation and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately sensed a strange fluctuation on it that was extremely subtle and was trying to arouse his inner demons, as well as the tense heartbeat that the messenger demon was trying to suppress, but could still be detected. He sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. Oh? Young Master Carlos is thoughtful. Tell him I will keep the appointment on time. The demon general, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, bowed and withdrew. Lia frowned. The Shattered Star Arena? It is indeed a good place to experience combat. But why would Carlos be so kind? Chu Fan smiled and said, It's all right. I happen to have some free time, so it's fine to go and take a look. Lia felt something was off, but seeing Chu Fan so calm, she didn't say anything more, only secretly deciding to go and see for herself later. The Shattered Star Arena is an ancient ruin in the demon realm, shaped like a huge circular valley, with its rock walls covered with spiritual imprints and energy remnants left by powerful demons throughout history. Ordinary demons are prone to losing their minds if they stay here for too long, but it is also a dangerous place to temper one's will and seek breakthroughs. Carlos did not make a big fuss, but only brought a few trusted retainers to wait there. Seeing that Chu Fan had come alone, he put on a fake smile to greet him. It is truly an honor for my humble abode that you, Lord Chu Fan, have graced us with your presence. I apologize for any offense I may have caused the other day. He enthusiastically led Chu Fan to a region deep within the martial arts arena where the energy fluctuations were most chaotic. Chu Fan appeared to be strolling casually, but in reality, Every step he took landed on a node in the energy field, easily and comfortably dissolving the impact of the chaotic mental imprints around him. This caused Carlos, who was secretly observing and preparing to see Chu Fan make a fool of himself, to twitch at the corner of his eye. As they approached an ancient altar covered with eerie scarlet patterns, a fierce glint flashed in Carlos's eyes, and he suddenly crushed a bone talisman in his hand. Buzz! The scarlet patterns on the altar lit up instantly. A prearranged trapping and killing formation was suddenly activated. Countless twisted, dark red tentacles, filled with resentment and madness, suddenly burst forth from the ground and the void, wrapping around Chu Fan, while a powerful mental shock directly bombarded Chu Fan's sea of consciousness. Careful! Seeing this, Lia, who was secretly following from a distance, turned pale. Without thinking, she let out a sharp cry, and her battle scythe appeared in her hand. It transformed into a red streak of light and rushed straight towards Chu Fan, trying to cut off the tentacles and rescue him. Good thing you came. You've walked right into our trap. Carlos was not alarmed but delighted, and with a burst of laughter, he activated another hidden array eye. A thicker, darker light barrier instantly rose up, enveloping Lia in the trap as well. His true target was never just Chu Fan. If he could use this opportunity to control Lia as well, then his and his father's plan will be even more perfect. As soon as Lia entered the formation, she immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. The frantic mental whispers and powerful magical bindings made it difficult for her to move an inch. She struggled to swing her battle scythe more and more, and it looked like she was about to be entangled by several thick tentacles. Carlos, do you want a rebel? She was both shocked and furious, her heterochromatic eyes filled with disbelief. Carlos's face contorted, his eyes blazing with crimson. Rebellion? I was merely eliminating unidentified outsiders. Lia, you know how sincere I am to you. So why do you treat this human differently? Lia roared. This is my own business, Carlos said coldly. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just then, a calm and undisturbed voice rang out. Have you had enough fun? Carlos was taken aback and turned to look. Chu Fan, who had seemed to be tightly bound by countless tentacles and enduring a mental shock, slowly raised his head, and purple lightning suddenly erupted in his eyes. Break. Boom. With a deafening roar, a purple arc of pure yang energy exploded outwards from him like a destructive storm. Those venomous tentacles, mental shocks, and trapping light barriers melted, shattered, and evaporated instantly before this domineering and magnificent divine lightning, just like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. The entire shattered star arena trembled violently, and the battle imprints on the rock walls flickered unpredictably due to the sudden and terrifying power. Carlos's maniacal laughter froze instantly, transforming into utter horror and fear. No way. This is a killing formation capable of trapping and killing even a demon king. His words came to an abrupt end, because Chu Fan had somehow escaped and appeared before him like a ghost, casually grabbing his throat with one hand and lifting him off the ground. The terrifying power of lightning penetrated his body, instantly sealing all his demonic energy, leaving him powerless to struggle like a dead dog. Meanwhile, Lia, who had escaped her predicament, remained in a fighting stance, breathing heavily. The near-death experience she had just witnessed left her with lingering fear. Looking at the powerful Chu Fan before her and Carlos, whom he had easily subdued, her heart was in turmoil. She suddenly remembered the array filled with a mad and venomous aura, and the eerie crimson color that shouldn't have been there in Carlos's eyes. A terrifying thought struck her mind like lightning. She looked up abruptly, her heterochromatic eyes fixed on Carlos, her voice trembling slightly with shock and anger. This power, this mad aura, it's Cthulhu. Carlos, you actually betrayed that madman. You betrayed the ancestor. You betrayed the future of the entire demon realm. Carlos was being choked, his face turning purple, yet he still managed to squeeze out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. Ha, the future annihilation is the past undead. Lord Cthulhu is the ultimate. Chu Fan didn't even glance at Carlos, who looked like a little chick in his hand. Instead, his gaze swept towards a dark corner of the arena, and his voice was icy. Elder Masos, after watching this show for so long, aren't you going to show yourself? Or are you going to wait until I crush your good-for-nothing son's neck before dragging you out of that rat hole? As soon as the words fell, the shadow twisted, and a tall figure dressed in a magnificent demon elder's robe, with a face as gloomy as water, slowly emerged. It was none other than the Grand Elder, Masos. Chapter 171, Moss's Attraction. Masos' figure emerged completely from the shadows. His face was terribly gloomy. His gaze first swept over Carlos, who was being choked by Chu Fan and lay like a dead dog. There was no discomfort in his eyes, but rather a hint of barely perceptible disgust and calculation, as if Carlos was just a tool that had malfunctioned. Immediately, he forcibly suppressed all his emotions, forced a stiff smile that was both kind and incredibly awkward, nodded slightly to Chu Fan, and even added a touch of praise to his tone. Lord Chu Fan, you truly have excellent skills and keen insight. I admire you. He completely ignored the furious glare from Leah beside him, which was practically spitting fire, as if the attack had never happened, and changed the subject. With such astonishing power, why should you confine yourself to the declining human realm, and why be bound to the outdated spirits of Shamya? What he can give you, I and the Demon King behind me can give you 10 times, 100 times. Chu Fan's eyes were indifferent. He did not let go of Carlos, but simply looked at Moss quietly. Seeing that Chu Fan did not immediately retaliate, Masos thought there was an opportunity, and his voice became even more seductive. If you so desire, the power of the demon realm will become your strongest backing. Do you still have enemies in the human realm? Are there any stubborn opposing forces? With just a word from you, I can dispatch my demon army to sweep away all obstacles for you, helping you unify the human realm and ascend to the supreme position of human emperor. At that time, you will be one of the true rulers of both realms. He paused, observing Chu Fan's reaction, and continued to press the issue. You may not care about power, but what about endless enjoyment? He clapped his hands, and the shadows behind him twisted. 3 enchanting demonesses, with figures of extreme grace, bewitching beauty, and an aura of allure and danger, quietly appeared. Their eyes darted around, and they gazed at Chu Fan with infatuation, as if he were the most perfect being in the world. These 3 are unparalleled beauties among billions in my demon realm, and are also demonic enchantresses who have cultivated for many years and are proficient in the art of dual cultivation. If they could stay by your side, they would surely allow you to experience the ultimate pleasure and improve your cultivation in the process of soul-stirring ecstasy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Hearing this from the side, Leah was both angry and anxious. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't help but shout, Masos, you are shameless. How could you use such despicable means? Masos completely ignored her, his gaze fixed on Chu Fan, and then offered a new bargaining chip. He pointed at Carlos, who was being held by Chu Fan, and spoke as casually as if he were talking about an object. If you are still angry about what just happened, and feel that my good-for-nothing son has offended you, you may end his life now. Consider his life as my first gift to you, as a sign of my sincerity. It would be his greatest honor to become the stepping stone for you to join us. Upon hearing this, even the smiles of the 3 demonesses froze for a moment. Leah gasped, her heterochromatic eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and icy coldness. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet Masos could be so cold-blooded and selfish in order to win over Chu Fan and show his loyalty to Cthulhu. Is this the true face of believers after being corrupted by that mad being? Carlos's consciousness, which had been clouded by suffocation, suddenly opened wide after hearing his father's words. The mad crimson in his eyes faded somewhat, replaced by utter despair, fear, and twisted sorrow. He strained with all his might, emitting a hoarse, unintelligible whine, whether it was a plea or a curse. All eyes were focused on Chu Fan. Leah's heart was in her throat. She looked at Chu Fan's calm profile, her heart filled with conflict and worry. Such a huge temptation. Power, beauty, and even the lives of enemies. Can he really withstand it? If he agrees, how should I respond? In the suffocating silence, Chu Fan finally moved. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing for the first time on Masos' expectant face. Then he smiled. That smile held no trace of attraction, only endless mockery and icy coldness. Are you done talking? Chu Fan's voice was calm, and even, your bargaining chips sound very tempting. A hint of joy had just appeared on Masos' face. Leah's expression also changed drastically. Chu Fan continued. Unfortunately, the world I, Chu Fan, desire, I will fight for myself. The women I set my sights on, I will pursue myself. His gaze swept over the 3 alluring demonesses, his eyes remaining completely unmoved, as if he were looking at an inanimate object. As for this kind of person, they're not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the people around me. When Leah heard the person next to her Her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Is he talking about me? Why do I feel so happy? At this moment, Chu Fan's gaze fell back on Maso's ashen face, and his tone suddenly turned icy. Using the lives of one's own flesh and blood as a pledge of loyalty, Chu Fan gripped Carlos's throat, releasing a slight burst of lightning power. Ugh! Carlos let out a shrill scream, and then breathed his last. It's a joke. If I wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning my hand. Chu Fan casually tossed the completely dead Carlos at Moss's feet like trash, his movements swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Now it's your turn. Chu Fan took a step forward, and purple lightning surged around him once again. The phantom of the wrath of the Sea King faintly appeared behind him, and the terrifying pressure crushed towards Moss like a tsunami. Will you kneel down and submit to execution yourself, or will I help you? As Liao watched Chu Fan's tall and unwavering back, as he rejected all temptations in the most forceful and disdainful way and severely humiliated Moss, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly fell, and was immediately filled with an indescribable excitement, admiration, and a trace of strange emotion that was hard to detect. The worry in her heterochromatic eyes vanished, replaced by an unwavering determination. Her black hair turned red again, and she stood horizontally with her battle scythe in her hand. Without hesitation, she stood beside Chu Fan, shoulder to shoulder with him, and said coldly, "Masos, your death is near." Looking at his son's corpse at his feet, and then at the two men in front of him who were filled with murderous intent, Masos' hypocritical smile vanished completely, twisting into extreme resentment and madness. Fine, fine, fine. Since you won't listen to reason, then you'll have to suffer the consequences. Go to hell. He roared, and a cloud of black mist surged behind him. Then, a demonic army of several hundred men appeared in front of the two of them. The moment this demonic army appeared, the temperature on the field seemed to drop several degrees. Chu Fan snorted coldly, pointing the Sea King's wrath forward, where purple lightning flashed wildly. Shatter this darkness with thunder. Chapter 172 The Demon King Awakens. Masos hissed shrilly. Since you refuse to submit, then become nourishment for the new world. Demon Guard. Crush them. Liao looked at the demon guards in front of her with a nervous expression. As a princess of the demon realm, she naturally knew about this legendary team. Chu Fan looked at the elite demon soldiers in front of him, whose entire bodies were covered in black bone armor and who were holding weapons burning with eerie green flames. Their eyes were empty, seemingly filled only with the most primal killing instinct. There were 200 of them, and their battle formation, with its demonic energy linked together, exuded a suffocating ferocity. Chu Fan. Upon seeing this, Leah's expression tightened, and she instinctively gripped her battle scythe tighter. The combined power of such a large number of elite demon soldiers should not be underestimated. However, Chu Fan merely glanced at the surging tide of demonic soldiers, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. Earthen chickens and clay dogs. He didn't even use the wrath of the Sea King. He simply raised his right hand slowly, spread his 5 fingers, and gently clenched them in the air. Boom. It was as if he had grasped the laws of thunder and lightning in the world with his own hand. Countless bolts of purple divine lightning, as thick as water buckets, struck down from the dark red sky without warning. These lightning bolts intertwined with unparalleled precision, forming a destructive lightning net that covered the entire arena. Under the lightning net, those seemingly ferocious demon soldiers were as if they had met their nemesis. Their bone armor, demonic blades, and even their bodies were as fragile as paper in the face of the supremely young and powerful purple heaven divine lightning. The sounds of roaring, screams, and the purification and evaporation of demonic energy filled the air. After the lightning raged, none of the 200 elite demon soldiers survived. They were all reduced to charred remains, and even their demonic souls were completely annihilated by the lightning. The whole process took less than 3 breaths. The madness and resentment on Maso's face froze instantly, transforming into boundless horror and fear. His trump card, which he relied on to turn the tide, proved to be utterly vulnerable in the face of the opponent's absolute power. The 3 enchanting demonesses, who were originally alluring and beautiful, were now pale, and their delicate bodies trembled violently. They witnessed this scene, which resembled divine punishment, and fully understood the terror of the human man before them. He was an existence that neither they nor even the Grand Elder could contend with. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. The 3 women exchanged glances, as if they had made up their minds, and simultaneously knelt down with a thud, kowtowing to Chu Fan in a mournful and fearful voice. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me. We were all forced into this situation by Moss. We had no choice in the matter. We beg your honor to have mercy and spare the lives of us lowly women. We are willing to serve you like a slave." A complex emotion flashed in Leah's eyes as she looked at their humble, begging appearance. Chu Fan, most of them were indeed offered up by various races or forcibly abducted. In the demon realm, women like them often had no choice. Chu Fan's gaze swept over the three women. Their karma was not heavy, and the fear in their eyes was indeed real. He was not a bloodthirsty person, and he disdained to make things difficult for such a pawn. "Roll." He uttered a single word indifferently. The three women felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They kowtowed repeatedly, staggered to their feet, and tried to escape this place of trouble. However, after running a few steps, the eldest of the witches suddenly stopped. She looked back at Chu Fan's majestic, godlike figure, then at Mossos, whose face was ashen. A resolute look flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly knelt down again. "My lord, we have nowhere to go. Even if we leave today, we cannot escape the purge of the remnants of Mossos or the forces of Cthulhu. We beg you to take us in. We swear a blood oath of demonic souls to follow you for eternity, with no second thoughts." The other two women were taken aback, but immediately realized what was happening and knelt down and kowtowed again to express the same wish. In the demon realm, following the strong is the eternal law, and Chu Fan's displayed strength and seemingly restrained attitude towards killing gave them a glimpse of their only way out, and even a hope for change. Chu Fan frowned slightly. He was currently focused on dealing with Mossos and the upcoming final battle, and had no time to deal with these trivial matters. "Do as you please." He waved his hand impatiently, his gaze once again fixed on Mossos, who was trying to quietly retreat. However, this perfunctory attitude sounded like heavenly music to the ears of the three demonesses. They automatically ignored Chu Fan's impatience and took it as tacit approval. "Thank you for taking me in, master." The three women were overjoyed and kowtowed again. Then they quickly and obediently retreated to the edge of the battlefield, looking meek and submissive, as if they were following Chu Fan's lead. The speed at which they changed their expressions surprised Chu Fan for a moment. Leah, however, felt that all of this was perfectly reasonable, as demons naturally worship the strong. Not to mention them, even she herself now harbors a fervent admiration for Chu Fan. Chu Fan gave a wry smile, not expecting that even this wouldn't be enough to make it in time. "Forget about them. Let's deal with this elder first." Thinking of this, Chu Fan took a step forward and appeared in front of Mossos, who was trying to escape. "It's time to end this." Chu Fan's voice was icy cold as lightning gathered in his hand, ready to kill the culprit with a single palm strike. Mossos' eyes were filled with despair and resentment as he roared madly. "No, Lord, save me." Chu Fan's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. Rumble. The entire demon realm suddenly trembled violently and wildly. It was far more terrifying than any time before. The earth far from the arena suddenly cracked open, forming a bottomless abyss. Thick, dark, demonic energy, filled with extreme madness and malice, erupted from the abyss like a volcano, instantly blackening half the sky. A vague outline, too vast and terrifying to describe in words, seemed to be slowly writhing in the deepest part of the abyss. The mere leakage of a trace of its aura caused all things to tremble and the laws of nature to wail. Xanthal, Leah, and the three demonesses' expressions changed drastically as they called out this name. The despair and fear on Mossos' face vanished, replaced by fanaticism. "Ha! It's the Lord! It's the Lord!" Almost at the same time. Boom. Deep within the Demon King's palace, another terrifying and overwhelming demonic aura, imbued with ancient, domineering, and pure kingly majesty, erupted, soaring into the sky and standing in opposition to the mad and evil aura. A figure enveloped in pure dark demonic flames tore through the secluded training hall, standing proudly atop the Demon King's palace, his blood-red hair dancing wildly, his heterochromatic eyes burning with the rage and fighting spirit accumulated over thousands of years. His gaze instantly pierced through the void, locking onto Chu Fan, Leah, and the terrifying being that rose from the abyss in the arena. Xanthal. The devastating roar echoed throughout the universe. Today marks the end of our feud. As Chu Fan felt the two terrifying auras, each capable of destroying the world, collide, his eyes showed no fear, but instead ignited endless flames of war. He abandoned the terrified Masos in front of him and looked up at the sky. So they've all finally come out? The final battle is about to begin. Leah gripped her weapon tightly and stood beside Chu Fan. The three demonesses were trembling with fear, cautiously hiding behind Chu Fan. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if only two colors were locked in conflict. An endless abyss of darkness, and the purple lightning that burns everything. And then there's the third powerful force about to join the battle, the reborn former demon king, Shamya. Chapter 173 Xanthalos. How many years have passed, yet a human has dared to set foot in this place, and even driven my loyal servant to such a state. A cold, slippery voice, echoing with multiple echoes, as if countless creatures were whispering at the same time, suddenly came from the deepest abyss. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, terrifying pressure spread out like a tide. Space stagnates, and the laws of nature mourn. Everyone looked on in horror, only to see a figure slowly rising from the endless abyss. He initially manifested as a near-perfect male demon form. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, with a slender yet strong physique, he was covered in magnificent, dark gold armor that seemed to flow with life. His face was strikingly handsome yet sinister, with pale skin, long, deep purple hair that moved without wind, and eyes that resembled two spinning black holes that devoured all light. A cold smile, indifferent to all living beings, played at the corners of his mouth. He was just standing there, and the pressure he exuded far exceeded that of Mosos before, even making the newly breakthrough Shamya's expression solemn. This is the form that usurped the demon king's throne and ruled the demon realm for thousands of years. Xanthalos. Lord, save me. Mosos felt as if he had seen a savior and scrambled over to him. Leah's face turned deathly pale. She instinctively moved closer to Chu Fan and whispered, "This is Xanthalos. He usually appears in this form." Xanthalos glanced at Moss indifferently, his black, hole-like eyes devoid of any emotion. "Useless. Can't even handle this small matter, and you've exposed your own incompetence. What use are you?" He gently raised his hand. "No, my lord. Mosos screamed in terror. Uft. Without any warning, Mosos' body seemed to be burst open from the inside by an invisible force, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Even his soul was sucked into those black hole-like eyes and became insignificant nourishment. Xanthalos seemed to have casually swatted a fly, turning his gaze to Chu Fan and Shamya, especially lingering on Chu Fan for a moment, where a hint of interest finally appeared on his indifferent face. The pure and powerful force of lightning is intriguing. Humans, submit to me, offer your strength and loyalty, and I will grant you a position second only to mine, ruling over both the human and demon realms. What do you say? His voice was seductive, yet even more chilling. Chu Fan sensed the unfathomable power of his opponent, his brows furrowed, and the lightning of the Sea King's wrath swirled around him. At that moment, another voice came over. "Humph, Cthulhu, you finally dare to show yourself to me." The sound of annihilation resounded in the sky like a thunderclap. The next second, a figure appeared beside Chu Fan. Leah exclaimed excitedly, "Ancestor." Chu Fan turned his head and saw that Shamya had completely recovered to his peak condition, and was completely different from the one he had seen in the Jinyuan Tower. Shamya looked at Chu Fan and smiled. "Chu Fan, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You finally arrived." Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly as he said, "Shamya, are you even capable? You actually need me to help you with this?" Shamya said with a serious expression, "Don't underestimate him. There's something strange about this guy. I suspect he's found the legendary law of immortality." Chu Fan's expression also turned serious. "An immortal body? Even you can't kill him?" Shamya said, "This is why I need your help." Chu Fan fell silent. He absolutely had to help with this. For the sake of peace in the human world, Xanthalos must be eliminated. "Okay, use it however you want. Let's do it first and see what happens." Shamya nodded and turned to Xanthalos, saying, "The demon realm should reclaim its true master." Xanthalos laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "Ha ha ha, Shami, you were no match for me more than 1,000 years ago, but I can still defeat you today." Shamya roared. "Then let's give it a try." With a roar, the devouring world demon sword unleashed a dark torrent that tore through the heavens and earth. Chu Fan coldly shouted, and the wrath of the Sea King summoned a thunderous roar as a purple lightning dragon crashed down. Faced with the relentless attacks of the two powerful figures, even someone as strong as Xanthalos could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. For the first time, A solemn expression appeared on his handsome, yet sinister face. His hands moved rapidly, drawing upon the demonic energy of the abyss to form layers of defense. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of darkness and thunder clashed violently, each collision causing the demon realm to tremble violently. Xanthal's figure was pushed back by the explosion. Cracks began to appear on his magnificent magic armor, and a trace of dark golden blood even spilled from the corner of his mouth. Haha, Cthulhu, how does it taste? Xanthal's face darkened. Why does your attack contain the power of lightning? That shouldn't be the case. Lightning is a natural nemesis of demons. Could it be? He turned to look at Chu Fan, leaving the rest of his sentence unsaid, but he clearly sensed how similar the lightning power hidden in the annihilation technique was to the thunderous might of this human. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed this was the effect of his 3 drops of blood. Thinking about it this way, perhaps that old bastard Shamya had been eyeing him from the very beginning. Shamya coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Don't think nonsense. I didn't." Chu Fan sneered. "Do you know what I'm thinking?" Shamya's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He couldn't afford to offend Chu Fan at this moment. "It seems I need to find a way to appease him." Thinking of this, Shamya suddenly said, "You brat, I'm scared of you. I'll marry my best descendant, Lia, to you. How about it?" Chu Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected Shamya to make such a condition. Shamya continued, "Since Lia is betrothed to you, you don't need to worry about me harming the human realm anymore. Besides, Lia's conditions are excellent, so you should be secretly happy." Upon hearing this, Lia's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Her heterochromatic eyes were filled with shock, shyness, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. She looked at Chu Fan but did not object. Chu Fan frowned slightly, glanced at Lia beside him whose face was flushed, and finally sighed helplessly. "We'll talk about this another day." Shamya was overjoyed and said, "Then it's settled. You've married Lia, so you'll have to call me Ancestor. It's only natural for Ancestor to drink a couple of drops of your blood." Chu Fan was amused by the old man and whispered, "Let's defeat the enemy in front of us first." "Excellent. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to harm my body." Xanthal wiped away the blood, and a cold rage ignited in his black, abyssal eyes. "But do you think that's all there is to me?" Chapter 174 The True Form of Xanthalus. Xanthalus let out a long howl, and his demonic energy surged again as he tried to stabilize himself and fight against the two. However, Chu Fan and Shamya's teamwork became increasingly seamless. Thunder is supremely powerful and yang, purifying all things. The demonic path devours everything. Its domineering power is unparalleled. Although their power attributes seemed to be mutually exclusive, they formed a strange complementary relationship at this moment, causing Cthulhu to be forced to retreat steadily. Thunder locks down heaven and earth. Chu Fan clasped his hands together, and countless purple lightning chains appeared out of thin air, like a net that instantly wrapped around Xanthalos's body. The intense yang lightning scorched his demonic body, causing his movements to suddenly stop. "Now, devour the heavens and the earth." Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the devouring world demon sword unleashed an unprecedented suction force, transforming into a massive black hole, and fiercely slashed towards Cthulhu's chest. Uft! This time, the demonic sword finally struck. It wasn't that it was blocked by energy before, rather, it truly broke through the defense, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on Xanthalos's chest. Dark, golden demonic blood gushed out like a waterfall. Ugh! Xanthals let out his first painful groan since the start of the war. He looked down at the horrific wound on his chest, at the lightning and devouring power that were constantly eroding his demonic body, and his handsome face finally twisted completely, revealing extreme anger and a hint of disbelief. "You ants! How dare you destroy my perfect body?" His voice became shrill and frantic. "You brought this upon yourselves." Xanthalus suddenly looked up and let out a terrifying shriek that was no longer in the demon language, but seemed to come from the deepest part of the endless abyss. Click, click, click. A sickening sound rang out. The huge wound on his chest not only failed to heal, but instead violently tore open in all directions. His entire humanoid body began to undergo terrifying deformation. His skin and demonic armor peeled off like fragile porcelain, revealing a viscous darkness that churned and writhed beneath. His head twisted and elongated, and his black hole-like eyes melted, turning into 2 enormous, constantly spinning vortexes dripping filth. His arms transformed into twisted tentacles covered in bones, spurs, and suckers, while his lower body completely disintegrated, merging into even more and thicker black tentacles emerging from the abyss. In just a few breaths, the handsome yet sinister Demon King's image vanished completely, replaced by an indescribably terrifying being that was enormous, constantly writhing, composed of countless pained faces, pale arms, twisted tentacles, and pure darkness. An aura of terror, madness, and decay swept across the entire demon realm like a tsunami. Leah and the three demonesses couldn't even look at its form. Just sensing its presence almost drove them to a mental breakdown. Do you see it? This is my true form. I exist alongside the abyss, originating from the same source as chaos. This physical body is merely a constraint. A mixture of countless wails and shrieks emanated from this terrifying creature. You have every right to be proud of forcing me to reveal my true form. Now, perish in true despair. Upon revealing his true form, Xanthalus's power level instantly surged to a new and despair-inducing level. The countless tentacles and malicious attacks became even more ferocious and unstoppable. Chu Fan and Shamya's expressions were extremely solemn. They felt unprecedented pressure. Damn it, this thing really had this trick up its sleeve. Shamya cursed angrily. This guy actually found the legendary art of immortality and completely merged himself with the abyss. He will not die as long as the abyss remains. Chu Fan's eyes blazed with lightning, showing no fear, whatever its form. Kill it without hesitation. Shamya, don't hold back. Just what I wanted. The ultimate battle has now truly reached its climax. Both sides are holding nothing back. The laws of the universe clash, and the demon realm groans in despair. Feel despair now. Become a part of me. Xanthal's voice was like a shackle reaching into the soul, sending chills down one's spine. To be precise, what it emitted was no longer sound, but a terrifying fluctuation that directly distorted space. Countless viscous tentacles covered with evil eyes burst forth from the abyss, like a forest in the apocalypse, seemingly dragging the entire demon realm into eternal chaos. You wretched creature, cease your rampage. Shamya's long, blood-red hair danced wildly. His demonic flames raged, and the giant sword-devouring world in his hand, formed from the ultimate darkness, emitted an excited hum. With one step, he shattered the void, and his giant sword unleashed 1,000 feet of demonic light, causing tentacles to break and evaporate wherever it passed. The grudge sealed for thousands of years will be settled today. Cthulhu, your era has ended. However, those severed tentacles instantly regenerated from the abyss, and even multiplied. The frantic whispers were everywhere, eroding one's will. It's useless, annihilation. I am now connected to the source of the abyss, immortal and indestructible. Lightning crackled around Chu Fan, and the wrath of the Sea King summoned the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, transforming it into a raging thunder prison that purified the countless strange demons that attempted to ambush Shamya into ashes. Humph, then I'll cut you down until your very essence is exhausted. Shamya roared in fury, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. Each sword strike carried the power to shatter stars, yet he still could not truly injure the ruler in the abyss. Destruction is nourishment, submission, and return to nothingness. Xanthalus's whisper was mocking. Chu Fan's eyes were sharp as knives, and his brain was calculating at lightning speed. The purple heaven divine lightning's ability to restrain the corrupting power made him sense something unusual. He roared at Shami. Its core is not attack, but assimilation. Our power has become its sustenance. We must strike it through in a way that surpasses its understanding. With a single sword strike, Shamya cleaved a tentacle as large as a mountain range, then retreated hastily to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Fan, panting and shouting. Kid, spit it out. This thing keeps multiplying the more you hit it. Chu Fan's eyes flashed with frenzied lightning. Let's take a big gamble. Let's join forces, not to try to destroy it, but to tear open its core, rush in, and forcefully devour it from within. What? The colossal demonic shadow trembled, its heterochromatic eyes filled with horror. Are you insane? Charging into that thing? That's suicide. You and I will be instantly assimilated into mindless chaos. Are you scared? Chu Fan's lips curled into an arrogant smile, and the lightning around him became even more dazzling. His aura not only did not decrease, but increased, and he even subtly overwhelmed Shamya. You want revenge? You want to reclaim your demon realm? You can't even take this small risk? Then wait to be worn down and become a part of it. You should know that all in poker is an art. Fart. Shamya was provoked into a roar. Would I be afraid? All in, all in. Boy, if you dare, I will accompany you to the end. But if you are assimilated along the way, I will not hesitate to devour you as well. Chapter 175 Devouring. Chu Fan laughed loudly. Who will devour whom is still uncertain. Come on. Haha. Great. That's arrogant enough. I like it. This insane plan also aroused boundless ferocity in Shamya. Today let us slay this false god. The two auras instantly merged into one being the Thunder Supreme and the other the demonic overlord. In the name of the Thunder Emperor, I pierce through illusions and pave the way forward. With the might of my demon lord, I will devour all things and reshape the universe. Combo attack, Thunder Prison Annihilation Calamity. Chu Fan compressed all the lightning to the extreme, transforming it into a tiny yet dazzling purple lightning needle, containing the ultimate mystery of creation and destruction. The demonic annihilation then transformed the boundless demonic energy into the purest devouring power, enveloping the lightning needle. A beam of light, a mixture of purple and black, thin yet capable of making the entire demon realm tremble, was like the spear of God. Ignoring all tentacles and defenses, it pierced with unparalleled precision and force into the frantically writhing core of Xanthilus. Xanthils let out the most piercing and painful roar since the start of the war. Its core was forcibly torn open. Now, go in. Chu Fan and Shamya transformed into two streaks of light and charged into the extreme chaos and madness through the briefly opened passage. Ugh! Upon entering, indescribable pain instantly engulfed my entire body. The frantic whispers were like a million needles piercing the soul. The chaotic power of the laws is about to completely disintegrate them. Guard your mind. Circulate your cultivation technique. Devour. Chu Fan roared as the purple heaven divine lightning circulated wildly within his body, every cell wailing, yet frantically devouring the pure, yet chaotic essence. Damn it! Is this what the abyss tastes like? This is awful, but it's intense. Shamya roared, unleashing his demonic power to its limit, like a bottomless black hole, frantically plundering dark energy. How dare you, mere ants, devour me? Stralices will launch a furious counterattack. What is there to be afraid of? Today I will devour you, and help me ascend to the divine realm. Chu Fan's will was as strong as steel. The lightning was not only about destruction, but also about rebirth, forcefully refining the surging power. Old monster, your power now belongs to me, the king. The demon laughed maniacally, devouring even more fiercely. The two were frantically fighting, devouring, and refining inside. Outside, Xanthilos's massive body twisted, expanded, and contracted violently, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The tipping point has finally arrived. No. Xanthil suddenly let out a miserable scream of despair. Boom, boom. Two earth-shattering roars, as if the heavens and earth were being created, came from inside Xanthilus. Two vast and boundless auras suddenly erupted, directly bursting and tearing apart that enormous body. Endless purple and black light soared into the sky, dispelling the eternal dark red of the demon realm. Chu Fan and Shamya reappeared, standing proudly in the void. What surrounds them is no longer simple energy, but runes of law. The sheer power emanating from them caused the very laws of the demon realm to submit to them. God level. We really succeeded. Lia gazed at the two figures in the air, which resembled gods and demons, and was overwhelmed with excitement. The crumbling remains of Xanthilus let out a mournful cry as they slowly sank into the deepest part of the abyss, where they fell silent. Feeling the boundless power within him, and looking at the equally unfathomable Chu Fan opposite him, Shamya suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! How exhilarating! Truly exhilarating. After laughing, he turned his gaze to Chu Fan, his tone becoming formal and leaving no room for refusal. Chu Fan, you and I will slay gods together and break through to the next level. This is a destiny that is hard to find even in the chaos. Therefore, as long as I am here, the demon realm will never invade the human realm. Are you willing? As he spoke, he glanced at Lia below, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chu Fan looked down at Lia, whose pretty face was flushed, and then at Shamya, who had a "you've hit the jackpot" expression on his face. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. Do I have a reason to refuse? But now that this matter is settled, I should return to the human realm. Shamya laughed and said, Go back. No rush. Our battle to slay a god is an unprecedented feat. How can we not celebrate it properly? Besides, he turned his gaze to Lia, who was secretly glancing in his direction, and a rare, kind smile appeared on his face. We are now one and of the same origin. Our relationship is extraordinary. To solidify the eternal alliance between the demon realm and the human realm, and to fulfill a wish of mine, your wedding with Lia must be held in the demon realm. And it must be a grand and spectacular affair, known to all in both realms. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was immediately at his wit's end. Shamya, this matter? That's settled. Shamya interrupted him directly, his tone resolute. Do you perhaps think that my bloodline is unworthy of you, the newly crowned god of the human realm? Or do you look down on my demon realm? Chu Fan was helpless. He knew that this old devil, though seemingly rough and tough, was actually very shrewd. Marriage is the most direct and effective way to consolidate an alliance, especially after both sides have just experienced a major battle that could change the course of the game. For both public and private reasons, Shamye could not let him leave like this. He glanced at Lia, the usually fierce and valiant demon princess, who was now lowering her head slightly, her ears turning red, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, completely lacking her usual brashness, and instead showing a rare shyness. Chu Fan sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly agreed. All right, whatever you say. Haha, great, that's more like it. Shamya laughed with satisfaction and immediately gave orders to prepare for the wedding. The enormous Demon King's palace began to recover from the post-war devastation with astonishing efficiency and was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. Although the way the demon realm celebrates is very different from that of the human realm, filled with a dark style of splendor and majesty, it has its own unique atmosphere. While waiting for wedding preparations to be completed, Chu Fan temporarily resided in the newly renovated side hall. Purple moonlight streamed through the window, and a slender figure appeared hesitantly in the doorway. It was Lia. She changed out of her military uniform and into a dark red demon robe embroidered with gold patterns. She lost some of her heroic spirit and gained more gentleness. Her heterochromatic eyes shone with a nervous yet bright light under the moonlight. Chu Fan. She spoke softly, her voice not as clear as usual, but with a slight tremor. Come in. Chu Fan spoke calmly. Lia walked in, but did not sit down. She just stood there, as if she had mustered up a lot of courage, and looked up at Chu Fan. I know that this wedding was the ancestors' idea, and perhaps you are not willing to accept it. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, neither denying nor waiting for her to continue. But a blush crept across Lia's cheeks, but her voice grew firmer. I'm so happy. Really. She seemed to have opened up, her gaze drifting to the window, tinged with a touch of melancholy reminiscence. Because of Cthulhu's hostility and oppression of our family since childhood, I have no friends, and not even a single person I can talk to properly. All the demons either fear me or want to use me. I can only desperately cultivate every day, using battle and indifference to protect myself. Her voice choked slightly, and a hint of tears welled up in her heterochromatic eyes. But these few days with you, though short and almost fatal, were the happiest and most genuine days of my life. You pointed out my shortcomings, but also acknowledged my efforts. You told me interesting things about the human world. She turned around abruptly, staring intently at Chu Fan with the directness and fervor characteristic of demons. I love you, Chu Fan. Not because you are a godslayer, nor because you are the ruler of the human realm. I just love you. So even if this wedding was initially for financial reasons, I hope you can give me a chance, and give yourself a chance too, okay? Chapter 176, The Grand Wedding. Looking at the cautious anticipation, the desperate courage, and the deep-seated inferiority in her eyes, Chu Fan's heart, hardened like stone by countless battles, finally softened involuntarily. For the first time, he truly set aside the labels of demon princess, descendant of the demon annihilation, and political marriage, and carefully examined the girl in front of him. She wasn't just belligerent and fierce. Beneath that hard exterior lay a simple soul that longed to be loved, and was even somewhat lonely. He reached out and gently stroked her long, soft hair, a gesture of tenderness Lia had never imagined. Silly girl. Chu Fan's voice was deep and gentle. I, Chu Fan, will not go back on my promises. From now on, you are no longer alone. He paused, looked into her eyes, and solemnly promised, I will protect you, Lia. A simple sentence, yet like the warmest sunshine, instantly dispelled all the unease and gloom in Lia's heart. Overwhelmed by immense joy and happiness, she almost fainted. The tears she had been holding back in her heterochromatic eyes finally streamed down her face, but they were sweet. She nodded vigorously, her tears turning into a smile so radiant that even the purple moon of the demon realm paled in comparison. At this moment, the political marriage seemed to fade away, and genuine feelings began to quietly blossom. Chu Fan finally discovered that this demon princess, besides being strong and straightforward, also had such a gentle, beautiful, and lovable side. After the Great War, the demon realm finally welcomed a truly warm touch. 3 days later, a wedding that caused a sensation throughout the entire demon realm was held as scheduled. The weddings in the demon realm are grand and wild, filled with strange customs that are different from those in the human world. Although Chu Fan found it somewhat novel, under Shamya's strong leadership and Leah's affectionate gaze, the entire process was completed without any major incidents. At the banquet, the demons drank and reveled, celebrating the marriage of the new king's ally and the princess, as well as the downfall of Cthulhu. As the protagonist, Chu Fan was forced to drink countless bottles of the demon realm's unique and potent wine. Even though he was already a god, he couldn't help but feel slightly tipsy. Finally, the noise subsided. Slightly intoxicated, Chu Fan was ushered into the meticulously decorated bridal chamber, filled with dark red and gilded colors. Leah followed closely behind, her pretty face flushed, her heart pounding like a drum. Her heterochromatic eyes held both shyness and an immense anticipation for the intimacy that was about to unfold. The red candles flickered, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Chu Fan took a deep breath, looking at Leah, who looked even more charming and beautiful under the special light, and was about to say something. Suddenly, his powerful divine sense keenly detected something unusual. There seemed to be other people here. And right there on that ridiculously large wedding bed covered with soft animal hides. Chu Fan sobered up considerably in an instant. His eyes narrowed, and he instinctively shielded Leah behind him, hissing, "Who?" Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out from the large wedding bed. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures with angelic faces and devilish figures appeared in front of him. Good heavens! Why aren't they even blurring the image anymore? It was those 3 demonesses who swore to follow Chu Fan. They were clearly dressed up carefully. Or rather, she is stunningly beautiful without needing to dress up at all. With her flowing black hair, snow-white skin, and alluring eyes, she gazed at Chu Fan with a mixture of shyness and anticipation, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Grown-ups, Chu Fan." Even though he had experienced countless storms, he was still stunned by this incredibly sensual scene and almost choked on his own saliva. What's going on? He suddenly turned to look at Leah beside him, only to see that Leah was first stunned, then covered her mouth and chuckled. There was no anger or surprise on her face, but rather an expression that said, "So that's where they are." "Leah, what is this?" Chu Fan felt that his brain wasn't working properly. Seeing his exaggerated and alarmed expression, Leah laughed even harder, her heterochromatic eyes full of mockery. "My lord, why are you so surprised? This is a very common thing among the nobles of the demon realm." Ordinary? Chu Fan could hardly believe his ears. "Yes." Leah stepped forward, naturally took his arm, and explained, "We demons are all like this." As she spoke, a blush rose to her cheeks, but her tone was very calm, as if she were talking about something perfectly natural. Moreover, all 3 of them vowed to follow. The 3 demonesses nodded in unison, their eyes filled with longing and submission as they stared at Chu Fan expectantly, as if afraid he would kick them out. Chu Fan was immediately overwhelmed, feeling that his worldview had been greatly impacted. He came from the human realm. Although it was common for emperors to have 3,000 concubines in their harem, he already had 7 or 8 beautiful wives. But their direct, candid, and unrestrained appearance together on their wedding night still caught him off guard. He looked at Leah's calm, even encouraging gaze, and then at the 3 alluring demonesses. What kind of situation is this? But it seems quite interesting. Chu Fan opened his mouth, but all his helpless complaints turned into a long, resigned sigh. Oh well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He rubbed his temples, looking at the several stunningly beautiful demon women before him. The customs of the demon realm are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 177 The King Returns, the Empire Rises. After spending 2 more days in the demon realm, Chu Fan bid farewell to Shamya. Shamya also needed time to consolidate the power of the demon realm, so he readily agreed. Chu Fan, accompanied by Leah and followed by 3 delicate demonesses, tore open a space-time rift and returned to the human realm. Upon arriving in the human world, Leah and the 3 demon princesses were filled with a sense of novelty and slight discomfort. The bright sunshine, fresh air, and lush vegetation all amazed them. Is this what the human world is like? It's so beautiful, Leah exclaimed sincerely. The three demonesses, named Mei, Ying, and Huan respectively, also wore expressions of amazement. They were of lowly status and never imagined that one day they could come to the human world, let alone live here. Upon thinking of this, the joy on the faces of the three could no longer be hidden. Lu Ruyan led everyone to welcome Chu Fan. It's good that you're back. Lu Ruyan's words were simple, but Chu Fan could still sense her worry. Barbara laughed. Our great hero never lacks admirers, sisters. Now we have 4 more new admirers. Fu Juanru snorted coldly, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she said, for the sake of him saving the human world, I'll forgive him this time. Long Gu, Bai Jia, Lu Shangfei, He Chong, Jean Keela, Luo Juchuan, and even Captain Xiao Haizi, whom we haven't seen in a long time, all appeared in the crowd. The new patriarch of the Mermaid clan, the patriarch of the Fox Demon clan, and even the new patriarch of the Dragon clan all came to welcome the new king of this continent. The following year, as everything was renewed, Chu Fan offered sacrifices to heaven and earth in the newly built, magnificent capital city, officially establishing the country and declaring himself emperor. He named the country Han, meaning that it was as vast and powerful as the Milky Way and would last forever. Thus, the Great Han Empire was born, and Chu Fan became Emperor Wu of Han. With the empire newly established, everything is renewed. Just then, good news arrived. Lu Ruyan was pregnant. Chu Fan was overjoyed. The empire would soon have a crown prince, which was the foundation of the nation. He immediately issued an edict, bestowing upon Lu Ruyan, a woman of both virtue and prestige, the title of empress, making her the mother of the nation. At the same time, he did not forget his other confidants who had followed him through thick and thin, and issued a decree of grace. Barbara was conferred the title of Consort Shu, Fu Juanru the title of Consort Xian, Hui the title of Consort Shen, Li Ruan the title of Consort Da, Li Ruashi the title of Consort Hui, Bai Xing the title of Consort Li, and Leah the title of Consort Gui. The three demonesses were then granted the title of concubine, namely Mei Pin, Ying Pin, and Huan Pin, which was considered to have given them official status, making them ecstatic. Chu Fan also generously rewarded his brothers and comrades who had followed him all the way. Lu Shangfei was the emperor's brother-in-law and was granted the title of Duke Chengyan. Long Gu and He Chong were granted royal titles by different surnames. Long Gu became the king of Jinhai, and He Chong became the king of Dingyuan. They were granted land and fiefdoms, which were hereditary and perpetual, and they enjoyed the highest honors and privileges. Lu Jun was the grand commander of the imperial guards, in charge of the garrison of the capital, and enjoyed their deep trust. Luo Jiuchuan was the first grand secretary of the Han dynasty, a man of high moral character and prestige, and truly deserving of the title. Jean Keela was appointed Minister of Revenue. As for the appointment and removal of other official positions, Luo Jiuchuan took the lead in finding suitable personnel, and after Chu Fan confirmed their appointments, they were all put in their posts. Moreover, Chu Fan clearly stipulated that regardless of whether they were human, dragon, fox, or even mermaid, anyone who wanted to serve the Han dynasty could enter the court as an official. The following decades were a golden age of rapid development for the Han Empire. Under the rule of Chu Fan, a god-level emperor, the weather was favorable, the laws were harmonious, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Humanity recuperated and thrived, resulting in an explosive population growth, with newly developed towns springing up like mushrooms after rain. Technology and culture flourished in a peaceful environment, and a unique civilization system gradually formed, integrating human wisdom, ancient knowledge of the dragon race, illusion magic of the fox race, and technology of the sea race. Because so many players were transported here, 1 or 2 rebellions still broke out. However, they were all quickly suppressed. The imperial army was incredibly powerful, and its might was known far and wide. More importantly, Chu Fan achieved his initial ideal. Humans, dragons, foxes, and merfolk achieved an unprecedented peaceful coexistence, exchanging goods and resources, and prospering together. The entire continent ushered in its most powerful and prosperous period in history. The inner palace was also harmonious and happy. Although Chu Fan made Lu Ruyan his empress, he was deeply affectionate towards all his concubines and treated them all equally. Lu Ruyan gave birth to 2 princes and a princess for Chu Fan, and many of the other concubines also had children. Barbara's children are naturally drawn to nature, Fu Juanru's daughter is aloof and intelligent. Hui's offspring possess the wisdom of the Fox clan, and Bai Xing's descendants can communicate with the ocean. Lia also gave birth to a son for Chu Fan, who inherited his heterochromatic eyes and powerful demonic physique. Chu Fan treated them all equally and taught them with great care. The children played and frolicked in the palace, displaying a variety of talents that filled the vast palace with life and joy. Chu Fan often holds his grandchildren, enjoying a family bliss he could never have imagined during his battles. Time flies, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Although Chu Fan had reached the level of a god and his appearance remained unchanged, his eyes now held a greater depth and peace. He often stood alone at the highest point of the palace, overlooking this vast and prosperous empire where all races lived in harmony. A young man who traveled from Earth to survive on the Neptune, befriends many beautiful women, fights against demons, searches for the Tide Cup, witnesses the changing times, delves into the demon realm to slay gods, and establishes an unparalleled dynasty. Scenes of harrowing events flashed through his mind, as if they happened yesterday. He lost a lot, but gained even more. He possessed immense power, supreme authority, a loving and harmonious family, loyal brothers, and an unprecedentedly prosperous era that he had helped to create. This life has been full of ups and downs. What more could one ask for? Chu Fan murmured to himself, a satisfied and peaceful smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept beyond the bustling capital, as if he could see the boundless imperial territory, the peaceful and prosperous people, the caravans exchanging friendly greetings with other races, and the children and grandchildren playing in the palace. Lu Ruyan and Barbara walked up to her, one on each side. These two women, who have been with me from the very beginning and have come this far, are still as beautiful and charming as they were at the start. What are you thinking about? Chu Fan smiled and said, I was thinking about the journey we first took. This sentence brought Barbara and Lu Ruyan back to the time when they were on the same boat at the beginning. Barbara laughed and said, Sister Ruyan, you don't know, when I first opened my eyes, I saw His Majesty holding a Durex condom, staring at me with his bare bottom exposed. It gave me quite a fright. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed, saying, It seems like something he would do. Chu Fan laughed heartily and suddenly said, The children have all grown up. I want to hand over the throne and take you all on another tour of this world. What do you say? After exchanging a glance, Lu Ruyan and Barbara suddenly said, Okay. Chapter 178, Final Chapter. It was a bright and sunny morning in the 40th year of the Han Dynasty. Now middle-aged and even more imposing, the eldest son of the emperor, Chu Ping, received the imperial seal, symbolizing the highest power of the empire, from his father, Chu Fan, in front of the imperial ancestral temple in the capital, under the watchful eyes of civil and military officials and representatives of all races. Chu Fan looked at his eldest son, whom he had with Lu Ruyan, with satisfaction. He was calm, wise, and benevolent, with the blood of a powerful cultivator flowing through his veins. He was deeply loved by his subjects and was already capable of handling matters independently. Pinger, this country and its people are now in your hands. Chu Fan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Remember, power is for protection, not conquest. This world belongs to everyone. Chu Ping kowtowed deeply, his eyes filled with both awe for power and reluctance to part with his father. Your son will humbly obey your Majesty's teachings. I will certainly live up to the trust placed in me by your Majesty and Empress Dowager, and the expectations of all the people under heaven. The abdication ceremony was solemn and dignified. Afterwards, Chu Fan took off his imperial robes and put on an ordinary blue shirt. He didn't disturb too many people, and quietly left the capital with Lu Ruyan, Barbara, Fu Juanru, Li Ruan, Li Ruashi, Hu Yi, Bai Xing, Lia, and the three who had long since shed their demonic aura and become no different from ordinary people, but whose eyes still carried a unique charm. They followed the same path as ordinary travelers. Go and see the vast ocean that has returned to calm and is no longer a forbidden sea. Go see the newly built port museum, which tells the legendary story of the Neptune. I also visited Hidden Dragon Village, which has now become a symbol of friendly exchanges between humans and dragons. They even went to visit the territories of the Fox clan and the Mermaid clan. Without the tedious politics of an empire, without the pressure of war, only with loved ones by your side, reliving old dreams. Lu Ruyan and the others seemed to have returned to their youth, and their smiles became even more genuine. These 3 years were a gift from Chu Fan to himself and to them. 3 years later, on an autumn day, the leaves turned golden. Chu Fan passed away peacefully in his sleep in a secluded villa surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, overlooking the capital city. His face was serene, and a slight smile lingered on his lips. The whole nation mourns. According to his last wish, his body was not buried in the magnificent imperial mausoleum, but was secretly sent to that mysterious land abandoned by the gods, and laid to rest under the ancient tree of creation, returning to the origin of heaven and earth. A legend seems to have come to an end. However, the next moment, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes. What comes into view is a familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling, somewhat yellowed, with an outdated poster of a sports star pasted on it. I could hear the noise from my downstairs neighbors and the honking of cars. He sat up abruptly and found himself lying on the bed in that small, messy former rental room. She was wearing cheap pajamas, and there was a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles on her computer desk. Dream? Chu Fan was stunned for a long time, then pinched himself hard, feeling a clear pain. He looked around, and everything seemed to tell him that his magnificent life, his immense power, his tender wives and concubines, and his supreme empire were all just an incredibly real and incredibly long dream. A tremendous sense of loss and emptiness instantly overwhelmed him. He rubbed his face with a wry smile. What a long dream. He subconsciously tried to sense the surging divine power, but found nothing. But just as his thoughts swept over a certain corner of his body, he froze. In his perception, in a space inexplicable by science but intimately connected to his soul, a ship, shrunk countless times in size, yet intimately familiar in every detail, was quietly moored. Neptune. That's not a dream. 3 months later, on a private island in the southern hemisphere, surrounded by azure seas, blue skies, and swaying coconut palms, the warm sunset shines on the white sand. A man dressed in brightly colored beach shorts and wearing sunglasses is leisurely lying on a deck chair, watching a group of stunningly beautiful women chasing and playing on the beach. It was Chu Fan. And who else could that group of women be but Lu Ruyan, Barbara, Fu Juanru, Li Ruan, Li Ruashi, Hui, Bai Xing, Leah, and Mei Ying and Huan. They had all changed into modern swimsuits or long dresses, showcasing a style completely different from that of ancient times, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Leah's heterochromatic eyes were cleverly concealed with colored contact lenses, leaving only a hint of exotic charm. Honey, come quick. The seashells here are so beautiful. Barbara held up a large conch shell and shouted happily. Brother Fan, you'll be in charge of starting the fire for the barbecue tonight. That was Li Ruoyan's voice, tinged with laughter. Lu Ruyan gently sat on the cushion next to him, peeling fruit for him, just like back on the Sea King. All of this is real. It turns out that at the moment of his death, the system used its last bit of energy, taking everything bound to his soul, and returned to his original starting point, his rented room on Earth. As for Lu Ruyan and the others, at the moment of his death, they were enveloped by a gentle power and fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, they were already on the small island that Chu Fan had found and bought using the Sea King. Meanwhile, people like Bai Xing, Yi, and Li Ya, who are not originally from Earth, naturally have a lot of basic common sense about this modern world in their minds. Chu Fan used some unconventional methods and quickly obtained legal identities for all of them. Now, Lu Shangfei has become the behind-the-scenes boss of a world-class shipping company with businesses all over the world. He often calls to complain that meetings are boring and that he wants to come back and drink with Chu Fan. Having shed his former glamorous ways, Brother Long, with the funds provided by Chu Fan and his behind-the-scenes influence, surprisingly thrived in the United States and successfully ran for governor. Haha, look at him. Brother Long looks quite respectable in a suit. Hey, isn't that H1 over there? Meanwhile, Bai Jie transformed herself into the first lady of a certain state in the United States. He Chang finally returned to his beloved hometown in Sichuan province. With a large sum of money given to him by Chu Fan, he bought the best house in a small town and settled down with his wife and children in a warm home. He opened a small tea house for his wife, and he posts pictures of his child every day, looking as happy as a 200-pound child. He would occasionally send Chu Fan some local specialties from his hometown, such as cured meat and sausages. Leah had no resistance to these spicy foods. However, he still goes fishing every day without fail, because it is his only hobby. Li Ruashi said with a smile. Brother Fan, look at He Chang's WeChat moments. He's showing off again. Lu Ruyan then said softly. I wonder how Pinger is managing the country over there. Chu Fan smiled and said, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If you miss him, Try your best, and we can have another one. Barbara complained. If you have another one, can you guarantee it will still be the same pinger? Chu Fan laughed and pulled the two of them into his arms. Whether it is or not doesn't matter. What matters is that they are my offspring. You too. Let's work together tonight. The population of our island is still too small. The group chatted and laughed, enjoying the sea breeze on their faces. As Chu Fan listened to the laughter of his loved ones, his heart was filled with peace and contentment. On the distant sea, a raft bobs on the waves, seemingly drifting away into the distance. The end.